Did you believe this to be a tale of humanity uniting in valor against the Decepticon invasion to save Earth? Do not be misled, this is no mere juvenile manga. The struggle between species and civilizations has always been ruthlessly unforgiving. The Allspark, planet harvesting towers, and space bridge matrices. Each has the potential to plunge human civilization into an abyss from which there is no return. Although humanity has survived time and again, how much longer can they tread this precarious tightrope? The arrival of the first Transformer marked the end of Earth's era of seclusion, ushering in an age of unrelenting darkness, for within the cosmic void lies a terror greater than the Decepticons, along with the ultimate darkness. As the Transformers clashed on the North American continent, a young Autobot rebel soldier on the eastern continent allied with human companions he met on Earth, engaging in a series of clandestine wars surrounding a mysterious talisman and its hidden truths. These conflicts may well determine the course of human civilization and unveil the long-buried history of the Transformers. Peace has long since faded. The future remains obscured in this dark new epoch. Only hope and relentless struggle can carve a path to dawn. Fiery heat, a resonating hum, and tremendous vibrations enveloped him. Even amidst the darkness, he could distinctly perceive the immense sound generated by the friction between his feedback armor and the atmosphere, stirring both excitement and trepidation within him. This was his inaugural experience of free-falling directly from space into a planet's atmosphere since his inception, an exhilarating and invaluable encounter indeed. Before him lay a series of precise data points displaying descent altitude, trajectory, current velocity, and armor integrity, all continuously updating and recalibrating. Protective armor commencing separation outer layer. Intact. He could not help but scoff at the thickness of this planet's atmosphere, as the outer protective armor installed prior to launch had burned away in such a brief span. Thus far, the descent was within safe parameters, allowing him to relax and begin to relish the vigorous feedback from his rapid plummet. Indeed, with my physical fortitude, I can withstand such impact intensity. There is no reason they could achieve it while I could not, he mused, a hint of pride creeping into his thoughts. Aside from the scrolling data, the display remained a chaotic maelstrom of mist and turbulence. It seemed he had yet to breach the atmosphere, and he found himself growing weary, reminiscing about the commander's instructions prior to his departure. You are an excellent warrior, but not yet a competent soldier. Thus, I hope this mission transforms you into a true military operative. Remember, stealth operations, use of force only when absolutely necessary. The commander's solemn tone echoed in his processor, prompting him to mutter a series of inaudible sound waves. Suddenly, the display shifted to a new image, no longer a chaotic void, but rather a web of intersecting yellow lines slicing through the darkness, drawing closer with the monitor's tremors. It appears I have traversed the atmosphere, next comes. His processor began to race, tiny currents of energy coursing through him, activating every cell in his being. Brace for impact, oh yes, he exclaimed, a spirited cry escaping his lips. One cannot deny that this method of descent was far more exhilarating than utilizing a landing pod. In the stillness of night, silence prevailed. The sky was particularly beautiful tonight. If anyone were to gaze upward, they would witness a dazzling meteor streaking across the vast, azure firmament. However, given that it was already the latter half of the night in the Eastern Hemisphere, it was likely that no one would be there to appreciate this romantic spectacle. This meteor shone so brilliantly due to its silver metallic exterior, measuring approximately 5 meters long and 3 meters wide, tapering from a broad front to a narrow rear, adorned with intricate grooves. At supersonic speeds, the metallic surface heated fiercely through friction with the air, enveloping the entire structure in a searing orange plasma, with the rear even emitting a radiant glow. Despite the atmospheric drag, the metallic body plummeted at an astonishing 20 kilometers, its surface temperature soaring to nearly 3,000 degrees Celsius. Under such conditions, a typical meteor would have disintegrated. Yet, the surface of this metallic construct occasionally surged with faint electric currents, restoring the metallic luster to areas dulled and blistered by the intense heat. Thus, this extraterrestrial metallic entity descended through the skies in a freefall, tracing a slender trajectory across the heavens, making a slight angle with the horizon while deftly avoiding densely populated regions, heading directly toward the northeastern mountains of the continent, seemingly intent on landing upon this blue planet in the quietest and safest manner. As the altitude diminished, blue arcs of electricity suddenly enveloped the body, followed by an eruption of blinding light at the forefront. With a resounding boom, the air erupted in shockwaves thereafter. Every 4 or 5 seconds, another sonic boom echoed, accompanied by each sound, the metallic boat's descent velocity visibly decreasing, indicating a deliberate deceleration. The meteors soared above the plains, plunging into the deep, winding mountains, even executing a spin in midair to navigate around an impending mountain, aiming for a relatively gentle terrain within the range. Ultimately, the metallic body, radiating orange light and intense heat, descended with a faint tail of smoke and embers to make intimate contact with the earth. A deafening crash reverberated through the valley. The kinetic energy from its terminal velocity caused the metallic structure to collide with a mountainside, carving through it and crashing into the slope behind, sending trees splintering, earth and stones flying, creating a deep and wide ravine in its wake. Finally, the metallic entity was decelerated by the ground, striking a low hill with another earth-shattering sound, causing the slope to crumble and collapse before coming to a halt. Night once again embraced tranquility. The valley left in disarray, a stretch of hundreds of meters bearing scattered embers, with the surface of the earth melted into a fine crystalline glass due to the high temperature, and the air thick with the scent of charred earth and vegetation. The massive metallic body lay silently in the crater on the hillside until the glowing metal shell dimmed, the intricate, interwoven streamlined grooves flashing with blue light, pulsating back and forth, their frequency quickening along with a faint buzzing sound in the air. Then, circles of blue arcs surged from the tip to the end, restoring the formerly charred and misshapen areas of the metallic structure to a smooth sheen, every minor imperfection mended under the influence of the blue pulses. Accompanied by a series of mechanical clicks, the intricate grooves began to slide apart, revealing hundreds of metallic components of varying sizes, initiating a systematic movement and assembly. The sounds of metal clashing echoed throughout the valley, and amid the metallic cacophony, something began to rise slowly from the crater. Beneath the mottled starlight, a colossal figure reminiscent of humanity emerged, its form gleaming with a silvery metallic sheen. Interwoven metallic structures continuously shifted and reformed upon its surface until two dim blue lights flickered to life in the darkness, signaling its departure from the abyss with heavy, deliberate footsteps. It swayed unsteadily for a few paces, seemingly acclimating to the gravity of this planet, before it stood firm amidst the low shrubs. At this moment, the metallic structures adorning its body ceased their motion, leaving only the resonant clinks of metal as it rotated its torso and moved its arms. This silver-gray metal giant stood nearly 5 meters tall, its torso erect and imposing, with forearms slightly thicker than its upper arms and broad shoulders tapering to a narrower waist. Its lower limbs were likewise robust, presenting a physique brimming with strength. The body was enveloped in a streamlined metallic exoskeleton of varying sizes, exhibiting a symmetrical form that exuded an archaic exoticism, yet possessed an eerie and graceful beauty. At the center of its enormous head, a pair of diamond-shaped eyes emanated a blue luminescence, piercing through the night like an emotionless machine, surveying all before it. Optical sensors reflected every perceivable spectrum of light, while sonar collected the myriad vibrations of its surroundings. The processor within its head operated at lightning speed, assimilating data as it sensed the novel world in which it found itself. After a brief interlude, it completed its assessment of the surrounding information, confirming its current status. Feedback from its body indicated all systems were functioning optimally. Factors such as atmospheric pressure, temperature, humidity, and gravity posed no hindrance to its mobility. Indeed, the environment of this planet was remarkably temperate. Beneath its feet lay soft silicate material, and within its sensory range thrived signals of life. Carbon-based organisms flourished, showcasing a rich tapestry of diverse flora and diminutive, lively insects. This was a vibrant world, saturated with moisture in the air, starkly contrasting with its home planet. Intrigued by this celestial body, it soon heard a peculiar sound resonate within the empty mountain hollow. Cybertron Autobot Resistance, Scout Leap, ID B-112, has successfully landed, sustaining no damage and in good condition. Its processor commenced the recording of the mission log while replaying the objectives. Primary mission: to seek clues across this continent, and if conditions permit, to locate and acquire the Cybertronian relic, the Energon Cube. Secondary mission: to observe native intelligent species, discern their life forms and organizational structures, and gather information on their ecology, history, culture, politics, and technology. Operational directives: maintain stealth throughout the mission, avoid conflict with indigenous species, and employ non-lethal force only when threatened. If faced with insurmountable challenges, the dispatch of a beacon for reinforcements is permitted. Mission confirmed. Autobot Leap, commence. Its vocal apparatus resonated with a series of extraterrestrial languages, imbued with confidence and vigor, reflecting the exhilaration of embarking on an exploration of the unknown. Chapter 2 Confidential Report Earth Calendar, Year 2007, Late Spring. On the East Asian continent, in the Republic of Huaxia, the capital city of Jingbei, within the Central Supreme Leader's office by the tranquil Zhonghai Lake. The serene morning at Zhonghai Lake was abruptly disrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. A male officer in his 50s, clad in a sharp and tidy military uniform, strode purposefully past several sentry posts. His uniform, a deep shade of green, bore no medals on the chest, yet the insignia on his shoulders indicated his rank as a major general. Though his hair had turned gray and he had lost some of his youthful vigor, the weathered face still radiated vitality. Clutching a folder tightly in his hand, he approached the imposing edifice that symbolized national power with a slightly hurried gait, tasked with a matter of utmost secrecy, reporting to the highest leader of the Republic. Upon arriving at the office door, the general paused momentarily to collect his thoughts, inhaled deeply, and then gently knocked. "Come in," a steady male voice resonated from within. The general entered, encountering the nation's foremost decision-maker. The head of the Republic, an elderly gentleman clad in a gray-blue Zhongshan suit, stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the main hall of the room. Despite his white hair, he exuded a sense of vitality, smiling warmly and gesturing for the general to enter, displaying an air of cultured amiability. Seated on a sofa in the side hall was another elder, slightly leaner than the head of state, also attired in a well-fitted Zhongshan suit. His hands, marked by age with numerous wrinkles, rested firmly on a cane, projecting an aura of meticulousness, tranquility, and gravity. These two venerable figures represented the highest leadership of the Republic, the head of state and the chief administrator. One served as the supreme military leader, while the other managed all domestic affairs. Together, they formed the intellectual and moral backbone of the nation. The highly classified report today could only be deliberated upon by these two. The general saluted both the head of state and the chief administrator with a precise military gesture, standing tall and straight as he opened his folder and began to succinctly present his report. Report, leaders. Concerning the 3 anomalous meteor fall incidents in our country over the past month and the subsequent handling of significant national defense security issues, we have completed our preliminary investigation and analysis. His voice was resolute and clear. Firstly, the Central Astronomical Observatory detected the trajectory of a meteor 21 days ago. This meteor fell to the northern Yinshan region, following an unusual descent path and velocity. Monitoring data clearly indicates that the meteor altered its angle and decelerated multiple times during its descent, notably exhibiting evasive maneuvers and significant slowing in the final stages. Subsequently, we designated this meteor as Meteor Number 1. On the afternoon of the second day following its fall, at precisely 13:31, our special operations team located the impact site. However, no remnants of the meteor were found. Only severe impact marks remained. Our team members documented the site through photographs. The head of state listened intently, nodding occasionally, his gaze revealing a blend of calmness and wisdom. Our team conducted a thorough investigation along the meteor's trajectory and executed a comprehensive search within a radius of several kilometers from the impact site, yet yielded no results. As the general spoke, a flicker of perplexity crossed his face. Such a violent impact had not dislodged even a fragment. What on earth had fallen? Based on an assessment of the scene, numerous traces belonging to a singular entity were discovered, accompanied by a strong presence of ionizing radiation. We also found enormous footprints nearly a meter in length. From the arrangement and spacing of these prints, along with the evidence of broken trees along the path, it was surmised that the owner of the footprints was a humanoid life form, estimated to stand approximately 46 meters tall. The footprints exhibited regular indentations, suggesting the presence of an outer protective layer akin to metallic armor. The commander remained with his eyes closed, seemingly in a meditative state. Yet the fingers gripping his staff rhythmically tapped against his palm, indicating his attentive engagement with the report. We tracked the footprints to the circular mountain highway, where they abruptly vanished. Subsequent surveillance footage and local investigative reports yielded no clues regarding this extraterrestrial species. They seemingly disappeared into thin air. The leader quietly requested information regarding the other 2 incidents. Understood, the general replied, nodding in agreement and continuing his report. On the evening 13 days after the descent of Flying Star Number 1, our National Observatory detected the simultaneous fall of 2 meteors in the southern mountainous region of Qinghai. Unlike the first, these meteors made no evasive maneuvers or deceleration during their descent, plunging directly at a high velocity of 35 kilometers per second near a local village, resulting in significant harm to the safety and property of the residents. Our Special Operations Department had been closely monitoring all meteorite events since the incident with Flying Star No. 1, promptly alerting local law enforcement and armed forces to the crash sites while organizing a response team. However, en route, we received reports from local villagers indicating that 7 had perished. Upon arrival, law enforcement officers discovered that the 2 impact sites were merely 100 meters apart. One meteor struck an orchard, while the other demolished a local farmer's home, claiming the lives of the homeowner and his 2 family members. The remaining 4 victims were villagers who rushed to provide aid, their bodies carbonized and shattered across the vicinity. At this juncture, the general's expression grew grave. The elder, who had been seated on the sofa with his eyes closed, finally opened them. His eyes, framed by wrinkles, gleamed with intensity, and the fingers that had been tapping lightly came to a halt. From a moment the alarm was raised to the securing of the scene. The entire process took less than 2 hours. Initial examinations by law enforcement revealed no unusual signs until around 9 p.m., when the armed police units arrived to secure the area. No reports of strange phenomena were received. By the time our special operations team reached the crash site, it was already 6 a.m. the following day. After thorough investigation by our team members, we found enormous footprints and radiation levels similar to those at the site of Flying Star Number 1 at both impact locations. Thus, we designated the 2 unidentified species involved in this incident as Flying Star Number 2 and Flying Star Number 3. Based on the investigation of the scene, we have roughly reconstructed the entire process. The Star 2, which devastated the farmhouse, departed from the impact crater in a humanoid form, having somehow dispatched the 4 villagers who had come to their rescue. Following this, the Star 3, which had fallen into the orchard, converged with Star 2 after leaving the crater, and together they proceeded towards the nearest provincial road, where they subsequently vanished from sight. The general's report concludes here for the time being. He neatly closed his folder and stood quietly to the side. The Führer, with hands clasped behind his back, strolled slowly through the main hall. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to inquire, "What is the status of the crash sites for Stars 2 and 3? Report. My leader. The crash site has been cordoned off under the pretext of a meteorite impact, and the relocation of the victims has been properly arranged. The transfer and resettlement of local residents is progressing steadily, and media narratives are being kept within reasonable limits. Thus far, this incident has not garnered widespread attention in society." The elderly leader continued to probe into the activities of these otherworldly visitors during this period. The general reopened his folder and turned to the report concerning this inquiry. 2 days after the disappearance of Star 1 upon its arrival in our country, our highest-level main server located in the suburban area of the capital was subjected to a network intrusion of unknown origin. The intruders discreetly accessed the data center via wireless networks, breaching our highest-level network firewall within 10 seconds. During the interval before our staff could detect and manually shut down the network, the intruders had already sifted through a vast amount of data and vanished without a trace before we could initiate counter-tracking. Fortunately, this information did not include our national policy secrets or military strategy data. Can we ascertain what information they were seeking? The Führer posed the most pressing question. I regret to inform you that due to their formidable data processing capabilities, they were able to examine an enormous volume of data in a short span. At present, we lack the capacity to determine the specifics of their search, the general replied, his expression grim. The disparity between human data processing capabilities and those of the intruders was alarming. He continued, somewhat shaken, noting that this level of network intrusion, according to our department's technical experts, suggested that the computational power of the adversary's system far exceeded that of the most advanced computers currently in existence. And it might even be a manifestation of an artificial intelligence system that has yet to be realized. Chapter 3. Undercurrents. The general elucidated this matter to the Führer and the Chancellor. In today's world, even the United States across the ocean lacks the computing power necessary to execute such a sophisticated cyber attack. Moreover, employing such a supercomputer necessitates substantial hardware support, which would easily expose the source of the signal, making it virtually impossible to elude our intelligence personnel. Therefore, we suspect that this network intrusion may have been executed by Star 1, and since then, the Northern network infrastructure has not experienced any similar breaches. On the third day following the arrival of the Star 2 and Star 3, our data servers stationed in the mountainous region of Chiangui fell victim to a similar network intrusion. This breach was particularly brazen, exhibiting a complete disregard for the concealment of its intentions. The tactics employed were audacious. Despite the swift response and electronic countermeasures executed by our technical personnel, the intruders forcefully penetrated our military-controlled zone. Due to their signal interference, by the time the nearby station troops arrived at the scene, the protective facilities of the server center had already sustained severe damage. However, thanks to the valiant efforts of our technicians who managed to shut down the main server, the adversaries failed to acquire any data. The previously silent commander then inquired about the results of the site investigation. The elder's voice, in stark contrast to the Führer's affable tone, resonated with authority. "Report, sir. The attack site bears evidence of extensive high-temperature burns and immense destructive force, suggesting the possession of advanced thermal weaponry by the assailants. All 10 personnel stationed there perished without exception, and the injuries observed on the deceased bear a striking resemblance to the fatal wounds of the local villagers. Coupled with the enormous footprints left at the scene, it is nearly certain that the culprits were indeed the Star 2 and Star 3. By the time the nearby garrison arrived, the assailants had vanished. In the wake of this assault, we have fortified the defenses of the remaining main servers nationwide and classified the Star 2 and Star 3 as top-tier national threats. The Führer side, recognizing the need to ensure the proper arrangements for the martyrs' families, acknowledging their valor in steadfastly safeguarding the nation's security and interests. Indeed, the sacrifices of these heroes shall not be in vain. We believe that the Star 2 and Star 3, having failed to obtain the data this time, will undoubtedly strike again. We have already formulated a countermeasure plan, so rest assured, commanders." The general stood at attention, affirming his commitment. "Very well. Proceed with your duties as per the established plan. We are currently in a tumultuous season, and it is imperative to ensure the safety of the populace. You may go." The Führer gently gestured for the general to depart. "Yes, sir." The Major General executed a crisp salute and exited the room. A silence enveloped the interior, leaving only the 2 elders, one standing and the other seated, each lost in contemplation. The Führer turned and approached his desk in the inner chamber, retrieving a document before settling onto the sofa and sliding the file across to his old comrade. "Old Lou, you heard the report just now. Here is the information relayed by our overseas intelligence operatives last night. Please take a look." Lou fished out a glasses case from his pocket, donned the spectacles, and began to scrutinize the details within the document. Meanwhile, the Führer opened a cigarette case, momentarily tempted to indulge, yet upon recalling the presence of his companion, reluctantly closed it and raised a teacup to take a sip instead. After a moment of silence, the elderly gentleman, surnamed Lou, finally spoke. "Old Joe, just look at the world today. It is truly bustling. In the days surrounding the arrival of Starship No. 1, there were 2 meteorite incidents in America. The first event involved a single meteor, while the second saw 5 meteors fall almost simultaneously with the arrivals of Starship Numbers 2 and 3. To the north, the Russian Federation experienced 1 meteor in each of its 2 separate events, and Europe had 2 in each of its 2 occurrences. Even our neighboring country, Japan, witnessed the fall of 2 meteors. All these impacts occurred in regions housing large internet servers and data centers." Old Joe set down his teacup, his eyes reflecting a deep concern for the future. Judging by the timing of the falls, they seemed to have arrived in 2 distinct batches. The first batch consisted of 6 meteors, and our Starship No. 1 belongs to this initial group. The second batch, comprising 9 meteors, arrived approximately 2 weeks later. Thus, a total of 15 extraterrestrial species have descended upon Earth, scattered across various continents and nations. Humanity has long debated the existence of alien life. Yet it appears we are far from solitary in the cosmos. After reviewing the data, Lou removed his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. The fact that we have access to this information suggests that our situation is likely laid bare on the desks of government officials in other nations. There is an unspoken understanding among us. Countries are secretly tracking and investigating these celestial visitors, eager to be the first to establish contact with extraterrestrial beings. while also considering collaboration or intelligence exchange in the event of unforeseen challenges. After all, humanity has no experience in confronting an alien invasion. Old Joe nodded in agreement, indeed. While the surface of the Earth appears calm, a new competition has already commenced behind the scenes. Ever since the arrival of the second batch of extraterrestrial species, various anomalous incidents have been reported worldwide, though governments have suppressed these occurrences, masking them as natural disasters or human errors. It seems they have also experienced similar network intrusion incidents as we have. For instance, on the very night that 5 extraterrestrial species landed in America, a severe explosion occurred at their Nellis Air Force Base, creating quite a stir, although they later claimed it was due to poor management of munitions. High-ranking officials in other countries can surely deduce that it is closely related to these alien visitors. Old Joe couldn't help but jest. The Americans claim to be number one in everything, and now even extraterrestrials seem to favor their land the most. Lou shared his perspective, noting that intelligence gathered from around the globe suggests that the first batch of extraterrestrial species made trajectory adjustments and deceleration during their descent as meteors. Their landing sites were predominantly in sparsely populated wilderness or mountainous regions. Conversely, although the second batch also descended in a similar manner, they exhibited no trajectory adjustments or signs of deceleration upon entering the atmosphere. The economic losses and casualties inflicted on various nations on the day of their landing were significant. The stark contrast in their behavioral patterns indicates either differing missions or distinct affiliations. Zhou Lao added, "Look, both batches can disguise themselves as meteors descending to the surface." The investigation results at the crash sites indicate that they are entirely capable of enduring the impact of free fall. This implies that the former had no necessity to adjust their trajectory or decelerate during descent, yet they still chose to do so, even at the risk of exposing themselves. In fact, it is precisely this behavior that enabled us to respond in a timely manner. The initial batch, after landing, initiated an incursion into our servers in the most covert manner possible. Conversely, while the latter completely mimicked the descent pattern of meteors, their reckless conduct upon landing, whether through cyber intrusion or acts of violence, exhibited a brazen and barbaric style. They either believed they had already revealed themselves and thus were disinclined to conceal their actions, or they simply did not care at all. Lu Lao's expression turned grave as he coldly remarked, "They care not whether they harm humanity, nor do they mind if their identity and intentions are unveiled, nor do they regard the likelihood of their violent actions inciting human animosity." Upon his utterance, the atmosphere in the room grew palpably tense. Zhou Lao took a deep breath and stated, "Regardless of the intentions and objectives of the first batch of extraterrestrial beings, I trust that there is a consensus among nations regarding the stance towards the second batch. However," he swiftly shifted his tone, "regardless of their motives or interrelations, they have invaded our territory, our planet. At the very least, based on our actions thus far, it is evident they are not here to establish diplomatic relations with humanity. This marks humanity's first large-scale contact with extraterrestrial species, akin to a clandestine war between two races. They possess the capability to traverse star systems. While we humans have yet to escape our solar system, humanity is not prepared for this. Yet, we must face this challenge head-on. The future of our world remains uncertain, beyond anyone's control. All we can do is seek a path forward for our nation and our people amidst this unprecedented upheaval." The morning sunlight streamed through the intricately carved windows, casting its warmth upon the shoulders of the two elderly men. Though their physiques were neither tall nor robust, they bore the immense weight of this era's pressures, leading the civilization of Huaxia into an uncertain future amidst the torrents of a new age. Chapter 4. Secret Mobilization. General Xiao Jianbang completed his report to the leader and the supreme commander. After receiving the highest leader's approval, he would proceed with the original plan to engage, capture, or eliminate the 3 unknown extraterrestrial species. Exiting the courtyard of Zhonghai Lake, General Xiao was not inclined to admire the shimmering lake views. He promptly took a seat in the rear of his black sedan and simply instructed the driver to head to the airport. The car quietly started and soon left the highest administrative district of the Republic, merging into the bustling traffic of Capitol Avenue. General Xiao leaned back in his seat, gazing through the window at the vibrant streets, towering skyscrapers, and the throngs of pedestrians passing by. Today marks the weekend, a rare day of brilliant sunshine. General Xiao observes the bustling streets, teeming with life. A cheerful family of 3 strolls by, their faces alight with joy. In the park, elderly individuals are gracefully practicing swordplay in the morning air, while street vendors offer steaming breakfast delights. Commuters, in a rush to meet the demands of their jobs, navigate the morning rush, and students, not in uniform, gather in pairs to attend extra classes. Trendy young men and women cuddle together, sipping their milk tea. What a serene and harmonious scene this is. It embodies the essence of a soldier's duty to protect the homeland. General Xiao cannot help but reflect on his life as a traditional soldier, dedicating his existence to military service, participating in numerous operations against foreign adversaries, and making significant contributions to safeguard the nation's accomplishments and uphold its dignity. He squints his eyes, reminiscing about the tumultuous journey since the founding of the Republic, enduring countless humiliations and upheavals. The tireless efforts and construction by the people of Huaxia over the years have resulted in the remarkable transformations witnessed today. The collective encirclement and provocations from developed Western nations have never ceased, and now an enigmatic group of extraterrestrial beings has emerged from the cosmos, further complicating the already turbulent global landscape. Every step forward is fraught with uncertainty and unpredictability. This compels him to be present at the front lines of this clandestine war, to personally oversee the top-secret operations against these alien entities, striving to establish effective communication or control ahead of the Western powers, thereby seeking an advantage for the Republic and the people of Huaxia in the unfolding future. Following the invasion and destruction of the Central Network server in Qiangguizhou, the sudden internet disruption has had a profound impact on the southern regions. Although the Central News attributed the incident to human error and swiftly mobilized efforts to restore normalcy, various sectors of society have been rife with speculation regarding the truth behind the official explanation. Some suggest sabotage by foreign hostile forces, others point to domestic equipment aging, while yet more allege internal malfeasance. To the everyday citizens, however, this incident serves merely as fodder for casual conversation and amusement. Thanks to the government's rapid response and media control, people have only noticed an increased presence of military and police patrols, yet their daily lives remain largely unaffected. Yet, unbeknownst to the ordinary populace, a secret military mobilization is quietly underway. In the northern province of Hubei, a significant number of armed soldiers have converged in the provincial capital, Wuhan, through various clandestine channels. These soldiers hail from the Central and Southern Theater Commands, drawn from elite special forces, meticulously selected from the ranks. Having undergone rigorous training and possessing expertise in diverse types of equipment, along with formidable combat capabilities and practical experience, they represent a vital force in Huaxia's special operations. Among them is Liu, one of the elite special operatives called to action. At the age of 23, he has already served in the military for 4 years. Initially, due to his reluctance to engage in studies, his disinterest led to dismal scores in the college entrance examination, preventing him from gaining admission to university. In frustration, his family compelled him to enlist, hoping that the rigors of military life would temper his restless spirit. However, to their astonishment, upon joining the ranks, he thrived as if he were a fish in water. His childhood mischief and boundless energy found a fitting outlet in the arduous training regimen of the military. With a robust physique that had always been his asset, he persevered through basic training, and after undergoing specialized military training, both his physical and psychological resilience were significantly enhanced. In stark contrast to the monotonous grind of academic study and competitive exams, he developed an increasing affinity for the strict discipline of military life, forging stronger bonds with his comrades and excelling in physical fitness, combat, and marksmanship training. A year into his service, he participated in a military district combat competition, where he triumphed against numerous challengers to seize the championship title. This remarkable achievement led to him and a few fellow soldiers being recommended for selection trials for the elite Tiger Special Forces of the Central Theater Command. Ultimately, leveraging his exceptional physical capabilities and combat skills, he successfully passed the selection process and officially became a recruit in the Tigers. Over the next 2 years, he underwent advanced training in combat, mobility, infiltration, reconnaissance, and intelligence, participating in several real-world counterterrorism operations and border drug enforcement missions. Having personally eliminated drug traffickers and witnessed the harsh realities of conflict, he underwent a profound transformation, shedding his youthful innocence and increasingly embodying the essence of a resolute soldier. At last, he discovered his true calling, serving his country as a soldier, bearing arms to protect his homeland. In this realm belonging to warriors, he never found monotony. Rather, he relished the exhilarating rhythm of life filled with tension, sweat, and the acrid scent of gunpowder, continuously evolving in the process. Today, alongside 29 comrades, organized into 2 squads under the guidance of 2 captains, he donned their standard uniforms, carrying only minimal belongings. They split into 2 groups, each boarding a bus, embarking on a journey along the highway towards the northern province of Hubei. From the moment they received the command to mobilize, Liu remained unaware of their destination or the nature of their mission, with no external communication permitted during the journey. Not even the bus driver was privy to their course once they entered the Weihan territory. The entire operation was to be communicated verbally upon reaching the designated location, devoid of any electronic communication throughout the process. Liu couldn't help but ponder the nature of this enigmatic mission. What kind of task required such high levels of secrecy? Unlike previous operations that involve helicopters or transport vehicles, this time they were going in unarmed, with a fragmented assembly and no disclosure of their destination or mission details. Glancing at the roadside signs, it appeared they were heading towards northern Hubei. Was there some significant event occurring there? The news had remained silent on any recent developments. The bus was filled with numerous seats, and the team members were instructed to sit alone without engaging in conversation. After the captain issued a command to seize the opportunity for rest, he settled back with his arms crossed, while the dimming sky outside mirrored the growing stillness within the vehicle. A gentle chorus of snores soon filled the swaying bus, indicating that the soldiers had managed to quiet their minds and were taking full advantage of the time to rest. Liu, the youngest among the team, appeared somewhat naive when compared to the seasoned veterans who had participated in numerous special operations. He found himself enveloped in an unfamiliar tension, an emotion that rendered him momentarily restless. It was not fear, but rather excitement. The higher the level of secrecy, the more arduous and significant the mission. For a soldier like Liu, who was almost a novice, the opportunity to partake in such an endeavor was a testament to the trust placed in him by his superiors, and he could not afford to betray that trust. Wiping the condensation from the window, he gazed out at the indistinct, inky black scenery. Liu attempted to rein in his exhilaration, observing his reflection in the glass, his face hardened and darkened by military life. He recalled his unremarkable appearance during his student days and couldn't help but smile silently. He had finally begun to embody a more masculine demeanor. How long had it been since he last returned home? Would his stubborn, scholarly father take pride in the man he had become? A sudden longing for his mother-esque potato and rib stew washed over him, and he resolved to request leave to visit home once this operation concluded, gradually succumbing to the relaxed atmosphere within the bus. Liu leaned his head against the window and drifted into a light slumber. As for the mission, as a special operations soldier, he had never feared any challenge. Chapter 5. The long night. The night was as dark as ink, thick enough to seem capable of consuming all. Within the confines of Ludong province, the winding highway lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of streetlights. Only the reflective markers on the guardrails glimmered under the illumination of a bright headlight, casting a luminous path through the vast expanse of blackness. A white van sped along the desolate highway, resembling a ghostly apparition in the night. Its front adorned with a license plate from the northern region of Beijing, number Jing A0B112. The vehicle was caked with gray mud and dust, its surface bearing signs of rust, suggesting it had seen better days. Nevertheless, its headlights shone brightly, like twin swords piercing the darkness ahead as it journeyed southward. The driver, a slightly gaunt young man with a neatly cropped hairstyle, wore a simple black turtleneck. Oddly, he sported a pair of black sunglasses even at this late hour. The dashboard emitted a soft blue glow, illuminating his pale, handsome face, which bore a somewhat expressionless demeanor, creating an unsettling tableau against the night backdrop. The young man's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly as the vehicle surged to an impressive speed of 150 miles per hour. Its performance belied its age, resembling a powerhouse sports car rather than a dilapidated old vehicle. Even as it navigated through a series of sweeping curves, the car maintained an astonishing stability, with the young man's body showing no signs of movement, as if he were welded to his seat. His face remained inscrutable, and his hands moved with effortless grace, as though the car were not governed by the steering wheel in his grasp. At the center of the steering wheel lay a near-square steel emblem, featuring a protrusion reminiscent of a nose at its apex, with a blunted extension below that resembled a mouth. Symmetrical lines extended from either side, delineating sharply defined eyes that formed a highly symmetrical facial contour, akin to that of a robotic head. Occasionally, long-haul trucks roared past in the opposite lane, and as the headlights of oncoming vehicles flickered momentarily across the young man's impassive visage, his figure appeared to momentarily misalign, reminiscent of a disrupted image on a television screen. This fleeting sense of fragmentation, accompanied by a tearing effect and pixel distortion, vanished as swiftly as it had come, restoring the young man's posture to normal. His gaze, concealed behind dark sunglasses, remained steadfastly fixed ahead, as if pursuing some elusive target. He made no motion to adjust the car's radio. Yet the dial began to shift on its own accord, emitting a cacophony of static that reverberated within the confined space. However, if one were to listen closely, they would discern that this noise was not chaotic, but rather a form of unintelligible language, interspersed with metallic hums. The mission log recorded, Autobot Resistance, Scout Leap, designation B-112. Today marks the 21st planetary day since arrival on Earth. A covert investigation into the native species database yielded no information regarding the Energy Cube. However, terms such as metallic labyrinth and steel giant provided leads on the identity and location of relevant subjects. Thus far, their identities remain concealed, utilizing native transportation as a guise to approach the target area for further inquiry. Log recorded. Transformation is an innate ability of the Cybertronians. At this moment, Leap has assumed the form of a commonly used local vehicle to facilitate disguise and movement, projecting a humanoid silhouette within the cockpit to maximize identity concealment. The chosen model is the most understated and prevalent form of transport available, as long as he does not voluntarily reveal himself. He cannot be detected by ordinary methods of scrutiny. With the mission log complete, the focus now shifts to secondary tasks, primarily gathering and understanding information about this planet, which piques Leap's interest the most during this assignment. Just then, the car radio crackled before emanating a melodious tune, the nation's current chart-topping pop song. As the music played, the white van seemed to pick up speed, moving with renewed vigor. Upon his descent onto the planet known as Earth by its indigenous species, he commenced his quest for clues pertaining to the Energy Cube by utilizing the information network constructed by the intelligent beings who refer to themselves as humans. Although this network remains rudimentary, it nonetheless affords considerable convenience to the actions of the Autobots. The Energy Cube, a sacred artifact of the Cybertronian race, was concealed on Earth by the Autobot leader at the conclusion of the Cybertronian Civil War a millennium ago, in a bid to terminate the conflict. By capturing radio signals in the atmosphere, he was able to eavesdrop on human broadcasts, navigate the vast ocean of information within the network, and infiltrate human databases. His formidable data core effortlessly processed the complex information. Not long ago, he clandestinely breached a national data center and downloaded a substantial amount of information, which raised the government's vigilance. However, he refrained from overt database intrusions thereafter, opting instead for a more discreet approach by frequently changing locations and infiltrating various small databases, meticulously unraveling threads of valuable clues that ultimately led to his journey southward. This planet is truly remarkable, previously observed from space. It floated against the dark backdrop of the universe, resembling a blue-green energy gem. The blue, a liquid substance known as the ocean, astonishingly blankets 70% of the planet's surface, while the indigenous life forms term plants can only thrive in situ. The polar regions boast expansive, white crystalline plains comparable to continents. The diverse ecological environments of the cosmos are indeed wondrous. Each recollection evokes a sense of awe in him. His home planet, Cybertron, is a steel sphere 3 times the size of Earth, where he was born in the sacred well of the Allspark. From a moment he gained consciousness, he was surrounded by towering steel forests and lifeless silicon wastelands. Within the continent's thick crust, there exist vast, interwoven, bottomless nests where he spent his formative years. Surrounded by cold, gray steel structures devoid of mountains, rivers, forests, or oceans. Subsequently, he witnessed the protracted and brutal warfare, along with the ruins left in its wake. Thus, the vibrant cultural and natural environment of Earth resonated deeply with him. During this period, through his connection to the Human Information Network, he was astounded to discover that humanity had managed to create such a rich tapestry of civilization within a mere 10 millennia. Their cultural diversity overwhelmed him, and he developed a keen interest in the various forms of human life, physiological compositions, organizational structures, and historical transformations. It was akin to a child opening an encyclopedia of the world, and he quickly became engrossed in his exploration of Earth and humanity. During the course of his mission, he traversed various regions of the country, mingling among the populace and observing their daily lives. He witnessed the cities and settlements they had built, their diverse lifestyles, and many behaviors that puzzled him, all of which captivated him profoundly. He developed a particular fondness for the music crafted by humanity. Initially, he listened to it solely through the radio. In stark contrast to the grand and solemn style of Cybertron, he gradually grew enamored with the melodies of human music. Now, he actively seeks out and downloads his favorite tunes online. During his lengthy journeys, he delights in accompanying himself with lively music while exploring a plethora of knowledge on the internet. Recently, he began to delve into the realm of human fashion trends, scouring the internet for a plethora of posters featuring popular male celebrities, alongside numerous photographs of soldiers from the country. By synthesizing the styles of the former with the martial demeanor of the latter, he crafted a bespoke humanoid projection, represented by the youthful figure in the cockpit. However, he found himself dissatisfied with the detailed control of the facial expressions of this projection. Consequently, he pursued further knowledge online to enhance the perfection of his disguise, even managing to control the humanoid projection to converse with humans, provided there was no physical contact or exposure to bright light, ensuring no distortion occurred. Were it not for the quest to locate the lost Energy Cube, he feared he might never witness the wonders of the universe beyond Cybertron, even in a millennium. The insidious Decepticons had now arrived on Earth, and it seemed their minions were lurking everywhere, waiting for the opportune moment. In their relentless pursuit of the Energy Cube, the Decepticons would undoubtedly cause a considerable uproar. Yet, thus far, official human reports had not indicated any such disturbances, suggesting that the Decepticons were, like him, engaging in covert operations. This implied that their pursuit was not extensive, and they were incapable of challenging the full military might of humanity, which was indeed a silver lining. The thought of the Decepticons' boundless brutality filled him with dread. He had truly grown fond of this planet. Its beauty, abundance, and vibrancy deeply captivated him. However, the arrival of the Decepticons would inevitably cast a shadow over this world. Yet, this realization only strengthened his resolve to find the Energy Cube. It was imperative that the Energy Cube did not fall into Decepticon hands. Although they currently lacked a leader, they remained a formidable military faction, one that the current remnants of the Autobots could not hope to defeat. The leader was correct. Securing the Energy Cube not only allowed the Autobots to maintain a strategic advantage, but it also might be the sole means of safeguarding this beautiful planet. For both personal and collective reasons, he fervently wished to prevent the Energy Cube from being seized by the Decepticons. Regaining control of the sacred relic of Cybertron would undoubtedly lead the Decepticons down a path of aggressive expansion and militaristic colonialism, which would spell disaster for the Autobots and other relatively primitive civilizations in the cosmos. Chapter 6, Sector 7. While he fretted over the fate of Earth. Across the vast ocean in North America, in the United States of America, in Washington, D.C., within the White House. The White Mansion, known as the White House, serves as both the official residence and workplace of the President of the United States. This neoclassical edifice, primarily constructed of white sandstone, exudes an air of dignified elegance. A balding, slender, middle-aged man traverses the lengthy corridor of the White House, his footsteps muffled by the thick carpet beneath him. Clad in a sharply tailored black suit, he carries a dark briefcase in hand. The walls flanking the corridor are adorned with portraits of past presidents, their gazes seemingly fixed upon him, imparting a subtle sense of pressure. Upon reaching the door of the Oval Office, he gently rapped on it. A steady male voice from within responded, "Come in." The man pushed the door open to find President Bush seated behind the iconic mahogany desk, which was cluttered with documents and reports. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a gentle golden hue across the room. "Oh, it's you, Agent Bernanke. Please, take a seat," the president said, laying down his pen and nodding at the man. The nearly 60-year-old white man radiated vitality. Despite the wrinkles time had etched upon his face, the power of the world's foremost nation invigorated him. "Mr. President," Agent Tom Bernanke replied with a slight nod, his voice low. "There are new developments from Sector 7 that require your attention." The president lifted his gaze sharp and focused, gesturing for Agent Bernanke to approach his desk. The latter handed over the documents from his briefcase. "This outlines the latest progress," Agent Bernanke stated, a hint of tension in his tone. "Since the arrival of 5 extraterrestrial species in our state of Nevada 2 weeks ago, which escaped from the traps we meticulously set at Nellis Air Force Base, Sector 7 agents have monitored transportation hubs across all states without detecting any targets. The Air Traffic Control Center has also reported no unidentified flying objects." The president reviewed the documents swiftly, his brow furrowing in concentration. He placed the papers down, interlocking his fingers atop the desk, and, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, "So, we have completely lost track of these extraterrestrials? I regret to inform you, Mr. President, that our firepower was insufficient at Nellis Air Force Base, allowing these species to escape. This is a failure on the part of Sector 7, Agent Bernanke confessed, his face flushed with shame. "This is not solely your fault. Sector 7 had indeed prepared adequately, setting enticing bait ahead of time. And our ambush team consisted of elite forces equipped with armed helicopters and armored vehicles. However, the simultaneous arrival of 5 extraterrestrial species was unforeseen. Our operation incurred nearly 300 casualties, indicating that these beings possess formidable firepower," President Bush replied noncommittally. "Is it possible that these extraterrestrial species have already departed our territory?" Agent Bernanke asked. "Our agents are diligently investigating this matter. Considering the characteristics of NBE-2, it is highly probable that they have disguised themselves." Hiding within the vast expanses of our nation, Agent Bernanke elucidated the current conjectures derived from Sector 7's intelligence. "What of NBE-2's whereabouts? Can we continue the pursuit?" The president pressed once more. Due to the capture operation at Nellis Air Force Base, although NB-2 was lured by the same bait as the 5 extraterrestrial species, it swiftly absconded while our forces were engaged with the latter. Now, having alerted them, it is unlikely that we can employ the same method of entrapment again. President Bush posed the pivotal question: does Area 7 currently have a means to identify these extraterrestrial beings? Based on Area 7's research thus far on the Cube and NBE-1, which emit ionizing radiation, we have developed detection equipment. However, it can only perform close-range detection, rendering this method inefficient for searches. Yet, Mr. President, there is no need for concern. As long as they have not achieved their objectives, they will inevitably reveal themselves again, at which point we will exploit their vulnerabilities." Agent Bernanke assured with confidence. President Bush inquired seriously whether the concealment of the Cube and NB-1 was secure. "Agent Bernanke, you must be well aware that they are certainly here for those 2 entities." Agent Bernanke assured him. "Rest assured, Mr. President, since the establishment of Area 7, we have made long-term and adequate preparations for this. Those 2 entities are absolutely secure." Upon hearing such a response, President Bush nodded in satisfaction, his previously tense expression finally easing. "Then, proceed according to your original plan for Area 7. Monitor the nationwide network data centers and communications. In the pursuit of these extraterrestrial species, Area 7 possesses absolute autonomy. You may bypass the Department of Defense and utilize all means necessary for their covert capture or destruction." President Bush rose and walked to the window, his words providing Agent Bernanke with a surge of confidence. Agent Bernanke stood tall, his gaze fixed on the president's silhouette. "Yes, Mr. President, I believe they will soon reveal themselves, and Area 7 will not disappoint you." The president nodded, a glimmer of boundless imagination in his eyes. "Very well. Proceed with your plan. I will inform the Department of Defense and the FBI to fully cooperate with your investigation. You may leave now." Agent Bernanke slightly bowed his head and turned to depart. The president's voice resonated behind him. "Proceed with caution, Agent Bernanke. Remember, confidentiality is paramount. Report any progress directly to me, and no one else may disclose any information." Agent Bernanke halted, glanced back at the president, and resolutely replied, "Understood, Mr. President." He exited the office, the door closing gently behind him. The corridor remained quiet, yet his pace quickened, as if each step was a race against time. Aware that every subsequent move would determine the future trajectory of the United States of America, President Bush gazed out at the sky, a derisive chuckle escaping his lips. He had often fantasized about the arrival of extraterrestrials on Earth, yet he never anticipated it would unfold as a mere game of cat and mouse. It seemed the gods were favoring the United States of America, as the reverse engineering of NBE-1 could empower the nation to vanquish the Soviet Union and emerge victorious in the Cold War, maintaining technological supremacy for half a century. Now, they had introduced formidable weaponry, exceptional camouflage capabilities, and unparalleled stealth technology. If such advancements could be harnessed, the unification of Earth would no longer remain a mere dream. The United States would ascend to become the sole divine nation on the planet, with all lesser races compelled to bow at our feet, humbly beseeching us for the illumination of civilization. Though he indulged in these lofty thoughts, Bush, as the supreme leader of the United States, managed to retain his clarity of mind, despite their absolute advantage in researching these extraterrestrial beings. The recent large-scale arrival of alien species was so monumental that it was likely other nations were also actively and secretly pursuing them. This would be a brutal competition, not only among human nations, but also between humanity and these extraterrestrial entities. The true scale behind the ostentatious arrival of these otherworldly visitors was shrouded in mystery. Could the established balance of the human world endure in the face of such advanced technological beings? These questions lingered in uncertainty. Nonetheless, the United States must emerge victorious in this clandestine war. Humanity faced an unprecedented crisis, yet also an unparalleled opportunity. The noble Anzac race must take the lead in humanity's future endeavors. Presently, the United States boasted military bases and intelligence operations across the globe, wielding the most powerful military and advanced technology on Earth. He believed that every move made by the Eastern Huaxia Republic, the Far Eastern Ross Federation, and the Western European Union would not escape his scrutiny. Securing significant gains from this extraterrestrial event would ensure they once again led an era, heralding a new resurgence for the United States. Such was his ambition, George Bush mused. God bless America. God bless Anzac. Humanity appeared far from the obliviousness that the Autobots had once imagined, and the future of Earth might exceed everyone's expectations. At that moment, Fei Yue hummed a contemporary tune while traversing Ludong Province, heading southward. He had an uncanny ability to find joy in various environments and atmospheres. The long night, accompanied by music, was certainly preferable to the smoke of war and the shadows of death. Chapter 7. Tales of Cybertron. Do not be deceived by Fei Yue's childlike demeanor. He had existed for over 10,000 years since his birth from the Well of Primus on Cybertron. He emerged during the last glorious era of Cybertron, the Age of Unification. However, compared to the leaders, commanders, and many veteran Autobots, Fei Yue still belonged to the youthful new generation. At the twilight of the unified era, Cybertron's sole military organization, the esteemed Cybertron Defense Force, under the ambitious leadership of the formidable Megatron, forsook its honor and responsibilities, transforming into the militaristic faction known as the Decepticons. This group embarked on a campaign to eradicate dissent and impose a functionalist policy, categorizing Cybertronians into distinct hierarchies. Those deemed lacking in combat potential were forcibly conscripted into ceaseless resource extraction and industrial production, initiating a policy of colonial expansion across the stars. The Decepticons' tyrannical and radical approach naturally incited the opposition of the overwhelming majority of ordinary Cybertronians, leading to the establishment of the Autobots' resistance. Countless Cybertronians were compelled to take up arms and confront the Decepticon forces, bred for war, thus igniting a protracted conflict that would engulf Cybertron for millennia. Leap, a new generation who had never encountered warfare, was thrust into this brutal struggle that devastated Cybertron's ecosystem, gradually maturing into a capable warrior through the crucible of war. Though he harbored no fondness for violence or conflict, he possessed an admirable ability to adapt to new environments and lifestyles. Despite retaining some childlike innocence, he remained steadfast in fulfilling his duties as a soldier. Currently, Leap serves as a reconnaissance soldier within the ranks of the Autobots' resistance. Alongside his fellow scouts, He has been dispatched to Earth on a mission from the Autobot leader to seek clues regarding the Allspark. During his time on Earth, he has experienced a rare reprieve from the burdens of battle, feeling more akin to a traveler than a warrior, eager to witness the myriad civilizations and wonders of the universe. However, such a respite can only be envisioned in a post-war context. He would never abandon his responsibilities. Should the Decepticons seize the Allspark and emerge victorious, the flames of war would inevitably engulf the cosmos, bringing destruction and enslavement to the universe. The Allspark, the fabled relic of Cybertron, holds the potential to determine the war's outcome, a vital asset sought by both Autobots and Decepticons. Legend has it that the Allspark was crafted by Primus, the Cybertronian god, who millennia ago, along with 6 other primes, forged this sacred artifact to save the Cybertronians from an energy crisis caused by the depletion of the well of Allsparks. Thus, the Cybertronians were bestowed with an endless supply of energy, rescuing their planet and rejuvenating their civilization. Not only Leap, but even seasoned leaders remain uncertain of the existence of those 7 so-called deities, as during the age of conflict preceding the unified era, Cybertronians were still entrenched in tribal civilization, with countless lives lost in battles over the control of the Allspark. In that savage and violent primordial era, the inhabitants of Cybertron had yet to establish archives or databases. Most of the information regarding ancient times was passed down through the oral traditions of ancient relics who had lived for tens of thousands of years. One could only ponder how much of the truth resided in their increasingly muddled processors, ravaged by endless epics and warfare, and how much was mere hearsay, a notion that left the character known as Leap in doubt. These fragmentary bits of knowledge were excavated, studied, and meticulously compiled into the Iron Fortress archive during the unified era of Cybertron, under the guidance of its leaders and archaeological institutions. As for the existence of 7 deities in Cybertron's past, Leap harbored skepticism. If indeed such divine beings existed, why did they not manifest to prevent the cataclysmic civil war that nearly annihilated the planet's ecological balance? Were these deities the architects of the Cybertronian race? If so, what purpose did they serve in creating such metallic life forms, if not for the sole pursuit of combat and carnage? Upon arriving on Earth and discovering the intricacies of human ecology, Leap's doubts intensified. After all, Cybertronians, with their advanced life forms, were not burdened by the struggles of survival nor the constraints of mortality. They possessed the potential to engage in meaningful endeavors. So why did entities like Megatron and the Decepticons obsess over domination and enslavement? During the Civil War, despite having gained control over the Allspark and the technology for mass-producing Cybertronians, the Decepticons resorted to the heinous act of desecrating Cybertron's ancient sanctuaries, the very birthplace of the Cybertronians, the well of all sparks, to diminish the numerical advantage of the Autobots. Such actions epitomized a boundless depravity. Consequently, pure native life forms ceased to emerge on Cybertron, replaced solely by mass-produced artificial beings, engineered under Decepticon genetic technology, perpetually emerging from incubation pods to engage in the war that would ravage their homeworld. In the subsequent brutal conflict, the Autobots, having lost both numerical superiority and energy supplies, were predictably led to defeat. Yet, as the war reached its grim conclusion, the leader of the Autobots orchestrated a final battle plan. Utilizing a ruse to draw the Decepticons away, the Autobots seized the Allspark from the heavily guarded temple of Primus and concealed it. Following their leader's directives, as the Autobots faced certain defeat, they activated a space bridge to launch the Allspark into the cosmos, its precise destination known solely to their leader. Devoid of the Allspark's power, the mass-produced Decepticon warriors perished in their incubation pods due to a lack of energy, forcing the Decepticons to suspend their grand ambitions of establishing a vast army for external colonization. This relentless pursuit of the Autobots, even after their retreat from Cybertron aboard their spacecraft, was a testament to the Decepticons' unyielding desire for conquest. The loss of the Energon Cube has plunged both Autobots and Decepticons, as well as the Cybertronians enslaved by the Decepticons on their home planet, into a dire energy deficit. While they can still harness cosmic radiation and extract energy from the veins of Energon within Cybertron's crust, the low production efficiency renders their output insufficient to meet the military demands of the Decepticons. Consequently, Cybertron has inevitably succumbed to a stagnation of civilization, compounded by the ravages of prolonged warfare. The planet now lies in ruins, slowly descending into oblivion. Thus, it is imperative for the Autobots to locate the Energon Cube before the Decepticons. At the very least, they must ensure that the Decepticons cannot acquire it. Failure to do so would render the Autobots unable to return to their homeland and powerless to prevent the Decepticons from militarily colonizing the cosmos. As the Cybertronian Civil War reached its climax, the Autobot leader recognized the futility of their situation and clandestinely constructed the colossal Ark spaceship, which carried the remnants of the Autobot resistance. It successfully broke through the Decepticon blockade, activated the space bridge engine, and departed from the Cybertron system. During this period, the Autobots meticulously searched each star sector in the universe, following the trajectory of the Energon Cube's launch, embarking on a journey of wandering that would last for millennia. Yet they found no trace of the cube. Eventually, the Autobot leader came to the grim realization that the Energon Cube had likely ceased to drift through the universe and had instead landed at its originally designated destination, Earth. The rationale behind selecting Earth as the launch direction for the Energon Cube remains a mystery. The journey continued as the remnants of the Autobots, aboard the Ark, traversed the vast expanse of space, ultimately arriving at the solar system, situated 40 light-years from Cybertron. 6 months prior, the Autobot ship reached the solar system, and under the leader's guidance, the Autobots spent 3 months commencing their search from the outermost regions, progressively moving inward, yet they uncovered nothing. Ultimately, the leader decided to conceal the Ark above Mars, and, after a preliminary study of Earth's civilization and geography, devised an exploration strategy tailored for Earth, including Flywheel. 6 Autobot scouts received orders and sequentially descended in meteorite forms into their respective assigned areas to commence a covert search for the Energon Cube. Initially, the scouts would regularly report their mission progress and reconnaissance findings back to Ark headquarters, occasionally exchanging intelligence and sharing insights with one another. However, after a fortnight, the Decepticon flagship, Menace, also entered the solar system. To avoid revealing the Ark's location, the Autobot leader instructed the scouts to cease all communications henceforth, breaking off contact among the scouts until they discovered direct leads regarding the Energon Cube. Upon obtaining such information, they would send a signal to summon the Autobot Legion to Earth, expedite the retrieval of the Energon Cube, and swiftly depart with it, removing the Decepticon threat from the solar system. The thought of the Decepticons also searching the world for the Energon Cube made Flywheel yearn for his comrades stationed in other regions. It is not that Leap is overly concerned for them, even though the comrades of the reconnaissance team are similarly youthful and part of the new generation. The members of the Autobot organization who have survived millennia of grand warfare have endured a protracted and brutal baptism, blossoming into formidable and exceptional warriors. On this vast Eurasian continent, we are 5, yet across the Pacific on the North American continent, only Bumblebee is investigating alone. Communication has been severed for half a month now, and one can only wonder about the progress of that lad. The night remains shrouded in darkness as Leap, in the form of a white van, travels southward accompanied by the soothing strains of lively music. He has a long journey ahead, with the destination being the illustrious Pearl of the East, the magical metropolis of Shanghai. Chapter 8. Decepticons at the same time within the borders of Huaxia. On the national highway of the Shenlong Gorge region in the northern province of Hubei, 2 cars are heading north through the inky night. The Shenlong Gorge at night, with its winding roads nestled among the mountains, is enveloped by dense forests. Moonlight filters through the treetops, casting dappled shadows, while the distant mountains loom in the darkness, their outlines vague and enigmatic. The roads in this area are fraught with sharp curves and steep inclines, and seasoned drivers are well aware of the need for caution, controlling their speed to avoid prolonged use of the brakes, which could lead to brake failure and accidents. Leading the way is a red family sedan, closely followed by a blue business car, both bearing the license plates of northern Hubei. Neither of these vehicles is a high-performance sports car, yet they race at astonishing speeds through the intricate terrain of the night. Regardless of the inclines or sharp turns, their velocity remains unabated, showcasing agility far exceeding that of their models. The 4 tires of the sedan grip the road firmly, while the roar of the powerful engine blends with the thick plumes of exhaust smoke. In the darkness, only the glaringly red headlights are visible, akin to two ferocious beasts wailing through the night on a relentless pursuit. As the night deepens, the road sees few travelers. Only the occasional long-haul truck makes its way through. When these two cars speed past, their reckless maneuvers leave the truck drivers in shock, eliciting loud curses. Thankfully, the astounding speed of the sedans prevents the truck drivers from witnessing an unforgettable horror. For even in the dark, illuminated by the oncoming headlights, it is evident that there is no one in the front cabins of these vehicles. A driverless car? A ghost vehicle? Such a chilling sight, if seen in the dead of night, would surely terrify anyone. In the midst of two cars, a metallic emblem is embedded at the center of their bumpers. This emblem features an abstract mechanical visage, reminiscent of a face or helmet, constructed entirely from symmetrical triangles. Its sharply defined geometric lines bestow a cold, serrated metallic appearance, evoking an aura of relentless aggression and an unyielding spirit. This unsettling emblem belongs to the Decepticons, a military organization from the planet Cybertron, symbolizing their unquenchable thirst for power and dominance, instilling a profound sense of oppression and intimidation, which is precisely their intent. The two cars are merely a few meters apart, with the red vehicle ahead resembling a ferocious crimson beast, unabashedly showcasing its formidable horsepower. The engine roars violently, seemingly reveling in the exhilarating speed. On the front doors, two slanted, knife-like black Chinese characters are spray-painted. Destruction on the right and conquest on the left, an epitome of audacity and arrogance. Inside the cavernous cockpit of the red car, the furnishings are rather mundane, save for the steering wheel that pivots with the car's direction, creating an eerie ambience. Suddenly, the radio emits a crackle of static before a strange voice breaks through. "Hey, Wheeljack, you bastard, slow down. Are you in such a hurry to return to the Allspark? I've been keeping pace with you for half the day. I'm about to collapse." The voice comes from the blue car, trailing behind. While the blue vehicle also races with an extraordinary agility, it intermittently decelerates to maintain stability while navigating turns, contrasting sharply with the reckless abandon of the red car. "Haha, what is the matter? Are you running out of steam? Sideways?" A coarse voice from the empty cabin of the blue car retorts, laced with mockery. "Running out of steam? Well, have you ever outranked me in the Karen City speed trials? This is a mission. Beating you yields no advantage for me. I'd only race you for a wager on an energy cube. It's better to let me win than let you waste it," Sideways boldly countered, unyielding in his taunts. "Bullshit. You think I can't outrun you? ISNT at you who keeps shouting about the wind and urging us to hurry? Now you're blaming me?" Wheeljack barked back, his voice brimming with bravado. Recently, he had immersed himself in local languages and cultures through online exploration, though it seemed he had not absorbed much of value. Upon hearing Wheeljack's words, Sideways' anger flared, and he retorted, "Whose fault is it? How did I explain it to you before? I had explicitly severed all external communications of that human data center, intending for you to compromise its defenses to facilitate my direct infiltration. Yet, you managed to create such a ruckus that it alerted the nearby human garrison. Ultimately, not only did we fail to procure any intelligence, but we were also compelled to frequently alter our vehicle forms to evade human pursuit." Crazy Wheel remained unfazed. "This journey to the solar system has left me languishing aboard the Retribution for over 2 decades, my transmission shaft nearly rusting from disuse. Finally touching down, you still insisted on dictating my covert operations. I merely unleashed excessive firepower and eliminated a few insignificant pests, yet you panicked and dragged me away. Now, you even wish to restrain me from speeding. Do you intend to stifle me?" Bienlu was somewhat exasperated with this brutish partner. "Had I not cautioned you against brazenly provoking humans? Our mission is to locate the Energy Cube and ascertain the whereabouts of the Decepticon leader on Earth. At this stage, we must avoid direct confrontations with humans, yet you seem incapable of controlling yourself." Crazy Wheel adopted a non-committal stance. These primitive and fragile carbon-based beings, with their rudimentary technology, are no match for the formidable firepower of our flagship, the Retribution. The Decepticon army could easily subdue the Earthlings while we gradually seek the Energy Cube and our leader. Why complicate matters unnecessarily? Bienlu, reluctant to engage with this mindless destroyer, nonetheless endured the frustration to reiterate the stakes involved, considering that this partner could still provide cover and draw fire. "You truly consider yourself clever, don't you? Clearly, You overlooked the intelligence officer's communique. A fortnight ago, Commander Red Spider, accompanied by Stun, Roadblock, Bone Crusher, and the Noisy Lot, fell into a trap set by humans due to their disdain for them. They audaciously descended onto another continent, only to find themselves ensnared that very night. Had they not fled swiftly, it could have ended disastrously. Do you still believe humans pose no threat to us, Crazy Will? Crazy Will fell silent. Although he disliked reviewing data briefs, he absorbed the streamlined intelligence presented by Bien Liu. An analysis of the entire event revealed that humans employed some sort of energy emitter to simulate pulse fluctuations akin to those of the Energy Cube as bait, luring us into their trap. Otherwise, Red Spider and his team would not have plunged headfirst into a human-laid ambush upon their arrival on Earth. This indicates that humans are acutely aware of our existence and the Energy Cube, which may very well be in their possession. Given this knowledge, why do we not simply employ our ship to subdue Earth? The Energy Cube would then be within our grasp. Crazy Will pondered this for a moment before voicing his thoughts. The radio of the Decepticon reverberated with the sinister laughter of Barricade. The Allspark had been seized by the Autobots during the twilight of the war and launched to Earth. Upon our arrival in the solar system, we employed a specialized energy detection device, meticulously designed by Commander Shockwave, to conduct a comprehensive scan of the planet. Given the immense energy contained within the Allspark, it should have been detectable even at the depths of the ocean, with our equipment capable of sensing its energy pulse waves. Yet, to our dismay, nothing was discovered. Considering the exaggerated size of the Allspark, it is implausible that natural geological concealment could obscure its emitted radiation. Not only would our energy detection devices fail to miss it, but even the rudimentary human detection tools could not overlook such a significant source. Thus, we can surmise that the Allspark is indeed within human possession and has been concealed through some method. While our flagship, the Nemesis, possesses overwhelming firepower capable of subjugating humanity. I pose the question, my astute partner, what do you think humans would do with the Allspark if we chose that route? Barricade articulated the stakes clearly. We indeed have the capability to suppress humanity entirely. However, should they resort to desperate measures, risking the destruction of the Allspark, what would be the significance of annihilating this planet? From the Sonic briefing, it is evident that, at their current technological level, humans have developed a plethora of formidable devices. Although these may not pose a threat to the Nemesis, they could very well destroy the Allspark. Of course, dealing with us would be a trivial task for them, as we lack the aerial prowess of Starscream. With our limited firepower and defensive capabilities, should humanity choose to engage us without restraint, Barricade's voice dripped with sardonic amusement. Confident that Soundwave comprehended the implications. Chapter 9. The assembly point. Upon hearing Barricade's discourse, Soundwave finally acquiesced, sheepishly reducing his speed to match Barricade's pace. I understand now. I shall defer to your strategy for our forthcoming actions, Barricade. Despite Soundwave's penchant for resolving matters through brute force, it does not imply a lack of intellect. He and Barricade have been partners for an extensive duration, with Barricade always contemplating the intricate details while Soundwave charged into battle. Given that humanity managed to establish traps and nearly capture the likes of Starscream upon their arrival, it is apparent they possess considerable technological advancement and some understanding of us. Until we uncover the whereabouts of the Allspark, we must avoid provoking conflict. Our predicament lies in the uncertainty of where humanity has hidden the Allspark until that is resolved. We cannot act recklessly, especially since they are covertly hunting us. Barricade continued to elucidate to his partner. The current issue is that this planet is home to over 200 nations, each embroiled in conflict and cooperation with one another, creating a chaotic web of relations. We cannot ascertain who holds the Allspark, which is why Commander Starscream directed us to seek clues in the technologically advanced regions of Earth. Although the rogue desired to wreak havoc on Earth, he opted for covert actions considering the risks involved in confronting humanity. Therefore, do not fret. Opportunities for unrestrained chaos will arise, my dear partner. For now, the priority is to locate the Energy Cube, which will restore our Decepticon Legion to its former glory. At that point, we shall no longer concern ourselves with the human pests and the Autobot traitors, he scoffed. Furthermore, we must find our leader, Megatron, added the fervent companion. But is Megatron truly on Earth? I am aware that when the Autobots transported the Energy Cube 10 millennia ago, our leader pursued them immediately and thereafter, there's been no word of him. Ah yes, we must locate Megatron, echoed the rogue. According to the final beacon and messages left by Shockwave on the moon, the leader is likely on Earth, for he was tracking Megatron's signal when he discovered the solar system. If the leader is indeed on Earth, why has he not made his presence known? How could these inferior human beings possibly threaten Megatron? That is utterly inconceivable. Upon mentioning Megatron, the fervent companion became exceedingly animated. For he is his idol. Well, that remains uncertain. Not only Megatron, but even Shockwave has vanished on Earth, the rogue thought disdainfully, contemplating the peculiar nature of this planet, where all who arrive seem to disappear. However, he concealed his thoughts and continued. Shockwave departed over 1,000 years before us to seek Megatron and the Energy Cube, and it is solely due to the beacons he left that we have managed to locate the solar system in such a brief period. Therefore, the Energy Cube must be on Earth and in the hands of humanity. The intelligence officer Soundwave has confirmed this. Otherwise, Commander Starscream would not have devised a battle plan based on it. Is it possible that the Autobot traders have already found the Energy Cube and departed the solar system with it? The fervent companion inquired. Absolutely not. Though we have yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the Autobot ship hidden within the solar system, Commander Starscream's reports indicate that they seem to have discovered Bumblebee's presence on Earth. This implies they are still in search of it. It is truly laughable. Despite having departed thousands of years before us, they have yet to locate the Energy Cube. Now, the tides have turned, with communication and air superiority on our side. Truly, the Decepticons are blessed. We shall undoubtedly find the Energy Cube before the Autobots do. The rogue patiently reasoned. Once we acquire the Energy Cube, it shall be the end for both Earth and these Autobot traders. He laughed uncontrollably, a sinister chuckle echoing within the vehicle. Next, we shall venture to the human data center in search of clues. Soon, we shall uncover our sacred relic. The rogue had meticulously planned the subsequent actions in his mind. Long live the Decepticons! Long live the Decepticons! The fervent companion began to prepare for action. 2 sedans journeyed northward, disappearing into the vastness of the night. After a prolonged expedition lasting a day and a night, the team led by Liu finally arrived at their destination the following morning. As the bus came to a halt and the engine fell silent, Liu awoke from his slumber to find the captain standing, vocally beckoning the team members to disembark and form a line. Promptly, Liu rose, gathered his belongings, and, in an orderly fashion, descended from the bus alongside his comrades. Upon exiting, he observed that the surroundings were expansive and profound. Rows of LED lights and a network of pipes hung from the lofty ceiling, illuminating the immense and airy space. He quickly deduced, based on the parking space markings on the ground, that they were situated in an underground garage. In addition to the bus they had traveled in, 5 identical buses were parked nearby. Liu noticed another team from the Tiger Special Forces already arranged in an orderly queue under the organization of their captain, indicating that both teams had arrived in quick succession. The air in the underground garage felt somewhat oppressive, punctuated only by the low hum of the ventilation system. The 2 squads, totaling 30 individuals, swiftly aligned themselves in formation, maintaining a profound silence throughout. Despite their casual attire, an aura of iron resolve radiated from each member. It was evident that they were an elite unit of the renowned Tiger Special Forces, one of the most formidable special operations teams in the Central Theater Command. Each individual understood the gravity of the mission at hand and felt a sense of pride at being selected for this task. Awaiting them was a middle-aged man clad in a light green military uniform, who exuded an impressive demeanor, clearly a formal civilian staff member within military. He approached the captains of the 2 teams and rendered a crisp military salute. Upon exchanging glances at each other's insignia, both captains' pupils constricted as they stiffened. Standing at attention to report, the 1st and 2nd teams of the Tiger Special Forces have arrived, ready for your orders. Liu discreetly cast a glance at the middle-aged officer's insignia and was taken aback to discover that he held the rank of lieutenant colonel. This revelation piqued Liu's curiosity regarding the mission. After all, the highest-ranking officer he had encountered in his years of service was their own battalion commander, a mere colonel. If the officer responsible for their reception was a lieutenant colonel, what rank would the direct commander of this mission hold? A major general, or possibly a lieutenant general? No wonder their 2 teams have been dispatched without the presence of a squadron leader. Considering the adjacent buses, it was likely that personnel beyond just the Tiger Special Forces had been summoned. All would participate in the operation under the command of the yet-to-appear senior officer. The lieutenant colonel, with meticulous precision, saluted the 30 soldiers of the Tiger Special Forces present, his voice steady and clear. He acknowledged their arduous journey and invited them to follow him. They were to first proceed to the logistics department to collect their uniforms and daily necessities, after which their respective accommodations would be assigned. A meeting regarding the operational mission was scheduled for 10 a.m. After delivering his instructions, the officer led the way, and the soldiers of the Tiger unit, under the guidance of 2 squad leaders, silently formed 2 lines, quietly following their commander towards the basement stairs. Upon ascending from the stairwell to the ground floor, the space opened up brilliantly before them. They traversed a spacious hall and walked down a bright corridor, sunlight streaming through the large floor-to-ceiling windows. Lee, unable to suppress his thoughts, mused about the remarkable size of this place, wondering if it was indeed a military base. Through the glass, he could only glimpse the dense forest outside and the distant towering white walls, leaving him uncertain of their current location. Resolving to cease his wandering thoughts, he followed the group diligently to the logistics department, where they collected their clothing and supplies. Subsequently, they all gathered on the 2nd floor in the dormitory area, where a long corridor lined with rooms awaited them. The officer instructed the 2 squad leaders to have separate accommodations, while the remaining team members were to share rooms 2 by 2, given 5 minutes to allocate their quarters and change attire before proceeding to the conference room. The allocation of rooms was swift. Under the leader's direction, they selected rooms on one side of the corridor. Members of the 2 squads were organized into pairs according to their queue, resulting in a simple and rapid arrangement. Once the rooms were assigned, the team members hastily donned their issued uniforms, a set of black training attire, though it lacked the insignia of the Tiger Special Forces, which left Lee feeling somewhat disappointed. Within 5 minutes, everyone had changed and restored their formation in the corridor, after which they collectively followed their commander to the operational conference room. As the doors to the conference room swung open, Lee was struck by the sight that greeted him. The tiered room had all its windows drawn shut, yet the bright fluorescent lights illuminated the entire space, which could accommodate hundreds. The front rows were nearly filled, showcasing individuals clad in identical uniforms and military caps. Upon entering the conference room, Lee distinctly felt a multitude of piercing gazes directed at them, imbued with a sense of scrutiny, judgment, and competitive tension, an oppressive yet exhilarating sensation, akin to being pricked by thorns. The air was thick with the essence of iron and blood, and it was undeniable that everyone seated in this conference room was a quintessential soldier. Chapter 10. Mobilization Conference. Under the meticulous arrangements of the lieutenant colonel, the members of the Tiger Squad quietly found their designated seats in succession. Lee sensed the curious glances directed towards them gradually dissipating. Positioned towards the outer edge, he had a comprehensive view of all present in the conference room, and with a discreet sweep of his gaze, he estimated the number to exceed 100. The expansive conference hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. No one fidgeted or whispered, as all sat with impeccable military posture, embodying the essence of discipline expected of the Chinese military. Their movements were precise, and their expressions were serious and focused, reflecting an unwavering adherence to military decorum. The loose combat uniforms did little to conceal their robust physiques. The soldiers' sun-kissed faces bore no extraneous emotions, their countenances as stern as granite, with deep-set eyes that glimmered with sharp intensity. Even upon entering the conference room, they had merely cast fleeting glances with the corners of their eyes, maintaining a steadfast gaze forward. The atmosphere was thick with a palpable air of iron and gunpowder. Even in their silence, these warriors exuded a formidable aura. Undoubtedly, Lee was entirely certain that these individuals, like himself, were seasoned soldiers belonging to various military units, battle-hardened elites who had faced the horrors of war. As a relatively inexperienced young warrior among them, he felt compelled to muster every ounce of spirit, determined not to falter in the face of such imposing presence. This was not only his duty as a soldier, but also a fundamental respect owed to his comrades. Fortunately, the oppressive atmosphere was soon disrupted. Within 3 minutes of their seating, the grand door of the conference room swung open once more. The earlier lieutenant colonel entered, accompanied by an elder clad in a green military uniform. He appeared to be in his 50s, yet radiated an extraordinary poise, exuding an air of seasoned confidence and composure. Following them were 2 men equipped with laptops, dressed in black uniforms, who promptly made their way to the data transmission station in the corner of the room. The meeting was finally about to commence. It was a thought shared by all present, including Liu, as there had been countless speculations regarding this mission along the way. All eyes now followed the elder, clearly a person of great significance, awaiting his directives. He approached the center of the podium with purposeful strides, his posture erect. Facing the soldiers before him, he rendered a formal military salute, his gaze sweeping across each warrior present. His voice, steady and resonant, proclaimed, "Comrades, I am Major General Xiao Jianbang, currently the Deputy Commander of the Central Theater Command and the Supreme Commander of this operation. Please stand." As General Xiao's aide, the Lieutenant Colonel positioned himself at his side and raised his voice to issue the command. Salute. Upon receiving the command, the soldiers, who had been seated in orderly fashion, swiftly rose to their feet, exhibiting neither chaos nor clamor. It was as if an invisible force compelled them, and once standing, they maintained a rigid posture. Subsequently, they simultaneously raised their right hands, fingers aligned, lightly touching the brims of their caps. Their movements were impeccably synchronized, resembling a singular entity in perfect harmony. Their arms stood straight and robust, embodying a resolute demeanor and a standard military salute, all of which conveyed their profound respect for the general before them. "Good day, Commander," resonated a thunderous voice, filling the space with vitality and fervor. Indeed, he was a commander of the rank of Major General or higher. This mission was undeniably significant. Liu mused silently. General Xiao raised his palm and gently pressed downward, prompting the adjutant to loudly issue the command to sit. Once again, a rustle echoed as the soldiers quickly returned to their positions, maintaining an upright posture and solemn expressions. However, the eager sparkle in their eyes betrayed their inner excitement. General Xiao adeptly approached the podium in the conference room and took his seat, placing his military cap upon the table before him. He acknowledged the gathering of individuals who had traveled from afar, expressing gratitude for their efforts, while also recognizing their eagerness to understand the mission's details. In the time ahead, I will lead you in executing a task of utmost importance. It is imperative to remember that this is unparalleled since the founding of the Republic. The weight of these 4 words should not be underestimated. The gravity of General Xiao's expression quickly permeated the atmosphere, affecting all present. Liu could not help but swallow hard, reflecting on his fortunate involvement in such a significant endeavor. Yet, rather than feeling apprehensive, he felt a surge of combat spirit within him. He could distinctly sense the transformation among his comrades, an atmosphere charged with anticipation and readiness. Being selected for this mission was, in itself, an exceptional affirmation of their capabilities. General Xiao paused slightly, his gaze piercing. Upon witnessing the fervent flame in the soldier's eyes, he felt a swell of pride and satisfaction within him. This was indeed the valorous sons of Huaxia, resilient in the face of adversity. With such a mindset, what fear could there be when confronting unprecedented challenges? He continued, "All of you present are elites drawn from the nation's premier special operations forces. Some hail from Mingjian and Menghu, while others come from Nanjian and Shenying, and still others from Liebao. I have no doubt that each of you is a battle-hardened warrior." As he spoke, General Xiao held aloft an open document, indicating the vivid red seal and the signatures inscribed upon it. Standing tall, he declared, although this mission arose unexpectedly, it was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. The choice to have you all undertake this task has received the endorsement of our central leadership. This is the personal signature of our highest leader, reflecting the absolute trust bestowed upon you by the nation. Once General Xiao's words were uttered, everyone, including Liu, was momentarily taken aback, followed by an overwhelming surge of pride and excitement within their chests. This was an affirmation from the highest leadership, not only acknowledging their efforts and sacrifices, but also expressing absolute trust in the responsibilities and missions they were about to undertake. Every soldier felt a rush of adrenaline, their hearts brimming with a sense of honor and duty, their faces flushed with fervor, yet they remained steadfast in their positions, awaiting General Xiao's subsequent instructions. Liu marveled at the backgrounds of his comrades, realizing they were all distinguished members of renowned special operations units from various theaters across the country. As a newcomer who had only recently earned his place in the elite squad through tactical acumen and tenacity, The prospect of fighting alongside these elite soldiers solidified his resolve to contribute to the mission at hand. All present had faced numerous arduous battles and witnessed grand spectacles, and it was clear that they had forged an indomitable spirit through their trials. Nothing could intimidate them. This was precisely why General Shao had chosen them for this task. He conveyed his sincere thoughts to the soldiers. The objective of this mission would transcend their comprehension. It was not aimed at foreign forces intending to undermine our government, nor was it the ruthless drug lords or terrorists seeking to disrupt social stability. General Shao paused, observing the fearless expressions on the soldiers' faces before continuing. It is not even human. At this declaration, the audience fell silent, their imaginations racing with countless potential adversaries. Yet none had anticipated such an unexpected revelation. Not human? What? Then was the enemy? Were they demons, monsters, or unknown species? Liu, who had been fascinated by supernatural themes since childhood, couldn't help but let his mind wander. Was the nation assembling a supernatural task force? Noticing that the soldiers, though perplexed, exhibited neither doubt nor panic, General Shao felt a surge of satisfaction and decided to seize the moment. The mission's target was an unidentified species from outer space, colloquially referred to as aliens. In mere moments, this brief statement stirred a tempest within the soldiers' minds. Aliens? Have extraterrestrials truly arrived on Earth? Was humanity preparing for conflict with beings from beyond? A torrent of thoughts surged through Liu's mind. The information was simply too explosive, eliciting such reactions from anyone who heard it. The soldiers could no longer contain themselves, exchanging glances laden with unspoken communication. Although no one dared to voice their thoughts, the varied internal responses were palpable. Curiosity and excitement mingled with unease and confusion. Yet fear and cowardice were conspicuously absent. General Shao patiently awaited the soldiers' processing of this sensational news, feeling gratified that the harsh missions they had endured over the years had fortified their spirits far beyond that of ordinary individuals. The warriors did not doubt General Shao's words. Such statements from a national leader were no jest. If the state asserted the existence of extraterrestrials, it could be taken as an unequivocal truth. Simultaneously, the soldiers keenly sensed that General Shao, as a representative of the national will, exhibited a composed demeanor, suggesting that the government had already acquired a certain level of information regarding the matter and had likely responded in a timely manner, indicating that the situation remained under governmental control. Thus, the soldiers gradually calmed down. Even Liu was influenced by the prevailing atmosphere, compelling himself to refrain from frivolous thoughts and await further elucidation from General Shao. Chapter 11. The Dragon Shield of Huaxia Comrades. It should be abundantly clear to you that I am not jesting. I trust you can appreciate the gravity of this matter. General Shao's solemn expression commanded respect, instilling confidence in the veracity of his statements among all present. His steady demeanor served as an anchor for the soldiers' nerves. What I am about to disclose is classified information of the highest order. Any individual who leaks this will face a military tribunal, for such revelations could incite societal upheaval and chaos. General Shao's words were imbued with an undeniable authority, prompting a subtle stir among those gathered. However, the soldiers understood that even if such matters were disclosed, few would believe them, for to the average person, unless witnessed firsthand, they would merely be dismissed as absurdities. Only other nations might grasp the true value of this intelligence. Among the valiant warriors assembled, devoted to safeguarding their homeland, loyalty to the nation was unwavering, and none would breach discipline by leaking information. Not long ago, a significant meteor shower graced the world, with one occurrence within our borders. According to analyses conducted by our astronomical experts, the trajectories of these meteors defied the laws of physics, exhibiting clear signs of manipulation. This marked the inception of the entire incident. A global phenomenon? An all-encompassing invasion by extraterrestrials? Why then, has there been no chaos or turmoil in human society thus far? This question lingered in the minds of all present. At the impact site, we found no signs of extraterrestrial life forms, spacecraft, or biological samples, only enormous humanoid footprints, leading us to designate this event as Meteor 1. The large screen behind General Shao illuminated, displaying images manipulated by the technicians at the data station. The images revealed vast impact craters in a mountainous region, followed by two sets of images showcasing gigantic footprints, annotated with dimensions. What manner of creature could leave such footprints? How tall must it be? 3 meters, perhaps 5? Undoubtedly, this must be an extraterrestrial. A tumult surged within Liu. Humanity had long debated the existence of aliens. But now a definitive conclusion could be drawn. The information was nothing short of explosive. Not only Liu, but the entire conference room fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. At that moment, the worldviews of all present were shaken to their very core. Even though these individuals were accustomed to grand spectacles, the sheer absurdity of this occurrence was unprecedented. Such reactions were entirely understandable. Subsequently, we found no trace of the spacecraft known as Starship One. The adversary had employed some means to conceal themselves within our territory. Days later, our nation's primary server data center suffered an inexplicable cyber invasion, orchestrated by entities wielding electronic warfare capabilities far surpassing current human technology. The entire episode transpired in a matter of moments, leaving us no opportunity for counter-tracking. Given the proximity of the incident to the landing site of Starship One, we had reason to suspect its involvement. Were the extraterrestrials engaging in covert operations? Did this imply that they were the vanguard of an intelligence-gathering mission? Liu pondered these thoughts. After that, Starship One made no further appearances, and related searches reached an impasse. At this juncture, General Shao's gaze sharpened, his tone shifting. Soon after, Earth was met with a second wave of meteor falls, this time on a larger scale, as 2 meteors descended upon our territory. Were these also extraterrestrials? Liu struggled to keep pace with the unfolding events. Although the 2 meteors fell freely, the precedent set by Starship One prompted authorities to rush to the crash sites for verification. Yet again, we were a step too late. The incident resulted in the tragic deaths of 7 villagers, after which the entities vanished without a trace. We designated them as Starship 2 and 3. Had these extraterrestrials commenced hostilities against humanity? Did this mean that there were now 3 of these beings within the borders of our nation? General Shao's expression darkened, yet he maintained a composed demeanor. More alarmingly, Starships 2 and 3 had also attacked another of our main server facilities located in the mountains. Thanks to the prior cyber invasion by Starship One, we had established a contingency plan. When the adversaries breached our database, our technicians promptly shut down the main server. However, Starships 2 and 3 proceeded to wreak havoc on the facility, ultimately resulting in the casualties of the personnel stationed there. The screen transitioned to images of a ravaged farmhouse, bodies covered with white cloth, and a data center in ruins. The scenes depicted a truly harrowing situation. Upon hearing this, a fiery anger ignited within the chests of everyone in the conference room. This was an unequivocal act of invasion. These extraterrestrial visitors had come to Earth, rampaging across human territory, stealing intelligence, and even committing wanton acts of murder. Their actions clearly illustrated their profound disregard for human life. Though Liu could not fathom why these interstellar-capable beings had arrived on Earth, their presence was already beginning to impact the human world. Lives were being lost. This was unlike previous internal human conflicts. It marked the initial contact and clash between 2 distinct civilizations and species. Undoubtedly, the Republic of China, and indeed human civilization as a whole, faced an unprecedented and monumental crisis. Due to the arrival of extraterrestrial beings in 2 distinct ways across the globe, it is likely that nations worldwide are now strategizing covert operations to confront these visitors. This marks humanity's inaugural direct encounter with alien life, compelling our nation to swiftly devise a response to the 3 extraterrestrial species, as we can no longer allow them to act with impunity. General Shao's voice rose with fervor. The Starship One had long since vanished, and we speculate that the adversary has acquired the necessary intelligence. This lead can only be pursued through alternative means, while Starships 2 and 3, having failed to gather data, may strike again. Hence, our mission is to ensnare them. General Shao solemnly addressed his comrades, stating, "This will be a war. The focal point of our operation must first be to establish control over our targets, followed by attempts at engagement and communication. However, remember this: if they exhibit aggressive behavior, you are authorized to employ force to suppress or eliminate them." With these words, a palpable sense of resolve surged among the assembly. Undoubtedly, this represents an unprecedented challenge for the civilization of Huaxia, but shall we retreat in fear? General Xiao's voice resonated with conviction, evoking a chorus of defiance from the attendees. No, echoed through the conference room, a passionate roar of unity. Li Yu felt a surge of adrenaline, joining his comrades in a thunderous cheer. Well done, comrades! In this clandestine war, we shall stand as the first line of defense for our nation and its people. In the future, we may also serve as the steadfast shield against these extraterrestrial entities. A hint of pride illuminated General Xiao's countenance. His steady, authoritative voice exuded an undeniable confidence and an invigorating spirit, as his words flowed like a warm current, dispelling doubts and anxieties within every listener. His unwavering assurance inspired all present. At that moment, he transcended the role of a general, embodying a comrade fighting alongside them. In this operation, the state will equip you with the most suitable weapons and gear, including heavy artillery for your selection. Vehicles armed with formidable firepower will also provide support. This may prove to be a formidable battle, and I shall personally oversee this operation, taking full responsibility. No one present doubted General Xiao's determination or the weight of the burden he bore. This is not merely a confrontation between human nations or organizations. It is the first historical encounter with extraterrestrials, and their actions may very well alter the course of human history. The possibilities of war or peace, annihilation or coexistence, will be for them to explore. For this mission, the special task force you comprise shall be designated as Dragon Shield. As General Xiao solemnly proclaimed this name, two large red characters appeared on the screen behind him, Dragon Shield. The Huaxia people pride themselves as descendants of the dragon, and they are the shield safeguarding the nation and its citizens. They are worthy of this significant title. Time is of the essence, and although a team emblem has yet to be designed, rest assured, Dragon Shield is not a temporary organization. It will evolve into a permanent military unit. And those present are the inaugural members. General Xiao's words ignited a fervor among everyone present. The name Dragon Shield Special Operations Team resonated with formidable strength, prompting an involuntary exclamation of admiration from Li Yu. As General Xiao delivered his final remarks, he emphasized that this mission was critical to the safety of our nation and its people. We face not only unknown adversaries, but also an uncertain future. However, I have unwavering faith that each individual here is a battle-hardened warrior, and your courage and intellect are our greatest assurances of success. With that, General Xiao rose and solemnly saluted the assembly once more. A profound silence enveloped the conference room, broken only by the resolute breaths of the soldiers. Moments latte. They all rose in unison to offer a precise military salute to their commanding officer. Rest assured, Commander, we shall accomplish this mission. Why should a man seek titles when he can serve his country today? Even if it were to meet a tragic end, it would be an unparalleled honor. At this moment, Li Yu harbored similar thoughts. Since childhood, he had felt that the name bestowed upon him by his parents was rather mundane, often becoming the subject of ridicule. Yet gradually, he learned a way to navigate life. When confronted with incomprehensible tasks that he was compelled to undertake, he would conjure a rationale to persevere rather than retreat. For instance, now, with an unprecedentedly daunting task ahead, a soldier's duty dictated that he could not falter, even though fear lingered. Thus, he found himself justifying his resolve. The tantalizing prospect of becoming one of the first humans to encounter extraterrestrial beings was a temptation few could resist. Even if the outcome were dire, he would still be considered a hero. With this mindset, the fear began to dissipate. Chapter 12. The winding road. After several days and nights of arduous travel, they entered the target area as darkness enveloped the sky. Fei Yue glanced at the local time. It was already past 8 in the evening. Had he not been concerned about drawing human attention by speeding, he could have halved the journey time. According to the map, a few more kilometers ahead lay the toll booth of the expressway. He first extinguished the headlights, causing the white van to vanish into the shadows like a fleeting specter. Next, Fei Yue activated the radar search and biological thermal scanning systems. After a thorough scan confirmed the absence of vehicles and humans in the vicinity, he engaged the invisibility feature. In an instant, the power of the internal ignition surged, with energy radiating from the engine to envelop the entire vehicle. A cascade of blue electrical currents danced across the surface of the van, swiftly traveling from the front to the rear. As the currents coursed through, The densely packed metallic molecules of the vehicle's exterior began to morph, transforming from a tight configuration into a smooth, mirror-like surface, reminiscent of ripples rolling across the surface of a tranquil sea. In the next instant, the entire vehicle began its transformation from solid form into a translucent apparition, revealing the blurred images of the scenery behind it. Under the cloak of night, the fleeting figure vanished upon the expansive road. The entire process unfolded silently, akin to an illusionist trick, with only the debris stirred up on the pavement hinting that something had just sped past. Not far ahead lay the highway exit, and the figure could discern the glow of a toll station sign adorned with neon lights several hundred meters away. A family sedan approached the toll gate, and after the driver settled the fare, a female attendant in the toll booth elevated the barrier to grant passage. However, as the car passed, the barrier, which should have descended, seemed to sense something amiss. It lowered slightly before rising again. The attendant leaned out of the window, her expression one of confusion as she glanced around, yet the road behind the sedan remained desolate, with only this solitary vehicle having traversed. She shook her head, dismissing the incident as a malfunction of the barrier sensor, and returned to her tedious night shift. The orange glow of the toll station gradually receded, and as the sedan turned onto another ramp and disappeared, the previously empty road was briefly illuminated by a flash of blue light. An aging white van materialized abruptly on the thoroughfare, its driver a rather expressionless yet capable young man. The figure had just stealthily followed the sedan through the toll without paying a fare. Ah, how exhausting. Maintaining invisibility consumes a tremendous amount of energy, almost rivaling my half-day's expenditure, he lamented. For the Cybertronians, adjusting their molecular forms is a matter of course. They can transform and become invisible. However, the latter requires meticulous operation and substantial energy, rendering them conspicuous to their own kind, and is primarily useful for evading human eyes and cameras. Throughout the mission, the figure adhered strictly to the operational requirements, striving for utmost discretion to avoid leaving any traces for humans to discover. Yet, he was certain that the Decepticons would not be as meticulous. Given their typical domineering and reckless style, it was only a matter of time before they attracted human attention. Let them draw the gaze of humanity. It conveniently facilitated his own mission. Now, he was nearing his destination, a city referred to as the Magic City by its inhabitants. Shanghai. During his southern journey, he had researched this city and learned that Shanghai is a vital economic hub for the nation. A historically rich international metropolis along the eastern coast that has long drawn crowds from around the globe. This melding of cultures has birthed a unique aesthetic, characterized by a vibrant yet chaotic urban landscape that showcases its complex and multifaceted nature, imbuing Shanghai with an air of vitality and enigma. He had perused numerous photographs of the city online. How to describe it? The population is vast, the atmosphere bustling and modern, with towering skyscrapers and flickering neon lights. The grand assemblage of skyscrapers and the resplendent night scenery stand as emblems of the city's modernization. Although Feyue harbors a certain aversion to the steel jungle constructed of reinforced concrete, the city's rich cultural tapestry still piques his curiosity. Previously, Feyue had infiltrated a human-made server database, unearthing valuable intelligence from a human male, a seasoned explorer. By locating this individual's medical records and subsequently hacking into the National Household Registration Data Center, Feyue orchestrated his journey southward. While uncertain of the potential rewards this expedition may yield, he finds it preferable to aimlessly floundering like a headless fly. Thus, he expresses gratitude for the technological advancements that humanity has achieved, the data networks they have established, their advanced communication systems, and the convenient transportation modes, including the van he currently inhabits under disguise, have immensely facilitated his endeavors. Feyue often contemplates how fortunate he is that humanity has entered the information age, with industrial products proliferating across the globe. Without such advancements, it would be exceedingly challenging for metallic beings like him to discreetly seek energy cubes on Earth. Not to mention, the ability to scan human vehicles and transform into those modes of transportation for effective camouflage and movement has significantly aided his mission. Furthermore, the vehicles designed and manufactured by humans align perfectly with Earth's dynamics, allowing Feyue to mimic their operational patterns and power systems. Consequently, during his activities on Earth, his energy consumption remains remarkably low, Thus far, he has not needed to replenish his energy reserves, relying solely on daily solar radiation to restore his vitality. Driving at a steady pace towards the city, Feyue soon approached a fork in the road, surrounded by tranquil mountains, with no other vehicles in sight. Upon consulting his electronic map, he noted that he would reach the urban area in approximately 40 minutes, feeling the increasingly complex web of radio signals in the air. This multitude of signals made concentration difficult, prompting him to seek a quiet yet well-connected location to gather information and devise a plan for his forthcoming actions. By analyzing the surrounding topography, he identified an excellent spot merely 20 minutes ahead. Feyue intended to organize his findings that evening and commence his operations the following morning. After confirming the absence of surveillance cameras along this route, he began to accelerate. The van's engine, long dormant, erupted into a roar. Having been constrained by the maximum speed limit on highways, he had suppressed his power output for days, an endeavor contrary to his nature. In his past life on Cybertron, he reveled in unleashing his vigor, seeking thrill and joy in the pursuit of extreme velocity. Following the map's guidance, Feyue turned onto a winding mountain road, an ideal setting for him, free from prying eyes and disturbances. He could finally release the pent-up frustration of recent days, treating himself to an exhilarating drive. As his speed continued to escalate, the scenery outside world passed in a blur, too fast to discern. The echo of the engine's roar resonating through the valleys, an unexpected sound to be emanating from a mere van. As dusk descends, the winding mountain road resembles a slumbering giant dragon, shrouded in the heavy cloak of night. A sleek, stylish black sports car rests on the emergency lane, its body cloaked in the shadows of trees that elude the reach of streetlights. Inside, a young couple engages in flirtatious banter. The young man at the wheel sporting a mischievous grin while charming the alluring young woman beside him. The car trembles slightly with their movements, and peals of laughter escape the girl, drifting through the open window. Suddenly, the enchanting moment is shattered by the roar of an engine, and before they can react, blinding headlights flash toward them, rendering them momentarily sightless. In an instant, a white van speeds past them with astonishing velocity, leaving only the fading silhouette of its rear and a cloud of dust that swirls into the sports car, causing the couple to cough and sputter in disarray. The young man, initially taken aback, quickly succumbs to a surge of fury, spitting out the dust while cursing vehemently. "What the hell dares to provoke me?" He shoves the still-dazed girl aside and commands her to fasten her seatbelt. Noticing her bewilderment, his impatience escalates. "Hurry up, or I'll toss you out." Finally grasping the gravity of the situation, the girl hastily secures her seatbelt, realizing that in this desolate wilderness, should he indeed throw her out, returning to the city would pose a significant challenge. Meanwhile, the young man has already started the engine, with a firm press on the accelerator. His meticulously modified vehicle lunges forward, leaving behind a cacophony of screeching tires. At this moment, the van has distanced itself considerably, its headlights flickering faintly on the mountainside. The young man accelerates in hot pursuit, mentally vowing to confront the audacious driver and impart a profound lesson. His reaction is fueled not only by the dust that has sullied him, but also by a sense of indignation that, as a privileged scion of Shanghai's elite, he feels compelled to address. Moreover, he is filled with curiosity. How could that seemingly insignificant van generate such a commotion and achieve such remarkable speed? His extensive experience with automobiles leads him to ponder whether a racing engine has been cunningly installed in that van. He must catch up to clarify this mystery. Otherwise, it would gnaw at his thoughts. With a firm grip on the steering wheel and a confident smile gracing his lips, he maneuvers his finely tuned sports car with the agility of a cheetah around the bends, the engine's roar echoing through the valley. The speed escalates relentlessly, yet he remains oblivious to the rising danger as the girl in the passenger seat clings tightly to the armrest, torn between tears and fear. This road is familiar territory for him, every curve and incline etched into his memory. Tonight, he intends to declare his superiority upon this very stretch. Chapter 13. Teasing Feyue was reveling in a moment of liberation when suddenly, the radar detected a vehicle approaching from behind, gradually closing in on him. A sense of unease washed over him. Had he inadvertently revealed some flaw? However, considering the type of vehicle he was currently driving, it was indeed improbable for it to achieve such speed and performance. Thus, he He resolved to maintain a low profile. With this thought in mind, Fei-Yue promptly began to decelerate, reducing his speed to that of a typical van, and made way for the right lane. After all, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. Within a couple of minutes, a sleek black sports car caught up from behind. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed that it was being driven by a young male, with a young female passenger beside him, both adorned with local license plates. Immediately, Fei-Yue accessed the vehicle's information from the network database and discovered that it was a model only affluent individuals could afford. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. It appeared the occupants were not members of any armed force. He couldn't help but admire the sports car's design, rumored to be last year's latest model from Europe, and it seemed the owner had made numerous modifications. However, Fei-Yue was taken aback when the black sports car did not overtake him on the left, but instead matched his speed, honking incessantly, causing a cacophony that disrupted the tranquility of his cabin. This left Fei-Yue perplexed. The audacious young driver rolled down his window and, through the glass of the van, caught a glimpse of a young face obscured by dark sunglasses. This ignited further frustration within him. How dare this individual ignore him so blatantly? Fueled by indignation, the young man resolved to impart a stern lesson. He pressed the accelerator, propelling the sports car forward with alarming speed, recklessly cutting in front of Fei-Yue without any regard for the potential consequences of a collision. Startled by the sudden maneuver, Fei-Yue swiftly jerked the steering wheel to the left, executing a series of serpentine movements before managing to stabilize the vehicle. Meanwhile, the driver of the black sports car seemed utterly unfazed by his reckless actions, bursting into laughter as if it were merely an amusing game. The young woman beside him was visibly shaken by his audacity, yet she lacked the courage to voice her discontent in the presence of her arrogant companion. In a provocative manner, the young man honked several times, accelerating to create distance between them. The modified engine roared loudly, emitting puffs of smoke from the rear as he sped away in a cloud of dust. Fei-Yue found himself infuriated by this display. Even with limited understanding of human behavior, he recognized that such base and irresponsible actions would be universally condemned across the cosmos. If he continued to perceive this as mere jest, he would need to upgrade his processor. Simultaneously, he pondered the perplexity of human behavior, grappling with the question of why they would risk their fragile lives for such trivial pursuits devoid of meaning. Had it been in the past, when Fei-Yue had yet to join the Autobot organization, he would have undoubtedly resorted to smashing the opponent's vehicle in a fit of rage. However, the tempestuous nature he once possessed had since mellowed. He contemplated his course of action and devised a plan. He reactivated the radar array, expanding his search radius, and upon confirming that no other vehicles occupied the road ahead, the spark that powered his engine surged with increased energy output, propelling Fei-Yue's speed to new heights. It is worth noting that for a being of his ironclad constitution, genuine exhilaration had become a rare commodity. Indeed, only the thrill of formidable power and exhilarating velocity could elicit profound joy within him, which is why he reveled in the art of speed. Unbeknownst to the human observers, who could not fathom his motivations, he silently appreciated the opportunity to unleash his full potential. The projection of a young man in sunglasses, seated in the van's cabin, revealed a subtle upturn at the corners of his previously expressionless face. The radio, initially broadcasting a popular tune, transformed into an electrifying anthem after a crackle of static. When racing, the invigorating beats of dynamic music undeniably heightened the experience. As he playfully toyed with the van, the young man glanced into the rearview mirror and saw the white van's headlights receding into the distance, ultimately vanishing around a bend in the winding road. He scoffed, realizing he had overestimated the vehicle. The van, adorned with Beijing license plates, bore no remarkable qualities. The engine's earlier growl had merely been a facade. After all, he had enough experience to recognize that engines capable of such a melodious roar were costly. And who would be foolish enough to install a premium engine in a dilapidated van? With a self-deprecating chuckle, he cast a glance at the girl in the passenger seat, still rattled from the earlier encounter. His sense of mischief ignited. He pressed down on the accelerator without any intention of letting up. The sleek black sports car raced through the dimly lit road, maintaining its speed whether ascending hills or navigating sharp turns. As he gradually surrendered to the intoxicating thrill of controlling velocity. However, as he sped through a sharp curve, a flicker of yellow light flashed in the rearview mirror. Frowning, he He stole a glance behind him, only to find the old van reappearing, its headlights glaring ominously in the night. "Oh, still feeling feisty, are we? Care to play?" He sneered, flooring the accelerator. The car's engine emitted a low growl, and the vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. He had expected to leave the van far behind, but upon checking the rearview mirror again, he was astonished to see the van firmly glued to his tail, showing no signs of faltering. The young man's brow furrowed deeper, a bead of sweat forming in the palm of his hand. Typically, he raced against fellow enthusiasts, but he had never encountered such an unusual adversary. Gritting his teeth, he accelerated once more, the sports car carving a graceful arc through the bend, its tires screeching against the asphalt. However, no matter how he accelerated or drifted, that van remained steadfastly on his tail. The young man was utterly taken aback as he noticed in the rearview mirror that the van was executing turns with the same technique as him. And yet it was merely a battered van. Can one truly fathom a van drifting and tailing through corners? Moreover, he observed the driver, a man with sunglasses resembling wood, whose expression had not shifted throughout, exuding an eerie aura that sent shivers down the young man's spine. Damn it! Could it be that he had encountered something sinister? The young man chastised himself for his cowardice. He had never conceded to anyone in the realm of street racing, regardless of what was pursuing him. He was determined to prevail. Thus, the two vehicles engaged in a fierce contest, racing along the winding mountain road under the cover of night. A striking contrast between the two cars as they chased each other, performing daring maneuvers that nearly sent them careening off the guardrails. To any onlooker, it would surely appear as a spectacle of speed and passion. Regrettably, the hour was late, and no one bore witness, save for the young woman in the passenger seat of the black sports car, who anxiously bit her lip and silently vowed never to associate with this reckless young man again. Eventually, on a stretch of straight road, a sudden beam of blue light shot forth from the van's radiator, sweeping over the black sports car before vanishing. In the next moment, the van accelerated violently, its boxy frame tilting ever so slightly as it passed the black sports car with an astonishing speed and stability. The young man widened his eyes in disbelief as the van surged ahead. Panic-stricken, he pressed the accelerator to the floor in a desperate attempt to catch up. Yet despite his fervent efforts, an inexplicable distance remained between them, as if the van mocked his inadequacy, even tooting its horn in a derisive manner. The message was unmistakable. It was merely toying with him. At last, the van accelerated once more, pulling away at what the young man deemed an unbelievable speed, the roar of its engine echoing in his ears as the red taillights gradually faded from view, disappearing into the enveloping night. The young man ceased his pursuit, acutely aware that he had just been bested in the straightaway, a clear indication that the other had surpassed him in both engine performance and driving skill. He could not fathom how such a bulky, brick-like vehicle could achieve such astonishing velocity. He would believe it if someone claimed it housed an aircraft engine beneath a bread-like exterior. The black sports car began to brake. Coming to a stop in the middle of the road, the young man's gaze fixed on the direction in which the van had vanished. Lost in a daze as waves of shock and disbelief washed over him, accompanied by a profound sense of defeat. The van had long since disappeared into the darkness, yet the growl of its engine continued to resonate through the night. What the hell? Is this some kind of curse? The young man muttered to himself, having never lost on this road, let alone to a mere van. Suddenly, he slammed the steering wheel, startling the girl beside him. Turning his head sharply, he growled, "No one is to speak of tonight's events, understood?" The girl, frightened, nodded vigorously, assuring him that her lips would remain sealed. She dared not gossip about the notorious young master of the metropolis. Chapter 14. The automotive maven having left the black sports car in his wake, Fayue's spirits soared. Accompanied by the pulsating rhythm of the car's stereo, his white silhouette darted through the dim glow of the streetlights, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. Upon checking the electronic map, he realized he was nearing his chosen destination and began to gradually decelerate. A few minutes later, Fayue arrived at a fork in the road, leading to a narrow cement path ascending the mountain. He pressed the accelerator, surging up the slope, the outline of a towering signal tower becoming faintly visible against the night sky. At last, he reached the summit, where the road ended in a spacious, flat clearing. A solitary signal tower, standing over 20 meters high, rose majestically in the center, encircled by a wire fence, its stature imposing amidst the surrounding tall, uneven trees. In the stillness of the night, the mountaintop exuded an extraordinary tranquility, broken only by the faint chirping of insects in the grass. Fei halted at the edge of the clearing, where the view was splendid. Gazing into the distance, he could see his ultimate destination, Shanghai Shire. The night was delightful. Although the moon was absent, countless stars adorned the dark canvas above. The breathtaking scene before him was the very essence of this celestial mural, the dazzling nightscape of Shanghai Shire. Resembling a vast, unfurling tapestry, the luminous pearl tower pierced the night, embraced by towering buildings, each window glowing with warm yellow or cool blue light, merging into a radiant steel forest that loomed majestically in the darkness. The contours of the structures were sharply defined by the illumination, and a gentle halo enveloped the city. A crown of prosperity. On the horizon, the streets crisscrossed, with traffic lights flickering amidst the bustling flow of vehicles. Countless headlights coursed through the veins of the city, evoking memories of the interwoven rivers of industrial flow on the surface of Cybertron. From time to time, he spotted aircraft, artificial flying machines, darting through the night sky, their signal lights flickering as they left behind a straight, ethereal trail reminiscent of great birds returning to their nests. For a moment, Fei found himself immersed in the resplendent nightscape, having traversed many human cities and towns and witnessed the breathtaking landscapes of this land. Yet, it was only today that he truly paused his hurried journey, adopting a relaxed demeanor to quietly appreciate the beauty before him. Under the reflection of the city's vibrant lights, the slightly aged white van shimmered with a metallic sheen. Suddenly, the vehicle trembled slightly. The mechanical components beneath the hood began to emit a low, rumbling hum. In an instant, the front bumper split apart, unfolding to the sides, while the two front wheels retracted inward, enveloped by the shifting array of parts. With a series of crisp metallic clangs, the front cover of the vehicle disintegrated, revealing its intricate gears and hydraulic systems within. The engine gradually dismantled and shifted towards the center, while the headlights ascended to the chest, flashing a blinding brilliance. The roof slid backward, folding into broad shoulders. Concurrently, the midsection of the body elevated, the doors unfolded like wings, then glided to the sides, merging with two arm-like structures, while the rear split in two. The back wheels gradually pushed backward, swiftly reconfiguring into sturdy legs, rising slowly to a half-kneeling stance. From the central position of its shoulders, a metallic cranium emerged. Its contours square and robust, fashioned from interlocking plates of solid armor, sharply defined. On either side of the head were protrusions reminiscent of ears, possibly sensors or communication devices, exuding an aura of advanced technology. In the next instant, in the darkness, a pair of eyes flickered to life, glowing with a blue luminescence, their gaze piercing yet brimming with vitality, an unmistakable sign of sentience, indicating that it was no mere emotionless machine. At last, a mechanical giant, standing approximately 5 meters tall, loomed in place, its form composed of seamlessly joined white, curved armor. Its limbs were sturdy and robust, with a square emblem the size of a palm embedded in the center of its chest, emanating a faint glow through facial features reminiscent of a human. This was the insignia of the Autobot organization. The transformation of this warrior from Cybertron, known as Leap, from vehicle to humanoid, took a mere 3 seconds. However, he had undergone numerous changes in appearance since his first arrival on Earth. His exterior was no longer a dull, glimmering metallic hue, but now exhibited the glossy, smooth characteristics of a polished finish. The intricate components of his body had shed their distorted biological forms, now composed of nuts, pistons, and flat metal plates, presenting a more angular and defined silhouette. The features of Earth-esque creations were evident throughout, from the windows on his shoulders to the headlights on his chest, and the wheels functioning as joints at his shoulder blades and ankles. These transformations were the result of Leap scanning a van as his vehicle form. This exemplified the innate ability of Cybertronians to reshape their molecular structure as needed. His transformation was akin to a human donning a new outfit or acquiring a new hairstyle, simple and convenient. Leap trudged toward the edge of the clearing, his heavy steps accompanied by the rhythmic movement of nuts and pistons, producing a smooth mechanical sound. The fluidity of his movements betrayed no rigidity or stiffness typical of machinery. Instead, he moved with the grace of a living being, evoking awe at the wonders of cosmic life. since his arrival on Earth. Leap had not reverted to his humanoid form for quite some time. He could feel the resistance imposed by the planet's gravity, although Earth was smaller than Cybertron. Its gravitational force was greater, prompting him to reminisce about the once-debated Cybertronian hollow theory in the scientific community. Could it be that this theory held merit? Feyue shook his head, dispelling any errant thoughts. He approached the edge of the hillside and seated himself, having thoroughly surveyed his surroundings. The radar array remained operational, assuaging any concerns of being spotted by humans in this remote wilderness. It was a rare occasion for him to revert to his humanoid form, allowing him the freedom to stretch his limbs. After all, this form was the true visage of Feyue, while his automotive guise merely served as a disguise on Earth. He gazed towards the distant metropolis, aglow with vibrant lights, experiencing for the first time the stunning vistas of Earth. Tonight, he could enjoy a moment of tranquility without interruption. With this thought, Feyue's legs began to sway gently, embodying a leisurely demeanor. He assessed his own condition. The energy within him was still ample, and fatigue was foreign to him. Though Cybertronians could enter a state of slumber, it was merely to conserve energy rather than a necessity for recuperation, as their physiological activities were solely dictated by energy levels. Raising his left arm, the streamlined armor above it opened, revealing a control panel reminiscent of a communicator. He refrained from manual operation, observing the red lights flickering on the data panel as he began to record his routine tasks. Speaking in the Cybertronian language, incomprehensible to humans, his voice resonated like a playback device, filled with electronic tones yet clear and youthful, brimming with vigor and vitality. Task log entry. Autobot resistance. Scout Feyue. Designation B-112. Today marks the 22nd planetary cycle since my arrival on Earth. I have reached the target city and plan to infiltrate it tomorrow morning to conduct surveillance on the designated individual, hoping to uncover leads regarding the Allspark. As Feyue documented his task, the features of his metallic visage became apparent. His face bore sharp, defined lines, and his eyes, emanating a cerulean glow, were occasionally veiled by metallic brow plates, akin to a human's blink. A prominent vertical mechanical structure ran down the center of his face, resembling a nasal bridge, flanked by intricate mechanical details, layered with metal plates that conveyed an industrial precision. When he spoke, the metal plates, mimicking lips, moved in unison. Yet his oral cavity lacked teeth and tongue, instead comprising a configuration of metal strips. His speech mechanism operated like the gears of a music box, producing sound through vibration. Thus far, he had encountered no Decepticons, and his disguise remained intact, allowing the mission to proceed covertly. Record complete. Throughout this process, Feyue's gaze remained fixed on the luminous cityscape, his eyes elongated and sharp, with pupils featuring spiral gear motifs that radiated a chilling blue light, betraying his calm and focus. The armor surrounding his eyes was thick and bore signs of wear, a testament to his battle-hardened past. His brainwaves began to establish a wireless connection with the signal tower, and through a clear network pathway, his ever-flickering gaze indicated that he had commenced the search for pertinent information online. Feyue was in no hurry. He had the entire night ahead of him. As the clock struck midnight, the vibrant metropolis in the distance showed no signs of slumber, its brilliance illuminating the night. Feyue, reluctant to leave, finally rose from his seat. He had maintained his humanoid form for an extended period. Although there was no imminent risk of identity exposure in this locale, he opted to revert to his automotive guise, having savored the pleasures of the evening for long enough. As Feyue's form began to lower to the ground, various armored components morphed and shifted once more, the sound of clashing metal resonating in a rhythmic symphony. In a mere 3 seconds, his pristine white exterior coalesced into a singular entity, transforming into a sleek white sports car. Indeed, he was no longer the previous van, but rather a vehicle characterized by fluid lines and an impressive design. Just moments prior, while engaged in a thrilling race against a black sports car, he had scanned the entire structural data of his competitor's vehicle out of personal curiosity. Now, aside from his white hue, his automotive form mirrored that of the black car perfectly, even down to the license plate, which had morphed into 0B112. It seemed that in human society, a dazzling exterior could mitigate numerous inconveniences, especially within this city, often described as a dazzling paradise of excess. After such a prolonged period of subtlety, Perhaps adopting this vehicular disguise was the most convenient means of navigating this bustling metropolis. Chapter 15. A daughter of the Gu family, the incessant ringing of a panda-shaped alarm clock on the bedside echoed throughout the spacious 50-square-meter room. It failed to rouse the unwilling occupant. The shrill tones persisted for 2 minutes, but no hand came forth to silence it. The room was generously appointed with a wardrobe, desk, large bed, sofa, and more, seemingly providing everything one might need without stepping outside. The decor exuded a youthful charm, dominated by soft cream and pink hues, while plush toys of various sizes were piled in every corner like small hills. However, the room's owner appeared inept at tidying up, as clothes, books, and cosmetics lay scattered haphazardly across the floor. On the expansive bed, the room's mistress remained curled beneath the covers, tightly cocooned in her blanket like a reluctant kitten, with only a pair of delicate, pale feet peeking out from the edge. Her black hair lay tousled on the pillow, and a hint of rosy slumber lingered on her cheeks, her breathing deep and steady, brows slightly furrowed in a battle against the cacophony of the alarm. "Please, let me sleep for just 5 more minutes," she mumbled, seemingly at her wit's end, as a slender arm emerged from the cocoon of blankets. Groggily, she groped for the alarm clock, finally managing to silence its incessant clamor with an impatient shove. Yet, instead of rising, she simply turned over, burying her face deeper into the soft pillow, unconcerned about the lack of air. The alarm's tyranny had ceased, but even her smartphone, the latest model, seemed intent on disturbing her peace, its screen illuminating with a flurry of notifications, the alert tones ringing incessantly. Gu Xiaoyu finally mustered the strength to lift the blanket shrouding her head, exhaling a breath of relief. She glanced at the incessantly ringing phone by her pillow and let out a resigned sigh. Slowly, she compelled herself to sit up, her long black hair cascading messily over her shoulders. Her eyes, still clouded with remnants of sleep, were engaged in a final struggle against drowsiness. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The warm hues of the setting sun streamed through the sheer curtains of the floor-to-ceiling window, casting a golden glow throughout the room. She stretched languorously, letting out an unladylike yawn before reluctantly tossing aside the covers. Her bare feet met the cool wooden floor, the chill jolting her into a semblance of alertness. Rubbing her eyes, she ambled toward the bathroom, her silhouette exuding a blend of languor and defiance, the silk nightgown swaying gently with her movements. In the bathroom, Gu Xiaoyu turned on the shower, intending to invigorate herself thoroughly. As the water temperature rose, the washroom became enveloped in steam. She shed her nightgown and approached the mirror, using her palm to wipe away the condensation. The reflection revealed a delicate face, albeit lacking vitality. She tousled her disheveled hair. Her waist-length locks shimmered with a subtle chestnut hue in the sunlight. At 20, she was in the prime of youth, yet her eyes bore an ineffable melancholy. Raising her hands, she pressed her fingers against the corners of her mouth, attempting to coax a smile from her reflection. However, upon seeing her forced grin in the mirror, irritation washed over her. After a swift shower, she wrapped herself in a towel and returned to her bedroom, droplets of water trailing behind her with each step. She opened her wardrobe, her fingers gliding over rows of luxurious garments. But she paid no heed to the dresses and fashionable outfits nearby. Ultimately, Gu Xiaoyu selected a black jacket and fitted jeans, which accentuated her tall, slender figure and enhanced her youthful allure. Once dressed, she sat before her vanity and meticulously applied a smoky eye makeup, the eyeliner accentuating the upward flick of her lashes, which, paired with her already exquisite features, imbued her icy visage with a sharper edge. After completing her makeup, she tied her long black hair into a neat ponytail and donned a white baseball cap, infusing a touch of youthful vigor into her appearance. Hearing the sound of a car outside, Gu Xiaoyu moved to the window, pulling back a corner of the curtain to peer down. Indeed, her father had returned. With an expressionless face, she lowered the brim of her cap and approached her bedside table, picking up a pendant, a round metallic talisman, slightly larger than a coin, its shiny silver surface intricately engraved with elaborate geometric patterns. The young woman slipped the metal pendant around her neck, tucking it solemnly into her collar. Typically, girls her age would not favor such a style of jewelry, but this peculiar talisman held profound significance for Gu Xiaoyu, as it was a cherished keepsake from her deceased mother, and she had carried it with her all these years. She slung her crossbody bag over her shoulder, preparing to step outside. As she pulled open the door, her gaze fell upon a picture frame perched on a nearby cabinet. Approaching the cabinet, she picked up the immaculate frame, polished to perfection, and became lost in the photograph it held. The image depicted a young lady cradling a beaming little girl, whose smile was as radiant as a blossoming flower. The background featured the towering Ferris wheel of an amusement park, and both mother and daughter were adorned with warm smiles, capturing a heartwarming tableau of unparalleled affection and happiness. She set the frame down gently, took a soft breath through her nose, and turned to exit the room. A luxurious black sedan came to a halt in front of the villa, its driver an elderly gentleman with a mane of silver hair, dressed in a well-tailored tang suit. His weathered face bore the marks of time, and though his brows were furrowed, his eyes sparkled with vitality. After alighting from the vehicle, he swiftly moved to the rear door and opened it, standing quietly to the side. The chairman of Longting Technology, a leading enterprise in the information data sector of Shanghai, Gu Hongming, stepped out of the back seat. He stood tall and straight like a pine, clad in a perfectly tailored dark suit that accentuated his broad shoulders and slender form. In his 40s, he embodied the vigor of a man in his prime, with a demeanor that exuded both gravitas and authority, yet retained an undeniable handsomeness. His chiseled features conveyed wisdom and decisiveness, a blend of experiences in the tumultuous business world and the calm of strategic foresight. As he strode towards the entrance, he spotted his daughter, Gu Xiaoyu, emerging from the house, clearly preparing to depart. Gu Hongming paused, hastening his steps to approach her, a smile replacing his typically stern expression. "Xiaoyu, where are you off to?" he inquired, feigning ignorance with a slightly awkward demeanor, a stark contrast to his usual commanding presence at the office. Gu Xiaoyu lowered her head, offering a soft the brim of her cap obscuring her eyes. Yet, the slight pursing of her lips and the tight grip on her bag revealed her unease. "Today, I left work early on purpose. It's been a while since we've had a meal together. How about we sample Grandpa's culinary skills tonight?" Gu Hongming suggested, his warmth tinged with a hint of anticipation in light of her reaction. The elderly gentleman following Gu Hongming chimed in, smiling. "Indeed, Xiaoyu. Grandpa has prepared your favorite dishes. I haven't tea cooked in ages, and I can't let my skills wither away. Ha ha." Gu Xiaoyu gently shook her head, her voice melodious. "I won't be dining at home tonight. I have plans with friends." Gu Hongming felt a twinge of disappointment, yet his smile remained gentle. "Oh, you have plans with friends? Well, perhaps another time, all right?" Gu Xiaoyu did not verbally affirm him, merely nodding slightly. "I'm heading out now. Please be careful while you're out," Gu Hongming advised kindly, not attempting to hinder her departure. Gu Xiaoyu briskly made her way towards the garage, and as she passed by, the elderly man slightly bowed, both he and Gu Hongming watching her figure disappear around the corner of the garden. "Is Xiaoyu going to race later?" Gu Hongming mused, almost to himself. "Yes, sir. It's those young folks from the circle in Shanghai City. They've organized a race tonight. The young lady is likely heading there," replied an elderly gentleman named Wen Hai with great respect. "This child appears so quiet. How could she develop an affinity for such thrilling and perilous games? Riding in someone else's car for a joyride is one thing, but now she's learned to race. If I had known, I wouldn't have bought her a car so early." Gu Hongming shook his head in resignation. The elder, accustomed to the master's worries regarding his daughter, reassured him, "Please do not fret, sir. The young lady has always driven with great caution this past year, never impulsive or irritable. I personally maintain and service her car, ensuring it is tailored to her driving style. There will be no mishaps." When Hai's words eased Gu Hongming's concerns, though he was somewhat opposed to his daughter engaging in the unsafe pastime of racing. He recognized that since the passing of his wife, Xiaoyu's mother, his relationship with his daughter had grown strained and tense due to his relentless work commitments. He did not wish to hinder her pursuits. He hoped for her happiness. "Ah, then perhaps tonight we shall keep the meals simple. Let us have a light dinner," Gu Hongming suggested with a smile. The elderly man merely nodded in agreement. "By the way, Uncle Wen, have you uncovered any details about that car that followed us yesterday afternoon?" Gu Hongming inquired while standing on the platform in front of the villa, gazing down the road beyond the tall fence. "Yes, sir. I have arranged for an investigation into that white sports car, but there are no findings as of yet, and our team has not spotted it today," Wen Hai responded with an air of apology. "That is of little consequence. It likely belongs to some local youth causing mischief." However, we must ascertain the details swiftly for peace of mind. Please keep a close watch on Xiao Yu as well, Gu Hongming instructed. When hai not that, hapfi mai si. A cerulean sports car emerged from the villa's garage, making a turn down the road that led out of the estate, glinting brilliantly in the setting sun. Gu Hongming watched the departing vehicle with a mix of exasperation and affection before turning to enter the house. Chapter 16. The mischievous little brother Xiao Yu arrived at her family's villa garage, a spacious area that could accommodate 4 cars, yet only her blue supercar was parked there. It was a bespoke gift from her father, commissioned abroad for her 18th birthday. Perhaps influenced by her mother's spirited nature, Xiao Yu had always been fiery and exuberant. Much like a boy, reveling in challenges. As a child, she would visit amusement parks, while other children hesitated before roller coasters and pendulums. She would ride them repeatedly until she had her fill. However, since her mother's passing 5 years ago, due to a severe illness, Xiao Yu's disposition had shifted, becoming more somber, and her relationship with her father had gradually descended into a state of awkwardness. Yet she does not hold her father accountable, for their family atmosphere had always been harmonious in the past. Her mother's passing was neither her father's nor her fault. It can only be said that life is unpredictable, often beyond one's control. In truth, she understands that her father has also faced considerable challenges. At times, Gu Xiaoyu contemplates that given her father's circumstances, he could certainly embark on another marriage. Yet over the years, she has seen no inclination from him in that regard. Presumably, he is considering her feelings. Every time she reflects on this, it stirs a conflict within her heart. Undoubtedly, her father is the best father in the world, balancing a demanding career while still carving out time to care for her. He strives to maintain a delicate equilibrium between work and family, as evidenced by his desire to share dinner with her tonight, seeking to converse as much as possible. Nevertheless, the majority of her father's time and energy are devoted to his career. After all, he must sustain the smooth operation of a large enterprise, which inevitably leaves her alone. Thus, having lived in a boarding school since junior high, she has gradually cultivated a stubborn independence. She knows she should not resent her father, yet she cannot help but feel vexed with him. She does not wish to distance herself from him, yet she is reluctant to communicate more, all the while acutely aware that the issue lies within herself, a realization that leaves her in a state of inner turmoil, akin to a child throwing a tantrum. Consequently, when her father handed her the car keys, she swiftly utilized her spare time from university to obtain her driver's license. After 2 months of indulging in this exhilarating activity of driving a sports car, she found herself utterly enamored with the thrill of speed. Thus, every weekend, she often takes to the roads alone, cruising in her car. While she does not possess extensive knowledge about vehicles, she does not modify her beloved car like her peers in the circle. To her, it is merely a means to escape her worries. Fortunately, her grandfather has ensured that her sports car is finely tuned, allowing her to simply drive away whenever she desires to take a spin. As the sun nears the horizon, the sky gradually darkens. Gu Xiaoyu settles into the driver's seat, fastening her seatbelt. With a turn of the key to ignite the engine, a deep rumble resonates. She inhales deeply, her hands gliding over the steering wheel, savoring the vibrations of the car and the sound of the engine. Glancing at her reflection in the rearview mirror, a hint of a smile finally graces her face. Indeed, it is only through this that she can experience joy. She gently presses the accelerator, and the sports car smoothly glides out of the garage. As the car exits the tall, gated entrance, it veers onto the winding descent of the villa district. On either side of the Tulane Road lie serene woods, with a villa estate appearing every few hundred meters. As twilight envelopes the surroundings, the streetlights along the road flicker to life. Yet, the tranquil atmosphere of this downhill stretch instinctively compels her to accelerate. Gu Xiaoyu's residence is situated in a luxurious villa district nestled in the mountains on the outskirts of the city. Dozens of uniquely designed yet exquisitely elegant 3-story villas are scattered across the hillside, partially concealed among lush greenery. The geographical location and environmental conditions are exceptionally favorable, and the families residing here are either affluent or distinguished. However, Gu Xiaoyu has never particularly enjoyed living in this secluded area. Even with her own car now, each trip into the city requires over half an hour, and the considerable distance, several hundred meters, between each household creates a stifling atmosphere of silence that she finds quite uncomfortable. She has never voiced these sentiments to her father. As a blue sports car approached the entrance of a villa near the foot of the mountain, Gu Xiaoyu pressed the brake to halt the vehicle, signaling with 2 short and 1 long honk, while idly scrolling through her phone in the driver's seat. The large iron gate of the villa creaked open, and a plump figure darted out in a hurry. It was a chubby young boy, fair-skinned with curly short hair. Dressed in an oversized sweatshirt adorned with trendy anime characters, his pants festooned with numerous zippers. Though he was not excessively overweight, his appearance was far from unappealing. He was of average height, with a cherubic face and a rounded belly, yet his bright eyes sparkled with a lively spirit, reminiscent of an adorable panda. The boy approached the blue sports car with a mischievous demeanor, hastily jumping into the passenger seat and urging Gu Xiaoyu to drive off quickly. Gu Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, starting the engine leisurely. Xiao Bao, didn't you say your dad grounded you? Are you attempting to escape? As the vehicle navigated around a bend, Xiao Bao let out a sigh of relief once the villa disappeared from the rearview mirror, his face breaking into a radiant smile. Sister Xiaoyu, you are so righteous. You've rescued me from a sea of despair. Thank you. How'd you manage to sneak out? Is no one watching you at home? Gu Xiaoyu inquired, rolling down the windows and resting her left arm on the door, steering with one hand while enjoying the refreshing breeze on her face. My old man is abroad for business. I imagine he is currently indulging in sake at some geisha house. As for my mom, she is out with friends for an all-night mahjong session. I simply informed the housekeeper that I wouldn't be dining at home tonight and slipped out through the window, Xiao Bao explained with a scoff. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the security guard at the entrance immediately opened the gate upon seeing the blue sports car and its 2 occupants. Once they exited the villa area, Gu Xiaoyu declared, just so you know, you can accompany me tonight, but you cannot ride in my car during the race. I'll take you back afterward. What? I made a special trip to come out, and I can only wait by the roadside? Xiao Bao exclaimed in disbelief. The chubby boy immediately expressed his vehement protest, insisting that this evening he wished to race against Zhao Erling, just to experience the thrill of leaving him in the dust. Last time, during a race, there was a collision that nearly frightened Uncle He to death. Today, it was he who insisted on going, and thus she reluctantly brought him along. Don't push your luck, just stay put at the venue. Gu Xiaoyu was not one to indulge him. You can either refrain from going, and I shall send you back immediately. How about that? Please, sister, I'll heed your words. The chubby boy saw that Gu Xiaoyu was not jesting and quickly wilted, surrendering with a hint of grievance. Then, sister, you must win against that scoundrel Zhao Erling tonight to vent my frustrations. Gu Xiaoyu ignored him, focusing intently on driving as they traversed the ring road. Her passion for racing stemmed purely from the exhilaration it brought her. She often drove alone, reveling in the intense thrill and visual spectacle that high-speed driving offered. As for competition and the outcomes, they held no significance for her. If you wish to humble Zhao Tiankong, you must practice diligently on your own. It is not my obligation to find the venue for you. Gu Xiaoyu articulated her stance without hesitation. He Bao Bao, you're quite the character. How long have you been driving to dare challenge Zhao Tiankong? Don't you have a sense of your own capabilities? He Bao Bao, the chubby boy, dared not retort. He was 2 years younger than Gu Xiaoyu, having followed her like a shadow since childhood. Whenever other children bullied him, it was this older sister who came to his rescue. However, ever since Gu Xiaoyu entered junior high, he noticed a shift in her temperament. Though he still played the role of her follower, he no longer dared to act as casually as he once did. Sister, you know I've always had a rivalry with that Zhao Erling. He bullied me when we were young, and now he flaunts himself, thinking a few extra years of driving make him superior. It frustrates me. He Bao Bao's voice dwindled. Gu Xiaoyu's tone softened considerably. With your limited experience, do you truly believe you can compete with him? You'd be none the wiser, even if you were to be bested. He merely provoke you a bit, and you dare to race him? You'd end up wrecking your father's car, and thank goodness you're unharmed. Otherwise, I would have to deal with Zhao Tiankong myself. From now on, steer clear of them. You are not of the same ilk. Do you think things are still as they were in childhood? These days, they learn only to squander money, create trouble, and chase after girls, all while thinking themselves terribly cool. Are you listening to me? Gu Xiaoyu raised her voice when she noticed He Bao Bao remained silent for too long. Yes, I understand. He Bao Bao hurriedly replied, while contemplating how, despite Gu Xiaoyu's more reserved demeanor over the years, her fiery spirit remained unscathed. She was both beautiful and spirited, a true heroine among women. He Bao Bao felt a surge of joy. Even if Gu Xiaoyu forbade him from racing, he was still immensely pleased. In the eyes of the chubby, He Bao, though Gu Xiaoyu claimed that her agreement to participate in the competition was not merely to support him, He Bao remained unconcerned. After all, this sister of his had been racing for over a year and had only competed once, seldom engaging in events organized within the circle. Yet, after her recent collision, she surprisingly consented to the competition. Thus, He Bao continued to hold great admiration for this sister, believing she remained the same Gu Xiaoyu he had always known. Suddenly, a thought struck He Bao, and a mischievous expression graced his face. "Hey, Gu Xiaoyu, did you hear? Last night, Zhao Erling was humiliated. Apparently, his opponent was driving a clunky van. Can you believe it? It cracked me up. Today, that guy is scrambling to find connections to investigate his adversary. But he has come up empty-handed. Do you think he encountered something sinister on a night drive? Huh, you, a recluse. Where did you get this news?" Gu Xiaoyu, mildly curious about He Bao's source, did not take it too seriously. He, a wise man, has his own clever schemes, and I assure you of its authenticity. He Bao wore a mysteriously proud expression. Gu Xiaoyu chose to ignore him, focusing intently on driving. However, neither she nor He Bao noticed that approximately 100 meters behind them, a white supercar was closely tailing their vehicle. The driver, a young man with sunglasses and a stoic demeanor, was listening intently to the ongoing conversation between Gu Xiaoyu and He Bao, which was being played clearly on the car's audio system. As the expressionless driver's lips curled into a slight smile, the windshield wipers cheerfully swiped twice. Chapter 17. Preparing for action. Li Yu stood under the glaring fluorescent lights, meticulously inspecting the domestic assault rifle in his hands. The dark barrel gleamed with a cold sheen. Following his usual training routine, he skillfully disassembled the firearm, checking each component to ensure there were no malfunctions. In this armory, a total of 150 elite squad members from various special forces units of the Central and Southern military districts, including those from Li Yu's own Tiger Special Operations team, were present. The spacious environment echoed with the metallic clinks of gun parts and the hushed exchanges among the soldiers, devoid of any unnecessary noise. Besides Li Yu's two teams, these silent warriors included members from the Mingjian Special Forces of the Central Military District, the Southern Sword and Divine Eagle Special Forces from the Southern Military District, as well as local members of the Cheetah Armed Police Team from Hebei Province. Indeed, everyone was now acutely aware of their location, Waihanqing, the capital of Hebei Province in central China. This would serve as the operational base for the upcoming missions of the Long Shield Special Unit. Just last night, the establishment of the Long Shield Special Operations Group was announced by Major General Xiao Jianbei. This unit was specifically formed under the directives of Central Leadership to address the recent extraterrestrial species incident, with the mission objectives focused on locating, engaging, controlling, or eliminating these alien entities. It marked the first special operations group in China aimed explicitly at extraterrestrial species. All the teams assembled here have been personally selected by General Xiao. Due to the urgency of the situation and the limited understanding of extraterrestrial species, the members of the Dragon Shield Task Force have been hastily assembled. Current intelligence indicates that the extraterrestrial beings that have descended upon Earth possess enormous physiques and formidable exoskeletons, along with advanced electronic warfare capabilities. In terms of armament, they likely wield advanced equipment akin to plasma weapons, far surpassing the technological prowess of humanity at present. After a night of contemplation, the initial excitement has given way to a sobering realization among all, including Li Yu. They are on the brink of an operation fraught with uncertainty, confronting the harsh reality of insufficient intelligence and the unpredictable nature of life and death. The extraterrestrial entities that have invaded the territory of Huaxia not only breached their network databases, but also caused significant casualties, which speaks volumes about their disposition toward humanity. However, from a national perspective, and indeed from the standpoint of humanity itself, they cannot allow these extraterrestrial species to wreak havoc on Earth. Even in the face of a stark technological chasm, and despite the perilous nature of this covert operation that may well lead to sacrifices, Li Yu is resolute in his determination to not retreat. Having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, albeit with mediocre academic performance, he has gleaned from history textbooks the lesson that those who lag behind are destined to suffer. Deep down, he harbors no belief that a civilization endowed with absolute power would treat an inferior civilization with kindness. For millennia, Humanity has shown itself to be brutal and merciless even to its own kind, let alone to extraterrestrial beings. Who dares to wager whether the motives of these visitors to Earth are benevolent or malevolent? The mission of the Dragon Shield Task Force is to gather as much information and data on these extraterrestrial beings as possible during the forthcoming operation. Their primary strategies will involve searching for, making contact with, and attempting to control the situation. As for extermination, regardless of their current capabilities, it is prudent to consider lethal force as a last resort. To concede, even in the direst of scenarios where these extraterrestrial beings arrive on Earth with intentions of invasion and destruction, should they sacrifice their lives during this mission, they must strive to relay whatever intelligence they can back to the command center, thereby providing crucial data to inform future national decisions and responses. Thus, while EU remains skeptical about the efficacy of the weapons at hand in subduing or inflicting damage on the extraterrestrials, he understands that being prepared for combat is far preferable to inaction. How can one ascertain the outcome without first attempting? This sentiment resonates with the majority present, prompting each warrior to quietly inspect their respective armaments. In a mission rife with uncertainty, even the slightest oversight could prove fatal. Liu gazes at the array of weapons and equipment laid out on the large table before him. Assault rifles equipped with scopes, handguns, ammunition, military knives, bulletproof vests. Helmets with night vision, goggles, full-body armor, flashbangs, and high-explosive grenades, along with communication devices and cameras. These constitute the standard configuration of personal equipment. Organized into teams, they were equipped with shotguns, sniper rifles, anti-material rifles, heavy machine guns, explosives, telescopes, thermal blankets, and even 2 crates of rocket launchers hidden beneath the table. This formidable arsenal was clearly prepared for the worst-case scenario. Although the precise efficacy of these weapons remained uncertain, they provided Liu with a semblance of reassurance. With such a diverse array of armaments, should the time come for confrontation, they would engage one by one, testing the depths of these extraterrestrial beings. Was this not their mission? The action teams were structured in units, coordinated by the command center, maintaining the original squad compositions due to the suddenness of the situation. The special operations teams had not undergone real combat training together and thus were not suited for reorganization. Preserving the existing structure would maximize the combat effectiveness of each group, as they had all previously executed multiple missions together, fostering a significant level of mutual understanding within the teams. Liu also observed a complete set of protective gear, flamethrowers, and a peculiar weapon on the table of the neighboring Mingjian and Shenying teams. This weapon resembled a massive rocket launcher, with a square muzzle and a cumbersome magazine. According to the team leader, it was a stun gun specially issued by the command center, capable of delivering a high-voltage electric current strong enough to momentarily incapacitate an elephant upon contact. Liu's team, along with the Cheetah and South Sword squads, had each been allocated 2 crates of EMP grenades intended to incapacitate precision instruments. Their effectiveness against extraterrestrial entities remained uncertain. Yet these are the finest provisions the command center could offer. It was rumored that armed vehicles would provide heavy fire support for this operation. The scale of preparation resembled that of a minor war. According to the operational plan, Liu's team, along with the South Sword and Cheetah squads, totaling 90 personnel, would be responsible for encircling and sealing off the outer perimeter, while the Mingjian and Shenying teams, comprising 60 members, would serve as the vanguard, tasked with identifying, engaging, and controlling the target. This did not imply that the latter 2 teams were superior. Rather, the command center had made this decision after careful consideration by General Shao, based on their relatively richer experience in counterterrorism operations. When confronting an unknown enemy, a stable mindset and agile thinking were paramount to navigate this unprecedented complexity. Liu felt neither envy nor jealousy towards the 2 brother units that would make initial contact with the target, for whoever occupied that position would bear unimaginable pressure. No one knew how to communicate or interact with the target. They would relay first-hand data and information back via the cameras mounted on their helmets, rigorously executing the command center's orders in an attempt to engage with the other party and gather all possible relevant behaviors and linguistic patterns exhibited by the target. Simultaneously, they would face heightened threats to their lives, as these extraterrestrials had already exhibited lethal intent towards humanity. However, even in the face of loss of life, the opposing forces cannot simply engage in a deadly confrontation. After all, The essence of their mission is to avoid escalating conflict. The initiation of gunfire is invariably the last and most regrettable recourse. Once violence is chosen as a response, there is no turning back. Thus, the command center stipulates that the use of force is permissible only if the adversary exhibits intent to harm, a consideration the soldiers comprehend. Although the command center has yet to disclose the location of the operation, it has been made clear that they are to assume combat positions tonight. This indicates that there are indeed strategies in place to address the extraterrestrial threat, which marks a promising beginning. From here on, fate will dictate life or death. Liu has completed a thorough inspection of his equipment and now finds his mind wandering. He glances at his comrades, who have also finished their gear checks. In the eyes of the brothers who have fought together, there is a palpable sense of encouragement and excitement, prompting them to share a smile. The atmosphere has lightened considerably as they begin to don their gear, occasionally assisting each other in adjusting the miniature cameras on their helmets. The air filled only with the soft rustle of movement. Indeed, what true son of Huaxia would surrender or concede defeat? Let us be the first in both ancient and modern times to confront this challenge. Inspired by the prevailing spirit, a surge of bravado wells up within Liu. If death must come, let it be on the front lines against these aliens. There is no room for cowardice. Before long, all 150 Dragon Shield warriors, including Liu, are fully equipped. The complete set of protective suits and gear gives them a somewhat bulky appearance, their faces concealed behind masks that reveal only their eyes. Yet they still exude an air of confidence and determination. Team members line up in order and proceed to the garage, where the hall resounds with the commanding voice of military orders. Is it finally time to commence? What remains is the patient wait for the aliens to unwittingly walk into their trap. They are poised to become the first official ambassadors of Huaxia in contact with extraterrestrial beings. Liu's heart races with anticipation. The mission site they are heading to is the largest network service data park in the province, located in the suburban outskirts of the city, where they will lie in wait. The command center speculates that the aliens are likely to appear there within the next couple of days. Chapter 18. The racing game as night falls. In a remote area on the outskirts of Shanghai City, Gu Xiaoyu has spent nearly an hour driving to this location, which is the venue for tonight's race. This area features a nearly completed stretch of road, currently not open to traffic. It has caught the attention of some affluent locals, becoming an ideal playground for wealthy young car enthusiasts. The two-way, four-lane road, devoid of guardrails, has been paved with asphalt and marked with lines, fully equipped for vehicular use. Without a median strip, the entire roadway appears exceptionally spacious. On this very night, a private racing event is unfolding amidst the enveloping darkness of the surrounding hills, illuminated by a myriad of neon lights and spotlights. The interchange, serving as the epicenter of this soiree, is bustling with vibrant chatter and excitement. A blue sports car approaches the entrance, where a dedicated security team, specially hired by the organizer, is stationed to verify the identities of the attendees. As the venue is not open to the public, entry is strictly reserved for those within the circle or invited guests. At the entrance, a young man with silver hair greets newcomers. Seated in the passenger seat, Bao recognizes him, furrowing his brow as he whispers to Gu Xiaoyu that he is Zhao Erling's lackey. The silver-haired youth, cigarette dangling from his lips, strides toward the blue sports car, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the blinding headlights. Upon recognizing the license plate and the driver, he promptly discards his cigarette and rushes forward, exclaiming, "Ah, it's you, Miss Gu. Our boss has been eagerly awaiting a chance to compete with you tonight. Please, do come in." With a beaming smile, he hurriedly clears the path, gesturing for the security personnel to allow entry. Gu Xiaoyu, her expression impassive, accelerates into the event area, entirely ignoring the silver-haired youth. As the blue sports car disappears from view, the smile on the youth's face vanishes, and he lights another cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke. It seems this night promises entertainment. Tasked with reception duties, his gaze had roamed over the array of beautiful women throughout the evening, yet just moments ago, he had dared not indulge his curiosity, behaving with utmost decorum. This woman not only possesses a formidable background, but also exudes a fiery demeanor. Her icy countenance remains unyielding regardless of the conversation, and any insolence directed at her would surely be met with retribution. The silver-haired youth recalls an incident involving a friend of his boss, Zhao Tiankong, from another province, who, after provoking this very woman with careless words, had his head smashed with 2 bottles, leaving him quite the spectacle. In the aftermath, a mere monetary compensation concluded the matter, illustrating the gravity of crossing her. It appears she has come tonight to provide some amusement for that lively character. I must inform my boss, he thinks, pulling out his phone to send message. Unbeknownst to him, behind the recently permitted blue sports car, the air shifts unnaturally, a fleeting distortion unnoticed by the security personnel amid the dim lighting. As the blue sports car enters the central area of the party, it attracts countless gazes, some curious, some awestruck, others playful or defiant. But Gu Xiaoyu remains oblivious to them all, causing He Bao, who once wore a proud expression, to adopt a more subdued demeanor. The roads are lined with an array of top-tier luxury vehicles, each resembling exquisite works of art, glistening with a captivating sheen. Some boast custom paint jobs, while others are adorned with diamonds, a testament to their owners' wealth and refined taste. As the owners of these luxury vehicles, the young gentlemen were not adorned in formal racing attire. Instead, they donned their casual, everyday garments. Engaging in jovial banter and playful teasing, their laughter erupted boisterously, yet their eyes concealed a fierce competitiveness, subtly challenging one another. The youthful heiresses, dressed in light and alluring attire, held champagne flutes as they gracefully swayed through the crowd. Some nestled against their boyfriends, while others congregated in small groups, giggling softly. Their glances frequently darted towards the racetrack, pointing and commenting on the opulent cars, reveling in the spectacle and vying for attention. The party scene was replete with ample libations, with champagne and drinks piled high on a long table draped in white linen. At the center of a makeshift stage, a renowned DJ electrified the atmosphere with his beats. While colossal speakers throbbed with deafening electronic music, the pulsating rhythms quickening hearts. Two scantily clad dancers writhed to the music, and the air was thick with the intoxicating scent of wealth and desire. Observing this extravagant scene, the plump young man, He Bao, wore a facade of composure, yet his flushed cheeks betrayed his restless spirit. The dandy youths were the stars of the evening, while the majority of the other attendees were merely invited guests, friends or classmates of these affluent second-generation elites, who had come to indulge in free drinks and brush shoulders with a world they might never access again. The dance floor was teeming with bodies, men reveling unabashedly, women posing enticingly, all striving to blend into the exuberance, seeking to forget reality, intoxicated by the present moment. Gu Xiaoyu navigated through the lively party scene, steering her car towards the racing area. She was not there to partake in the festivities, but solely to attend the race. Finding a spot to park, her gaze began to search the crowd. On the racetrack, the thematic backdrop of the evening, the roar of engines surged, a cacophony that was both jarring and melodious, stimulating everyone's senses. The starting line was thronged with spectators, erupting intermittently into cheers and jeers. Just as a new race was about to commence, two sleek, eye-catching sports cars poised at the starting line, their drivers provocatively revving their engines. Exhaust pipes belching clouds of blue smoke, their tires screeching against the asphalt in a fiery display. This raucous spectacle excited the audience immensely. The wealthy participants eagerly placed their bets, a cacophony of boisterous voices filling the air, wagers ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. Some bet on themselves, others on friends, while some merely joined in for the thrill, exuding bravado and reckless abandon. The atmosphere of the betting frenzy rivaled the race itself, with excitement and greed etched on every face. Witnessing this scene, Gu Xiaoyu furrowed her elegant brows slightly. Truth be told, she was not particularly fond of such an atmosphere. If possible, she would prefer a solitary drive. At that moment, a resounding, boisterous male voice cut through the crowd. "I bet 500,000 on that red one to win." Instantly, gasps and applause erupted around him. Ultimately, a stunningly dressed young woman sauntered to the front of the two racing cars, casting a playful wink before vigorously waving a small flag downward, signaling the commencement of the race. The cars surged forward like arrows released from a bow, their tires screeching against the asphalt in a cacophony of sound, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The spectators erupted into a frenzy, fervently waving their betting slips as if they, too, were racing along the track. Amidst the throng of excited onlookers, a small group emerged, making their way towards Gu Xiaoyu, who was waiting nearby. At the forefront was a brazen young man exuding arrogance, his demeanor carefree yet defiant, with an alluring young woman nestled under his arm. His name was Zhao Tiankong, the organizer of this evening's private race. Following him was a tall and handsome youth, his figure lithe and well-proportioned, sporting a tousled, side-parted hairstyle and a warm smile. He was encircled by several admiring young women whose gaze remained fixated on him. "Welcome, welcome. It is a pleasure to see you here, Xiaoyu. It seems our acquaintance was not in vain, and Zhao Urge is particularly delighted tonight," the audacious young man declared with an exuberant smile. However, upon noticing He Bao seated in the passenger seat, his expression swiftly morphed into one of mockery. Gu Xiaoyu chose not to respond, harboring no fondness for him since childhood. And given the circumstances surrounding He Bao, she saw no reason to engage in pleasantries. "Long time no see, Xiaoyu." The handsome young man approached the front of Gu Xiaoyu's car, greeting her with a smile. "And you, Xiao Bao, are you feeling better now?" Gu Xiaoyu remained in her seat, simply nodding towards the two as a form of acknowledgement. He Bao, with a cold glare directed at Zhao Tiankong, let out a dismissive huff, but was notably more amiable towards the handsome youth. "Ah, how good, you are here as well. Will you be racing tonight?" the chubby young man inquired, patting his belly with a carefree demeanor. "No problem, I got this." The chubby young man enthusiastically struck up a conversation with a young man known as Su Mingho, who was generally well regarded and had the distinction of being a childhood friend of Gu Xiaoyu, making him one of the few peers that He Bao felt comfortable around. "Indeed, it's fortunate for you that your bulk saved you last time. Otherwise, you might have found yourself in the hospital. Next time, practice your driving skills before seeking me out for fun, you little rascal," Zhao Tiankong taunted without restraint. He Bao was unbothered by the familiarity of close friends calling him a rascal, yet he sensed that Zhao Tiankong was not among that circle. Thus, He Bao retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "Yes, my skills may be lacking, but unlike some who have been racing for years and act as if they're the best in the world, only to possibly be outpaced by a delivery van. That would indeed be quite embarrassing." Hearing He Bao's words, Zhao Tiankong's expression darkened, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as his lips twitched slightly. But he ultimately refrained from retaliating, adopting a tone of indifference. Indeed, if such a thing were to happen, it would be a grand farce. It was evident that this wealthy young man possessed a far greater composure than he initially portrayed. Chapter 19 Childhood Companions. Zhao Tiankong found himself deeply perplexed. Ever since he had been bested by a van while racing last night, he had been unable to make sense of the incident. Today, in a bid to uncover the origins of that mysterious vehicle, he utilized his connections to retrieve footage from the mountain road surveillance cameras, only to discover that no cameras were present in that area. Expanding his search, he accessed footage from various intersections leading towards the van's direction. Yet only the cameras on the main road below captured a glimpse of the vehicle. None of the other intersections had recorded its passage, implying that the van had neither descended from the highway nor traversed through alternate roads. Yet, it had inexplicably appeared on the ascent, which was exceedingly strange. The frustration of losing the race, compounded by such bizarre investigative findings, left him in a state of discontent throughout the day. What troubled him further was how that corpulent man had come to know about the incident. Gu Xiaoyu, disinterested in the verbal sparring between the feuding parties, coolly interjected to inquire when their competition would commence. "Once this match concludes, we shall begin." "Do not fret. It will be soon," Zhao Tiankong replied, eager to divert the conversation from the van, as to linger on the subject would be tantamount to acknowledging its reality. Unbeknownst to everyone, amidst the fleet of luxury vehicles lined up along the roadside, a white sports car quietly merged into the group. The driver, a young man sporting sunglasses, was suddenly enveloped in a flash of blue light, rendering the interior of the vehicle empty. The car subsequently shut off, blending seamlessly into the gathering of opulent automobiles without drawing any attention. Su Mingho observed the ongoing animosity between He Bao and Zhao Tiankong and shook his head in resignation. His gaze shifted to Gu Xiaoyu, who remained silent, her eyes betraying an ineffable emotion. He smiled gently at the three young ladies surrounding him. "Beautiful ladies, might I request a moment of your time? I wish to catch up with an old friend. Please enjoy the venue in the meantime. The stakes will be on me." With that, he disregarded the reactions of the three girls and proceeded directly towards Gu Xiaoyu's car, leaving the trio exchanging glances and whispering as they departed together. Gu Xiaoyu, seated in the driver's seat and showing no inclination to exit the vehicle, heard his words and mused about his unchanged demeanor. Handsome and charismatic, adept in his dealings, he was always the center of attention, akin to the moon surrounded by stars, which explained the throng of admirers around him. Su Mingho was 2 years her senior, and during their childhood, their families lived in close proximity, often playing together until the Gu family relocated. Their interactions dwindled, only reuniting occasionally within their social circles. Their current relationship could only be described as lukewarm. Over the years, he had studied abroad in America, and Gu Xiaoyu had seldom encountered him within their circle. Yet his inherent pride remained unaltered. He appeared courteous, but his approach to matters was decidedly assertive, following his own path without deviation. Su Mingho approached the car door, but did not lean in towards the driver's seat. Instead, he maintained a respectful distance. He was acutely aware that Gu Xiaoyu had changed significantly over the years, instinctively keeping her distance from others, and he certainly did not wish to provoke any unwelcome sentiments. He gazed thoughtfully at the girl before him. From his vantage point, her baseball cap obscured much of her face. It did not diminish his perception of her profile's beauty. Surrounded by admirers since childhood and having encountered the world beyond, he couldn't help but marvel at her. Gu Xiaoyu was not the type of beauty that took one's breath away, but she possessed a clean visage with clear eyes and fair skin. Her elegantly tied ponytail exuding a refreshing aura, akin to a gentle breeze. She was a serene presence. She seemed a world apart from the boisterous girl he remembered, the one who would climb trees to rescue cats and chase after rowdy boys with a stick. "I didn't expect you to accept Zhao Heir's invitation to race," Su Mingho remarked, his tone a blend of inquiry and self-reflection. "Not much, just treating it as a pastime," Gu Xiaoyu replied casually, still showing no intention of alighting from the vehicle. "What about you? Do you have a race tonight?" "Me? I haven't raced in ages. Tonight, I'm merely accompanying some friends and supporting Zhao Heir. After all, it's been a long time since I've joined you all," Su Mingho shrugged, clarifying his stance. Gu Xiaoyu cast a glance at the distance, where a group of girls continued to huddle together, gossiping about them, seemingly in agreement. She recalled how, in the past, he was always surrounded by admirers, as the boys in their circle enjoyed his company, for he could introduce them to a variety of beautiful girls. "Are you still planning to further your studies in America?" Gu Xiaoyu engaged him in conversation, her interest casual. "No, I've decided to return home. This is where my battlefield lies," Su Mingho replied, a hint of ambition curling at the corners of his lips, exuding both charm and determination. "Oh, are you coming back to assist your family?" Gu Xiaoyu felt a twinge of regret for her seemingly obvious question. "I intend to establish my own company." Focusing on mechanical research, he stated, though not in great detail, his aspirations evident. "That's my field of study. I've always been fascinated by the robotic arms on the production line, dreaming of creating a genuine robot one day." Gu Xiaoyu understood that Su Mingho's family was the largest automobile manufacturer in Shanghai, previously funded by foreign investments to produce vehicles for European and American brands. Now, the Su family had acquired ownership and technology, embarking on domestic automotive ventures while developing their own brand, boasting several large factories in the region. Her expression softened considerably as she sincerely remarked, "I truly envy you for being able to pursue what you love and want to do. You will as well, Xiaoyu. There's no rush. Take your time," Su Mingho replied with a genuine smile. "I firmly believe that one day, you will return to being the cheerful and spirited girl you once were." "Thank you." Gu Xiaoyu remained silent for a moment before softly uttering a word, lifting her hand to press down the brim of her hat, concealing her expression in the shadows. Throughout this exchange, he Bao, seated in the passenger seat, refrained from interjecting. From the onset of their conversation, he had busily extracted his laptop from his backpack, engrossed in some task illuminated by the red dot on the screen. As he observed the two in front of him fall into a profound silence, the plump young man could no longer endure the heavy atmosphere and spoke up. "By the way, how's Sister Yi? It's been ages since I last saw her." "My sister? I haven't been in touch for quite some time. But from what my father mentioned, she seems to be thriving in the military, shrouded in mystery. I have no idea which unit she is in or what she is up to. That's about the gist of it." Upon mentioning his sister, Su Mingho found himself at a loss for words. Just then, Zhao Tiankong, who had been silently smoking at the side, broke the silence. "Look, the race is about to conclude." Indeed, the increasingly piercing roar of engines approached, and not far away, the crowd gathered at the starting point erupted into fervent cheers. In the darkness, 2 beams of headlights advanced towards them. The 2 racing cars that had taken off earlier had completed a round and were making their final dash towards the same finish line. Ultimately, Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, the red sports car, leading by a full car length, surged triumphantly across the finish line first. After the race, the victor emerged from the vehicle, his face brimming with pride and arrogance, while the loser shrugged nonchalantly, casually signing a check and handing it to the winner as if it were merely a scrap of paper. Haha, another 50,000 in the bank. I truly have an eye for talent. Zhao Tiankong laughed heartily. As the host and organizer of the evening's event, he valued victory more than money, and this alleviated some of the discomfort he had felt from the strange encounter of the previous night. The post-race celebration was even more exuberant. Fine wine sprayed through the air as beautiful women swayed to the music, and the young revelers basked in the joy of victory and the thrill of high-stakes gambling, as if at that moment the entire world belonged to them. This private racing event was not merely a clash of speed and passion, but a revelry of wealth and power. For them, money was just a number. Life was an endless feast. Observing this intoxicating scene, the reactions of the four present varied. He Bao appeared uncertain. Zhao Tiankong exuded reckless abandon. Gu Xiaoyu frowned slightly, and Su Mingho observed with a detached gaze. Well then, Sister Xiaoyu, it's our turn. Zhao Tiankong turned to her, his eyes gleaming with challenge. All right, how shall we compete? Gu Xiaoyu glanced at He Bao, who, understandingly, packed away his laptop and opened the car door to exit. Let us race, she declared. Zhao Tiankong exhibited an air of nonchalance, with the destination set at the gas station along this route. Upon reaching it, the racers would turn back. The victor would be the one who completed a round trip first. This path was dotted with several forks, remnants of previous road construction, each accompanied by signs that guided one back to the main road. It was my inaugural venture on this route, so there was no need to fear any trickery from me. I have always held disdain for such deceitful tactics, ensuring fairness and honesty for all involved. As for the stakes, he cast a meaningful glance at He Bao beside him, grinning broadly. The loser must lend their car to the winner for a month. Upon hearing Zhao Tiankong's words, He Bao's face flushed crimson as he glared intently at his opponent, who, however, paid him no mind and instead focused on the attractive young woman before them, clearly signaling her opinion was sought. Gu Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow and nodded slowly. That sounds acceptable. Chapter 20. The subject of investigation. Gu Xiaoyu had initially anticipated that the wager would involve money or something more outrageous, but the current stakes felt far more profound. Yet, Zhao Tiankong mused that given her disposition, it was unlikely she would gamble money. This girl was notorious for her independence and never mingled with their crowd. While he personally coveted her beauty, he was aware enough to recognize the boundaries. Some individuals were best left undisturbed. He had witnessed firsthand how this girl had dealt a severe blow to one of his friends from another province, who had remained utterly silent afterward. Furthermore, he observed that his comrade Su Mingho seemed to harbor some inexplicable feelings for her, and Zhao Tiankong had no desire to risk offending this seemingly amiable yet ruthlessly cunning friend. For a man of his experience with women, those like Gu Xiaoyu were the most challenging. One could neither exert power over them nor compel them to play by one's rules. She was impervious to their usual tactics, and her attitude was one of indifference towards competition, showing no desire or expectations from anyone, rendering her untouchable among her peers. All right then, let us prepare to commence. I shall see you at the starting line shortly, Zhao Tiankong declared as he turned to head toward his vehicle. Once he departed, He Bao approached with a pitiful expression, lowering his voice. Sister Xiaoyu, this is all my fault. It has nothing to do with you. Don't take it to heart. Gu Xiaoyu unceremoniously interrupted him. Or do you think I will lose? Enough, Xiao Bao. Don't you know her nature by now? Su Mingho chimed in as he joined He Bao, patting him on the shoulder with a grin. By the way, after the race, you might consider asking Sister Xiaoyu to lend you Zhao Er's car for a couple of days. She might just agree. He Bao's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as he looked at Gu Xiaoyu. Gu Xiaoyu snorted dismissively, ignoring his hopeful gaze, and started her vehicle, driving towards the starting line. After she parked her blue sports car at the starting point, she disregarded the various gazes cast upon her by the men and women around, and opened the car's music player, letting a melodious foreign folk song fill the air. Compared to the explosive allure of heavy metal, she preferred the soothing tones of softer music, as it allowed her to fully relish the joy of driving. Habitually, she switched off her phone and tossed it onto the passenger seat, avoiding any potential disturbances from sudden ringing while she was focused on the road. She retrieved the coin-like pendant that hung around her neck, feeling its cool touch against her fingers. She had never pondered the material of the metal or studied the rune-like patterns etched upon it. All she knew was that it had been passed down to her mother by her grandfather, and now it remained as her mother's only memento. She carefully tied the pendant to the rearview mirror, securing it with a knot, a ritual she performed before every race. As she watched the pendant gently sway before her, an inexplicable sense of calm enveloped her. At that moment, a black sports car pulled up beside her, and the window rolled down, revealing her opponent for the night, Zhao Tiankong, who flashed a cheeky grin and winked at her. She couldn't help but think how insufferable he was, with the surrounding crowd buzzing with excitement. The race between them was about to commence. The lights illuminated the expansive open square, where an array of top-tier sports cars stood in perfect alignment. Tonight, over 20 international luxury vehicles had gathered for the racing event, accompanied by numerous private luxury cars. Even before these expensive machines had showcased their speed and intensity, the mere sight of them was already a visual feast. Each vehicle boasted its unique characteristics. Some had sleek, aerodynamic bodies, resembling tightly coiled predators, while others sported sharp angles and low chassis, exuding a strong sense of technology. Some cars, with their elegant lines and intricate details, appeared understated yet luxurious, embodying depth and sophistication. This spectacle was a dazzling display of automotive artistry. Every car gleamed under the bright lights, their reflective surfaces shimmering with a metallic luster, quietly radiating an immense power that stirred the hormones of the onlookers. The owners of these cars either sat inside, leaned against the doors, or rested on the hoods, surrounded by a throng of admirers, illustrating humanity's primal impulses in the face of beauty, wealth, status, and identity. In this place, luxury cars were abundant, so no one paid attention to the unexpected intruder among them. Feiyue felt increasingly assured that his choice to adopt a new guise had been astutely wise. Without this disguise, he would have stood out in this crowd, but with it, he blended seamlessly, drawing no particular attention to himself. Just moments ago, two young human females approached him, brandishing devices known as smartphones, and began to take photographs, causing him to momentarily believe he had been discovered. However, upon overhearing their remarks about showcasing the images later, he breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, humans have an affinity for shiny and beautiful objects. During his previous guise as a dilapidated van, he had garnered little attention from passers-by on his journey from north to south. Yet now, with merely a change in appearance, he found himself the center of human fascination. Later, upon delving into humanity's unique relationship with vehicles, he comprehended that human males are captivated by the sleek aesthetics, powerful performance, and the status these machines symbolize, while human females are enamored with their extravagant value and the prestige they confer upon their owners, essentially a yearning for strength. The nature of humanity is truly fascinating. Despite their evident frailty and ignorance, each individual seems to pursue power and status that starkly contrasts with their inherent limitations. Males consistently flaunt their prowess, while females exhibit their physical allure and beauty, presenting a dichotomy from the industrious humans he observed along his journey, who seemed to exist in an entirely different realm. In truth, he had always been more intrigued by human history and culture, having devoted little effort to understanding their behavioral patterns and thought processes. For an extended period, his comprehension of humanity was confined to the physiological level, as if all the individuals bustling about the streets were indistinguishable, save for their clothing and hairstyles. However, since adopting the guise of a sports car within this metropolis, he has not only witnessed the charm of this modern city, but has also gained deeper insights into the human species. Particularly tonight, his understanding of humanity has become more nuanced. He can now accurately distinguish between genders, the masculinity expressed by human males and the femininity radiating from females remind him of his Cybertronian brethren. While most of them align more closely with human male characteristics, there are a few who embody the delicate and graceful beauty akin to human females, albeit these counterparts represent less than 1/10 of the Cybertronian population. The night before last, leveraging fragmented clues from the data center in the northern city, he connected to the local household registration system and swiftly uncovered detailed information about his target. Huegua, a male born in the year 1938 of the Earth calendar, entered the Kunlun Mountains for exploration in 1966 as part of a civilian expedition team. Out of an 8-member team, he was the sole survivor. After being rescued, He babbled incoherently in the hospital about metallic labyrinths and steel giants. He was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. Following treatment, he returned to normalcy, but the words he uttered were recorded in government archives. Upon discovering this information within the stream of data, Feyue resolved to use it as a breakthrough for further investigation, as the terminology closely resembled the characteristics of the Cybertronians. Subsequently, this individual relocated with his family to Shanghai, where he passed away 2 decades ago. Feyue continued to seek relevant information regarding his target and uncovered that both the man's wife and daughter had also died 17 and 5 years ago respectively. Presently, only his son-in-law and granddaughter remain in the city. Feyue elucidated the identity and residence of this family and followed the male head of the household to his workplace yesterday. Through his inquiries, he learned that the man operated a large data company. Aside from his relatively elevated social status among humans and his wealth, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. After a full day of surveillance, Feyue gleaned no valuable information from the man. Consequently, he contemplated observing the man's daughter. To his surprise, the young woman remained indoors for the entire day. Feyue waited outside the residential area along the main road, fortunate that his current disguise was that of a luxury vehicle in human society. Occasionally, uniformed security personnel passed by without raising any suspicion. It was not until this evening, as Feyue idly perused human cultural knowledge, that the girl finally emerged, driving a car with a robust young man in the passenger seat. He immediately maintained a safe distance and followed them. Due to Feyue keeping an appropriate distance, they remained oblivious to his pursuit. He utilized his radar listening function to eavesdrop on their conversation, discovering that they were headed to a racing event that night. Feyue could not help but think how humans truly relish the exhilaration that comes with speed. He had not anticipated that the seemingly delicate girl from the photographs would be fond of racing, and her driving skills appeared commendable, further deepening his impression of her. However, it was unexpected that while eavesdropping on their discourse, he would also learn of his own recent escapade. News of his racing against a black sports car had circulated, but upon hearing that no leads had been found linking him to the incident, he felt a sense of relief. Feyue resolved to refrain from impulsive actions that might expose his identity and whereabouts, especially since he had just begun to uncover potential clues related to the Energy Cube. He could not afford any missteps at this critical juncture. Finally, Feyue trailed the blue sports car to the venue of the racing event, employing his cloaking mode to seamlessly blend in. Upon entering this vibrant arena, he was greeted by an array of dazzling vehicles, overwhelming him with their striking appearances. He had previously searched online for information regarding the most fashionable luxury vehicles of the moment, yet all he could find were mere images and videos, with the relevant data being exceedingly vague. Consequently, despite gathering a plethora of information on various models, he was unable to transform his disguise into these vehicles. For the Cybertronians, although they possess the ability to alter the shape and arrangement of their metallic cells, transforming into an object with specific attributes and functions necessitates precise data for accurate modulation. Therefore, Cybertronians typically opt to scan physical objects, ensuring meticulous data collection beforehand, which allows them to flawlessly replicate the form and function of their intended target. Take, for instance, their operations on Earth. They must achieve impeccable camouflage for covert actions while also adapting to the physical environment of the planet. Thus, transforming into vehicles manufactured by humans becomes the most convenient option, although they could potentially transform into the desired model solely based on the information collected online without scanning. Such an approach would only allow them to imitate the exterior, and even then, discrepancies would likely arise, making it easy for others to see through the disguise. Moreover, realizing the original functionalities would be nearly impossible. After all, vehicles like cars possess intricately complex internal structures, without accurate data to support this transformation. The core spark within would be unable to instruct the metallic cells to undergo such meticulous metamorphosis and reorganization, potentially resulting in a patchwork monstrosity with glaring flaws on the outside and bizarre anomalies within. Transformation is an innate ability of the Cybertronians. Once, after spending his developmental phase in the depths of Cybertron's underground city, before engaging in societal production activities, the Iron Fortress's functional allocation department presented a lengthy list of equipment options based on his core spark's intensity for him to choose from. Ultimately, he selected a hover vehicle as his functional form. For a considerable duration thereafter, he traversed the steel forests of Cybertron at high speeds in this form, delivering essential supplies and energy blocks to his fellow beings. During his off time, he even participated in various racing events organized by the Iron Fortress, a leisurely lifestyle that the young Cybertronian thoroughly enjoyed. However, this tranquility was disrupted when Megatron ascended to power, imposing a dictatorial regime. The Decepticon faction implemented functionalism and militarism across Cybertron, forcibly categorizing all Cybertronians into distinct classes based on their inherent spark intensity. Those deemed promising were subjected to militarization and forcibly integrated into combat units, while those lacking potential were relegated to production units, destined to toil in industrial labor indefinitely, supplying resources and energy for the Decepticons' military expansion. This oppressive reality is why he resolutely aligned himself with the Autobot faction in defiance of the Decepticon rule. In the prolonged existence of a Cybertronian, if each day were spent either battling to the death in foreign conquests or eternally laboring in mines or on production lines until they were rendered obsolete, he would have preferred never to have emerged from the well of sparks at all. Currently, Fayue feels as if he has entered an exhibition hall of luxury automobiles. As he passes each exquisite vehicle, he discreetly conducts a thorough scan, meticulously recording and storing all pertinent data. By the time he follows a blue sports car to the waiting area, he has successfully gathered information on 8 coveted models. Henceforth, should he desire, he may effortlessly change his appearance at will, a source of immense satisfaction that deeply gratifies his penchant for collection. To his surprise, Fayue spots the young human who had bested him in a street race 2 nights prior, engaging in conversation with his target. Based on their dialogue, it becomes evident that he is the rival who will race the girl tonight, and Fayue anticipates an entertaining spectacle. It amuses him that this individual has been scouring for clues about him over the past couple of days. Ah, dear fellow, I stand right before you. Yet you remain oblivious. Good luck in your search. I shan't revert to that old van, he muses. Recently, Fayue has come across a human proverb. It is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, yet difficult to descend from opulence to simplicity. He rationalizes his choices as merely facilitating his mission. Indeed, this justification feels entirely appropriate. Before long, he observes the blue supercar revving up and entering the racetrack. According to their established rules, the competition will conclude after a single round trip, which should transpire swiftly. Fayue, possessing ample time, intends to wait patiently, as this father-daughter duo represents his sole lead. As he prepares to review the vehicle data he has collected for his own enjoyment, a sudden movement captures his visual sensors. The girl in the blue sports car removes a pendant from around her neck, and in that instant, Fayue clearly captures the image of the pendant. He feels the energy within him surge momentarily. Swiftly, he takes a series of photographs from various angles. The pendant is a circular, bright silver medallion with an uncertain material composition. One side is adorned with intricate geometric patterns, featuring circles and triangles, with densely interwoven lines forming a neatly arranged grid. Under Fayue's image magnification, he discerns minute text within each grid, with varying depths that create a three-dimensional effect. Conversely, the other side showcases elegant line patterns, embellished with uniquely shaped runes. Although Fayue cannot decipher these runes, their aesthetic bears a striking resemblance to Cybertronian script. The entire charm exhibits signs of wear and scratches, evidently weathered by time, exuding an air of mystery and antiquity. Fayue ponders why this human girl possesses such an object. While he cannot ascertain whether the pendant is linked to the Energy Cube, he is certain that it is connected to Cybertron. This marks the first time since his arrival on Earth that he has uncovered such a valuable clue. Indeed, my investigative direction has proven to be correct. The blinding beams of distant headlights cleaved through the darkness ahead, as 2 racing cars idled side by side at the starting line. The air was thick with the pungent scent of gasoline and the deep, resonant growl of engines, creating an atmosphere charged with tension. One was a sleek blue supercar, its body glistening with a cold brilliance under the lights, reminiscent of an elegant dolphin gliding through the depths of the ocean. The other was a jet-black sports car, its broad tires and rugged lines exuding a raw, untamed power, akin to a poised Black Panther ready to pounce. The engines roared in a rhythmic exchange, each challenging the other as their growls crescendoed. Both cars experienced slight tire slippage, momentarily scraping against the asphalt, producing a screeching sound, while white smoke billowed from the edges of the tires, suggesting they were on the brink of liberation. Gu Xiaoyu fastened her seatbelt, gripping the steering wheel firmly, disregarding the playful grin of the driver in the black car to her left. Her gaze, sharp and focused, was fixed on the track ahead. This was her driving ritual. Once behind the wheel, she would immerse herself in her own world, synchronizing her heartbeat with the rhythm of the engine, gathering strength for the imminent burst of speed. The signal to start no longer came from the previous charming lady, but from a trendy young man who held a colorful flag aloft, poised to bring it down at the countdown. Ready! A resounding horn echoed from the half-open windows on either side. Gu Xiaoyu took a deep breath and gripped the paddle shifter with her right hand. Excellent. She felt in good form. Now it was time to relish the experience. A subtle smile graced her lips. She could sense her heartbeat quickening, her blood surging through her veins. It was this exhilarating thrill that had, unbeknownst to her, transformed racing into the singular diversion in her life. 3, 2. The deafening horn reverberated against her eardrums. Zhao Tiankong, driving the black sports car, also stifled his smile, eager to laugh uproariously if he emerged victorious. The young man waved the colorful flag down swiftly with a shout. Both cars shot off the line like arrows released from a bow, accompanied by a thunderous roar as the tires violently ground against the pavement, producing a piercing sound that instantly left the onlookers at the starting point in their wake. Initially, the track featured a lengthy straightaway. Gu Xiaoyu pressed the accelerator, casting a glance at the speedometer as the needle soared, her smile broadening beyond concealment. The wind streamed through the cabin, brushing against her face, bringing an unparalleled sense of comfort. Gu Xiaoyu remained utterly focused, never once diverting her attention to her opponent. In her eyes, there was neither precedence nor a desire for victory, only tranquility. Chapter 22. Trouble Approaches. The road was devoid of streetlights, the mountain-hugging highway concealed in darkness. Yet soon, the two speeding vehicles shattered the stillness of the night, their powerful beams illuminating the path ahead. Gu Xiaoyu tightened her grip on the steering wheel, her fingertips tingling slightly in the cool breeze. Her Azure sports car, meticulously calibrated by a specialist, emitted a deep, resonant growl that reverberated through the mountains. The sleek contours of the vehicle minimized wind resistance, showcasing an exquisite velocity that rendered the car a spectral shade of deep blue against the night. Yet, amid such breakneck speed, her composed demeanor suggested an effortless mastery. The car danced in her hands as if it were a mere toy, every gesture fluid and natural. Her gaze remained steadfastly fixed ahead, while in the rearview mirror, Zhao Qiankong's black sports car clung closely to her tail, its headlights glaring like a predator pursuing its prey. Had he caught up? The corners of Gu Xiaoyu's lips maintained a subtle curve, her eyes glimmering with a hint of seriousness. She pressed the accelerator, the car's speed surging instantaneously, creating a distance between her and the pursuing vehicle. Zhao Tiankong, not to be outdone, matched her pace, and the two cars engaged in a fierce chase along the open mountain road, their engine roars intertwining in a cacophony of sound. As her heartbeat quickened with a rising speed, her mind remained remarkably clear. Her driving skills, honed through years of practice, had become exceptionally adept. Though it was her first time on this route, she navigated each turn with precision, her car skimming alongside the guardrails. Silently, she calculated the distance ahead. Despite her temporary lead, she recognized the formidable prowess of her opponent, who had persistently clung to her rear without attempting to overtake, like an unshakable piece of gum. This realization caused her brow to furrow slightly. So confident are we? Gu Xiaoyu understood that Zhao Tiankong was showcasing his skills, sending her a clear signal. I can overtake you whenever I choose. I'm merely letting you lead for now. Before long, a fork appeared in the road ahead. Although either path could lead to the destination, she hesitated for a moment before deciding to stick to the main route. Just as she prepared to accelerate through the junction, the black sports car behind her suddenly surged forward, darting past her left flank and veering sharply into her lane. Gu Xiaoyu swiftly gripped the steering wheel. Maneuvering to avoid a collision, the car swerved violently, teetering on the brink of losing control. As she stabilized the vehicle, the black car sped into the fork, its taillights slicing through the darkness with a blinding red glow. Due to the recent turn of events, Gu Xiaoyu's car had deviated from its intended path. With her speed too great to contemplate her next move, she had no choice but to follow suit into the fork, lest she careen off the road. Damn it! Gu Xiaoyu gritted her teeth as she noticed a hand protruding from the driver's window of the black car, waving mockingly in a clear display of Zhao Tiankong's derision. Her annoyance at his reckless antics ignited a spark of determination within her, and she accelerated in pursuit of his vehicle. The fork was significantly narrower than the main road, comprised of rough terrain and shrouded in darkness, making the driving conditions increasingly treacherous. The deplorable road conditions caused the swiftly moving vehicle to jolt and sway, leaving Gu Xiaoyu feeling somewhat dizzy. She was compelled to slightly reduce her speed. Fortunately, the black sports car ahead also decelerated, allowing her to maintain a close pursuit of its rear. The two vehicles raced along the narrow dirt path, their tires grinding against the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. However, at that moment, Gu Xiaoyu was momentarily blinded by a glare from the rearview mirror, which left her perplexed. Wasn't this race supposed to involve only the two of them? Why was there another car trailing behind? Faced with this unexpected situation, she had no intention of slowing down. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed that more than one vehicle was rapidly approaching from behind. Suddenly, several blinding headlights illuminated the darkness, tightening her chest with apprehension. A swift look in the mirror confirmed her fears. 3 black vehicles were speeding toward them, their headlights piercing the night, clearly not of ordinary make. Within moments, the cars had closed the distance to within 10 meters of Gu Xiaoyu's vehicle. In the shadows, the incoming vehicles loomed like 3 colossal beasts, and she quickly discerned that they were Hummers. Due to the reflections and the bumpy ride, she could not clearly see the drivers' faces. The intent of these newcomers was unmistakable. Though Gu Xiaoyu had yet to officially step into society, she could easily tell that they harbored ill intent. This was unlikely to be a mere sideshow for the race. Were they coming for Zhao Yunkong, or for her? This was her first encounter with such a predicament, and although a sense of panic welled up within her, her inherently strong-willed nature compelled her to regain her composure. Above all, she knew that slowing down or stopping was not an option. Without hesitation, she made a decisive choice. Before she could further contemplate her response, the 3 Hummers accelerated once more, forming a triangular formation that surrounded the blue sports car on both sides and from behind. The audacity of their maneuver startled her. Were they indeed aiming for her? She glanced left and right, attempting to glimpse the drivers of the Hummers, but through the dark-tinted windows, she could only make out a man wearing a black mask. Even in that brief moment, she sensed a fierce and mocking glint in his eyes. Gu Xiaoyu's exquisite visage remained devoid of panic, yet the slight tremor in her fingers gripping the steering wheel betrayed her composed facade. Meanwhile, Zhao Tiankong, who led the way, had evidently noticed the 3 Hummers as well. He honked vigorously and decelerated, positioning his vehicle in front of the right-side Hummer, seemingly attempting to force it to a halt. Seizing this opportunity, Gu Xiaoyu decisively pressed the accelerator, propelling her vehicle out of the encirclement of the Hummers. However, the 2 Hummers behind swiftly matched their speed, aligning alongside Zhao Tiankong's black sports car. With the window rolled down, Zhao Tiankong unleashed a torrent of expletives, demanding to know who they were and asserting his identity, challenging their audacity to disrupt his race. Amidst his tirade, he incessantly honked the horn, its piercing sound echoing starkly in the stillness of the night. Before he could continue his tirade, the Hummer on the left and the one behind surged into action. The rear Hummer accelerated fiercely, crashing with a thunderous impact into the rear of the sleek black sports car. How dare they ram my vehicle? Zhao Tiankong's anger ignited. Just 2 days prior, he had been infuriated by that peculiar dilapidated van, and now he found himself provoked yet again on his own turf. But the assault did not cease there. The Hummer on his left pressed forward, colliding directly with the black sports car, forcing it towards the roadside. The rear Hummer joined the fray, employing its formidable horsepower to unbalance the black vehicle. With its specially reinforced body, the Hummer showed no fear of the collision, rendering their actions particularly reckless. Zhao Tiankong felt a twinge of panic. Are they serious? He quickly gripped the steering wheel, struggling against the powerful force pressing from the left. The direct impact from the Hummer began to deform his left door, the air filled with the jarring sound of metal scraping. Fortunately, his driving skills were adept enough to maintain control amidst the onslaught from both sides. Grabbing the intercom, he shouted urgently, "Hello? There's a disturbance. Call for backup." Upon noticing that the Hummer drivers were masked, he realized they had come prepared, not merely for a petty squabble, but potentially something more sinister. Who would dare to orchestrate such a brazen confrontation with 3 Hummers? Though he often acted recklessly, he had never wronged anyone of significant stature. With 3 Hummers against him, they were evidently serious. Call for arms. I'm at the first junction. Before he could finish his command, a heavy blow struck from the left, the force overwhelming. Zhao Tiankong's grip faltered as the steering wheel slipped from his control, and the world around him spun violently. Gu Xiaoyu, observing through the rearview mirror, was taken aback by the alarming sight. Zhao Tiankong's black sports car, ensnared between 2 Hummers, was forced off the dirt path, sliding down the slope before overturning into a patch of wild grass, sending debris of foliage and soil flying. The 3 Hummers accelerated once more. Seemingly indifferent to the fate of the individual they had just cast aside, it was clear that their next target was her, and their earlier actions appeared merely to eliminate an obstruction. The road had transformed into a hunting ground. She slammed the accelerator, desperate to shake off the pursuing Hummers. But they were evidently well prepared. The Hummer's design gave it an advantage on this terrain, making it impossible to evade them. Simultaneously, she reached for her phone on the passenger seat to call for help, but as her vehicle jolted violently, her stiffened fingers failed to maintain their grip, and the phone slipped beneath the seat. Damn it! Cold sweat beaded on Gu Xiaoyu's forehead, yet she gritted her teeth, scanning her surroundings frantically. The road was narrow, flanked by dense underbrush. Her sports car would undoubtedly become mired if she ventured off the path, leaving no room for escape. At that moment, Gu Xiaoyu suddenly recalled something, her expression reflecting her annoyance at not having thought of it sooner. She quickly reached beneath the steering wheel, groping for a switch, and pressed it. This was an alarm transmitter that her grandfather had specially installed for her, connected to the cloud. Once activated, it would send a distress signal to the security company's server, hoping they would promptly detect any anomalies. Was their target me from the very beginning? A fleeting thought crossed Gu Xiaoyu's mind. Tonight's competition was a trap. Chapter 23. Calm amidst crisis. Feyue was currently at the waiting area, contentedly examining the data he had gathered on various car models, his delight immeasurable. In his data processor, virtual racing car models and detailed specifications scrolled back and forth, presenting various intricate details. He intended to select a particular model to serve as his disguise for the following day. Now equipped with several stylish outfits, he could easily switch his look daily, reveling in the variety it offered. Not only the car models, but even the paint colors and designs could be customized to his liking. He had already browsed the internet for car color schemes and paint patterns that resonated with his taste. Just then, Feiyue's receiver intercepted a radio wave signal. Hello? Is anyone there? There's interference. Call for help. Followed by a cacophony of noise. Before Feiyue could ascertain the source of the signal, another wave of chaotic sounds erupted. 3 Hummers are on the way. They mean business. Call for backup. I'm at the first intersection. This time, Feiyue deciphered that the radio signal originated from the starting line, emanating from a walkie-talkie held by a male voice, an individual named Zhao Tiankong. Was he not supposed to be racing against his target? What did it mean to disrupt the event? Were there not only 2 cars on the track? Could something have gone awry at the venue? Feiyue closed his favorites list, shifting into task mode, and activated the signal collector, determined to uncover the unfolding situation promptly. Feiyue sensed a growing commotion among the crowd. Voices rose in urgency, and people hurried about. Even Gu Xiaoyu's friends, the chubby boy and the handsome youth, noticed something amiss and approached the staff member holding a walkie-talkie, inquiring about the situation. The young man, named Su Mingho, approached the staff, observing as they repeatedly questioned the walkie-talkie with no response. He asked, "Is it Zhao Tiankong? What has happened?" "Susao?" Upon recognizing the visitor, the staff hurriedly replied. The specifics are unclear, but judging from what young Master Zhao said, it seems there has been interference along the way. Su Mingho frowned at this revelation. Did he mention anything else? He only urged us to hurry, stating it was at the first intersection. I've already informed the security personnel. They are preparing to head out. The portly Hibao appeared somewhat anxious, hastily inquiring of Su Mingho, "Brother Hao, is someone causing trouble during the competition? Is Sister Xiaoyu all right?" Uncertain, Zhao Er did not respond. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mingho addressed Hibao, stating, "The competition ends here for now. Remain here. I shall go find Xiaoyu." With that, Su Mingho turned and walked towards the parking area, prompting Hibao to follow closely behind. "Brother Hao, are you going to search for Sister Xiaoyu on the track? Take me with you." Hibao chattered incessantly, his concern palpable. "What are you following for?" You know nothing of the situation over there. If trouble truly arises, I cannot protect you, Su Mingho replied without glancing back. Upon reaching the parking area, Su Mingho surveyed his surroundings and spotted a beautiful woman standing beside his red luxury car, tiptoeing as she observed the bustling crowd with a bewildered expression. He approached her directly. "Hello, beautiful lady," he greeted, smiling. The woman, startled by the sudden appearance of the handsome man, was momentarily taken aback. But as she recognized his striking features, her expression shifted to one of flustered surprise. "Ah, you. Hello, you're Su Xiao? It is an honor to be remembered by such a beauty," Su Mingho replied with undeniable charm. "May I borrow your exquisite vehicle? My friend has encountered difficulties on the track, and I regrettably did not drive here tonight." Before the woman could fully comprehend the situation, Su Mingho had gently taken the car keys from her grasp, his movements seamless and tender. She found herself in a state of confusion, unsure whether to resist or acquiesce, and simply allowed him to take the keys. Su Mingho opened the car door, slid into the seat, and ignited the engine. He playfully winked at the dazed woman. "Wait for me here. I shall return shortly." With that, he drove off towards the track entrance, leaving the woman, whose car he had borrowed, entranced in the evening breeze. She was untroubled by the thought of him not returning or damaging her vehicle. The name Su Mingho was well known in the upper echelons of the city. As a low-profile artist supported by a wealthy benefactor, if she could leverage this opportunity to forge a connection with Su Xiao, losing her car tonight would still be a significant gain. At the starting line, due to the commotion, the men and women gathered to bet on the race exhibited a range of reactions. Some were panicked, others excited, while some observed with detachment or glee. All were engaged in discussions regarding the current situation, speculating on what might transpire on the track, as if to them, the prospect of violence or unforeseen events was more exhilarating than the race or gambling itself. Led by a silver-haired youth, a dozen formidable security personnel boarded 3 black vans, preparing to head to the scene of the incident. They needed to act swiftly. The boss's current condition was unclear, and should they allow the spectators to witness a farce, their futures in this line of work would be bleak. Just as they were about to depart, a red sedan sped past them. "I will go ahead, you follow," Su Mingho declared, leaving them in his wake. Silver-haired had long been following Zhao Tiankong, naturally aware that this gentleman was a friend of his superior. He promptly directed his team to pursue in their vehicles. At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed, as if the air itself were being torn apart. A white car streaked by like lightning, leaving only a fleeting silhouette, vanishing before the astonished gazes of Su Mingho and the security personnel. The air was thick with the dust that had been stirred up. Although Su Mingho prided himself on his driving skills, he understood that, even in a meticulously tuned sports car, achieving such an exaggerated speed was impossible. What was that car? Who was behind the wheel? Su Mingho realized that no matter how he accelerated, he could not catch up, and a sense of alarm enveloped him. Gu Xiaoyu was experiencing the most perilous moment of her 20 years of life. Just moments ago, the notorious Zhao Tiankong of the Magic City had been thrown into a roadside ditch, his fate uncertain. 3 black Hummers had completely sealed off the road behind her, relentlessly pursuing her in a triangular formation. A distress signal had already been dispatched, and the immediate priority was to avoid being forced to stop. Gu Xiaoyu's mind raced as she assessed the situation. She knew nothing of her pursuers' identities or intentions, but it was evident that they had no regard for the well-known Zhao Tiankong, clearly indicating they were desperate criminals. She could not fall into their hands and had to escape swiftly. The meticulously tuned blue supercar was under her control, unleashing its formidable horsepower. Her heartbeat quickened, and beads of cold sweat formed on her palms. Yet paradoxically, her mind remained exceptionally clear in this dire moment. She maintained her composure, striving to preserve the rhythm she was accustomed to during her racing escapades. She understood that in such circumstances, panic would only lead to mistakes. She cast aside her frantic thoughts and focused intently on how to shake off the 3 relentless Hummers behind her. With no retreat left, she pressed forward with determination. She needed to reach the main road swiftly to exploit the speed advantage of her sports car. The dirt path was a hindrance to her velocity. Illuminated by her bright headlights, she caught a glimmer of the speed limit sign reflecting in the distance, signaling that she would soon emerge from the side road, instilling a glimmer of hope within her. However, in that fleeting moment, she noticed the Hummers had flanked her, preparing to constrict her driving space once more. In the next instant, One of the Hummers accelerated, colliding forcefully into the rear of her vehicle. The immense impact surged from behind, and the inertia nearly wrenched the steering wheel from her grasp. Fortunately, she instinctively tightened her hold, maintaining control over the car's trajectory. With a burst of adrenaline, she surged ahead. Simultaneously, she felt the encroaching Hummers on either side, like a vice closing in on her. A flicker of resolve crossed Gu Xiaoyu's eyes as she violently twisted the steering wheel, unhesitatingly ramming her precious supercar into the Hummer on her right. The resounding crash of metal reverberated through the air. Although this diminutive sports car stood no chance against a muscular behemoth like the Hummer, the sudden collision achieved a remarkable effect. The driver of the Hummer, clearly taken aback by her audacious maneuver, felt the vehicle shudder violently and veer off course, losing stability on the uneven, muddy terrain. This forced the Hummer driver to struggle to maintain control of the steering wheel to avoid losing command. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Xiaoyu deftly adjusted her steering, causing her car to sharply veer once again into the right-side Hummer, audaciously squeezing herself into the trajectory previously occupied by her adversary. This fortuitous maneuver allowed her to narrowly evade an assault from the left, as the opposing vehicle's front merely grazed her rear, and in its haste to regain direction, collided with a Hummer trailing behind. Capitalizing on this rare chance, she pressed the accelerator, creating a distance between herself and her pursuers. Yet, her actions seemed to ignite their fury. The three vehicles swiftly recalibrated and surged forward with menacing intent, their relentless motion undeterred by the jarring bumps. The pairs of glaring headlights flickering in the darkness like ravenous wolves in pursuit of prey. From this moment forth, the hunt had transformed from a mere game into a deadly chase. Chapter 24. The unexpected interference of Cheng Yao Jin. When the ravenous wolves ceased to toy with their quarry and became earnest, their ferocity was laid bare. In the blink of an eye, the slender blue sports car found itself merely half a length ahead of the three Hummers, all four vehicles kicking up a cloud of dust as they surged onto the asphalt road almost simultaneously. However, before Gu Xiaoyu could revel in her momentary triumph, the right-side Hummer slammed into her vehicle, forcing the blue sports car to skid several meters across the asphalt, nearly flipping it over. The violent impact nearly knocked her unconscious, jolting her severely, but just as quickly, the rear of her car was struck again, completely robbing her of control. Under the dual assault from the right and rear, her car began to tilt dangerously to the left. Was this the end? Gu Xiaoyu's head spun from the force, and the thought crossed her mind that she had done all she could. As the Hummer bore down on her from the left, she couldn't help but shut her eyes. The next moment, a deafening crash echoed, yet it did not deliver the anticipated crushing force. When she reopened her eyes, she was met with a scene that left her astounded. To her left, a white sports car was ramming the rear of the Hummer, utilizing an unnatural and terrifying power to deflect it off course, sending the latter crashing into the roadside barrier. Following this, her already uncontrollable blue sports car collided with the white sports car, which astonishingly withstood the tremendous impact, halting her vehicle's drift. In the darkness, this mysterious white sports car, seemingly appearing from nowhere, descended like a celestial savior, resolving the dire predicament she faced. Beneath the illumination of the headlights, the white sports car, having just endured a series of collisions, astonishingly bore no marks or dents upon its body. At the helm sat a young man, his face obscured by sunglasses, his expression unyielding and impassive. Following the commotion in the parking area, he swiftly gleaned the situation from the exchanges between the two wireless communications and the on-site security personnel. An intruder had disrupted the race midway, their motives unclear. However, given the distress signal's abrupt cessation, it was evident that violence had been employed, and the current status of the investigation subjects remained uncertain. Calmly, he analyzed the intelligence he had gathered. Despite the status of the victim within human society, it had failed to deter the interlopers, indicating that these uninvited guests were not mere troublemakers, but rather acted with a definitive purpose. What was their objective? Was it that human male named Zhao Tiankong, or my subject Gu Xiaoyu? No, inaction was not an option. After finally uncovering a direct lead related to the Energy Cube, he could not afford any further missteps. With this thought, the white sport car's headlights flared to life, the engine roared, and beams of light emanated from every corner of the cockpit, coalescing like a holographic projection. In an instant, a slender figure, clad in sunglasses, materialized in the driver's seat. As the wheels spun, they kicked up dust from the ground, enveloping the area in a cloud of white smoke. Upon taking to the racetrack, he spotted a young human named Su Mingho at the wheel of a red sedan, flanked by 3 luxury cars, all en route to the scene of the incident. He was acutely aware that time was of the essence. He needed to reach the location swiftly to ensure the safety of his investigation subject. Not only did he seek to obtain the circular metal pendant, but he also needed to ascertain its origins, with that human girl serving as the key. Accelerating, he aimed to exploit his speed advantage and distance himself from the humans. If he found himself compelled to act later, the fewer humans present, the better. The fiery essence of his engine surged in power, and under such robust propulsion, he achieved a velocity of 100 kilometers per hour in the blink of an eye. The deafening roar of breaking the sound barrier shattered the stillness of the night air, as his sleek vehicle sliced through the darkness, leaving the humans far behind. He was aware that his current performance far exceeded the typical capabilities of the vehicle he was operating, which would undoubtedly raise suspicion among humans. However, pressed for time, he could not afford to dwell on such concerns. He could always switch to a different model for concealment later. As he raced along the deserted road, he activated the route map and radar array, quickly detecting the mentioned fork in the road. Without hesitation, he charged into the divergence, the rapidly spinning wheels stirring up a cloud of dust on the unpaved path. In both night vision and thermal modes, he immediately noticed a black sports car overturned in the roadside ditch, where a certain Zhao Tiankong stood, vociferously shouting at his phone. His lively demeanor suggested he was unharmed, which meant the girl remained in peril. He had to act swiftly. The sudden glare of headlights disoriented Zhao Tiankong, and before this spirited young man could react, a vehicle sped past him, followed by a tempest of dust and debris that obscured his vision entirely. Coughing and sputtering, Zhao Tiankong felt on the brink of madness. His face and hair coated in grime, dirt even infiltrating his mouth. The suave and rebellious aura he once exuded was now replaced by a disheveled, dusty figure. He felt these past 2 days were the most ill-fated of his life. First, he encountered a ghost on the mountain road, inhaling the exhaust of a dilapidated van, and subsequently found no trace of any clue. The entire situation reeked of the uncanny. Today, amidst a racing event, 3 audacious individuals had dared to collide with him. And had it not been for the relatively flat terrain, his car might have plunged into a broader, foul-smelling ditch, possibly landing him in a hospital tonight. Struggling to extricate himself from the car, he was bruised and battered, wincing in pain. Glancing at the sports car he had cherished, now resting in the ditch, he swiftly dialed his underlings outside, unleashing a torrent of curses before commanding them to bring clubs and knives, demanding they assist him in reclaiming his dignity. Who was he? He was the second young master of the Zhao family in the magical city, known for his audacious actions since childhood, never having endured any humiliation. Yet, in these 2 days, his pride and arrogance had been thoroughly dismantled. Now, he had just been showered with dirt by a vehicle whose driver he had scarcely glimpsed. And this series of misfortunes had frayed the last nerve in his mind. At this moment, a murderous rage surged within him as he bellowed hysterically, "Who dares to provoke me? If I find out who you are, I shall break your legs." However, the vehicle had long since vanished, leaving only the fading glow of its taillights behind, while his profanities echoed in the air. Poor fellow, he certainly had a fiery temper, but alas, it seemed unlikely he would ever locate me. Farewell indeed. Continuing down the dirt road for a stretch, he soon spotted his quarry in the distance. Ahead, 3 black Hummers were relentlessly pursuing a blue sports car. This girl has impressive driving skills, managing to evade them thus far, he mused, observing the blue car's maneuvers with admiration. This realization reinforced his suspicion that the drivers of the 3 Hummers were far from virtuous, as their tactics had been consistently aggressive, reminiscent of the Decepticons hunting civilians on Cybertron. At that moment, he noticed that the 4 vehicles ahead were about to surge onto the main road, while the blue sports car was once again besieged, creating a perilous situation. With a determined grit, Feiyue increased the energy output of his ignition once more, resulting in a significant surge in power. The exhaust pipes at the rear expelled not a mere wave of heat, but a brilliant blue plasma, surging forth like a cannonball. Just as the Hummer on the left intended to ram into the blue sports car, Feiyue, with an unstoppable momentum, collided forcefully with the rear of the Hummer. The impact was akin to striking a flimsy sheet of metal, yielding little kinetic feedback, too fragile. He then witnessed the Hummer lose control, crashing into the protective embankment along the roadside. Swiftly, Feiyu had darted in front of the blue sports car, positioning himself against the trajectory of the out-of-control vehicle, absorbing the tremendous inertial force with his own side. Ouch, that stung a bit. Feiyu couldn't help but grunt. Chapter 25. The bandit Ding Baishan initially believed this would be a straightforward and mundane kidnapping task, yet the unfolding events had far exceeded his expectations. At 35 years of age, he had never been academically inclined, engaging solely in brawls and street fights, having dropped out of school early to navigate the underbelly of society. Emulating the methods of organized crime, he resorted to extortion and violence, ultimately gathering a group of social misfits to rob truck drivers on national highways, which resulted in a fatal incident, forcing him to flee to another land. Subsequently, he reinvented himself along the border of Mengzhou, operating as a mercenary who resolved disputes for a fee. With a ruthless disposition, he quickly established a reputation in this line of work, persisting for a decade. A month ago, he received a new assignment, accompanied by two trusted brothers, traversing several provinces southward to the opulent city of Dashahai, where they made contact with their liaison. This intermediary was merely a go-between. It was clear that he too was unaware of the identity of the mastermind behind the operation. However, this was inconsequential, as such was the norm in their trade. The remuneration for this task was substantial. If successful, it promised a lavish lifestyle for at least the next 3 years. The mission merely entailed the abduction of a wealthy heiress, a task Ding Baishan had undertaken before, well within his expertise. The intermediary had meticulously planned their operation and provided them with 3 Hummers, along with firearms. It was only the night before last that they were positioned in a concealed spot along the target's expected route, where they would wait. Initially, Ding Baishan was perplexed, questioning how their target would arrive in such a secluded location. However, to his surprise, the area began to buzz with activity that afternoon, as luxury cars flowed in and out, seemingly engaged in a racing competition. Ding Baishan thought to himself how indulgent the lives of the wealthy offspring in this city truly were. After several hours of waiting without any sign of their target, just as he and his 2 subordinates were on the brink of losing patience, a text message arrived on his phone, alerting him that the target was about to appear, driving a blue sports car. A few minutes later, 2 sports cars indeed sped towards him, among which was the blue vehicle carrying the target. What followed was the execution of the preordained plan to complete the kidnapping mission on this journey southward. 3 Hummer vehicles surged forth from the concealed woods, and as Ding Baishan ignited the engine, he was enveloped in a state of extreme exhilaration. This car was evidently modified and fine-tuned, and upon receiving the keys, he had been envisioning scenes of recklessly tearing through the streets in this beast of steel, a desire that had been building within him for days. Now, he could finally indulge in the raw power of this formidable machine. Initially, he and his subordinates adopted a predatory approach, seeking to encircle the target and gradually undermine her psychological defenses. Midway, another vehicle accompanying the target became an obstruction, and Ding Baishan wasted no time in dealing with it, forcefully crashing the affluent young man and his car off the road. Had it not been for the intermediary's explicit instructions to refrain from excessive force, especially to avoid genuinely harming these privileged youths, the situation could have spiraled out of control. Although Ding Baishan longed to wreak havoc upon these fortunate scions, he was not reckless enough to invite unnecessary trouble upon himself. After all, with years of experience in the underworld, he understood well whom to provoke and whom to avoid. However, the mere thought of having collided with that young man's luxurious sports car had lifted the gloom that had plagued him for days, providing a thrilling sense of liberation that made him burst into laughter. The next step was to force the target's vehicle to a halt. At that point, the young lady would be nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. A sadistic grin crept across his face as he envisioned this. Throughout the entire process, he closely pursued the blue sports car, occasionally nudging it, akin to a ravenous wolf herding its prey into a trap. He relished the psychological superiority derived from manipulating others. To his surprise, the young lady exhibited commendable driving skills and maintained her composure under pressure, skillfully maneuvering through their encirclement. Paradoxically, this only intensified Ding Baishan's sadistic tendencies. He was eager to see how long she could withstand their relentless pursuit. Eventually, under their escalating pressure, the blue sports car's rhythm was disrupted. However, just as they prepared to execute their final move, an unforeseen event occurred. A white sports car, seemingly emerging from nowhere, crashed into their midst like a cannonball, causing one of Ding Baishan's subordinates to lose control and violently collide with the roadside barrier. Ding Baishan's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom how a sports car could possess such formidable strength, capable of pushing a muscle car, which was considerably larger, so far away. In the next moment, the now out-of-control blue sports car crashed into the side of this unexpected intruder, which astonishingly withstood the tremendous force. What astonished everyone was that, after enduring 2 violent collisions, the sleek white sports car exhibited no signs of damage or scratches. Instead, it was the rear end of the Hummer that had been struck and the front of the blue sports car that bore the brunt of the impact, showcasing significant dents, scattered parts, and crumpled metal in a grotesque display. What kind of vehicle was this? What materials were employed to render it so resilient? The recent collision had been jarring, akin to striking something solid. After years of navigating this perilous world, he felt a twinge of unease. The entire presence of the white sports car emanated an aura of the uncanny. Remarkably, the girl, having survived the crisis, quickly regained her composure and seized the opportunity to accelerate, distancing herself from them. Most ordinary individuals would have been left dazed and immobilized. Seeing the white sports car positioned between him and his target, evidently there to shield the girl, Ding Baishan felt a surge of wrath rise within him, transforming into a malevolent determination. No matter the capabilities of this vehicle, it stood in the way of his fortune, and he was resolved to obliterate it. He glanced at his subordinate who had just regained ground, now slowly pursuing them again. A cruel smile crept across his face as he exchanged a knowing glance with another accomplice. They were both on the same wavelength. With one positioned to the right and the other behind, they intended to deal with the obstruction posed by the white sports car first. Ding Baishan initiated the assault, pressing the accelerator to ram the front of his vehicle into it, hoping to repeat the earlier tactic and force it off the road. Simultaneously, another henchman approached from the right, aiming to collide with the white sports car and expedite its removal. The earlier crash had unleashed a primal ferocity in these thugs, rendering them even more reckless. Feyue began to feel irked. It appeared these humans were becoming increasingly emboldened, relentlessly accelerating and swerving, attempting to strike him from behind and the right side. Though humans seemed frail, their audacity was astonishing. This must be what they termed desperate criminals, he mused. As he dodged several attempts on his life, he noticed the Hummer that had fallen behind was once again gaining ground, turning the odds to 3 against 1. At that moment, the Hummer that had been tailing him made a sharp left turn, accelerating directly towards the blue sports car, evidently intent on confronting the human girl. Meanwhile, the pursuing Hummer caught up, effectively sandwiching him in between, creating a perilous pincer movement. Just as Feyue prepared to break through their encirclement, the windows of both Hummers rolled down. He saw the drivers, their faces obscured by black masks, raising dark objects in their hands, aimed squarely at him. Feyue recognized these weapons. His database held extensive records of most human infantry combat arms. Then came the rapid succession of gunfire, the sound of bullets rattling against the engine and tires of his vehicle. Yet, in the face of such close-range firearm assault, Feyue remained unfazed. He could even observe, moments later, the expressions on the faces of these humans, shifting from initial frenzy and excitement to bewilderment and confusion. Regardless of how fiercely they fired their weapons, they could not inflict even the slightest harm upon the soaring body. This was an inevitable reality, with the small caliber firearms they wielded. It was utterly impossible to cause any damage to his formidable physique, forged from Cybertron alloy. Though the vehicle form he transformed into appeared to resemble a car from the outside, the shell, glass, and tires were merely superficial imitations. At its core, it was composed of exceptionally high-performance metallic armor. Since they showed no mercy, he would not hesitate to reciprocate. It was time for him to take action. Chapter 26. Explosive form. The recent events had been exceedingly perilous, and Gu Xiaoyu could not help but feel a wave of trepidation wash over her. Just when she believed that all hope was lost, an unfamiliar white sports car appeared out of nowhere, intercepting the imminent collision and stabilizing her out-of-control vehicle with its sturdy frame. After the harrowing experience, she finally regained her composure and attempted to re-establish her rhythm in driving the sports car. However, before she could catch her breath to steady her trembling hands, A series of loud bangs echoed around her. Gunfire? She hurriedly glanced in a rearview mirror to assess the situation behind her. What she saw sent a chill down her spine. The villains were armed, wildly firing at the white sports car that encircled them. Flashes erupted from the gun muzzles, and bullets ricocheted off the car's exterior, creating sparks that stood out vividly against the darkness. This was indeed gunfire. Gu Xiaoyu was now genuinely alarmed. She had never anticipated finding herself in such a harrowing predicament. Without to kill her, a wave of panic surged within her. Initially, she had assumed that the attackers were seeking trouble with Zhao Air, as she had never wronged anyone. Zhao Air's reckless behavior often led to violent confrontations, and she speculated that perhaps his enemies had come seeking retribution, with her merely caught in the crossfire. However, when they forcefully knocked Zhao Air off the roadway, 3 vehicles disregarded him and pursued her instead. She realized that they had been targeting her from start. As she navigated the perilous chase, she summoned her courage to outmaneuver the thugs, reminding herself that as long as she drove cautiously and performed to the best of her abilities, it would be difficult for the assailants to force her to a halt, thus preserving her chance of escape. After all, given Zhao Air's accident, he was unlikely to be gravely injured and would surely seek help. She aimed to reach a turning point where staff would likely be present, increasing her chances of rescue and assistance. Just when Gu Xiaoyu feared that the white sports car would surely meet a dire fate under such relentless gunfire, she was astonished to observe that it continued to glide steadily along the road. The darkness obscured her view of the driver's face. Suddenly, a Hummer charged forward, obstructing her rearview mirror. This time, she caught a glimpse of a pair of menacing eyes illuminated by the headlights, sending chills down her spine. Unlike her boss's perverse fervor, the thugs in the 2 Hummers behind her found themselves in an exceedingly bizarre predicament. They did not intend to kill. Their sole objective was to disable the troublesome white sports car, at least to compel the occupants to retreat. Thus, they refrained from firing at the driver's compartment, instead focusing their fire on the engine and tires. However, after firing 2 shots, they discovered that at such a close range, whether using a handgun or a submachine gun, the bullets merely ricocheted off the vehicle's exterior, producing only fleeting sparks in the darkness. Was this car constructed from bulletproof steel? No wonder it could withstand such impacts. Nevertheless, undeterred by this revelation, they persisted in their assault, this time aiming for the tires. Surely, those could not be bulletproof as well. Amidst the escalating gunfire and the blinding flashes from the muzzles, the mountain road was illuminated, and the deafening sound of bullets striking steel echoed around them. The 2 assailants soon found themselves drenched in sweat, as their bullets, akin to snowballs slamming against a wall, produced nothing but brilliant bursts of light, failing to even dent the car's body. The relentless barrage aimed at the tires was as ineffective as firing blanks. The tires continued to rotate as if untouched by the bullets. Had it not been for the shattered asphalt propelled by the ricocheting bullets, the assailants might have suspected that the weapons they wielded were mere toys. In no time, an entire magazine had been expended, yet the white sports car maintained its steady course. Throughout this ordeal, the young man behind the tinted glasses remained fixated ahead, treating them as though they were non-existent. The 2 criminals, undeterred by their lack of success, resolved to rely on the bulk of their Hummer to overturn the enigmatic sports car, thus removing the obstacle and expediting their mission to abduct the girl and flee abroad for a life of luxury. One of the assailants aggressively turned the steering wheel, directing the modified Hummer towards the white sports car. With a thunderous crash, they expected a collision. However, no impact occurred. Instead, the assailants felt an immense force strike from the side, sending their vehicle careening several meters sideways, shattering the glass windows and showering them with shards. In this sudden jolt, the bewildered assailant felt as though his neck might snap, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. Once he regained control of the swerving vehicle, he noticed a sizable dent, akin to a wash basin, on the door of the passenger seat. Momentarily stunned, he quickly grasped the situation. The Hummer's robust steel exterior had been struck, creating a significant indentation. Before he could fully comprehend the circumstances, another resounding metallic crash echoed. He witnessed the Hummer driven by his accomplice being forcibly pushed aside by the same unseen force, swerving erratically on the road, its headlights carving serpentine paths in the darkness. Fortunately, his companion was also an adept driver. With quick reflexes and masterful driving skills, he managed to stabilize the vehicle. Had it been an ordinary individual, they would have lost control and toppled over from the previous jolt. Now, illuminated by the headlights, he could clearly see the terror and confusion in his partner's eyes, as well as a significant dent in the driver's side door, which had become deformed, the surrounding steel casing bent outward. Just moments ago, in the face of human malice, the entity known as Feyue ceased to remain silent, for a bandit had taken the wheel to pursue their investigative target, and he no longer intended to act conservatively. As Feyue evaded the gunfire from the two humans, the outer shell of the vehicle began to split and shift along both sides. In the blink of an eye, the car's body, along with internal components surrounding the front wheels, reconfigured around the still rapidly spinning tires, transforming into two imposing mechanical arms of pristine white. At that moment, the white sports car resembled a monstrous vehicle with arms extending from its front wheels, though retained the general appearance of a sports car. Significant portions of the outer casing on either side of the front and the doors were missing, exposing the intricate mechanical interior. Without a hint of hesitation, Feyue clenched his fists and unleashed a powerful left hook, crashing it into the side of the left Hummer with tremendous force, causing the vehicle to veer sideways. Its left side elevated dramatically. He then mirrored this action with a right punch, obliterating the other vehicle's side. Before the two humans could regain their composure, Feyue firmly grasped the edges of both vehicles' chassis and with a mighty heave, launched them forward. The Hummer, with its colossal frame, was toy-like in Feyue's grip as it traced an arc across the pavement, the front of one colliding violently with the other. The resulting crash produced a cacophony far louder than before. In that instant of impact, metal fragments scattered, the fronts twisted and contorted, and the immense force triggered the airbags of both Hummers to deploy simultaneously, rendering both drivers unconscious. The windshields shattered into countless shards, and the two expensive muscle cars resembled crumpled paper, a sight both tragic and pitiful. Following this, Feyue accelerated forcefully, ramming into the already damaged fronts of the two vehicles. Adding insult to injury, the Hummers, propelled by the momentum, flipped over and spun away from the road, their metal bodies sparking against the ground. Feyue dashed through the chaos, leaving behind the horrific scene of the crash as he pursued the two vehicles ahead. Simultaneously, the white armored appendages reformed and returned to fill the gaps on either side of the front wheels, restoring the vehicle to its original state. With several powerful accelerations on the wide road, Feyue turned a corner, and the sight before him stirred a sense of urgency within him. A black Hummer was closely pressed against the side of a blue sports car, leveraging its formidable power and larger size to incessantly push the latter towards the barrier of the bend. In the darkness, the friction between the vehicle and the metallic rail ignited fiery sparks, revealing the perilous predicament of the girl within. In a moment of urgency, the Hummer underwent a transformation. Its front and rear began to split, with internal structures and components reshaping dynamically. The armor of the front slid down and reconfigured into a shovel-like triangular nose, while the entire body morphed into a wedge-like silhouette, the rear forming a menacing jet nozzle. The nozzle erupted with searing plasma flames, accompanied by a cerulean tail flame that surged forth, propelling the Hummer to its utmost velocity, akin to a razor-sharp blade cutting through the night. The kidnappers ahead were caught off guard, unable to evade as the Hummer's wedge-shaped front penetrated the rear chassis of their vehicle. Under the immense kinetic force, their car was lifted high, tumbling forward as the Hummer passed beneath it, the heavy body crashing down onto the ground, upside down. Meanwhile, the blue sports car, subjected to relentless pressure and collision, finally lost its stability, its body tilting sideways in the middle of the road, on the brink of a chaotic roll due to inertia. The Hummer spun in place, positioning itself across the road, bracing against the blue car to halt its momentum, allowing it to slide for several meters before coming to a steady stop. The ground bore clear marks of tire skid and wear, while the air was thick with the acrid scent of heated metal. The once tumultuous mountain road fell silent, the headlights extinguished, and the overturned Hummer lay still. Strapped securely in her seat, Gu Xiaoyu found herself dangling upside down, her head spinning and her body aching from the violent upheaval. Uncertain of her injuries, her consciousness began to fade. In her daze, she glimpsed a pendant hanging in the rearview mirror, quietly resting on the roof of the car. With great effort, she raised her right hand to grasp it, her focus narrowing solely on the precious object. At that moment, a cacophony of metallic clashing reached her ears. From her vantage point, she could only see a nearby white sports car, its chassis unexpectedly splitting apart, transforming into two massive wheeled feet. As these feet moved, a rhythmic thudding resonated through the ground. Am I hallucinating? Gu Xiaoyu's head swam, yet the pendant, invaluable to her, was now clutched tightly in her palm. Gradually, her fading vision illuminated with two ghostly blue halos, a soft glow cascading over her face. The next instant, her sight succumbed to darkness. Chapter 27. Ambush. The temperature in the south remained bitterly cold, the chill of the wind biting against Li Yu's cheek with a stinging sensation. He found himself nestled in a shaded grove on a hillside, having dug a half-meter deep pit behind a thicket with a camouflage tarp propped above, leaving a small gap for him to observe through the sparse underbrush. Before the morning sun had risen, the landscape within the mountains appeared shrouded in a certain darkness. Silent and still, occasionally interrupted by the faint chirping of birds among the trees. A thin layer of frost clung to his eyelashes, and the hood he wore not only provided warmth, but also concealed the vapor exhaled from his mouth and nose, safeguarding his position. Draped in an insulating blanket, he had remained motionless in this meticulously concealed spot for an entire day and night. From his vantage point, he could survey the target area situated several hundred meters down the slope. At first glance, it appeared to be a data park nestled in a clearing, occupying substantial land with three gray-white low-rise buildings arranged in a neat triangular formation, resembling large factories. Surrounding them were open lawns and sparse greenery, with the entire area enclosed by a metal fence, accessible only via a winding road leading out of the mountains. Although the concealed space was relatively spacious, the prolonged prone position had rendered his body somewhat stiff. Nevertheless, Li Yu's combat uniform provided adequate warmth, and the logistics team had thoughtfully supplied soldiers with mats to shield them from the dampness of the earth beneath. Taking a small sip from his military canteen equipped with a straw, he mixed it with a piece of compressed biscuit, savoring the flavor slowly. For special forces such as them, having undertaken numerous missions in the wilderness, this was hardly a challenge for Li Yu. Through the scope of his rifle, he occasionally observed the staff within the park methodically conducting their routine patrols and inspections. Everything appeared to be perfectly normal. Yet he was acutely aware that this was merely an illusion. At that moment, scattered throughout the surrounding woods were nearly 100 Dragon Shield warriors, their countless pairs of eyes, like his, vigilantly monitoring the park and its sole access road. No fewer than 20 sniper scopes covered every corner of the area. The soldiers were primarily concealed individually, though there were also pairs forming sniper teams and heavy fire teams, armed with anti-material sniper rifles and rocket launchers, ensuring a robust firepower across all angles. Outside the park's fence, and within each building lay 60 operatives from the Ming Arrow and Divine Eagle Brotherhoods, poised to engage first should any extraterrestrial species make an appearance, tasked with executing suppression missions in emergencies. Although Liu privately envied them, he understood that obeying superior orders was a soldier-esque duty. What mattered most was that each person fulfilled their role to collectively accomplish the mission. Liu's team, along with other soldiers, was assigned the task of observing and securing the perimeter. Truth be told, Liu is merely a young man in his 20s, harboring a profound fascination for unsolved mysteries, the bizarre, and extraterrestrial visitors since childhood, often engaging in fervent debates with friends about the existence of aliens. Ever since he learned from books about the vastness of the universe, he had never believed that Earth was the only planet harboring life. To him, the universe was so immense that it was inconceivable for Earth to be the sole bastion of civilization. Regarding the argument as to why extraterrestrials have never made an appearance on Earth, Liu has always maintained a dismissive attitude. He jokes that if aliens possess technology advanced enough to traverse the seemingly insurmountable astronomical distances, it would be exceedingly simple for them to remain undetected by the indigenous inhabitants. Now, should anyone dare to debate this matter with him, he can simply smile and inform them that, aside from humanity, there indeed exist other extraterrestrial species in the universe, as he is on the verge of becoming a historic witness to this reality. Whether others choose to believe it or not matters little to him. The sensation of being among the few privy to the universe's truths is undeniably exhilarating. Although Liu is uncertain why the command center believes extraterrestrial beings will manifest here, this does not dampen his enthusiasm for the mission. Since his superiors have meticulously orchestrated plans, there must be sound reasoning behind it, and it is not his place to fret over such matters. Since receiving the assignment, his thoughts have predominantly revolved around these alien species, pondering their forms, technology, and the purpose of their arrival on Earth. Over the past few days, he has indulged in various flights of fancy. Based on the existing intelligence, the aliens might be operating enormous mechs, or could themselves be colossal beings concealed within armor. How, then, do they manage to operate covertly? Despite their vast physiques, they have never revealed their presence, suggesting they must possess some form of advanced technology. Could it be cloaking devices or aerial maneuverability? What is their purpose for coming to Earth? Are they here to invade and annihilate humanity? If they wield such advanced technology, why remain hidden within human society to conduct their operations? If not, what could possibly be their intent? Are they here to observe or investigate humankind? Regardless, the impact of extraterrestrial arrival on Earth would undoubtedly parallel the historical moment when Europeans discovered the New World, profoundly influencing the future of our planet and humanity, a notion Liu holds without doubt. However, that is a concern for the future. For now, he does not dwell on it too much. After all, from his perspective, these silent, stealthy extraterrestrial beings lurking in human society likely harbor ulterior motives. If conflict is inevitable, then let there be a battle, for combat is the realm in which he excels. He laboriously swallowed the mushy remnants of his biscuit and glanced at his tactical watch. It was nearly time for a shift change. He had not had a proper rest in several days and was uncertain how long they would remain in ambush. He needed to seize the moment to rest and rejuvenate. Indeed, the woodlands across the hillside flickered with a few rhythmic red lights, signaling the changeover. Since their entire team had entered the concealment location, they had adhered strictly to orders from above, prohibiting the use of radio communication and executing all directives through prearranged optical signals. Liu fully concurred with this assessment. They were about to confront an alien species shrouded in mystery, and the ease with which the adversary had infiltrated key national network centers to pilfer information suggested that they possessed communication technologies superior to their own. If they opted for radio transmissions during mission deployment, the potential for failure loomed large, making such an approach fraught with risk. It was prudent to say that unless the target entered the ambush zone, internal communications within the Dragon Shield unit would adhere to this rudimentary method. Upon receiving the rotation signal, Liu promptly set his tactical watch to vibrate in 2.5 hours. He turned onto his side, resting his assault rifle horizontally across his abdomen, draping a thermal blanket over himself, and swiftly closed his eyes, slipping into a light slumber. The warriors of the Dragon Shield Task Force had adopted this method of alternating rest over the past few days, striving to maintain a state of alertness in anticipation of the target's unpredictable appearance. Within one of the buildings of the network data park, the command center of the Dragon Shield Special Operations Team was situated in its basement. The harsh glow of fluorescent lights illuminated the expansive space, where a dozen individuals diligently worked at their computers. They were young members of the Battlefield Command Team, both male and female, all clad in black combat uniforms, sporting military caps and headsets, each meticulously attending to their tasks. The computer screens flickered with a plethora of codes and data, displaying electronic terrain and strategic layout maps. On the broad front wall, a series of individual display screens were meticulously arranged, showcasing the profiles and vital signs of the 150 frontline warriors involved in the operation, alongside footage captured by the miniature cameras affixed to them. In the corner, a data cabinet blinked with red and green lights, while a fan whirred incessantly, dispersing the warm air. The scent of coffee mingled with the heat emanating from the servers. General Xiao Jianbang sat among them, his hands resting on his lips, with shadows faintly darkening the skin around his eyes, a testament to the scant hours of sleep he had managed over the past few days. Though he bore little sign of fatigue, as he observed the operational information displayed on the large screen, his mind raced with apprehension. Having invested such significant manpower and resources to gamble on a mere possibility, the pressure weighing upon him was palpable. Regrettably, the intelligence department had yet to procure further information regarding these extraterrestrial beings, and they were compelled to act swiftly. Thus, they could only devise their operational strategies based on the adversary's behavioral patterns. Since their arrival on Earth, these alien entities had already attempted to breach the national data centers on 2 occasions. The Northern Starship No. 1 had gone completely silent, while the Southern Starships no. 2 and number 3 had failed to gather intelligence at the data center in the mountainous region of Chiangui province. Consequently, it was likely that they would make another attempt, and this large network data center, situated closest to Chiangui province, could very well be their next target. Though the logic was sound, it remained a gamble. After all, their understanding of these alien species was woefully insufficient. What if the adversary chose to strike further afield instead? Where are you? According to the simulated data, your presence should have manifested by now. Do reveal yourselves, that I may behold your visage. General Xiao gently tapped his crossed fingers, a habitual gesture of contemplation. At that moment, a young female soldier rose to report to him, "Commander, there's a situation on the periphery." Instantly, a piercing light flickered in General Xiao's eyes, his demeanor radiating vitality. Chapter 28. Uninvited guests. A faint yet urgent vibration emanated from his wrist. Liu, having slept lightly, roused immediately, swiftly grasping his assault rifle and turning to survey the target area. This was not the alarm he had set, but rather a signal preordained by the command center before the battle, indicating an immediate state of alert for all personnel. He glanced at the tactical watch on his left wrist. Barely an hour and a half had elapsed since he set his time, yet having rested sufficiently, his mind was now exceptionally clear. He was confident that all the warriors of the Dragon Shield had entered a wartime state, and the operation was poised to commence. Is it finally upon us? Liu inhaled deeply, feeling his heart race vigorously, though predominantly from excitement rather than trepidation. The weather today was pleasant. A clear day with the faintest sunlight beginning to filter through the mountains, illuminating the trees above the valley. The data park nestled within the valley remained eerily tranquil. Sunlight casting shadows on the buildings, creating an illusion of normalcy. As a special operations soldier, one must learn to exercise patience. With the command center having issued the signal for action, each soldier's task was to diligently execute their assigned duties. Minutes passed slowly, and Liu's exhilaration began to subside as nearly 5 minutes elapsed. At last, figures of uninvited guests emerged in the target area. Through his scope, he discerned 2 vehicles traversing the forested path, one red, one blue, both common civilian models within the country. Their presence here felt rather incongruous, given that the nation's primary data centers are rigorously protected and typically situated in remote locales, making it unlikely for ordinary individuals to venture this far to meander about. Before long, the 2 vehicles approached within 100 meters of the park's entrance, halting one behind the other beneath a canopy of trees, and thereafter fell silent. Due to the angle, Liu could only glimpse the side windows, vaguely perceiving one occupant in the driver's seat of each vehicle, though their faces and genders remained indistinct, as did the number of individuals within the cars. Only those tasked with sniping might discern the full circumstances of these 2 vehicles. Who could they be? What brings them to this place? Liu felt a twinge of disappointment. After such a prolonged wait, all that emerged were these disruptive individuals. The license plates from Qinggu province. Both vehicles bore them, a detail that caught Liu's attention. Since it is not the objective of the mission, the command center should arrange for the park staff to expel those 2 vehicles. Just then, a piercing static noise surged through Liu's communication headset, causing a sharp pain in his eardrum, prompting him to instinctively cover one ear and mutter an expletive. What on earth is happening? That was the internal communication channel. How could there be interference? Yet, the static lasted but a moment before tranquility returned to the headset. As Liu pondered whether this was merely an operational error and speculated about which unfortunate soul could be responsible, a loud bang reverberated. Immediately, he witnessed a red signal flare ascending within the park, strikingly conspicuous. That was the signal for the commencement of the extraterrestrial contact operation. What? The operation has begun? Where are the aliens? Liu was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the situation. However, with the operation underway, he could not afford to indulge in wild conjectures. Team 2, hold your positions. Snipers provide cover, while the rest remain vigilant and ready for combat, commanded the team leader, Meng Hai, his voice resonating clearly through the communicator. As soon as the signal was issued, Liu observed the team members concealed in the surrounding foliage of the park revealing themselves, peeling back camouflage tarps and vegetative disguises. Over 20 soldiers donned in protective suits and armored vests surged forth, weapons in hand, swiftly encircling the 2 vehicles. Simultaneously, soldiers lying in ambush within the park's buildings emerged, appearing on rooftops and open grounds, advancing toward the entrance in a net-like formation, their weapons trained on the two cars. What? Their target is those two vehicles? Are we not supposed to be focusing on the extraterrestrial beings? Could it be that the aliens can assume human form and wield human tools? Liu observed his comrades from the Mingjian and Shenying teams. Even clad in bulky protective combat gear, they moved with remarkable agility within mere seconds. They had completed their encirclement. As individuals likely to come into direct contact with extraterrestrial entities, they had been equipped with the finest protective gear to shield against any unknown viruses the aliens might carry. Although the command center had assessed that the likelihood of the aliens harboring viruses was minimal, given the considerable time elapsed since their arrival and the absence of any reports of unknown infections from the Ministry of Health, precautionary measures were still mandated for all soldiers engaging in close proximity. Liu understood that his fellow comrades must have received directives from the command center to initiate this operation, even without fully grasping the circumstances. He could surmise that the individuals in those two vehicles were likely the very targets of their mission. No wonder it had taken so long to ascertain the whereabouts of these extraterrestrial beings. Could they truly disguise themselves as humans? Liu felt confident that his deductions were indeed correct. As the mission objective has fallen within their encirclement, it signifies that humanity holds the advantage of the first move. Regardless, it marks a promising commencement. The crux of the matter now lies ahead. Will you opt for dialogue or confrontation? His firearm was directed towards the two vehicles, his gaze radiating an unwavering fearlessness. Outside the perimeter, over 40 fully armed warriors from the Dragon Shield action team surrounded the two seemingly ordinary civilian cars. Their weapons were all aimed at the vehicles, yet they refrained from pulling the trigger. For the command from headquarters was to first display force and assert control over the situation, thereby establishing a possibility for communication with the opposition. The soldier closest to the red car slightly lowered his weapon and, through his protective visor, shouted to the occupants, "You are surrounded. Raise your hands immediately and place them in plain sight. Do not resist foolishly." I shall repeat myself. He was equipped with a loudspeaker, and his resonant voice echoed throughout the valley. The other soldiers around him appeared equally tense, a mixture of anxiety and doubt swirling within them, as only moments ago they had been in silent radio communication when the direct order from headquarters arrived to secure these two vehicles. Could the drivers inside be aliens in disguise? This was the speculation shared by all the soldiers present. The red and blue vehicles before them were commonplace civilian models, adorned with plates from Qiangui province. The only peculiarity being a strange metallic emblem embedded at the center of each vehicle's front. This emblem, composed entirely of triangular elements, resembled a mask, exuding a sharp and menacing aura. Each car contained only one enigmatic driver, with no one else in sight. Yet why were they deemed enigmatic? It was because both individuals exuded an unnatural demeanor. The driver of the red car was a burly, bald man clad in a fitted tank top, his muscular physique accentuated, adorned with a black flame tattoo on his arm. He wore sunglasses, his lips curled downwards, presenting a fearsome visage. Conversely, the driver of the blue car was a lean man, also wearing sunglasses, dressed in an open-collared suit. His high cheekbones and slightly raised lips gave him a sharp and cunning appearance, akin to a treacherous serpent. Faced with the dozens of guns aimed at them, the expressions of these two men remained utterly unchanged. They displayed no signs of panic, fear, or anger. Some keen-eyed soldiers even noted that throughout the entire ordeal, the two exhibited no movement whatsoever, including the natural human instincts of breathing, swallowing, or turning their heads. They appeared as if frozen in a photograph. This disconcerting semblance of being both human and not stirred a profound unease among the soldiers present, coupled with the terrifying speculation that aliens might disguise themselves as humans. Even the most resilient soldiers could not suppress a shiver of apprehension. This is a primal response of humanity when confronted with the utterly unknown. Chapter 29. Encirclement of the target. At this moment, within the command center of the Dragon Shield, all personnel had entered a state of wartime readiness. The expansive space was soon filled with the rapid clattering of keyboards. As two inconspicuous civilian vehicles appeared near the industrial park, General Xiao Jianbang, the overall commander of the operation, heightened his vigilance. It was exceedingly rare for outsiders to drive to such a remote location as the data center, let alone for two civilian vehicles to appear simultaneously. He promptly issued orders for observers stationed at the high ground to transmit detailed images of the two vehicles back to the command room via high-definition cameras. On the large screen, the images of the two cars were vividly displayed, both bearing license plates from Chiangwei province. As the camera zoomed in, the faces of the drivers became discernible. The driver of the red car was a burly bald man, while the blue car was driven by a slender gentleman in a suit, both wearing sunglasses. Immediate facial recognition was initiated, and the vehicle registration information was to be investigated. General Xiao issued the command without delay, then fell into contemplative silence. From Chiangwei province? What a coincidence, considering the last attack on a network center occurred at that location. Gazing at the two motionless figures in the driver's seats, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Just as his mind raced through possibilities, an anomaly abruptly manifested. In an instant, all electronic screens within the command room exhibited disruptions, either displaying distorted images or succumbing to static interference. A piercing cacophony of escalating noise erupted in everyone's headsets, causing a flurry of unrest. However, this disarray lasted less than 3 seconds before all electronic devices returned to normalcy. General Xiao immediately inquired, his expression unwavering. "What is happening?" "Report. We are experiencing interference from an unknown source," came the response from the information team once they confirmed the situation. Without hesitation, General Xiao swiftly issued commands. He instructed the Park's management to immediately shut down the data center and directed all personnel to enter the shelter. The information team quickly identified the source of the interference. Although he did not use a loudspeaker, his voice resonated clearly and powerfully upon his directive. Everyone present commenced their preparations. At this point, General Xiao had risen from his seat, hands clasped behind his back, his posture erect, and his gaze sharp, exuding an aura of unwavering determination, reminiscent of a seasoned warrior. "Report. The source of the interference has been identified. It is located in the area where the two vehicles are situated," the signal team relayed. Indeed, a wave of reassurance washed over General Xiao. He commanded the forward units to swiftly take control of the two vehicles, simultaneously launching signal flares and a unified signal to notify all peripheral units that the operation was commencing. As he observed the large screen on the wall, the previously concealed advanced forces surrounding the park surged forth from their hiding places, adopting a rapid combat stance as they converged upon the two targets. "Report. The network operations of the park have been completely shut down." "Report. The internal personnel of the complex have entered the shelter." "Report. Combat directives have been communicated to the peripheral operational units." "Report. The armed helicopters and armored vehicles have been activated and are expected to arrive at the scene in 5 minutes." Various feedback reverberated within the command center, clearly reaching the ears of General Xiao, the overall commander. All battlefield information was intricately woven in his mind. Having participated in countless battles since enlisting and commanded innumerable missions, the military acumen cultivated through these experiences provided him with the confidence to lead this operation. Now, with the arrow on the string, action was imperative. He understood that one must act, even if it meant taking a misstep, as it was preferable to inaction. Establishing a preemptive advantage was essential. "How is our communication situation?" "The communication signals have been reinforced, and we are combating the target's signal interference," responded the communication team leader promptly. "Is there any result regarding the vehicle owner?" "Report. We are encountering difficulties with facial recognition of the target individual and are currently conducting an investigation." The intelligence team replied that the license plate inquiry yielded results. There are no registered records of these two plates within Chiangwei province, leading to the conclusion that they are counterfeit. At this moment, the deployed soldiers had surrounded the two vehicles, maintaining a distance of over 10 meters. Throughout this process, the drivers of both cars remained completely still, neither attempting to flee nor making any movements. Reporting to the command center, "The target has been encircled, but the occupants of the vehicles are disregarding our orders to exit. We request further instructions." Observing the footage transmitted from the miniature cameras affixed to the soldiers' helmets, General Xiao noticed a peculiar emblem prominently displayed on the front of both cars in several frames. "What is this?" It does not resemble a model emblem. The bizarre design of the insignia, coupled with the driver's unnaturally motionless demeanor, instilled a sense of unease in General Xiao. There is certainly something amiss with these two individuals. Acting on his instinct, he commanded the on-site personnel to activate the thermal imaging and radiation detection equipment to scan the target vehicles. The ensuing examination revealed alarming results. The radiation detectors indicated that both vehicles emitted over 14 rads of ionizing radiation, and the thermal imaging results left everyone astounded. Typically, aside from the tires, engine, and exhaust, most areas of a vehicle would exhibit cool temperatures. However, the thermal sensors displayed a uniform red across the entire body of both cars. Even the windshields and windows radiated a glaring yellow. Most perplexingly, the side window of the driver's cabin, which should have shown a red thermal image of the driver seated within, displayed nothing but the distinct outline of the seat. Where is the person? Yet the footage captured by the cameras clearly showed the two men seated in the driver's seats, utterly motionless. This scene was extraordinarily eerie and horrifying. What is the nature of this vehicle? Why does it emit heat signals throughout, including the glass and seats, as if these two cars were living entities? General Shao encountered such a peculiar occurrence for the first time, yet he quickly regained his composure. He was not a rigid commander. After years of campaigns across the north and south, few situations could unsettle his thoughts. Wait, like living entities? Vehicles 2 and 3, exhibiting high radiation, vanished from the roadway. As this notion crossed his mind, a bold hypothesis suddenly took shape, growing increasingly potent. At this very moment, in a long-neglected remote area, two unidentifiable civilian vehicles had materialized. And since their appearance, a series of extraordinary events had unfolded. The multitude of coincidences exuded an air of implausibility. And the seasoned Xiao Jianbang had never subscribed to the notion that such coincidences could exist in this world. It was highly probable that the individuals within these vehicles were connected to extraterrestrial beings. Given that the other party had not reacted amidst the encompassing siege, it was imperative to maintain a safe distance, whether for security reasons or to convey intentions of communication. General Shao was reluctant to delay any further, issuing a loud command for all advance team members to immediately retreat, ensuring a distance of over 30 meters from the vehicles, while the peripheral squads were to remain on standby. However, just after he issued the command, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Report to headquarters. The target has exhibited anomalies. The voice of the on-site personnel echoed through the communicator, drawing General Shao's attention back to the screen wall. On the display, the two men in the driver's seats began to exhibit peculiar behavior. Their bodies started to sway and contort, accompanied by a sense of fragmentation and disconnection, akin to a malfunctioning television screen. Moments later, abruptly, both men vanished from the image. What is happening? General Shao inquired loudly. Is it signal interference? Or is there a malfunction with the camera or screen? The screen is functioning properly, and the camera is operational, the technical team swiftly reported. Indeed, all screens on the command wall displayed normal visuals, and the footage transmitted from the miniature cameras carried by the on-site personnel clearly showed that the vehicles were now empty. Just then, the two cars on the screen underwent a transformation. The red and blue vehicles erupted with arcs of blue electricity, and chaos engulfed the entire display. Following this, Xiao Jianbang witnessed a scene he would never forget. The two cars appeared to come to life, morphing before the astonished gazes of all present. Chapter 30. The cars transformed inside the command center. The screens displayed a tumultuous scene, with only a few distant team members relaying blurry images from the site through their cameras. Meanwhile, the Dragon Shield advanced team members on site were experiencing an unforgettable spectacle. Just moments ago, the two living men in the car had twisted and fractured like a distorted television image, and in the blink of an eye, their figures had vanished before their very eyes. The team members had yet to recover from their shock when two cars emitted a surge of blue electric arcs, catching the nearest 7 or 8 members completely off guard and sending them sprawling to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Remarkably, this sudden burst of peculiar energy seemed to bear no lethal force. The fallen warriors found no discomfort in their bodies, only a tingling sensation in their fingertips that did not hinder their normal activities. They either rose swiftly on their own or were assisted by their comrades to get back on their feet. The leader of the Vanguard team urgently contacted headquarters, seeking further directives, and reported the peculiar shockwave emitted by the target, which appeared harmless, requesting guidance for the next steps. Before he could finish his statement, the situation on the ground underwent another transformation. From the seams of the two cars, an eerie blue light began to seep out, accompanied by the resonant clang of metal gears. Everyone present watched in astonishment as the vehicles seemed to come alive, shaking violently, which sent shock waves of tension through the crowd, prompting all to raise their weapons, aiming at the two cars. Then, silence enveloped the scene. The cars regained their stillness, and the atmosphere grew unbearably tense, as if time itself had paused, causing the members to feel disoriented, with beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads and their breathing quickening behind their masks. With a sudden bang, the tranquility reminiscent of the calm before a storm shattered. The two cars erupted in a violent explosion. The unforeseen upheaval left the team members no time to react, as they were thrown to the ground by the force of the blast. Those who lay on the ground then witnessed a scene that seemed utterly surreal. Countless steel components soared through the air as the red and blue vehicles, resembling beasts of fury confined within their metallic shells, struggled to break free from their automotive forms, akin to two infernal steel demons yearning to emerge into the world. The entire transformation unfolded amidst a shower of sparks and the jarring sounds of metal colliding. The hoods of the cars surged upward, revealing engines that pulsed with a deep azure glow, while the painted exteriors bristled outward like the quills of an agitated porcupine. As the entire structure elevated, the hydraulic rods screeched in protest, and the bumpers and hoods folded over, forming a formidable breastplate. The chassis disintegrated into various components that slid apart, while the drive shafts morphed into a spinal structure. The front doors and wheels extended outward, transforming into robust arms amidst the cacophony of metal clashing. The windows shattered into sharp shoulder guards, and a pair of headlights served as optical sensors mounted on the shoulders. The doors became thick armored shields, while the wheels morphed into hands, unleashing razor-sharp fingers that glinted menacingly in the sunlight. The rear wheels fractured laterally, rotating to form reverse knee joints, and the colossal steel feet thundered against the asphalt, with exhaust pipes affixed along the outer sides of the calves, resembling heat-dissipating fins. In merely 3 or 4 fleeting seconds, as the smoke and dust dissipated, two colossal figures, one crimson and the other azure, stood resolutely where the vehicle had once been. Towering at least 5 to 6 meters high, they cast expansive shadows upon the ground, their forms clad in heavy, gleaming armor. The remnants of the vehicle's exterior were unmistakably visible, resembling giants adorned in futuristic armor. The red steel giant, hunched like a gorilla, possessed a broad upper body brimming with power. Its triangular shoulders, painted in black, bore the inscriptions destruction on the right and conquest on the left. Beneath its fiery red exterior lay a dark, obsidian core, with sharp spikes jutting from its shoulders and back. Propped up by forearms resembling mighty pillars, it sported a third, slender arm on its right shoulder, ending in a grotesque, massive circular saw. Its formidable head, reminiscent of a bulldog, was lined with tungsten steel teeth akin to vicious spikes, and its eyes were composed of glass shards that glowed with a sinister crimson light, exuding an air of ferocity. The blue steel giant, accompanied by the hissing of hydraulic mechanisms from its spine, straightened its towering mechanical form after its transformation from vehicle to humanoid. Its elongated arms hung down, encased in blue armor, while the hydraulic pistons around its joints pumped rhythmically as it stretched. Through the seams of its blue armor, bolts and gears were visible, and heat radiators expelled waves of warmth. Compared to its red counterpart, it appeared more slender, its pointed blue head adorned with eyes that glimmered with a menacing red hue, yet exuded a chill rather than rage. Its mouth, resembling the mandibles of a locust, emitted a slight mist, while the symmetrical car doors and wheels at its shoulder blades gave it the appearance of a fearsome, barbed wasp. The peculiar emblem that had once been embedded between the two vehicles now resided at the center of the chests of these steel giants. Witnessing a vehicle transform into such terrifying figures left the soldiers present in a state of disbelief. They had speculated countless times about the possible appearance of extraterrestrial beings, yet the scene before them far exceeded their imaginations. For a moment, all stood frozen, instinctively aiming their weapons at the towering silhouettes. In the command center, General Shao observed the extraordinary yet tangible event through the footage relayed by the cameras. However, being a seasoned veteran, he quickly regained his composure, transitioning from shock and astonishment to strategic thought. After a brief contemplation, he issued a new directive to all personnel: "Attention, do not fire." This was not out of fear, but rather due to the significance of the mission at hand. This marked the first encounter between the Huaxia nation and an extraterrestrial species, and the Dragon Shield was poised to attempt communication with the other side. This time, Longshield successfully anticipated the operational objectives of these two extraterrestrial species, marking a significant achievement that granted them a strategic advantage. Now, these two alien entities capable of transforming into vehicles find themselves ensnared within a containment zone, further bolstered by incoming support forces. The immediate objective is to maintain the status quo and avoid unnecessary conflict. General Shao gazed at the screen, displaying the grotesque visages of the two steel giants, sensing that they were not to be trifled with. After observing their entire transformation process, he deduced from their fluid movements and subtle expressions that these were undoubtedly not mere armored suits adorning colossal figures. He harbored a growing suspicion that they were not piloted mechs controlled by extraterrestrials, but rather living entities. Upon receiving explicit orders from command, the soldiers on site experienced a tempest of emotions. Nonetheless, bolstered by their rigorous training, they mustered the courage to dutifully comply with their superiors' directives. Thus, even with their weapons aimed squarely at the targets, no one faltered in fear, preventing any accidental discharge. Yet at the heart of the encirclement, the towering steel giants seemed oblivious to the tense atmosphere surrounding them, as if the encircling humans and the weapons trained upon them were utterly inconsequential. They were engaged in a peculiar exchange, communicating in an unintelligible electronic dialect, which reverberated in the ears of the soldiers, sowing seeds of uncertainty within their hearts. The actions and dialogues of the metallic giants were transmitted in their entirety through the audio equipment carried by the soldiers back to the command center for preservation, providing invaluable first-hand intelligence for future analysis. A brave member of the team stepped forward, tasked with making contact and establishing communication. He slung his assault rifle behind him and began to initiate dialogue with the two humanoid aliens according to established protocols. This was a necessary procedure. Even knowing that these steel giants might harbor malevolent intentions towards humanity, the Longshield Task Force, as an official organization of Huaxia, prioritized attempts at communication, reserving direct confrontation as a last resort. "Hello, can you understand me?" His voice resonated loudly, instantly capturing the attention of the two entities. They simultaneously turned their heads, their red, diamond-shaped eyes fixated upon him. The crimson giant lowered its massive form, causing the ground to tremble beneath it, resembling a gigantic, blood-hued bear as it brought its head closer to his. In that moment, all present beheld the visage of a face forged from steel, menacing and terrifying. The head, shaped like an inverted triangle, boasted sharply defined angles, with the face comprised of multiple overlapping metal plates. The pronounced metallic jaw was particularly striking, its corners adorned with gleaming metal teeth, revealing a hydraulic system beneath. Between the unclosed metallic teeth, vibrating serrations were faintly visible. Its eyes, elongated and diamond-shaped, emitted a blinding red glow, with transverse stripes around the eye sockets, enhancing its aggressive glare. Confronted by the chilling gaze of a beastly pair of eyes, the hearts of all present skipped a beat. In that moment, they realized that the firearms in their hands might only serve as a mere psychological comfort. "We are representatives of the Republic of Huaxia, here to engage in dialogue with you, and we harbor no malice." Faced with the enormous metallic head, over a meter wide, the soldier trembled with anxiety. He could clearly discern the profound, endless metallic vortex behind the transparent crystal in the opponent's eyes. The sound of mechanical pupils contracting and focusing resonating like bullets being chambered. "Please clarify your purpose for coming to Earth." Though apprehensive, the soldier managed to pose the pivotal question with a semblance of composure. The crimson giant did not respond, merely lowering its gaze to scrutinize the diminutive human before it. It sniffed with its flat, steel nose, and from its maw filled with sharp metallic teeth, a surge of scalding steam erupted, viscous substances dripping like saliva onto the asphalt below. In the next instant, it raised its red head, extending its left arm. The immense metallic hand morphed grotesquely, the serrated maw of a rotating energy cannon unfurling from its palm, aimed directly at the soldier. As energy coalesced at the cannon's mouth, the iron giant emitted a sound that pierced the very soul, a cacophony of manic laughter. Chapter 31. The exchange of fire from his vantage point on the hillside. Liu observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. Members of the Dragon Shield's Vanguard unit, seemingly receiving orders from headquarters, surged forth from their concealed positions, swiftly encircling the two cars. The entire process unfolded with astonishing rapidity, a testament to the renowned efficiency of this elite strike force. Liu could not help but mentally commend them. He noticed several soldiers wielding instruments, encircling the red and blue vehicles, conducting tests, and using loudspeakers to instruct the occupants to disembark. Chaos ensued, and Liu witnessed the two cars as if animated, their bodies split and reconfigured, rising ever higher. Initially, he thought he was hallucinating, but in the blink of an eye, two towering steel giants materialized where the cars had once been. One red, the other blue, bizarre in form, dwarfing the surrounding soldiers to their shins. Transformed into humanoid figures, Liu stared in astonishment. He was certain his eyes did not deceive him, as his comrades on the scene appeared equally startled, instinctively retreating, some even stumbling to the ground. Peering through his scope at the two car-turned steel titans, he felt immediate discomfort. The red one resembled a brutish gorilla, while the blue one bore an unsettling resemblance to a gaunt wasp. Gripping his assault rifle tightly, his fingers trembled as they hovered over the trigger. At that moment, he was overwhelmed by the urge to fire, his prone position only amplifying his awareness of his rapidly quickening heartbeat. Even from such a distance, he felt an innate fear, making it difficult to fathom the terror that engulfed the soldiers standing in proximity to these formidable giants. Yet Liu observed that, although the soldiers were visibly shaken, not a single one turned to flee. Their weapons remained steadfastly aimed at the two colossal iron giants. Fear is an instinct deeply ingrained in humanity, while courage is a conscious choice. Under the influence of this atmosphere, Liu exhaled softly, forcing his trembling hands to still. At that moment, he wished to slap himself. "Don't disgrace yourself, Liu. Stand tall," he murmured softly. However, the next scene left Liu's eyes wide with horror. The left hand of the red giant transformed into something resembling a cannon, aimed directly at the unarmed soldier before it. A muffled explosion erupted. Everything transpired too swiftly. Liu merely caught a flash of yellow light. The ground erupted with debris, and that comrade disintegrated like a shattered artifact, turning to black ashes, carried away by the wind. First came a brief silence, followed by the urgent and furious voice of General Xiao crackling through everyone's communicator. "Fire! All units! Open fire without restriction. The enemy is upon us." The moment his command concluded, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from all directions, relentless and deafening. Simultaneously, the soldiers on the scene unleashed a torrent of flames from their weapons upon the two iron giants. There was no need for further contemplation. From that instant onward, these alien beings were classified as hostile entities, bypassing any possibility of contact or communication. The next course of action was the execution of contingency plans, immediate forceful suppression or annihilation. "Damn it, you wretched creatures." Liu gritted his teeth, his finger pressing firmly on the trigger of his suppressed assault rifle, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets. The sound echoing in a series of poo, poo, poo. Yet the situation on the ground was dire. The red and blue giants, despite their massive size, exhibited agility far beyond their appearance. At the moment gunfire erupted, they sprang into action, not remaining stationary for a moment. Each step covered 5 or 6 meters, constantly twisting and turning, firing weapons that morphed from their arms at the soldiers below. The soldiers, too close for timely retreat, found themselves exposed to the onslaught of devastating artillery without even a semblance of cover. No one had anticipated the encounter would devolve into such close-quarters combat, leaving everyone in a state of passive vulnerability. Explosions reverberated continuously, smoke billowed, and several soldiers had already fallen to the ground, their fates uncertain. A torrential downpour of bullets struck the two iron giants, yet whether from the rapid-fire assault rifles or the shotgun's barrage of steel pellets, they merely elicited a shower of blue electrical sparks upon impact, inflicting no harm whatsoever and failing to impede their swift maneuvers. Liu had exhausted an entire magazine, his heart ablaze with fury. He had witnessed the death of his comrades right before his eyes. 4 or 5 of his fellow soldiers had been reduced to shattered black ash under the onslaught of yellow energy attacks. Each sacrifice ignited a firestorm of rage within him. Though they had only known each other for a mere 2 days, They were all valiant warriors dedicated to defending their homeland, each having endured countless life and death trials. Yet now, they had so easily lost their lives, leaving him in profound anguish. He was certain that the bullets he had fired had struck those two monstrous entities, yet upon impact, they only elicited a flurry of blue ripples, rendering his efforts seemingly futile, akin to firing blank rounds. These extraterrestrial beings were undoubtedly equipped with advanced protective gear. The Iron Giants wreaked havoc with reckless abandon, largely dismissing the hail of metal projectiles that rained upon them. Their immense size alone was a formidable weapon, rampaging through the ranks like a runaway truck plowing into a crowd, leaving the Dragon Shield warriors defenseless, akin to rag dolls. As they fell one after another to the slaughter, Liu observed as some attempted to wield high-voltage stun guns and flamethrowers against the two iron behemoths. Yet whether under electric shock or engulfed in flames, they appeared utterly unaffected. The flames that clung to the giants burned incessantly, rendering them like demonic entities from the depths of hell, their crimson eyes glowing ominously in the flickering light. They were not merely mindless killers. They were advancing toward the data storage facilities within the park, seemingly intent on their destruction. The red giant, with its limbs planted firmly, resembled a frenzied gorilla, unleashing devastating power with every movement. It fired wildly from its energy cannon on the left arm, while its two right arms flailed about, smashing the ground and creating deep craters. The extra third arm swung a circular saw, sending sparks flying and dust swirling, occasionally erupting in a deafening roar. Anything that stood in its path was mercilessly obliterated. In contrast, the blue giant did not share its companion's chaotic destructiveness. Instead, it hunched its body, attempting to divert fire towards the red giant. Even though the bullets inflicted little damage upon it, its movements were agile, with its arms transforming into energy cannons that incessantly launched blue ion projectiles. Massive explosions rocked the hills and park, each strike precisely annihilating a stronghold, each discharge signifying the fall of yet another warrior. Damn you monsters! Liu could no longer contain himself, roaring in anguish. Moments ago, a shell had struck nearby, hitting the mound where his squad mates had taken refuge, surely spelling doom for them. Yet, he felt powerless, compelled to fire relentlessly at the two behemoths. If a way to breach their defenses could not be found, the Dragon Shield Task Force faced the grim prospect of total annihilation. Chapter 32. Counterattack. The valley echoed with the relentless sounds of gunfire and explosions, having transformed into a battlefield. The situation for the Dragon Shield warriors was dire. Despite their unwavering efforts to mount a counteroffensive and retreat to cover, they suffered significant casualties within mere minutes of the outbreak of hostilities. The open terrain served as a perfect hunting ground for the extraterrestrial mechanical giants, although they received suppressive fire from their comrades. It was only the bullets from various sniper positions that sparked against the giants' armored exteriors, yet they could not breach their defenses. What to do? Liu emptied another magazine, fully aware that they could not abandon their concealed position until an effective countermeasure was discovered. Exposing themselves to the gaze of these steel behemoths would serve no purpose other than to court death. This was precisely why the command center had refrained from issuing an offensive order. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the valley. The chest of the crimson monstrosity erupted in a dazzling display of sparks, leaving a charred mark upon its red armor. This strike drew its attention, compelling it to halt its assault and lower its gaze towards the injured area. It was the Dragon Shield Squad's heavy weapons team that had fired the shot, wielding anti-material sniper rifles. Their high-explosive armor-piercing rounds had finally penetrated its defenses, landing a solid hit, albeit still failing to breach its armor. Bang! 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 Following that, the sound of anti-material sniper rifles firing erupted from all directions. The conflict had erupted so suddenly that witnessing the terrifying lethality and destructive power of the two steel giants rendered conventional firepower, high-voltage shocks, and flames ineffective. It was time to deploy heavier firepower against these vehicles. No longer could they allow these monstrosities to wreak havoc and slaughter at will. 6 anti-material sniper rifles, strategically positioned, opened fire in sequence, their armor-piercing rounds striking the giants in a probing manner. Each shot left a scorched mark upon their armored shells, with a focus on their joints and heads. Given their humanoid appearance, it was uncertain whether their vulnerabilities mirrored those of humans. Liu sensed that under the barrage of such formidable firepower, the giants began to feel constrained. While the armor-piercing rounds still failed to inflict significant damage, they were akin to pebbles striking a person, indeed causing discomfort. The giants slowed their relentless assault, no longer unleashing fire upon the warriors with impunity. They seemed to recognize the threat, especially as they began to raise their arms to shield their eyes from the incoming rounds. This revelation was exhilarating. They were not invincible, nor were they devoid of fear. It appeared that with sufficient firepower, they could be injured, perhaps even slain. Liu observed that, under the cover of heavy fire, the surviving warriors of the vanguard had distanced themselves from the two metallic monsters and were now hurling EMP grenades at them. As the grenade detonated, two colossal steel giants were enveloped in a cloud of metallic dust. The surrounding air shimmered, illuminated by flames and sunlight, as these heavy metal particles possessed the capacity to incinerate any electronic device. Yet, their effect was futile. The crimson giant roared in fury, its voice reverberating painfully in Liu's eardrums. It opened its vast maw and inhaled sharply, drawing in all the metallic dust from the air into its dark, cavernous mouth. Meanwhile, the azure giant lurked behind its companion, scanning the surroundings as if searching for the position of an anti-material sniper. Their autonomous behaviors clearly indicated a remarkable level of intelligence, evoking a sense of living beings, especially reflected in their scarlet crystalline eyes, which betrayed a primal ferocity and human cunning. They were certainly not mere mechanical puppets controlled by anyone. Despite Liu's limited knowledge of these metallic monstrosities, his continued observation led him to this undeniable conclusion. Witnessing the ineffectiveness of the EMP against the steel giants, a more formidable barrage of firepower descended upon them from all directions. The 127mm domestic heavy machine guns opened fire, instantly engulfing them in a storm of metal. Countless sparks erupted from the two steel behemoths, as if they were bathed in a golden rain of fire, while the incessant clattering of metal collisions filled the air. Countless projectiles shattered against their frames, with fragments raining down to form a brass-hued carpet on the ground. The command center had prepared ample ammunition for this operation, and it was evident that even under such intense firepower, the giants showed no signs of injury. The armor-piercing rounds had little effect, merely hindering them. It was clear that greater firepower was required. The command center must have realized that the heavy machine guns posed no threat to them, and more potent weaponry was on the horizon. Liu glanced at his assault rifle, now proven ineffective. It was absurd that even the heavy machine guns designed to combat armored vehicles were useless against these extraterrestrial beings. Their exterior resembled that of an automobile, yet it could withstand such a terrifying metal storm, suggesting that their structure was merely akin to earthly materials. All squads, be advised, armed helicopters will arrive on the scene in 2 minutes. Everyone is to employ grenade launchers and rocket launchers to suppress the targets. Came the order from General Shao. This command was exhilarating. The Dragon Shield was set to launch a full-scale counterattack. The soldiers, armed with their weapons, gradually tested the defensive limits of these alien steel giants. If all went as expected, grenades and rockets should inflict damage, let alone the air-to-ground missiles carried by the armed helicopters. Despite the heavy machine gun fire enveloping the two steel giants, it was clear to discerning eyes that they remained unscathed. Thus, it was imperative not to allow them to recover. The opportunity must be seized to strike with rocket launchers at close range. Upon receiving the command, Liu promptly lifted the camouflage tarp above him and leaped from his concealed position, the silhouettes of his comrades emerging simultaneously from the surrounding woods. Everyone, maintain a staggered formation and cover each other as we descend swiftly, echoed the voice of Captain Meng Hai through Liu's communication earpiece. The team members responded immediately, and the situation seemed to be shifting in their favor. They had subdued the aliens, and as soon as the heavy artillery arrived, the Dragon Shield might have a chance to turn the tide. The descent from the slope was merely a few hundred meters, and soon these perimeter defense team members would re-establish their encirclement. At this moment, none were permitted to falter. Liu adeptly sprinted down the slope, occasionally sliding sideways down the incline, quickly nearing the foot of the hill. However, at that moment, the two previously subdued metallic giants erupted in fury, as if provoked. The crimson behemoth let out a long, piercing roar, its massive arms crashing against the concrete ground, shattering the surface like a spider's web under its tremendous force. This sudden turn of events profoundly shocked all present team members. Liu lost his footing and fell into a dry ditch. He saw the red giant supporting itself on the ground, its upper body lowered, with a back covered in black spikes rising ominously, resembling a living fortress. This scene, witnessed by Li Yu as he scrambled to his feet, ignited a sense of foreboding within him. All units, be alert. The urgent command blared through the concealed communicator, but was already too late. The red giant's back opened up, revealing a cluster of dark, ominous projectiles. Chapter 33, Overwhelming Strike. Accompanied by a tremendous and sustained rumble. Countless pointed missiles shot forth from the missile nest on the giant's back. Liu watched in disbelief as these densely packed missiles ascended in the air. Resembling a cascading waterfall, their dark bodies created a striking orange-red ionization layer through intense friction with the atmosphere. The missiles climbed merely a few hundred meters before blossoming outward, trailing incandescent flames as they veered off in chaotic trajectories toward all directions, hitting targets on the slope and throughout the area. Area attack. Liu gaped in astonishment. Where could he possibly take cover now? The only shelter around was the trees. There was no refuge to be found. What the hell are you thinking? Get down. Someone shouted at him. In a flash, Liu was tackled into the dirt ditch. He noticed several comrades diving in after him like dumplings into boiling water. Damn it. If it's death, then so be it. Let fate decide, Liu thought, not having time to ponder further as he plunged headfirst into the overgrown, dry ditch. This shallow trench, less than 2 meters deep, had suddenly become a life-saving refuge. Liu curled up, grounding his right side against the earth, mouth agape, and hands shielding his head. In the next moment, the entire valley was engulfed in a cacophony of explosions. The thunderous sounds reverberated continuously, as flashes of light and thick smoke erupted all around. The tremendous shockwave pushed through the air, sending earth and debris flying, while clouds of dust intertwined in the atmosphere. The ground appeared as though it had been turned over, and an overwhelming tremor resonated throughout the surroundings. The explosions persisted for a good 10 seconds before finally ceasing. It was only when someone slapped his face that Liu regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the dust-laden, dark visage of Captain Meng Hai, who had removed his helmet and mask to assess his condition with great care. Coughing and sputtering, Liu felt a constriction in his breathing and hastily pulled down his mask, spitting out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, gasping for air. "Can you hear me?" The captain's voice buzzed, the clarity of which was marred by the ringing in Liu's ears. He nodded vigorously, though his head spun slightly. Yet, he discerned that his eyes and ears were functioning properly, and he felt his limbs, indicating that he was, fortunately, not gravely injured. "You rascal, your limbs are intact. There's nothing wrong with you. Stop feigning death and get up quickly," the captain urged again. He had already begun inquiring about the well-being of the other team members. The 6 individuals present were all caked in mud and dust, appearing quite disheveled. One comrade was dazed, evidently incapacitated due to an internal injury inflicted by the shockwave. Yet, thankfully, all were still alive. Liu rose to his feet and peered outside. The landscape was shrouded in a haze of thick smoke and dust, rife with the acrid scent of gunpowder and flames. The hillside resembled a plowed field, pockmarked with craters, trees toppled, and grass ablaze, with tendrils of smoke spiraling into the air. He spotted a comrade lying on the slope, uncertain of their fate, and could hear the distant wails of anguish surrounding him. Turning his gaze towards the compound, he observed 3 buildings, with the office structure partially collapsed, its windows shattered, and a gaping hole in the roof revealing jagged steel beams. The burning debris emitted plumes of black smoke, while 2 data centers remained relatively intact, though their walls were darkened by soot. Amidst the smoke, 2 colossal figures moved about. The red giant struck the walls of the database with tremendous force, resembling a bear foraging in the earth. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted, startling the blue giant, which turned to scan the vicinity, evidently aware of the presence of surviving warriors within the compound. The heavy machine gunfire sparked against its form. The blue giant retaliated with its energy cannon, silencing the gunfire, leaving only the resounding destruction caused by the red giant. It appeared that the recent barrage had obliterated their established fire point, and it was uncertain how many brothers still survived. The next course of action would rest solely upon them. Captain Meng Hai observed all of this keenly, glancing back at the 4 remaining operable team members, including Li Yu, before tapping his rocket launcher and revealing a rare, carefree smile. In a matter of mere minutes, the battle transitioned from the emergence of these 2 colossal steel monstrosities wreaking havoc to their deployment of cluster missiles, effectively concluding the conflict. Thus far, the Dragon Shield warriors, poised for this ambush against the extraterrestrial species, have suffered significant casualties. Despite thorough preparations, they faced adversaries whose technology far surpassed humanity's. The current predicament was anticipated, a reality acknowledged by all, as they had entered this operation with the awareness of potential sacrifice. However, witnessing the loss of so many comrades has cast a shadow of sorrow over the hearts of the soldiers present, leading to a palpable sense of despondency. Their continued presence here likely stems from a desire to retrieve data storage devices. Since the onset of hostilities, communication with the command center has been severed, leaving them in the dark regarding the situation. Nonetheless, as long as they remain capable of fighting, the mission cannot be deemed complete. Can it, brothers? The captain's boldness reignited the spirits of the despondent Li Yu. In the heat of battle, his fervor surged, and he gazed longingly at the rocket launcher in the captain's hands, yearning to unleash a strike upon the 2 monstrous foes, even at the cost of his own life. Let us inventory our weapons and devise a plan to deliver a decisive blow to these behemoths, the captain declared with a grin that bore a hint of ferocity. His enthusiasm was infectious, prompting a chilling laughter to ripple through the ranks, as the warriors resolved to confront these alien entities with unwavering resolve, even if it meant risking their lives. At that moment, the sound of helicopter blades echoed through the valley, prompting all team members to look up as several dark silhouettes approached from a distance. A surge of excitement coursed through them. Reinforcements in the form of armed helicopters were on their way. With such formidable firepower at their disposal, the upcoming operations would be significantly aided. To prevent detection by the extraterrestrial beings, these helicopters had previously concealed themselves in the nearby wooded clearings, employing intricate camouflage. It was only when the aliens fell into their trap that the command center issued the order to engage, prompting the helicopters to swiftly ascend to secure the airspace and provide fire support. Simultaneously, hidden armored vehicles would move in to encircle the area. During this interval, it was imperative for the soldiers to maintain control over the situation, awaiting the arrival of heavy artillery support. This strategy elucidated the command center's efforts to establish communication with the aliens, not solely to avert conflict, but also to buy time and preparation for the worst-case scenario. Now, these armed helicopters, equipped with cannons and missiles, had designated the 2 steel giants as hostile targets. Their mission had shifted from airspace denial to the annihilation of the enemy. The expansive terrain was ideal for the helicopters to unleash their capabilities, and 5 fully armed helicopters were more than sufficient to confront the 2 adversaries. Having claimed so many of our lives, do not expect to escape unscathed. You vile creatures, Li Yu seethed inwardly. Clearly, the 2 steel giants sensed the impending arrival of the armed helicopters. The blue one remained stationed within a structure, its intentions unknown. The crimson figure raised its head, gazing at the armed helicopter circling above, emitting a beastly roar. The 3rd round commenced. Chapter 34, Air to Ground. The exceptional scout, known as Bienlu, truly lived up to his reputation as a Decepticon. From a considerable distance, he sensed the approach of aerial vehicles. He lifted his gaze, his scarlet eyes scanning the surroundings, and his display instantaneously captured the signals of 5 high-speed flying objects. As the lens zoomed in, it became evident that these were 5 armed helicopters. As an intelligence scout, Bienlu instantly recognized these as the lightweight reconnaissance helicopters equipped by the nation's military. Their exterior was cloaked in a deep military green with a matte finish. Beneath the pointed nose, a spherical observation device was mounted, and the tail rotor featured a duct fan design. On either side, the weapon mounts bore missiles, rocket pods, or aviation cannons. The helicopters approached him at an alarming speed, showcasing remarkable agility paired with a terrifying arsenal. Bienlu's heart began to race. He was acutely aware that these human aircraft were armed with anti-armor weapons. He and his companion, Quangluan, possessed only deflection generators capable of withstanding conventional kinetic weaponry, while their armor could barely endure small-caliber armor-piercing rounds. They stood no chance against the onslaught of anti-vehicle missiles. Unlike the brutish and indestructible creatures, Bienlu's fragile form could not withstand even 2 direct hits from missiles without facing death or severe injury. Though human technology lagged in many respects, their advancements in live-fire weaponry posed a significant threat to them, the inhabitants of Cybertron. In that moment, Bienlu envied his airborne comrades with aerial superiority. He would hold no fear of these human contraptions. Years ago, when Commander Red Spider was selecting members for the aerial Decepticon initiative, he had eagerly volunteered. Unfortunately, his youth and the nascent strength of his spark were insufficient to sustain the high-energy demands of flight mode, leading to his ruthless elimination. Alas, having only existed for a mere 2,000 years, he was no match for those aerial Decepticons, each boasting ages in the tens of thousands. Some even veterans of the Unification Wars. In comparison, Bienlu was still too inexperienced. Thus, he understood that only through longevity, strengthening his spark, and allowing his body to continue evolving could he one day soar through the skies. Through clenched teeth, sharp gears whirred in his mouth, producing a metallic grinding sound. How unfortunate. These human insects had already learned to set traps for them. The moment the network signal was severed, they should have struck, catching them off guard. Yet now they found themselves ensnared. He shouted to his companion, still inside the building. "Haven't you finished yet? Quanluan, we are in trouble." The red beast like Quanluan impatiently roared back. "Stop rushing me. Their ground is fortified. Give me a bit more time." With formidable arms, the behemoth known as Quanluan relentlessly struck the concrete floor of the building, while his other right arm fervently sliced through the steel rebar embedded within. Sparks flew and dust swirled, accentuating the ferocity of his flattened, beastly visage. "All right, a hole has been made. It's your turn," Quanluan bellowed. "Quanluan, cover me. Do not let those aerial vehicles attack." Bienlu swiftly maneuvered through the gaping hole in the wall and approached the edge of the collapsed entrance, urging, "Don't be reckless. Be cautious of the missiles they launch. You cannot withstand many hits. Enough of your prattle. Hurry up," Quanluan retorted, though he heeded Bienlu's counsel. He received the intel that Bienlu transmitted, understanding that these aerial crafts were agile and heavily armed. Thus he refrained from acting blindly. Quanluan slammed his arms down with great force, the circular saw on his third arm whirring rapidly, emitting a nerve-wracking buzz. "Come on, you little pests. I haven't had my fill of slaughter today. Let me taste your blood," Quanluan howled, exuding primal ferocity, though to human ears, it merely sounded like the roar of a wild beast. With a powerful thrust of his hind legs, he lunged forward, moving on all fours like a bear, sprinting toward the approaching helicopters. Despite his massive size, his speed was not to be underestimated, leaving terrifying claw marks on the concrete surface. Though he was a brute, he was not foolish. His aggressive advance was a deliberate tactic to draw the attention of the aerial vehicles, ensuring that Bienlu would not be targeted alongside him. As anticipated, 2 helicopters opened fire on Quanluan, their large-caliber cannons unleashing a torrent of searing metal projectiles, which erupted into a cascade of debris upon hitting the concrete floor, showcasing their formidable penetrating power. Ultimately, Quanluan could not outrun bullets, and given his considerable size, he became an obvious target, quickly succumbing to the cannon fire. He let out a pained roar as the concentrated barrage of explosive metal shells shattered against his armor, creating a dazzling display of sparks. Although his armor remained intact, the tremendous kinetic energy left charred patches and deep dents on his body. The damage signals transmitting to his brain only heightened his exhilaration. 3 helicopters circled around him, firing from various angles, while the thundering sound of gunfire echoed throughout the valley. Meanwhile, 2 other helicopters hovered around the database building that Bienlu had infiltrated, searching for an optimal angle to strike. The pilots attacking Quanluan, realizing that their cannon saturation fire had failed to inflict significant damage, began to adjust their aim, preparing to deploy ground-targeted missiles. Quanluan sensed that he was being locked on, but the open terrain left him no cover. He understood that with his gargantuan frame, evading the full-spectrum firepower of the human aircraft was futile. Thus, he decided against dodging, bracing himself to withstand the kinetic impact of the metal projectiles, raising his left arm, poised to strike first. In the blink of an eye, his claw transformed into an energy cannon, and his display instantly locked onto one of the helicopters. As the intricate structure surrounding the cannon's muzzle revolved, it unleashed a pulsating energy projectile. The velocity of the energy shot was so rapid that even though the helicopter pilot had noticed the cannon aiming at him and attempted to evade using his craft's agility, He was unable to escape the inevitable strike. The rear of the helicopter was hit, and the searing plasma penetrated the fuselage, vaporizing the armor and melting the internal structure. Subsequently, the rear half of the helicopter detached, spiraling out of control, trailing a plume of black smoke as it plummeted towards the ground in a chaotic descent. With a resounding crash, the stricken helicopter slammed to the earth, its rapidly spinning rotor blades cleaving through the concrete, sending sparks and debris scattering. It shattered into fragments, rolling several times under the force of inertia before coming to a halt, remnants strewn across the ground. Leaking fuel ignited from electric sparks, resulting in a massive explosion. Everything transpired with astonishing swiftness, underscoring the technological chasm between humanity and alien species. In the face of energy weaponry, the armor of vehicles was rendered utterly futile. Witnessing his triumph, the formidable warrior erupted into triumphant laughter, promptly targeting his next victim. In his view, while these aerial machines exhibited agility akin to that of oversized birds, they remained woefully sluggish. Just then, a missile struck him from behind, the immense explosion overturning him entirely, tearing through his armor and scattering red and black fragments across the ground. A gaping wound revealed his internal mechanical structure, sparking with electricity. Letting out a piercing roar, he experienced, for the first time since arriving on Earth, a profound injury, a sensation that jolted through his neural processor. This moment truly enlightened him as to why his partner had consistently urged him to exercise caution. Chapter 35. Mutual Destruction as Silicon-Based Life Forms. The Cybertronians possessed metallic bodies capable of withstanding most harsh environments, even capable of traversing the cosmos as individuals. However, they were not immune to the laws of physics. The simplest forms of kinetic impact and explosive pressure could inflict considerable damage. Though the blow he received was not lethal, it was nonetheless a painful reminder of the potency of human weaponry. Having now tasted their might, he was no longer foolish enough to await another missile's arrival. The moment he hit the ground, he swiftly rolled away from his previous position. Indeed, the next missile detonated right beside him, with shrapnel merely grazing him like a gentle caress. The extreme heat was inconsequential, but the force of the shockwave propelled him several meters away. Yet, as a seasoned Decepticon warrior with centuries of battle experience, his combat acumen was exceptional. He adeptly utilized the thrust of the shockwave to roll, stabilizing himself on the ground before swiftly launching into action with precision and agility. As long as one is not struck directly, there is little to fear. The entity known as Quanluan, more accustomed to moving on all fours like a beast rather than running on two legs, seemed to embrace this primal essence within him. The remaining two helicopters, leveraging their lightweight advantage, pursued Quanluan relentlessly. Their missile racks locked onto him once more, and in quick succession, two missiles, trailing flames, hurtled toward him, poised to strike. Yet, as if he possessed eyes at the back of his head, Quanluan deftly sidestepped, altering his trajectory with remarkable agility. The missiles detonated upon impact with the ground, engulfing Quanluan in a blaze that momentarily obscured his form. However, he merely stumbled from the shockwave and emerged from the smoke, continuing his frenzied dash, entirely unfazed. The helicopters, undeterred by the initial failure, split into two flanking formations. One helicopter launched another missile aimed at Quanluan's side, while the other pilot, drawing upon years of combat experience, attempted to predict his evasive maneuvers and fired a missile at his opposite flank. This tactical strike proved effective, as Quanluan sought to repeat his previous maneuver, altering his forward path to evade the incoming missile. Another explosive projectile grazed his head and struck the ground. The ensuing explosion upended him, leaving him sprawled in disarray. Although this strike did not directly hit him, the blast was perilously close, rendering his vision momentarily blank and causing a brief disarray in his processor, leaving him dazed. The two helicopters seized the opportunity to strike a fallen adversary, locking onto the still recovering Quanluan and each launching another missile, thirsting for vengeance for their fallen comrade. This time, Quanluan could not evade, despite his awareness of the imminent danger. His disoriented state rendered his limbs unresponsive. He could only manage to roll over as two missiles struck his back and waist. The resounding explosions echoed, accompanied by Quanluan's anguished roars piercing the sky. The helicopters circled the thick smoke generated by the explosions, never daring to hover, lest they become targets themselves. all the while searching for Quang Luan's form. Once locked on, they would unleash a merciless assault. A flash illuminated the smoke, and one pilot, sensing the imminent threat, hastily fired a missile towards the source of the light while attempting to elevate the aircraft. However, an energy projectile had already breached the smoke. The simultaneous detonations of the missile and helicopter filled the air as Quang Luan, in a disheveled state, tumbled from the fiery wreckage. Above him, the lightweight helicopter struck by the energy projectile erupted in midair. Now, Quang Luan's appearance was nothing short of tragic. His limbs remained intact, yet 2 gaping wounds marred his back and waist, with armor plating shattered, green liquid seeping from the ragged tears. Smoke billowed around him, and his once gleaming crimson shell was now marred with dark scorch marks. Before the fierce combatant could execute his next move, the last remaining helicopter activated its miniature rocket nest. The sudden sound of sonic booms pierced the air, followed by a series of explosions that engulfed the combatant's figure. He found himself unable to evade the onslaught, forced to endure the relentless barrage of miniature rockets. Amidst the debris that was sent soaring, the crimson armor shattered in midair. Although the impact of these small rockets was less formidable than that of the previous missiles, it still surpassed that of machine gun fire, akin to the agonizing sensation of a blade repeatedly piercing the skin. Non-lethal, yet excruciatingly painful. After enduring a relentless assault, the combatant finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. With both hands braced against the earth, he clutched the gaping wound on his side, from which a viscous green liquid, reminiscent of blood, oozed from his gaping maw filled with sharp, metallic teeth. In that moment, he resembled a wounded beast. The remaining armed helicopter had exhausted its missile supply, prompting the pilot to urgently call for support from 2 other helicopters while continuing to unleash machine gun fire upon the combatant, fully aware that the machine guns posed no threat to this iron monstrosity. At this juncture, both sides were equally battered, with the next phase destined to be a fight to the death, a brutal contest of survival. Meanwhile, 2 helicopters, previously engaged in surrounding another extraterrestrial mechanical beast, promptly redirected toward the combatant upon receiving a distress signal from their comrade. "Damn it, are you ready yet? Your actions have led to my demise." The combatant vocally cursed. Raising his left arm cannon, he unleashed a torrent of fire towards the helicopters above. Fortunately, the slow firing rate of the cannon, combined with his injuries, allowed the helicopters to narrowly evade several energy projectiles, creating distance as they circled around him, awaiting reinforcements. Just then, 3-wheeled armored vehicles emerged from the mountain road, their massive frames adorned with green camouflage, racing swiftly towards the battleground. These were domestically produced infantry fighting vehicles, equipped with sloped fronts and heavy armor plates capable of withstanding direct hits from armor-piercing rounds. True iron behemoths. Their turret was armed with a 30mm automatic cannon, the long barrel gleaming ominously in the sunlight, with each side of the turret additionally mounted with an anti-tank missile, specifically designed to engage ground armor targets. Each armored vehicle carried 10 soldiers, formerly part of the Cheetah Armed Police Force. Upon receiving orders from command, they vacated their concealed positions in the nearby woods, transitioning from a containment mission to a fire support operation. The 3 infantry fighting vehicles spread out and halted outside the gates of the compound. The rear hatches opened, and dozens of soldiers poured out, dispersing to seek cover while aiming their weapons at the iron giant in the arena, mercilessly pulling their triggers. The lead infantry fighting vehicle, spotting the crimson steel giant entangled with the 3 helicopters, began to rotate its turret, aligning the cannon towards the adversary and firing without hesitation. An armor-piercing round struck the combatant's left shoulder, shattering the armor under the immense kinetic force and sending shards of red armor flying into the air. The frenzied will turn to witness the arrival of 3 additional war chariots accompanied by numerous humans, igniting a fierce desire to kill. Casting aside the 3 helicopters above, he roared and charged directly towards the armored vehicles. He was not foolish enough to be caught in a vice between the airborne and terrestrial foes. Should he be struck in the head, his fate would be dire. Thus, he resolved to first eliminate the ground forces, blending among them so that the aerial crafts would hesitate in their assault. With this thought, a cruel expression emerged on his visage. The driver of the armored vehicle immediately noticed the alien monstrosity barreling towards them, yet he remained undeterred. They swiftly dispersed, increasing the distance between one another, akin to flying kites, firing as they retreated, unleashing a torrent of fierce artillery. The terrestrial steel behemoths faced off against their extraterrestrial counterparts, and the outcome remained uncertain. Chapter 36. Miniature Titan. With such a commotion outside, Bienlu naturally understood that the frenzied wheel was engaged in a deadly struggle. However, he had his own tasks to attend to. At that moment, he was situated within a building, utilizing the massive hole created by the frenzied wheel to extend countless metallic cables from his arms, delving into the basement to establish a physical connection with the data storage cabinets. The cables slithered across the ground like living serpents, their ends adorned with transparent suckers resembling sea anemones, firmly adhering to the cabinets. Bienlu concentrated on infiltrating the human database through these cables, rapidly sifting through information potentially related to the energy cubes and Megatron. As a deluge of data surged into his neural processor, he could not suppress a low, satisfied hum. Along his spine, a vertical row of structures akin to dorsal spines vibrated in a chainsaw-like manner, producing a resonant hum that filled the room with piercing high-frequency sound waves. This was Bienlu's specialty, communication disruption. He understood all too well the critical role communication played in battle command systems. Thus, even if he could not obstruct the humans' line of sight, disrupting their communications would significantly disarray their operational tempo, alleviating pressure on the frenzied wheel. He was somewhat of an anomaly within the Decepticons. Unlike the bloodthirsty combatants, he preferred to prey on the weak. His individual combat prowess was moderate, and his decision to join the Decepticons stemmed solely from a desire to align with a military organization to fulfill his ambition of rising to power. In contrast to the warlord Megatron, he found greater affinity with the ambitious Starscream. Consequently, he opted to serve as an intelligence officer and scout, striving to evade the perilous front lines. Over the years, he had excelled in this role, witnessing the demise of many comrades while he remained unscathed. As the Cybertronian Civil War approached its conclusion, he believed the era of the Decepticons was on the brink of dawning. As a result, not only has the Energy Cube been stolen and its whereabouts become a mystery, but the Autobot insurgents have also failed to eradicate their enemies. Even Megatron, the formidable leader of the Decepticons, has vanished. Cybertron is transforming into a lifeless, desolate world, compelling them to traverse the cosmos day after day in search of the three entities. At times, the sentiment among the ranks is one of exasperation, questioning when this suffering will come to an end. Given the current circumstances, humanity has seemingly grasped their behavioral patterns, allowing them to set ambushes in anticipation of encounters with him and Galvatron. This, of course, aligns with the expectations of the ranks. After all, the last invasion of human databases ended in failure. He had initially intended to utilize hardware infiltration, but Galvatron's excessive commotion alerted the human military, thwarting his success. Thus, encountering a human military onslaught this time was both unexpected and yet anticipated. Upon discovering that the wireless network in the data park had been severed and that human forces were encircling them, the ranks decisively resorted to violent measures, allowing Galvatron to wreak havoc, drawing fire away to facilitate his hardware intrusion into the human database. He gambled on humanity's lack of preparedness, hoping that the two of them could catch the humans off guard. In truth, his gamble paid off. Although humans had laid an ambush, their firepower was insufficient. Over the past few days, he had studied the Earthlings and the nations they established, surmising that internal discord likely prevented them from sharing intelligence regarding the North American continent. Otherwise, the ambush against him and Galvatron would not have been executed with such meager forces. It is essential to note that the five-member team, led by Starscream, had originally aimed to head straight for the capital to capture the human leaders. However, they were diverted by the radiation signals from the Energy Cube to a military base, where they faced a human onslaught. The various heavy weaponry, armored vehicles, and aircraft employed by humanity nearly annihilated them. Ultimately, they managed to escape by transforming into human vehicles, utilizing their superior capabilities to obliterate the military base in the process. But not without sustaining injuries. Following that encounter, apart from the scout, Roadblock, who could still function, the others had to conceal themselves to recuperate. Thus, this time, the ranks were resolute in acquiring valuable intelligence. They found themselves in dire straits and understood that next time, humanity would not approach them with such limited forces and firepower. He had no desire to lose his life on this planet. However, just as he was immersed in the ocean of data, an abrupt disconnection occurred, leaving him devoid of any sensory input, as the cables extending outward failed to relay any information. Have they discovered us? Have they cut the power? Those cunning human pests. Suddenly, the ranks realized that without energy support, the hardware devices had become inert. Presently, the information at hand contained no clues related to the Energy Cube. The ranks were not in haste to act. Instead, he rested his chin on his hand, contemplating whether to retreat. It was futile. This time yielded no rewards, and the risks would only escalate next time. After pondering for a few moments, a spark ignited in the crimson eyes of the figure at the edge, and an idea took shape. He retracted all the cables that delved into the basement, rising to his feet as the armor on his chest parted, revealing the ethereal blue ember encased within a spherical shell. Subsequently, the outer structure attached to his ember morphed and rearranged, moving with the fluidity of a living creature. In the next instant, a gaunt and slender figure emerged from his chest, resembling a wiry silver stick insect. It scuttled with nimble limbs to perch upon the edge's shoulder, akin to a cherished pet. This peculiar mechanical being, assembled from shards of silvery gray metal, displayed exposed joints and an oddly proportioned physique that blended mechanical precision with a sense of lunacy. Measuring just over a meter in length, its elongated limbs resembled a skeletal framework, gripping the edge's shoulder with claw-like appendages. The diminutive creature appeared to have just awakened, its curiosity piqued by its surroundings. Its head, shaped like an inverted triangle reminiscent of a mantis, rotated 360 degrees, while two antenna-like protrusions atop its head received signals. At its center, a crimson optical lens was embedded, beneath which jagged mandibles opened and closed with a menacing display. "Awake now, my little monster. Go on, you know what to do." The edge extended a rough, pointed metallic finger, playfully scratching the creature's chin, prompting it to emit a high-pitched electronic sound, seemingly engaging in communication. With a sudden shriek, the creature leaped high, landing on all fours without rising, crawling along the ground with a peculiar yet astonishing swiftness. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into a large hole in the earth. The edge had issued commands to the little spy he nurtured, and now he needn't worry. He intended to plant a seed of discord within the ranks of these human armed organizations. He turned to the wall of the building, peering outside to survey the chaotic scene. Explosions and gunfire erupted everywhere, smoke billowed, and flames soared into the sky. The imposing figure of the Ravager was hoisting the front of a human armored vehicle, relentlessly firing at its underbelly, molten iron splattering in all directions. Its third arm was wildly slicing through the turret of the vehicle, sparks flying. One armored vehicle lay in tatters, overturned and emitting black smoke, while another had its cannons severed, forced to circle the Ravager, firing its turret-mounted machine gun in a futile barrage. Above, two helicopters hovered, searching for advantageous angles to strike, while ground troops continued their pointless assault, weapons ablaze. The Edge swiftly assessed the situation, concluding that the likelihood of a successful escape with the Ravager was promising. His hands morphed once again, transforming into two dark energy cannons. He too was ready to join the fray. After this prolonged commotion, it was time to make their exit. Chapter 37. The battlefield and death. In the years since Liu enlisted, he has participated in numerous combat missions. He vividly recalls the first time he shed blood during an operation to assist Border Patrol in eradicating drug traffickers. The desperate traffickers, aware of their impending doom, consumed large quantities of narcotics and, in a frenzy, engaged in a firefight with the special forces, determined to take others down with them. Amidst the ferocious exchange of gunfire, Liu found himself face to face with one of the traffickers. Upon witnessing the adversary raise an assault rifle towards him, he did not hesitate, but decisively fired over 10 rounds. In the heat of the moment, he aimed directly at the trafficker's chest. Witnessing a gruesome spectacle as blood erupted from the wounds, a crimson mist spraying from the back before the assailant collapsed, convulsing faintly like a dying dog, frothing at the mouth, lifeless within moments. That was his first experience of taking a life. Beyond the visceral nausea that accompanied the act of extinguishing another's existence, he gained a profound realization. Human life is astonishingly fragile, easily snuffed out with mere brass bullets, capable of erasing decades of existence in an instant. Yet, Liu adapted swiftly. Rather than succumbing to fear of wielding a weapon to kill, he developed a deeper understanding of life. He recognized that those he eliminated were individuals who recklessly disregarded their own lives, and even less so the lives of innocent people. If they did not cherish their own existence, why should he be troubled by it? The world would be a better place with one less villain, allowing those who yearn to live sincerely to thrive. In the aftermath, Liu encountered death and carnage in subsequent missions. He believed he had grown accustomed to such brutality until today, when he realized he was still naive. The nature of localized combat is starkly different from the chaos of war. At this moment, the encampment transformed into a battlefield, unfolding an unequal war, with the relentless sounds of explosions and gunfire echoing around him. The air was thick with smoke and the stench of charred remains, numbing his senses as he traversed the scene. Just days ago, vibrant comrades had now become charred, fragmented corpses scattered across the battlefield, blood and severed limbs everywhere. Some bodies were rendered unrecognizable, reduced to charred heaps of ash, and devoid of human form. Only the remnants of their gear hinted at their former humanity. These were the valiant warriors of the Mingjian and Shenying teams, the first to engage the extraterrestrial monstrosities and the last to fight. Though Liu had never exchanged a word with them, as a fellow citizen of Huaxia and a brother in arms, witnessing their lives cut short by alien forces deeply affected him, stirring an impulse to weep. However, with the battle still raging, he clenched his teeth, following closely behind his captain, stepping over the bodies of his fallen comrades to continue their mission. On the battlefield, the alien steel giant continues its relentless slaughter of the armored vehicles and soldiers that have come to provide support. In the sky, 3 armed helicopters alternate in their attempts to cover the ground forces. However, the cunning extraterrestrial creatures have managed to infiltrate the ranks of the armored troops, compelling the helicopters to exercise caution in their strikes. The situation is dire for the Dragon Shield Task Force, but fortunately, the various combat units have spread out to support one another. Had they remained clustered together, they would have become easy prey akin to lambs in a lion's den. Unbeknownst to the soldiers, communication with the command center has been disrupted, likely due to alien signal interference, leaving them to fend for themselves. The blue alien has entered the database building, and its intentions remain unclear. Meanwhile, the red alien has become the focal point for the combined firepower of those present. On another front, a significant number of forces are targeting the red giant. They appear to be survivors from the Perimeter Action Group, suggesting that many comrades have managed to survive the preceding onslaught from the monstrous creature. The armor of this steel behemoth is exceptionally resilient, impervious to all but missiles and rapid-fire cannons. After enduring substantial losses from relentless bombardment, the red giant now bears visible wounds. Its left arm, once capable of firing energy blasts, has been rendered useless, depriving it of long-range firepower. This presents an opportunity. At this moment, Liu and his comrades have resolved to fight with all their might. The battle instigated by these alien fiends has already claimed so many lives. Their own survival has become secondary to the singular goal of avenging the bloodshed inflicted by these monstrous beings. As the red steel giant continues to engage with the helicopters and armored vehicles, Captain Meng Hai leads Liu and 3 others, taking cover at the corner of a building within the compound, swiftly advancing towards the center of the battlefield. They have witnessed other soldiers attempting to strike the red monster with rocket launchers, but due to the creature's swift movements and the distance, they have consistently failed to inflict any meaningful damage. Thus, they must approach the creature as closely as possible to deliver a decisive blow. At that moment, Captain Meng Hai spots a long-barreled anti-material sniper rifle lying on the ground. Its owner sprawled nearby, most of his body reduced to charred remains. He has fallen in battle. Glancing up, it is evident that a large section of the building's roof has collapsed, indicating that this sniper had previously occupied that position, only to be tragically struck by an enemy energy blast. Meng Hai picks up the formidable weapon designed for engaging vehicles, inspects it, and finds it still operational. After a brief contemplation, he gestures for Liu to step forward. Liu stands frozen, gazing at the half-charred corpse, a wave of sorrow washing over him. "Here, use this," Meng Hai commands as he thrusts the heavy rifle into Liu's arms. "Find a good spot to take cover. Once we get close to that monster, you will open fire to draw its attention. Aim for its eyes, understood?" Liu gazed at the sniper rifle in his hands and began to speak. "Captain, you take charge of the sniping. And I will. Yet before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Meng Hai, who waved his hand dismissively. You shoot with greater precision. And have you ever used a rocket launcher? The situation is dire. I have no time for your nonsense. Follow orders. Liu, the newest member of the team, felt the weight of Meng Hai's experience, a seasoned special operations veteran of 10 years. It was Meng Hai who had selected Liu for the unit and had mentored him since his arrival. Liu held a deep respect for this fierce-looking man with a dark complexion. Under the captain's stern gaze, Liu conceded, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, Meng Hai led the other 3 comrades forward, while Liu took cover in a patch of grass. He recalled his training, positioning the elongated barrel of the rifle steadily, pulling back the bolt to ensure the armor-piercing incendiary round was in proper condition. Finding his helmet cumbersome, he swiftly removed it along with his headgear, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and aimed with his right eye at the monstrous red steel behemoth wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Though not a professional sniper, Liu had once aspired to become one, not from necessity, but from admiration for their cool demeanor. Unfortunately, he lacked the innate talent for sniping. His shooting skills were merely adequate. In a unit comprised entirely of elite special forces, such proficiency was insufficient for the role of a sniper. Within the context of the complex scenarios faced by the Special Operations Team, each member underwent extensive training in conventional weaponry. Thus, he found himself manipulating this iron behemoth. At a distance of merely a few hundred meters, exceptional sniping skills were unnecessary. The enormous target was exceedingly easy to aim at. Through the scope, he observed his captain and the 3 teammates taking cover behind a flower bed, their rocket launcher and grenade launcher readied. Meng Hai gestured toward him, signaling it was time to show this bastard a thing or two. Liu's eyes turned cold as ice, filled with lethal intent. Chapter 38. Hatred at this moment. The red steel monstrosity was in a state of utter disarray. Its once glossy armor was riddled with bullet holes and dents, marred by charred marks from explosions. Numerous ghastly wounds adorned its form, resembling a severely injured beast, becoming increasingly perilous as it sustained damage. Just moments ago, the creature had used the cannon on its left arm to shoot down a helicopter, but before the latter was destroyed, it had fired a missile that struck the creature's left arm, obliterating its hand. Now, only a twisted and deformed skeletal structure remained at the wrist, with sparks of electricity flickering from a wound. Yet, despite this, the rampaging creature, fueled by immense brute strength and the sharp circular saw affixed to its third arm, obliterated 2 armored vehicles. At this moment, it was appending a third vehicle, fiercely tearing at its chassis with its unscathed arms, while simultaneously baring its steel-toothed maw like a beast, gnawing and dismantling the armored components, rendering them nearly inoperable. Previously, with the aid from the flanks, it had executed a sweeping assault on all enemy fire points using the rocket nest upon its back. But such an offensive could only be deployed once in a short span, necessitating the replenishment of energy blocks before it could be utilized again, which would take several days. Meanwhile, all surviving humans present had succumbed to a frenzy, indiscriminately unleashing their weaponry upon the monster, regardless of its efficacy. Bullets, grenades, and explosive shells were all directed at its wounded areas, relentlessly draining its vigor. The creature now resembled a ferocious amalgamation of steel gorilla and colossal bear, brimming with rage, brute force, and primal ferocity. With sheer strength, it tore the upturned, armored vehicle asunder, scattering wheels and armor plates across the ground. It seemed to largely disregard the majority of incoming fire. As it raised its head, a piece of debris clamped in its jaws. The steel was contorted under its immense biting force, producing a sound akin to grinding teeth. At that moment, a powerful metal projectile struck its forehead, shattering upon impact, yet leaving a distinct burn mark on its brow, instantly capturing its attention. Before it could fully respond, another shot rang out, shattering around its eye socket, with splintered bullet fragments nearly grazing its ocular sensor, inciting a wave of fury. In an instant, it pinpointed the direction from whence the bullets originated. To its perception, the entire spectrum of the world was vividly delineated, the environment cloaked in blue-gray hues, flames ablaze in bright red, while humans glowed in an orange hue. Thus, it easily identified the marksman concealed within the underbrush, a young male human, his expression menacing, radiating a palpable bloodlust. The creature, disinterested in the human pest, resolved to focus on the aerial vehicles. Although only 2 remained, and they had ceased missile attacks, the adversary retained air superiority, persistently harassing it with cannon fire, which continued to irritate it. Even in its vexation, it contemplated hurling debris at these aircraft to bring them down. However, another gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the corner of its mouth. This act of provocation ignited a profound wrath within the creature, prompting it to roar and charge toward the insufferable human marksman. Despite its left arm being grievously injured, hindering its ability to run on all fours, it still moved with the grace of a gorilla, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight. It yearned to consume this lowly human alive, to grind him into fragments with its tungsten steel fangs. As it barreled toward the human, suddenly, for human signals emerged within its field of vision, merely 20 meters away. They rose abruptly from their cover, as if they had been awaiting its approach. Kong Luan observed the weapons wielded by the humans with a discerning eye. A lengthy barrel rested upon the shoulder of one of them, the ominous dark muzzle aimed directly at him. Before he could raise his circular saw in a preemptive strike, his adversary had decisively opened fire. The proximity of both parties was too close. He could not evade or escape. Kong Luan felt a jarring impact to his chest, accompanied by explosions across his face, shoulder, and torso. The force of the blow to his chest was particularly overwhelming, with a powerful penetrating force pushing him backward, causing the world to spin violently before he collided intimately with the ground. He sensed that his chest armor had been shredded, an unprecedented agony coursing through him like a biological current, striking his mind with intensity. An assault had struck his face directly, and his left eye's visual acuity faltered, rendering his vision unclear. With unwavering determination, he propped himself up and glanced down, observing a blue glow emanating from his chest. The spherical shell encasing his spark exhibited cracks, from which blue mist leaked forth. A terrifying wound dripped a viscous, bluish-green liquid. Just as he attempted to roar in anger, a surge of green fluid erupted from his throat. It was evident he was gravely injured. He cast a furious gaze towards the instigators and beheld the 4 accursed humans scattering, reloading their weapons, seemingly intent on delivering another blow. He was resolute in denying them that opportunity. Despite his severe injuries, his mobility remained unaffected. This was the resilience of silicon-based life forms. What would be fatal to a human merely posed a discomfort for him, as he would not lose his fighting spirit unless his spark or head was compromised. Ignoring the helicopter's cannon fire raining down upon him, Kong Luan lunged forward, executing a forward roll that brought him face to face with the humans. With a powerful sweep of his third arm, several of them were cleaved in two by the sharp circular saw. He opened his maw wide, seizing the upper half of one human's body that had soared into the air. Humans were dreadfully fragile. Lowering his head, he used his mechanical nose to savor the scent of the shattered bodies, fixating on one human whose upper torso convulsed on the ground. Blood rich in iron flowing from its mouth, exuding an intoxicating aroma that exhilarated him. A sound filled with rage and hatred erupted from him. At that moment, his audio receptors detected a human voice. He lifted his head to regard the audacious human who had previously fired 2 shots at him, intending to mockingly grin at him. However, the familiar sound of gunfire rang out once more, and Kong Luan's left eye exploded in an excruciating burst, eliciting a deafening roar of agony as the human corpse he had been holding fell from his mouth. Enraged, he flailed wildly, his roar reverberating through the air. Liu watched in horror as Captain Meng Hai and 3 of his comrades were severed in 2 by the red monstrosity's whirling saw, their shattered bodies tumbling to the ground, blood spilling profusely, as the Captain Meng Hai's upper body was ensnared in the jaws of a crimson beast. Blood dripped from the sharp fangs, draining the color from his face. Blood poured forth from his gaping mouth, his eyes devoid of life, hands dangling limply in the air like a soulless marionette. A surge of fervor rushed through Liu, and with a resounding shout, he squeezed the trigger aimed at the distant red monstrosity. The bullet, infused with hatred, struck the creature's scarlet left eye with precision. The agonizing roar of the beast resonated in his ears, compelling him to unleash the remaining rounds from his weapon. Yet his fury remained unquenched. Rising to his feet, he raised his assault rifle, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the creature, indifferent to whether the bullets could inflict harm. "Die, you monster, die!" As the bullets struck the metallic beast, igniting sparks, the red creature clutched its wounded eye, writhing in anguish. At that moment, Liu cared for nothing but his loathing for the extraterrestrial invaders. His weapon continued to blaze, a catharsis for the rage and fury surging within him. Suddenly, a wave of heat enveloped him, the earth behind him erupted, and he was hurled into the air by the shockwave. The searing energy singed the exposed skin of his left cheek before he crashed heavily onto the grass. Lying there, Liu felt half his body succumb to numbness. Waves of excruciating pain coursing through his face. The last sight his eyes beheld was a colossal blue figure striding over him, the ground trembling beneath its weight. Its arms morphing into twin energy cannons that fired relentlessly, spewing forth scorching blue energy. Above, a helicopter trailed black smoke as it soared through the sky, followed by the deafening roar of an explosion. Liu murmured, "I will kill you. I will kill you," before darkness engulfed him. Chapter 39. Escape in the command center of the underground bunker. General Shao gazed grimly at the wall of screens. Nearly half of the portable cameras either lost their feed or remained frozen. His heart bled for the valiant warriors, the nation's elite combatants, honed through countless battles, possessing invaluable experience. Yet, within such a brief span, they had suffered devastating losses. How could this seasoned general maintain his composure? Is communication still down? General Shao inquired. Report. Interference remains severe. Restoration is impossible. Damn it. General Shao pressed his hands against the command console, seething as he scrutinized the satellite imagery displayed on the large screen. The battlefield, reduced to a data garden, was shrouded in smoke and debris, the structures heavily damaged. The instigator of this chaos was the massive three-armed monstrosity visible on screen, moving like a beast, wreaking havoc and slaughtering indiscriminately. Many warriors of the Vanguard action team had perished under its relentless assault. Under the relentless barrage of 5 armed helicopters that had come to assist, the steel monstrosity became increasingly frenzied. Utilizing its long-range weaponry, it managed to destroy 2 helicopters. After the long-range weapon on its left arm was obliterated, it resorted to sheer brute strength and speed, engaging in a relentless contest with 3 armored infantry fighting vehicles, ultimately enduring artillery strikes to dismantle all 3 armored vehicles with its bare hands. General Shao, seething with frustration, turned to inquire, "Has the shutdown of the data cabinets been completed?" Just moments ago, with the assistance of the personnel on site, the manual power disconnection had been finalized, and all data cabinets were now closed. Excellent, General Shao declared with a fierce glint in his eyes. With this, those data storage cabinets are rendered inert. You monsters shall not extract anything from them. As General Shao observed the screen, another steel monstrosity, which had been hiding within a building, emerged onto the open ground, weapon in hand, unleashing a torrent of fire. One helicopter was struck and plummeted, engulfed in flames. He watched as the blue monstrosity approached its red companion, seemingly attempting to retreat, but the latter appeared to be caught in a frenzy, intent on continuing the fight. Think you can escape? It won't be that simple, General Shao thought as he noticed the 2 steel creatures seemingly coming to an agreement. In the blink of an eye, they transformed back into 2 sedans and swiftly made their way out of the area, impervious to the sporadic gunfire surrounding them. When will the bombing support arrive? General Shao bellowed, his face a mask of fury. He could not allow these 2 extraterrestrial fiends to flee. 2 Type 10C fighter jets will reach the target airspace in 1 minute, came the report. Signal interference has dissipated, and communication functions have been restored, along with some good news. Relay instructions to all surviving teams. Do not impede the aliens' escape, nor pursue them. Prioritize the rescue of the injured, General Shao decisively commanded. The helicopters continued to track the targets, and upon notifying the fighters to prepare, he ordered them to launch missiles at once, determined not to allow the creatures to exit the mountainous region. Run, you 2 monsters. Let us see how fast you can flee. General Shao mused as he silently calculated the distance they were putting between themselves and the facility while the helicopters relentlessly pursued, unleashing their remaining firepower in an attempt to thwart the escape. Since we cannot stop you, we shall let you run far, to avoid collateral damage from the missile bombardment on our own soldiers. Report. The 2 fighter jets are in position and ready to engage, came the update. 2 missiles per target. Fire. General Shao coldly issued the attack order. Moments later, as his command was executed, the screen displayed the 2 rapidly moving sedans. their location suddenly erupting into a series of staggering explosions. Instantly, hundreds of square meters were engulfed by billowing clouds of black smoke. The immense power of the fighter jet's missiles evident even from a distance. Through the haze of smoke, two figures emerged in disarray, one of which bore a severed appendage resembling an arm. They swiftly retreated down the mountain path, tumbling into the dense thicket nearby. How could such a formidable missile, weighing over 200 kilograms, fail to obliterate them? Was it merely their rapid velocity that thwarted a direct hit? General Shao was astounded. Under such relentless bombardment, these extraterrestrial steel monstrosities were still able to function. He resolved to continue launching missiles, determined to capture them. He would not concede to fate until the final moment. Report. Came the message from the helicopter. The targets are fleeing through the woods at astonishing speed, making precise strikes exceedingly difficult. It appeared they sought to utilize the thick foliage as cover to escape. Judging by the recent missile bombardment, their resistance to thermal and shockwave damage was exceptionally high. Only a direct hit could inflict substantial harm. After a brief contemplation, General Shao issued further orders. He instructed the helicopters to monitor the situation in the woods closely. Upon spotting the targets, they were to fire signal flares to mark the strike zone while the fighter jets adjusted their angles and prepared for an assault. Engage in concentrated bombardment with missiles. I will bear the consequences, he declared, disregarding all caution. The magnitude of this situation was too significant to overlook. Should these two creatures reach the foot of the mountain and mingle with the vehicular flow, it would spell disaster. Two helicopters, utilizing their superior low-altitude flying capabilities, quickly detected the silhouettes of the targets amidst the dense foliage. Given their towering height of over 5 meters, traversing through such thick woods would inevitably create a commotion, causing trees to sway and topple. The treetops shook violently, startling birds into flight, while the sounds of snapping branches echoed. Two enormous figures could be seen racing towards the base of the mountain at an astonishing speed, seemingly unimpeded by the dense underbrush. Risking being struck, the helicopters flew perilously close to the treetops, each focusing intently on one target. They soared over the aliens' heads, advancing a dozen meters ahead, then deployed several flares from either side of their fuselage. The flares, bursting with light and smoke, instantly enveloped a designated area above, clearly marking the strike zone for the fighter jets above. As anticipated, the two fighter jets launched 2 rounds of missiles towards the marked area, releasing a total of 8 infrared-guided missiles with remarkable rapidity upon the smoke-filled expanse. The detonations resounded like an earth-shattering cataclysm, erupting into a brilliant inferno amidst the trees. Leaves and branches were sent flying, while the immense shockwaves felled countless trees. The reverberations, akin to a cataclysmic upheaval, resonated through the mountains, culminating in a towering black mushroom cloud. As the explosions subsided, thick smoke lingered, and flames raged through the woods, transforming the epicenter into a desolate expanse of charred earth. Just when everyone believed success was within grasp, 2 fiery figures burst forth from the smoke, resembling demons unleashed from the depths of hell. With a resounding bang, one of the helicopters, which had been circling the area, was struck and plummeted, engulfed in flames, into the dense foliage below. Before the other helicopter could gain distance, another energy projectile struck its nose, resulting in an immediate aerial explosion. The blue monstrosity, having transformed its hand cannon back into an arm, seized the staggering companion and once again plunged into the woods. Trees, stout as a person's waist, crumbled like mere biscuits under their might, effortlessly snapped in half with a flick of their wrist, failing to impede their descent down the mountain. It appeared that the missiles had still not managed to directly hit these extraterrestrial beings. The explosive heat and shockwaves proved insufficiently lethal. How could they be so resilient? General Shao seethed at the sight, his fist crashing heavily onto the table. Following orders from the command center, 2 of the nation's most advanced fighter jets rapidly reduced their altitude, launching a full salvo of missiles from behind the direction the monsters had fled, intending to cover the area with linear firepower. A series of brilliant orange explosions erupted on the hillside, creating a destructive corridor through the trees. However, the 2 alien entities, whether by sheer luck or formidable resilience, managed to withstand the bombardment and reach the foot of the mountain. There lay a long tunnel cutting through the mountain, where sporadic vehicles traversed, Startled by the recent explosions, these vehicles hastily accelerated to flee the scene. The two colossal steel creatures agilely maneuvered onto the road, causing a chain reaction of collisions among several cars, before swiftly transforming into a red and a blue sedan, taking advantage of the chaos to race into the lengthy tunnel. The two pursuing fighter jets, unlike the helicopters capable of low-altitude flight, found themselves powerless. They followed the road in pursuit of their targets to prevent them from reverting to humanoid form and abandoning the highway. Simultaneously, they relayed commands to mobilize local military and police forces to seal all entrances and exits of the road, ensuring that every passing vehicle was thoroughly inspected, determined not to let the situation General Xiao dreaded unfold. Yet, the Dragon Shield had exhausted its capacity to track these two extraterrestrial beings now disguised as automobiles. This ambush had ultimately failed. Chapter 40. Lurking, it was foreseeable that humanity would undoubtedly pursue and corner them. The situation for him and the rampant wheel would become perilous. Given the humans' forethought in this ambush, it was evident that they had gleaned a substantial understanding of their needs. He surmised that they would likely no longer have the opportunity to extract intelligence from humanity. Thus, he resolved that it was time for decisive action. He would achieve the objective of seizing intelligence through force. Their original plan to split up would remain intact, with Rampant well tasked with suppressing human armed forces, while he focused on infiltrating the human database for vital information. This time, owing to humanity's inadequate preparation, they were caught off guard. However, the outcome was still less than satisfactory. Humanity discerned the intention to siphon intelligence through a physical direct connection and promptly severed the power supply to the database equipment, resulting in the failure to retrieve any information pertaining to the Energy Cube. Even more troubling was the fact that they willingly exposed themselves, and the reckless wheel paid a heavy price. Not only did they fail to seize valuable intelligence, but they also inadvertently left humanity with more information about themselves. At this juncture, the Edge Road was no longer the blue sedan, nor was the reckless wheel the red car. Upon entering the tunnel, they donned new disguises, an amalgamation of various vehicle models scanned and collected during their journey, now perfectly adapted to evade human scrutiny. As they emerged from the opposite end of the highway tunnel, they had transformed entirely, altering not only their model and color, but even their license plate numbers and driver projections, seamlessly blending in with the other vehicles and thus eluding detection by humanity's aerial crafts. Yet, Edge Road understood that humans would soon realize their ability to freely alter disguises. So he and the reckless wheel had to flee as far as possible before humanity could react. They sped away for several kilometers, and upon confirming the absence of any human presence, they morphed into human form and descended from the main road onto a rural dirt path, only to revert to their vehicle forms once more, ultimately arriving at a secluded, abandoned factory. A silver luxury sedan and a black business car gradually entered the desolate, dilapidated structure. The occupants had transformed from slender men in suits and burly bald men into two middle-aged individuals clad in jackets. After conducting a radar scan of the vicinity and ascertaining the absence of humans, both vehicles shut off their engines. The blue electric light in the driver's seat flickered, and the drivers vanished without a trace. With a familiar metallic clatter, the two precious civilian vehicles completed their transformation. Upon reverting to human form, the reckless wheel fell heavily to his knees on the muddy ground, his arms braced against the earth. Indeed, he now possessed only two arms, having left the third, which had emerged from his right side at the scene of battle. Above his right arm, a horrific severance glimmered with electric sparks. Clad in black external armor, the reckless wheel had consumed an energy block en route to replenish his strength. Otherwise, he would not have been able to conceal the ghastly wounds left by the combat. The arduous escape had drained much of his stamina, causing the gaping wound on his chest, inflicted by a rocket launcher at close range, to continue leaking blue sparks of energy. The reckless wheel's visage was a sight of despair. With his left eye transformed into a gaping circular hole, from which a green liquid incessantly flowed. He lay on the ground, racked with painful coughs, green droplets cascading from between his teeth. Edge Road, bearing little visible change aside from a color shift from blue to silver, was in far better condition than the reckless wheel, suffering minimal injuries. He hurriedly approached to support the gravely injured reckless wheel. He unfastened the armor on his left arm, revealing a row of 6 luminous blue cubes, each roughly the size of a human fist. He removed one and hastily inserted it into the ravenous maw of the Cyclonus, who swallowed it whole without so much as a chew, finally alleviating his painful cough. These were compressed energy blocks of pure essence. Ever since the loss of the Energy Cube and the extinguishing of the Well of Sparks, this form of energy, harvested from the mineral veins of Cybertron and refined into crystalline form, had become the sole, stable energy supply for the Cybertronians. However, due to the formidable challenges associated with mining these energy crystals, their production could scarcely meet the daily demands of all Cybertronians. Currently, a rationing system had been instituted across Cybertron, with all energy blocks prioritized for the Decepticon army, rendering them particularly precious. During this operation on Earth, each Decepticon warrior had been allocated a mere 6 blocks. Although the duo had relied on solar radiation to recuperate their strength during their time on Earth, Cyclonus, having endured intense battles and sustained grave injuries, was compelled to utilize his reserve energy blocks for urgent healing. Despite the pang of regret for parting with his precious energy block, Bumblebee recognized the necessity of demonstrating sincerity to placate the enraged Cyclonus, especially after enduring such significant wounds without gleaning any valuable intelligence himself. Bumblebee was acutely aware of the dangers of provoking Cyclonus, who, in a fit of rage, could unleash his fury indiscriminately, akin to a rabid dog. Indeed, as Cyclonus regained his composure, he lifted his head, revealing a fearsome visage marred by a single remaining eye. The intact right eye glowing with a crimson light, fixated intently on Bumblebee, sending shivers down his spine. Just as Bumblebee awkwardly contemplated saying something to ease the tension, Cyclonus lunged forward, his intact right claw pressing down on Bumblebee's head, forcefully slamming it against the ground, producing a resounding crash as Bumblebee's massive form skidded across the surface, igniting a flurry of sparks. Calm down, Cyclonus, Bumblebee thought, daring not to resist, hastily demonstrating his compliance, fully aware of the necessity to avoid inciting the wrathful Cyclonus. What folly it would be to confront him directly. With Bumblebee's meager combat prowess, he would be torn apart in mere moments. Moreover, he required Cyclonus as his bodyguard for their impending activities on Earth, thus necessitating the need to pacify his formidable partner. After all I've endured, suffering such grievous injuries, only to hear you say there's nothing to show for it? Cyclonus resembled an injured tiger, poised to rend its prey at any moment. It is not surprising that the frenzied wheel is in such a dire state. He has endured considerable suffering this time, following the strategic directives from a flank. He has been tirelessly drawing the fire of humanity, sustaining a gaping wound in his chest from a rocket launcher explosion that nearly harmed the spark. His left arm is mangled, and his left eye is damaged. Although he has replenished his energy cells, he must wait for the chest injury to heal before any repairs can be made. As for the entirety of his right arm, which has been severed, it can only be restored with the aid of an energy cube. Any hope of regeneration is futile, and he will have to seek opportunities to replace it anew in the future. The frenzied wheel is now racked with pain. The metallic cells at the sites of his injuries are gradually replicating and dividing under the weak electric current from the spark's energy. This agonizing process is incessantly irritating his frayed nerves, compelling him to exert greater force as he crushes the flank's head against the ground, causing it to crack ominously. "Easy there, frenzied wheel. Please listen to me," the flank implored, propping himself against the weight of the frenzied wheel's massive form to prevent him from exerting further pressure that could shatter his skull. "What is it you wish to convey? Have you decided which arm you intend to sever next?" The frenzied wheel opened his maw, filled with sharp steel teeth, unleashing a torrent of green liquid upon the flank's face, his expression menacing, as a piercing roar echoed throughout the factory. "Calm down, my friend. We haven't come away entirely empty-handed this time," the flank hastily interjected, desperate to provide something of value, for he could not afford to waste words. If the frenzied will truly detached one of his arms, he would have nowhere to lament his fate. "Did you not claim that no information related to the Energy Cube was discovered?" The frenzied will turned his head, fixing his remaining eye on the flank's irritatingly smug visage. "Although we did not acquire useful intelligence from the human database, I have dispatched a small spy that I have been nurturing. Soon, it will relay valuable information back to us. Trust me," the flank explained earnestly. "Your little spy?" The frenzied wheel's face contorted in confusion, though his grip relaxed slightly. "Yes, my exceptional little creature, Hypnosis. I have concealed it among the humans. The flank chuckled, a laugh that was particularly grating. With a swift motion, the frenzied will seized the flank and hurled him a considerable distance. The impact was harsh, and before the flank could recover, the frenzied will stomped down upon his back, clearly still infuriated. And what of it? Your pet remains among the humans. What good will that do us? The flank, pinned to the ground, felt the overwhelming weight pressing down on him, causing him immense pain. He hastily articulated thoughts the frenzied wheel could comprehend. In the future, humans will undoubtedly intensify their pursuit and defenses against us, making it impossible to infiltrate their databases for intelligence. Therefore, my little spy will remain hidden among them, quietly gathering useful information. Moreover, since humans are already tracking us, they will surely continue their investigation. Thus, our next course of action must be to conceal ourselves. Conceal ourselves? Are we no longer seeking the energy cube? The frenzied wheel was left perplexed. We must seek it, but not by our own efforts. Rather, we shall let the humans do the searching for us. Upon observing the troubled expression on Quangluan's face, Bianlu hastily added, based on the recent ambush by humans against us, I can ascertain that there is no information sharing among these humans. This is our advantage. Not only are they hunting us, but they are also undoubtedly pursuing the Autobots. Since the Autobots are also on this continent seeking clues to the Energon Cube, it is certain that they will eventually be discovered by these humans. By then, my little pet hidden among the humans will relay all useful intelligence to us, allowing us to maintain the upper hand. I understand, Quangluan said, momentarily dazed, finally grasping the situation and loosening his grip. Bianlu then rose cautiously, approaching Quangluan with care, advising him not to worry, my dear partner. What we need to do now is to lie low for a while. You must focus on your recovery. Quangluan, with his remaining fingers, gently touched the hollow of his left eye, the pain igniting his primal instincts, as a beastly growl resonated in his deep voice. I will personally settle the score with that human worm for this eye. You are right, Bianlu. We will inevitably cross paths with those humans again. The furious visage of Liu replayed incessantly in the processor within Quangluan's head. Chapter 41. Hospitalization in a single patient room at the Central Hospital of Shanghai. The television was broadcasting the evening news. Earlier that day, our military successfully conducted a multi-force coordinated combat exercise in a mountainous region of Hebei province, focusing on testing the troops' rapid response and tactical execution capabilities in complex environments. This exercise proceeded as scheduled, involving armored vehicles, armed helicopters, and Type 10C fighter jets, among other combat units. Reports from the public regarding alleged signs of gunfire were attributed to the live ammunition used during the exercise. A spokesperson for the Ministry of Defense stated that the purpose of such realistic drills is to enhance the military's adaptability to modern warfare. It was also emphasized that all military activities in our country are transparent and lawful, urging the public to obtain information through official channels and to refrain from believing in unfounded rumors to avoid being misled. Next, we turn to international news. Gu Xiaoyu, clad in a hospital gown, leaned against the bed, listlessly gazing out at the setting sun. Since her participation in a car race 2 nights ago, where she was ambushed by unidentified assailants, leading to her unconsciousness, she had awakened in the hospital the following morning. Thus far, she had spent 2 days in the hospital. The attack had caused her sports car to overturn. Fortunately, she had fastened her seatbelt, and, as the vehicle did not experience severe impact or deformation, she sustained only minor injuries and her health was not seriously compromised. After 2 days of recuperation, Gu Xiaoyu felt that her body was free of any issues. Indeed, by noon yesterday, she was able to get out of bed and move about freely. However, her father, Gu Hongming, strongly insisted that she remain in the hospital for a while longer for observation and some examinations, until it was confirmed that she was entirely well before her discharge. She was indifferent to staying a couple more days. Following the incident, her father had arranged for her a private hospital room, complete with 2 bodyguards stationed outside around the clock. Furthermore, the matter had already been reported to the police, and she surmised that her father, concerned for her safety, was eager to apprehend the assailants who had attempted to abduct her. However, her mind was not preoccupied with the kidnappers in their imposing Hummer, but rather with the last image she had seen before losing consciousness, the white sports car that had appeared out of nowhere to save her. Its contorted body, transforming into steel legs, and those two orbs of deep blue light that resembled eyes. Was it an illusion, or merely a dream? Yet that vision was undeniably vivid. Lost in contemplation, she unconsciously began to fiddle with the silver pendant around her neck. It was remarkable that a young woman, having just endured the terror of both a kidnapping and a car crash, displayed no overt signs of distress. She seemed almost detached from the ordeal. At that moment, a voice interrupted her reverie. An exercise? I've never witnessed our country conducting drills like this before, especially not in the central region, nor involving fighter jets and missile strikes. Something feels amiss, he exclaimed. He sat in a chair nearby, vociferously critiquing the news broadcast that had just aired on television, clearly skeptical of the official narrative. In the vast hospital room, they were the only two present. It was fortunate that Bao was there to liven things up a bit. This chubby fellow had been frequenting the hospital these past few days, claiming that, as her subordinate, he must ensure her safety after the incident. The absurdity of his statement brought a smile to Gu Xiaoyu's face. She couldn't help but think that if he had encountered those desperate criminals that night, he would have been paralyzed with fear. Yet, Gu Xiaoyu didn't find him bothersome. It was too stifling to be alone in the hospital. Having such a loquacious companion around was a welcome distraction. Throughout her life, she had not cultivated many friendships, nor did she have a close confidant. The only female friend she had maintained a close relationship with was Su Mingho's sister, but she had not returned to Shanghai in many years, having enlisted in the military, and Gu Xiaoyu had no knowledge of her whereabouts or duties. Thus, the individual closest to her now was indeed this chubby lad who regarded her as a leader. Xiaoyu, I assure you, there is definitely more to this news than meets the eye. I bet it's the government executing some secret mission, Bao said, leaning in with an air of mystery, his cautious demeanor eliciting a bemused response from Gu Xiaoyu. What are you talking about? I'm not like you, a military enthusiast, so I'm not particularly interested in such matters. Besides, the official report has been released. How could it be wrong? She replied, feigning indifference. Don't dismiss it so easily. Let me show you the video I found. It's absolutely incredible, Bao said, pulling out his laptop and swiftly opening a file. Bao has always possessed a profound fascination for military affairs and science fiction since childhood. Once the topic arises, he becomes utterly engrossed, embodying the quintessential otaku. It is precisely due to his unique personality that he often finds himself the target of bullying. Observing the eager expression on Bao's face, Gu Xiaoyu sighed. Since she had nothing better to do, she might as well take a glance. She took Bao's laptop and placed it on her lap, directing her gaze toward the screen displaying a video. The footage, captured on a mobile phone, was shaky, set in broad daylight on what appeared to be a highway. The individual filming was likely a driver, as the scene unfolded with a distant mountaintop seemingly engulfed in flames, vast plumes of black smoke billowing into the sky. The sound was deafening, and one could faintly hear a series of roaring noises. Shortly thereafter, a tremendous explosion erupted along the slope of the mountain, and the camera swung down to the ground. This spectacle convinced Gu Xiaoyu that the footage was indeed authentic. As the camera panned upward again, it revealed large sections of the hillside emitting thick black smoke, presumably the site of the recent explosion, indicating a considerable blast radius. A wide, long scar of fire marred the mountainside, and then the camera shifted to the sky, revealing the contrails of an aircraft soaring above. Having lost interest, Gu Xiaoyu decided to close her eyes and reflect on the final moments of that fateful night. What do you think, Sister Xiaoyu? I obtained this video through an internal forum. It must be the location mentioned in the news. I told you, the military wouldn't conduct exercises without cordoning off the surrounding area. This is undoubtedly an unexpected situation. Otherwise, why would they drop bombs so close to the highway? The exercises must be a mere facade. I wonder what the military is targeting that necessitates the deployment of fighter jets. It's simply astonishing. Bao resumed his animated chatter, bubbling over with excitement like a child lost in his own world. Sister Xiaoyu, don't you feel that something is amiss in our world lately? I've been researching online, and there have been numerous bizarre incidents abroad this past month. Explosions and fires everywhere. The internal forums are in an uproar. Seeing that Gu Xiaoyu remained unresponsive, Bao cautiously urged, Sister Xiaoyu, could you recount what happened that night? Finally, Gu Xiaoyu opened her eyes, gazing at the starry-eyed, little chubby figure before her with a sense of resignation. That night, she never caught a glimpse of the driver of the white sports car. Although she remained unclear about how he dealt with the three Hummers, She had no doubt that the mysterious vehicle was crucial to her escape from the kidnappers. Otherwise, the inexplicable overturning of those Hummers on the road would remain a mystery, particularly just before she lost consciousness. She distinctly recalled the chassis of that white sports car morphing before her eyes, transforming into two-wheeled feet, but from her vantage point, she could discern little more. The entire sequence of the kidnapping incident, along with her final observations, was recounted in meticulous detail to the police responsible for the case after she awoke yesterday. However, it was evident to her that the officers were skeptical of her concluding description, attributing it to a head injury that had induced hallucinations. In truth, even she was uncertain about what she had witnessed, but one thing she could affirm was the undeniable reality of that white sports car. It was during a visit to the hospital yesterday afternoon that Bao learned of the incident from her, and he was thoroughly agitated by the news. Judging by his demeanor, he had never doubted her. Rather, he seemed eager for her assertions to be true. Yet, with the kidnapping case still shrouded in uncertainty, Gu Xiaoyu found little inclination to engage Bao in discussions about whether unsolved mysteries existed in this world. Just as she was about to tell Bao to leave, there was a knock at the ward door, and someone entered. It was none other than her father, Gu Hongming, accompanied by Grandpa One and two capable men in plain clothes. The two men were known to Gu Xiaoyu. They were the police officers who had taken her statement the previous afternoon. Chapter 42. Police involvement. Upon hearing the knock, Bao immediately fell silent. Turning to see Gu Hongming enter the ward with the elderly one and the two men, he quickly stood up to greet them. Say hello, Uncle Gu. He then turned to the elderly gentleman behind Gu Hongming. Hello, Grandpa One. The silver-haired elder nodded slightly, smiling in acknowledgement. The middle-aged gentleman in a suit regarded Bao with a warm smile. Ah, Xiao Bao has come again to see Xiaoyu? The He family was involved in electronics, and they had often collaborated with the Gu family in business. Given their proximity and the childhood friendship between their children, Bao felt comfortable in the presence of this familiar elder. The stout boy sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. I was just worried that Sister Xiaoyu might be bored in the hospital these past few days, so I came to keep her company. Bao then noticed the two men behind Gu Hongming, one middle-aged and the other youthful. Both were dressed in plain clothes, yet exuded an air of seriousness. Realizing it was inappropriate for him to remain in the ward, he cheerfully remarked, Oh dear, I didn't notice it's almost 7 o'clock and the day has turned dark. Uncle Gu, I shall take my leave now. You all have your business to attend to. He quickly packed his laptop, slung his bag over his shoulder, and bid farewell to Gu Xiaoyu. I'm off then. Sister Xiaoyu, I'll come to see you again another day. Gu Xiaoyu nodded slightly in agreement, her expression once again transforming into one of reticence. As Bao gently closed the door behind him, the room was left with just the four of them, exchanging glances in an atmosphere that had grown somewhat awkwardly silent. Ultimately, it was Gu Hongming who broke the silence, settling into a chair beside the bed with a concerned inquiry. I apologize for being late, Xiaoyu. How are you feeling today? Is your health any better? Gu Xiaoyu's expression remained serene as she gently shook her head. It's all right. I feel completely recovered today. I can go home tomorrow. That's good to hear. As long as you have no discomfort, the doctor confirmed that all your indicators are normal after the examination. We'll arrange for your discharge tomorrow, Gu Hongming said, his eyes filled with both concern and reassurance. Having witnessed his daughter endure such terrifying experiences, he found it both painful and perplexing to see her maintaining such a calm demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. He couldn't help but blame himself for the lack of communication and companionship over the years, which had led her to develop an independence and strength beyond her years. Gu Hongming would have preferred if his daughter had cried in his embrace rather than appearing so unperturbed. Xiaoyu, you met these two gentlemen before, Gu Hongming said, turning to the two men. Officers Wu Jie and Su Xiaohui approached, having patiently waited for the father and daughter to acknowledge them, and introduced their purpose for the evening. Miss Gu, it's a pleasure to see that you're recovering well, Officer Wu Jie greeted, a tall, middle-aged officer with a perpetual smile. He was seasoned in his profession, having solved numerous significant cases in the city, displaying a toughness that belied his jovial appearance. Observing the girl in the hospital bed, merely nodding in acknowledgement without uttering a word, Wu couldn't help but admire her composure. This girl from the Gu family was indeed extraordinary. Having faced a series of harrowing events including a car chase, abduction, and accident, she remained calm and collected, far superior to the temperamental scions of wealth often found in the city's elite circles. Having worked in the city for over 20 years, Wu Jie was well acquainted with the notorious behavior of the affluent youth, who frequently caused trouble that burdened the police. He had heard of Gu Xiaoyu's reputation as someone who steered clear of troublemakers, preferring solitary joyrides. The only incident that brought her to their attention was when she defended herself against an unruly young man from another province, wielding a bottle to fend him off, a case he had coordinated, which had made quite a stir. From that moment, he perceived her as a spirited girl whom he found quite likable. We apologize for intruding again today. We wish to share the current findings of our investigation and confirm some details from yesterday's statement with Miss Gu to ensure nothing has been overlooked, Officer Wu stated, gesturing for the younger officer, Su, to take notes. Officer Su Xiaowei, a spirited young man exuding youthful vigor, took out his notebook from his jacket and prepared to record diligently. It's all right. Please proceed with your questions, Gu Xiaoyu replied, nodding respectfully, her bright eyes revealing no trace of reluctance as she prepared to recount the dramatic events of that night once more. Her composed demeanor captivated the young police officer, whose work in criminal investigation prompted him to regard her with newfound respect, while simultaneously stirring an unusual emotion within him. A beautiful and resilient woman, who among men could remain indifferent. The previous night, we first received a report from Mr. Gu, and as we were deploying based on the security signal, we also received an alert from your friend, Mr. Su Mingho. Officer Wu explained calmly that Mr. Gu had chosen to call for help upon receiving the alarm signal from your vehicle, indicating your peril, whereas Mr. Su, upon arriving at the scene, recognized the gravity of the situation and opted to report it. We have confirmed this aspect. Subsequently, at the crime scene, we indeed discovered 3 severely damaged Hummers and your overturned sports car, as described by Mr. Su. However, we found no trace of the kidnappers at the scene, leading us to deduce that they had likely escaped before Mr. Su and the security personnel arrived, unscathed. As for the unidentified white sports car you mentioned, we did find tire impressions at the scene, corroborated by Mr. Su and the security team. Yet, given your description, it is perplexing that, after such a violent collision, no debris from the vehicle was left behind. This point has left us all puzzled, manifesting a shared expression of curiosity regarding the nature of this mysterious car. Currently, our investigation has established that this was a meticulously planned kidnapping targeting Miss Gu. We have officially opened a case and are proceeding with our inquiries. Officer Wu turned to Gu Hongming and inquired, considering Miss Gu's status, if he had any leads regarding the kidnappers or potential masterminds behind this incident, such as enemies. Officer Wu, Mr. Gu replied, I clarified during your initial inquiry yesterday afternoon that I have always valued harmony in my business dealings and have never intentionally offended anyone. As for the motives of the kidnappers, I believe they may either seek financial gain or are entangled in some unscrupulous business dealings. Therefore, I regret to say I cannot think of any specific individuals at this moment. Nevertheless, it is evident that they came prepared, and I trust the police will soon uncover relevant clues. Officer Wu nodded, reaching into his pocket as if to retrieve a cigarette, but upon noticing the presence of others, he sheepishly withdrew his hand. Indeed, Mr. Gu is a distinguished entrepreneur in this city, and certain matters are unavoidable, given the 3 modified Hummers and the firearms involved. It appears the assailants were well prepared. Personally, I suspect their intentions extend beyond mere financial gain. We are currently investigating the origins of those vehicles, but unfortunately, the kidnappers displayed professionalism, setting the cars ablaze before their escape, complicating our evidence collection. Rest assured, we have increased our manpower. Mr. Gu smiled and nodded in appreciation, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Officer Wu. I appreciate your efforts regarding my daughter's case. Officer Wu, taken aback, waved his hand and said, Mr. Gu, you are too kind. The nature of this case is exceedingly severe, and our municipal bureau's leadership is paying close attention. I believe we will soon uncover new leads. It was no jest. Gu Hongming's Longting technology is the leading enterprise in the information data sector of Shanghai City, making remarkable contributions to the city's development and tax revenue. Speculation abounds that the company's current endeavors are collaborative projects with the central government. Otherwise, it is unfathomable why the city's leadership would be so invested in this enterprise, providing policy support and facilitating a smooth passage through relevant agencies. The influence wielded by Chairman Gu Hongming is both inscrutable and formidable, leaving Officer Wu feeling overwhelmed by the gravity of the case he has taken on. Chapter 43. The waters run deep. Officer Wu was acutely aware of the pressures he would face in this investigation. As a seasoned officer with over 2 decades of experience, he had already sensed an unusual undertone. According to Miss Gu's account, the kidnappers had suddenly appeared during the competition. We reconstructed the scene and confirmed that they did not originate from the competition venue, but had been concealed in the woods along the route. Moreover, the competition site had only been set up the day before the incident, indicating that the assailants had been lying in wait for Miss Gu's passage. After listening intently, Gu Xiaoyu finally spoke. So, you mean these kidnappers were already aware that I would participate in the competition that night? Indeed. Otherwise it would be inexplicable, Officer Wu replied. Miss Gu, who have you informed about your participation in the competition? His question was incisive. Only my father, Grandpa Wan, and He Bao. Gu Xiaoyu pondered briefly before continuing. He Bao is not one to gossip. He assured me today that even his parents were kept in the dark about this. I trust him completely. Her conviction reflected the deep bond of trust she shared with her childhood friend. At the same time, Gu Hongming and Wen Hai exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes glimmering with relief. That leaves only Zhao Tiankong, who invited me to compete. However, I am unaware of whom he may have told. I suspect he might have shared the news with many. Indeed, Mr. Zhao Tiankong is our primary suspect, given that he extended the invitation for you to participate in the competition that evening. Upon questioning Mr. Zhao, he revealed that he had mentioned your competition to several individuals, claiming it was to generate buzz and attract more attendees to the event. He also stated that he did not report the incident immediately because he initially believed the intruders were merely causing a disturbance. The notion of kidnapping had not crossed his mind. Despite his outward appearance as a victim, our police force is prepared to conduct a thorough investigation into his involvement, and we anticipate results in the near future. Officer Wu was undoubtedly aware of the considerable obstacles involved in investigating Zhao Tiankong. The notorious reputation of the prodigal Zhao heir, who hails from a family that operates a colossal real estate enterprise in the city and is engaged in numerous overseas brand dealings, is well known. This affluent family has been a dominant force in the metropolis for nearly 2 centuries, wielding influence both above and below the law. Over the years, Zhao Tiankong's family has acted with impunity, often causing disturbances that were subsequently resolved by his father and elder brother, leaving a notorious mark in the eyes of law enforcement. The Zhao family, entrenched in Shanghai's fabric, has expanded its business successfully under the leadership of Zhao Zhili, who has recently stepped down from his position as chairman of the family enterprise. The reins of power have now passed to his elder brother, Zhao Haikua, and the family's affairs have flourished rather than declined, demonstrating their adeptness in business. While it may be tempting to conclude that this case was orchestrated by the Zhao family, Officer Wu believed it was premature to jump to such a judgment, given that the 2 families had no direct business ties. The Zhao family had no compelling reason to resort to such drastic measures. After all, attacking someone else's kin would irrevocably sever ties, leading to an irreconcilable conflict. The elite circles of the metropolis are well aware that Gu Hongming's daughter is his most cherished possession. Thus, Wu merely considered Zhao Tiankong a suspect for the time being. Having handled several kidnapping cases, Wu had formed a preliminary assessment of this one. The perpetrators exhibited a level of professionalism backed by substantial financial resources, far beyond the capabilities of mere opportunistic criminals. Only another formidable entity could dare to confront such a powerful figure. Small fry caught in the crossfire would be crushed. It was evident that only irresistible profit could compel such nefarious tactics from the shadows. However, could he voice such thoughts openly? No, he could not. Therefore, he maintained a facade of impartiality, seeking to offend neither side. He trusted that, given the Gu family's influence and Gu Hongming's intellect, they likely had their own suspicions regarding the instigator of this incident. While the police required concrete evidence to act, some individuals operated solely on conjecture. It was foreseeable that a tempest of unseen turmoil would soon engulf the upper echelons of the metropolis. For the police, capturing the kidnappers to quell the dispute would be the best outcome, as the complexities of the situation ran exceedingly deep. Nevertheless, Officer Wu felt compelled to offer reassurances, urging Mr. Gu and Miss Gu to remain calm, assuring them that the police would swiftly apprehend the kidnappers. For safety's sake, it would be prudent for Miss Gu to stay home and rest during these days. Gu Xiaoyu politely nodded her gratitude, not minding his verbosity. Officer Wu then shifted the topic, casually inquiring, Miss Gu, do you recall any details about the white sports car? Gu Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before softly responding. I shared everything I could think of with the officers yesterday. She continued with a playful smile. And didn't both of you think I was merely hallucinating from hitting my head? Yet, there was no hint of mirth in her eyes, rendering the two officers momentarily awkward. They had indeed believed that Gu Xiaoyu had just recently endured a kidnapping and a car accident. Perhaps her mind had been affected by some trauma, or perhaps she had sustained a head injury, which could explain her seemingly unbelievable statements. After all, the sports car had been deformed, resembling a creature with two legs. And anyone who heard such a tale would naturally dismiss it as mere nonsense. However, over the past 2 days, their meticulous investigation of the scene had revealed a rather peculiar situation. It had been confirmed that an unidentified white sports car had indeed been present at the scene. A fact corroborated by the parties involved, Gu Xiaoyu, the witness Su Mingho, Zhao Tiankong, and a number of security personnel. Strangely, the tire marks they discovered on the road did not appear to be the typical rubber were caused by a conventional vehicle. Rather, they seemed to have damaged the asphalt surface itself. They found no remnants of tire rubber, as if the car's wheels were as unyielding as steel. Yet, even if the tires were metallic, it would be implausible for there to be no trace of any material left behind. Furthermore, their analysis of the debris from the scene only deepened their confusion. It was known that 6 vehicles had collided repeatedly along the route, leaving fragments of their exteriors strewn across the ground. The state of the last 3 Hummers was particularly tragic, indicating severe impacts between them. One might think that the kidnappers had lost their minds, crashing their Hummers into one another. Yet, despite their extensive search, they had not found a single piece of the white sports car's shattered bodywork. This bewildering situation left not only the detectives, but also the forensic team at the precinct utterly perplexed. They had never encountered such a phenomenon before and could not fathom what sort of vehicle could leave no trace behind. What kind of sports car could achieve this? Officer Wu was compelled to reassess the information in his possession. Recalling Gu Xiaoyu's seemingly nonsensical remarks from the day before, he resolved to inquire further. Regrettably, Gu Xiaoyu had not witnessed the events that transpired afterward, leaving her unable to confirm whether it had indeed been that white sports car that had wreaked havoc upon the 3 vehicles of the kidnappers. Chapter 44. The White Phantom. The young officer Su opened his notebook and revealed information that astonished Gu Xiaoyu. We have retrieved the surveillance footage from the past few days along the route taken by Mr. Gu and Miss Gu. We have identified the presence of the white sports car. It had been following Mr. Gu several days prior and was spotted near your residence. In fact, on the day you attended the race, it trailed behind your vehicle all the way to the event. The white sports car had been lurking in her vicinity all along. What was its intention? Gu Xiaoyu concealed her face behind her long black hair, pressing her finger to her lips as she began to process this information. Upon hearing the officer's description, she grasped the other's peculiar nature fully. Rather than feeling gratitude for having been rescued, she was instead gripped by a sense of fear and an indescribable emotion. However, upon inquiring with the security personnel present at the scene of the race that night, we found that no one could ascertain when the white sports car had entered the venue. It appeared to have materialized out of thin air. Upon hearing this, Gu Hongming's expression shifted subtly. He had speculated the previous day that the white sports car, which had rescued his daughter at the scene, might be the same one that had previously followed him. Unfortunately, his daughter had been unable to clearly see the license plate or the driver's features that night, leaving him unable to draw a conclusion. Indeed, I mentioned to you yesterday that the white sports car had trailed my vehicle. Uncle Wen had clearly observed the license plate and the driver's appearance, noting that the driver was a young man wearing sunglasses. Since it bore a local license plate, we dismissed it as a mere prank by some local youth at the time. Gu Hongming spoke up. Indeed, based on the information you provided, we investigated that license plate and discovered that there was no registration information for it in the system, indicating it was likely a false plate. Furthermore, the footage captured by the cameras was quite blurry, and our technical team is still conducting facial analysis, which may take some time. Although we are unaware of the intentions behind this white sports car, it did intervene to assist Miss Gu. While we're puzzled as to how the 3 kidnappers' vehicles ended up in such disarray, we are confident that it is connected to this mysterious car. Officer Wu, combining the findings from the scene, stated that, although it seems improbable, this enigmatic sports car likely thwarted the kidnapping, as the tire marks suggest it had collided with the kidnapper's vehicle. Like a ghostly apparition, it exuded an aura of the uncanny. Now, the situation has become even more intricate. There are those who harbor malevolent intentions towards Miss Gu, while others lurk in the shadows to protect her. We, as law enforcement, must apprehend the criminals, and we must also uncover the origins of this mysterious presence. Therefore, we sincerely apologize for our earlier rudeness. Officer Wu bowed slightly, his demeanor earnest as he expressed his apologies to the girl in a hospital bed, in a bid to unravel the enigma surrounding this incident. I hope Miss Gu can meticulously recall all details related to the white sports car from that night, including the astonishing scene she witnessed just before losing consciousness. Officer Wu emphasized this final statement. He then produced a recorder from his coat and activated it, signaling for her to begin. Seeing the serious expression on Officer Wu's face, Gu Xiaoyu's initial impulse to act petulantly faded. Since he had shown his belief in her, she felt compelled to share everything she knew, allowing the police to conduct a thorough investigation to uncover the truth, which was far preferable to her wandering in baseless speculation. In truth, when the white sports car appeared that night, I sensed something was amiss. She took a moment to collect her thoughts before speaking. I had already been dazed from the collision with the kidnapper's vehicle. I thought my fate was sealed. Then it appeared, directly ramming the car, next to me aside, and positioning itself in front of me, blocking my out-of-control vehicle. Otherwise, I might have flipped over on the spot. The elderly man, who had remained silent until now, offered warm water to everyone present, encouraging them to sip slowly as they conversed, before quietly positioning himself behind Gu Hongming. Once the vehicle steadied, I noticed that the side of the opposing car was unscathed despite my own speed being considerable at the time of impact, which had produced a significant noise. I had not caught a glimpse of the driver's face until they retreated behind me. However, given the urgency of the moment, I had little time to ponder this. Subsequently, I focused solely on accelerating to escape the kidnappers, one of whose vehicles relentlessly pursued me, while a white sports car trailed closely behind. It was then that I heard the sound of gunfire. Glancing in the rearview mirror, I saw the kidnappers firing repeatedly at the sports car, yet it appeared unscathed. At that moment, another vehicle closed in on me, instilling fear that they might aim at my car as well, prompting me to increase my speed in an attempt to distance myself from them. What transpired among them thereafter remained a mystery to me. As my daughter recounted this harrowing car accident in a calm tone, Gu Hongming's hands instinctively clenched, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes. He had resolved to ensure that all those involved in this incident would face consequences. Did they truly believe Gu Hongming was merely a benign figure? With Gu Xiaoyu's detailed narrative, Officer Wu listened attentively, nodding slightly, while Officer Su diligently recorded every word, determined not to overlook any detail. Both officers could not help but regard this brave girl with newfound respect. After all, she had endured the threat of armed assailants for an extended period, a feat not easily achieved. Soon after, my vehicle was struck by the kidnappers, losing control and subsequently overturning. In that instant, I heard a tremendous crash and caught a glimpse of the kidnapper's car flipping as well, the cause of which eluded my understanding. Fortunately, although my car had overturned, it merely rolled onto its side and slid along the ground, and the white sports car had somehow positioned itself in front of me, cushioning the impact of my vehicle's uncontrolled speed. I must have struck my head as my consciousness began to fade. At this point, Gu Xiaoyu raised her hand to touch the left side of her forehead, where a lingering pain still resided. Though the doctor assured her there was no internal injury, a revelation that brought her some relief. In a daze, I saw that white sports car halted directly in front of my vehicle, allowing me to observe its wheels and chassis. The two officers appeared increasingly focused. Aware that Gu Xiaoyu was about to describe a scene they had difficulty believing just yesterday. From my perspective, I could not discern what transpired outside, but I first noticed the chassis of that car beginning to crack, its tires moving and countless internal components shifting before my eyes. The sound of metal colliding resonating in my ears, particularly pronounced in the darkness. Lost in recollection, Gu Xiaoyu's expression became conflicted as she struggled to recall the details of that moment. Within 2 or 3 seconds, I observed 2 large foot-like objects moving, their every step reverberating through the ground beneath them. It must have been that white sports car, for I observed a pair of iron feet enveloped in a white shell. Within the confines of those feet, a tire was in motion, and amidst the gaps, I discerned springs and bolts of various constructions. At that moment, my eyelids were exceedingly heavy. Ultimately, I only beheld 2 orbs radiating a cerulean glow, and then darkness enveloped me, leaving me in a state of unawareness. Upon awakening, I found myself in a hospital. The more I pondered those two blue lights, the more they resembled eyes. And the notion of that car transforming into a human figure struck me as rather amusing, did it not? Upon utterance of these words by Gu Xiaoyu, a profound silence enveloped the room. Who would dare to find it amusing? In the past, they might have dismissed such remarks, yet this time, two officers had personally come to inquire further from the party involved, and they could not afford to appear incredulous. Officer Wu turned to his assistant, Officer Su, who had meticulously recorded every detail, nodding in affirmation. "Thank you, Miss Gu, for your cooperation. We appreciate your efforts. Please take good care of yourself. We will endeavor to uncover the identity of the individual based on the clues you have provided." Chapter 45. Face and reputation. With the inquiry concluded, Officer Wu and his companion prepared to take their leave. As they were about to exit, he turned back, adding, "Oh, by the way, I must request that you refrain from disclosing the content of our conversation to anyone, particularly the press. The news of the kidnapping has already spread, and there are paparazzi lurking outside the police station. If such a peculiar occurrence were to appear in the newspapers, it could lead to considerable complications. Would you not agree, Mr. Gu?" To this, Gu Homing expressed his understanding, as he wished to avoid any troubles for his daughter. Gu Xiaoyu nodded, already foreseeing that her observations and statements would be met with disbelief. It was entirely possible that the newspapers would publish sensational headlines about the Gu family's heiress facing abduction and suffering from psychological distress, rather than the kidnappers. She found herself more intrigued by the intentions of that enigmatic white specter. If it truly was some sort of monster, why would it choose to rescue her? The elderly gentleman, Mr. One, accompanied the two officers out of the ward, courteously escorting them to the elevator. While waiting for the lift, the young officer Su could not resist stealing glances at the elderly man, whose head was crowned with white hair, yet exuded a vibrant spirit. This caught the elder's attention, prompting him to nod amiably in acknowledgement. Officer Su, feeling a touch of embarrassment, averted his gaze, although the elder maintained an air of grace and decorum. Sharing the same space made him feel somewhat uneasy, restless. Ding! The elevator arrived, shattering the silence. Officer Wu politely bid farewell to the elder. "No need to see us off, my good sir. Please return." The two officers were courteous, yet the case concerning my young lady would still require your assistance. The elder nodded humbly, exuding politeness. It was not until the elevator doors closed, leaving only the two of them inside, that Officer Su let out a gentle sigh, feeling significantly more relaxed, as though he had escaped the scrutiny of a lion observing its prey. The seasoned Officer Wu certainly noticed the peculiar behavior of his assistant and couldn't help but reflect that, although the young man possessed exceptional skills, he was still rather inexperienced. As a veteran officer who had diligently toiled at the grassroots level, relying on his wits and courage to confront various criminals, Wu believed he had garnered a considerable understanding of the intricate dynamics of the metropolis over the years. The imposing presence exuded by the seemingly aged and robust elder was all too familiar to Wu Jie. He had apprehended many blood-soaked criminals who radiated a similar aura. His assistant, however, was still naive and lacked the necessary experience. With time and exposure to more cases and criminals, he would surely grow resilient and no longer find himself in such an awkward predicament. Wu was acutely aware that the elderly man, who ostensibly served as the caretaker and driver for the Gu family, was likely a longtime confidant entrusted with managing matters that could not be publicly aired. If the Gu family's power, wealth, and influence constituted their facade, then individuals like this elder represented their substance. Now that the family's facade had begun to falter in the face of certain individuals, it was time for their substance to take action. Ultimately, in this society, the language of power prevailed. When reason failed, one had to resort to tangible measures. Officer Wu, what are your thoughts on Miss Gu's comments regarding the car's deformation? Su Xiaohui seemed to seek a topic to divert attention from his own discomfort, attempting to engage his superior in a discussion about the recent testimony. This was their second round of inquiries. When he had first heard the young lady's account the previous afternoon, he had doubted whether she might have suffered hallucinations due to the traumatic series of events involving kidnapping, gunfire, and a car accident. However, the evidence collected by his colleagues at the crime scene revealed a plethora of strange and unreasonable elements surrounding this armed pursuit and kidnapping case, prompting this second round of questioning. He had anticipated that after a day of rest, The young heiress would have fully regained her composure and would provide information that differed from her previous bizarre descriptions. Yet to his astonishment, her account not only remained consistent with her earlier claims, but became even more detailed and vivid. Were it not for the clarity in her eyes and the calmness of her demeanor, he would have suspected her of suffering from a delusional disorder. Naturally, he wanted to believe the beautiful girl's words, yet claims of card deformation and blue eyes seemed far too fantastical. Noticing the captain's silence, he could no longer contain his doubts. "You ask me? Who should I inquire of? We are the police. The witness has already informed us of everything she has seen. It is our duty to discern whether her account contains lies, hallucinations, or truths," Officer Wu stated bluntly, striding out of the elevator with purpose, prompting Officer Su to hastily follow suit. "Let's focus on our duties. Compile today as testimony and submit it to me. I need to report to the director in the morning." Stepping out of the hospital lobby into the open air, Officer Wu, a seasoned smoker, could no longer resist the urge to light a cigarette and savor a satisfying drag. "All right, I'll tidy up the report at the precinct and send it to you," he said. Observing the veteran detective in silence as he puffed away, Su Xiaowei understood that his colleague was deep in thought. It seemed even he was overwhelmed by the gravity and peculiarity of this significant case. Deciding it prudent to remain silent and not provoke any ire, Su reflected on the situation. After all, the daughter of a prominent local business tycoon had narrowly escaped a kidnapping by armed assailants. One could only imagine the immense pressure weighing on the department's leadership. Since the previous afternoon, a throng of reporters had gathered outside the precinct, clamoring for breaking news, which had become a source of considerable annoyance. Indeed, Wu Jie felt the mounting pressure acutely. The kidnapping case had escalated dramatically, and the chief had imposed a deadline for its resolution. His immediate task was to locate the 3 kidnappers before the Gu family managed to find them first. Successfully doing so would provide him with a satisfactory explanation to the department, the public, and the Gu family alike. It would allow him to extricate himself gracefully from the situation. In that scenario, those who took action would be duly recognized and rewarded, alleviating the leader's burdens and rendering a favor to the Gu family, a win-win predicament. However, he dared not interfere in the higher-level conflicts that the Gu family might be facing. He was merely a humble policeman, and becoming embroiled in the machinations of elite interests could lead to unforeseen peril, a lesson he had learned through years of navigating the complexities of this metropolis. Yet, the sudden appearance of a white sports car had further complicated and mystified the case. Based on the forensic examination and the testimony of the involved party, Gu Xiaoyu, even this seasoned veteran, with over 2 decades of experience, found himself at a loss. Earlier that day, while reporting the case developments to his superior in the chief's office, he had presented the peculiar testimony and findings. He keenly noticed a fleeting stiffness and oddity in his superior's expression. Subsequently, the chief instructed him to conduct another inquiry with Gu Xiaoyu, particularly concerning the enigmatic white sports car, emphasizing the necessity of gathering as much detailed information as possible, leaving no trivial detail overlooked. It was the first time in many years that he had observed such tension etched on his superior's face, causing him to feel a sense of unease. Did the chief genuinely believe in the notion of a transforming vehicle? Yet, he refrained from probing further into his superior's concerns. In summary, the mysterious white sports car had rendered the entire case both bizarre and intricate. As the 2 men made their way toward the outdoor parking lot, an individual suddenly emerged from the side, swiftly approaching Officer Wu. "Excuse me, are you Officer Wu Jie?" A melodious female voice inquired, as a stylishly dressed woman wearing sunglasses stood before them, a small recording device in hand, clearly a journalist. Chapter 46. The Human Heart. Officer Wu, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, cast a cursory glance at the woman before him. A half-smile played on his lips as he internally mused about her striking beauty. Is the journalism profession truly so lucrative nowadays? Noticing that Wu Jie offered no denial, the glamorous lady with cascading waves of hair removed her sunglasses, revealing a sweet smile. "It is indeed a great honor to meet you, Officer Wu, a renowned figure in the force. What a delightful coincidence to encounter you here." "A coincidence? You must be jesting." The young officer couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Although he appreciated attractive women, as a police officer, he held a disdain for reporters, regardless of their allure. "Are you here to take a statement from Miss Gu, the victim of the recent kidnapping?" Has there been any new development in the case? Could you share some information? Regrettably, I cannot divulge anything, he replied curtly, just as the lady believed her charm had captivated him. Prompting him to pause and perhaps share some tidbits, the middle-aged man, who had moments ago sported a playful grin, abruptly shifted his demeanor, adopting a stern expression and reciting a formulaic response. Without further ado, the two officers, seemingly accustomed to managing reporters, sidestepped her and strode away without a backward glance. Officer Wu, please wait a moment. I just have one question. The lovely lady hastily turned to pursue them, but soon realized she could not keep pace with their hurried steps, hindered by her high heels. As they distanced themselves, appearing oblivious to her voice, she finally halted, frustratedly stamping her foot, almost losing her balance in the process. Leaning against a nearby tree, she glared at the two officers as they drove off into the parking lot. No wonder Officer Wu has a reputation for being stern and unyielding. He is indeed a man devoid of romantic sensibilities. Turning her gaze toward the hospital building, she sighed. The kidnapping case of the Gu family heiress was creating quite a stir in Shanghai, sure, and I must seize this opportunity to secure the most sensational news. It seems I cannot extract any information from the police. I, Ran Shiyun, will not relent. I shall remain at the hospital until the victim is discharged. I must stay determined. As she motivated herself, brimming with enthusiasm, she failed to notice a white civilian car parked quietly not far from her. Inside, the driver, a lean young man wearing sunglasses, had been fixated on her and the departing officers since earlier. Fei Yue, having listened for quite some time without gleaning any useful information from these humans, decided to switch off the receiver, yearning for some peace. With the world around him enveloped in silence, he couldn't help but let his mind wander. Having staked out the hospital for days, Fei Yue now regretted his earlier impulsiveness. He had risked exposure to rescue a person, all for the pendant adorning the neck of that human girl. In the end, the three treacherous humans were dealt with by him, and the target girl was rescued. Apart from him, there was no one else present, making it the optimal moment for him to seize the pendant. However, for reasons unknown, as he gazed at the girl, who was unconscious and hanging limply from the seat, yet still clutching the pendant tightly in her hand, he hesitated. At that moment, a faint whisper echoed in his receiver, "Mama." This subconscious call from the girl, lost in her faintness, caused his fingers, which had intended to forcibly snatch the pendant away, to hover in midair. A sudden thought emerged in his logical system. This pendant might hold profound significance for the girl. Had he just arrived on Earth, he would undoubtedly have seized the opportunity to take his target and fled without a second thought, utterly indifferent to the object's importance or meaning to humanity. Due to the Cybertronians' exceptional adaptability and efficient information processing abilities, they can swiftly acclimatize to any new environment. Yet concurrently, their personality perceptions are easily influenced and shaped by unfiltered information. Having spent some time on Earth, he had consulted a wealth of knowledge related to humanity, accumulating a vast amount of data on human civilization and culture in his storage. This data greatly enriched his otherwise flat personality perception, developed over 2 millennia, while subtly affecting his character and psyche. Upon reflection, he recognized this phenomenon as what humans refer to as empathy, despite his lack of a heart. Mama was a term he understood well. It also signified mother. In his comprehension, human females serve as nurturing vessels, creating new human offspring through approximately 10 months of gestation. They are vital to the continuation of human life and civilization. He later learned that for every human, a mother holds special significance. However, for him, the concept of a mother was foreign. Cybertronians are the children of their planet. Nearly all original beings originate from the vast primordial sea of the well of all sparks. A naturally born primordial spark, over the course of centuries, grows by collecting genetic information and metallic elements from the primordial sea, first forming a metallic shell around itself. Subsequently, this metallic sphere becomes the core from which the body, limbs, and head of a Cybertronian extend. In a sense, the essence of Cybertronians is their spark, the high-energy fusion core that embodies their entire existence. Once the spark extinguishes, the individual life of a Cybertronian ceases. Through human culture, he came to understand the notion of the soul. Leap believes that the spark represents their very essence, serving as the driving force behind their metallic forms, while the mind functions as a processor for collecting and analyzing external information. The limbs merely serve as tools for interaction with their environment. The spark is synonymous with life, a widely accepted notion among the Cybertronians, as the soul resides palpably in the chest of every inhabitant of Cybertron. Yet, Leap grapples with a profound question: what constitutes the life force of humanity? Within their fragile corporeal forms, what governs their existence? Is it the intricate organs within, the heart that pumps blood, the brain that facilitates thought, or perhaps the elusive entity known as the soul? Humanity itself remains uncertain on this matter. Why then do they create things that even they do not comprehend? One fateful night, a human girl's subconscious call to her deceased mother imparted fresh insights to Leap regarding his long-standing curiosity. Is it for nostalgia? It is said that most humans dwell in the past, their brief lives and fragile bodies leading them to perpetual loss. Thus, they fervently strive to seize experiences before their lives conclude, while simultaneously yearning for what was, entrusting their emotions to certain tangible objects. This revelation and sentiment were once foreign to Leap, yet through his engagement with human culture, he seems to have acquired a semblance of them. The more he adores Earth, the more he longs for his home planet, and the greater his sorrow for the suffering endured by Cybertron. For if one were to assert it, Cybertron is the mother of all Cybertronians. However, historically, no one has exhibited profound affection for their mother. Instead, it is the cruel wars among these children that have devastated their own maternal figure. It is this mimicry of human emotion that has softened his heart. That pendant must hold significant value for the girl. Otherwise, she would not cling to it so tenaciously in that moment. Does it encapsulate her memories of her mother? Is her mother's soul somehow entwined with it? This was the reason for Leap's hesitation at that instant. Yet, before he could harden his resolve, more humans began to converge upon the scene. Not wishing to reveal his identity, Leap chose to depart. Consequently, he found himself compelled to forsake his favored vehicle mode for a more subdued guise, spending his days lurking near the hospital, awaiting another opportunity to acquire the pendant. In the course of these 2 days of reflection, Leap came to the realization that, in human parlance, he had indeed been bewitched, allowing his emotions to interfere with his mission. In hindsight, he resolved to focus solely on the achievements of human civilization, pausing his collection and study of human culture. Although he possesses extraordinary learning capabilities, he lacks the discernment to evaluate this information. He acknowledges that he is still too young. Had he been a leader or an officer, he would surely not have made such a blunder. Confronted with the commander's skepticism, Feyue found himself at a loss for words. While he could be deemed a competent warrior, he could hardly be considered a proficient soldier, a common affliction among his generation. Presently, both his comrades and the Decepticons scoured the globe in search of the energy cubes, a matter of great significance for 2 civilizations. Having finally stumbled upon a lead, he vowed not to act foolishly again. Ultimately, humanity was merely a fleeting presence in the span of his lengthy existence. Chapter 47. Awakening, Liu felt as though he had just emerged from an interminable dream. In this dream, a colossal crimson entity bore down upon him, its oppressive weight akin to that of a mountain, rendering him breathless. He attempted to turn and flee, only to discover that his legs would not respond. His body felt as if it were laden with lead, immovable. The creature, enveloped in a hue of deep red, reminiscent of blood, fire, and coal, opened its gaping maw, dousing him in a viscous, crimson substance. As he glanced downward, he saw himself coated in a thick, oily fluid, its texture slick and warm, exuding a foul odor that compelled him to scream. Yet in the suffocating darkness, his voice was utterly silenced. The enormous, red monstrosity, its maw lined with sharp teeth, rushed towards him, and he watched helplessly as the profound darkness engulfed him, plunging him into an abyss where his hands and feet could grasp nothing. It was all void, followed by an endless descent. Am I dead? Is this what death feels like? This singular thought consumed Liu as his world spun chaotically, leaving him powerless to navigate through it. He felt certain he must be dead. He recalled being hurled into the air just moments before, the searing pain coursing through his limbs and the fiery sting upon his face. No, I do not wish to die. Liu thrashed desperately, yearning to make contact with something until his back collided with an object, the sensation jolting him awake. The darkness receded, revealing a blinding white light. He realized he was lying on something solid yet soft, drenched in sweat, his chest heaving with each breath. Am I still alive? Why can't I see anything clearly? Everything around him was a blur. He sensed he was indeed alive. The cool air flowed into his lungs with each breath, bringing a piercing pain to his chest. He felt the stickiness on his back, and sweat trickled from his ears down his neck, an irritating sensation. Fear gripped Liu, unable to discern his surroundings. He wondered if his vision had been compromised. He attempted to move his limbs, feeling the responses from his arms and legs, which reassured him that they were still intact, alleviating a portion of his anxiety. He struggled to rise, but found himself too weak, raising his hands to his face in a futile attempt to dispel the blinding fog. Yet someone grasped his hand. "Do not move, can you hear me?" A vague voice, that of an older woman, reached his ears. This heightened his anxiety. In his state of confusion, he was oblivious to the intentions of the other party and hastily waved his hand in an attempt to reach them. "I told you not to move. Allow me to remove it for you, but keep your eyes closed," the voice echoed once more. Subsequently, the haze dissipated, and the glaring light rendered Liu unable to open his eyes. He swiftly raised his hand to shield them. "All right, I have removed the bandage. Take your time before reopening your eyes. Otherwise, they may not withstand it." The woman's voice resonated in his ear, accompanied by the scent of antiseptic. "Where am I?" Liu now fully realized he was alive. He opened his mouth to inquire, yet his voice emerged hoarse and feeble. He felt parched, his throat ablaze with discomfort. "Water. I need water. You are in the medical center of the base. You have been unconscious for 2 days. I will now cease the foredrip. Rest for a moment before sipping a small amount of water. Do not overindulge, as your respiratory tract has sustained mild burns." The woman's tone was devoid of warmth, not from a lack of compassion, but rather a numbing familiarity with life and death. "Do not worry. Your injuries are not severe. Your limbs are intact, though your right upper body has suffered second-degree burns. You are fortunate. You were only affected by splatter from high-energy ionization. Your protective gear shielded you from most of the searing heat. The injuries on your body will heal swiftly, but you will bear extensive hypertrophic scars. However, this will not impede your normal life. The scars on your face may remain with you for a lifetime unless you undergo skin grafting. Nevertheless, in comparison to others, you truly are quite lucky. Now, soldier, take your time to regain control of your body. I have other matters to attend to. You should rest." After her words, Liu heard the sound of departing footsteps, leaving the surroundings enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the occasional soft clatter of tools. "I am still alive, and my limbs are intact, merely suffering from minor burns. Is that all?" The light was no longer blinding. Liu could begin to discern his surroundings. He observed the white ceiling and walls, shrouded by curtains that obscured the outside view. However, through the gaps in the curtains, he occasionally caught glimpses of nurses in white uniforms passing by. He surmised he was in a vast space, presumably the medical center spoken of by the woman doctor. He assessed his condition, clad in a hospital gown, with an four-line inserted in his left hand, while the sounds of other patients' painful coughs and groans filled the air. Liu speculated that, following the last operation, all injured soldiers have been gathered here for treatment and recuperation. Operation? Yes, during the last operation, I remember. The agonizing memories surged forth like a deluge, assailing his reason. I remember the captain and my comrades. They perished right before my eyes. A wave of intense nausea surged from his chest. He quickly turned to the bedside, covering his mouth as he retched violently. Yet, nothing emerged, only bitter, foul-tasting saliva pooling in his palm. "They are dead. They were killed by that monster." Liu recalled the monstrous figure from his dreams, its body resembling burning charcoal, emanating an unbearable heat. The earth-shattering roar still echoed in his ears. He vividly remembered the smoke-filled battlefield, the crashing armed helicopters, and the incessant explosions and gunfire, all as clear as if they had just transpired. The bodies of his captain and comrades were shattered like porcelain dolls with a mere swipe from that creature. Crimson blood splattered across the ground, and the captain's hollow eyes fixed upon him, chilling his heart to the core. Indeed, many had perished. Countless comrades had sacrificed their lives. Liu was compelled to confront this brutal reality, no matter how painful. But what of those monsters? Had the operation succeeded or failed? Were those creatures exterminated or captured? Liu dared not entertain the last possibility, flipping onto his side, struggling to rise, only to collapse back onto the floor. The commotion attracted the attention of nurses. 2 masked attendants hurried over, grasping his arms to help him back to bed. You've just awakened. Your body is still weak and you cannot get out of bed. One young nurse cautioned. Grasping her wrist, Liu trembled as he asked, did we succeed? Did we kill them? The two nurses exchanged silent glances, gently removing his hand, only advising him to rest. Did we capture them? Please tell me, he implored, attempting to rise again, desperation lacing his tone. The nurses neither nodded nor shook their heads, silently disappearing behind a curtain. How many of us are still alive? Liu had surmised the answer, but still asked the most brutal question in a trembling voice. Silence enveloped the room. No one responded, save for the soft rustle of the curtains stirred by the breeze. A male voice from the adjacent bed broke the stillness, reaching Liu's ears. The operation failed. The aliens escaped. The voice was hoarse, imbued with profound sorrow. I heard from my comrades that 94 had fallen, and 39 were either severely or lightly wounded and rendered combat ineffective. Only 17 of us, like you and me, are still alive. 17? Out of more than 150 warriors, only 56 remained after the battle. Liu was left in stunned silence, tears cascading down his cheeks. Chapter 48. Reconciliation after the butler. Mr. 1 exited to bid farewell to the guests. The luxurious hospital room was left with only the father and daughter. They sat in silence, the vast space momentarily feeling eerily quiet. Gu Xiaoyu fixated on the foredrip, mesmerized by the steady flow of medication, hoping to endure the awkward stillness until Grandpa, when returned. Xiaoyu, are you thirsty? Would you like some water? Her father's voice broke the silence, shattering the stillness that enveloped them. Gu Xiaoyu turned her head and saw her father meticulously cleaning her thermos with a wet wipe. His gaze soft as he focused on scrubbing the rim. The clock on the wall ticked rhythmically, accentuating the palpable silence that hung between them. She could not recall the last time they had shared such close proximity. She noticed that her father's tie hung loosely around his neck and his expensive suit had begun to wrinkle. His knees nearly brushed against the edge of her hospital bed, and his smile appeared strained, revealing a hint of unease. This realization struck her. This man, who always carried himself with unwavering confidence in front of others, now sat before her in a nearly obsequious manner. A pang of guilt surged within her, and she felt a sudden sharpness in her heart. No need, she quickly responded, sensing her father's expression, and fell silent. After a brief pause, she resumed, speaking in her usual tone. Dad, are you busy at work? You really don't have to stay here with me. I'm fine now. Upon hearing his daughter initiate a conversation, Gu Hongming's spirits lifted instantly, his demeanor becoming noticeably more vibrant. Not busy at all. He hastily waved his hand. It's my fault for not taking better care of you. From now on, I'll be here more to keep you company while you recuperate. He added reassuringly. And don't worry, Xiaoyu, I've increased the security personnel. The police should apprehend those wrongdoers soon. As she observed her father, animated and seemingly encouraged by her words, a wave of discomfort washed over her. It had been far too long since they had shared such a conversation. Her previous reluctance to communicate stemmed from her deliberate avoidance of his attempts to mend their relationship. Deep down, she understood that she had been inflicting emotional harm upon him, engaging in a form of silent violence. Following her mother's passing, she had attributed her solitary existence to her father, rejecting all efforts he made to bridge the gap between them. In a childish fit of rebellion, she wished to make him feel the same emptiness she felt, viewing it as a petty form of retaliation. Although there were moments of clarity when she recognized her immature behavior as a source of pain for her father, the solitude she experienced only intensified her resentment, causing her to swallow back her apologies and maintain their frosty relationship. However, following the harrowing kidnapping incident, her stubborn resolve began to shatter. In the chaotic moment when she collided with her head, plunging into suffocating darkness, she genuinely believed she might be facing death. In that instant, she wondered if she was destined to reunite with her mother. Would her mother scold her fiercely for being reckless and immature? As her father's visage surfaced in her mind, she pondered her own obstinacy. Was this her retribution? The foolish actions she had taken were never truly her desires. Just before losing consciousness, she clutched tightly to the pendant left by her mother, yearning for her mother's celestial protection. She did not wish to perish in such a manner. It seemed that she had indeed received that protection, emerging unscathed from the accident, which led her to believe that fate had granted her a second chance to enact some changes in her life. Father? She uttered softly. What is it, Xiaoyu? Gu Hongming sensed a shift in his daughter's demeanor. May I be discharged tomorrow? I wish to return home. As she spoke, she raised her arm and shook it, exuding vitality. Upon hearing her words, Gu Hongming was momentarily taken aback. It had been ages since his daughter had inquired with such gentle tone. The proud man broke into a warm smile. Very well, we shall go home tomorrow. Oh, and father, after 2 days of contemplation, Gu Xiaoyu resolved to speak her mind. I would like to learn how to cook. Let us endeavor to dine at home more often. Gu Hongming was rendered speechless by her statement. It was noteworthy that she had seldom shared meals with him, regardless of how many invitations he extended, always met with a response of maybe next time. All right, he repeated thrice, joy radiating from him. Gu Xiaoyu could distinctly perceive her father's heartfelt happiness. Merely a few words had the power to elate the man who had nurtured and loved her, a realization she had long failed to grasp. I'm sorry, she murmured, turning her head away, her voice barely audible. What? Xiaoyu, what did you just say? Gu Hongming assumed she had more to add. Nothing, she replied dismissively, lapsing into silence. Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, Gu Hongming refrained from probing further. For him, today marked a momentous occasion. The chasm between father and daughter seemed on the verge of crumbling. After 5 years of estrangement, signs of thawing emerged, and everything appeared to be progressing favorably. This brought him greater joy than any fortune could. Xiaoyu, if you wish to learn cooking, your grandfather shall enjoy a leisurely time. I wonder if you will come to bother me. He chuckled. Father, regarding what I mentioned to the police about the deformed sports car, do you think I was hallucinating? Gu Xiaoyu's voice broke in, seemingly shifting the topic. Hearing her, Gu Hongming smiled slightly. I do not think so. You have already affirmed that it was not a hallucination, haven't you? Therefore, it must be true. But don't you find it rather fantastical? Gu Xiaoyu turned to her father, gazing at him earnestly. Regardless of what you perceive, since you have faith in your own judgment, I, as your father, choose to believe in you. You have articulated your observations clearly, and as for uncovering the truth, that falls within the purview of the police. Gu Hongming voiced this sentiment. Yet he would never place the entirety of this kidnapping incident solely in the hands of law enforcement. If the adversary was merely targeting him, he might not have reacted with such fury, but to strike at his daughter was to touch upon his most sensitive nerve. No matter who orchestrated this nefarious act, he was determined to unearth their identity and exact retribution, ensuring they felt the weight of his wrath. As for the mysterious vehicle that had trailed him and, at a critical moment, saved his daughter, regardless of its peculiarities, given the police's keen interest, it was imperative to swiftly ascertain the identity of its occupant. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door of the ward. Come in, Gu Hongming called out, turning to see the elderly Wen Hai open the door, ushering in a young man. Sir, young Master Su has come to visit Mississippi. Hello, Uncle Gu. The visitor greeted him politely. Ah, Xiao Hao. Have you come to see Xiaoyu? Gu Hongming recognized the young man as Su Mingho. Chapter 49. A visit. Su Mingho's arrival did not elicit a significant reaction from Gu Xiaoyu. She merely offered a casual greeting. He was dressed impeccably, holding a bouquet of flowers, exuding an air of vitality and freshness. Xiaoyu, I heard from Xiao Bao that you are recovering well. As soon as I finished my commitments, I thought I would stop by and check on you. Su Mingho placed the bouquet on the nearby table, maintaining a respectful distance from the father-daughter duo to avoid any sense of intrusion. Yes, I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern, Gu Xiaoyu responded courteously. Whispers circulated among their peers regarding the childhood friendship between the Gu family's daughter and the second son of the Su family. Now, with Gu Xiaoyu blossoming into a graceful young woman, and Su Mingho tall, handsome, and studying abroad, they were often regarded as a match made in heaven. Both families were prominent enterprises in the city. Should they unite, it would be a formidable partnership, a romantic tale worth telling. Such rumors had even reached Gu Hongming's ears, yet he remained silent, observing the developments with a calm demeanor. For him, it did not matter who the suitor was. If his daughter held affection for them and their character was commendable, he would not actively play matchmaker, but would certainly offer his respect and support, prioritizing his daughter's happiness. As for notions of powerful alliances, he regarded them with a smile, never taking them to heart. First, he had faith in his strong and independent daughter, who possessed her own sense of right and wrong. Second, the Gu family had no need to leverage their daughter for business gain. In truth, he found Su Mingho quite agreeable. The young man had always been intelligent and pragmatic, diligent in his studies, excelling academically, and had long since charted a course for his future, pursuing it with steadfast dedication, a young man of ideals and independence. Over the years, I have never heard of him leveraging his family background to bully anyone, nor has he ever misused his family's resources in a reckless manner. Furthermore, there have been no sordid rumors involving any women associated with him. Even when he occasionally mingles with others in the circle, he engages in entirely respectable pursuits. Thus, one could assert that his personal life is remarkably unblemished. As for Gu Hongming's personal perspective, he finds Su Mingho to be quite commendable. However, after observing the pair of young individuals for a considerable time, Gu Hongming discerned no extraordinary signs of affection between them. His daughter and her childhood friend were merely engaging in casual conversation, exchanging polite inquiries without any emotional fluctuation or excessive enthusiasm. Rather, it was quite cordial. Given his understanding of his daughter's temperament, it seemed she did not harbor any particular feelings for Su Mingho, and from Su Mingho's demeanor, it appeared he had no intentions of pursuing Xiaoyu. Perhaps it was precisely their independent natures that rendered their interaction somewhat mismatched, creating an unavoidable sense of incongruity. As the conversation shifted, Gu Xiaoyu broached the topic of the kidnapping incident from that fateful night. "So, you were the first to arrive at the scene?" she inquired. "Indeed." Su Mingho replied candidly. "I heard Zhao Er's cries for help and, concerned for your safety, borrowed a car to find you." His tone was natural, devoid of any semblance of seeking credit. "Along the way, I encountered Zhao Er, who had been involved in an accident. It was through him that I learned of the unfolding events, prompting me to notify the authorities. After reporting, Zhao Er insisted on waiting for backup, so I proceeded alone to search for you. You really shouldn't have come. Those kidnappers were armed and it was perilous," Gu Xiaoyu remarked softly. "At that moment, I had no inkling of the danger. I initially thought it was merely a dispute with Zhao Er's adversaries. The details of the kidnapping were only revealed to me later when the police took my statement. Reflecting on it now, it sends shivers down my spine." Su Mingho spoke with unreserved honesty, seemingly unconcerned that his words might portray him as cowardly. His demeanor was open and sincere. Subsequently, I continued my pursuit, only to discover that the 3 Hummers belonging to the kidnappers had overturned on the road and there was no one inside. They must have fled. As I drove further, I spotted your sports car overturned in the middle of the road, with you precariously hanging from the driver's seat. I was genuinely worried for your safety, but thankfully, you emerged unscathed, which was a great relief. Upon hearing this, Gu Hongming's impression of Su Mingho improved significantly. It is indeed a rarity these days to find young individuals who remain so composed and courageous in the face of adversity. The police conveyed the same to me, mentioning that it was you who reported the incident and even called for an ambulance. I'm truly grateful, Gu Xiaoyu said earnestly as she bowed her head in gratitude towards Su Mingho. "Oh, come now, with our long-standing friendship and having grown up together, there's no need for such formality," Su Mingho replied with a smile, dismissing her thanks. "When you arrived at the scene, did you happen to see a white sports car?" Gu Xiaoyu inquired, eager for more information. "No, at that time, your car was overturned in the middle of the road. However, when I had just set off from the starting point, I did indeed see a white sport car ahead of us, but no matter how hard I tried, I could not catch up to it, nor could I discern the driver's appearance. All I noted was that it bore a local license plate from Shanghai." Su Mingho unhesitatingly recounted everything he had witnessed, and I had already informed the police of these details when they inquired later. In recent days, Zhao Er has been searching for clues regarding the kidnappers. Now that you have encountered trouble, he is acutely aware that as the organizer of this race, he is under the most suspicion. Thus, he has invested heavily in offering rewards for any useful leads. Upon hearing Su Mingho's words, Gu Xiaoyu shrugged noncommittally. Whether Zhao Er was black or white was a matter for the police and her father to investigate, though she did not believe Zhao Er was the type to orchestrate a scheme involving himself. As for the white sports car you mentioned, Zhao Er said a university student had captured it in a selfie, but unfortunately, there were no further valuable details, not even how the car managed to enter the venue. Zhao Er had vocally reprimanded his subordinates for this oversight. Su Mingho shook his head in resignation. "Is that so?" Upon hearing this outcome, Gu Xiaoyu appeared somewhat disappointed. Noticing her lack of enthusiasm, Su Mingho observed that it was getting quite late, and after a moment of contemplation, he decided to take his leave. "Then, Xiaoyu, do take care and rest well. I shan't trouble you any longer. I shall take my leave now, and we can converse again when time permits." Su Mingho was succinct and unambiguous, turning to bid farewell to Gu Hongming as well, preparing to exit the hospital room. However, Gu Hongming stood up and said, "Are you leaving? Allow me to see you off." Su Mingho was taken aback and hurriedly waved his hands. No, there's no need for you to trouble yourself. Uncle Gu, it's nothing. Xiaoyu should be resting soon, so we might as well go together. Xiaoyu, you rest well. Your father will visit you again tomorrow. Make sure to sleep early. Don't worry, Dad. Gu Xiaoyu, having resolved not to quarrel with her father any longer, bid a gracious farewell to both her father and Grandpa Wen. After Gu Hongming finished advising his daughter, he accompanied the elder out of the hospital room. As they departed, Gu Xiaoyu sensed that Grandpa Wen was in good spirits as well. He even bestowed upon her a gentle smile, his eyes filled with fondness. Subsequently, the hospital room was left with only Gu Xiaoyu. She gazed out the city's nightscape, lost in contemplation. What was the true nature of that white sports car? Who was the individual behind the wheel? Then, she recalled the words that He Bao had spoken to her earlier that afternoon. It seemed as though the world had changed somehow. Could it be? She mused, allowing a self-deprecating laugh to escape her lips. When had she begun to embrace such idealistic notions? The night was late, and silence enveloped the surroundings, yet she had no intention of sleeping. After experiencing such a terrifying ordeal, how could she possibly disregard it, even though she knew there were bodyguards stationed at the entrance? She had kept the lights on throughout the entire night before, curled up under the covers, struggling to find sleep. It was crucial to remember that she had nearly believed her life was at an end, or that she might fall into the clutches of those dreadful kidnappers. Each time she reflected upon it, a tremor of fear coursed through her. At this moment, she was devoid of the calmness and composure she had displayed during the day, a visage she wished to conceal from everyone, including her father. This was merely a manifestation of the stubbornness she had cultivated over the years of facing solitude alone. She yearned to return home, to her own abode. Chapter 50. The struggle for interest. Gu Hongming and Su Mingho ventured together toward the underground parking lot of the hospital, engaging in light-hearted conversation along the way. The Gu family was involved in the data information business, while the Su family operated within the automotive industry. Thus, their paths rarely crossed in the realm of commerce. Since moving, Gu Hongming had not seen the youngest son of the Su family for several years. As an elder, Gu Hongming first inquired courteously about the health of the Su family's parents before broaching Su Mingho's overseas study experiences and his future aspirations. Su Minghao, embodying the grace of a distinguished family, maintained an air of composure despite the significant age and status difference, responding with poise and eloquence. The elderly one silently trailed behind them, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings, revealing a high level of alertness. Before long, the trio arrived at the underground parking lot. Xiao Su, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude for your selfless actions that night, promptly rushing to the scene and calling for help. As Xiaoyu's father, I sincerely thank you, Gu Hongming said, extending his hands to the young man, his demeanor humble and genuine in his expression of gratitude. Uncle Gu, there's no need for such formality. I merely did what I believed was right. Xiaoyu is my childhood friend, and it was my duty, Su Mingho replied. Indeed, Xiaoyu is fortunate to have friends like you, Gu Hongming continued, not releasing his grip. You know, this child has a rather reserved nature and lacks many friends. You should spend more time together in the future. As a youth, Su Mingho found it somewhat challenging to navigate Gu Hongming's warmth. Uncle Gu, rest assured, Xiaoyu is a strong girl. She will recover. If there is anything I can do, I will certainly do my best, he assured. Gu Hongming smiled gently, releasing Su Mingho's hand and giving his shoulder a light pat. Thank you then. Drive carefully on your way home, and feel free to visit my house for a chat sometime. Of course, I'll come by when I have the opportunity, Su Mingho replied, bidding farewell to Gu Hongming and the elderly man before turning toward his vehicle. As he watched Su Mingho drive away, Gu Hongming and the elder proceeded to their parking spot. A bodyguard in a tailored suit stood beside a sleek black luxury car. Upon seeing his employer and the supervisor return, he promptly opened the driver's door and took his seat. The elderly man opened the rear door for Gu Hongming, and after he settled in, he then entered the passenger seat. The car started and gradually exited the underground parking lot, merging into the night streets. 1. Arrange for a car to pick up Xiaoyu tomorrow afternoon, and ensure there are plenty of people, Gu Hongming instructed. Gu Hongming reclined his head against the seat, closing his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. Rest assured, sir, I shall make the necessary arrangements, he assured the elder, who nodded in agreement. Have there been any updates regarding the white sports car? Gu Hongming inquired casually. Still no news. This vehicle bears no records of entry or exit, neither at customs nor on the highways. We have traced every road camera that captured it, yet it appears as if it materialized out of thin air, leaving us with no leads, the elder responded, his tone revealing his own perplexity at the outcome. Is that so? What a remarkable car indeed. Gu Hongming mused, seemingly unfazed. The individual in question had once rescued his daughter, and while he sensed there was more to them than met the eye through her descriptions, they were ultimately not adversaries. The investigation into the white sports car was merely a side note. His primary concern lay with those who had plotted to abduct and harm his daughter. What progress has been made regarding the kidnappers? We have made headway concerning the vehicle operated by the abductors. It has been traced back to overseas origins, all identified as stolen cars, shipped by a company in America. Upon investigation, it turned out to be merely a shell corporation, he reported. From America, you say? That is both unexpected and yet somewhat anticipated, Gu Hongming remarked, his eyes now opened, glinting with a cold intensity. Given the involvement of foreign forces, he felt assured that higher authorities would take charge. He was not surprised by this revelation. The projects he was currently engaged in were indeed coveted by many. Years prior, he had received collaboration offers from Europe and America, which he had declined after reaching an agreement with the national government. In recent years, his enterprise had weathered 2 hostile takeover attempts, both of which had been narrowly averted. Faced with individuals who had resorted to underhanded tactics, it was evident that state machinery was essential for countering the influence of foreign capital. Planetary technology was not involved in ordinary projects. It was at the forefront of high-end technological research in artificial intelligence, a field that nations worldwide were fervently exploring. This endeavor was as critical as the research into controllable nuclear fusion. Although humanity had yet to make significant strides in this domain, every nation understood that the future belonged to technology. To liberate productivity, computational power must be liberated as well. Otherwise, no matter how advanced industrial machinery may become, efficiency would not improve. This heralded a new industrial revolution, and those who could lead in this area would shape the future trajectory of the world. Planetary technology had been engaged in this field for many years, secretly achieving some pioneering results, all thanks to his late wife, Hu Jingyi, a genius in the domain. Before her passing, she had led a team that had already developed a prototype of this system. What remained was the continuous investment to address the structural construction and energy supply challenges. Gu Hongming, merely a businessman, inherited the aspirations of his late wife, seeking to safeguard her scientific achievements. Thus, he forged a collaboration with the government, fulfilling her lifelong desire to create a monumental accomplishment that would enable the entire Chinese nation to stand proudly on the global stage. This project, shrouded in secrecy, was known only to government officials and corporate executives, allowing it to mature over a decade while minimizing external interference. It is evident that such a lucrative opportunity would not go unnoticed by capitalists. Even an immature system could provoke the interest of those imperialists who thrive on exploitation and wield power as a shield. Their intent is clear: to either seize control or extinguish it in its infancy. The orchestration of these actions cannot be solely attributed to foreign forces. Domestic puppets surely play a role. In the face of immense profit, anyone could potentially be the hidden manipulator. Gu Hongming is acutely aware of this reality. The shadowy entity behind these machinations must possess substantial financial resources and influence. In this economically prosperous metropolis, numerous candidates meet such criteria. It is often said that business knows no borders. For many large enterprises, the pursuit of profit transcends national boundaries. With the backing of foreign powers, those daring enough to confront the state apparatus are not few in number. Zhao Tiankong, from the Zhao family? Su Mingho, from the Su family? In the case of his daughter, Gu Xiaoyu's abduction, 2 of the most prominent families in Shanghai are already implicated. Despite the Zhao family's attempts to distance themselves and the Su family's feigned benevolence, the truth behind their facades, whether they harbor goodwill or malevolence, is not something discernible by mere observation. Though Gu Hongming had recently shown enthusiasm towards Su Mingho, he too was cautiously assessing and probing the other party. Those who lead major enterprises are rarely naive or simplistic. When it concerns his daughter, he cannot afford to place trust in outsiders. It is foreseeable that this is merely a trial run for the adversary. Until their objectives are achieved, the siege on the Gu family will persist. While Gu Hongming himself is unafraid, he is loath to see his daughter entangled in this peril. Uncle One, please arrange for a simultaneous investigation into the 3 kidnappers. We must act swiftly, he remarked coldly, observing the urban nightscape through the car window. Once we identify them, we must ascertain the identity of the mastermind. Yes, sir, came the clear reply from the elder. There is no wisdom in the notion of perpetual vigilance against thieves. Only proactive measures align with his disposition. For Uncle One, who has served the Gu family across 3 generations, any attempt to harm a member of the Gu family would be tantamount to courting death. Chapter 51. A change in strategy. 3 days have elapsed since the ambush operation against extraterrestrial threats concluded. At a military base on the outskirts of Weihan City, once dedicated to troop training and soldier education, it has now become the temporary headquarters for the Dragon Shield Special Operations Group during this phase of their mission. During this period, the defensive configuration of the base has been significantly enhanced, with 3 additional regiments of armed forces secretly deployed within a 10-kilometer radius, including an Army infantry regiment and 2 mechanized armored regiments, as well as the presence of a top-tier electronic information team. With robust support from the Army and a substantial number of mechanized troops on standby, the vicinity of the base is fortified with countless observation posts and hidden bunkers, rendering it an impregnable fortress, impervious to any enemy intent on attacking such a target. Within a mid-rise building of this military base, the command center of the Dragon Shield is situated. Lieutenant General Xiao Jianbang, the Supreme Commander of Dragon Shield, has just concluded a secure communication with the central leader. The term secure pertains only to other nations on Earth. Its relevance to extraterrestrial beings is inconsequential, as the conversation held no secrets worth concealing. On the very night of the operation's conclusion, during a report to the leader, the latter expressed condolences for the soldiers who sacrificed their lives during the mission, while also commending the pivotal role of Dragon Shield in responding to the alien invasion. Furthermore, the leader granted this special unit an independent structure and allocated additional resources and personnel to bolster Dragon Shield's armed forces. From that moment on, Dragon Shield transformed from a temporary task force into a newly established military branch, albeit not yet publicly disclosed. Its sole purpose is to seek out and engage with extraterrestrial species, counter alien threats, and safeguard the security and interests of the nation, ensuring the stability of life for over 1 billion citizens on this land. After hanging up the phone, General Xiao leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes for a moment of respite. Since the last operation's failure, he had not slept properly for 2 days, burdened with an overwhelming array of responsibilities. Fortunately, his extensive military command experience had accustomed him to such a high-intensity work pace. He often took brief moments like this to recharge. Was it arduous? He did not perceive it as such. Compared to the martyrs who sacrificed their lives for the nation, his struggles seemed trivial. Due to confidentiality, the remains and circumstances of the fallen soldiers from this operation had not yet been returned to their original units. Their bodies remained within the base, with no time for a funeral, as there was an abundance of matters to address, and the enemy would not pause to allow for proper arrangements. The injured soldiers were attended to by medical teams drawn from major military hospitals in surrounding provinces. After 2 days of intensive care, a dozen soldiers succumbed on the operating table, while those who were rescued from the brink of death were left with varying degrees of lifelong disabilities, effectively ending their military careers. From a troop of over 150, fewer than 20 remained relatively intact after barely half an hour of combat. These were the elite forces of the nation, and such losses weighed heavily on General Xiao's heart. The devastating losses incurred during this operation have compelled Xiao Jianbang to resolutely determine a transformation in strategy, necessitating a more thorough preparation to confront the malevolent extraterrestrial steel monstrosities. It is imperative that the frontline warriors do not endure such heart-wrenching casualties again. In recent days, soldiers drawn from various military districts, special operations units, and armed police forces across the nation have gradually arrived at this base, leading to an augmentation of the Dragon Shield's frontline personnel to over 300. Although these warriors remain unaware of the adversaries they are destined to confront, they have been diligently engaging in coordinated training exercises at the base's training grounds, striving to forge a harmonious collective before the impending battle. This endeavor aims to mitigate the disadvantages encountered in the previous operation, where individual actions led to disarray. Moreover, An array of weaponry is being steadily transported into the armory of the base. The previous operation unveiled the inadequacy of human infantry firepower, which proved utterly ineffective against the formidable extraterrestrial giants with their ironclad bodies. General Shao could not help but curse. These alien steel behemoths are exceedingly formidable. Not only are they massive, but their speed is equally impressive. The frail flesh and blood of humanity stands at a grave disadvantage against them. Furthermore, these extraterrestrial titans are equipped with weaponry that surpasses human technological capabilities, rendering human bodies mere ash under their firepower. While the armor of heavy vehicles is as insubstantial as paper when faced with energy-based assaults, the circumstances have now reversed. Previously, humanity operated in stealth while the aliens were brazen, leading to advantageous ambushes due to the latter's underestimation of human tenacity. However, having suffered losses, it is likely that these extraterrestrials will retreat into hiding for the foreseeable future, placing them in the shadows while humanity steps into the light. General Shao surmises that, following this encounter, the alien steel giants will be far less inclined to reveal themselves, as human weaponry has demonstrably inflicted significant damage upon them. In this confrontation, humanity has not faced utter defeat. Dragon Shield successfully obtained one of the aliens' arms, along with various biological samples, all of which will expedite humanity's understanding of its foes. During this period, not only within the borders of Huaxia, but also from across the ocean in the United States, the Far East and the Russian Federation, and the Western European Union, clandestine military operations have been unfolding, with targets that need no clarification. The actions of Dragon Shield cannot be concealed, nor can the tacit agreement among nations regarding the alien invasion be overlooked. It is certain that foreign spies are gathering intelligence within Huaxia, just as General Shao has received a plethora of data concerning military operations from other countries. In public, there is a tacit understanding among all that the existence of extraterrestrials is not openly acknowledged. Rather, there exists a quiet competition behind the scenes. Although there is no exchange of intelligence among them, they do not strictly guard against one another, nor do they impede each other's efforts to gather information. This mutual understanding is pivotal, for it is already a clandestine war between humanity and the aliens. Who can guarantee that unforeseen circumstances may not arise in the future that necessitate a united front from nations worldwide? For now, as long as the parties involved do not sever ties, matters remain manageable. General Shao is acutely aware that these extraterrestrial beings, despite their technological superiority over humanity, opt not to launch a full-scale invasion. Instead, they covertly operate across the globe, indicating that they harbor certain reservations. This is humanity's advantage. To date, intelligence regarding these alien metallic giants is exceedingly scant, leaving humanity in a reactive position. This precious interlude presents an opportunity to ascertain the origins and intentions of these extraterrestrials, thereby preparing for a potential comprehensive invasion. Thus, General Shao remains unperturbed, for he understands that as long as these aliens are in search of something on Earth, their objectives, yet to be fulfilled, will eventually betray them, regardless of their transformations or concealments. Time, it seems, is on humanity's side. The longer the delay, the better prepared they shall become. The immediate course of action is to initiate a nationwide covert manhunt. Following his recommendations, the head of state has directed high-ranking officials in provincial public security departments to conduct thorough investigations of unidentified vehicles. Consequently, at highway entrances and along national and provincial roads, stringent inspections will be enforced and the proliferation of surveillance cameras will be promoted. This endeavor will evolve into a test of endurance, with an increasing number of eyes set upon locating these extraterrestrials, leaving them with nowhere to hide. In light of the aliens' abrupt arrival, human civilization will inevitably undergo transformations and adaptations. Until the intentions of these extraterrestrials are clearly established, humanity's best course is to prepare for conflict. Only by possessing bargaining chips can they engage in dialogue with the other side. General Shao has abandoned the notion of peaceful contact. This is a hard-earned lesson paid for with the lives and blood of brave soldiers. In forthcoming operations, the Dragon Shield will take the initiative, employing forceful measures as the primary strategy. Regardless of the stance of Fei-Shing No. 1, negotiations are contingent upon disarmament and submission to human control. As for Fei-Shing No. 2 and No. 3, They have already been marked for elimination. The next encounter will be lethal. Chapter 52. Transformers currently. Provincial governments across Huaxia have received a top-level directive from the central authority. Each region has begun to rigorously implement the Transportation Ministry's official decree, which mandates an increase in personnel and the installation of additional cameras at major traffic nodes across cities and provinces to scrutinize all passing vehicles. This initiative represents a comprehensive mobilization of societal forces, from the military to public security and traffic police, as well as road maintenance personnel, intensifying road oversight and enhancing societal defensive capabilities through government efforts that are now in full swing. General Xiao understood that the net had been cast, and now it was merely a matter of when the fish would reveal themselves. With the cooperation of the public security and transportation departments, the surveillance coverage now encompassed nearly half the nation, significantly alleviating the pressure on Long Shield's operations while enhancing the likelihood of uncovering traces of extraterrestrial beings. Given the sudden nature of the situation, this was the extent of their efforts for the time being. However, General Xiao remained confident that, with further in-depth research into these alien steel behemoths, even if they could mimic human transportation for camouflage, the unparalleled mobilization capabilities of the Huaxia nation would eventually unearth them. At present, in the absence of additional leads, Long Shield's focus was directed towards studying the biological tissues left behind by the aliens. As General Xiao traversed a lengthy corridor, he passed a soldier arm to the teeth every 10 meters on either side. Upon reaching a security checkpoint, his identification card and iris were meticulously scanned before he was granted passage. He arrived at a fortified blast door, which slowly opened as the internal mechanisms engaged, designed to withstand a nuclear explosion. Behind the formidable door lay a scene of bustling activity. This was a temporary research facility located in the basement of the base, established under the principle of proximity to minimize the exposure risk of the alien robotic tissues during transport. Over the past few days, several research teams had taken residence in the base, and as soon as the personnel were in place, they immediately commenced their investigations. The interior space was substantial, roughly the size of half a football field, illuminated brightly, casting light into every corner. Men and women clad in white lab coats hurried about, their footsteps quickening as they diligently engaged in their respective tasks within the makeshift work areas. These researchers hailed from the Huazhong University of Science and Technology and various prestigious institutions across the nation, comprising experts and professors in fields such as biomedical science, mechanical engineering, material science, energy science, aerospace engineering, and computer science, all elite talents reserved by Huaxia. A month prior, these individuals have been appointed by the central government to spearhead research on extraterrestrial species, and in the last few days, they had arrived in Weihan City through various covert channels. For an extended period, their routines would be spent within this subterranean space. Due to the urgency of the situation, the research facility was equipped with only the most basic scientific conditions, and the ventilation required improvement, with the air tinged with a faint gasoline scent. Nevertheless, General Xiao observed that despite the relatively rudimentary conditions of the research facility, the morale of all the researchers was remarkably high. They were indifferent to their work environment. He could comprehend their enthusiasm, for this marked the first scientific endeavor in Chinese history focused on extraterrestrial species. Who among those devoted to the scientific realm could resist the allure of participating in such pioneering work? This was an entirely novel field of science, and any scientist involved would undoubtedly leave a lasting legacy in the annals of history. General Xiao observed that numerous screens were meticulously arranged along the adjacent wall, displaying a multitude of scenes captured by the cameras carried by all soldiers during the previous operation. A group of youthful researchers was engaged in a frame-by-frame analysis, diligently documenting every nuance of the extraterrestrial behavior patterns, a task undoubtedly of considerable magnitude. General Xiao refrained from interrupting these scholars, quietly making his way toward the central area of the research institute, his intended destination. Using his identification card, he accessed the thick bulletproof glass isolation door, revealing a cluster of older scientists engrossed in discussion. Nearby, a spacious workbench supported a massive steel arm, reminiscent of a mechanical excavator's limb, lying silently upon its surface. On another table, a collection of metal fragments of varying sizes was displayed, some of which, with their glowing red exteriors, appear to be remnants of the extraterrestrial robots' bodily structures. Standing quietly to the side, General Shao respected their concentration, adhering to his principle that specialists should engage in their respective fields without interference from outsiders, lest complications arise. I maintain that this entity is far from a mere mechanical construct. Scanning instruments reveal that while its joints exhibit distinct meshing structures, they do not elucidate the source of power for these mechanisms. Observe these hydraulic devices. They lack any gas conduits. Consider this. It seems as though these structures exist solely for enhanced mobility. Indeed, our human machinery, be it robotic arms or drive shafts, relies on power supply systems. Yet, examine the internal architecture of this arm. It is as intricately designed as a human limb, with high-strength fiber layers akin to muscle, a central shaft resembling bone for support, and an intricate network of circuits that parallels a vascular system. This entity may be alive, not merely a mechanical puppet controlled by aliens, but a mechanical life form. Wait, are you suggesting a silicon-based life form? Impossible. That exists only in theory. Theory? How long has humanity been in the scientific era? How long has humanity existed on Earth? How long has Earth nurtured life? The universe is vast. What possibilities are there that we have yet to conceive? Human theories, on a cosmic scale, are negligible. Indeed, our team conducted microscopic sampling studies. Its body is entirely composed of metallic molecules, arranged with remarkable regularity, and the transmission of electrical signals occurs with astonishing speed, fully capable of biological feedback to environmental stimuli. Moreover, let us not forget that these extraterrestrials breached the highest level of firewall protection at our capital's data center with remarkable speed. If they are silicon-based life forms, then it makes sense they must possess artificial intelligence-level data processing capabilities. General Shao listened intently, committing all information to memory. This was indeed the right approach. Pooling ideas and conducting an in-depth analysis would facilitate a deeper understanding of its essence. At last, someone noticed the presence of General Shao, who had been waiting patiently, and spoke up to remind the scientists engrossed in their fervent discussions. I apologize for interrupting your work. Please continue without regard for me. General Shao said with a smile. All right, everyone, let us return to our tasks, uttered one of the elders, the most senior among them, waving his hand to signal the conclusion of the day's discussions. Academician He Jinhua, a slender, white-haired gentleman, is the most esteemed figure in this gathering. Having dedicated his life to military scientific research, he is an authority in the fields of mechanics, materials, and aviation, leading a team that has achieved countless scientific breakthroughs. His contributions to overcoming the technological blockade imposed by the West and to the great rejuvenation of the nation are monumental, making him one of the few remaining elder statesmen in the scientific community of Huaxia. Consequently, the central government has specially appointed him as the scientific advisor for the Long Shield Special Operations Group and as the overall leader of the extraterrestrial species research team. I hope I haven't disturbed you, Elder He, remarked General Shao Jianbang, genuinely expressing his respect for a man revered as the backbone of the Republic. No trouble at all. Our discussions have reached a natural conclusion for today, the elder replied as he guided General Shao towards the experimental platform, fully aware of the latter's intentions. As for whether these extraterrestrial robots are mere puppets or living beings, we shall refrain from speculation, given our current scan intelligence. However, we have made some progress in researching their existing biological structures. By the way, how does your military refer to these extraterrestrial robots? The elder casually inquired. We have named them falling stars based on their meteor-like descent, came the reply. Ah, falling stars, a name of poetic resonance, the elder remarked, a smile breaking across his wrinkled visage. After 2 days of research, considering their characteristics, we have also assigned them a code name. A new designation? I would be eager to hear about it, General Shao expressed, intrigued. We have named them Transformers. The elder seemed quite pleased with this name, which stems from the fact that these extraterrestrial robots are entirely metal, colossal in size, and possess the ability to morph into vehicles. Recognizing the appropriateness of this designation, General Shao nodded in agreement. The concept of transformation aptly describes their capabilities. While Transformers evokes the image of the powerful and formidable Vajra Arhat from Buddhist scriptures, known for their imposing stature and iron-like resilience, an excellent metaphor for their destructive potential. General Shao found this name fitting and accessible, murmuring to himself. Chapter 53. Countermeasures in response to the Elder's explanation. General Shao nodded in affirmation. Indeed, based on the intelligence we have gathered thus far, these extraterrestrial robots can transform into human vehicles for movement, showcasing an exceptional ability for camouflage. During the previous operation, the adversary's guise as civilian vehicles led to a grave misjudgment. Initially, General Shao mistakenly believed that the individuals within the cars were extraterrestrial beings, prompting him to command the vanguard troops to reveal themselves and encircle the two vehicles. This tactical error resulted in the Dragon Shield warriors being positioned perilously close to the enemy. When the adversaries launched their assault, the soldiers found it exceedingly difficult to create distance with no cover available to shield them. Consequently, they were compelled to confront these formidable metallic monstrosities with their mere flesh and blood, resulting in catastrophic casualties among the vanguard troops. A consequence closely linked to Shao's erroneous assessment. This weighs heavily on General Shao's conscience. Thus, the urgent study of extraterrestrial robots is imperative. Should we acquire valuable intelligence, it may significantly reduce the casualty rate among frontline combatants in future operations. While he acknowledges the inherent brutality of war, wherein death is an inevitable companion, any measure that spares lives and allows more warriors to survive is ultimately commendable. The ability to transform is indeed a perplexing and advantageous capability. It is no wonder that we have been unable to trace their whereabouts for so long. Standing before the table that bore the colossal severed arm, General Shao meticulously examined the limb that had detached from the metallic beast. Observing the steel arm from such proximity, he was struck by its immense size, the oppressive weight of its mechanical form palpable, accompanied by the acrid scent of molten metal. The dark, lustrous internal structure comprised robust and twisted components resembling a skeletal framework, exuding an aura of hardness and density. The surface, adorned with red armor that clearly indicated the vehicle's exterior, gleamed with a reflective sheen, marred by charred marks and depressions, evidence of prior combat where it had been struck by gunfire. At the end of the forearm were not metal fingers, but rather 5 gleaming, hook-like blades, arranged in a rotational formation that constituted an alloy flywheel, morphing into a menacing, serrated handsaw shape, nearly the size of ceiling fan blades, an unnerving and terrifying sight, with traces of blood still visible in the grooves of the blades. Upon analyzing this arm, we discovered that both the red armor and the black internal structure were composed of identical materials, their molecular composition being entirely the same, differing only in form. Coupled with the adversary's ability to transform, we surmise that they can manipulate the metallic molecules of their bodies to achieve various shapes, colors, and functionalities. Truly an impressive feat. One might infer that they can potentially reshape themselves into any form they require, and their transformation into vehicles likely stems from their desire for camouflage and transport capabilities. Noticing that General Shao seemed perplexed, the elder opted for a more straightforward explanation. Furthermore, from this arm, we identified components integral to the structure of a car, indicating that the adversary can not only mimic the appearance and functions of vehicles, but can also replicate their systems and apparatus with alarming precision, a truly formidable ability. Sighed Elder He, the capacity to transform into any shape. Indeed, as the form took shape, it simultaneously possessed the ability to mimic the original functions of its counterpart. General Shao contemplated the extraordinary speed at which the other party's vehicle operated, a speed far surpassing that of a conventional automobile. This realization illuminated for him why, during their previous operation, the two targets had vanished after entering the tunnel. They had undoubtedly altered their forms once more, transforming into different models to elude capture. General Shao, who had harbored suspicions before, was now thoroughly convinced. Thus, he turned to Elder He, inquiring about effective means to inflict damage upon these entities, a matter of utmost concern for General Shao. During the last operation, the Dragon Shield had faltered due to a lack of effective offensive capabilities, failing to detain these metallic monstrosities. According to the data provided by his team, conventional caliber metal projectiles striking them produced no sparks, merely a blue arc of electricity. Subsequent small caliber test firings revealed no such phenomenon, leading them to conclude that these extraterrestrial machines could generate an ionized shield around themselves, capable of withstanding a certain degree of impact. General Shao recalled the ionizing radiation detected around these aliens. Conventional firepower was utterly ineffective, likely due to this protective barrier. Anti-material sniper rifles and explosive grenades proved futile, while even the cannon of an armed helicopter could only leave marks and indentations on their surfaces. Only armor-piercing rounds and missiles, delivering direct hits, inflicted significant damage. Remarkably, even missile strikes from fighter jets, despite their immense explosive power, failed to harm them, indicating that their structural integrity could withstand extreme heat, combustion, shrapnel, electric shocks, and shock waves. Methods that could be fatal to humans were rendered ineffectual against these ironclad beasts. Elder he gestured toward a small dent on the metallic arm, stating, "From the injuries observed on this limb, we have noted another aspect. It appears their bodies possess self-repairing capabilities." General Shao approached for a closer inspection, discovering a small indentation, less than half a centimeter in diameter, that had been 5 centimeters wide just 2 days prior. There were several such wounds showing signs of recovery. This revelation astonished General Shao. Was this memory metal capable of self-repair? In the past 2 days, they had also observed that the interior of this severed arm continued to exhibit electrical activity accompanied by low-level radiation. Only this morning did the electrical response cease, halting the healing process. Could it be that the severed limb had been detached from its core for too long, lacking the energy necessary for repair? General Shao pondered aloud. It seemed these steel giants were powered by some form of energy. Elder he nodded gently in agreement. The records indicated that a soldier had fired a rocket launcher at close range, targeting the chest of the alien robot, resulting in severe damage evidenced by a blue glow and fluid seeping from that area. Perhaps it was their energy core. General Shao silently committed this observation to memory. Subsequently, Elder he pointed to another bullet hole and said, "Take a look at this spot. This wound has shown no signs of recovery over the past 2 days." General Shao observed the bullet hole, which, unlike the typical dimpled impact crater, was a penetrating wound. The metal surrounding the hole had melted due to high temperatures, retaining the state of liquid metal that had cooled and solidified. The interior of the hole was charred, with carbon-like residue adhering to the inner wall. What could this possibly signify? General Shao inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice as he turned to Elder He. "This is the result of an armor-piercing incendiary round fired from an armored vehicle at close range." Elder He replied, his hands clasped behind his back. After a moment of contemplation, he shared his insight. "Your reports mention that missile attacks from armed helicopters yield impressive results, and soldiers have achieved significant kill counts using rocket launchers at close range. These are currently recognized as effective means of inflicting damage. Perhaps the answer is not overly complex. Given our current military capabilities, the most effective method to confront these steel monstrosities may simply be the fundamental physical phenomenon of impact." Impact? General Shao seemed to grasp the concept. "Yes, impact, which involves kinetic energy attacks," Elder he elaborated. "By applying hardness and acceleration, one can penetrate the target, followed by high-temperature burning and explosive shock, thereby inflicting considerable damage." Kinetic attacks? General Shao understood, a wry smile crossing his face. Humanity has spent centuries researching live ammunition, from the most rudimentary musket balls to the colossal artillery of several hundred kilograms. We have always sought to hurl stones further and inflict greater harm, as that has been the means of effective lethality against humanity. Yet now, these extraterrestrial automatons dismiss the proud heat and shockwave lethality of human artillery, finding efficacy instead in the most primitive form of kinetic impact. How utterly absurd. Of course, if the goal were merely to eliminate targets, one could certainly employ more powerful shells, missiles, or rockets to achieve that end. However, the operational ranges of these alien robots are predominantly within densely populated areas, making the use of strategic weapons unfeasible. In fact, the most effective means of inflicting damage upon these metal behemoths would be energy weapons. Yet, regrettably, humanity has yet to develop such technology. Elder He's voice carried a somber tone. "Isn't that the truth? To kill, one only requires a brass bullet. There is no need to labor over advanced technology," he continued. "Ironically, the most effective weapon is not in human hands, but rather in those of these alien steel automatons. Therefore, I propose that you present a plan to the military factory, suggesting they modify the anti-material sniper rifle into a portable weapon for individual soldiers. The ammunition capacity need not be extensive, but it should support the ignition of armor-piercing incendiary rounds, with no stringent requirements for range, as long as it ensures shooting accuracy within a safe operational distance for the soldiers. General Shao nodded, acknowledging Elder He's counsel. Only by possessing the means to effectively inflict damage can we seize the initiative. Chapter 54. Ambushed upon discharge at the break of dawn. Gu Xiaoyu exchanged her hospital gown for her own attire. The metal pendant, imbued with profound sentimental value, was delicately tucked into her collar. She had longed to depart from the spacious yet frigid single hospital room, yearning for the warmth of her own bedroom more than ever. Early in the morning, her chubby friend, He Bao, had called to inform her that his car was repaired and offered to pick her up from the hospital. But Gu Xiaoyu promptly declined his offer. It was not out of ingratitude. Rather, her family had already made arrangements, and more importantly, she was concerned for her safety. Having recently endured a harrowing and bewildering kidnapping ordeal, she was aware that the police had yet to apprehend the kidnappers, and she did not wish for He Bao to become embroiled in any potential danger. At 9 in the morning, Gu Homing arrived at the hospital accompanied by the elderly but vigilant housekeeper, Wen Hai. "Let's go, Xiaoyu. It is time to return home," Gu Homing said, gazing at his daughter, who stood gracefully before him, filling his heart with pride. "Yes, let's go home," Gu Xiaoyu replied with a nod. With the warm send-off from her attending physician and nurses, the father-daughter duo stepped into the underground parking lot, shielded by a cadre of bodyguards clad in black. Today, the elderly Wen Hai had taken extensive security measures, arranging 3 vehicles, including a luxurious black sedan that had been fortified against bullets. Additionally, 7 professional bodyguards were assigned to escort them. Surely, in broad daylight, the unseen adversaries would not dare to challenge the order of the state. As the group made their way towards the parking area, a shadow suddenly darted from behind one of the columns. The vigilant bodyguards swiftly drew their firearms, encircling Gu Xiaoyu and her father, with 2 of them aiming their weapons at the intruder while the others scanned their surroundings for any additional threats, demonstrating their professional acumen. The elderly man raised his arm to shield the father-daughter pair, his eyes sharp as a hawk, fixated on the newcomer. Reporter Ran Shuyun was taken aback by this terrifying display. She never anticipated that she would find herself at the end of a gun in her own country. The dark barrel sent chills down her spine, her skin prickling in fear. Almost paralyzed by terror, she hastily raised her hands and proclaimed her identity. "Please, do not be alarmed. I am a reporter from Hushang Media." Seeing that the assailants showed no signs of lowering their weapons, tears welled in her eyes. Internally, she lamented the challenges of being a journalist. It was not only about acquiring sensational information, but now also entailed the peril of life itself. She feared that a moment of carelessness might result in a tragic accident. She had learned from the hospital's front desk about Gu Xiaoyu's discharge today and had positioned herself in the underground parking lot, hoping for an opportunity to approach and conduct an interview. To facilitate her undercover operation, she had donned casual sportswear and a cap. But little did she know that her attire would raise suspicion among the vigilant bodyguards. The approaching figure turned out to be a woman. "Mister," Wen discreetly signaled one of his bodyguards, who promptly understood and stepped forward to request her press credentials. Ran Shuyun hurriedly retrieved her identification from her pocket and handed it to the bodyguard. After a brief inspection, he nodded to the elder, who waved his hand, prompting all the bodyguards to lower their firearms while remaining vigilant. The group then escorted the Gu family towards the parking area. Noticing their intent to leave, Ran Shuyun became anxious. After enduring such a fright, she could not simply depart empty-handed. "Wait," she called out urgently. All eyes turned towards her, and under the piercing gazes of the bodyguards, a chill ran down her spine. "Is there something you wish to say, madam?" Mr. Wen inquired coolly. "I would like to ask Miss Gu if I could interview her for a few questions." Ran Shuyun quickly regained her composure, demonstrating her professionalism as a journalist. Her days of waiting had led to this moment. If she could persuade this well-mannered daughter of a wealthy family, she was certain to gain valuable insights today. However, before she could articulate her carefully prepared questions, the subject of her inquiry interjected. "I apologize, madam, but I have just experienced a traumatic event and am afraid I cannot answer your questions," Gu Xiaoyu replied in a rather formulaic manner. "I have already shared everything I needed to with the police. You may interview them if you wish. I do not wish to relive that painful experience, so I hope you can understand." With that, Gu Xiaoyu turned away and continued on her way, unwilling to engage further. Ran Shuyun attempted to follow, but a bodyguard extended his arm to block her path. Despite her frustration, the sight of his dark firearm made her swallow her indignation. Inwardly, she scoffed, recognizing that the Gu family from the bustling metropolis was not to be trifled with, especially with their armed security. Yet, as her mind raced, she resolved to make a determined decision. Gu Hongming felt that his daughter was too gentle, too willing to entertain the probing questions of journalists who thrived on discomfort. Had it been him, he would have simply ordered them to be dismissed. 3 luxurious black sedans were parked side by side in the lot, with 3 bodyguards dutifully stationed by the vehicles to prevent anyone from getting too close. The plan for their return was to have 2 bodyguards lead the way in the first car, while Mr. One, accompanied by another bodyguard and the Gu family, would travel in the second, with 4 bodyguards bringing up the rear in the final vehicle. The procession of black sedans exited the hospital in succession, maintaining a distance that made it difficult for anyone to cut in, merging smoothly into the bustling flow of traffic. Seated in the back of the car, Gu Xiaoyu remained silent, resting her head against the window, gazing at the lively street filled with people. An air of quietness enveloped them. After all, the relationship between father and daughter had only just begun to mend, and they were both still adjusting to how to communicate with one another. "Sir, has this morning's meeting been postponed to the afternoon?" The elderly passenger in the front seat suddenly turned to inquire of the visibly awkward Gu Hongming. "Are you referring to that meeting? Please reschedule it for tomorrow. I do not intend to return to the office today." Gu Hongming initially planned to suggest holding the meeting in the afternoon, but upon noticing the elder's subtle gesture, he hastily changed his words. "That sounds splendid. I have prepared the ingredients for today. Sir, you can showcase your culinary prowess with your signature seafood risotto. I believe the young lady misses that flavor as well." The elder chuckled playfully. "Dad, did you have work today?" Gu Xiaoyu, having overheard their conversation, finally turned her head. "I'm Fine. If you have matters to attend to at the company, you may go ahead." "No, it's all trivial. It can be handled tomorrow just as easily." Gu Hongming's face brightened with a smile upon his daughter's willingness to engage in conversation. "Today, since you are discharged from the hospital, I shall stay home with you. I will prepare a delicious meal for you at noon." Gu Xiaoyu nearly forgot how much she adored her father's seafood risotto during her childhood. Back then, her mother was responsible for every meal, while her father, due to his busy work schedule, was relatively inept in the kitchen. The only dish he mastered was fried rice, and the seafood risotto was his pride, honed through years of practice. "Ah, I haven't had it in many years." Gu Xiaoyu smiled wistfully. How nostalgic. Gu Hongming and the elder both laughed joyfully. 40 minutes later, 3 cars drove in a line out of the urban area, heading towards the suburban hillside villa district. The traffic diminished as they progressed, and the elder's expression grew serious. "If those behind the scenes have not given up, this route from here to home is the most suitable for an ambush." However, the Gu family's convoy was not entirely isolated on this road. As they passed a wooded area, an unexpected turn of events occurred. 2 black SUVs emerged from the right side of the road, racing directly in front of the convoy, aligning themselves side by side. Before the leading car could react, 2 more black SUVs surged forth, effectively blocking the rear. "Damn it, they dare to act so brazenly." The elder cursed under his breath. Simultaneously, he seized the walkie-talkie and commanded, "The front vehicle, accelerate and ram through to clear the path. The rear must handle those behind. Do not let them approach." Gu Hongming remained remarkably composed, reminding his daughter to fasten her seatbelt while retrieving his phone to call for help. Although Gu Xiaoyu felt a surge of panic, her previous experience with danger enabled her to remain calm. She curled up in the back seat, cradling her head to minimize her profile. At that moment, atop the 2 SUVs blocking the convoy, the sunroofs opened, and 2 individuals clad in bulletproof vests and masks emerged. Armed with assault rifles, they expertly chambered rounds, aiming at the convoy. Chapter 55. Highway gunfight. These individuals were evidently well prepared, equipped not only with powerful, durable SUVs, but also with bulletproof gear and heavy weaponry. The assault rifle in the hands of the adversary hails from the Far East, renowned as the most prolific and adaptable firearm on the modern battlefield, often referred to as the King of Guns. It is particularly effective for close-range fire suppression, making it the favored weapon of thugs across various nations. Upon witnessing their opponent brandishing this weapon, especially with its drum magazine, the 2 bodyguards in the vehicle felt their hearts plummet to their stomachs. They swiftly jerked the steering wheel in a desperate attempt to reduce the likelihood of being hit. However, their assailant exhibited no hesitation, promptly pulling the trigger and unleashing a cacophony of deafening gunfire that reverberated through the air, with both assault rifles firing in automatic mode. A torrential downpour of metal projectiles shattered the black sedan's hood and windows in mere moments, sending countless shards of car body and glass soaring into the air like drifting snowflakes. The unfortunate bodyguards, unable to draw their weapons for a final stand, were mercilessly riddled with bullets, their bodies erupting in crimson blossoms, resembling shattered dolls convulsing amidst the metal storm, while the interior of the vehicle was painted scarlet, with numerous translucent holes appearing in the seatbacks. As the gunfire continued, the engine of the targeted sedan began to ignite, losing stability and careening towards the roadside under the influence of the spinning steering wheel, ultimately toppling into a ditch. Witnessing such brutality, Wen Lao, who had just contacted reinforcements for the bodyguards left behind at home, felt his rage boil over. He shouted at the driver to accelerate, proclaiming that their vehicle was bulletproof and could withstand the assault. Simultaneously, he commanded over the intercom for the rear vehicle to retaliate, asserting that their assailants had no intention of leaving any survivors. He promised a bounty of $2 million for each person who survived and $3 million for the families of those who perished, urging them to fight valiantly. All of the bodyguards from the Gu family had been personally selected by Wen Lao. In a sense, they were akin to the thugs they faced, both being individuals who earned their living through perilous means. They understood that their adversaries would not spare them, and with the promise of substantial rewards, the bodyguards were instantly galvanized into a frenzy. The bodyguard beside Wen Lao displayed a fierce expression, gripping the steering wheel tightly as he pressed the accelerator. The fortified and modified sedan surged forward like a speeding iron mass. Ahead, two SUVs were positioned closely together, attempting to block the road, but they were caught off guard, sent careening into the ditch as they were struck, nearly losing control. The thugs atop the vehicles, responsible for firing, were thrown off balance, angrily admonishing their comrades to drive cautiously. Once they regained their composure, the sedan carrying Gu family members had surged ahead, creating a gap between them and the thugs. The assailants quickly turned to fire upon the sedan, not targeting the rear windows, but rather concentrating their fire on the trunk and rear wheels, clearly wary of inadvertently harming their intended target. Yet the ferocious gunfire merely sparked countless embers upon the sedan's surface, leaving behind a multitude of varying indentations. Even the sporadic impact of two bullets upon the rear window resulted in nothing more than a pair of minor spiderweb-like fractures, failing to deliver any significant lethal force. It appeared that Gu Hongming's vehicle, typically used for daily travel, had indeed been meticulously modified. Just as the two SUVs attempted to accelerate in pursuit, the window of the sedan's passenger side descended. Elderwin leaned out, his face lowered, raising his right hand, pistol in hand, and fired a shot directly at the bandit atop the vehicle. With a sharp report, the bullet struck the armed assailant squarely in the face, erupting a cloud of crimson mist from the back of his head, causing him to slump back into the SUV. After the shot, Elderwin quickly aimed again at the driver's cabin of the SUV, but unfortunately, he missed the driver, leaving only a small hole in the center of the window, resembling a delicate spider's web. Realizing his initial attempt had failed, Elderwin swiftly retracted into the car and raised the window, executing the entire maneuver with fluid grace. A feat one would hardly expect from an elderly man. This shot momentarily subdued the bandit in the right side SUV, prompting the driver to hastily decelerate and maneuver behind the sedan. After all, their vehicle was armored, while theirs was not, at such close range. A single bullet could easily penetrate the glass and end his life. However, this shot also incited the gunman in the left side SUV, who bellowed and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the sedan, leaving a multitude of bullet marks across the roof and windows. The bodyguard was compelled to utilize his exceptional driving skills, weaving erratically to evade the onslaught of fire. While the commotion ensued ahead, the sedan's occupants remained active. The driving bodyguard focused intently on maneuvering the metal beast beneath him, striving to maintain distance from the two pursuing SUVs. Meanwhile, the other three bodyguards leaned out of the windows, raising their pistols and continuously firing backward. The trio worked in perfect harmony. Two provided suppressive fire while one aimed precisely. Their seamless exchange of magazines, ensuring a relentless stream of bullets, The armed assailants in the rearward SUVs found themselves momentarily pinned down, unable to lift their heads as they ducked and dodged the incoming rounds. Although the situation was dire for the Gu family, they held on to hope that reinforcement from the police and their home bodyguards would soon arrive, offering a chance of victory. Yet, the bandits showed no intention of stalling, applying fierce firepower to compress the Gu family's vehicle from the left and rear, intent on forcing it off the roadway. Ultimately, the sedan's horsepower could not match that of the SUVs. Despite the driving bodyguards' earnest efforts to break free from the encirclement, repeated collisions failed to budge the opposing vehicles. Suddenly, one of the SUVs, relentless in its pursuit, came under gunfire. The rear window shattered, and a flurry of bullets penetrated the interior. One bandit in the back seat was struck twice and collapsed, while the driver in the front was hit in the neck, blood spraying across the cabin's window. Seated in the passenger seat, another bandit attempted to seize control of the steering wheel, but his efforts proved futile as he was struck down by 2 bullets from behind. The SUV ultimately lost control, careening off the road and skidding along the ground for a considerable distance. The scene unfolded with the results of the bodyguards' actions from the rear vehicle. In the front cabin, 2 bodyguards operated with remarkable precision. The driver, with one hand firmly gripping the steering wheel, extended his left arm out the window to fire his weapon, while the other leaned out, both hands poised with a firearm, unleashing a barrage that swiftly incapacitated the recently overturned SUV. However, they soon faced dire consequences as the wrecked vehicle obstructed the sedan's path. The driver, unable to brake in time, collided fiercely with it, followed closely by another SUV that slammed into the rear of the sedan, disrupting the gunfire rhythm of all the bodyguards within. Seizing the moment, another SUV advanced aggressively to the sedan's flank, with the windows wide open. A thug mounted an assault rifle atop the vehicle, while another in the back seat ready to submachine gun, preparing to eliminate the troublesome bodyguards. Yet, the bodyguards were not caught off guard. They too raised their handguns in defiance. It is often said that greed leads to demise, and from the moment they embarked on this perilous path, both factions were acutely aware of the stakes at play. Now, the ferocity of both parties had been ignited, each side determined to outdo the other in ruthlessness, prepare to take down their adversaries even at the cost of their own lives. The air was thick with gunfire. Bullets flew in a relentless exchange. Neither vehicle had undergone proper ballistic modifications, and thus, countless rounds pierced through doors, striking flesh, while shattering glass sent blood splattering in all directions. Those struck in the head fell lifeless instantly, while others, enduring the agonizing passage of bullets through their bodies, fought through the pain, their eyes ablaze with fury as they squeezed the triggers, releasing a torrent of ammunition. The assailants within the SUV directed their fire towards the sedan's cabin, only to be met with the sting of a bullet that tore through a thigh, causing one to collapse onto the roof in agony, soon followed by another round that pierced through the chest, blood erupting from mouth and nose, signaling an imminent demise. Both driver compartments were mercilessly targeted, riddled with bullets, until both vehicles veered off course, colliding with the roadside. Amidst the chaos, sporadic gunfire persisted, a testament to the brutality of the confrontation, culminating in mutual destruction. Now, only the sedan carrying the Gu family remained, ensnared in a precarious situation, besieged from both ends. Chapter 56. A Sudden Calamity. The armed thugs appeared in number only 4, as no further adversaries had emerged throughout the violent exchange. Yet, the Gu family found themselves in a dire 2-against-1 predicament. Though the exact number of assailants in the opposing SUV remained unclear, their own ranks had dwindled to merely old 1 and 1 bodyguard. The police, alerted to the situation, would require time to arrive, and the reinforcements from home were still delayed, likely hindered by unforeseen obstacles. At this juncture, the black sedan resembled a fish trapped in a barrel, driven by the firepower from the 2 SUVs flanking it. While the vehicle's defenses held against the hail of bullets for the moment, the situation was undeniably precarious. The ferocious gunfire battered the car's exterior with an overwhelming clamor, as Gu Hongming held his daughter tightly in his embrace, resolutely shielding her with his body, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Gu Xiaoyu gazed through the snow-dusted car window, listening to the horrifying metallic clangs echoing overhead. She clenched her fists, forcing herself to suppress her tears. Faced with such a terrifying ordeal, she found no inclination to harbor resentment toward her father. he was not to blame for this chaos. The true culprits were those villains who, driven by their selfish motives, inflicted harm upon others. She never believed that acquiescing to their demands would ensure her safety. Oldwin felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had not anticipated the insanity of their assailants. Had he foreseen this, he would have brought more personnel and weaponry. Under such fierce gunfire, he dared not open the window to retaliate. For now, he relied on the car's bulletproof capabilities, constantly maneuvering in an attempt to break free from the encirclement. With a sudden, jarring noise, the vehicle lurched to one side, almost spiraling out of control. One of the front tires had been shot out. Damn it, what should they do? If the car came to a halt, they would become living targets. Through the shattered remnants of the rearview mirror, one noticed the smoking, deflated right front tire. Uncle One, what is happening? Gu Hongming sensed his daughter's silent trembling, her body quaking with anxiety, prompting him to urgently inquire. The right front tire has blown, but it's still holding up. When reassured, swiftly reloading his handgun and passing it to Gu Hongming. Rest assured, sir, with the commotion we're causing, the SWAT team will arrive shortly. Gu Hongming accepted the firearm, a heavy weight settling in his heart. It was madness, truly madness. Were they intent on taking both father and daughter down? Was the system that significant to them? Initially, he had thought their aim was merely to exert pressure for a stake in his company's research. But it was now evident that they were desperate to acquire it, exhibiting an alarming level of insanity. Gu Hongming believed that the system was still flawed, rife with unresolved issues. Had the adversaries already devised a solution? Yet, there was no time for such musings. He lamented not having sought protective measures from the government earlier, which might have prevented their current predicament. The chilling sounds of bullets penetrating flesh accompanied the driver's anguished cries. The bulletproof windows finally succumbed to the relentless onslaught. Punctured by several rounds, the driver was hit twice, blood spurting forth as he collapsed onto the seat, his hands relinquishing the steering wheel. The car spiraled out of control, but one quickly grasped the wheel. However, the vehicle was already decelerating. In a moment of dire urgency, he managed to redirect their trajectory, crashing into the metal guardrail in the middle of the road. Sparks erupted as the car scraped against the barrier, creating a cacophony of grinding metal. Gu Xiaoyu could no longer contain herself, letting out a piercing scream. Fortunately, under Wen's deft control, the car did not flip, but instead collided with the road divider. As the targeted vehicle came to a halt, two SUVs swiftly approached the smoking black sedan, positioning themselves approximately 10 meters away, one in front and the other behind. Two off-road vehicles came to a halt, their doors swung open, and three figures clad in bulletproof vests and black hoods emerged from each, brandishing assault rifles. In total, 6 men converged upon the sedan. For them, the mission was already halfway accomplished. All that remained was to extract the two targets in return for their reward. Seated in the front passenger seat, when Lao felt a trickle of blood run down his forehead. He first pressed the lock on the car door, then drew the sidearm from the waist of the bodyguard beside him, followed by a gleaming dagger that he produced from his sleeve, preparing for a desperate fight. His expression twisted in a snarl akin to that of a wounded old lion. To lay hands on the Gu family, they would have to go over his dead body. In the rear seat of the sedan, Gu Hongming shook his groggy head and, upon seeing that his daughter appeared unscathed, felt a slight relief. However, he quickly noticed the encroaching assailants and gripped his pistol tightly while unfastening his seatbelt. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he reached for his daughter, attempting to pull her closer to the interior of the vehicle. His hand trembled slightly around the gun, revealing his fear, yet, as a father, he felt compelled to shield her. Gu Xiaoyu rubbed her temples, reflecting on the series of harrowing experiences she had endured lately. She observed her father struggling to unbuckle her seatbelt, persistently tugging at her arm to urge her behind him for safety. Turning her gaze to the window, she spotted a face obscured by a black hood peering in. A surge of defiance ignited within her. She raised her arm and, in a bold gesture, extended her middle finger while offering a scornful smile. Her mother had always encouraged her to be a courageous girl, and she had never let her mother down. Thus, these villains could not expect her to react like a frightened child, merely screaming and crying. The predator and the prey were merely separated by a pane of bulletproof glass, creating a bizarre tableau. The assailant, realizing the car door was locked, momentarily paused in discussion with his accomplices upon witnessing the girl's audacity. His countenance shifting to a cruel smile. He raised his hand to tap on the car window, exuding a palpable threat. Just as the criminals prepared to open fire on the window, determined to breach this final barrier, a new development unfolded. The assailants suddenly seemed to spot something, shouting to their comrades, all directing their aim toward the rear of the vehicle. Through the glass, Gu Xiaoyu could faintly hear the distant hum of an engine, growing ever closer. Then came a rapid succession of gunfire, the assailants directing their shots at an unseen target. Gu Xiaoyu, leaning against the car door to glimpse the unfolding chaos, was met with a shocking sight. A white civilian sedan surged toward them at breakneck speed, sparks flying from its hood and windshield as bullets rained down. Yet the vehicle remained unscathed. The sheer velocity of the white car was astonishing, likening it to a streak of white lightning. With a resounding crash, the vehicle collided forcefully with the rear of a larger SUV, sending it soaring into the air like a mere toy, spinning and elevating several meters high. After toppling the SUV, the white sedan maintained its speed, flashing past Gu Xiaoyu and careening into two bandits. The sickening sound of fragile human bodies colliding with metal echoing in her ears, leaving her momentarily disoriented. The unfortunate bandits tumbled off the roof of the white car, landing motionless on the ground, while the SUV, having been launched into the air, crashed heavily back down, scattering debris and glass everywhere. Yet, the chaos did not end there. The white sedan, seemingly unfazed, continued its relentless advance, smashing into another SUV with another deafening crash, propelling both the vehicle and its occupants away, rolling several times before coming to a halt amidst the wreckage. Gu's family and Oldwin stood dumbfounded by this unexpected spectacle. Was there a master at work? This was no ordinary bodyguard coming to their aid. Regardless, the sudden appearance of the white sedan had undoubtedly alleviated their immediate peril. For the bandits outside, however, it was nothing short of calamity. Chapter 57. Survival and Destruction. Fei Yue felt that today had opened his eyes to new realities. He had maintained a safe distance throughout, rarely appearing within the line of sight of his targets, relying on radar scans to track them from afar. Along the way, he noticed a fellow traveler, a woman, driving a gray sedan, who soon surpassed him and trailed the target convoy. He recognized her from a previous encounter in a hospital parking lot. She appeared to be a journalist investigating a recent kidnapping case involving the same targets. Having even interviewed the police officers involved, Fei Yue understood that journalists were professionals in human society, dedicated to uncovering and disseminating secrets and information for sensationalism. He held a disdain for such individuals. At least the spies of the Decepticons sought intelligence for the purpose of war, whereas these humans seemed motivated solely by the desire for attention, and the resulting consequences were of no concern to them. Wishing to avoid drawing her attention, he followed at a discreet distance, contemplating how to establish contact with the girl. However, as the convoy ventured into a remote area on the outskirts of the city, Fei Yue's radar sensors abruptly detected unusual vehicle signals. 4 cars, paired in twos, began to flank the target convoy. Uncertain of the situation, he hastened to accelerate and pursue. Could be that same group again? What was so special about this girl's family that they continually found themselves embroiled in such turmoil? Did all humans of considerable wealth share this fate? The resonant and crisp sounds emanating from the advanced receiver confirmed his analysis. They were the unmistakable noises produced by firearms wielded by humans. Furthermore, the positioning of the sound indicated that multiple assailants were involved, and the gunfire had not ceased since it first erupted. Such a cacophony was a testament to humanity's propensity for madness. Before long, he spotted a car overturned in a roadside ditch, belching black smoke. The front of the vehicle was riddled with bullet holes, severely damaged. Indeed, it was the lead car from the targeted convoy. As he passed, he slowed slightly to scan the vehicle, revealing that the 2 occupants had succumbed to life, while the girl was conspicuously absent. This marked his inaugural encounter with the grim reality of human mortality. The driver's compartment was awash with iron-rich crimson fluid, and the heart, once a source of vitality, had ceased its rhythmic pulsation. Only faint electrical signals flickered within the brain, gradually dissipating. Merely a handful of metallic projectiles had triggered a catastrophic failure of human organs, transforming a living being into a silent mass of flesh. He could not help but reflect upon the fragility of human existence. Yet, he did not linger. He pressed on, for the demise of these individuals elicited little more than a fleeting curiosity, a novel experience, if one could call it that. The reason for his composure lay in the fact that during the Cybertronian Civil War, he had witnessed death in abundance, and the tally of those he had personally dispatched was beyond reckoning. Now, his thoughts turned to the souls of the departed, perhaps embarking on their journey to the realm the humans referred to as heaven. As he continued forward, he encountered more wrecked vehicles, SUVs and sedans alike, each occupied by the lifeless forms of their occupants, all wearing expressions of frenzied despair. The absence of the girl brought him a modicum of relief, prompting him to accelerate in pursuit. It seemed as though they reveled in their own destruction. Despite their inherent fragility and brevity of life, humanity appeared fervently engaged in mutual slaughter. In a certain light, they were indeed terrifying creatures. He was well-versed in human history and had often been astonished that this species, which had only recently emerged from the cradle of civilization a mere 10 millennia ago, had experienced a mere 2 centuries devoid of war, spending the remainder of their time engrossed in the annihilation and subjugation of their own kind. In truth, while he appreciated the grandeur of Earth and the cultural tapestry woven by humanity, his prolonged exposure had not fostered affection for them. Despite their numerous virtues, he found them reminiscent of the Decepticons, imbued with savagery and violence. Though he too engaged in combat, it was a struggle for survival, devoid of pride in the energy fluids staining his hands. In contrast, humans often resorted to violence for motives beyond mere survival. Diverse nations, ethnicities, skin tones, languages, and beliefs, under the right circumstances, a singular justification sufficed, and the specter of violence would invariably descend upon humanity. Although Fei-Yue cannot harbor affection for humanity, he has come to a point where he no longer harbors disdain for them. This realization dawned upon him during his recent vigil at the hospital. Over the past few days, he has witnessed numerous individuals, young and old, afflicted by ailments, struggling in agony, yet desperately clinging to life. It appears that while humanity often exhibits indifference towards the lives of others, they hold a profound reverence for their own existence and that of their loved ones. Occasionally, they even extend this regard to strangers, a quality that Fei-Yue finds commendable. As he previously pondered, humanity's fervent inclination towards conflict and violence may stem from their inherent fragility and brevity of life. With mere decades to live, they are perpetually threatened by hunger, disease, and accidents that could snuff out their lives at any moment. This precariousness breeds a relentless greed, driving them to madness in pursuit of resources, wealth, and power. The atrocities committed by humanity are fundamentally attempts to fill the ever-emptiness that resides within. Fei-Yue has even begun to grasp the rationale behind the Decepticons. For beings like those from Cybertron, endowed with near immortality, may find little thrill in pursuits like reputation, power, wealth, and status, which have little allure for them beyond the excitement derived from conquest and warfare. However, this understanding does not equate to an endorsement of the Decepticons' methods. He is still quite young, not yet 2 millennia old, and though he has yet to experience the tedium and monotony that endless life may bring, he is grateful to have embarked on adventures beyond his home planet at such a youthful age, allowing him to witness the wonders of the universe. The essence of existence need not be felt through destruction. As Fei-Yue continued his journey, he spotted a gray sedan parked by a bend in the road. A woman had exited the vehicle and crouched on the ground, brandishing a digital camera, capturing images of the distance. The sound of gunfire was unmistakable. Fei-Yue found it hard to believe that the woman was oblivious to it. Yet, thus far, no alert had emanated from her, and she seemed engrossed in her filming. Consequently, Fei-Yue gradually reduced his speed and came to a halt about 100 meters away, ensuring that the reporter did not notice him, intending to assess the situation before acting. Bringing the scene into closer view, Fei-Yue could clearly discern the events unfolding on the road ahead. The vehicle carrying his target was stranded in the median, flanked by 2 SUVs that blocked any escape. 6 fully armed humans had emerged and were poised to capture the occupants of the car. While he could not ascertain whether their target was the girl or her father, to Fei-Yue, it made no difference. Those individuals would not spare the girl, and that was unacceptable. With this thought, Fei-Yue made a swift decision. He darkened all the windows of his vehicle to an opaque black, rendering the license plate B112 a blank slate. The engine roared to life as he increased the ignition power, and the tires spun rapidly, kicking up a cloud of white smoke. The woman, startled by the commotion, turned her camera towards Feyue. However, she merely sensed a fleeting white shadow before her, followed by a rush of wind that enveloped her, accompanied by an electrifying sensation coursing through her body. The camera in her grasp emitted a few sparks, startling her into hastily discarding it onto the ground. As the figure dashed a considerable distance away, the female journalist finally discerned that it was a white sedan. Just as she pondered the astonishing speed of the vehicle and questioned the tingling sensation she had just experienced, she realized that the camera lying on the ground had gone black and was emitting a wisp of smoke. To her astonishment, the white sedan barreled through the onslaught of bullets, akin to an unstoppable locomotive, effortlessly breaking through the encirclement of the assailants. Chapter 58. Objective secured. Having just executed a series of impressive leaps, the figure came to a sudden halt, performing a dramatic drift to a perfect stop in the center of the road, despite having collided with two SUVs. The pristine white exterior of his vehicle bore no scars or blemishes from the impact. For someone of his formidable physical prowess, the two flimsy metal contraptions posed no challenge whatsoever. In contrast, the masked assailants, now sprawled on the ground, convulsing from the force of the collision, elicited no feelings of cruelty from him. He was, after all, a warrior who had fought for a millennium. Surviving the war was no small feat. While his accolades may not have been illustrious, his history was steeped in a considerable number of lives taken. He had conducted his research and knew that in contemporary human society, those brazen enough to wield firearms in broad daylight for murder and kidnapping were certainly far from virtuous. While not necessarily irredeemable, they were undeniably steeped in malevolence. Life is inherently fragile and fleeting. Rather than cherishing it, some choose to squander it recklessly. Faced with such individuals, he felt no obligation to extend civility, but rather a sense of exhilaration. Had it been a leader or a commander, their extensive experience might have rendered them less fervent in their notions of good and evil. Yet, as a young man, he relished in the pursuit of retribution, believing in the principle that good deeds are rewarded while malevolence is met with consequences. Just moments prior, as he merely approached them, these individuals had opened fire without hesitation. Had he been an ordinary passerby, he would have likely met a grim fate. Thus, he showed no restraint, flooring the accelerator to let them experience the sheer force of inertia. As they were all desperate rogues, one could say, in the realm of humanity, it is a matter of fate. Wealth and nobility are governed by the heavens, and death is an inevitable part of existence. He noted the presence of 4 armed individuals still at the scene. After a brief moment of confusion, they began to shout and brandish their weapons, continuing to fire at him in a frenzy. Yet, he remained unperturbed, gently maneuvering the wheel as he leisurely approached the sedan carrying his target. His focus was not on the assailants firing upon him. However, as he drew nearer, their voices grew increasingly frantic, and he could detect a hint of fear in their tones. The barrage of bullets unleashed by the firearms fell upon the speeding vehicle and its windows like relentless raindrops, creating a rhythmic tat-tat-tat sound. Feyue, however, was indifferent to the onslaught, for even at such close range, the brass projectiles were unable to breach his defenses, merely shattering against the surface of his armored exterior, dissipating into a flurry of glimmering points. He halted beside the black sedan, and through the snow-dusted window, he could distinctly see his target, the human girl, seated within the vehicle alongside her family. Ignoring the humans' futile attempts to thwart him, Feyue sank into contemplation. Given the current circumstances, it appeared to be a fortuitous opportunity. Having made his move, he could not return empty-handed. For who knew when he might next find a chance to approach the girl? Observing her father and the elderly man in the front passenger seat, both aiming handguns in his direction with expressions of palpable anxiety, Feyue surmised that future attempts to engage with the girl would not be any easier. Perhaps in this instance, he might be considered a benefactor to her family, and he believed she would not be averse to communicating with him. The more he pondered, the more sense it made. Thus, he resolved to act decisively. Suddenly, the white sedan began to tremble ever so slightly, the rapid vibrations producing a low hum that was drowned out by the cacophony of gunfire. 3 seconds later, centered around the white vehicle, a pulsating wave of blue energy erupted outward in a circular fashion, expanding at remarkable speed. In an instant, everyone present, including the 3 individuals inside the car, felt a sharp, electric sensation coursing through their bodies, rendering them limp and unconscious. The gunfire ceased abruptly, and the 4 humans collapsed to the ground, while the 3 occupants of the vehicle slumped back into their seats, succumbing to a state of unconsciousness. Fei felt he had calibrated the intensity perfectly. Having researched human physiology extensively during his time in the hospital, understanding the threshold of electric shock that could incapacitate without inflicting harm, he swung open the front passenger door, and a cable, thick as a water pipe, extended from beneath the seat, its mechanical claw grasping the rear door of the black sedan. With a forceful tug, the door was wrenched off its hinges, revealing the girl, who lay in her seat, serene as if in slumber. The black cable coiled around her waist like a serpentine embrace, gently lifting her into the front passenger seat. Throughout this process, a beam of blue light swept over her form. As the seatbelt fastened automatically, the girl was securely bound to her seat. The cable retracted beneath the seat, and the door closed by itself. Ha! The target is secured. Fei had just confirmed that the pendant dangled from the girl's neck. After spending so long on Earth, he had finally accomplished something significant. This was a promising beginning, and he felt a surge of joy. Yet, the presence of a living person beside him made Fei feel somewhat uneasy. After all, this was his first time. Next, he would make a swift exit, seeking a safe and secluded place. Then, he intended to engage in a heartfelt conversation with the girl. The radar array indicated that a large convoy was rapidly approaching, accompanied by the distant, piercing wail of sirens. The tires of his vehicle spun wildly, emitting a cacophony of sound as he executed a sharp 180-degree turn and fled the scene, the air filled with the sound of tearing wind. Wu Jie felt overwhelmed. In recent days, he and his colleagues had been burning the midnight oil, residing at the precinct. Following the trail of the armored vehicles at the scene, he sought to uncover the buyers of these cars, mobilizing all his informants in the metropolis over the years. Simultaneously, he meticulously scrutinized entry and exit records from the past month, hoping to identify any individuals with criminal backgrounds. After all, such audacious acts could not have been perpetrated by local gangs. They lacked the audacity. Only ruthless outsiders would dare to offend others to such a grave extent. The team had been working diligently for 2 days, compiling an extensive list of suspicious individuals, which was currently under thorough investigation. However, today he received a phone call that left him utterly speechless. In broad daylight, someone had brazenly engaged in a gunfight in the streets, abducting the Gu family father and daughter. This was outrageous. The former chief was infuriated, demanding that Wu Jie immediately lead officers to the crime scene and notify the SWAT team to apprehend these lawless criminals, ensuring the safety of the Gu family. Upon Wu Jie and his team's arrival at the scene, they discovered that the gunfight had already concluded. The brutal aftermath left him at a loss for words. Several lives had been lost, each victim struck down by heavy firepower. A sense of relief washed over him as he learned that Gu Hongming was unharmed, merely unconscious, and the family's steward was also in critical condition and promptly transported to the hospital. However, the weight of anxiety settled heavily upon him as Gu Xiaoyu, the daughter, was missing. The rear door of their vehicle had been violently removed. Had the kidnappers taken her? It seemed implausible that they would leave Gu Hongming behind while abducting only his daughter. Furthermore, the scene resembled that of a catastrophic traffic accident. It was evident that the Gu family's car had been forced to stop. What had happened to the 2 overturned SUVs? Their gruesome state felt eerily familiar, and the drivers inside were barely clinging to life. Upon examination, the 6 assailants lying on the ground were still alive. Strangely, 2 of them were gravely injured while the other 4 were merely unconscious. If the kidnappers had successfully taken the hostages, why would they abandon their accomplices? This case was exceedingly complex, with far-reaching implications, involving sensitive individuals, making it a challenging situation to navigate. As the officers were surveying the scene, Officer Wu recalled the female journalist who had attempted to flee in her vehicle during the incident, only to be intercepted by him. She had since been brought back to the police station. He had a distinct impression of her, as she seemed to have been following the Gu family closely. It was plausible that she had witnessed the entire affair and undoubtedly possessed crucial information, warranting a thorough interrogation later. Chapter 59. Lastly, Yu found it impossible to remain still on his hospital bed. In fact, he had not slept a wink throughout the previous night. Each time he closed his eyes, the image of a blood-soaked, crimson demon lunging towards him loomed large. Since regaining consciousness, his superiors had dispatched personnel to offer their condolences and to inquire about the various details of the recent operation. Reluctantly, he had forced himself to recount the events of that day once more. Only after his emotions had settled did the visitors gently convey the casualty figures from the two squads involved in the mission. Despite having anticipated the outcome, hearing the definitive numbers shattered him. The visitors, recognizing the weight of the news, left him to process this profound sorrow alone, fully aware that the first and second teams of the Tiger Special Operations Unit had suffered nearly complete losses. Liu's heart was tormented, filled with grief for his fallen comrades, hatred for the merciless alien monstrosities, and a seething anger directed at himself. For he realized that the mere recollection of that battle sent tremors coursing through his body. Did he truly wish to acknowledge that he was consumed by fear? According to the medics, the ion energy projectile fired by the alien robot had penetrated the armored helicopter with ease. Some of his comrades had evaporated upon impact, while the explosion of a projectile near him had likely misfired due to the enemy's hasty retreat. He had essentially escaped with his life, suffering only minor burns, a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Yet, Liu did not perceive his survival as mere luck. He vividly remembered the captain's final command, instructing him to cover their movements as a sniper. His survival was primarily attributed to that order. At that moment, no one could guarantee that their rocket launcher would deliver a lethal blow. Everyone understood they were gambling with their lives, wagering that one shot would be sufficient to fell the alien beast, or that they might be swift enough to secure a second shot. However, the harsh reality was that the enemy could not be vanquished with a single rocket, nor did they grant a second opportunity. The grim outcome was the death of the captain and 3 comrades. Not only them, but among the 30 members of the Tiger Special Operations Unit deployed for this mission, 19 had perished and 7 had sustained severe injuries, with 1 just having undergone surgery and still lying unconscious in the intensive care unit. 4 individuals, including him, sustained minor injuries. 2 suffered varying degrees of internal organ damage, while 1 has a fractured calf and is currently recuperating. They are barely managing to cling to life. And he, Liu, is the least injured among them. Is this luck? Had the captain not insisted he stay behind, he might not have survived to this day. Can Liu truly deceive himself into believing that the captain and his comrades were oblivious to the fact that his chances of survival were the greatest? Were they unaware that their departure could lead to dire consequences? Since joining the team, Captain Meng Hai has consistently displayed a stern demeanor towards him, often finding amusement in his rigorous training. Whenever Liu faltered, the captain would not hesitate to reprimand him. Yet, can one truly claim that the captain was bullying him? After all, it was the captain who supported him during his first real battle, and following his initial kill, it was the captain who guided him, advising him against losing himself in confusion. His comrades, who often teased him for being naive, never abandoned him nor expressed disdain during fierce combat. Liu's transformation from a mere rookie to a competent Special Forces soldier cannot solely be attributed to his own perseverance. When the captain chose him to stay behind as a sniper, did his comrades voice any objections? Can Liu genuinely feel justified in believing that his survival is merely a stroke of good fortune? On the battlefield, he had indeed prepared himself for sacrifice. Youthful yet unafraid of death, he was singularly focused on making the Red Demon, who had slain their comrades, pay the price. But why, after surviving, does he now find himself fearing death? Liu can feel the searing pain from the scar on his right cheek, a constant reminder that makes him want to slap himself. He feels a profound sense of inadequacy. Has all his fervor been left on the battlefield, leaving behind nothing but a cowardly shell? Today, he resolved to rise from his bed, disregarding the nurse's objections, and staggered forward despite the pain from the scar on his right chest. He refuses to remain bedridden like a useless being. Eager to prove that since he is still alive and can move his limbs, he must reclaim the courage he has lost. He first visited the other 3 lightly injured comrades, only to find their recovery lagging far behind his. Although their injuries are not fatal, they require prolonged bed rest and are not yet able to move about freely like he can. They are aware of the squad's casualty situation. Outwardly, they appear more composed than Liu, yet he can sense their concealed anguish and sorrow. They are veterans with several years of service more than him, and they do not weep openly in front of their junior. The severely injured comrades have been placed in a separate area, and the medical staff declined Li Yu's request to visit them, citing that it would be inappropriate to disturb the wounded. When Li Yu expressed his desire to view the remains of the captain and his comrades, he was gently declined by the staff at the medical center, who explained that their preparations were not yet complete. Upon returning to the rehabilitation room, Li Yu promptly submitted his discharge application to the physician, reasoning that he felt sufficiently recovered and no longer required hospitalization. In truth, Li Yu's innermost thoughts revealed a yearning to escape the monotony of his hospital bed. He believed that any activity outside would surpass the torment of enduring nightmares. He was eager to commence rehabilitation training and reclaim his former self. The female doctor did not hinder his departure. Instead, she readily signed the discharge papers. As Li Yu donned his training uniform and grasped the discharge notice, the doctor unexpectedly uttered a remark. Do not feel as though your life is owed to anyone. Those who live on may find the future even more challenging. Prepare yourself mentally. Li Yu turned to her, perplexed by her words, yet she had already turned away to attend to her duties. Following the hospital's instructions, he proceeded to the registration desk in the main building, awaiting further orders from his superiors. On his way to the main building, he traversed a desolate corridor and unintentionally caught sight of his reflection in a series of full-length mirrors embedded in the wall. The figure staring back at him, clad in a black uniform, bore hollow eyes, dark circles, and a stubbled chin, his posture slightly hunched, exuding a sense of lost vitality that starkly contrasted with his once vigorous demeanor. Leaning closer to scrutinize his visage, he noticed a burn scar on his right cheek, now covered in a purple ointment meant for treating burns, which extended down to his neck. Although his limbs were intact and he appeared physically unharmed, he felt a profound loss of the essence of a warrior within his seemingly whole body, prompting an involuntary, sardonic smile that twisted his lips into a grotesque grimace. Closing his eyes, Li Yu once again recalled the crimson steel monstrosity that haunted him. It unleashed a deafening roar, its sharp claws and circular saws wreaking havoc, claiming lives and mockingly belittling the frail humans beneath it, exposing their vulnerability in its presence. As blood dripped from the gaps between its jagged teeth, a single scarlet eye glimmered with a cold, mocking light, as if mercilessly ridiculing Li Yu's cowardice. With a resounding crash, Li Yu's right fist collided with the expansive surface of the mirror, instantly fracturing the once smooth pane into a web of cracks. While shards of glass and splinters cascaded down, mingling with drops of his own crimson blood. Gazing into the shattered reflection, he beheld a distorted visage, both repugnant and loathsome. At that moment, Li Yu had never felt such a profound disdain for himself. In the past, he had loathed his parents' nagging, the reprimands of teachers, the monotony of studying, and the drabness of everyday life. However, today, for the first time, he found himself somewhat loathsome, simply because he had always acted according to his own whims, engaging in brawls as if he feared no one. Yet, having just endured a life-and-death battle, he now found himself gripped by fear. In the past, regardless of the arduous training or the perilous missions he undertook, he had never known fear, for he constantly reassured himself that as long as he exerted every ounce of his strength and dared to give his all, no enemy could ever vanquish him. Yet, these convictions were shattered before the inhuman monstrosities he faced. Those fallen comrades of his were all steadfast warriors, yet their sacrifices could not halt these beasts. It was then that he realized the fragility of his former understanding, for he discovered that his own life, when compared to the villains he had vanquished, perhaps held little distinction. He realized he was not exceptional. He too was vulnerable, easily susceptible to destruction. This was the root of his fear and the source of his current disorientation. "Hey, are you all right?" Just as he was lost in thought, a crisp female voice broke through the silence. Chapter 60. The Female Warrior. Li Yu recognized he had lost his composure, failing to notice someone nearby. Turning his head towards the source of the voice, he beheld a figure leaning against the door at the end of the corridor, arms crossed, standing quietly in the shadows. Clad in a form-fitting black training suit, it was no wonder Li Yu had not spotted her immediately. Observing her playful scrutiny, Li Yu hastily withdrew his fist, which was still resting on the shattered mirror, turning his back to conceal his bloodied hand behind his thigh. Noticing his awkward demeanor, she paid it no mind, stepping forward out of the shadows toward him. She appeared quite young, likely around the same age as Li Yu, with a neat bob cut framing her face. and her bare arms revealed a healthy, sun-kissed complexion. Her visage was clean and striking, yet at that moment, her lips were pressed tightly, her brows furrowed like blades. And although the corners of her mouth curled into a smile, her large, bright eyes radiated a piercing intensity. The impression she conveyed was not merely one of beauty, but rather an embodiment of vigor and elegance. Tall and imbued with a sense of strength, her training attire accentuated her well-defined muscles, a testament to rigorous training. The loose tactical pants did little to obscure her long, straight legs, exuding a harmonious blend of feminine grace and strength. As she approached Liu with measured strides and combat boots, an imposing aura surrounded her, revealing the solid foundation of her military background. Was she a regular soldier, newly assigned to bolster the ranks? This was Liu's immediate thought. Throughout his years in the military, he had encountered a myriad of comrades, each with their unique traits, some stern and serious, others cunning and rebellious, and even a few eccentric. Yet, the military essence ingrained in them through the trials of combat was an indelible mark that could never be masked by mere appearances. Your hand is bleeding. Why not wrap it up? She observed Liu's guarded demeanor without paying him any mind, instead tilting her head to examine his right hand, concealed at his side, and asked with a semblance of a smile. It is commonly said that men dislike revealing their disheveled appearances to women, yet Liu, in his current state, was utterly indifferent to such notions. He was beginning to harbor a dislike for himself, making the opinions of others irrelevant. Hearing the seemingly concerned words from this unfamiliar woman only stirred a wave of irritation within him, for despite her inquiries, her gaze was fixated on the right side of his face, as though she had discovered something amusing, her interest purely superficial. Unwilling to be scrutinized so unabashedly and desiring to avoid entanglement, Liu lowered the brim of his hat, tucked his still bleeding hand into his pocket, and passed by her without a glance. Undeterred by his dismissal, she turned and followed closely, walking alongside him. Hey, are you just going to vandalize property and walk away? The female soldier feigned surprise. Liu, as though deaf to her words, continued forward, pushing open the door to the main building area. I haven't seen you around for several days. What is your name, and which unit are you from? As if oblivious to his cold demeanor, her voice rang out once more. Liu remained unresponsive, quickening his pace to distance himself from this perplexing woman. In the past, when he was still single, he would have eagerly engaged in light-hearted banter with a striking and spirited beauty like her, but now he simply lacked the inclination. I observed you during the meeting, and I haven't seen you in the past few days of training, she continued, talking to herself as Liu continued to ignore her. Looking at the injury on your face, you must be one of the first members of the Dragon Shield, right? She wore a look of sudden realization. Yet to Liu, her performance felt excessively theatrical. Am I correct? Your silence suggests I'm right. As he remained mute, her confidence in her deduction grew. Which unit did you transfer from? Have you encountered those extraterrestrials yet? We'll all be comrades in the Dragon Shield from now on. It's a pleasure to meet you. As she spoke, she extended her hand, seemingly wishing to shake his. Liu found the stark contrast between her appearance and demeanor perplexing. He had always found such types of women to be the most challenging. He was uncertain of what was genuine and what was feigned in her demeanor. He had no desire to forge a connection with her. For while she presented herself as warm and inviting, it was evident that her inquiries were solely directed at him, with no introduction of her own identity, including her name. Furthermore, he had no intention of getting to know her or any other new members of Dragon Shield. Much like the previous operation, where he had minimal interaction with over 100 individuals from other allied units, never even learning their names until the mission concluded. Was he afraid? Liu pondered if perhaps he was. She persistently continued speaking, recounting how they had already reviewed the video footage from the previous operation. It was astonishing to discover that extraterrestrial beings truly existed in the universe and had even made their way to Earth, now concealed within our society. Such a revelation was utterly incredible. Liu listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. The notion of steel robots capable of transforming into automobiles, the ability to simulate human projection, along with those advanced energy weapons, rendered the universe profoundly marvelous, birthing such extraordinary entities. From the woman's tone, it was evident that this new batch of personnel, like him, had participated in the briefing session and had gleaned the purpose behind the establishment of the Dragon Shield organization from their superiors, as well as the identity of their target. However, It seemed that the specifics of the last operation had yet to be disclosed to them. You must have had contact with the extraterrestrials, right? Could you share your experience with me? All we have seen are mere informational documents and a brief segment of footage. I have heard that you have engaged in combat. Was it a miscommunication during your interactions, or did they instigate the conflict? It was no wonder she was so exhilarated. Her demeanor mirrored that of Li Yu upon learning confidential information. Clearly, the higher-ups had only communicated Dragon Shield's hostile stance towards the extraterrestrials, while the harrowing details of the previous operation and its significant losses remained undisclosed, perhaps to maintain morale. Indeed, given the technological disparity between humans and these alien beings, the leadership would not disclose the brutal realities to the new members until a viable countermeasure was found. With that in mind, Li Yu felt even less inclined to speak. I see the injuries on your face. Did they result from the last battle? Was your unit in dire straits? After all, I only know that you first batch members are stationed at the base, yet I have never seen anyone. As soon as her words escaped, Li Yu found it difficult to contain himself, a surge of emotion swirling within him. After all, they would soon be fighting side by side, so he hoped she might divulge a bit more. He vowed to keep her confidence. Please, just a little, she implored, her expression playful yet clearly feigned, as she was not accustomed to such a demeanor. Could you please be quiet? It's quite irritating, Li Yu retorted abruptly, his irritation bubbling to the surface. His voice was not loud, but it caught her off guard. Instantly, her expression shifted, the playful facade vanished, replaced by a steely resolve that elevated her presence to an intimidating intensity. This was a demeanor forged through the crucible of fierce combat, revealing that this striking woman was far from being a mere facade. However, having endured the horrors of a hellish battlefield, Li Yu felt little in response to the woman before him, merely regarding her with a detached gaze. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze around them. Su Mingjue, on the other hand, did not perceive any offense. In the special forces, who was a tough character, having endured years in the military, she was no longer the capricious, sensitive girl she once was. Therefore, she had no intention of causing trouble for the other party. Setting aside the unpleasant demeanor of this irritable young man, her observations led her to conclude that he had indeed participated in the previous military operation against extraterrestrials. In truth, she did not harbor any genuine expectations of extracting useful information from him, as their encounter in the corridor was purely coincidental. Since her team entered Long Shield, the information acquired had been rather scant. She had merely heard that the last operation had been fiercely contested, prompting her uncharacteristic decision to engage with him. However, at that moment, the building was suddenly engulfed in a cacophony of alarms. The shrill sound pierced through the air, oscillating from high to low, particularly grating to the ears. It resonated not just within this edifice, but throughout the entire military base, a sharp and resounding din. The two momentarily stood in shock before simultaneously regaining their composure. Had the base been breached? Faintly, they could discern the sound of gunfire emanating from somewhere above. Without a second thought, the female soldier from the operations command room abandoned Li Yu and hastily ascended the stairs. Li Yu hesitated for a brief moment, then vigorously shook his head, delivering a sharp slap to his own face before hastening to follow her. Chapter 61. Spy. Half an hour earlier, General Shao had not anticipated that, following the nationwide surveillance and monitoring instituted after the last operation, results would materialize so swiftly. He had just departed from the base's research department, intending to visit the medical center to check on the soldiers in critical care, when he received a report from his aide. The news was exhilarating. The long-lost Flying Star No. 1, now to be referred to as Transformer No. 1, had been sighted in the eastern coastal metropolis of Shanghai. Upon hearing this latest update, General Shao felt a surge of tension coursing through him as he swiftly made his way to the operations command room, located on the second floor of the main building. However, before he could reach his destination, his aide approached with yet another alarming report. The base's electronic control center had informed him that, concurrently with the receipt of the latest intelligence, the duty personnel had detected a persistent communication signal being transmitted to the outside world, originating from within the base itself. This was an utterly disastrous revelation, indicating the presence of a hidden spy within the facility. Moreover, the signal was utilizing an unknown communication frequency, which, at first glance, resembled a chaotic and disordered cacophony. The electronic control center was currently in the process of tracking and pinpointing its location, but this would require additional time. The members of the base had all undergone rigorous political scrutiny and investigation, and General Shao was reluctant to believe that the soldiers nurtured by the nation could be spies. Were they operatives from the Americans, the Russians, or perhaps from the West? While countries around the globe shared an unspoken understanding regarding extraterrestrial matters, infiltrating Long Shield's inner sanctum was an entirely different matter. General Shao promptly instructed his aide to sever all external communications and enforce a complete lockdown of the entire base, ensuring that access in and out was entirely restricted. He emphasized the importance of maintaining order, urging a measured and rational approach to the thorough investigation. Upon receiving the orders, the aide immediately set off to make the necessary arrangements. With a heavy heart, General Shao approached the entrance of the Communications Command Center. After presenting his identification to the two armed guards stationed at the door, he entered a spacious room. This was a command center repurposed from a conference room, outfitted with over 20 computers and a comprehensive system for communications, intelligence, and command, all prepared for future long-distance operations. Currently, all suspicious leads and useful intelligence gathered from across the nation would converge here. As the Dragon Shield initiative was still in its preparatory phase, the personnel present were not yet fully assembled, leaving only 2 duty officers from the information team. No one anticipated receiving leads on extraterrestrial beings so swiftly. Upon recognizing the 2 duty soldiers, they immediately stood at attention and saluted. General Shao requested a detailed briefing on the situation. Having only grasped the general outline previously, he now sought to understand the specifics of the intelligence. Given the presence of unidentified spies within the base, it was prudent to avoid using communication devices for reports until the source was identified. Face-to-face discussions would be far more effective. One soldier snapped to attention, retrieved a folder from the table, and began to explain to General Shao. Just 10 minutes ago, we received encrypted information from the Shanghai municipal government. This morning, a highway shootout occurred locally, and subsequent inquiries with eyewitnesses led the Shanghai police to discover a vehicle suspected of disguising as an alien robot. A white sedan forcefully intervened in the shootout and incapacitated everyone present through some unknown means before fleeing the scene with a girl. The police reviewed surveillance footage from nearby roads, but found no trace of the sedan, which raised suspicions that it might not have been a human perpetrator. After meticulously investigating the missing persons and those around them, the police discovered this was already the 3rd report of unidentified vehicle activity. Consequently, local government officials relayed this information to our intelligence collection team. Considering the alien robot's ability to seamlessly alter its external appearance, we initially assessed this as alien species activity. Why assume the entity in question is Flying Star Number 1? General Shao interjected at an opportune moment. The rationale for suspecting it to be Flying Star No. 1 stemmed from inquiries revealing that the vehicle had been acting independently, coupled with its behavioral logic and operational style, which favored secrecy and avoidance of conflict while leaning towards non-lethal methods. This led to the aforementioned conclusion. Truly, the members of the Professional Command Center were capable of making remarkably logical deductions upon reviewing all available data and integrating the latest intelligence. Kidnapping humans, perhaps? That does seem like something extraterrestrials would do. General Shao could not help but inwardly criticize the audacity of Subjects 2 and 3. They resembled war machines intended for destruction. Meanwhile, Subject 1 had remained dormant for so long, only to reveal its identity now, solely to abduct a human girl? Reflecting on the actions of Subject 1 since its arrival, secretly infiltrating national databases, then vanishing for an extended period, culminating in today's kidnapping, General Shao scrutinized the documents in his hands. There have been 3 peculiar incidents involving unidentified vehicles near Shanghai. The first involved a van racing against a local wealthy heir and winning. The second featured an unidentified white sports car intervening in the girl's rescue. The last was a white civilian sedan that appeared just in time to whisk the girl's family away during a shooting. If these 3 distinct vehicles were merely different disguises of Subject 1, it would make sense. All of Subject 1's recent actions revolved around the missing girl. He could not believe that the abduction was a spontaneous decision. The creature must have seen significant value in her, compelling it to reveal itself and intervene in human affairs. In a world where countless individuals disappear daily, and with extraterrestrials having inhabited this land for over a month, if their intention was merely to capture humans for research, There would be no need to expose themselves in such a manner. The only plausible explanation was that the girl was likely tied to its purpose for coming to Earth, prompting the entity to abandon its long-standing principle of discretion. This was a crucial lead. Immediately investigate the girl's background thoroughly, including information about her family members. General Shao commanded the two individuals before him. Yes, General. The two soldiers promptly returned to their duties. At that moment, General Shao's communicator buzzed with a call from his aide. Hello, what is it? General Shao answered, eager for updates. The electronic control team should have pinpointed the source of the signal by now. General, you must leave the command center immediately, the aide's voice came through, tinged with urgency and concern. What is happening? General Shao furrowed his brow. The tracking results indicate that the unknown communication signal is emanating from the command center itself, using an independent signal source rather than our network computers. Furthermore, the signal has been transmitting continuously since just now. General Shao was taken aback. For only the two soldiers were present, and during their report, no one had been operating the computers. Gazing at the neatly arranged computer equipment before him, a sudden realization struck General Shao, and an unsettling chill crept down his spine. These devices had been transported from outside the base recently, and now, with no one else present, what could be sending signals outward? General, please hurry and leave. I am en route to your location. The communication became increasingly distorted, as if subjected to some form of interference. Well, you are off work for today, and the information can be checked tomorrow, General Shao said to the two soldiers with an unyielding tone. Although they were perplexed by the sudden order from their superior, the young soldiers complied, shutting down their computers and preparing to leave. Noticing no unusual occurrences, General Shao planned to lower the protective barrier once outside, sealing the entire command room. At that moment, regardless of what may be lurking within, it would be trapped like a fish in a barrel. A sense of foreboding crept over him, his heart racing as if he were sharing the space with an imminent danger. He had just realized that the so-called transformers, capable of transforming into vehicles, might also become other entities, such as computer equipment. However, before the three could turn to exit, General Shao's suspicions were confirmed. In the corner of the room, a battlefield laptop perched on the desk began to tremble, its movement conspicuous in the empty space. In the next instant, the dark green, heavy laptop exploded open with a snap. A metallic creature, resembling a slender monkey, emerged, glaring at General Shao and the two soldiers with its crimson eyes. Chapter 62. Hypnosis. Although the Cybertronians are metallic life forms, they're not mass-produced entities of uniform design. Each native being birthed from the well of all sparks is a unique existence, exhibiting varying sizes, appearances, and characteristics. Some are born considerably larger than their kin, while others possess peculiar bodily structures or additional limbs. Some exhibit wild, animal-like traits, while others retain delicate and graceful features, among various other forms. This eclectic array of Cybertronian natives contributes to the relative diversity of Cybertronian society. However, the protracted wars have resulted in death and destruction, diminishing the population of these natives, while mass-produced entities created for warfare have come to dominate the current composition of Cybertronians. Among the Cybertronians exists a group whose members are born significantly smaller than their counterparts. As time passes and they absorb energy, their intelligence increases, yet their physical size remains largely unchanged, forever maintaining a diminutive stature. Typically, a newly birthed Cybertronian native stands over 3 meters tall, growing to between 5 to 10 meters over hundreds of years. In contrast, mass-produced Cybertronians are born with mature sizes, but the members of this specific group rarely exceed 2 meters. This group is known as Micromasters. Throughout Cybertron's extensive history, due to their inherent conditions, this group has had to rely on affiliation with major factions for survival, undertaking tasks such as equipment repairs and tending to the wounded. During the tumultuous Cybertronian Civil War, while a few were employed as spies by the Decepticons, the vast majority were relegated to various production lines, enduring harsh and brutal treatment. The protracted nature of war has wrought extensive industrial devastation and significant loss of life. These diminutive beings toil ceaselessly to mend the damage and meticulously tend to the mass-produced embryos. Yet they are deprived of adequate energy supplies and often suffer abuse at the hands of the cruel Decepticon members. Some of these tiny individuals have even been reduced to mere tools or pets for their amusement, cast into arenas to fight one another. They exist as beings trampled upon, with towering Cybertronians indifferent to the minuscule lives beneath their feet, resulting in frequent injuries or fatalities. They endure this existence, dependent on the powerful for scraps of energy. Presently, the number of indigenous micro-beings has dwindled significantly, replaced by less intelligent mass-produced counterparts, such as Hypnosis. Like his peers, he has been assigned to the Decepticon Scout, Sideways, serving as a diminutive spy and companion. He typically resides within the chest of Sideways, nestled in the spark chamber, surviving on the meager energy radiation emitted by the spark, thus forming a subtle, symbiotic relationship. Since the last indigenous micro-being met an unfortunate fate at the hands of Sideways, Hypnosis has been his new partner for 5 centuries. His continued existence can be attributed not only to the impending end of the war, but also to his obedient nature. Unlike the indigenous beings, Hypnosis lacks substantial intelligence, resulting in minimal self-awareness. He diligently executes the commands given by Sideways, functioning as a convenient tool, only acting on instinct when not under direct orders. A few days ago, Sideways instructed him to conceal himself and relay intelligence. Hypnosis strictly adhered to his Master-esque commands, initially hiding in the network zone. When the rescue team arrived amidst the ensuing chaos, he blended into the crowd and concealed himself within an ambulance, successfully infiltrating the Dragon Shield base. Subsequently, this little creature gathered information from his surroundings, swiftly clarifying his mission objectives. He infiltrated a military truck transporting computer equipment to the base, scanning a battlefield laptop and placing it among other devices in the command center. At that moment, the humans were entirely unaware that Transformers could also be diminutive. So the addition of an extra computer raised no suspicions among the personnel at the base. During this time, he remained quietly ensconced, subtly infiltrating the base's network and silently amassing information on this human organization. He focused solely on gathering intelligence without transmitting any data to his master, aiming to avoid alerting any potential threats and maximizing the acquisition of valuable information. As for whether sending out intelligence would expose Hypnosis, jeopardizing his escape and survival, neither his master, Sideways, nor he himself expressed any concern. In the past, once Hypnosis revealed his presence, he would rely on instinctive reactions, using his diminutive size and agile movements to swiftly vanish into the intricate labyrinth of Cybertron's conduits, thus ensuring his escape. However, today, Hypnosis acquired invaluable intelligence, information that surpasses even the composition of human organizations. It pertains to the arch-nemesis of the Decepticons, the elusive Autobots, who have revealed their whereabouts for the sake of a human girl. Hypnosis possesses a keen understanding of the Autobot insurgents. They would not voluntarily expose themselves unless a significant discovery compelled them to do so. The Autobot's purpose in coming to Earth is to seek the Allspark, is it not? With his limited intellect, Hypnosis could grasp the connection therein. Thus, without hesitation, he transmitted the intelligence. At this juncture, Hypnosis had completed his preliminary task. The next step was to maintain his concealment. However, he soon realized that someone was attempting to trace him through digital pathways. Hypnosis understood that his secretive presence had been compromised by humans, and his course of action was to either escape or create greater chaos for the adversary, to expend his remaining energy. Consequently, upon discovering the leader of the human organization before him, who appeared to have pinpointed his location, Hypnosis promptly initiated his predetermined plan to eliminate this high-value target. General Shao immediately sensed the presence of a foreign entity. The three turned to see a small creature materializing in the room. At first glance, it stood about a meter tall with spindly, straight limbs resembling bamboo poles and a torso composed of a steel plate intertwined with a lobster-like spine. Its entire form was cloaked in military green, save for its triangular head crowned with a pair of striking crimson eyes. As it stretched its body and sprawled across the computer desk, it resembled a mechanical spider monkey, an appearance both bizarre and unsettling. While the two young soldiers were momentarily bewildered by the sight of an alien robot, General Shao reacted swiftly, lunging forward to shield the two naive youths, moving with the agility of one much younger than his 50-plus years. He was acutely aware that these extraterrestrial steel monstrosities were merciless killing machines. At that moment, they were unarmed, and turning their backs to flee would render them living targets. As anticipated, a series of piercing sounds filled the air, followed by the sickening thud of something embedding itself in the wall behind them, accompanied by a deep, anguished groan. Despite General Shao's rapid response, he could not save both soldiers simultaneously. He managed to tackle one young warrior to the ground while only having time to grasp the other's arm and pull him down. As a result, the latter was struck. When General Shao lifted his head, he found that the soldier lay motionless, a glimmering object protruding from his chest. In mere seconds, the object cooled, revealing a steel needle with a sharp tip. Turning to the wall behind them, several needles were lodged there, each protruding about 7 to 8 centimeters. Their metallic sheen glinting ominously in the light. The fortunate soldier, having narrowly escaped, lifted his head and, seeing his comrade fallen, called out in urgent desperation. However, the small green creature remained restless. It lifted its arms, resembling the claws of a claw machine, targeting the two individuals on the ground. Both were exemplary military personnel, swiftly rolling forward to narrowly evade the impending attack, as 4 steel needles embedded themselves into the carpeted floor. "Help! General Shao!" cried one soldier, as he and another stumbled behind the computer desk for cover. At that moment, they were unarmed, resembling lambs awaiting slaughter before the metallic monster, necessitating a call for reinforcements. What in the world is this creature? When did it infiltrate the base? General Shao felt a surge of both fear and anger, realizing that these alien machines harbored secrets beyond human comprehension, rendering them perilously vulnerable. Chapter 63. Lockdown. A commotion erupted in the command room, followed by General Shao's urgent shouts, instantly alerting the 2 armed soldiers stationed at the entrance. They had been dispatched from Weihan City as armed police just 2 days prior to undertake security duties at this facility. As well-trained soldiers, they immediately entered combat mode. With a click, their assault rifles were loaded, and they stealthily approached the entrance in a professional formation, pushing the door open. Upon entering, they quickly spotted General Shao and the young soldier hiding beneath the desk, along with another soldier lying on the ground, unconscious and perhaps lifeless. Beyond this, they found no other individuals within the room. "Where's the enemy? Sir, what has transpired?" Just as they prepared to enter, General Shao called out, "Do not come in. Provide cover for us. Shoot at anything you see." Recognizing the gravity of the situation from their commander's words, the 2 soldiers immediately understood that there were still hidden threats lurking within the seemingly quiet command room. They positioned themselves on either side of the door, vigilantly scanning the room's corners. "Hello, this is the command room. Requesting backup. I repeat, requesting backup." One soldier shouted into the communicator. However, the communication signal seemed to be disrupted, with only static emanating from the device. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, as the tension hung thick in the air, each heart pounding in anticipation. "Activate the alarm and hold your positions. Reinforcements are on the way," General Shao commanded. While the lieutenant was leading the reinforcements towards their location, they remained oblivious to the fact that their target was an alien robot capable of transforming into a computer. A single moment of inattention could allow it to escape, rendering pursuit nearly impossible. Moreover, General Shao harbored a nagging suspicion that the infiltrating spy robot had realized its signal source was compromised. Fearing it might be cornered, it had severed external communications and revealed itself, intent on eliminating him and all present. Should it succeed, it could assume the guise of electronic equipment, rendering the arrival of backup forces oblivious to the extraterrestrial threat, as they would instead search for the human spies they presumed to exist. Consequently, the Dragon Shield's interior would remain compromised, with the alien insidiously embedded among them. It is imperative to avert such a scenario. As a soldier forcefully struck the red alarm switch on the wall, the piercing and resounding alarm reverberated throughout the entire building. At that moment, another soldier sensed movement in the ceiling's ventilation duct, immediately aiming his weapon at that location. However, before he could discern what it was, a dark shadow swiftly darted through the duct. Without a moment's hesitation, the soldier squeezed the trigger of his assault rifle, which had already been set to automatic mode, unleashing a barrage of bullets that transformed the ventilation duct into a hive of chaos. A bizarre creature, emitting a shrill and discordant scream, hung upside down like a monkey from the duct, its head swiveling a full 180 degrees, its gaunt arms extended outward, sharp claws unfurling to reveal what resembled the muzzle of a Gatling gun. Its speed was astonishing, from the moment of its appearance to the initiation of its attack. It transpired in the blink of an eye. With a couple of piercing sounds resembling a grim reaper's summons, the soldier was caught off guard, as two searing steel needles pierced his neck and chest, causing him to collapse with a muffled groan. His comrades, witnessing the grotesque creature suspended in the duct, wasted no time in retaliating, unleashing a flurry of gunfire that resonated like a cacophony of metal strikes. The creature, struck by the dense hail of bullets, emitted a high-pitched scream, its sound more imbued with rage than pain. It executed an agile flip, using all four limbs to scuttle along the duct like a massive gecko, leaving deep claw marks on the metallic surface. Bullets sparked against its body, yet they failed to impede its rapid movements. In the blink of an eye, it leaped down from the duct, retaliating against the soldier who had fired upon it. The soldier reacted swiftly, retreating back into the doorframe. But he was still a fraction too late. 3 steel needles embedded themselves in the wall, with one striking his right shoulder. The soldier felt a searing pain as the needle pierced through, causing him to bend forward, inadvertently enlarging his exposed target. The mechanical monstrosity landed upon the table and aimed at the human who had dared to attack it, firing 3 steel needles in quick succession. The sound of metal piercing flesh echoed in General Shao's ears as he watched helplessly as the soldier was shot in the chest, slowly crumpling to the floor. In a matter of minutes, 3 soldiers had already fallen. Once again, the situation unfolded. General Shao gritted his teeth, his heart brimming with anger and sorrow. Damnable creature! I shall not rest until we are at odds. Commander, we must charge out. Remaining here is tantamount to certain death, urged the young soldier who still survived, suppressing the grief of losing his comrades. Thus, let us prepare to lift the table, using its surface to shield ourselves from the enemy's onslaught, and make our escape at the swiftest pace. Before General Shao could finish his sentence, a distinct sound of keyboard tapping resonated. Although they could not see what transpired behind the table, they could surmise that the creature was at work. After all, it was the only entity left capable of such unfettered movement. What was it doing? Why resort to using a computer? General Shao's surmise was indeed accurate at that moment. The hypnotist was diligently manipulating the computer before him. As he implanted an electronic biological virus within the mainframe, he swiftly deciphered the base's access codes. A metallic clanking reverberated around him. What was that? General Shao momentarily froze, only to quickly comprehend that it was the sound of the blast doors in the command room descending. This fiend intended to isolate the command room from the outside, transforming the space into a sealed chamber. Not only would we be unable to escape, but those outside would also be barred from entry and unaware of the events unfolding within. The general immediately grasped the adversary's intent. Indeed, the sound of the doors falling could be heard not only from the entrance, but also from the windows of the command room, as the interior grew dim. We must break free. Otherwise, we would truly be fish in a barrel. Let us go. We must act swiftly, or it will be too late. General Shao bellowed. The young soldier, silent yet resolute, raised his arms alongside General Shao to hoist the computer desk overhead and charge towards the door, the barrier already descending halfway. They carried the desk, its sturdy wooden frame likely capable of withstanding several attacks. Whether they would succeed in escaping now rested in the hands of fate. The sound of wood splintering echoed in their ears as several panels were pierced. They dared not look back to gauge how close the steel needles were, focusing solely on pushing toward the door. The distance of mere meters felt insurmountable. In the next instant, both men felt a searing iron rod penetrate their backs, the excruciating pain causing their legs to buckle, and they collapsed to the ground, the heavy desk pinning them down. Darkness clouded General Shao's vision, while the young soldier let out a soft groan. General Shao felt a steel needle strike his left lower back. Although the wooden surface had cushioned the impact, it still embedded itself within him, the searing agony scorching his flesh and insides, nearly rendering him unconscious. He glanced at the young soldier beside him, whose condition appeared far dire, though he could not ascertain the source of his injury. The labored breaths he took indicated a grave situation. The grotesque, insect-like steel monstrosity crawled closer, seemingly savoring the dying struggles of its prey, yet did not rush to deliver the final blow. In its crimson, crystalline eyes flickered an intelligence and cruelty not characteristic of a mere automaton. The creature raised its right arm, claws sliding downwards as a long, triangular spike shot forth from its limb. However, just as it prepared to strike, a torrent of gunfire rained down upon it. The force of the assault eliciting a shriek of terror as it frantically retreated, scrambling away from this unexpected onslaught. A man and a woman approached from the direction of the door, wielding assault rifles salvaged from fallen soldiers, while behind them, the heavy rolling shutter descended with a resounding thud. Chapter 64. Cornered beast. The shrill blare of alarms within the base showed no signs of abating, intermingled with the increasingly prominent sounds of gunfire. Liu could easily discern that the sound was that of a domestically produced assault rifle. What could have transpired at the base? Had those extraterrestrial beings launched an attack? As Liu's mind raced with possibilities, the thought of those imposing, monstrous entities filled him with an overwhelming sense of dread. No, if it were them, there would not be merely this level of commotion. Could it be that the base was under human invasion? The woman in the lead moved with remarkable agility and swiftness, and Liu had to exert all his energy to keep pace with her. Having just been discharged from the hospital that very day, he was unfamiliar with the internal layout of the base, and thus unaware of the whereabouts of the command center she mentioned. Consequently, he could do nothing but closely follow in her wake. After determining the source of the gunfire, she wasted no time and headed straight for the scene, displaying a fearless spirit that even Liu could not help but admire. He wondered to which elite unit she belonged. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame for his earlier hesitation. His cheeks flushed, and he was certain it was not merely due to a burn from the sun. Turning a corner down a staircase, he noticed the woman leaning against the wall, peering outside. Upon seeing him catch up, a slight smile graced her lips as she raised her fist, signaling him to remain silent. Liu approached her quietly, treading softly, and cautiously peered around to assess the situation. Before them stood a set of double doors wide open. This must be the command center she had referred to. Indeed, the gunfire emanated from within, and he could faintly hear shouts coming from inside. The skirmish was taking place in there, indicating that the enemy was human. Liu quickly formed this judgment. With neither of them armed and the situation within the command center unclear, he felt it unwise to act impulsively. The alarm had been sounding for 2 minutes, and he believed that armed personnel from the base were en route to their location. They were currently unarmed, so it would be prudent to stealthily approach and observe before making any moves. However, to his astonishment, before he could utter a word, the woman, whose name he did not even know, had already abandoned him, swiftly making her way toward the command center. Liu wanted to call out to her, but found himself too late. Frustration welled within him. Which unit did this woman belong to, acting so independently? Reluctantly, he steeled himself and followed her, noting that the gunfire within the command center had ceased. Had a conclusion been reached? A loud clattering sound echoed, and Liu looked up to see a broad, heavy iron shutter slowly descending from above the door. Simultaneously, a commanding voice rang out, "Go, move immediately. We must charge out together. It will be too late if we delay." Liu felt a sense of familiarity with that voice, but could not place it. Yet, he had no time to hesitate. Upon hearing the shout, the female soldier unhesitatingly ducked and dashed through the door. What more could Liu say? As the iron gate descended halfway, it was imperative that no female comrade ventured into danger alone. Otherwise, Liu would have no face to remain in the elite Dragon Shield unit. Even though he felt as though his soul was lost, he could not allow himself to be branded as a coward. With a sudden burst of speed, Liu dashed forward and slid beneath the gate, finding himself in the corridor beyond. His time in the hospital had been spent yearning to reclaim what he had lost, and now the opportunity had arisen. Regardless of the circumstances within, as a special operations soldier, he was compelled to act. Decisive action outweighed any psychological preparation. As Liu regained his footing, he noticed the female soldier had reached the end of the corridor, examining 2 individuals lying on the ground. He hurried to catch up with her. There on the floor lay 2 fully armed warriors, their bodies pierced by lethal, needle-like weapons, devoid of life. The woman shook her head at him and handed one of the assault rifles to Liu. Upon receiving the weapon, he turned to survey the room, and a surge of blood rushed to his head. Not far from him lay 2 figures, one of whom he immediately recognized as Major General Xiao Jianbang, the highest commander of Dragon Shield. Nearby, a small, deep green metallic creature was crouched on the ground in an unnatural position, using all 4 limbs to approach the 2 men. Liu instantly identified the creature before him, composed entirely of straight metal parts. Its bizarre and unsettling form accentuated by its striking crimson eyes. This was undoubtedly the accursed alien creature. Liu did not ponder why the monster was so small. In the heat of confrontation, his fury consumed him. Raising the assault rifle, Liu, well acquainted with the weapon after years of use, knew it was loaded with ample ammunition. He aimed for the creature's chest and pulled the trigger. Flames erupted from the muzzle as a barrage of bullets struck the slender body of the creature, sparks flying and the sound of metal clashing echoing in the room. However, its physical resilience was not on par with the larger steel beasts. Under such close-range kinetic assault, it was knocked backward, emitting a painful shriek as it rolled on the ground, desperately evading the gunfire. Its movements were astonishingly swift. It darted laterally across the floor before leaping high and disappearing into the equipment area behind. Liu scanned the room frantically but could not locate the creature. His sudden outburst had startled the female soldier, who, witnessing an alien robot for the first time, was taken aback by its grotesque and distorted form, causing her to fire a moment too late. This further confirmed her suspicion that the wounded man before her had indeed encountered the alien machine. The iron gate outside had completely descended, trapping them within. As Liu fired to suppress the creature, she rushed forward to pull two individuals from beneath the table, dragging them behind the gate. Su Mingwei was familiar with General Xiao Jianbang just a few days prior, when their team first arrived at the base. She had memorized many unfamiliar faces during the orientation meeting, particularly General Xiao, who had spoken extensively. Thus, upon hearing the cries from the command room, she immediately recognized the voice of General Xiao. With the highest commander of the Long Shield in peril, she felt compelled to act swiftly, should anything happen to him. The reputation of her Sea Dragon Special Operations Unit would be irrevocably tarnished, and the entire Long Shield would face paralysis. Fortunately, General Xiao's injuries were not life-threatening. A sharp steel needle had pierced his lower back, bleeding profusely. Su Mingwei tore a strip from her pant leg to use as a makeshift bandage, instructing General Xiao to turn around and apply pressure to the wound. She then assessed the condition of the other young soldier, who had a steel needle embedded in his right side, likely injuring his lung. Thankfully, it had not penetrated his chest cavity, although he lay unconscious. He still had a pulse, and there was hope for his survival. However, the situation was dire. The command room's gate had sealed shut, creating a confined space designed to prevent external attacks. Only those inside could open it, and it would take considerable effort for anyone outside to gain entry. Enduring the excruciating pain, General Xiao cautioned Su Mingwei that the alien creature must not be allowed to escape. It could disguise itself as computer equipment and, if released, would pose an endless threat. Hearing General Xiao's words, Liu glanced at the young soldier's lifeless body on the floor, intensifying her resolve to eliminate the creature. The command room had transformed into a battleground, with both sides hunting each other. They had to eradicate this infiltrating monster. In just a few days, these alien robots had inflicted tremendous losses on humanity. Adrenaline surged through Liu as she found herself confined in the same space as the creature. It was a fight to the death, awakening her primal instincts. She raised her assault rifle, her eyes scanning across the rows of computer desks, her focus razor-sharp. Having secured the two injured soldiers, Su Mingwei took her position beside Liu, the two providing mutual cover. Meanwhile, the creature, hiding behind a computer desk, glanced at the bullet dents on its chest plate, its ferocity igniting. Its right claw morphed, and from its palm emerged a reflective disc, which then transformed into a razor-edged spiral shuriken. To ordinary Cybertronians, this creature might seem like a worthless scrap, but to carbon-based life forms like humans, it had become a deadly killing machine. The command room had evolved into a closed arena, where only one side could emerge alive. Chapter 65. Death struggle in this confined space. The atmosphere was exceedingly oppressive. The identities of prey and predator are not fixed. Both sides desire to annihilate the other. A fierce confrontation unfolds between humanity and mechanical beings. There exists no disparity in size or weaponry, rendering this encounter a remarkably equitable duel. On one side are two battle-hardened human warriors, equipped with firearms and rich in combat experience. On the other, a merciless steel-clad automaton designed for slaughter. Liu is perplexed as to how this diminutive extraterrestrial robot infiltrated the base. Though his mind is taut with tension, a flicker of exhilaration stirs within him. He must concede that the brutality and terror of the alien steel giant from their last mission left a lingering shadow in his psyche, a psychological barrier he must shatter. Should he falter again on the battlefield out of fear, he would jeopardize not only himself, but also his comrades. Alternatively, he could entirely lose his fighting spirit, rendering him unfit to remain with Long Shield, leading to an ignoble exit. Neither outcome is acceptable to Liu. He cannot afford such disgrace. Countless lives have been sacrificed, and Long Shield has forged a blood feud with these extraterrestrial machines. The captain of his squad and his comrades have perished at the hands of these monsters. Lives have been extinguished, pride crushed, and dignity trampled. This cannot simply be forgotten. At this moment, fate seems to have presented him with this small abomination, an opportunity bestowed by the heavens for him to reclaim what he lost on the battlefield. Liu has resolved that this mechanical monstrosity, stained with blood and responsible for countless deaths, must be destroyed. At that moment, an unnamed female warrior approached, weapon in hand, positioning herself to provide mutual cover with Liu. She signaled to him, tossing a magazine his way. He deftly caught it, securing the magazine at his lower back, and weighed the assault rifle in his hands, assessing the ammunition within. He understood the precariousness of their situation. Although they were 2 against 1, they were merely mortal beings. While their adversary could withstand close-range gunfire with ease, its small stature rendered it a diminutive target, and its speed while prone made it a formidable opponent. The odds were not in their favor. However, having reached this juncture, retreat was not an option. Only through fighting could they hope to survive. Liu recalled the moment he had shot through the left eye of that towering red giant, the sole triumph from their previous mission. If the opportunity arose, he would aim for its eyes. He quietly advised his nearby comrade, who nodded in understanding. She had also observed that standard caliber bullets, while somewhat effective, inflicted limited damage upon the foe. The most prudent strategy was to first deprive the enemy of its sight, establishing an advantage for the 2 of them. Moreover, the pair of eyes glowing with a crimson light was undeniably conspicuous, marking it as a target worthy of focused attention. The command room was cluttered with an abundance of desks, chairs, and electronic devices, which adversely affected the visibility for Li and his companion, necessitating heightened caution and vigilance. Although this was their first collaboration, both were seasoned soldiers with commendable combat skills, adept at adjusting their strategies in response to each other's actions. Presently, they formed a search formation, alternating to cover one another. Suddenly, a scraping sound echoed through the still, enclosed space, distinctly audible amidst the silence. Li and his companion quickly deduced the direction of the sound's origin, as its rhythm was unmistakable. A dark figure leapt high into the air, hurling an object towards them before descending once more. The object, resembling a flying disc, spun rapidly as it hurtled towards Li's head. Yet its speed, while formidable, was not that of a bullet. Li's reflexes were swift, allowing him to duck and evade the incoming projectile. As Li straightened and advanced towards the creature's position, he heard the woman's urgent shout, "Duck!" Without a moment's hesitation, he obeyed, diving forward just as something whizzed past above him. Had it not been for the warning, it would have struck him squarely on the back of the head. The female soldier, positioned behind, had a clear view. It was the very disc weapon Li had narrowly avoided. After failing to hit its target, the disc continued its flight for a short distance before inexplicably reversing course, heading straight for Li once more. The missed disc, seemingly drawn by some unseen force, traced an arc through the air, only to be caught by the creature that had leapt again. However, this time the airborne creature was met with a counterattack. A series of precise shots struck its shoulder, chest, and head, the force propelling it backward to crash heavily onto the ground. This assault originated from the female soldier, whose quick response allowed her to anticipate the unnatural trajectory of the disc and deduce the creature's likely reappearance location. It must be said, her marksmanship was exceptional, managing to hit a target in midair with such accuracy, the shots landing perilously close to the creature's eyes. Well executed, splendid shooting, Li marveled inwardly, convinced that she must be a sharpshooter from a distinguished unit. Meanwhile, Li pressed forward, seizing the opportunity to strike down the beleaguered foe. He lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the mechanical creature lying on the ground. The hail of bullets targeted its upper body, eliciting shrieks from the creature, whose slender head and body connection could scarcely withstand the onslaught of kinetic energy. While unable to penetrate its defenses, the force of the impacts caused its head to tilt back repeatedly, disrupting its coordination as it instinctively flailed an arm in an attempt to retaliate. As the Yu beheld the creature raise its arm towards him, he swiftly evaded its path. With a series of whooshing sounds, he sensed several glimmers of cold light slicing through the air, and 3 sharp steel needles had already embedded themselves into the computer screen behind him. In the fleeting moment of his dodge, the diminutive monster had scurried away and vanished around the corner of the table. The female warrior approached cautiously, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. While Liu hastily reloaded his firearm, he offered a slight nod to his companion, silently expressing his gratitude for her prior warning. Had it not been for her, he might have met his end just moments ago. At that moment, a resounding thud echoed from the blast-proof shutter outside, accompanied by voices indicating that reinforcement from the base had arrived, undoubtedly seeking a means to breach the gate. The situation began to tilt in their favor. In the initial round, neither party had achieved significant results, nor had the creature sustained any injuries. It was merely a preliminary exchange of probing attacks. Thanks to their recent collaboration, a degree of synergy had developed between the two. Aware of her shooting prowess, Liu took the lead, while she provided cover and aimed for a decisive strike. Her ability to swiftly regain her composure in the face of the alien robot, transitioning from a state of confusion to displaying her exceptional marksmanship, revealed her as a seasoned operative from specialized unit. At this juncture, Liu had embraced a fearless resolve. Today, he would either vanquish the foe or be vanquished himself. The prior fear of the alien machines had morphed into a profound sense of shame and indignation, fueling his ferocity in this moment. If he could not conquer this murderous machine before him, how could he possibly confront the even more terrifying larger robots? As the second round commenced, survival hinged solely on their willingness to fight to the death. In their quest to reclaim what had been lost, only relentless combat would suffice. Chapter 66. Blinded, the diminutive monster appeared in no rush to attack, instead opting to incessantly shift its position. A shadow scuttled across the floor, prompting Liu to fire. Yet only a few bullet holes marred the surface, failing to hit the target. The female warrior, noticing a shadow dart in the distance, instinctively raised her weapon and fired, successfully hitting the creature, yet the impact proved ineffective. The creature had altered its strategy, now employing feints and engaging in guerrilla tactics, subtly imposing psychological pressure on Liu and his ally. Beads of sweat cascaded down Liu's forehead as he forced himself to clear his mind, resisting the temptation to entertain any distracting thoughts. Even a moment's distraction could prove fatal. They dared not delve too deeply or stray too far from one another, remaining acutely aware of the creature's movements, their only advantage lying in the firearms they wielded. Suddenly, the monster leapt onto the table, sweeping aside the computer, and unleashed a barrage of sharp steel needles like a torrential downpour upon the pair. Reacting with remarkable speed, they swiftly ducked beneath the table, witnessing the computer above them being transformed into a pincushion, leaving them momentarily unable to raise their heads. The diminutive creature unleashed a barrage of steel needles in rapid succession, seemingly low on ammunition, its multi-barrel launcher whirring idly for a moment as it emitted an impatient, jarring roar. Seizing the opportunity, Liu and his companion swiftly turned to concentrate their fire on the creature atop the table. Liu employed suppressive fire while the female warrior opted for precise shots. Under the onslaught of Liu's relentless firepower, the creature instinctively raised its left arm to shield its head, well aware that this was its vulnerable point. Simultaneously, it extended its right palm, causing a hovering disc to spin rapidly. However, a bullet struck true, exploding within its right eye, scattering crimson fragments in all directions as a piercing scream erupted from the creature. Nonetheless, with a fierce swing of its right arm, the high-velocity disc hurtled toward the source of its injury, the air filled with a menacing buzz. A sharp metallic clang resonated as the disc was intercepted mid-flight, sent tumbling toward the ceiling by another bullet. The female warrior's marksmanship was truly commendable. Amidst Liu's sustained fire, she managed to achieve such remarkable success. In the second round, humanity claimed the initiative, securing the first blood. The creature, Hypnos, now found its right eye reduced to a mere translucent cavity, sparks occasionally flickering from the charred socket as it grimaced in pain. Raising its right arm, its claw emitted a high-frequency vibration, summoning the airborne disc back into its palm with a swift whoosh. Wounded, Hypnos was ignited with a more ferocious instinct, violently striking the table leg in a display of its rage. In its remaining single eye, a vortex akin to serrated gears whirled and contracted, as if deep in contemplation. Then, it arched its chest, supported by a singular spine, claws interlocked as if gathering energy. Blue light seeped through the gaps in its armored chest, a surge of power coalescing within its core. With a howl that pierced the air, Hypnos' entire body, composed of metallic components, reverberated with a thunderous resonance, releasing a high-frequency sound wave that radiated outward from its center. Li Yu and his companion, who were poised to advance, were caught off guard by this sudden sonic assault, their eardrums throbbing painfully as they instinctively lowered their heads and covered their ears. Above, the fluorescent lights on the ceiling shattered under the strain of the piercing sound waves, the fragments raining down like snowflakes, blanketing Li Yu and his companion. With the doors and windows sealed shut by roller shutters, the command room was plunged into darkness. As Li Yu's senses gradually acclimated, he opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in pitch blackness, only able to discern the faint outlines of the room's furnishings. The abrupt onset of darkness had turned the tide of the situation. Human eyes could not swiftly adjust to the sudden shift from light to dark. Quickly, crouch down and close your eyes to adapt to the darkness. The voice of the female warrior resonated through the shadows. Li Yu, having undergone such training in the military, swiftly crouched down, relying on his memory to conceal himself behind a nearby table. With his back against the table's edge, he closed his eyes to allow them to adjust to the absence of light as quickly as possible. Remaining utterly still and silent, he dared not even breathe. While he perked up his ears, listening intently to the sounds of the darkness, his hearing became the sole means of perceiving his surroundings. The room was so eerily quiet that even the faintest sound stood out starkly. Li Yu could hear the metallic scraping against the floor, indicating that something was stealthily moving around him. A chilling sensation crawled up his spine, rendering him uneasy as a prickling itch spread across his skin, reminiscent of being a helpless prey under the scrutinizing gaze of a predator lurking in the shadows. This sense of helplessness and tension heightened Li Yu's already frayed nerves. He understood that the moment of life and death for both sides was at hand. The third round commenced. In a hypnotic perspective, darkness posed no hindrance to him. Although he had only one eye remaining, limiting his field of vision, the dim outlines of the command room still materialized before him. He crawled like a spider, endeavoring to minimize the pressure of his limbs against the ground. His deep green attire allowed him to blend seamlessly into the obscurity. Continuous long-range attacks had depleted his stock of steel needles, which were an integral part of his being. Regenerating them would require a spark to continuously supply energy to the ammunition chamber, synthesizing projectiles through the division of metallic cells, a process demanding both energy and time. Given his feeble spark and current injuries, he lacked the surplus energy needed for the long-range weapon system. Thus, he resolved to stealthily approach his prey and employ close combat to eliminate these two formidable adversaries. Hypnotic had already identified one of the enemies. The orange silhouette materialized on his monitor, the rhythmic thumping of the opponent's heart reverberating through the receiver. Li sensed the scraping sounds drawing nearer, realizing that the adversary was approaching him. Excellent, he thought. Let it be a fight to the death. The table behind him trembled slightly, indicating that something was now merely a table's breadth away. In that moment, Li Yu found a strange calm, feeling no fear or trepidation. He recognized that his physical form held little chance against the foe before him. However, it mattered not, for he had an exceptional comrade nearby. As long as he could hold the target at bay, she would have the opportunity to take action. Li Yu opened his eyes and could discern the surrounding circumstances well enough to avoid complete darkness. He gripped his assault rifle tightly, knowing it had little ammunition left. Yet even an empty weapon could serve as a tool in his hands. He sensed movement above him and looked up to see a faint red glow in the darkness. Those were the eyes of the beast. Li Yu, no longer willing to wait, sprang into action, turning to open fire behind him. At that moment, he cared not for the efficacy of his actions. He was left with no choice but to fight with all his might. As a warrior, he could only perish in battle, never to succumb in cowardice. In the darkness, A shadowy figure clawed and flailed, the muzzle flash illuminating the loathsome creature's visage. It leapt at Liu, its arms glinting with a cold, malevolent sheen, aiming for his head and neck. Having exhausted the bullets in his firearm, Liu instinctively sidestepped as the creature lunged, narrowly evading its attack. Feeling a gust of wind rush past his ear, engaging in close combat was not an option. The odds were decidedly against him. The creature toppled the computer from the table, its spiked arms piercing the surface, utilizing the momentum to pivot and spring upwards. As Liu dodged, he collided painfully with the table's edge, grunting in discomfort. Gritting his teeth, he reversed his grip on the assault rifle, ready to wield it as a makeshift club. With a powerful swing, the rifle's stock struck the approaching creature, the impact reverberating through his palm as though he had struck iron, nearly causing him to lose his grip. The creature, frail yet fierce, was sent sprawling to the side, only to shriek and charge at him once more. A gunshot rang out, and its remaining eye exploded in a burst of gore. Nearby, within the shadows, a female warrior stood resolute, her weapon aimed steadily. Having delivered that spectacular shot, in the darkness, the creature's blood-red single eye had been all too conspicuous. In the third round, humanity triumphed. With both of its hypnotic eyes obliterated, the creature's intent to shroud humanity in darkness had ultimately led to its own blindness. Frantically, it swung its spiked arms, attempting to eliminate its foe, the sharp weapons carving chaotic lines across the floor and table. Simultaneously, it deployed a disc-shaped boomerang from its right arm, controlling its erratic trajectory to wreak havoc on the surrounding environment, descending into madness. A wounded beast is the most perilous. Liu crouched low, narrowly escaping the razor-sharp boomerang that whizzed overhead. Its edges were lethal, and at such high velocity, it possessed devastating power, piercing through the computer on the table with ease. Although the steel creature had lost its sight, its danger had diminished, yet it had transformed into a relentless agent of destruction, fixated solely on obliterating everything around it. Liu knew he must keep his distance, yet in the darkness, he could not discern the boomerang's trajectory, too fearful to rise. Should it collide with him, it would slice him cleanly in two. Suddenly, the command room brightened, dispelling the oppressive blackness with stark, blinding halos of light. Liu lifted his gaze and noticed that the array of computers in the command room had mysteriously illuminated. It turned out that the female soldier, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, had managed to locate and activate the power switches of the computers in the darkness. Although the lights in the room were malfunctioning, electricity was still flowing, and the glowing screens dispelled the shadows, illuminating the space with a brilliant radiance. Now, the only constraint on human activity had been eliminated, paving the way for humanity to reclaim its domain. Bathed in the light from the screens, Liu and his companion could clearly observe the rampaging steel monstrosity. It resembled an ant in a heated frying pan, crashing into everything around it, creating utter disarray. Tables overturned, computers scattered, and cables tangled in a chaotic mess. As Liu cautiously stepped back from the little creature, the noise of colliding with furniture startled it, causing it to dart around like a frightened bird, colliding with a table and tumbling awkwardly, flailing its arms wildly as it wielded the disc in a chaotic manner, wreaking havoc in its vicinity. Witnessing its disarray, both Liu and the female soldier, who was encountering an extraterrestrial for the first time, realized that this entity was no mere low-end robot. It possessed biological instincts, unlike a soulless puppet governed by programming. Such erratic behavior was inconceivable for an automaton. Standing in their safe zone, they exchanged a silent glance. Liu observed her pale complexion, clearly indicating that this dark struggle had taken a toll on her. She nodded at him, raising her hand in a knife-like gesture across her neck, conveying her thoughts. Liu understood her intent. He was not inclined to capture it alive. Firstly, due to its inherent danger and the immense challenge it posed, and secondly, he yearned to smash this little menace to vent his frustrations. Yet, how could they subdue this frenzied creature? The assault rifle in his hands was evidently ineffective against it, having sustained some deformation from his earlier swing. Now, they needed to devise a strategy to restrict its movements, as the sharp disc danced perilously around it, making close proximity difficult. Liu motioned to his companion, indicating the circling disc and then the rampaging creature below, suggesting that she handle the disc while he took on the little monster. The female soldier, observing the disk's sweeping arcs in the air, nodded in understanding, signifying she knew what to do. She assessed the weight of her assault rifle, gauged the remaining ammunition in the magazine, and nodded towards Liu, indicating readiness to commence. Liu understood, bending down to gather strength, prepared to act. His plan was straightforward. His partner would deal with the highly perilous disc, creating a safe opening for him to push over tables and chairs, hoping to restrain the creature's movements. This diminutive entity, once immobilized, would pose little threat. Subsequently, they could find an object to smash its head and bring this farce to a close. The light was bright, allowing the female warrior's marksmanship to shine brilliantly. With a mere adjustment of her aim, she raised her firearm and pulled the trigger. The shot rang out with a sharp crack, akin to an athlete striking a clay target. It was swift and precise. The bullet struck the side of the disc, sending it soaring through the air, instantly clearing the area of the diminutive monster. Just as Liu prepared to dash forward, the creature surged ahead of him, as if it had heard the gunfire, sprinting low to the ground towards the female warrior with astonishing speed. This unexpected turn of events startled the warrior, who instinctively fired at the approaching foe. One bullet struck the monster squarely in the face, but it only caused its head to tilt slightly, failing to impede its charge. A second shot hit its forelimb, merely causing it to stumble momentarily. Realizing the creature was utilizing sound for location, Liu quickly shouted a warning to his comrades, attempting to divert the monster's attention towards himself. "Hey, you ugly beast, look over here." However, the creature seemed acutely aware of who had blinded it and disregarded Liu's shouts. The two preceding gunshots had only confirmed its target, spurring it to hasten towards its adversary. As the creature approached, a cold glint flashed in the warrior's eyes. She rapidly prepared for close combat, the monster now within a mere 3 meters of her. Suddenly, a nearby table collapsed, crashing down towards the creature. It was Liu, having seen that the monster ignored him, who, in a moment of desperation, had pushed the table over to impede its advance. Fortunately, the diminutive monster was pinned beneath the desk, unable to lift the weighty furniture with its slender frame. It thrashed violently, attempting to escape, its exposed left arm flailing wildly, sending sharp blades slicing through the air and scattering with shavings everywhere. The creature's piercing, grating screeches filled the air, becoming increasingly irksome. Despite its small stature and slender limbs, it created quite a ruckus, its arm relentlessly piercing through the table's backing, leaving it riddled with holes. Meanwhile, the female warrior kept her firearm trained on the monster's head, firing shot after shot, each one landing precisely on the same spot atop its skull, hoping to inflict some damage to its brain. After several shots, a small dent had formed. As the creature desperately struggled to escape through the gaps, Liu disregarded the danger, leaping onto the table and using his 80-kilogram weight to pin the creature firmly beneath it. "Careful, move to the right," shouted a comrade near him. Without hesitation, Liu rolled swiftly to the side. In the next moment, the disc that had been shot flying came crashing down into the very spot he had just occupied, embedding itself deep within the wooden panel of the table. Liu was once again saved by her. Otherwise, the blow would have pierced his back. At that moment, a sharp triangular spike protruded from Liu's side, nearly stabbing into his waist, as the little monster fiercely thrust against the table, pressing down on it. "Get up quickly. I'll hold it down. You find a way to restrain its other hand." The female warrior leapt onto the table's back, firmly planting her feet. Liu wasted no time. He flipped over and approached the other side of the little monster, pushing another table down to pin its exposed arm, leaving only its head free to scream chaotically. Now, this murderous little robot had become a lamb to the slaughter. However, Liu had no intention of stopping there. He picked up the empty assault rifle from the ground, removed the magazine, and coldly gazed at the incessantly howling creature below. Chapter 68. The conclusion, observing the desperately struggling little monster. Liu couldn't help but ponder whether it was now gripped by fear. "You little beast, so you could feel fear after all?" He watched as the creature writhed on the ground, its triangular head resembling that of a mantis, its scythe-like mandibles opening and closing in a grotesque and repulsive manner. Liu raised the assault rifle and stepped forward, swinging the butt of the gun down violently onto its hideous metallic face. The little monster's head was indeed hard. The impact reverberated through Liu's palm, causing him pain, yet he paid it no mind. He continued to strike, each blow echoing throughout the room. mingling with the monster's cries. The female warrior observed this young man with a mixture of astonishment and calmness, as he expressed his pent-up hatred and rage with a serene demeanor. Gradually, the piercing cries diminished, leaving only the dull thuds of impact. 5 minutes later, the little monster lay completely still, its metallic head battered and sunken, even cracking the floor beneath it. This was true physical deformation. Liu stood up, exhaling deeply. The skin of his palms had already turned inside out, his hands bloodied and mangled. Yet, his face revealed no sign of distress. He simply gazed quietly at the mechanical beast on the ground. It was then that the female warrior finally recalled that they had fought side by side without ever introducing themselves, so she took the initiative to break the silence. "Hey, I'm Su Mingwei from the Sea Dragon Special Forces, now a member of Dragon Shield Phase 2. It's a pleasure to meet you." Liu, drenched in sweat and slightly out of breath, replied, "Dragon Shield Phase 1, Liu. I owe you one. Thank you." "Thank me?" Su Mingwei shook her head non-committally. Since joining Dragon Shield, her first battle against extraterrestrials had concluded in victory, and she certainly did not believe it was solely due to her own abilities. "Yes. Thank you for helping me retrieve what I had lost." Liu offered no further explanation. Having just endured a life-and-death struggle, his eyes now sparkled with vigor. A smile finally graced his face, though the right side was smeared with purple ointment, creating a somewhat eerie appearance under the dim light of the display screen. In a long-abandoned factory within the borders of Anhui Province, a sudden commotion startled a flock of birds into flight. In the dimly lit and disheveled expanse of the underground garage, a solitary silver luxury sedan and a black business car sat, both vehicles coated in a fine layer of dust. Suddenly, their headlights flickered to life, and with the awakening of the engines, the cars began to tremble slightly. Illuminated by the beams of light, the driver's seats remained unoccupied, rendering the scene eerily ominous. The radio of the silver sedan began to adjust its frequency automatically, the cacophony of noise resonating within the vast subterranean space, becoming distinctly prominent. Shortly thereafter, the tumultuous sounds ceased, and the vehicle quivered with a hint of excitement. The figure known as Bianlu sent out sound waves, audible only to his companion, Quanglun, with a tone of exhilaration. "Hey, Quanglun, my dear friend, there's good news." They had lingered in this desolate place for quite some time, biding their time to allow Quanglun to recuperate while patiently awaiting the return of his clandestine informant embedded within human organizations to relay valuable intelligence. Just moments ago, while still in slumber, Bianlu had received encrypted information from the hypnotist, and upon reviewing its contents, he felt invigorated, hastily beckoning his partner, Quanglun. Quanglun, displaying a palpable impatience, grumbled in a gruff voice, "What the hell is this? It's only been a few days, and your little pet has already made a breakthrough?" For days, Quanglun had been nursing his wounds. Despite consuming for energy blocks, he had only recovered to a semblance of his former self, a testament to the severe damage inflicted by humanity's weaponry during their last encounter. Though his current vehicular form appeared intact and pristine, those were merely superficial injuries, long since mended. The true agony lay within, as he had expended the majority of his energy to mend the harm surrounding his core. The last confrontation had nearly compromised his core, leaving only a crack in its protective shell. Fortunately, that layer had been restored, now reinforced with added armor. Quanglun had refrained from repairing his shattered left eye, driven by a stubborn resolve that Bianlu could not comprehend. He vowed to personally crush the human insect that had marred his vision, seeking to cleanse the humiliation of his eye with the creature's blood, even if it meant enduring the constant agony of electrical pain from the wound. Then there was a severed right arm, where the wound had since scabbed over with metal. In the heat of the moment, he had not even had the opportunity to retrieve his dismembered limb. For Cybertronian, as long as the severed part was nearby, it could be reattached and healed over time. However, given the current energy supply, regeneration was impossible. If he could acquire an energy cube, the abundant pure energy would enable Quanglun's arm to be reborn. Thus, his focus was solely on seeking the energy cube, placing even the mighty Megatron in second place. "Indeed, my friend, the hypnotist has returned with news," Bianlu explained to Quanglun. "The Autobots have been sighted in the eastern coastal city of Shanghai, and they even took a human girl." Quanglun's engine erupted in a roar as exhaust fumes billowed from the rear, exclaiming, "What does that have to do with the energy cube? Is this what you call good news?" The black sedan's tires spun as it accelerated, crashing into the silver car with tremendous force. A resounding clang echoed through the basement. The silver car was thrust backward by the sheer impact, its rear colliding with the wall, dust swirling around it, while the front crumpled slightly, clearly suffering from the blow. "Hold on, let me explain," said the character known as Bienlu. Clearly intimidated by the aggressive behavior of the Mad Dog, he began to question whether choosing the reckless Quanluan as his partner, based solely on the latter's perceived lack of intelligence, had been a grave mistake. This Mad Dog was truly a wild card, attacking indiscriminately, and Bienlu wondered how Quanluan could withstand the chaos. He quickly spoke to calm his partner's volatile emotions. "You know the Autobot style, like cockroaches, they operate in secrecy. Our kind has been on Earth for quite some time, and we've only caught a glimpse of Bumblebee in North America. Since then, no other Autobots have been spotted, although we are uncertain which Autobot from Shanghai is involved. The fact that they are willing to expose their identity to abduct a human girl suggests a significant connection to our mission. Wouldn't you agree?" Bienlu's explanation finally seemed to stabilize Quanluan. "Are you saying the Autobots have found the Allspark?" Quanluan's engine noise diminished considerably. It was apparent that they had indeed located a clear lead. Otherwise, they would not act so brazenly. Seeing Quanluan calm down, Bienlu sighed in relief. "So what are we waiting for? Let us head to that city by the sea." Quanluan's excitement surged. "Not so fast, my partner. According to the intel from the hypnosis, those humans hunting us might also be heading to that city. We must learn to act discreetly, ensuring that human attention is focused on the Autobots. This way, we can maneuver more freely. Once we confirm it is a lead related to the Allspark, we'll gather our forces instead of acting alone. Then you can cause as much chaos as you wish," Bienlu coaxed gently. He recognized that Quanluan was becoming unruly, and this was a critical moment for action. He needed to ensure that this giant followed orders to avoid jeopardizing their mission. To this point, we may be among the first to uncover useful leads. If we confirm it relates to the Allspark, it will be a significant achievement, paving the way for promotions back on Cybertron. Therefore, we cannot afford any mistakes in our upcoming actions. Whatever issues arise, follow my lead. What do you say, partner?" Quanluan understood Bienlu's intent to have him adhere to the plan, but realized the wisdom in Bienlu's words. "Fine, I'll follow your lead in the next steps, Bienlu. However," Quanluan added with a fierce tone, "but if this turns out like last time with no results, I will bite your face off. Remember that." Bienlu chuckled nervously, refraining from further comment. The engines of both vehicles revved up, projecting a virtual human figure in the driver's seat before they simultaneously drove out of the old factory's underground garage, heading east. The journey would only take a mere 10 hours, swiftly leading them to their destination. As for the distress signal sent by hypnosis, Border simply disregarded it. Chapter 69. Dizziness strikes as the duo of Border and Frenzy traversed the vast expanse of the Huasha territory. Other members of the Decepticon faction were also vigorously engaged in their own activities. Among them, Dizziness, a devoted follower of Megatron, was particularly active. On Earth, in the Middle Eastern region, specifically in the arid deserts of the Gulf of Qataz, there existed a formidable overseas military base belonging to one of the most dominant military nations in the world. This base sprawled over more than 200 hectares, serving as one of the largest military installations of the United States abroad. It featured a runway extending 4 kilometers, capable of accommodating various large military aircraft. Inside the base, there were 3 expansive hangars, each capable of housing 40 fighter jets, alongside hundreds of armored vehicles and thousands of professional soldiers. This military base, boasting advanced fighter jets and ground armaments, continually showcased the military presence and intervention capabilities of the United States, effectively deterring numerous countries in the Middle East and influencing the dynamics and equilibrium among oil-producing nations. This was essential to maintaining the oil-backed monetary system they had established and preserving their image of global hegemony. Moreover, the base served as a joint air combat center for the American military, equipped with comprehensive communication, command, and data storage systems capable of collecting and analyzing vast amounts of intelligence data, thereby supporting military operations and strategic decision-making. It was precisely due to the awareness of the extensive intelligence data reservoir that Dizziness chose this military base as his target for infiltration. Dizziness, a frontline warrior of the Decepticon army, had been responsible for storing and relaying all intelligence gathered by various reconnaissance teams during the Cybertronian Civil War, meticulously organizing and transmitting it to the intelligence officer's soundwave. A veteran of the Decepticons, Dizziness had witnessed the unification wars and the fierce conflicts on Cybertron, and the millennia of warfare had instilled in him a profound respect for the grand ambitions and ruthless methods of the former Cybertronian military governor and current Decepticon leader, Megatron. He wholeheartedly endorsed Megatron's iron-fisted policies and was one of his most loyal subordinates. During Megatron's disappearance, Dizziness harbored deep resentment towards the Decepticon acting leader, Arachnid, considering her merely a cunning opportunist. Thus, when they first descended upon Earth and fell into a human ambush, Dizziness's dissatisfaction with Arachnid reached a boiling point. Ignoring her orders for everyone to conceal themselves, he broke away from the team to independently pursue the search for the Allspark and their leader. In fact, in his mind, the quest to locate Megatron took precedence over the search for the Allspark. The previous ambush in North America, while initially fruitless, had not been without its merits. Amidst the chaos of their confrontation with humanity, Dizziness had seized the opportunity to infiltrate the base's systems and, before the humans could react, downloaded the coordinates of all military bases within and beyond their borders that possessed extensive databases. Moreover, the entity known as Dizziness adeptly scanned a helicopter circling in the sky, intending to disguise his forthcoming endeavors on Earth. Unlike the likes of the Red Spider, who had chosen a fighter jet as their camouflage, Dizziness found himself constrained by the absence of specialized modifications, lacking the capacity for high-speed flight. Consequently, despite having sufficient energy output from his core, he was relegated to selecting a slower aerial vehicle as his mode of transport. During this time, he meandered through North America, yet opportunities to strike remained elusive. Following a failed ambush against them, humanity had intensified surveillance and defense measures, and a mysterious human organization was now in pursuit of them. In desperation, Dizziness found himself compelled to venture overseas. At this moment, he was en route to a base in the guise of a domestic heavy transport helicopter, with a clear objective: the data storage unit located within the base's command center. Dizziness harbored no intentions of covertly obtaining intelligence. This time, he resolved to take direct action. He understood that he would inevitably be discovered by humanity, and thus preferred to seize the initiative before the personnel within the base could react. He aimed to head straight for the data storage unit. Confident in his formidable firepower, he believed he could utterly annihilate the human base and eliminate all witnesses within 10 minutes. A fiery resentment simmered within him, fueled by the machinations of humanity, the relentless pursuit he had endured, and the necessity of retreating overseas. This night, he craved a cathartic release, yearning to vent his frustrations. Challenging an entire military base was indeed the audacity befitting a veteran of the Decepticons. Simultaneously, the Marines at the military base concluded their day of duty, leisurely indulging in cold beverages, barbecues, and showers, luxuries in this arid homeland. However, within the command center, the on-duty soldiers were preoccupied, the atmosphere palpably tense. The radar had detected an unidentified aircraft approaching the base, prompting immediate alertness from the radar operators. An unidentified flying object was breaching their airspace, now merely 10 miles away. The intruder was unresponsive to their warnings and inquiries. A soldier promptly reported to Colonel Moshor, the base commander. The colonel decisively ordered Birds 1 and 2 take off immediately for interception. Following his command, 2 fighter jets soon roared into the sky, tasked with the interception mission. With the power of their formidable propulsion, the jets rapidly reached the target airspace. The pilot quickly identified the object they were to intercept, a domestic heavy transport helicopter. As the fighter jets soared above the helicopter's side, the pilots discerned its identification number, 4500X. Unidentified aircraft, you have entered the military no-fly zone of the United States. Please identify yourself and vacate the area immediately. The fighter pilot communicated via radio to the helicopter. However, the helicopter pilot offered no response and continued to navigate towards the base. Illuminated by the glow of the cockpit instruments, the pilot, sporting a small mustache and wearing sunglasses, displayed a rigid and expressionless demeanor. Given that the opposing aircraft was merely a transport helicopter, the 2 fighter jets felt little trepidation. After all, it belonged to their own nation, and there could be a misunderstanding at play. Thus, The fighter pilots reported the situation to the base tower, allowing their superiors to make a determination. Upon receiving the information at the command center, an intelligence officer swiftly provided verification. Sir, the 4500X crashed in our territory 3 months ago. It was undoubtedly a mistake, and a re-verification was promptly initiated. Colonel Mosshor found it rather perplexing. How could a transport helicopter from a local base appear on the other side of the globe? After verification, the intelligence officer confidently stated, "My friend was on that aircraft." This revelation stirred an uneasy feeling within the colonel. The target was flying at low altitude, just 5 miles away. The radar monitor continuously updated the position of the enemy aircraft. After a brief deliberation, the colonel made a decision. The fighter jets would escort the target to the base's helipad, reporting any unusual movements immediately. Simultaneously, he issued orders to the messenger, directing 2 fire teams to the helipad, accompanied by armored Humvees for heavy fire support, to secure the personnel aboard the aircraft at the earliest opportunity. The colonel deemed this arrangement reasonable. Although the current situation was strange, the necessity to clarify the matter was paramount, given that this was an American military asset. What further turmoil could possibly arise within an American military base? The fighter pilot issued a warning to the helicopter pilot. "We will escort you to a safe landing at the base. If you refuse to cooperate, we will take extreme measures." As twilight descended, the helicopter steadily descended into the designated secure area of the base under the watchful escort of the 2 fighter jets. Upon landing, it was immediately surrounded by the waiting fire teams on the ground. The personnel aboard were instructed to disembark for inspection, with repeated command from the Army to avoid unnecessary movements. Meanwhile, the fighter jets completed their mission and turned to land on the runway, preparing to conclude their duty. At that moment, personnel in the command center suddenly realized that all radar and communications were experiencing some form of interference, which instantly heightened tensions. "The radar is being jammed. The interference is emanating from the helicopter," shouted the radar monitor. Just then, the pilot in the helicopter's cockpit, under the intense external illumination, began to contort and distort, followed by his complete disappearance. Subsequently, the helicopter's rotor blades inexplicably ascended, their wide, elongated blades converging together, while the helicopter began to tremble, emitting a series of incomprehensible sound waves. Long live Lord Megatron! This night belonged to a dizzying slaughter. Consequently, the American overseas military base became uncontactable. Chapter 70 Greetings. Gu Xiaoyu found herself ensnared in an interminable dream. In this reverie, countless pitch-black, ghostly hands reached out towards her, grasping her shoulders, pinning her arms, and entangling her legs. Surrounding her were numerous, terrifying visages, leering and mocking her futile resistance. Aware that this was merely a dream, she clenched her teeth resolutely, refusing to scream. Yet she was unable to free herself. She was ensnared in a dark quagmire, gradually sinking deeper. At the periphery of her vision, she beheld her father's silhouette, encircled by shadows, being wholly drawn into the abyss. Panic surged within her as she desperately called out her father's name, only to find her voice silenced. She struggled fiercely against the dark phantoms that clung to her, but her efforts were in vain. An oppressive weight enveloped her, rendering her breathless, compelling her to flail her arms wildly, striving to suppress her tears. Gu Xiaoyu incessantly reminded herself that this was a dream, a mere illusion, and she must awaken from it. She would rather endure the reality than remain trapped in such a nightmare. At last, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun, the chaotic imagery before her vanished, replaced by the radiant lights of a city in the distant night and the interior of a car surrounding her. For a moment, she was disoriented. Had she truly awakened? She could feel the sweat drenching her body, her back sticky and the strands of hair on her forehead clinging uncomfortably to her skin. It was evident that she was awake, as she felt the car door beside her and the seat beneath her, both real and tangible. She found herself in the passenger seat of a vehicle, straining to survey her surroundings, only to discover that she was alone in the car. The overhead light cast a yellow glow, and the air conditioning vent before her blew cool air, which alleviated her discomfort somewhat. Where was she? Whose car was this? Who had brought her here? Had she been abducted? What had become of the car's owner? How was her father faring? A torrent of thoughts surged through her mind, causing her a momentary headache. In the face of her own predicament, her concern for her father's well-being loomed larger. Gu Xiaoyu attempted to open the car door to escape, only to find it locked and unyielding. Even the seatbelt that restrained her was impossible to unfasten, the buckle seemingly welded shut, rendering her unable to rise from her seat, its grip causing her waist to ache. If this were indeed an abduction, why had her captors not bound her hands and feet or silenced her? They had not even covered her eyes, merely confining her within the vehicle. She glanced around, seeking a means of signaling for help from the outside world. As she scrutinized her surroundings, even in the darkness, illuminated by the car's lights, she discerned dense woods flanking her on either side. The vehicle halted on a dirt path winding through the trees. The scenery visible through the car window indicated that night had fallen, and she had likely lost consciousness for some time. She was no longer in the city. Yet, the Pearl Tower was still faintly visible in the distance, suggesting she was now situated on an unknown mountain near the outskirts of Shanghai Shire. She felt her phone still nestled in her pocket and hurriedly pulled it out, intending to call for help, only to discover the screen was pitch black. No matter how fervently she pressed the power button, it refused to turn on. She was certain the battery was not depleted, as she had charged it fully before her discharge from the hospital. It seemed, regrettably, that the device was damaged, which might explain why it had not been taken. After meticulously surveying the interior of the vehicle, she found no keys nor any object that could be used to shatter the windows. The car was immaculate, devoid of any unpleasant odors, save for the distinctive scent of a new automobile. It appeared that escape was futile. Gu Xiaoyu had no choice but to force herself to remain calm. She closed her eyes, battling a throbbing headache, and endeavored to recollect the events that had transpired. After leaving the hospital, on her way home, their convoy had been pursued by assailants, leading to a gunfight that erupted with deafening gunfire and resulted in fatalities. A wave of nausea washed over her, prompting Gu Xiaoyu to cover her mouth and retch. This was her first encounter with such chaos. Among the bodyguards, some must have perished, considering the ferocity of the gunfire that even overturned their vehicle. Who were those shooters, and what drove them to commit such heinous acts of murder with utter impunity? She bent over, seeking relief, and continued to reflect. Their car had been struck, forced to halt on the roadway, surrounded by those criminals. She recalled the mocking and cruel glint in one assailant's eyes outside the window, as well as the kidnapping and ransom cases she had previously witnessed, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. In a moment of bravado, she had even flipped them the bird, but now, confronted with the reality, fear had taken hold of her. How disappointing. Indeed, she was merely a sheltered little girl. Then what? Ah, yes. Out of nowhere, a white sedan had appeared, crashing into the assailants with such force that even the SUV was sent flying. It was astonishing. Gu Xiaoyu promptly raised her gaze to the front windshield. The sedan's hood was white. Could it be that she was now in that very white car? She could not suppress this thought. She remembered that after the sedan had overturned the criminals, it had come to a halt before her, its windows entirely tinted, obscuring the identity of the driver. She was uncertain of their intentions. The kidnapper's bullets ricocheted harmlessly off the car's body. Suddenly, she felt a numbing sensation envelop her, akin to an electric shock. And then everything faded into oblivion. Yes, that was all she could recall. Had she been taken away by the owner of that white sedan? What about her father and grandfather one? Were they safe? Had they managed to escape? Or had they too been captured? There were too many unknowns. And she felt utterly exhausted, rubbing her cheeks with her hands as she pondered what to do should the car's owner return. It was now evident that the owner of this sedan was not aligned with those ruthless criminals. Otherwise, they would not have collided with them. However, this individual is certainly not someone to be trifled with. Otherwise, how could he have so ruthlessly overturned two cars and two people in one swift motion? He might very well be another nefarious character with ulterior motives. The current situation remains unclear. She knows nothing and feels powerless to act. Forced to navigate one step at a time, it would be prudent to contemplate how to confront the owner of the vehicle, for since they have taken her away, they must have some intention behind it. Gu Xiaoyu, you must be courageous and composed, she continually reminded herself, attempting to quell her trembling body. But her efforts yielded little success. Hey, you're awake? At that moment, a man's voice resonated beside her, startling Gu Xiaoyu like a clap of thunder. Cold sweat broke out on her back. Had she not been restrained by the seatbelt, she would have surely leapt several feet into the air. Can one imagine being alone in a confined space when suddenly another's voice emerges? Gu Xiaoyu instinctively shrank towards a car door, pressing her back against it. Her arms crossed protectively over her chest, her legs curled up, eyes wide with terror as she stared at the driver's seat. Her heart raced, as if it might leap from her chest. To her astonishment, a figure had appeared in the previously vacant driver's seat. A young man, tall and slender, clad in a t-shirt and sweatpants, with neatly cropped hair and sunglasses shielding his pale face, was smiling at her. Gu Xiaoyu felt a surge of fear. Despite having covered her face moments ago, she could ascertain that she had neither heard the sound of a door opening nor sensed any movement as he settled into the seat. Nor had she detected the loud thud of the door closing. When had he entered the car, and how had he done so without a sound? Was he a ghost? One could hardly blame Gu Xiaoyu for her wild thoughts, given the peculiarity of the young man's sudden appearance. Are you all right? He inquired, tilting his body toward her. His posture unnaturally upright, entirely unlike that of a vehicle's owner. Gu Xiaoyu regarded him warily, remaining silent, still reeling from her earlier fright. You're Gu Xiaoyu, correct? I'm sorry if I startled you. That was not my intention. Please forgive me. The young man spoke rapidly, his voice clear and pleasant, yet somehow awkward. His words flowed with a quickness and a mechanical cadence that felt reminiscent of a recorded message. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be around her age, perhaps even slightly younger, his smile warm yet tinged with a youthful shyness. Was he truly the owner of this car? Was he the kidnapper? Gu Xiaoyu had no intention of responding. She simply fixed her gaze upon him, unwavering in her vigilance, as he exuded an odd aura. There seems to have been a mix-up. I haven't introduced myself yet. In the late hours of the night, a young man, still donning his sunglasses, politely continued, Hello, my name is Fei Yue. You may also call me a Fei or Xiao Fei. It is a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 71. A frightening encounter. Despite Fei Yue's outwardly confident greeting, he felt a wave of nervousness within. For him, whether it was harboring a living being inside or engaging in verbal communication with another human, it was a novel experience. Since his arrival on Earth, he had often felt pleased with his choice of disguise as an automobile, convenient for concealment, swift in movement, and undeniably stylish. However, Fei Yue never truly intended to fulfill the functions of car. He had undergone considerable mental preparation to adapt to the sensation of containing another life within. Unfortunately, he could not decipher the runes on the pendant, leaving him with no choice but to bring along a translator. The girl had kept this item close, and perhaps she could provide some clarity regarding its significance. Before the girl awoke, Fei Yue seized the opportunity to review the official language of this nation. He had always listened to the conversations of those around him, but now he was to engage directly, stirring a hint of anxiety within him. Why the nervousness? This was Fei Yue, a 2,000-year-old youth from Cybertron, embarking on his inaugural formal interaction and amicable negotiation with an extraterrestrial, a moment of great significance. Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm, truly. Fei Yue commanded the projection to express these words, attempting to soothe the girl's apprehension. Observing her still wear a wary expression, Fei Yue felt that the light-hearted remarks he had prepared might not be of use after all. If he could not disarm her wariness, she would never open her heart. His ultimate goal remained to uncover the origins and contents of the pendant, and in her current state, how could she possibly divulge anything? Were this a situation involving the Decepticons, it would not be so complicated. They would employ force, subjecting a human, creature so averse to pain, to a myriad of tortures, eliciting confessions. But Fei Yue could not resort to such measures. The leader had established a code of conduct for the Autobot resistance regarding encounters with alien life, strictly forbidding any form of harm to the indigenous inhabitants. At this moment, Fei Yue found himself envious of his leader's eloquence, which could effortlessly sway the emotions of those around him, fostering connections and even persuading Decepticons to abandon their dark allegiances. He realized that he was still quite young. His experience had primarily revolved around conflict, and he needed to refine his skills in human interaction. Noticing the girl curled up in the corner of her seat, showing no inclination to speak, Fei Yue sensed that maintaining this tense silence was unproductive. He attempted to manipulate the three-dimensional projection to display what he believed to be an endearing smile, hoping to dissolve the chilling barrier between them. However, to his dismay, the girl first appeared taken aback by the projection's expression, only to subsequently reveal a look of distaste, instinctively retreating further into her seat. Her arms now tightly crossed over her chest. What was happening? Why did she seem even more resistant? It is utterly unreasonable. The projection of my image was meticulously curated from various variety shows I found online, refined over a considerable period until it reached its final form, embodying a perfect blend of charm and masculinity. From every conceivable perspective, it ought to represent the ideal type favored by girls of this age group. In truth, the character projection crafted by Feyue is fundamentally sound. However, had he delved deeper into human culture, he would comprehend that the smile derived from a flashy magazine, under these circumstances, appears quite lewd to Gu Xiaoyu. Upon encountering this young man, exuding an unsettling aura, suddenly flashing her a flirtatious smile, a wave of discomfort surged through Gu Xiaoyu's stomach, and she felt goosebumps prickling her skin. At that moment, thoughts of desperate measures, even self-harm, crossed her mind. From a young age, Gu Xiaoyu has been spirited and fierce. Now, in the clutches of a ruthless kidnapper, should the intent be monetary gain, she might negotiate. But if the aim were to violate her, she would resolutely resist, prepared to inflict harm if necessary. If she failed, she would prefer death to dishonor. The recollection of past news regarding kidnappers and their heinous acts sent shivers down her spine. Surely, biting one's tongue would be excruciating? As this thought crossed her mind, tears began to well in her eyes. Why are you crying? Feyue, aware of the implications of human emotions, noted her distress. Despite the urgency in his tone, the humanoid projection maintained a rigid posture and a smug grin, rendering the situation particularly awkward and frivolous, tarnishing an otherwise handsome visage. Realizing the need for a shift in approach, Feyue hastily addressed the matter at hand. I reiterate, I harbor no malicious intent towards you. The reason I summoned you here is to consult you on a particular issue. The humanoid projection's mouth slightly parted, the surround sound filling the space. Gu Xiaoyu felt a pang of shame for her earlier lapse. How could she show weakness in front of a villain? Yes, she must extract information and delay as much as possible. Did you bind me or save me? After a moment of hesitation, she inquired, burdened with many unanswered questions. Indeed, I saved you, extracting you from the scene of the gunfight. The humanoid projection affirmed with a gentle nod. Acknowledging her insight, Feyue admitted to himself that his actions were somewhat underhanded, yet there was little choice but to put her at ease. This was a promising sign. The other party was not resistant to communication. He decided to address her concerns, lowering her psychological defenses and gradually bridging the gap between them. What about my father and the others in the car? Gu Xiaoyu suppressed her nausea, refusing to look at his insipid smile, pressing for the answers she desperately needed. Aside from you, there were 3 others in the car. By the time I took you away, the driver had already succumbed. But the individuals in the passenger seat and beside you were safe. Gu Xiaoyu finally exhaled in relief, but soon anxiety gripped her once more. Did you not take them away? She questioned, her heart racing at the thought of the remaining assailants. Rest assured, at that moment, everyone on site was incapacitated, and I only departed once the police vehicles came into view. Therefore, your father and the others are safe now. With this reassurance, Gu Xiaoyu felt her worries dissipate. Turning her mind to the pressing issue of her own escape, she began to feign a demeanor of compliance, allaying her fears. Fine, since you wish to converse. Could you perhaps unfasten my seatbelt? It is quite constricting. Of course, Feyue replied, finding her request reasonable, knowing that the car doors were locked and she could not flee. With a click, Gu Xiaoyu felt the seatbelt that had been binding her waist loosen and retract into the slot beside the door. Remote control? Is this vehicle truly so advanced? She had not observed any movement from her captor's hands, but such details were of little consequence to her in that moment. Speak. What do you intend to do? Gu Xiaoyu fixed a cold gaze upon the figure before her, secretly gathering her strength, vowing that should he make any aggressive move, she would swiftly strike at his eyes, then target his throat, and seize the opportunity to shatter the car window with her elbow to escape. With only him present, there was no chance she would remain passive. At last, the humanoid projection controlled by Feyue began to move, its upper body straightening suddenly. A motion that sent a wave of tension through Gu Xiaoyu, her fists clenched tightly. It pertains to the pendant you carry, the one hanging around your neck, he stated, maneuvering the projection to raise its right arm, pointing towards Gu Xiaoyu's chest. This seemingly casual gesture, fraught with potential misunderstanding, triggered her heightened nerves, frayed by fear and anxiety. With the distance between them so minimal, she resolved to act. She screamed, her right hand lunging forward. Two fingers aimed viciously at the young man's eyes beneath his sunglasses, swift and ruthless, intent on achieving her desired outcome. However, the ensuing scene left her utterly stunned. Her outstretched hand passed directly through the young man's head as if he were merely a figment of air, without any resistance whatsoever. Her arm penetrated the base of his face, surrounded by a halo of light, distorting his features into a grotesque visage that appeared eerily surreal in the darkness. A profound silence enveloped the car. "What is wrong with you?" Feyue was at a loss for words, incredulous that this girl could be so fierce. His plans lay shattered. Gu Xiaoyu, equally bewildered, was paralyzed by the bizarre spectacle before her, trembling uncontrollably, unable to articulate a single word. As the projection suffered physical contact, the young man's form began to disintegrate, pixels distorting and ultimately vanishing from Gu Xiaoyu's view. After a brief silence, a piercing scream erupted within the vehicle, reverberating through the darkened forest. Chapter 72. Revelation. Feyue had never imagined that humans could produce such loud sounds. During his time on Earth, he had heard the shouts of merchants, the high-pitched performances of street singers, the raucous cries of nighttime ruffians, and the cries of children caught in the crossfire of their parents' arguments. However, this evening, he truly experienced the formidable power of human females' high-frequency vocalizations. Her physical outburst shattered the carefully crafted atmosphere of face-to-face communication. When she witnessed the projection vanish, she emitted a deafening scream. Feyue sensed that the girl was genuinely terrified, and he empathized with her. From the perspective of human cinematic culture, it seemed that humans harbored a profound fear of entities known as ghosts. Yet, are not ghosts merely the souls of the deceased? And do humans not believe in their own souls? Thus, Feyue found it perplexing that humans would fear the spirits of their own kind. However, this was not a concern he could afford at the moment. What he needed to address was the frantic human girl currently causing chaos within his vicinity. She was evidently shaken, vigorously pounding on the car window and tugging at the door handle, seemingly intent on escaping. Given her current state, any attempt at dialogue was futile. After all the effort he had expended, he had gleaned no useful information. Feyue had originally intended to project a human form to facilitate communication with the girl, hoping to extract the desired intelligence smoothly. If successful, he planned to render her unconscious, seize her pendant, and return her home, ensuring mutual non-interference thereafter. However, he had not anticipated her sudden assault, prompting him to wonder if contemporary human females were truly this audacious. Yet it must be said, he found himself increasingly fond of this unconventional human girl. During his earlier observations and their recent interaction, he had noted her distinctiveness compared to other women, particularly her composure, strength, courage, and decisiveness displayed during the previous high-speed chase scene. These qualities left a favorable impression on him. From Feyue's understanding of ordinary human females, who often lack physical advantages, they typically tend to yield and compromise when faced with threats from others, prioritizing their immediate safety and interests. The fact that this girl dared to confront him, to confront his human projection, was indeed remarkable. Her actions bore a striking resemblance to those of his compatriots possessing unique traits, the rare breed of Cybertronians. Apart from their similar physical characteristics to earthly females, their physiological structures were not vastly different from the majority of Cybertronians. They were equally adept in combat, demonstrating exceptional prowess, and were warriors whom Feyue respected. For instance, the Resistance fighters Alita and RC, as well as Black Widow and Shatter from the Decepticon faction, exhibited a similar fierce tenacity that echoed the spirit the human girl had just displayed. Observing the girl who was about to strike her car window with her elbow, Feyue let out a sigh. With a sudden thud, the door of the front passenger seat swung open automatically. Startled and gripped by terror, Gu Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before frantically escaping, desperately running downhill. She had endured a series of harrowing and thrilling experiences today, from high-speed chases and gunfights to abduction and negotiations with her captors, culminating in the horrifying scene she had just witnessed. Her mind was overwhelmed, and she felt on the brink of madness. At that moment, her singular thought was to distance herself as far as possible from that ominous vehicle. Beneath the sparse light of the moon, Gu Xiaoyu sprinted, striving to flee the scene. However, before she could take more than a few steps, the door that had opened without warning closed itself once again. When she turned to look back, She was met with an even more terrifying sight. The headlights of the white sedan illuminated the night as it executed a slow turn, advancing toward her with an unsettling calm. Yet, there was no one in the driver's seat. At that moment, true fear gripped Gu Xiaoyu. She felt as if she had encountered a ghost. Overwhelmed, she nearly burst into tears and stumbled, falling onto the ground. Fei Yue, feeling helpless, realized he could not forcibly confine her within his own being. She was clearly distressed enough to attempt to smash the window, and he could not bear to witness her getting hurt. The window, though it resembled glass, was tougher than steel. If she were to strike it, her delicate arm would surely be ruined. "Hey, please stop running." Fei Yue's voice, laced with a strange softness, resonated as the white sedan glided toward her, echoing the voice of the vanished young man. Gu Xiaoyu was even more astonished. The vehicle came to a steady halt before her, its blinding headlights causing her eyes to ache. She had to raise her hand to shield herself from the light. Being so close, she could see clearly that the front seats were indeed empty. Then, the headlights extinguished, the engine fell silent, plunging the interior into darkness. With the sole source of light extinguished, the entire mountainous landscape was enveloped in silence and shadow. Gu Xiaoyu sat trembling on the hard, dusty road, her body quaking with fear as she cautiously regarded the enigmatic sedan before her, feeling her heart race uncontrollably, perplexed by its intentions. Suddenly, the car began to shudder, the sound of metal scraping against metal resonating from its body, causing her already heightened anxiety to escalate further. She wondered if she was hallucinating because, illuminated by the bright moonlight, she distinctly saw numerous lines glowing blue, appearing symmetrically at the front end of the car, covering its surface and segmenting it into various sizes. What followed was an astonishingly surreal spectacle. As the illuminated lines served as seams, the front of the car symmetrically split apart, revealing the engine within. The engine structure seemed almost alive, beginning to separate and shift, while the roof of the car expanded outward and the seats inside folded down. As the front wheels lifted upwards, the car doors and chassis split apart and reconfigured, transforming into two robust arms. A colossal hand, adorned with 5 fingers, clenched into a fist and forcefully struck the earthen road, propelling the entire vehicle upward. The metamorphosis unfolded at a languid pace, akin to an artist unveiling a masterpiece. The rear wheels, now encased in heavy armor, became a pair of immense iron feet, rising from the flat ground in a semi-kneeling posture. Its grand and weighty torso obscured the moonlight above, casting a shadow that enveloped the girl below. Gu Xiaoyu found herself uncertain whether she was hallucinating. She merely gazed in awe at the surreal spectacle before her, reminiscent of a science fiction film, as a sedan transformed into a gigantic humanoid silhouette. As the sounds of metal sliding and colliding gradually diminished, the towering steel giant had taken form. It puffed out its chest, extending the joints of its limbs with mechanical whirs and the sounds of pistons. At its chest, a pair of illuminated headlights shone, casting light upon Gu Xiaoyu's face and illuminating her expression of shock and bewilderment. How beautiful was the other instinctive thought that surged through Gu Xiaoyu's mind amidst her astonishment. Under the dual impact of visual awe and psychological stimulation, she nearly forgot to breathe. Bathed in moonlight, the figure radiated primal beauty and strength, its smooth lines and graceful silhouette dominated by a black and white palette, with white predominating. The stark visual contrast was striking, resembling white armor that glimmered softly under the lunar glow. With the final piece of armor shifting into place, the figure, now in its human form, stood before a human for the very first time. Gu Xiaoyu, who had remained frozen in place, no longer doubted her eyes. She had witnessed the entire transformation of a car into a metallic giant, observing the face concealed in shadow, a pair of azure eyes sparkling like sapphires. As the giant stepped forward, a muted tremor reverberated through the ground, jolting Gu Xiaoyu back to reality, her heart racing. The giant knelt, resting a hand on its knee, lowering its immense head in a gentle manner to avoid startling the bewildered girl before it. "I apologize for evoking unpleasant memories. I now present my true form before you as a gesture of sincerity." The metallic lips of the giant moved, its Mandarin increasingly articulate, clear, and melodious. Gazing at the enormous metallic visage, with those familiar azure eyes, clear and profound like the vast ocean, Gu Xiaoyu felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance wash over her. Is it those eyes I saw that night? It seemed to echo in her thoughts. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Fei Yue, hailing from Cybertron, a member of the Autobot resistance. It is a pleasure to meet you, human Gu Xiaoyu. A humanoid smile graced Fei Yue's face. Given the current circumstances, since the humanoid projection had been unveiled, there was no choice but to be forthright. Otherwise, there would be no possibility of earning her trust. Fei Yue felt it was a gamble worth taking. Chapter 73. Bridging the gap, gazing down at the girl who had yet to recover from her astonishment. Fei Yue felt a wave of understanding wash over him. After all, her reaction was entirely typical of humanity when confronted with the unknown. He recalled his own first encounter with humans upon his arrival on Earth, a moment filled with curiosity that took him considerable time to adjust to. Aware that transforming from vehicle to humanoid in the blink of an eye would undoubtedly frighten her, he patiently took nearly half a minute to fully display his metamorphosis, allowing her to experience the visual impact of his change and gradually comprehend the nature of his existence. Fei Yue recognized that his imposing physique could be overwhelming for humans. So he adopted a courteous half-squat posture, minimizing his movements as he approached her slowly, all in an effort to convey his goodwill. These nuances of etiquette had been imparted to him by their leader before their departure, intended to mitigate misunderstandings in the event they ever needed to engage with valuable human targets. Hey, I know I'm quite handsome, but there's no need to look at me like that, Fei Yue quipped, sensing the atmosphere had shifted enough for a light-hearted jest. Indeed, upon hearing this familiar, playful remark, the girl finally began to regain her composure, her mouth opening and closing as if she wished to speak. Come, take my hand. Sitting on the ground like that, what are you doing? Fei Yue gently extended a hand, palm up, presenting his sturdy index finger before her. After scanning her vital signs, he noted that her heart rate and breathing were gradually returning to normal, and her gaze no longer held the same terror as before, prompting him to silently commend the effectiveness of their leaderess approach. Noting that the girl remained unresponsive, merely staring wide-eyed at him, Fei Yue understood that she was still on guard and confused, clearly struggling to digest the series of revelations that exceeded her earthly comprehension. He was in no rush. He grasped her reaction. Humanity, after all, was a nascent civilization that had yet to venture beyond the solar system, with centuries of debate on the existence of extraterrestrial life. It was no wonder she found herself in such a state upon encountering him. Having opted to reveal himself, Fei Yue knew he must proceed with caution, maintaining patience and ensuring he did not provoke her further. Establishing a relationship of trust was paramount. After all, once his humanoid projection was unveiled, her fear and resistance had surged, leaving him unable to communicate in his automotive form. He could not keep her captive indefinitely. Thus, the only path forward was to engage openly, demonstrating sincerity in an effort to earn her trust. Breaking the deadlock was essential for progress. Hey, I've saved you twice already. You really don't need to be so wary of me. It hurts my feelings, Fei Yue continued to encourage her. Upon hearing his words, Gu Xiaoyu finally reacted. Instead of reaching to touch his metallic finger, she shakily rose from the ground, her eyes fixated on the towering robot before her. She has now fully recovered. From the automotive features evident on the metallic giant before her, it is clear that everything that just transpired was not a mere illusion. The white sedan that had abducted her has transformed into a humanoid form. Or perhaps there were never any kidnappers. It was solely a living, shape-shifting vehicle. What on earth is this? Is it a vehicle or a human? An extraterrestrial being, perhaps? Indeed, it just introduced itself as a Cybertronian. Could it truly be an alien? Gu Xiaoyu grew up reading volumes of unsolved mysteries of the world and had pondered the existence of extraterrestrials in the universe. But as she matured, she no longer wrestled with that question. Little did she expect that one day, an alien resembling a robot would stand before her. Hello, can you hear me? Fei Yue observed her dazed expression and waved his massive hand before her eyes. Startled by his sudden movement, she instinctively took a step back, distancing herself from him. Gu Xiaoyu gazed at the half-squatting colossal metallic figure, unable to suppress a thought. This was not only an alien robot, but it could also speak Mandarin. She quickly gathered her thoughts. Escaping was clearly not an option. Given its size, there was no way she could outrun it. It had confined her within its belly and even created a handsome, young holographic projection to communicate with her, which undoubtedly indicated that it had some purpose in mind. Now, It had dropped the pretense, laying bare the truth that it was not human, but an alien. Knowing its secret, she pondered what her next steps should be. At this moment, Gu Xiaoyu had completely abandoned any thoughts of fleeing. She feared that the being, having revealed itself, might deem her uncooperative and of no value. Perhaps even eliminate her in a fit of rage. This was no longer a matter that could be resolved by merely calling the police. It was a sensational story worthy of international news. An alien had come to Earth. Who would believe such a claim? What was its purpose here? To invade Earth and annihilate humanity? Or perhaps for leisure? That seemed implausible. Why had it chosen her? Oh, it had mentioned something about her pendant. After a flurry of thoughts, Gu Xiaoyu swallowed hard, attempting to calm her racing heart. Since escape was futile and the being showed no inclination to harm her, she decided to attempt communication, seeking to gather more information about it, taking things one step at a time. She exhaled slowly and, after some contemplation, spoke up, Fei Fei. Damn, in her fright, she had forgotten its name. Fei Yue, in your language, that's what I'll call you. You may refer to me as Xiao Fei or a Fei. Fei Yue seemed unfazed, affirming her willingness to speak as a promising beginning, urging her not to rush. All right, Xiao Fei. No, wait, Fei Yue. Gu Xiaoyu felt it inappropriate to address it so casually. After all, they were not that familiar. She quickly corrected herself. You mentioned that you have saved me twice. Is that correct? Internally, she mused about how this robot was quite the conversationalist. Nonetheless, Gu Xiaoyu maintained her composure and restraint, refusing to let her guard down despite the other party's amiable demeanor. Have you forgotten? The last time you were pursued at the racetrack. It was I who intervened to assist you. Otherwise, you would have faced dire consequences. Fei Yue's tone bore a hint of boastfulness. Was it that kidnapping incident? Was that white sport car yours? Though Gu Xiaoyu had her suspicions, doubt lingered within her. Are you suggesting that I do not resemble a sports car now? Fei Yue chuckled lightly, his voice resonant. Upon seeing Gu Xiaoyu nod, Fei Yue resolved to demonstrate his abilities, seeking to bridge the gap between them. His youthful exuberance and desire for expression were evident. Watch closely, is it like this? With that, Fei Yue bent down and transformed. With the rapid movements of his armor and structure, the metamorphosis occurred with remarkable speed, in merely 4 or 5 seconds. The towering figure before Gu Xiaoyu morphed into a sleek and stylish sports car, the very same white vehicle that had inexplicably saved her life that night. Gazing at the car, Gu Xiaoyu found herself momentarily at a loss for words. A beam of blue light shot forth from the car's engine, startling her into closing her eyes and raising her arm in defense. However, nothing transpired. When she opened her eyes again, she found the previously conversing tall young man standing before her, now devoid of sunglasses, with a flicker of blue light emanating from his eyes. The young man perched himself on the car's hood, hands in pockets, exuding an effortless charm. I can alter the car's appearance at will, whatever design you desire. I can create it, even transforming it into a minivan if you wish. Impressive, isn't it? What is this? Gu Xiaoyu recalled attempting to touch the young man earlier only to find her hand passing through him, encountering nothingness. 3D projection technology? This is my humanoid projection, specifically designed for communication with you humans. Quite handsome, wouldn't you agree? The clarity of the voice left her uncertain whether it belonged to a person or the car itself. Gu Xiaoyu had to concede that the humanoid projection was remarkably lifelike, although its expressions and movements appeared somewhat stiff. It was nearly indistinguishable from a real person at first glance. See, I have not deceived you. If my intention were to harm you, I would not have saved you twice, knowing the risks involved, the young man declared, crossing his arms and sporting a somewhat rigid smile. Thank you. Gu Xiaoyu had no desire to dwell on the matter. Instead, she posed the most pressing question. You claimed you came for the pendant around my neck, correct? As she spoke, Gu Xiaoyu retrieved the metallic pendant from her collar, showcasing it before the young man. Observing the intricately inscribed unknown runes and the peculiar design of the metallic disc, the young man's expression froze, a flicker of blue light flashing in his eyes. Indeed, this is the reason I sought you out. Fei Yue's tone brimmed with fervor. Chapter 74. You know not. You stated that the reason you brought me here was because of this pendant? Gu Xiaoyu had no intention of concealing the truth. Initially, it was evident that the alien robot had come specifically for the heirloom passed down from her mother. It was clear that the entity was aware of its presence on her person, and feigning ignorance would serve no purpose. Provoking the being could lead to troublesome consequences. Thus, it was wiser to be candid. Furthermore, despite the somewhat questionable manner in which it had summoned her, the alien had not committed any overtly offensive actions. Encountering a being of unknown origin and intent that exhibited such courtesy suggested either genuine goodwill or a compulsion to behave in such a manner for reasons unknown. With this in mind, Gu Xiaoyu felt a slight sense of relief, her anxiety abating as her mind began to race with thoughts. Since fate had thrust her into this surreal scenario, further lamentation seemed futile. Gu Xiaoyu was no naive child. She would not be swayed into believing the robot's overtures of kindness indicated a peaceful intent. Given her current predicament, it was preferable to respond with composure and seek to extract valuable information from the entity. Is this what you seek to take? Gu Xiaoyu ventured timidly. If you could return it to me, I would be immensely grateful. The reply from the robot, however, caused a weight to settle heavily upon her heart. This object had been a constant presence on her mother's person, reportedly inherited from her grandfather. Her mother had passed it on to her shortly before her demise, making it a profoundly significant memento of her mother. Over the years, it had remained close to her, holding immense sentimental value. In her youth, she had often wondered about the symbols and designs etched upon the metallic disc. Yet, when she had inquired with her mother, the latter had only smiled wryly, admitting her ignorance, as the inscriptions bore no resemblance to any known human script, perhaps remnants of an ancient civilization long forgotten. At that time, Gu Xiaoyu's curiosity stemmed from a child's innocent wonder, but without answers from her mother and with her grandfather deceased, her interest waned, leading her to regard the pendant solely as a token of remembrance. Now, however, it seemed she had unraveled a mystery. This object was indeed linked to extraterrestrial beings. Nonetheless, she was resolute in her desire to retain this invaluable relic of her late mother. Just as she pondered how to respond, the robot spoke once more. However, a more pressing question must be addressed. I do not comprehend the significance of the engravings upon this object, nor do I know its purpose. Fei Yue's tone carried a hint of resignation. This was precisely why I had summoned you, as I hoped you could provide the answer. What? You cannot comprehend it either? Now, it was Gu Xiaoyu's turn to be incredulous. Wasn't this your possession? I had intended to inquire about the inscription as well. Are you implying that you have no idea what is inscribed upon it? Then from whom did you acquire this item? Fei Yue's tone shifted to one of dejection. Indeed, as Gu Xiaoyu had observed, he was unable to conceal his emotions. This is a relic of my mother, passed down to her from my grandfather. Gu Xiaoyu had no intention of fabricating a lie, as both her mother and grandfather had long since passed, leaving her free from concern about their involvement. Ah, have they not all perished? What shall we do now? Fei Yue's spirits were markedly low. Even the headlights of the sports car dimmed considerably. Meanwhile, his humanoid projection remained expressionless. No wonder he favored sunglasses. There was so little life in his eyes, he hardly resembled a living being. Initially, Gu Xiaoyu had intended to ask how he knew of her mother and grandfather's demise, but upon reflection, it was reasonable to surmise that an extraterrestrial robot who had been tracking her for some time would be aware of her family's circumstances. Are you certain this is what you require? Gu Xiaoyu nervously inquired, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the metallic medallion surface, hoping that he had merely mistaken its significance. Of course. However, the projection of the young man spoke with unwavering conviction. Although I do not recognize these symbols, I have analyzed them, and their style closely resembles our Cybertronian script, albeit with some variations. Furthermore, I have scanned the material of this medallion, and I can assert with certainty that it is made of Cybertronian metal, and indeed, it is of considerable antiquity. While I cannot determine its precise age, I am confident that it is connected to Cybertron. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoyu found Fei Yue's obstinate demeanor rather endearing. However, as soon as this thought crossed her mind, she promptly dismissed it, reminding herself not to be swayed by his outward appearance. Why do you require this item? Gu Xiaoyu, having eased her apprehensions, began to question the extraterrestrial robot before her with newfound boldness. Because I suspect this item may hold clues to the Energy Cube, I must uncover the significance of this pendant, Fei Yue replied candidly, revealing his purpose for coming to Earth. Energy Cube? What is that? Gu Xiaoyu pressed further. It is a sacred relic of our Cybertron, cast adrift in the cosmos due to war 10,000 years ago. My intention in coming to Earth is to locate it and return it home. Clearly, Fei Yue had no desire to elaborate on this matter. Sacred relic? Does this energy cube possess any particular function? Gu Xiaoyu inquired cautiously, astonished by the mention of 10,000 years, pondering whether these extraterrestrials had possessed such advanced technology back then. The energy cube is, in essence, a colossal power source, a vital entity for us Cybertronians. After a moment of contemplation, Fei Yue succinctly addressed her query. However, how can you be so certain that this so-called cube is indeed on Earth? Gu Xiaoyu attempted to extract more information from him. It is undoubtedly on Earth. Our leader of the Autobot resistance has assured us that the energy cube exists somewhere on this planet. Fei Yue's unwavering confidence illustrates the immense trust he places in his leader. The Autobot resistance? A leader? Gu Xiaoyu felt overwhelmed. It was evident that this extraterrestrial robot was not alone in his earthly sojourn, but rather part of a collective. Autobots? The name is indeed quite evocative, suggesting beings capable of transforming into vehicles. Gu Xiaoyu felt she had indulged in enough sarcasm for one moment. Moreover, we must locate the energy cube before the Decepticon forces do, otherwise your planet is doomed. Fei Yue's holographic visage bore a grave expression as he uttered this proclamation. Goodness, what on earth are the Decepticons? Am I learning too much? Gu Xiaoyu felt a wave of despair. She was merely an ordinary girl, utterly unprepared to be entangled in such perilous affairs. It appeared that the extraterrestrial robots were not just one faction, but two opposing camps, a scenario demanding urgent intervention from the United Nations. She suddenly realized that her recent harrowing experiences paled in comparison to the revelations of the evening. To be frank, Gu Xiaoyu had no inclination to inquire further. She grasped the gravity of the situation. This was a crisis of global proportions, one she was ill-equipped to confront. She would much prefer to feign ignorance, return home, and wake up the next day as if nothing had transpired. The safety of Earth was a matter for nations and the United Nations to safeguard. She had no desire to become embroiled in such a worldwide maelstrom. Fortunately, her disposition did not lend itself to dwelling on trivialities. The affairs of Earth were beyond her control. She needed only to focus on what pertained to her. Given the certainty with which Fei Yue asserted that the energy cube was on Earth, and that her pendant was a clue he required, it was evident she could not extricate herself from this predicament. Clearly, Fei Yue would not allow her to leave, at least not until the origins of the metal disc were clarified. However, from her observations of his demeanor, it seemed that as long as she could provide some clues, he would not make things difficult for her. Yet, she was reluctant to part with her mother's keepsake. To refuse help would undoubtedly result in her detainment, while acquiescing would mean relinquishing her precious possession. Wasn't this a classic case of being trapped in a dilemma? Now, not just Fei Yue, but she too felt a profound sense of melancholy. Chapter 75. Mutual testing. The question of whether to assist was secondary. The crux of the matter was that Gu Xiaoyu did not trust the extraterrestrial robot named Fei Yue. Unable to comprehend the enormity of the situation, Gu Xiaoyu found herself questioning whether she was the only one who had encountered these extraterrestrial beings. The implications of her unilateral decisions loomed large, leaving her apprehensive about the potential consequences. Who could assure her that once these aliens obtained the so-called cube, they would depart from Earth? Even if their kind, the Autobots, chose to leave, would the Decepticons do the same? Such thoughts seemed overly optimistic and one-sided. The terms war, legion, and the destruction of Earth were profoundly unsettling. Could it be that they were war machines engineered by aliens, designed specifically to execute extermination missions? Was the cube essential for carrying out such a directive? An unsettling hypothesis crept into Gu Xiaoyu's mind. May I pose a question to you? I hope you won't be offended, Gu Xiaoyu timidly inquired. Ask away. Why so serious? The humanoid projection responded with an air of openness, encouraging her to proceed. Are you a robot? Were you created by some extraterrestrial civilization? Summoning her courage, Gu Xiaoyu voiced the question that had plagued her since she had first encountered the transforming being. If the entity was indeed a product of alien technology, it was highly likely that it functioned as a puppet governed by programmed commands. The creation of such advanced machinery and its deployment to other planets could not be without ulterior motives, thus rendering the robot before her untrustworthy. Having seen various foreign science fiction films, such as The Matrix and Terminator, she recalled how the robots in those narratives were ruthless killing machines. The extraterrestrial robot, capable of metamorphosis into a vehicle, bore an uncanny resemblance to those war machines. Of course I'm alive. Am I supposed to be dead? The inquiry baffled the robot, but realization quickly dawned upon it. Ah, I see what you mean. You've mistaken me for those soulless mechanical constructs on your planet. Gu Xiaoyu hesitated to nod in agreement, silently awaiting the robot's elaboration. How could you compare me to those lifeless automata? I am an intelligent mechanical life form from Cybertron, possessing an independent self and not subject to anyone's control. My existence is merely a different form of life. You are carbon-based, while I am silicon-based, composed of metal, such is the sole distinction. The robot spoke animatedly to the girl, though she did not fully grasp the intricacies of its explanation. Gu Xiaoyu began to believe that this vibrant, emotive being was indeed alive and not a mere puppet manipulated by extraterrestrial forces. She felt compelled to understand the nature of the impending alien conflict into which she had unwittingly become entangled. If the waters ran too deep, it would be prudent for her to withdraw, perhaps even alert the authorities to fulfill her civic duty. You mentioned a war from 10,000 years ago. Was your planet at war? Gu Xiaoyu felt a surge of anxiety. She was not keen on these aliens bringing their battles to Earth. Indeed, war, our struggle, the Autobots against the Decepticon Legion, has raged for millennia, and it has been nothing short of brutal. Reflecting on that protracted war, Fei Yue's tone took on a hint of nostalgia. Have you participated in warfare? Gu Xiaoyu found it difficult to fathom that this robot, with a demeanor akin to a boisterous young man, had indeed been part of such conflicts. Of course I have. I even witnessed the entirety of the Civil War. Fei Yue's response caused Gu Xiaoyu to feel a surge of anxiety once more. Then, does that mean you are over 10,000 years old? Gu Xiaoyu was utterly bewildered. Me? By your human solar calendar, I would be around 2,000 years old. However, the humanoid projection continued with a calm expression. I spent the aftermath of the war in a cryogenic chamber, and I do not personally consider that time in my age. So I'm still quite youthful, comparable to a high school student in human years. 8,000 years in cryostasis. 2,000 years still considered a youth? Gu Xiaoyu couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of mechanical life forms. She felt her worldview undergoing a profound transformation. In comparison to them, humanity appeared minuscule, intensifying her desire to remain uninvolved. Enough about me. Have you given any thought to whether anyone knows the true origin of your pendant? Perhaps your elders? Fei Yue shifted the conversation back to the main topic. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoyu sensed impending trouble. She had attempted to steer the dialogue towards Fei Yue, yet she found herself unable to escape. If anyone knew the origin of her pendant, it would likely be her father. But as his daughter, could she really introduce this enigmatic extraterrestrial robot to her most cherished family member? The answer was a resolute no. I'm sorry. I don't know who else might be aware of the pendant's origins. I regret that I cannot assist you. Gu Xiaoyu mustered her courage and replied with a tone of regret after feigning contemplation. Yet, the scene she had imagined of Fei Yue's anger did not unfold. Instead, he fell silent, the headlights dimming, and the young man in the front seat wore a grave expression. The atmosphere grew quiet. And just as Gu Xiaoyu prepared for the worst, contemplating the painful decision to relinquish the pendant around her neck to ensure her family's safety, Fei Yue finally spoke. I may need to intrude upon your life for a while. Thereafter, I will remain by your side, and I would appreciate your assistance in seeking out clues. Fei Yue's words struck Gu Xiaoyu like thunder. What do you mean you will follow me? Absolutely not. Gu Xiaoyu was taken aback. How could she allow such a thing to transpire? Do not fret. I will take the form of a vehicle. No one will notice. Fei Yue's tone was somewhat playful. That's not what I meant. I was suggesting that if I hand over the pendant to you, could you not find a way to investigate it on your own? I am merely an ordinary person and cannot aid you. Gu Xiaoyu was on the brink of tears from her frustration. Or perhaps you could take the pendant and collaborate with the government. That would surely be more efficient, wouldn't it? It is indeed a risk for me to actively present myself and engage with you. Initially, I intended to acquire the answers I sought from you, and then refrain from further intrusion. However, as you can see, my efforts have yielded no fruitful outcomes. At present, the only clue lies in your possession, and until the mysteries are unraveled, I have no intention of seeking answers elsewhere. Fei Yue's tone bore a hint of resignation. My appearance before you is predicated on the need for candid communication. I shall not engage with your government, for given the nature of humanity, I cannot dare to approach them alone. Even the Decepticons, while operating on Earth, have adopted a covert mode. I can assure you that nations across the globe are currently searching for us. Fei Yue's assertion served as a confirmation. Indeed, there are more extraterrestrial beings on Earth than merely the one before her, and the situation appears to be far more intricate than she had anticipated. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Thus, I intend to conduct further investigations surrounding you and your family. The sooner I clarify matters, the sooner I shall depart. Fei Yue's words carried a somewhat brazen tone, suggesting he was not as naive as he appeared. Rest assured, I shall not disrupt your life, provided you keep my identity concealed. Just consider me as a newly acquired vehicle. I can transform into any model you desire. Picture that scene. Does it not strike you as exhilarating? Fei Yue coaxed Gu Xiaoyu gently. Yet, Gu Xiaoyu remained unmoved. She wished to disregard Fei Yue, sensing a hint of manipulation. Fei Yue seemed to doubt her ignorance and was intent on clinging to her, possibly with ulterior motives of surveillance. Moreover, there lies an even more significant point. My presence beside you serves to protect you. The moment Fei Yue uttered these words, Gu Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat. If I could trace you through the network, I have reason to suspect that the Decepticons may also come after you. At that time, you and your family would undoubtedly find yourselves in peril, for they would not extend the same courtesy as I do. Fei Yue's tone was serious, devoid of jest. While Gu Xiaoyu speculated that Fei Yue was attempting to intimidate her, she dared not take the risk. Fei Yue's stance was unequivocal. He was determined to ensnare her in his quest for assistance in uncovering clues. The adversarial force he mentioned, the Decepticons, even by name, seemed far from benevolent. It drives me to madness. If death is to come, then so be it. She truly felt at a loss for how to proceed. How can you guarantee that what you claim is true? Cybertron, the Allspark, and the conflict between your Autobots and the Decepticons, Gu Xiaoyu demanded, exasperated. If she and her family were indeed in potential danger, she must ascertain the true nature of both the Autobots and the Decepticons. Should she be compelled to take a risk, she must choose to assist the more worthy side. Otherwise, she would inadvertently contribute to malevolence, endangering both herself and others. At this juncture, Gu Xiaoyu sought from Fei Yue credible evidence that the Autobots were more trustworthy than the Decepticons. As for the outcome, she would assess it herself, and only then would she make a decision. Chapter 76. Immersive experience. In response to the girl's probing questions, Fei Yue felt a surge of elation within. He recognized that she had begun to compromise. Her inquiries indicated that she was weighing the pros and cons, contemplating her choices, rather than merely seeking to absolve herself as she had at the outset. In truth, Fei Yue did not desire to pressure her unduly, yet circumstances compelled him. His recent discreet efforts had led him to this singular, definitive clue connecting to Cybertron. It would be unwise to sever this thread simply because she feigned ignorance. However, Fei Yue was not solely attempting to deceive this human girl. He genuinely considered her safety. He had recently familiarized himself with the news, particularly regarding the ostentatious yet eerily orchestrated military exercises in the mountainous regions of Hebei province, which had sparked considerable public intrigue. Such a significant event could hardly escape his attention. Opinions on the matter varied widely, igniting a wave of conspiracy theories. Most ordinary individuals dismissed it as mere gossip, soon forgetting the details. Yet some military enthusiasts harbored wild speculations. Fei Yue had perused their internal forums, while he found their myriad theories uninteresting. He agreed with their analyses of the numerous inconsistencies in the military exercises, which were certainly not as straightforward as the official human narrative suggested. As for whether this was connected to the Decepticons, Fei Yue could not be certain. However, based on his observations from a national astronomical website, he noted that since his arrival, there had been a record of a meteorite falling in southern Qinghai province, coinciding precisely with the Decepticons' collective descent. It was indisputable that they were involved. Remarkably, 2 meteorites had landed simultaneously, indicating that 2 Decepticons were operating within this nation. Fei Yue surmised they were a reconnaissance duo. Subsequently, an explosion occurred at a database in the mountainous region of that province, coupled with the presence of a database near the site of the military exercises. The familiarity of the operation suggested a correlation with Fei Yue's own activities, both targeting human databases. It was evident that the audacious Decepticons were wreaking havoc. Fei Yue's ability to track the Decepticons through meteorite investigations underscored a significant advantage. He had left no traces in his actions, not even detectable by humans, let alone the Decepticons. He speculated that the Decepticons' reckless behavior had drawn human scrutiny, and it was likely that the true nature of the military exercises involved a confrontation between humans and the Decepticons. Currently, Feyue could not ascertain the outcome of that conflict. He was left in suspense regarding whether the Decepticons had been vanquished by humans or had successfully retaliated and escaped. He remained ignorant of the results of the Decepticons' intrusion into human databases, uncertain if they had uncovered similar clues as he had. Moreover, it was not solely the Decepticons who might be tracking him. Humans could also be on his trail, and regardless of who it was, it posed a significant dilemma for Feyue. Everything remains shrouded in uncertainty, compelling Feyue to resort to such desperate measures. He senses an urgency. Danger may be encroaching, which explains his willingness to resort to kidnapping and reveal his true form before humanity. You wish for me to demonstrate? Certainly. The humanoid projection created by Feyue stood upright, gesturing politely towards the girl before vanishing into thin air. The door to the passenger seat swung open, and in the blink of an eye, the humanoid projection reappeared in the driver's seat. What do you intend to do? The girl was reluctant to return to Feyue's body, feeling quite awkward about it. Hey, what are you afraid of? We've been conversing for quite a while. Have I ever harmed you? Feyue urged her to enter the car, remarking that he wasn't bothered by having an extra person inside him, so she shouldn't be so uncomfortable. Where are you taking me? Gu Xiaoyu hesitated as she approached the passenger side, but still hesitated to get in. Nowhere in particular. I merely wish for you to experience an immersive and wondrous encounter from your seat. Feyue's impatience began to surface. With a click, the passenger seat appeared to glide out of the car on some hidden rails, a slender, pitch-black cable extending to wrap around Gu Xiaoyu's waist. Before she could react, it pulled her into the seat with a startled cry, and in an instant, the seat retracted back into the car, the door closing securely behind her. Gu Xiaoyu, still shaken, stared at the young man in the driver's seat, exclaiming loudly, "What exactly do you want me to get in the car for?" As I mentioned, to provide you with an immersive experience, allowing you to witness my life from a first-person perspective, albeit a condensed version, of course. I would expose you to certain private matters. Feyue chuckled merrily. Huh? Gu Xiaoyu clearly did not grasp his meaning. Have you ever ridden a roller coaster? Feyue abruptly posed a seemingly random question. A roller coaster? Yes, I have. Why do you ask? A sense of foreboding crept over Gu Xiaoyu. So, do you enjoy roller coasters? Turning his gaze towards the bewildered girl, Feyue grinned mischievously. His control over the humanoid projection had become increasingly adept, enabling him to replicate his emotions and actions with near-perfect accuracy, facilitating seamless interaction with others. Not averse to it, I presume? Gu Xiaoyu shot back at the young man's taunting smile. She recalled her childhood visits to amusement parks, where roller coasters were a favorite attraction. The exhilarating speed and the thrill of weightlessness brought her genuine joy, which explained her affinity for racing. Had her academic performance been better, she might have aspired to become a pilot in the National Air Force. That's wonderful to hear. Feyue nodded in satisfaction, adding that he would not skip over the more thrilling scenes. Before Gu Xiaoyu could inquire further, the seatbelt suddenly clicked, securing her firmly in place, while the backrest reclined backward. Amid her growing anxiety, the seat tilted to a semi-reclined position, and she felt the seat elevate, lifting her feet off the car floor. The sensation was reminiscent of sitting in a roller coaster. Before she could ponder further, the interior of the vehicle began to undergo a transformation. The windows and windshield gradually enveloped in darkness, leaving only the overhead lights aglow. Subsequently, the doors and ceiling began to contort. The formerly conventional structure of the car was overtaken by countless small black iron cubes, moving in a synchronized manner, reminiscent of a kaleidoscope unleashing waves of black, before finally becoming smooth and seamless, merging with the windows. The entire interior morphed into what resembled a colossal screen. Could it be? Gu Xiaoyu faintly surmised the intentions of Feyue. Are you ready? Then, let us commence. Feyue's voice resonated like a surround sound effect. The lights within the vehicle extinguished, plunging Gu Xiaoyu into complete darkness. Feyue fell silent, and the only sound in the confined space was her own breathing. The air conditioning continued to circulate, preventing any sense of stifling heat. In the enveloping blackness, a moment later, the darkness transitioned into a chaotic haze, gradually illuminated by a faint light. She felt the screen sway, something obstructing the light, rendering the entire world indistinct, a viscous sensation clouding her perception. What is this? Gu Xiaoyu turned her head to glance at the driver's seat. In the dim glow of the screen, she realized she was utterly alone in the vehicle. The driver's seat had vanished, and she found herself suspended in the center. "Shu, please remain quiet during the viewing," Fei Yue's voice echoed in her ears, its source indiscernible. Viewing? It truly felt akin to watching a film. With this thought, Gu Xiaoyu's anxious heart finally settled. Suddenly, a hollow, robust metallic arm flashed before her eyes, followed by two hands appearing in the frame, groping through the murky, white light. From her perspective, it felt as if she were the owner of those two arms. Is this the first-person perspective? It was reminiscent of playing a shooting game. With both arms straining, abruptly, it was as if a paper window had been pierced. The blurred, white light vanished, and she felt the seat tilt forward, as if she were about to burst forth. Her vision then revealed a realm of crystalline azure, akin to an underwater world. Gu Xiaoyu realized that the scene before her was set in an oceanic expanse. As the camera panned upwards, sunlight filtered through the shimmering spots of light dancing upon the ocean floor, a breathtaking spectacle. The lens steadied, surveying the surroundings, revealing the vast, boundless depths of stunning blue. The farther it extended, the more profound it became. A pair of metallic arms swept through her field of vision, and she could distinctly sense the resistance of the liquid. The weightlessness and suspension experienced in deep water imparting a visceral sense of immersion. Her gaze shifted downward, revealing a body and legs, similarly constructed of gleaming metal, swimming gracefully through the liquid. Below her were large, milky white, bulbous entities scattered throughout the water, reminiscent of jellyfish. The nearest one beneath her had already been ruptured, its violently torn edges drifting in the water. Gu Xiaoyu understood. She had just emerged from that very bulbous entity. Fei Yue expressed his desire to immerse her in the experiences that shaped his life. Could this truly be the place of his birth? Beneath the sea? Yet, before she could ponder further, the scene shifted upward, and she felt herself ascending rapidly towards the sunlight glimmering on the ocean's surface. The brilliance was blinding, compelling her to shield her eyes with her hand. In the next moment, she felt as though she had burst forth from the water, lowering her palm to behold the world above the sea. It was a vast and soaring dome, with an intricate lattice of support structures holding up this celestial canopy, stretching to unknown heights and widths. In the sky, craft resembling schools of fish darted back and forth, a sight of immense grandeur. The camera panned around, revealing an endless expanse devoid of any shore. She felt as if she were floating in the boundless ocean, while the sun above resembled a colossal lantern radiating light. "This is my birthplace, the wellspring of the flame," Fei Yue's voice echoed once more. Chapter 77. The wellspring of the flame, a wave of sound reverberated in her ears, casting a shadow over the shimmering surface of the sea. The camera tilted upward to reveal a colossal metallic ship hovering overhead, blocking the illumination from the great lantern above. A gentle beam of light descended vertically from the center of the spacecraft, and a massive steel platform materialized, slowly descending to the water's surface right before her. Upon the platform stood two towering humanoid figures, their bodies composed of a bluish-gray metal, exuding an alien essence. The biological texture crafted by the metallic machinery possessed an eerie beauty. To Gu Xiaoyu, had it not been for the intricate gaps and articulated joints adorning their forms, she might have mistaken them for humans clad in metallic exoskeletons. Are they your kin? Why do they appear so different from you? Gu Xiaoyu pondered, noting the stark contrast in style between the two metallic beings and the humanoid form Fei Yue had shown her. Fei Yue's humanoid design radiated a distinctly earthly technological flair, sharp and resplendent, while the overall aesthetic of the metallic figures was imbued with a wild beauty that epitomized the perfect fusion of biology and machinery. The height and physique of the two were even dissimilar. In the shadows, their eyes gleamed a blue indistinguishable from Fei Yue's, and their fluid, human-like movements clearly indicated a high level of intelligence. That is their Cybertronian form. Before I came to Earth, I resembled them closely as well. Consider my current appearance as an adaptation to local customs, Fei Yue explained, believing his clarification to be straightforward. Indeed, Gu Xiaoyu nodded in understanding. They crouched down, extending their hands gently to her, lifting her entirely onto the platform. She observed in the camera's view that she was kneeling, her five-fingered hands braced against the metallic surface, seemingly still acclimating to her body. One of the metallic figures knelt before her, supporting her head with a hand, as if assessing her condition. Simultaneously, a sound akin to metal scraping resonated in her ears. Upon closer listening, it seemed to be a form of language. At this moment, she observed more clearly. The metallic visage before her resembled a human adorned with a helmet, featuring distinct facial features. The cheeks were composed of numerous small, symmetrically arranged metal fragments. Metallic plates adorned both the upper and lower parts of the eyes, periodically closing in a manner akin to human blinking. A prominent vertical protrusion in the center of the face suggested a nose, while below it were the constantly opening and closing metallic lips, from which unknown words emerged. Inside the mouth, a revolving mechanism reminded Gu Xiaoyu of the principle by which a music box produces sound through the manipulation of spring plates. Is this what a metallic life form is? It was truly remarkable. The behavior and demeanor were scarcely distinguishable from that of a living person. As the lens descended, it appeared she was striving to control her metallic form, exerting herself to stand upright. She clenched her hands in front of her, and her 10 fingers could entirely fold into fists, suggesting she had already mastered the manipulation of her body. As the lens rose, she noticed her line of sight only reached the waist of those two metallic beings. Her arms and legs seemed less robust in comparison, making her appear childlike beside them. How could they be so much taller than you? Gu Xiaoyu couldn't help but inquire of Fei Yue. It is not that they are tall. Rather, I was too diminutive at that time, came Fei Yue's voice echoing in the darkness. After all, I had just emerged from the primordial sac, merely a nascent organism. It took me thousands of years to attain my current height, having gone through a prolonged growth phase. Gu Xiaoyu was taken aback by Fei Yue's response. You not only are viviparous, but can also grow? This fundamentally altered her perception of mechanical entities. In her understanding, mechanical structures were forged from metallic minerals, refined in furnaces, and subsequently shaped and assembled. She had always believed that Fei Yue was constructed in a factory. However, the truth was that he was nurtured within an egg-like structure and could move independently soon after birth, requiring no care whatsoever. Moreover, they could, over time, grow taller and develop their physique, ultimately transforming into such colossal beings. Is this what silicon-based life forms are? It was truly an eye-opening revelation. Do you possess a concept akin to parents? Gu Xiaoyu found herself inundated with questions, as if a new world had unveiled itself before her. For me, no. The vast majority of Cybertronians, like myself, are birthed from the well of Primus. We are often referred to as children of the planet, our creator. I only grasped the notion of parents after learning about your human reproductive methods. Fei Yue responded with enthusiasm, patiently elaborating. In the frame, another metallic being unexpectedly produced a needle gun filled with a blue liquid and plunged it into her chest. What is he doing? Gu Xiaoyu was startled by this action. Do not be afraid. They are injecting energy into my spark. I only learned later that this additional energy supply would accelerate my growth process, Fei Yue reassured her. Spark? Energy? What are those? She was like a curious child, completely immersed in the experience. The Allspark is the essence of our Cybertronian existence, akin to what you humans refer to as the soul. I shall not delve into this matter in detail. We Cybertronians sustain our life activities through energy, which is essential for our survival. Much like your need for sustenance, wouldn't you agree? Gu Xiaoyu instantly grasped the concept. In the frame, the metallic figure examining her bent down, emitting a blue light from its eyes, scanning her from above. What is it doing now? Curiosity bubbled within her, prompting a desire to inquire further. The two individuals were attendants of the Allspark Well, tasked with guiding each newly born Cybertronian protoform, assessing their physical condition, and recording the information akin to nurses caring for newborns in your hospitals. The examination seemed to conclude as Gu Xiaoyu felt her gaze rising. The platform appeared to be ascending from the ocean's surface. As the frame tilted upward, it indeed drew closer to the source of light, seemingly poised to enter a spacecraft. As her viewpoint elevated, she surveyed her surroundings and soon realized she was not far from the shore. In one direction, the curving coastline came into view, while the other direction revealed the vast, endless expanse of the ocean. Is this the Allspark Well? It is immense, resembling a vast sea, Gu Xiaoyu marveled. gazing at the endless sky merging with the ocean in the distance. The term allspark well implies a well of birth for the allspark. It is termed a well because, despite its vast appearance, it spans only 400,000 square kilometers, roughly equivalent to the size of your Black Sea. How can something as large as the Black Sea merely be called a well? Gu Xiaoyu was taken aback. Its depth reaches the core of the planet, and thus far, no one has successfully ventured to the bottom of the allspark well. Cybertron is over 3 times the size of your Earth. Yet this singular location is the only one that harbors liquid substance. From space, it resembles an unassuming circular well, the allspark well, the Lake of Life, or the Eye of Cybertron. These are the names we bestow upon this birthplace, our sacred ground, and the most significant site for our race. Unlike your Earth, where 70% of the surface is cloaked in water, our Cybertronian terrain is entirely terrestrial, devoid of oceans and lakes, and lacking forests and vegetation. In comparison, Cybertron resembles a metallic sphere, hardly matching the beauty of your Earth, a sentiment reflected in the tone of my companion, who expressed a fondness for your planet. Your home planet is quite peculiar, Gu Xiaoyu remarked, momentarily at a loss for words, merely echoing the sentiment. Where you go next? She observed the frame filled with brilliance, having already entered the spacecraft. There's little of interest to see from here. Let me leap ahead to the next segment and show you around my planet, allowing you to experience the scenery that differs from your Earth. The cheerful voice of my companion chimed. As the scene shifted, Gu Xiaoyu was momentarily disoriented, and before she could fully open her eyes, a resounding announcement echoed around her. Although she couldn't comprehend the words, Fei Yue was quick to inform her. This was her favorite part, the Cybertron rally. Next came the exhilarating segment of speed and passion. Prepare yourself. Let us proceed. Chapter 78. The global competition as the camera panned. Gu Xiaoyu found herself in a vast plaza, encircled by a colossal tiered grandstand made of slate-gray metal. Resembling the ancient Roman Colosseum, the stands were teeming with people, creating a veritable sea of humanity, and a wave of thunderous applause reverberated across the expansive square. She estimated that at least several tens of thousands were present. Was this a significant event? Despite the fervent atmosphere, she perceived a stark monotony in this world. A solitary star hung in the sky, yet it failed to emit any brilliance, casting only a cold light upon the ground, much like the moon. This pallid glow enveloped the world in a dreary hue, illuminated only by the massive lights arrayed in the grandstand, rendering the scene akin to the prelude of an encroaching night. Everything around her was draped in dull metallic tones, as if the entire world were forged from metal. The solid ground was metal, the surrounding structures were metal, and the towering grandstands were metal. Even the inhabitants appeared to be made of metal. For someone like her, who had been surrounded by vibrant colors since childhood, this was a sort of psychological torment. Is your world devoid of color? Gu Xiaoyu inquired softly, feeling as though she were gazing at a monochrome film. Color? Indeed, Cybertron lacks the beauty that your Earth possesses, but we have endured this for millennia. Perhaps colors are not a necessity for us. After all, our entire planet is metallic, even our bodies. No one seems to mind. Perhaps we have all simply grown accustomed to it, Fei Yue replied with an ambivalent tone. A gray world. Was this the environment in which he had grown up? There were no oceans, no greenery. It was an entirely metallic realm. Gu Xiaoyu shivered. Is it due to the absence of an atmosphere on your planet? Cybertron does have an atmosphere, albeit a thin one, formed from emissions of factories over countless years. Thus, my planet cannot support the vegetation and oceans found on Earth. Although Fei Yue appreciated the beauty of Earth, he did not regard Cybertron's environment as particularly dire. After all, they did not require respiration like humans dependent on oxygen for survival. This is our ecosystem. She noticed that the sides were filled with an array of metallic beings, varying in height and physique. They were not merely humanoid. Some possessed 4 arms, others had crab-like lower bodies, some were serpent-like from the waist down, while others moved on all 4s like animals, though the majority retained a humanoid form. Fei Yue, why do some of your kin appear so peculiar? Do you not possess a single model of body structure? She discovered that her line of sight was nearly at the same height as that of the surrounding metallic beings, speculating that perhaps she had grown alongside them. Curious, isn't it? Initially, I, too, found it strange, but eventually I became accustomed to it. Perhaps it is a characteristic of our species. In any case, It does not impede their individual activities. Some were born this way, while others underwent modifications. For instance, if one loses an arm or a leg, they can opt for a new bodily structure, which is quite convenient. Although some may appear peculiar, their diverse physiological designs enable them to accomplish feats that our ordinary bodies cannot, which is rather impressive, wouldn't you agree? In Fia's tone, there was no hint of disdain or rejection towards these unusual compatriots. Rather, there was a sense of admiration for them, not only in terms of bodily structure, but some beings also possess one eye or multiple eyes, and their number of fingers varies as well. Most have 4 or 5 fingers, yet I have seen individuals with merely 3 capable of functioning like pincers. I must tell you, I have even encountered a person with 2 heads. How extraordinary! Gu Xiaoyu listened in silence to Fia's words, marveling at the remarkable tolerance of these extraterrestrials. Unlike humans, who might scorn not only those with extra limbs or eyes, but even those with an additional finger would be labeled as monsters by their peers. This is merely a reflection of the maliciousness directed at physical differences. Sometimes, an individual may face unwarranted discrimination and bullying simply for being too short or too overweight, or even due to an unappealing appearance. She recalled a time in middle school when some boys teamed up to bully a short, chubby girl. Unable to stand by, she had confronted those troublemakers, which resulted in her being called to the principal's office. Nowadays, humanity has established its own standards of beauty, yet it harbors malice towards those who are born different. The mere sight of someone unlike oneself can provoke physiological aversion, a tendency that even she cannot escape. It seems that in certain respects, humans fall short compared to these extraterrestrial beings. Determined to move past these thoughts, she inquired, "What event are you hosting?" "This is the once-in-a-century global rally of Cybertron," Fia replied, his enthusiasm palpable, reminiscent of a fervent football fan. "This is a memory of my first participation years ago. We will embark from here and circle the equator, traversing through the Nest City, industrial zones, mining areas, and wilderness, a profound test of speed and endurance. Each event brings forth countless remarkable individuals. It is the grandest celebration of Cybertron." "I was just about to ask," Gu Xiaoyu interjected. "What I am witnessing now, are these all your memories? How can you recall them so vividly?" "Any information recorded by my senses, whether visual or auditory, is meticulously stored in the database of my mind," Fia explained, as if discussing a commonplace matter. "As long as my brain remains intact, I can retrieve any stored memory at will, revisiting the scenes of the past." At that moment, Gu Xiaoyu found herself genuinely envious of Fia's ability. Human memories, unless profoundly significant, inevitably fade with the passage of time, often leading to complete oblivion. Her memories of her mother have begun to blur, though the image of her mother's smile and demeanor remains deeply etched in her mind. Yet, some finer details of her mother's face have faded from recollection. Undoubtedly, this is the ability Gu Xiaoyu yearns for the most. As the competition is about to commence, she is urged to remain silent, for the impending moments may prove a tad tumultuous, risking the chance of biting her tongue. Fei Yue's voice interrupts her reverie, causing a flutter of nerves to surge within her. She grips the sides of her seat tightly, while Fei Yue thoughtfully conjures 2 armrests for her to hold onto. The view shifts downward as the camera angle lowers, revealing the other metallic beings around her, all flattening against the ground, transforming into various shapes reminiscent of vehicles on Earth, yet with smoother contours and devoid of windows or doors. Merely a mass of iron adorned with intricate mechanical structures. The wheels beneath are conspicuously visible, encircled by a ring of blue luminescence, exuding a palpable sense of the fantastical. Fei Yue must also have adopted this form, yet from her first-person perspective, she cannot perceive her own shape. Everyone awaits behind a luminous line, presumably the starting line, akin to the racing circuits on Earth. As a series of sharp signals pierce the air, the roar of engines grows ever more intense. After driving for so long, it is her first experience riding alongside someone else, reveling in the rush of speed. Although she understands this is merely a simulation, with Fei Yue remaining stationary in reality. The immersive experience is enhanced as the vehicle shakes to replicate the scene, enveloping her in the authenticity of a racing arena. A piercingly high-pitched sound erupts, and she feels herself pressed back in her seat by inertia, while the scenery within the lens begins to transform as if the vehicle is hurtling forward at breakneck speed. The objects ahead draw closer, and the views on either side blur into indistinct specters racing past. Other vehicles launch alongside her, some already several positions ahead. As hundreds of competing cars accelerate simultaneously, a truly spectacular sight. The deafening roar of the crowd, numbering in the tens of thousands, reaches her ears like a tsunami of sound. The realism is astounding. The vibrations from the speeding vehicle, the oncoming landscape, and the tilting motions from steering all perfectly replicate an authentic racing experience. Gu Xiaoyu feels as though she is immersed in a first-person racing game at an arcade, but this time she is not the one controlling the steering wheel. Even aware that everything before her is not real, she still experiences dryness in her mouth, tension in her body, and an increased heart rate as her brain releases dopamine, heightening her excitement. In the lens, she bursts forth from the arena's exit, plunging into a towering forest of steel ahead. In this first scene, I am in the lead. Ha! Fei Yue's lively and exuberant voice rings in her ears. Chapter 79. Cybertron's Gu Xiaoyu pressed her back firmly against the chair, gripping the armrest tightly to withstand the velocity of the alien racing vehicle. From her driving experience, she estimated that the speed must have exceeded 200 miles per hour, as the imagery displayed on the front windshield was blurring past at an alarming rate. Fortunately, despite the rapid pace, the interior of the vehicle remained surprisingly stable. Only the visuals on the screen fluctuated dramatically, likely a consideration by the vehicle system, which, aware of her human fragility, had mitigated the full sensory feedback of the ride. Nonetheless, she still felt as if she were on a pirate ship. Each leap into the air imparted a weightless sensation, followed by a tingling discomfort in her tailbone during the descent. The realism of the visual and physical feedback was astonishing. Yet, she felt no fear, for she understood that this was not reality. She was merely observing the memories of the past, untroubled by the possibility of crash, allowing her to immerse herself entirely in the exhilaration and velocity of this virtual experience. As the vehicle burst through the racecourse's gates, the road ahead widened into a long, gentle descent, flanked by an unending succession of yellow triangular arrows guiding the competitors. From her vantage point, she could clearly see the horizon, dominated by a sprawling metropolis, its jagged skyline resembling an unending steel wall, creating a stark contrast against the dim, overcast sky. The urban hues of deep blue and gray clouds fostered a surreal spectacle, a sliver of sky visible between them, stretching towards the edges of her vision. In the shadow of the colossal structures, the low-hanging gray clouds seemed to brush against the towering spires and skyscrapers, their steel crowns piercing the heavens like a grave adorned with countless swords, their blades twinkling with vibrant lights and grand holographic projections, a dance of luminescence flickering through the thick mist. Before long, the vehicle caught up with the leading racers, side by side in a fierce contest, neither yielding an inch. She could see the nearest vehicle, its metallic wheels concealed beneath the bodywork, with only the undercarriage's wheels sparking and emitting smoke as they ground against the asphalt, a testament to its astonishing speed. As the distant city walls loomed closer, Gu Xiaoyu was struck by a sense of awe, a visceral experience of what it meant to suffer from megalophobia. The towering steel edifices, resembling colossal pillars of the heavens, stood in a line before her, casting vast shadows upon the ground. She craned her neck to glimpse the sky, yet the tops of the buildings remained elusive, akin to an ant traversing the expanse of the Empire State Building. Indeed, a city inhabited by giants. Surrounding the city, throngs of metallic beings lined the roads, a sea of heads and waving arms that showcased the grandeur and immense attention surrounding this event. The vehicle surged directly into the heart of the city, flanked by towering structures that enclosed the thoroughfare, as if the walls of the city had been cleaved open. The road then straightened, greeting another surge of acceleration, prompting Gu Xiaoyu to erupt in delighted shouts. How exhilarating! Isn't it thrilling? Thank goodness. Gu Xiaoyu steadfastly concealed her true emotions. Observing the stubbornness of this passenger, Fei Yue chose not to expose the truth, as he was acutely aware that all of the other party's physiological indicators, including heart rate, were under his vigilant scrutiny. Suddenly, something soared through the sky, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was a cadre of metallic beings adorned with wings, their backs and sawls emitting blazing flames that propelled them through the air executing breathtaking aerial maneuvers with reckless abandon. They raised their arms, unleashing a barrage of projectiles from their wrists, which blossomed into dazzling fireworks against the firmament, infusing the monotonous world with vibrant hues. Then, these aerial performers executed a mid-air flip, instantly transforming into triangular-shaped flying vessels, accelerating in place and leaving behind straight, colorful trails of smoke against the sky, reminiscent of an Air Force parade on Earth. Captivated by their spectacular display, Gu Xiaoyu could not help but exclaim, "Can you still fly? Can you also transform into an airplane?" However, Fei Yue's enthusiasm was muted as he replied blandly, "That is the performance unit of the Cybertron Defense Force, composed of beings who have survived for over 5,000 years and undergone military augmentation. In those times, civilians like us lacked the ability to fly. Also, they are the future Decepticon army." At last, Gu Xiaoyu comprehended the disquiet she sensed in Fei Yue upon witnessing those aerial entities. They were indeed his adversaries, beings capable of flight. No wonder they were called Decepticons. Observing Fei Yue's futile attempts to match the speed of those flying machines on the ground, she understood why they were referred to as Autobots. She had no intention of delving into the enmity between Fei Yue and the Decepticons. Deep within her heart, she still yearned to remain an outsider to their conflicts. "Hold on tight," Fei Yue suddenly shouted. Before them, the road took a bewildering turn. No longer a straight path, but resembling a roller coaster track with exaggerated lateral inclines. The surface was nearly at a 40-degree angle to the horizontal, twisting into a spiral that extended ahead. Gu Xiaoyu gasped in astonishment. What kind of game is this? A stunt performance? Although she understood it was a virtual scenario, she could vividly imagine the intense physical feedback she would experience when they surged upward. The thrilling moment was upon them, and Fei Yue's excitement was palpable. He boldly raced ahead, charging up the tilted road, utilizing the inertia from their high speed. The wheels gripped the surface tenaciously as they drifted, causing Gu Xiaoyu to feel herself leaning outward. Yet, what unfolded before her eyes next was an even greater visual shock. Below the road lay towering structures, each with a colossal base akin to mountains. A myriad of lights forming a golden carpet, and countless flying machines weaving through the buildings like a school of fish in the deep sea. It became clear that the road they were traversing was a suspended aerial thoroughfare, resembling a red carpet that traversed the entirety of the massive metropolis. In the bustling underbelly of the city, a radiant display of lights illuminates the scene, portraying an exquisite tableau of prosperity. Towering metallic sculptures stand majestically in the center of the thoroughfare, exuding an overwhelming sense of grandeur. Flanking the sides, intricate overpasses weave and intersect, linking the imposing skyscrapers that rise on either side. A sweeping glance reveals a labyrinth of colossal pipes and cables, reminiscent of the veins within a colossal beast, entwining amidst the edifices. Occasionally, steam erupts from junctions in the piping, creating a cloud that descends into the abyss below. This vibrant and orderly spectacle stands in stark contrast to the cool, regimented appearance of the thoroughfare above. Next comes the most perilous section of the road, as they leap onto an inverted surface. In an instant, Gu Xiaoyu perceives the world turning upside down, offering a breathtaking view of the magnificent depths below. Even though she remains firmly grounded, her ponytail unruffled. Nevertheless, the jarring sensation from a seat, combined with the visual stimuli from the large screen, compels her to grasp the armrests tightly. Fortunately, this is merely a virtual scenario, and the camera perspective begins to revert to normal. The road transforming back into a straight path, with Fei Yue temporarily in the lead. Unable to resist, Gu Xiaoyu glances back only to find an impenetrable darkness behind her, rendering the past scene invisible. "You can only see what I saw at that moment. My focus was entirely ahead. How could I look back?" Fei Yue explains. Prepare yourself for an even more exhilarating scene. Just as Fei Yue finishes speaking, Gu Xiaoyu keenly observes that the road ahead seems amiss, not extending to the edge of the metropolis. A massive structure resembling a giant egg looms in the distance, its sheer scale palpable even from afar, while the path beneath her feet appears to abruptly cease. However, before she can voice her inquiry, the imagery before her reaches the end of the road, revealing not a termination but rather a precipitous cliff, the road resembling a slide plunging into the void below. In the next moment, she feels her body lurch forward, the scene transforming into a nearly vertical descent toward the abyss, the infinite drop sending shivers down her spine. Come on, embrace the sensation, if you're thrilled. Shout out. Feiyue's mischievous voice rings out, brimming with delight. Gu Xiaoyu can no longer contain herself. Her body, adjusted by the seat to simulate a fall, presses firmly against the backrest. To heighten the realism, Feiyue even intensifies the air conditioning, the gusts striking her face, coupled with the rapidly descending visuals, create an illusion of free fall. Under such immersive sensory stimulation, she finally succumbs to a scream. On either side of her vision lies a landscape reminiscent of a cross-section of a layered cake, illuminated with myriad lights, supporting a cluster of steel edifices that pierce the clouds above. In comparison to the underground nests of the continental shelf, the steel forest on the ground pales in significance, reduced to mere embellishments atop the confection. She plunged into the dense smoke, the cacophony of metal clashing and friction reverberating in her ears. The entire vehicle trembling at an astonishing frequency, her body swaying slightly in tandem. The scene shifted abruptly. The towering steel edifices vanished, replaced by a labyrinth of interwoven pipes and evenly spaced steel spires, their summits occasionally belching forth torrents of flame. The surrounding hues transformed into a fiery orange, as if waves of heat were assailing her from all directions. Next came the Cybertron Industrial Zone. Chapter 80, The God of the Sand Plains. The industrial sector of Cybertron resembled a rusted scar upon the cold metallic surface of this planet. Unlike the monotonous slate gray of a Nest district, here, Gu Xiaoyu was enveloped in a warm orange glow akin to that of a sunset, imbuing the environment with an almost palpable heat. Through the transparent chassis of the vehicle, she glimpsed beneath the side road a vast river of molten flow, an orange-red stream composed of liquid metal, its surface roiling with charred patches. Occasionally, a bulge would form, erupting with azure-yellow plasma gas interspersed with semi-melted, or merging into the distant expanse of dark edifices, which she surmised to be factories. Suspended above this furious river were numerous colossal operational platforms, where metallic giants busily toiled. Some stood upon hovering discs, drifting over the molten river, the extreme heat scorching the underside of the platforms to a glowing white, creating a ring of azure gaseous halos around them. Their metallic bodies glittered under the intense heat, resembling figures sweating profusely. Armed with elongated rods, they extracted large chunks of unmelted ore from the river, casually tossing them onto adjacent platforms, which illustrated the vastness of this iron water river. This flow originated from the mining area, containing Cybertronian metal ores that had been heated and melted. Once they entered the industrial zone, they would be transformed into various materials for the construction of Cybertron. Gu Xiaoyu gazed at the towering, crane-like refineries, their exhaust vents rhythmically expelling azure flames that flickered across the supporting titanium alloy frameworks. Words eluded her. She felt as though she could almost taste the metallic tang in the air. The industrial zone sprawled endlessly, even at this rapid pace of flight. The distant factory structures appeared never-ending. Just within her line of sight, two expansive rivers of molten flow lay separated by several kilometers, connected by a network of tributaries. The surface was dotted with countless standardized buildings resembling keyboards, as if the entire world shared a uniform layout. It was time to enter the factory. The sound of flight jolted her back to reality. The surroundings suddenly constricted, the assembly line churning forward within the factory, countless mechanical arms moving in unison. Sparks flew from welding like a torrential downpour, landing upon the ground and transforming into charred remnants. The rhythmic clang of heavy hammers echoed, molding the incandescent steel ingots into uniform sizes along the assembly line. How monotonous it is, I sent it. When I traversed this stretch, I too found it rather uninspiring. Yet, Leap's mouth remained ever restless. The scene shifted once more, bursting forth from the processing zone into an expansive area where countless freight hovercraft hovered above, casting immense shadows upon the ground. Their hovering engines buzzed through the air, lifting meticulously arranged containers into their holds. The journey had ceased to be bumpy, evolving into a mere contest of speed. After an extended period of high-speed travel, Leap appeared somewhat fatigued, as other vehicles continually overtook him. Gu Xiaoyu observed the incessant overtaking on both sides and was about to voice her thoughts when Leap preemptively spoke. All right, I know what you wish to say. His tone bore a hint of bashfulness, yet he retorted, after all, this is my first competition. I started off too aggressively, and now I find myself somewhat drained. One could say I lack experience. Gu Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, not mocking him. The distance between her and Leap had significantly diminished throughout this journey. This part is dull. I shall skip to the final segment. Before her, the scenery transformed once again. The bustling industrial zone faded away, replaced by the vast and tranquil expanse of desolation. Her view suddenly broadened, and she found herself momentarily disoriented, under the cold gaze of the celestial star in the cosmos. Everything around her exuded an air of serenity. The barren surface of Cybertron, devoid of any vegetation, resembled a desert and solid earth, shrouded in eternal night. Composed of cosmic dust and meteorite deposits accumulated over countless millennia, desolate and lifeless. Above, the dark purple sky perpetually harbored swirling clouds manipulated by the immense energies of the ionosphere, generating fierce winds that reshaped the towering mountains of accumulated silicates. Surrounding them was an endless sea of bluish-purple sands, and on the sole floating road traversing the wasteland, only Leap's vehicle remained, solitary under the chilling brilliance of the star, making its way towards the horizon's distant end. In this segment, I have fallen behind. Proceeding further would lead back to the Iron Fortress arena. Some have already withdrawn, while others are making their final sprint ahead. As for me, I still wish to see this through to the end. Even if I meander slowly, I shall reach the finish line. Leap's words carried a heavy sense of explanation. Gazing at the distant dark mountains, Gu Xiaoyu, even while seated within the vehicle, could feel the desolation outside. Is this truly the world inhabited by silicon-based beings? It bears not a trace of life. Ahead, the wind whipped up sand and dust, striking Leap's vehicle forcefully, igniting bursts of blue electrical arcs. In this lifeless expanse of steel, only the charged sands occasionally shattered the silence. It felt as though the entire world was reduced to just herself and Leap. Is there anything particularly special about this place? Gu Xiaoyu found the deathly silence akin to a spacewalk intolerable. Don't fret. It will soon become lively. Leap replied with a mysterious smile. Before long, the sound of a leap resonated once more, urging her to look to the right. Gu Xiaoyu followed the directive and turned her gaze, only to be met with an endless expanse of sandy sea and the indistinct silhouettes of mountains on the horizon. Nothing more. What is it that you wish for me to see? She began to inquire, but before she could finish her thought, something entered her line of sight. A dim light illuminated the vast sandy sea, revealing the distant ripples that began to rise, followed by towering waves, as if something was stirring the very elements within the sands. Her attention was completely captivated. Several kilometers away from the road, a shadow, at least 100 meters long, writhed beneath the sandy surface, causing the dunes to undulate like a moving mountain range. Was there something traversing beneath the sands? Was there life on the surface? Another colossal wave surged upward. An enormous creature leaped forth from the surface of the sandy sea with great force, crashing back down before she could fully comprehend its form. The impact sent a cascade of sand into the air, accompanied by a spiraling sound that resembled the relentless whir of an electric motor. What is that? Gu Xiaoyu asked urgently. The ruler of the Cybertron strata, the burrowing worm. Came the response from Fei Yue, laced with a tone of reverent solemnity. Once more, the creature erupted from the surface, its immense body glistening under the cool sunlight. This time, Gu Xiaoyu was finally able to discern its true nature. Its form resembled a colossal metallic corrugated pipe with a gaping maw at its head, measuring at least 30 meters in diameter. The interior of its mouth was lined with long, sharp metallic teeth spinning at high speed like a grinder. The tubular body was composed of layered, articulated armor, with each segment rotating violently, adorned with silvery, elongated blades, while smaller scales were comprised of countless serrated blades, each exhaling a shower of sand that sparkled in the sunlight. It then plunged back into the sandy sea, vanishing within mere seconds. But she distinctly observed its serpentine grace as it navigated through the sands, causing dunes to collapse and explode in a shower of light. Is it moving toward us? Gu Xiaoyu realized, noticing that the creature was drawing ever closer. The sight of its massive and fearsome silhouette even though merely a projection of Fei Yue's memories, instilled a sense of anxiety within her. Indeed, it nearly frightened the life out of me back then. I fled for my life, uncertain if it could reach the floating road. It was terrifying. Fei Yue had evidently escaped by the skin of his teeth, for otherwise, he would not be here. Bantering with her now, as it leapt once more, it approached within 100 meters of her, surging forth from the sandy sea. Its enormous form filled Gu Xiaoyu's vision. And in that moment, time seemed to slow. Sand cascaded from the scales on its abdomen, creating a silver waterfall. At such a close distance, she could discern a massive, deep crimson optical lens at the center of its head, pulsating with a wild light that exuded an overwhelming presence, making her feel as insignificant as a mere speck of dust in its presence. Yet, contrary to her expectations of it charging towards them, the creature again succumbed to gravity, emitting a piercing, elongated wail as it descended. When its slender, serpentine tail submerged into the sandy sea, vast expanses of sand began to rise against gravity, forming low dunes. The colossal being then re-emerged from the left side of the path, seemingly oblivious to their existence, leaping again and again, gradually vanishing from their sight. Watching the direction in which the burrowing creature disappeared, Gu Xiaoyu inexplicably recalled the whales that occasionally breached the surface of the ocean on Earth. How terrifying, isn't it? The sound of laughter echoed. At that moment, I was nearly scared to death, yet it disregarded me entirely. If it truly wished to consume me, the height of this suspended path will be no obstacle for it. This burrowing creature can grow up to 1 kilometer in length. The one we encountered is still immature. They are revered by my kin as the gods of the sandy plains. I believe the scene will be etched in your memory for a lifetime. Gu Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief. This virtual journey to the star of racing had been exhilarating. Now, I shall reveal to you another facet of our planet, the war between the Autobots and the Decepticons. I trust that after witnessing it, you shall form your own judgment. Fei Yue remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Chapter 81. Infiltration inside the vehicle. Darkness enveloped them before Gu Xiaoyu sensed the gradual emergence of an image before her. The scene brightened, and bubbles began to rise from below, awakening her realization that she was submerged in water. Light emanated from her chest, illuminating the descending landscape. She found herself in a narrow chamber filled with water, surrounded by steel walls, with a profound darkness beneath her and a shimmering exit above, which she was steadily approaching. Moments later, she broke the surface, liquid cascading from the image. This space resembled an underground drainage facility, cloaked in darkness, save for a circular iron grate high above that cast a beam of incandescent light. Confused as to why Fei Yue would find himself in such a place, she soon noticed that he was not alone. 2 metallic heads emerged from the murky water, their faces obscured by metal masks that retracted to reveal blue eyes shining in the darkness, silent and still. One of the individuals bore 2 metallic antennae atop his head, reminiscent of a bee's feelers. His mouth resembled a speaker, and his large eyes dominated his face, lending him an oddly endearing appearance. Another individual, adorned with a pair of diminutive horns atop his head, possessed a metallic visage strikingly reminiscent of human features. He surveyed the surroundings, raised a robust arm, and gestured toward the exit above, nodding towards the one soaring above them. Both their foreheads bore a square insignia resembling a human face, a symbol that Gu Xiaoyu recalled having seen on Fei Yue's forehead as well. This was during a daring operation behind enemy lines amidst the war, accompanied by my reconnaissance squad, one of whom, affectionately known as Bumblebee, had a charming demeanor, while the horned one was called Figuishan. The sound of Fei Yue resonated in her ears. Figuishan lifted his arm, and from the armor encasing his wrist, a crimson laser shot forth, sweeping along the edges of the circular iron grate, leaving a conspicuous trail of molten residue in its wake. Subsequently, a grappling hook, tethered by steel cables, sprang forth from his arm, securing itself firmly to the grate. With a forceful tug, the iron grate fell away, plunging into the water below. After a brief moment of silence, the warrior named Figuishan commenced his actions once more, launching his claw again, then retracting the steel cable, leveraging its momentum to elevate his entire form above the water surface. As the cable hoisted his slate-gray physique into the air, his robust upper body and slightly shorter lower limbs rendered him a figure of formidable strength. Akin to a sturdy bowling ball, seemingly capable of obliterating any obstacle in his path. Once he emerged from the opening, he lowered the cable, allowing the two others below to ascend in succession. The first to ascend was the warrior known as Bumblebee. He grasped the cable, wrapping his arms around it twice before Figuishan retracted it, swiftly drawing him upwards. His shining silver form was well-proportioned, reminiscent of Fei Yue's physique, exuding a sense of latent power amidst his slenderness. Lastly, it was Fei Yue's turn. She gazed upwards at the light above, filled with anticipation for the world outside, curious to discover the nature of the place into which they had so clandestinely infiltrated. However, as she followed Fei Yue's perspective and peered into the outside world, she found herself momentarily taken aback. Where had they arrived? Were they still on Cybertron? At that moment, they found themselves in a narrow alleyway, flanked by towering steel walls that seemed to reach the heavens. The walls were cluttered with erratic pipes resembling climbing ivy, from which liquid perpetually dripped, pooling into murky puddles on the ground. As the trio reached the end of the alley, what unfolded before Gu Xiaoyu's eyes was a scene reminiscent of hell itself. If the colossal metropolis she had previously observed had exuded a semblance of civilization, the sight before her now was steeped in an overwhelming sense of oppression and savagery. Before her lay an expansive pit, and she harbored no doubt that this crater-like space could encompass any city on Earth. Scattered throughout the vast pit were colossal structures resembling black mushrooms, while the remaining, shorter edifices comprised countless metallic spires, factories, and pipes. This city languished in darkness, intermittently illuminated by flickering electronic lights, and even from a distance, the sounds of machinery echoed through the air. Countless searchlights pierced the sky, illuminating a colossal projection suspended mid-air, a mask emblem fashioned from triangular elements, reminiscent of the insignias worn upon their foreheads. This must be the symbols of the Autobots and Decepticons. Gu Xiaoyu mused. The serene azure canopy she had previously observed was now a distant memory, replaced by an ominous expanse of dark clouds, roiling and tumultuous. Occasionally, purple lightning, akin to a dragon's flight, danced within the cloud layers, casting an eerie glow that revealed the terrifying visage of the darkened sky. Thick bolts of electricity cascaded from the heavens, striking the city's spires and igniting bursts of sparks. Following the outbreak of war, the Decepticons had obliterated the wellspring of the Allspark, leaving Cybertron reliant solely on mineral refinement for energy. Within a mere century, the numerous refineries established for the war had belched forth industrial smoke, shrouding the sky in a dense veil, rendering even the cold sunlight unable to penetrate the planet's surface. Cybertron was now enveloped in an eternal night. There was an unmistakable fury in Fei Yue's tone. The world lay steeped in darkness, illuminated only by the occasional flash of lightning that elongated the shadows of the three figures. This was a scene Gu Xiaoyu had never witnessed, a stifling atmosphere reminiscent of the lairs of malevolent creatures from her childhood cartoons, instilling a sense of unease. This was the war stronghold of the Decepticon army. Look over there, to the right, Fei Yue instructed. She turned her gaze toward the distant edge of a great pit, where, illuminated by flashes of lightning, the outlines of a once familiar urban landscape emerged, now reduced to a state of ruin and disorder. Crumbling edifices lay haphazardly against one another, their walls riddled with gaping holes, the entire city shrouded in a blanket of darkness and silence. That is the nest you just observed. Now 5 centuries since the outbreak of civil war. In the early days of the conflict, Decepticon bombers decimated the Iron Fortress urban area, and most of the inhabitants were brought here for centralized management. Fei Yue's voice was cold. Concentration camp? The term flickered through Gu Xiaoyu's mind. The civilization once established on Cybertron had been ravaged and consumed by the iron tendrils of war machines, leaving behind an endless metallic labyrinth. This factory, born of warfare, had since its inception morphed into a malignant cancer, its perfect geometric forms sprawling across the vast expanse, composed of countless hexagonal structures that glimmered with a chilling metallic sheen. Fei Yue, after sharing a few words with the others, turned to descend towards the industrial zone, while Fei Yue and Bumblebee ventured in the opposite direction. Aren't you all going to move together? Gu Xiaoyu inquired, curiosity piqued. Oh, him? That fellow always prefers to act alone. He is off to devise our retreat plan, came the reply. And what is your purpose here? The prospect of partaking in a covert operation alongside Fei Yue ignited a flicker of anxiety within her. Bumblebee and I aim to infiltrate a mass-production arms factory and plant explosives to dismantle it. Fei Yue casually revealed a startling piece of information. Is it a mass-produced model? Is it a robot? This piqued Gu Xiaoyu's curiosity. You'll find out soon enough, Fei Yue said, not in a hurry to explain. Let's skip ahead to the target site. Oh, by the way, the visuals may be quite intense, so prepare yourself mentally. If it becomes too overwhelming, you can close your eyes, he added. The scene then transitioned, leading to an explosive opening. A metallic figure appeared on screen, and even Gu Xiaoyu could tell that its appearance starkly differed from the other metallic beings she had previously encountered, although it was entirely composed of a bluish-gray metal. Its shoulders, arms, and knees bore sharp blades, its fingers resembling vicious claws, and its legs featured backward joints. The overall impression was one of violence and danger, evoking a sense of terror at first glance. Most striking were its eyes, which emanated a fearsome crimson glow that sent chills down one's spine. From the moment Gu Xiaoyu laid eyes on it, her instinct was to retreat, an inherent biological reaction. Yet, Fei Yue dashed forward in a single bound, the camera zooming in instantaneously. The creature immediately noticed Fei Yue's approach, its mouth agape, as if to roar in fury. Gu Xiaoyu was horrified to see that it possessed 4 sharp, insect-like mandibles. In an instant, Fei Yue delivered a powerful punch to its face, shattering its visage into fragments. But that was not the end. He then thrust the creature against the wall. Before it could make any further moves, a gleaming blade shot forth from Fei Yue's left wrist, piercing directly into its gaping maw. Following that, another blade emerged from his right wrist, sweeping horizontally, sending sparks flying as the creature's headless body collapsed to the ground. The events transpired so swiftly that Gu Xiaoyu was left utterly stunned. At that moment, a metallic figure with glowing crimson eyes appeared on the right side of the screen. It raised its arm, which morphed and split, transforming into a dark cannon aimed directly at Fei Yue. Be careful, Gu Xiaoyu shouted instinctively, only to realize moments later that it was merely a memory. She was astonished at her own inclination to warn Fei Yue. What was happening to her? However, the adversary was unable to fire, as Fei Yue's comrade, Bumblebee, darted in from the side. With a swift motion, he severed the creature's arm with the blade on his wrist. Subsequently, he pressed its head against the wall, and before it could resist, the hand that held its head transformed into a cannon. With a muffled bang, the creature's head exploded, metal shards scattering and leaving a pool of green liquid on the metallic wall. Bumblebee nodded at Fei Yue, his weapons reverting back into hands as he disregarded the headless body lying on the ground. Fei Yue gazed at the metallic head raised by his wrist blade, noting that the crimson light in its eyes had faded. He retracted the blade, allowing the head to drop. Gu Xiaoyu was left in shock in less than 10 seconds. 2 lives had been extinguished. Is this what war truly is? She unconsciously felt a wave of disorientation. Chapter 82, Mass Production Zone. Although Gu Xiaoyu only witnessed fleeting memories, she indeed beheld the execution of one of her kind by Fei Yue. The sensation was akin to having executed the act herself, though to her, it seemed akin to the existence of a machine, stirring little empathy within her. Therefore, upon witnessing Fei Yue's brutal methods and the horrific severed head, she reacted with mere shock, rather than an overwhelming response. Yet, she firmly believed that if a human were to have their head severed before her, she would undoubtedly be unable to endure it. In that moment, she deeply comprehended the vast chasm of misunderstanding between the 2 races. Her astonishment stemmed solely from the abruptness of Fei Yue's actions. Since his appearance, he had presented himself as a boisterous, carefree young man, chatty, emotional, and ostentatious, an impression that only deepened as she observed his memories. Unbeknownst to her, her resistance to communicating with him had diminished, and gradually, she found herself capable of conversing normally with him. However, Fei Yue's ruthless action had left a profound psychological and visual impact on her, shattering her one-sided impression of him. Moreover, she had instinctively cautioned Fei Yue to be careful. Had their distance, perhaps, unconsciously diminished? Is your heart racing? Are you frightened? Fei Yue's voice resonated, laced with a hint of concern and subtle tension. There was no need to gauge the girl's heart rate. Fei Yue could perceive certain things merely from her expression. He had studied humans and understood that their species harbored a penchant for war and harm. Yet paradoxically, they also abhorred slaughter and violence. He recognized that presenting the girl with scenes of war and bloodshed might evoke her aversion, but he did not wish to deceive her deliberately, as that would hinder their future interactions. He felt it essential to showcase the most authentic nature of the Autobots and Decepticons. Hence he observed the girl's reactions with an unavoidable sense of nervousness. "No, I'm fine. I just needed a moment to process," Gu Xiaoyu replied, taking a deep breath. "Is this what you're like in war?" If she were to claim that this revelation instilled fear of Fei Yue in her, it would be an exaggeration. For he had consistently informed her that he was a warrior who had fought for a millennium, and he had also warned her prior to showing these images. Fei Yue had expressed a desire to share his life and homeland with her, revealing his true self rather than concealing anything, which was inherently sincere. Indeed, I have committed such acts far too often during wartime. Initially, I found it difficult to adjust, but fortunately, I adapted swiftly, Fei Yue remarked with self-deprecating humor. Devoid of the exhilaration he exhibited during racing, he derived no pleasure from the slaughter, viewing it merely as a task. Are they truly the Decepticons? Gu Xiaoyu inquired knowingly, fully aware of the stark differences between them and Fei Yue, Bumblebee, and the others. If one were to leap over them, the sensation she experienced was akin to encountering beings constructed from metallic machinery, each possessing distinct personalities that did not evoke a sense of danger. In stark contrast, the Decepticon metal beings undeniably instilled in her a visceral discomfort. Their perilous anatomical features, be it their razor-sharp fangs or the menacing blades adorning their forms, were certainly not mere embellishments but authentic armaments, veritable machines of war. Humans are inherently emotional creatures, instinctively reacting to threats. Whether it be the formidable structure of their bodies or their crimson eyes, every element conveyed a singular message: I am dangerous. Faced with such entities, Gu Xiaoyu found it arduous to regard them as subjects deserving of her empathy. "If you have no objections, shall we proceed?" Fei Yue inquired about her thoughts. Let us continue." Gu Xiaoyu adjusted her breathing and nodded resolutely. Having come this far, how could she possibly abandon her endeavor? She convinced herself it was akin to watching a science fiction war film. There was nothing to fear. Fei Yue developed a fondness for this human girl and altered the scene once more. Gu Xiaoyu soon discovered herself amidst a grove of diminutive trees. In this forest of steel, her sanity faced yet another trial. Towering metal trunks twisted skyward, each adorned with an abundance of bulbous entities, their stout, ebony branches laden with egg-like sacs that glimmered with blue luminescence, reminiscent of those she had encountered in the well of the Matrix. She felt as though she were within a colossal plantation, where each metallic tree was of uniform stature, meticulously arranged at equal intervals, stretching toward the horizon in every direction. Each embryo-like sac was as large as Fei Yue, constructed from a combination of machinery and colloidal substance, supported by a rigid metallic framework that upheld the gelatinous egg sac within, filled with a blue liquid analogous to amniotic fluid. These sacs were connected to a central control pillar by dark, serpentine tubes. Unknown runes flickered continuously upon the pillar, seemingly engaged in regulation, while the ground was strewn with writhing tubes, apparently supplying energy to the sacs. Fei Yue and Bumblebee approached one of the sacs for a closer examination. What repulsed Gu Xiaoyu was that each sac contained something. Each resembled a pulsating metallic heart, with the surface of the egg sac covered in a translucent gelatinous membrane, through which she could faintly discern a curled, frail silhouette. What are these? Gu Xiaoyu stifled her nausea, gazing at the submerged entities within the liquid, a sight that evoked memories of specimens preserved in formaldehyde. The Decepticon mass production facility harbors clone embryos. Fei Yue's tone was frigid. The Decepticons obliterated the well of the Matrix. Yet they exploit cloning technology to cultivate war machines in bulk. Provided with ample energy, these entities can mature into fully developed beings within a mere decade, ready to be deployed on the battlefield from the moment of their birth. Gu Xiaoyu observed that the embryos within these egg sacs exhibited a remarkable diversity in form. Some resembled insects, while others possessed humanoid features, and some bore uniquely peculiar anatomies. Despite their diminutive size, they already displayed menacing appearances, complete with crimson eyes. These embryos floated in the murky blue liquid, their slender bodies gleaming with a metallic sheen, akin to cocoons suspended in a spider's web. Sensing the presence of intruders, The embryos writhed incessantly within their sacs, their sharp metallic limbs occasionally piercing the delicate membrane, only for the sacs to swiftly mend themselves in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, Bumblebee unleashed his wrist blade, slicing through one of the egg sacs, causing a torrent of the turbid blue liquid to spill forth, along with the embryos inside. One particular creature, with a humanoid upper body and a serpentine lower half, thrashed wildly on the ground, emitting a low yet piercing scream. Bumblebee grasped the creature's serpentine tail, lifting it for closer inspection. Despite being no longer than Bumblebee's forearm, the embryo already exhibited a predatory nature, writhing in an attempt to escape and even opening its tooth-filled mouth to bite at Bumblebee's fingers. "Look at it, so fierce even before maturation," remarked Leap with a hint of jest. It was only later that I learned the Decepticons had infused them with excessive growth hormones, resulting in rapid development while diminishing their intelligence, rendering them easier to control like beasts. Once these embryos reach maturity, they will have their combat data and language modules uploaded, transforming them into obedient, bloodthirsty warriors. It can be said that these clones are beyond salvation. Their only future lies in being consumed as cannon fodder on the battlefield. Is this not the epitome of a war machine? Gu Xiaoyu murmured to herself, having grasped the profound reality that this facility was not merely a Decepticon armory, but a manifestation of their malevolent intent, devoid of ethics or morality, cold, cruel, and utterly devoid of compassion, existing solely for the purpose of war and destruction. Although she did not comprehend the extraterrestrial values or moral frameworks, she felt no need to. Her choice was clear: to align with the side closer to humanity, where communication and understanding were still possible. In stark contrast, the Decepticons were willing to obliterate their own origins and manipulate life itself. Within the narrative of Cybertron, she had begun to perceive the true villains. Before long, the embryo in Bumblebee's grasp ceased its movements. "These embryos will perish quickly without a source of energy," Leap explained, preempting Gu Xiaoyu's inquiry. Bumblebee discarded the small creature, shaking off the viscous residue clinging to his hand, and retrieved a thick circular disc from his back, kneeling to prepare it on the ground. "What is he doing?" Gu Xiaoyu wondered, her intuition hinting at the nature of the object. A purification bomb, seized from the Decepticons. This was the very device they employed when they detonated the well of all sparks. Leap spoke candidly, though he refrained from elaborating on the bomb's mechanics, indicating that it would cause widespread devastation when detonated at the center of the plantation. "Are we going to blow this place up?" Gu Xiaoyu did not perceive this as morally wrong. Allowing these embryos to meet their end here might indeed be the best outcome. Bumblebee swiftly set up the explosives, and the red runes atop the disc began to flicker, indicating a countdown. It was time to make an escape. With that, Leap transitioned the scene once more. The camera shook violently, revealing Bumblebee transformed into a sleek space coupe, racing ahead with remarkable speed, its front adorned with 2 laser cannons unleashing a barrage of firepower. Leap 2 seemed to have assumed a vehicular form, experiencing the exhilarating rush reminiscent of their previous race. The screen was filled with purple lasers striking the ground, splashing liquid droplets, while some beams hit Bumblebee's chassis, leaving only charred marks, and others grazed Leap without causing significant harm. Leap collided with a Decepticon soldier emerging from the side, sending him crashing to the ground, the vehicle jolting violently over the fallen foe. They were sprinting across an expansive area, dodging increasingly dense artillery fire. Above, Decepticon warriors transformed into triangular jets swooped down, relentlessly launching rockets in an attempt to bombard the fleeing duo. At that moment, our leader, accompanied by a large contingent, was feigning an attack on the perimeter, drawing the majority of the Decepticons away. Otherwise, infiltrating this location would have been far more challenging. The Decepticons soon realized the ruse and began to regroup. Leap's spirits surged, not out of immersion in battle, but rather in boasting about past victories. Gu Xiaoyu was curious to witness how Leap and the others would extricate themselves from this predicament. Chapter 83. The Great Explosion. 4 aircraft flew overhead, gliding at low altitude before transforming into humanoid forms and landing directly in front of Leap, unleashing a fierce barrage of fire from their weapons. Bumblebee's vehicle mode split apart, the metal casing on the roof morphing into a cannon, which spewed grenades at the approaching foes, ejecting shell casings with each shot. Leap was also unleashing formidable firepower, a continuous stream of yellow projectiles aimed at suppressing the enemy's fire. Gu Xiaoyu, entirely absorbed in the spectacle, felt no anxiety. These were mere memories from the past. And Leap would undoubtedly emerge unscathed. Suddenly, a robust figure descended from the sky, crushing a Decepticon soldier beneath his foot, rendering him incapacitated instantly. Before the other Decepticon soldiers could react, he fired a grappling hook from his hands, ensnaring one by the neck and yanking the taller opponent towards him. With a powerful punch, he sent the adversary spiraling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground in a motionless heap. Gu Xiaoyu recognized him as the long-missing figure, flying over mountain. But the excitement was not over. The armor around Flying Over Mountain's waist opened up, and he drew forth a metallic short rod from each side, swiftly transforming them into two energy spears, their tips igniting with purple plasma sparks. As the two Decepticon soldiers turned around, preparing to open fire on the flying figure, he was already a step ahead. Two short spears were launched with precision, striking them squarely in the face. The searing tips pierced their skulls, and propelled by inertia, they toppled backward. The entire sequence executed by the flying figure was swift and decisive. He approached, grasped the spear shafts, yanked them free, and with a flick of his wrists, they transformed back into compact rods, which he stowed within his armored waist, gesturing towards his comrades. Gu Xiaoyu felt a numbing shock. In mere moments, the flying figure had dispatched 4 foes with remarkable agility, a striking contrast to his stout physique. Fei Yue executed a dramatic drift and sudden halt before him, while Bumblebee sprang up from the ground, his arms morphing into blaster cannons, firing at the surrounding enemies. The camera panned upward, revealing Fei Yue's right arm transforming into a sniper cannon, picking off distant adversaries with each shot. Are all Autobots this formidable? She couldn't help but comment. Did I not mention? Our adaptability and learning capabilities are exceptional. Our combat prowess far exceeds that of the Decepticon grunts, Fei Yue retorted, a hint of pride in his tone. The Decepticons had even given the flying figure a nickname, Little Demon. Isn't that amusing? Gu Xiaoyu ignored Fei Yue's jest and continued to observe quietly. The flying figure tapped his arm a few times, and a thunderous roar filled the air, accompanied by a powerful gust. A massive airship, adorned with crow-like wings, soared above, its side emblazoned with the unmistakable Decepticon insignia. The side of the airship opened, revealing a steel cable that descended, as dual laser cannons at the front unleashed a barrage upon the approaching enemies, explosions lighting up the distance. Did they seize this from the enemy? Gu Xiaoyu marveled at the emblem. One by one, the 3 grasped the descending cable, and as it retracted, their perspectives began to rise. Simultaneously, the airship began to pivot, preparing for departure. The camera tilted upward, revealing the flying figure entering the cabin, while Bumblebee crouched at the entrance, extending his hand towards them, seemingly intent on assisting Fei Yue. Fei Yue was just a hair's breadth away from grasping Bumblebee's hand when, suddenly, a rocket flew in from the side, detonating against the airship's flank. Gu Xiaoyu was startled by the unexpected blast, the shockwave unleashing a cascade of violet sparks, filling the scene with dancing lights and shadows. The image began to spin wildly as Fei Yue clung tightly to the cable, while Bumblebee grasped the edge of the hatch with determination. It appeared the airship was spinning in the aftermath of the explosion. Gu Xiaoyu, seated, felt as though she were being flung outward, and as she watched the swirling imagery, dizziness overcame her. She opted to close her eyes, hoping to stave off the sensation of motion sickness. It was precarious indeed. Fortunately, the airship had activated its protective shield, absorbing much of the thermal damage. Otherwise, it would have plummeted immediately. Strangely, Fei Yue seemed unfazed, wearing a cheerful demeanor as though the peril did not concern him at all. She showed no inclination to engage with Fei Yue, adjusting her seat feedback with such sensitivity, not fearing that she might be sick in the vehicle. She felt no anxiety. After all, Fei Yue would surely turn the peril into safety in the end. Indeed, when she opened her eyes once more, she found the scene had stabilized. Bumblebee gripped Fei Yue's hand tightly, adorned with a triangular mask, and his oval goggles were etched with hexagonal patterns reminiscent of a honeycomb. Coupled with the pair of antennae atop his head, he appeared quite like an adorable silver wasp. Yet, Gu Xiaoyu did not forget that this seemingly charming creature had just executed a remarkable display of headshot prowess. She would not be deceived by his endearing exterior. With a powerful motion of his arm, Bumblebee hoisted Feyue entirely up, who then clutched the edge of the cabin with both hands. With a vigorous effort, Feyue entered the cabin. Once inside, he and Bumblebee exchanged a firm fist bump, clearly indicating a strong camaraderie. Subsequently, Bumblebee approached the cabin entrance and, from within, pulled down a massive dual-barrel cannon. He stood on the control platform at the cannon's rear, yanked the firing mechanism with force, and, aided by the pivot fixed at the cabin's mouth, the cannon extended out of the door. Leaning back, Bumblebee unleashed a violet energy beam towards the ground. Feyue, not to be outdone, entered the cockpit where he found himself seated at the front control panel, grasping the steering wheel and maneuvering the airship at full speed. He took a seat behind him and inserted his hands into the two openings on the control panel before him. In an instant, Gu Xiaoyu noticed that the previously cinematic perspective had transformed, revealing intricate border patterns surrounding the scene. In the center, a crosshair appeared, along with an energy meter in the corner. Are we playing a game? This was Gu Xiaoyu's initial reaction. She had played computer games before, and the visuals reminded her of a police and criminal shooting game. The screen was inundated with incandescent energy beams, cascading toward the ground like a relentless water gun, exhibiting formidable firepower. The Decepticon soldiers on the ground were either injured or perished. Those struck by the energy beams were instantly penetrated, leaving behind horrific gaping wounds, with some even severed at the waist. In the face of such a gruesome spectacle, Feyue remained characteristically taciturn, appearing quite serene. Have you been fighting this war for 1,000 years? Gu Xiaoyu sighed softly, struggling to envision the apocalyptic scene that would ensue. The military strength of the Decepticon Legion was overwhelmingly potent. The war would only conclude if our Autobot resistance was utterly annihilated. Yet, the vast majority of our Cybertronian brethren stood with us. Thus, this war has dragged on for a millennium, leading to the complete destruction of the planet's ecosystem. Cybertron has likely transformed into a dead planet by now, Feyue remarked with a hint of melancholy. Have you never returned? Returned? Our Autobot resistance lost this war and was forced to flee into the starry seas. Our homeland has been completely seized by the Decepticon Legion. To return would be tantamount to seeking death. The Decepticons have come to Earth not merely in search of the Allspark, but also to pursue you. Gu Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before articulating this thought. It is likely so, replied Leap without reservation, his demeanor candid. Should we Autobots locate the Allspark, we would flee into the cosmos with it, concealing ourselves. In such a scenario, the Decepticons may abandon Earth and devote themselves entirely to hunting us down. At this, Gu Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat, deep in contemplation. However, if the Decepticons were to acquire it, they would possess an inexhaustible energy supply, allowing their forces to multiply exponentially. As for your home, Earth, I doubt they would spare such a resource-rich planet. Gu Xiaoyu remained silent, while Leap chose not to disturb her. In the visual display, Leap held a switch in his hand, and upon pressing it, a series of explosions erupted in the distant cluster of buildings outside the cockpit window. The explosions were not confined to a single location, and soon, the entire industrial area was shrouded in billowing smoke. It was clear that Leap had planted bombs to distract the enemy, facilitating their escape. His reliance on this comrade was evident. As the scene gradually faded to darkness, it appeared they had successfully evaded danger. Leap rose from his seat and moved to the rear cabin, joining Bumblebee at the cabin entrance. Gazing at the distant sparks on the ground, the sky remained tumultuous with thunder and lightning, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. Now look toward the cultivation zone, Leap prompted. On the horizon, at the edge of the industrial area, a bright flash illuminated the pitch-black sky, followed by a white-hot shockwave that expanded in a semi-spherical shape, gradually engulfing the area. The structures on the ground were torn apart as if they were mere paper, debris soaring into the air. Even at such a distance, the radiant expansion was blinding, and Gu Xiaoyu suspected that had she been witnessing it in person, her eyes might have been rendered blind. Subsequently, the glowing hemisphere began to collapse inward like a dune, forming a colossal vortex of energy. As the area of collapse widened, the shockwave ceased to propagate outward, and the energy began to dissipate. The vast debris, caught in the gravitational pull, fell like rain, raising thick clouds of dust. In the end, the explosion left behind a visible crater, estimated to be several kilometers in diameter. Gu Xiaoyu remained silent throughout, her first direct encounter with the might of extraterrestrial technology. The nature of the explosion and destruction was entirely distinct from that of Earth's nuclear weapons. At the very least, she surmised that human nuclear armaments could not achieve such precision and control. Remarkably, they were not far removed from the epicenter, yet felt no shockwave. The technological prowess was undoubtedly superior to Earth's nuclear capabilities. This bomb may be powerful, but surely it cannot destroy the source well of the spark. Gu Xiaoyu suddenly interjected. What if we were to detonate 10,000 around the coastal cultivation zone simultaneously? The leap was unsettlingly sinister. Yet one must express gratitude that the Decepticons had not completely succumbed to madness. Had they chosen to detonate their forces in unison, the very fabric of Cybertron may have collapsed. Gu Xiaoyu could only conclude that the Decepticons were indeed deranged. Chapter 84. The Energy Cube. Gu Xiaoyu inhaled deeply, closing her eyes until a sound beckoned her to open them once more. Upon doing so, she found herself in a vast expanse, flanked by columns that stood in orderly rows, extending into the shadows with uniform spacing. Each column appeared to be at least 5 meters in diameter, emanating a palpable sense of enormity. These pillars supported a towering dome, creating a space large enough to accommodate an entire building. Even in her transformed state, she felt as though she were but a child wandering into the abode of giants. The materials composing this vast space, from the ground beneath her feet to the towering columns, retained a familiar dark gray metallic hue. However, they bore the marks of time's relentless erosion. The columns were intricately engraved with a multitude of runes, incomprehensible to her, yet imbued with a sense of majesty and sanctity. Gu Xiaoyu had never before beheld such a magnificent man-made marvel on Earth. As her gaze wandered deeper into the hall, she followed the movements of a leap, akin to a child exploring a museum, entranced by the grandeur and splendor of the architecture. Where am I? Gu Xiaoyu finally tore her gaze from the towering dome above. This place is known as the Temple of Sinfall. The leap spoke with a tone of reverence. It was the second most sacred site on Cybertron. A temple? Do you have a religion? Gu Xiaoyu's curiosity was piqued. Religion? I don't believe we possess such a concept, at least not in my understanding. The leap responded casually. It is said that this place has existed for tens of thousands of years, constructed solely for the purpose of housing the Energy Cube. We do not act in the name of gods, nor have we ever witnessed anyone beseeching divine protection. The term temple is a vestige from ancient Cybertronian times, intended to honor the 7 deities of mythology. Look, there they are. Passing through a grand doorway, Gu Xiaoyu beheld a massive platform ahead, upon which floated an enormous object. She blinked, ensuring she was not mistaken. It was a colossal cube, suspended over 10 meters above the ground in a lateral orientation. This metallic cube was so immense that it rivaled the size of a sports arena, nearly filling the entirety of the space. Standing before it, Gu Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, as if a mountain bore down upon her. This object, too, was crafted from dark gray metal, exuding a weighty metallic texture, its surface adorned with dense hieroglyphic symbols. Yet, to her, it emanated an aura of precision reminiscent of an integrated circuit board. She also noticed that the surface of the cube occasionally flickered with a hue of blue fluorescence. As the blue electric arcs pulsed across its surface, the intricate patterns would illuminate layer by layer, emanating a radiant flow of energy through the crevices, accompanied by a visual effect reminiscent of electric arcs. Is this the fabled Energy Cube? It's astonishingly large. Gu Xiaoyu felt that this object before her surpassed the visual impact of the temple itself. At the base of the colossal cube stood 7 towering metallic statues, arranged in a circle, seemingly supporting the metal cube above. These sculptures were rather simplistic, merely approximating human forms, devoid of intricate details or facial features. Their varied postures resembled rough-hewn artworks, reminiscent of the artistic statues found on Earth. Are these the 7 deities you speak of? Why does their craftsmanship seem somewhat lackluster? Gu Xiaoyu couldn't help but voice her thoughts. Haha, I once posed a similar question, only to be met with the retort. Have you ever seen a god? Do you know what God looks like? Do you worship them? Do you seek their favor? Feiyue appeared eager to display his knowledge, suggesting that since none had, sculpting them in such a manner sufficed. I found this reasoning compelling. Legends say they collectively created the Energy Cube, bestowing boundless power upon Cybertron, yet no historical documents or records substantiate the existence of gods. To most Cybertronians, These tales are mere myths passed down through generations. Fei spoke with a casualness that betrayed any reverence for the divine. What brings you here? Gu Xiaoyu had no intention of delving into the existence of gods on Cybertron. We once occupied this temple, seizing control of the Energy Cube. At that time, I was tasked with its protection alongside my comrades. Then why did it come to Earth? Gu Xiaoyu found it hard to fathom that such a massive metal cube could be hidden on Earth. Just keep watching. Fei evidently wished to build suspense. The scene shifted dramatically. A cacophony of artillery fire erupted, smoke billowing and explosions resonating. Gu Xiaoyu felt as though a series of firecrackers had detonated beside her, causing a slight ache in her eardrums. Still within the vast expanse, she saw Fei taking cover behind a steel barricade, wielding a strikingly designed weapon. Firing at a distant target, blinding orange beams shot forth like straight laser streams, aimed at a swaying figure in the distance. At that moment, Fei was not alone. She noticed numerous Autobot warriors fighting alongside him. One caught her eye immediately. It was Bumblebee, who had previously accompanied Fei on a covert mission. At that moment, his hands transformed into energy cannons, firing vigorously, brimming with fighting spirit. Purple and yellow energy projectiles exchanged in a fierce volley, creating a rain of fire upon both sides of the battlefield. She observed that these metallic beings, seemingly impervious with their steel bodies, were struck by energy projectiles, leaving behind massive concave wounds that emitted wisps of smoke, as if human flesh had been pierced by bullets. The molten metal splattered around her, causing her teeth to ache, as she could almost detect the acrid stench permeating the air. The Decepticons had deployed a considerable force in an attempt to reclaim control over the temple. Fearing that heavy artillery might jeopardize the energy cube behind them, they resorted to a strategy of overwhelming numbers, aiming to engage in close combat. In the distance, she noticed numerous Decepticon soldiers transforming into spacecraft, darting out from cover while deftly evading the orange-hued rain of projectiles, making their way towards them. Some ascended into the air, executing somersaults to morph into flying machines, hurtling in their direction. It was palpably evident that they faced a significant disadvantage in both numbers and air superiority compared to their adversaries. However, as Leap had remarked, the Decepticons seemed apprehensive of the massive energy cube behind them, hesitating to unleash their firepower indiscriminately. The sporadic purple energy blasts from the ground posed little threat, although the aerial assaults were somewhat more intense. The Decepticons' mass-produced foot soldiers exhibited limited intelligence. When pressed, they would act recklessly. Thus, the forces dispatched this time were, like them, entirely comprised of primal entities. Gu Xiaoyu discerned that the Decepticon offensive was methodical. Some soldiers maneuvered in the air, unleashing a barrage from the weapons mounted on their arms, aiming to suppress the Autobots and divert their fire, while others transformed into flying vehicles and charged directly towards them, coordinating with the ground-based Decepticon soldiers to launch a comprehensive assault. The Autobot warriors fought valiantly, their energy weapons firing incessantly and with precision. Occasionally, flying machines were struck, trailing smoke as they plummeted to the ground, while others had their fronts pierced, losing balance and rolling on the surface. Some Autobot warriors were hit by multiple energy blasts, their bodies exploding into dismembered remains on the ground. Yet they continued to fire defiantly even after sustaining injuries. Nevertheless, enemies drew closer to their positions, and the Decepticon soldiers reverted to their humanoid forms, brandishing melee weapons that crackled with blue arcs of electricity, engaging in fierce combat with the Autobots. The Decepticons capable of transforming into flying machines were notably taller, often towering over the Autobot warriors. Once they breached the line, they utilized their physical superiority to wreak havoc, causing the scene to descend into chaos. Gu Xiaoyu witnessed Bumblebee confronting a Decepticon soldier, resembling a child facing an adult. Yet, he displayed no fear. Before the adversary could fire upon him, Bumblebee raised his weapon and struck the foe's chest. Seizing the moment of pain, he swiftly closed the distance, executing a sliding tackle that brought the towering figure to its knees. Immediately, Bumblebee leaped onto the Decepticon's back, aiming the barrel of his weapon at the back of its head, ready to fire. However, the Decepticon turned its head just in time, causing the energy blast to impact the ground. And as Bumblebee attempted to fire again, he was seized and slammed towards the earth. However, Bumblebee swiftly clamped his opponent's head with his arm, leveraging the adversary's force to throw the much larger foe to the ground. Subsequently, his left arm extended a sharp blade that pierced directly into the opponent's neck, striking true and rendering the giant motionless. Bumblebee quickly rose and blasted the opponent's head to smithereens before continuing his search for the next target. Such scenes unfolded incessantly before Gu Xiaoyu's eyes. She witnessed some Autobot warriors cleaved in two, the cut surfaces glowing with molten iron, while others sat astride their enemies, their arm blades flashing as they dismembered their foes with brutal efficiency. This was starkly different from the previous instances where they effortlessly eliminated their enemies. This was a life-and-death struggle, a desperate melee where neither side held absolute dominance, and death lurked at every moment, leaving her feeling as though she were trapped in a meat grinder. In the midst of the chaos, a pitch-black metallic vehicle surged forward, transforming mid-course into humanoid form, sprinting towards Fei Yue with limbs in full motion. It leaped high, disregarding the energy blast that struck its shoulder and tackled Fei Yue to the ground. The scene spun wildly, and Gu Xiaoyu could only vaguely discern the opponent's crimson eyes and the gaping maw that loomed close, a sensation akin to being overpowered by a ferocious beast. Indeed, the Decepticon, born for war, was a veritable arsenal of weaponry. Fei Yue landed a punch to the opponent's cheek, sending it sprawling away from him. The adversary, quick to respond, turned to dissipate the force of the blow and unleashed two short blades, their edges aglow with an orange hue, slicing towards Fei Yue. He ducked just in time to evade the lethal strike, but his energy weapon slipped from his grasp. In retaliation, Fei Yue thrust his wrist blade forward, only for the attack to be evaded. The opponent spun around, wielding dual blades in a diagonal strike towards him, forcing Fei Yue to sidestep. The relentless onslaught continued, with the right arm thrusting forward. Fei Yue tilted his head just enough to narrowly escape the energy blade's assault, then seized the opponent's arm with his left hand, transforming his right arm into a sniper cannon, pressing it against the adversary's chest, ignoring the imminent blade aimed at his face, and decisively fired. The opponent was sent flying, crashing to the ground, leaving a massive dent in its chest that sparked with blue electrical fire. This scene sent shivers down Gu Xiaoyu's spine. Moments earlier, she had nearly believed her own head would be cleaved in two. "Hey, look, the main event is here," Fei Yue's voice resonated. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed as a colossal flying warplane burst into the temple, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind that shook the very ground. It was the Decepticon leader, Megatron. Fei Yue's voice dripped with unabashed hatred. Although he had lowered his volume, Gu Xiaoyu still felt as if a commercial aircraft had flown overhead, causing her head to thrum. The aircraft, with its menacing appearance, descended from the grim sky above the temple, its elongated and sharp form resembling a dark silver longsword with exaggerated wings. She could clearly discern the serrated edges of the aircraft's wings, its diving posture resembling a force capable of tearing through space, akin to a dark dragon gliding low. In an instant, the aircraft had reached the center of the hall, its auxiliary thrusters on either side belching forth azure flames, accompanied by powerful jets of air. As it urgently maneuvered upwards, its rear engines ceasing their fiery emissions. Following a dramatic transformation in mid-air, it landed heavily on the ground in a humanoid form. Gu Xiaoyu beheld a colossal figure standing before her, reminiscent of a mountain descending upon her. It commanded attention on the battlefield, its immense stature instilling an overwhelming sense of dread among all present. The sharp, triangular shoulder armor flared outward, and its torso lacked the sleek elegance characteristic of other Cybertronians, instead composed of layered metal plates haphazardly fused, appearing as a grotesque amalgamation of metallic debris, exuding an aura of terror. Its head was a fusion of crown and helmet, with elongated optical sensors that glimmered a blood-red hue beneath a sharp brow. The broad, hefty jaw hung slightly ajar, revealing two rows of rotating metallic teeth that emitted a low, menacing growl reminiscent of a lion warning its adversaries, exuding primal ferocity. The Decepticon leader, Megatron? Gu Xiaoyu immediately sensed the malevolence emanating from this towering figure, an ominous presence too potent to ignore. Before she could ponder further, the immense figure charged toward them, the ground trembling under the weight of its colossal strides. All Autobots, including Leap, raised their weapons, firing at the gargantuan monstrosity, yet their efforts proved futile. Energy blasts erupted upon impact, creating showers of sparks, but leaving only faint scorch marks on its formidable body. Enraged, it reached behind its back with a hand resembling a skeletal claw, retrieving a short staff of gleaming silver. With a deft twist, both ends sprang forth, transforming it into a massive double-headed spear. At that moment, Megatron stood before the Autobot warriors, swinging the hefty spear with a sweeping motion, plunging Gu Xiaoyu's surroundings into chaotic disarray. Amidst the turmoil, she witnessed the terrifying steel giant wreak havoc as if a tiger among sheep. The Autobot warriors appearing diminutive and toy-like in comparison to its formidable frame. In a mere instant, several Autobot warriors were cleaved in two, their severed limbs flung far away, while one unfortunate warrior, unable to evade, was stomped into the ground beneath its foot. Megatron's massive form did not hinder his relentless slaughter, wielding the spear-like weapon. He swung it with abandon, as though a maniac wielding a baseball bat, demolishing toy cabinets. Leap, fortunate enough to be positioned at a distance, narrowly escaped the initial onslaught. Gu Xiaoyu found herself witnessing Leap's unprecedented disarray as he scrambled to distance himself from the unilateral massacre, futilely firing his energy weapon in a desperate attempt to combat the overwhelming threat. The surrounding Decepticon soldiers ceased their assault, retreating obediently to avoid being caught in the fray, while loudly howling in celebration, reveling in the carnage before them. Frustrated by the incessant barrage of energy blasts, the dark silver giant wielded a spear and swiftly pierced through two Autobot warriors, impaling them forcefully into the ground. Despite their formidable vitality, they struggled in vain, as Megatron extended his massive iron claw, seizing their upper bodies and tearing them apart with a violent tug. Subsequently, his right arm transformed into a grotesque handheld cannon, the barrel whirring ominously as he aimed at the unsuspecting Autobot warriors below, unleashing a barrage of fire. Blazing orbs of plasma erupted into blinding blue flames, and those Autobots caught in the blast experienced catastrophic disintegration, while those directly hit were vaporized instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, among the 10 or so Autobot warriors present, only 4 or 5 remained standing, yet they did not flee or retreat. They valiantly fired their ammunition at the monstrous foe, embodying the spirit of warriors challenging a giant, communicating through their defiance that they were indeed the enemy. Leap and Bumblebee were no exceptions. Rising from the ground, they too directed their weapons at the instigator of this conflict. Megatron, seemingly bored, disregarded the hail of fire striking him. Grasping the massive iron spear embedded in the ground with his left hand, he twisted it forcefully, concentrating energy along its length, which then erupted without warning, unleashing a surge of energy accompanied by massive arcs of electricity that engulfed a vast area. All Autobots, including Leap, fell into a state of rigidity under the impact of this energy. Blue sparks erupted from the joints of their bodies, and they subsequently collapsed, lifeless. Gu Xiaoyu observed through the tilted lens on the ground that the colossal figure was also engulfed in the energy shockwaves. Yet these waves seemed to have no effect on him. He even twisted his neck under the electric strikes, as if relishing a massage. Megatron personally participated in the operation to reclaim the Allspark, and in this battle, we lost many comrades. Leap finally spoke again. The Allspark has been reclaimed by the Decepticons. Gu Xiaoyu felt the terrifying combat prowess of a Decepticon leader, a one-man army capable of sweeping all aside. Continue watching, Leap said, his enthusiasm waning, clearly disheartened by the recollection of the brutal battle. A roar, thick with fury, erupted, making Gu Xiaoyu think it was a dragon's wrath. Megatron's right hand transformed once more into a cannon, and he unleashed a furious barrage upon the Allspark, fracturing its surface inch by inch. As shattered metal pieces cascaded down. Amidst the bewildered commotion of the Decepticon soldiers, the massive Allspark finally crumbled, with enormous metal shards crashing to the ground, causing tremors and raising clouds of debris and dust. Gu Xiaoyu was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Had they not come for the Allspark? How is it that they have now shattered it with their own hands? It is because he realizes he has been deceived. Fei Yue chuckles lightly, a sound tinged with a sense of relief. Deceived? Gu Xiaoyu seems to grasp the implication. The energy cube within the Grand Hall is a counterfeit? She inquires of Fei Yue. Indeed, it is merely a fabrication of our own making, The genuine artifact has already been personally relocated by our leader. Upon seizing this temple, we anticipated that we could not maintain our hold here. Hence we devised this ruse to divert the attention of the Decepticons, facilitating the movements of our main forces. What movements? Gu Xiaoyu is somewhat perplexed. So many lives have been lost in this conflict, and it was merely a decoy. Megatron has already initiated his course of action. He steps forward and seizes an Autobot warrior recently revived from a state of paralysis, vociferously uttering commands in their native tongue, his voice deep and grating. Akin to a malfunctioning radio, Gu Xiaoyu cannot comprehend the words, yet she surmises he is inquiring about the whereabouts of the true Energy Cube. Clearly, he receives no satisfactory response, for in a fit of rage, he rends the Autobot warrior in two, as though it were a mere toy. Then, Megatron seizes another, and to Gu Xiaoyu's dismay, it is Bumblebee. Her heart races, and she scarcely reflects upon the reason for her reaction. Don't worry, he will be fine. Fei Yue gently reassures her. He has been surviving well thus far, though I once feared he was doomed. Bumblebee is held aloft by Megatron's grip around his neck, struggling futilely against the powerful fingers that encircle him. Yet, from the tone of his voice, Gu Xiaoyu discerns that he seems to mock Megatron, evoking a sense of admiration within her. With another roar of fury, Megatron exerts pressure, and sparks fly from Bumblebee's neck as he endures excruciating pain, straining to pry apart Megatron's fingers while desperately thrashing his legs. Subsequently, Megatron hurls him forcefully to the ground. He swiftly retrieves a spear from the earth, flames erupting from his back as he leaps into the air, transforming into a fearsome extraterrestrial fighter jet. The exhaust flames shift from yellow to blue, and propelled by immense force, Megatron swiftly speeds away, heading straight for the temple's exit. Simultaneously, all Decepticon soldiers appear to have received orders, transforming into vehicles and aircraft, hastily departing the scene. Their urgency is evident, as none bother to attend to the fallen Autobots. The once vibrant temple, which had witnessed fierce combat moments ago, now lies in eerie silence, a scene of utter disarray. Are the Decepticons truly leaving? Gu Xiaoyu is baffled. Why would they not depart? We are indifferent. Should they linger any longer, they would find themselves without a play to perform. Fei Yue finally ceases to withhold the truth. Should they tarry, the Energy Cube shall no longer reside on Cybertron. Chapter 86. The Origins and Consequences not on Cybertron anymore? What does that mean? Gu Xiaoyu asked, feigning ignorance. In truth, she had long harbored a question. Why was the Allspark found on Earth? Our leader devised a plan. Fei Yue interrupted, the screen fading to black as the interior of the vehicle was enveloped in shadows once more. As it stands, the Allspark possesses nearly limitless energy. To my knowledge, it has sustained the entirety of Cybertronian civilization for over 10 millennia, at least since before the Great War. While we are unclear about its origins, its significance is abundantly clear. Fei Yue continued calmly. During the early days of the Civil War, the Well of Allsparks and the Allspark were under the control of the Decepticons. The well is akin to a spring. It not only nurtures life, but also sustains it. The liquid within, when refined, can yield energy cubes vital for Cybertronian existence. It is said that in ancient times, Cybertronians replenished their energy by directly consuming this liquid. However, the current process of refinement is excessively lengthy, and given the terrifying population of Cybertron, it is now solely utilized for the daily needs of its citizens. The energy from the Allspark, on the other hand, has been exploited by the Decepticons for the production of weaponry and industrial machinery, Fei Yue elaborated patiently. However, due to their governance failing to garner support from the Cybertronian populace, they found themselves gradually outnumbered. Consequently, the Decepticons detonated the Well of Allsparks. Gu Xiaoyu spoke the unspoken words for him. Indeed, they did so merely to negate our numerical advantage, while simultaneously seizing control over the sole energy distribution rights. Fei, now less emotional, continued with a calm demeanor. Many succumbed, compelled to barter for the energy essential for survival, the power of the Allspark. For an extended period, the plight of the resistance grew increasingly dire. We could only rely on the output from our struggle for the energy mines, but the efficacy was abysmally low. The entire process from mining to refining energy cubes requires a complete set of industrial facilities, and we lack the strength to maintain and defend such establishments. The longer we delayed, the more disadvantageous it became for us, as the Decepticons, bolstered by the Allspark support, churned out war machines from their factories daily, enjoying an abundance of energy. Thus, we launched a military operation, temporarily seizing the Allspark from the Decepticons. Yet we understood that we could not hold this temple for long. Even if we transported the Allspark back to our base, it would not reverse our fortunes in the short term. Given the vast disparity in military strength between us and the Decepticons, it was foreseeable that should we pursue that course, the Decepticons would unleash their full might upon us, leading to our inevitable defeat. Therefore, we secretly transported it away, replacing it with a decoy in the temple, creating a false pretense of intending to destroy it, hoping to divert the Decepticons' attention towards the temple, thereby facilitating our leader's execution of another operation. Another operation? Gu Xiaoyu began to piece it together. Indeed, we intend to send the Allspark into the cosmos. Fei Yue calmly articulated the answer. You sent the Energy Cube into the universe, and its destination is Earth. Gu Xiaoyu finally comprehended why Fei Yue and his companions had come to Earth, as well as the Decepticons. Indeed, we must sever the source of the Decepticons' relentless military expansion. Without the Energy Cube, they will find themselves in a predicament akin to ours, deprived of the means to extend their military might. The scales of victory shall no longer tip in their favor, nor will they possess the conditions to ignite a large-scale war. Perhaps this would lead to the cessation of hostilities. The scene shifted. Gu Xiaoyu discovered himself within the confines of a spacecraft, the door revealing a bleak world beyond. As they soared high above, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, beside him lay several battered Autobot warriors, including Bumblebee, who appeared frail but seemingly unscathed. Yet, his large eyes conveyed profound sorrow, emitting a series of electronic murmurs incomprehensible to her. An Autobot warrior stood vigil by Bumblebee's side, examining his shattered neck. Fei Yue approached, and the warrior turned, gently shaking his head. What has happened to him? Gu Xiaoyu could not help but inquire, witnessing Bumblebee's pitiful state. He has not sustained any grave injuries, but his vocalizer has been destroyed by Megatron, Fei Yue replied, his tone tinged with sadness. In the frame, Fei Yue placed his hand on Bumblebee's shoulder, seemingly offering comfort. Are you saying he has become mute? Gu Xiaoyu instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the vocalizer, unlike the body and limbs, is a delicate component. Unless a new one is found or sufficient energy is procured, perhaps it can be repaired, Fei Yue expressed uncertainty. Look outside the door. Fei Yue wished to divert the conversation from this somber topic. Until now, Bumblebee's voice had yet to be restored. Following Fei Yue's gaze, Gu Xiaoyu beheld something rising from the desolate horizon. It resembled a rocket ascending into the sky, leaving a colossal trail of flames in its wake. Soaring at an astonishing velocity, surrounding it were numerous dark specks, desperately attempting to pursue but failing to match its ascent. The image in Fei Yue's eyes zoomed in, and she could vaguely discern that the object ascending was indeed the Energy Cube, encircled by a massive ring equipped with dozens of what appeared to be boosters, emitting brilliant flames. The immense thrust propelled the enormous metallic cube into the cosmos. The pursuing dark specks were Decepticon spacecraft, dispatched to intercept the Energy Cube. Yet, despite their fervent chase, they could not keep pace with its ascent into the heavens. At that moment, Gu Xiaoyu spotted a familiar craft. The fearsome alien warplane transformed by the Decepticon leader, its rear exhaust and lateral boosters operating at full power, radiating a bluish-yellow glow. It sped ahead, leaving its subordinates behind, in hot pursuit of the Energy Cube above. Evidently, the Autobots equipped the Energon Cube with sufficient propulsion mechanisms, and at this moment, the cube had already breached the atmosphere, while Megatron still lagged significantly behind. It was a sight that left spectators breathless, was it not? However, as you may already know, that scoundrel failed to prevent the Energon Cube from entering the space bridge portal. It seemed as though Jetfire relished the sight of the Decepticons faltering. The space bridge portal? What could that possibly be? Gu Xiaoyu had developed a habit of inquiring about anything she did not comprehend. My knowledge on the subject was limited as well. One could interpret it as a hyperspace conduit, a wormhole technology used on Cybertron for interstellar travel, allowing one to traverse astronomical distances in a brief span of time. Jetfire's explanations were rather vague, leaving one to ponder whether his lack of clarity was genuine or feigned. Did they possess hyperspace travel technology? On this matter, Gu Xiaoyu was not particularly surprised. Subsequently, she observed a small glimmer of light emerge from the deep blue expanse ahead of the Energon Cube, which gradually expanded into a vast, iridescent disk, revealing swirling vortices within. Was it the space bridge portal? It was her first encounter with the so-called hyperspace navigation technology depicted in science fiction films. It was indeed an eye-opening experience. The surrounding rings encircling the Energon Cube ceased their propulsion, allowing the cube to detach and, propelled by inertia, enter the glowing vortex. At that moment, Megatron just managed to break free from the tenuous atmosphere, hurtling at full speed toward the radiant spot, which gradually diminished in size until at the last moment he surged into it as well. Ultimately, the cosmos returned to a tranquil, profound darkness. Had he succeeded? Gu Xiaoyu urgently inquired of Jetfire. Upon analysis after the incident, we concluded that he did not successfully retrieve the Energon Cube. Jetfire reflected, articulating a conclusion that had been reached by mutual discussion prior to their departure from Cybertron. Had the adversary successfully located the Energon Cube, they would undoubtedly have returned to Cybertron, especially since the leader had mentioned that Megatron was equipped with a small space bridge engine. As the virtual journey came to a close, Gu Xiaoyu now comprehended the entirety of the events. So, has your work concluded? Her voice was soft, devoid of emotion. No, after Megatron's departure, his lieutenant, Starscream, assumed command of the Decepticons, rejecting any overtures for negotiation and resolutely continuing the battle against the Autobots. Jetfire appeared somewhat despondent as he continued. We had no choice but to flee Cybertron, abandoning our homeland to search the cosmos for the whereabouts of the Energon Cube. But you're the ones who sent the Energon Cube away. You dispatched it to Earth. Now the planet I inhabit is also exposed to the Decepticons. Gu Xiaoyu stated bluntly. Jetfire sensed the turbulence of her emotions, having noticed her unusual demeanor since earlier. Yet, he remained silent, not allowing himself to be angered by her slightly accusatory tone. He has shared his most authentic past with the other party, demonstrating his sincerity. The next step is to diligently establish trust. Chapter 87, Reaching an Agreement. A journey across the stars, dreamlike and surreal, has come to an end. The interior lights of the vehicle illuminate, and the structure morphs once more. The large screen glides and reconfigures like a movable type printing press as the steering wheel, air vents, and radio reappear. The windows and doors restore to their original form, and the folded driver's seat flips back into position. In mere seconds, the space where Gu Xiaoyu resided transformed back to a conventional car interior. The front windshield once again revealed the exterior scenery, and the side windows gradually descended, allowing the evening breeze to sweep away the oppressive atmosphere within the vehicle. Gu Xiaoyu remained silent, uncertain of how to articulate her feelings, until a flash of blue light illuminated the interior, and the dashing young man's virtual projection re-emerged in the driver's seat. You have come to Earth in search of the energy cube that you lost, and the Decepticons, those warmongers, have arrived on Earth for the same reason. Gu Xiaoyu felt an inexplicable anger swelling within her chest. Fei Yue recognized her indignation. Humans tend to express their emotions through anger when faced with significant pressure. However, he considered this to be a positive sign, for even in the presence of an extraterrestrial being like himself, she dared to express her true emotions candidly. This behavior typically manifests only in familiar company, indicating that the barriers between them had considerably diminished following their recent journey through Cybertron. Fei Yue understood the source of her anger. She believed that their kind, the Autobots, had brought a crisis to Earth. According to the leader, he had launched the Energy Cube from the position of the solar system years ago. Fei Yue's humanoid projection rested its hands on the steering wheel, speaking to itself without explanation or argument. Thus, when we departed from Cybertron, we were unaware of whether the Energy Cube had already reached the solar system or was adrift somewhere along the way. After leaving our homeland, we pursued this trajectory, traversing one domain after another, a process that took us thousands of years. During this time, I was awakened from my slumber only once to participate in the search of a passing domain. I had believed that we could find the Energy Cube and return home. Fei Yue smiled faintly. Arriving on Earth marked my second awakening, and upon realizing that we had arrived at the originally designated target position, I felt an overwhelming joy, for I knew that the day of our return home must be drawing near. Gu Xiaoyu listened quietly, gradually calming down, fully aware that this predicament was not Fei Yue's fault, and her anger towards him was unjustified. However, she needed a moment to collect herself. She reached for the car door, which this time was unlocked, and Fei Yue allowed her to exit the seat. Gu Xiaoyu walked down the dirt path toward the mountain, wishing to be alone for a while. After witnessing Fei Yue's memories of Cybertron, she found herself ensnared in a new conflict within her thoughts. She finds herself in a state of exasperation, unable to comprehend why such events have befallen her, why she has become enmeshed in this monumental affair that concerns all of humanity. A beam of light illuminates the path beneath her feet, and as she turns around, she sees Fei Yue hovering at a distance of 5 or 6 meters behind her. Upon noticing her halt, Fei Yue, too, comes to a standstill. The young man inside the vehicle is hunched low, gripping the steering wheel with both hands, revealing only half of his head as he gazes at her with a sense of furtive intrigue. Gu Xiaoyu feels a sense of helplessness. It is as if she has been ensnared by a piece of toffee, an adversary she cannot fight nor dismiss. She has first-hand experience of Fei Yue's formidable prowess. Even if she contemplated alerting the authorities or reporting to the government, it would be futile to escape his surveillance. Even if the police and military arrived, could they truly subdue this metallic giant? She harbors doubts, fearing that escalating matters might attract the Decepticons, which would pose significant risks to both her and her father. Thus, she swiftly dismisses this thought from her mind. She has been vexed by the series of perilous encounters she has faced in recent days. Frustrated at being abruptly thrust into this unbelievable encounter of the fifth kind, and irritated that these extraterrestrials have chosen Earth as their parcel depot. She is even more vexed by her inability to feign normality amidst the chaos. Yet now, as she regards the seemingly docile Fei Yue before her, she finds that her anger dissipates, akin to the time she had to watch her hapless sidekick, He Bao, get into trouble without being able to express her frustration. You mentioned earlier that the Decepticons are also searching for the Energon Cube on Earth. Are they in my city? Gu Xiaoyu breaks the awkward silence after a moment of contemplation. Indeed, the only certainty I possess at present is that within the borders of your country, there are at least 2 members of the Decepticons, Fei Yue replies, his heart buoyed by her willingness to initiate conversation. Recently, I have attempted to analyze and track their movements. If my deductions are accurate, their last known location was in the northern province of Hubei, where they seemingly encountered your nation's military. I am uncertain of the outcome. 2, you say? Hypothetically speaking, if they were to confront me while I assist you in seeking clues, would you be able to protect me and my family? Gu Xiaoyu takes a deep breath, her eyes intensely fixed on Fei Yue. The white sports car transforms, and Fei Yue adopts a humanoid form, kneeling before Gu Xiaoyu with one hand placed over his chest. On this matter, I, Fei Yue, can swear by the spark, should such a situation arise. My priority will be to safeguard you and your family. If they wish to harm you, they must first contend with me. Observing Fei Yue's métallique visage, now adorned with a serious demeanor, Gu Xiaoyu reflects that he is not much different from a human after all. She closes her eyes, inhales deeply, and then lets out a piercing scream. The sound resonates through the pitch-black forest, startling a few birds and catching Fei Yue off guard. What is happening to me lately? This is infuriating. After fervently releasing the emotions that had been pinned up within her, Gu Xiaoyu firmly massaged her temples on either side. She had resolved that, since she could not remain an outsider and had already witnessed the ruthless nature of the Decepticons, her best choice was to ally with the Autobot warrior, Leap. Regardless of the true nature of the leader that Leap spoke of, she found herself more inclined to trust the Autobots, represented by Leap, rather than the merciless Decepticons. Thus far, the opposition had consistently treated her with patience and sincerity. Additionally, she harbored doubts about the pendant she had never closely examined, pondering its mysterious connection to extraterrestrial matters. Let me clarify our terms. I will assist you in uncovering the origins of the pendant, but in return, you must refrain from revealing your identity during this process. Should any danger arise, you are responsible for ensuring the safety of myself and my family. Once we uncover the clues, you must depart and cease any further disturbance in my life. Do we have agreement? Gu Xiaoyu had now thrown caution to the wind, facing Leap's towering stature without a hint of intimidation. Deep down, she understood that her audacity in speaking so boldly to Leap was a testament to her trust in him. She had lowered her guard, and it was precisely this familiarity that allowed her to be so direct. A visible smile of delight appeared on Leap's metallic visage as he agreed. To demonstrate our sincerity, let's engage in a fist bump. With that, Leap raised his right fist before Gu Xiaoyu. Observing this somewhat childish gesture, she found an unexpected sense of reassurance. With a resigned sigh, she lifted her own right arm and gently tapped her fist against his. Very well, the pact is established. What shall we do next? Leap instantly perked up, brimming with eagerness. First, take me home. My phone is broken, and I must confirm my father's well-being and assure him that I am safe. Since he is unharmed, he is likely at home, anxiously awaiting a call from the kidnappers, and he must be quite worried. Not a problem, let's go. Leap promptly lay down on the ground, transforming into a sleek sports car in the blink of an eye. Gu Xiaoyu walked directly to the driver's seat, opened the door, and climbed in. Wait, why are you sitting there? Leap was taken aback by her audacity. Less chatter. Your humanoid projection is far too conspicuous. It is far more prudent for me to occupy the driver's seat, which will alleviate many potential complications. If anyone inquires, I shall simply state that you are a car borrowed from a friend. Gu Xiaoyu fastened her seatbelt and gripped the steering wheel. Noticing the electronic display in the car indicating that the current time was already 4 in the morning. After a night of tumult, she found herself surprisingly alert. Oh, just make sure you're seated properly. I'll drive myself. Leap felt awkward being operated by someone else. I'll handle the driving. You have no objections, do you? Gu Xiaoyu teased him, noticing his discomfort. What? This is Leap's first time, and he is quite tense. Do you lack trust in me? Gu Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, boldly challenging him. No, just be careful, and don't scratch anything. Fei Yue could only weakly express his agreement. Gu Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, with Fei Yue's bulletproof physique. Was there really a need for concern about mere scrapes? As the car's engine roared to life, Gu Xiaoyu pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward in a flash. Hey, slow down. Fei Yue's anxious voice echoed in the night sky. Chapter 88. Martyrs. A significant event transpired on Earth, akin to a drop of water falling in a boiling oil, stirring the upper echelons of nations and rendering the already turbulent international landscape even more intricate and chaotic. The foremost military superpower, the United States of America, suddenly lost contact with its military base in the Middle East, the Cat Harris military facility. Upon discovering this alarming situation, the U.S. Department of Defense promptly reached out to the local intelligence officer at Cat Harris, dispatching a team to the base to verify the circumstances overnight. However, the response they received was shocking. Cat Harris military base had been obliterated. Nearly 2,000 personnel stationed at the base were reported as casualties. In the urgent search and rescue operations, they discovered Colonel Mosher, the base commander, gravely injured and unconscious, along with 2 other severely wounded soldiers. Beyond these few, no survivors were found within the base. It remained to be seen whether all personnel had perished, requiring further meticulous verification. There were no signs of aircraft having taken off. The hangars lay in ruins, and the armored vehicles, once neatly arranged, were scattered haphazardly like discarded toys. The command center had been violently destroyed. Who possessed such audacity to attack a U.S. military base? Who had the capability to annihilate such a large-scale military installation in such a short span, preventing the station troops from launching their aircraft or sending distress signals? Such a monumental event could not remain concealed. On the very night of the base's communication loss, locals several dozen kilometers away observed brilliant flames and explosive sounds emanating from the direction of the base, promptly uploading videos and recordings to the internet. Although the CIA swiftly intervened to delete the online footage and issued denials, attempting to control the narrative, the incident did not fail to capture the attention of global leaders. Discussions and analyses regarding this event were conducted with urgency. To date, no faction has stepped forward to claim responsibility for the attack. Not even the deeply entrenched terrorist organizations in the Middle East, known for their animosity towards America. The magnitude of this incident was such that it was tantamount to a declaration of war against the United States. Anyone who emerged at this juncture would have to face America's wrath. The President of the United States was also immediately informed of the situation. Concluding his tour in California on the West Coast, he hurried to the airport, preparing to board Air Force One to return to the White House, where he must assume command. In these tumultuous times, the American government has effectively entered a state of minimal wartime emergency to confront the impending threat of a second attack. For a nation that has grown accustomed to wielding its influence with impunity around the globe for decades, this assault serves as a stark wake-up call that must be taken with utmost seriousness. The President has ordered a thorough investigation into the matter, and the Department of Defense, as the brain of this military apparatus, has commenced its operations. The Central Intelligence Agency is working in full cooperation with the military to unearth the perpetrators. Due to a sudden change in schedule, the departure of Air Force One, the president's aircraft, is being hastily prepared for takeoff once again, having just landed. The sequence of takeoffs and landings at the airport will be adjusted, forcing numerous flights to be delayed or canceled. Indeed, it is a very busy day for the airport management. Amidst the chaos, Luigi's gaze is cold, and a faint smirk graces his lips, as the current commotion conveniently facilitates his forthcoming actions. He is the dedicated maintenance personnel for Air Force One, having served the president's aircraft for many years with diligence, earning the trust of the logistics department's leadership. However, today, the fruits of his long-standing concealment have finally come to bear. Just last night, he received directives from the organization for the first and final task assigned to him. As an outer member of the organization, he is unaware of the intricacies of this operation. Following the instructions, he arrives at the airport's underground parking garage and locates the vehicle arranged by the organization. Upon approaching the black civilian car, he finds it empty, and then the headlights flash, unlocking the doors automatically. This peculiar occurrence sends a jolt of apprehension through him, but he dismisses it and opens the passenger door, discovering a sleek mini radio on the seat, coated in silver paint with a matte finish. No larger than a dinner plate. He recognizes this radio as the latest electronic marvel, capable of playing music CDs and rather expensive. The organization's directive is simply for him to secretly bring the item from the passenger seat aboard Air Force One. Without hesitation, Luigi takes the radio and places it into his messenger bag. He closes the car door and, from the corner of his eye, notices white lettering on the rear of the vehicle that reads punishment and slavery. Luigi can't help but curl his lip at the audacious motto, reminiscent of the current state of America. He remains indifferent to the true nature of the radio, whether it be a locator, a listening device, or even a bomb. In fact, he finds the latter preferable. If it means sending the American president to the heavens, he would consider it martyrdom, even if it meant perishing alongside him in the explosion. Luigi is a quintessential American, with ancestors who settled in North America nearly a century ago. His family has witnessed the evolution of this nation and contributed to its ascent. His forebears fought for the Union during the Civil War, shedding blood and sweat to uphold the unity of the country. His grandfather fought in World War II, bravely battling the Japanese in the Pacific and returning home adorned with medals, once held in high esteem. His father, heeding the call of the nation, participated in the Vietnam War, sustaining severe injuries that compelled him to retire prematurely. His brother, a firefighter, took part in the rescue efforts during the tragic events of the World Trade Center attacks. As for him, he served as a Marine in the Middle Eastern anti-terrorism operations, exemplifying a lineage steeped in valor and loyalty. He once felt immense pride for the greatness of his country. Otherwise, he would not have aspired to join the military from a young age. His honorable family history afforded him the respectable job he holds today after his service. However, deep within, he now perceives that the nation he once cherished has morphed into something he despises. His father, afflicted by post-traumatic stress disorder from the Vietnam War, resorted to drugs to numb his suffering, languishing in despair over the deaths of his comrades and the scorn he faced upon returning home. Enduring both physical and psychological torment, his father succumbed to despair 5 years ago when his last old comrade died in a homeless encampment, leading him to take his own life. His brother, once a hero who bravely faced the smoke and chaos during the terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center, now suffers from a debilitating lung infection. His life rendered a living hell. He is deprived of the medical benefits promised by the government, growing increasingly frail as bureaucratic wrangling between central and local authorities drags on. Waiting for death in his own home, coupled with his own harrowing experiences in the Middle East, where the military engaged in the wanton slaughter of local civilians for amusement, and superiors profited immensely from the trafficking of food and oil, he recalls a close comrade who, unable to bear the torment of his conscience after returning home, self-immolated at the entrance of a municipal hall 3 years ago. Each of these events struck his heart like nails, plunging him into profound skepticism regarding the current American government. This skepticism deepened a year ago when his pregnant wife was murdered during a street robbery by an immigrant from the very region where he had served. Luigi's faith in his country finally shattered. The nation he once considered the pinnacle of civilization had lost its ambition to lead humanity towards progress, devolving into a malignant entity that exploits and enslaves the world through violence and destruction. His love for the country transformed into hatred. He despised this facade of a civilized beacon, masquerading as a war capitalist enterprise. Yet, he felt powerless, compelled to conceal his fury within. It was not until 6 months ago that a cult organization, proclaiming themselves as the servants of Silicon Entropy, approached him, presenting evidence of the existence of extraterrestrial metallic beings. They shared an ancient photograph taken in 1934, depicting a colossal iron giant encased in solid ice, discovered in the Arctic. The cult members expounded on their ideology of locating this alien metal giant and liberating it, inviting the extraterrestrial civilization behind it to intervene on Earth. If this could not alter the stagnation and infighting plaguing humanity, they suggested, then perhaps the annihilation of the human species was the answer to restore peace to the planet. Luigi, filled with anger and disappointment towards his country and humanity, ultimately joined this organization and gradually grew to embrace the tenets of the cult. His current mission is to carry this recording device aboard the aircraft. Regardless of the ultimate aim, once successful, their grand endeavor will advance. And even self-sacrifice would be worth it. He is now devoid of fear. For just a week prior, his only kin, his brother, succumbed to the torment of illness, never receiving the dignified treatment deserving of a hero. As Luigi vanished into the underground parking lot, the previously tranquil black sedan roared to life, sparks erupting as the vehicle transformed into a black and white police car, the entire process swift and unnoticed. In the driver's seat, a man with a stern visage and a small mustache materialized, while the radio within the car emitted a cacophony of jarring noise. The chaos had begun. Operatives were infiltrating to gather intelligence, and scouts promptly set out to provide support. Long live the Decepticons. Chapter 89, Deployment in the Demon City. After an urgent rescue, General Xiao Jianbang was wheeled out of the operating room. It must be said, he truly is a fortunate man. Due to the obstruction of a heavy computer desk, the steel needle embedded in his lower back had only penetrated an inch, sparing his internal organs from severe harm. Once out of the operating room, as the effects of the anesthesia wore off, General Xiao, a robust man in his 50s, sat up with sheer willpower, maintaining an unperturbed expression while listening to his aide's report. The base had been completely sealed off, entering a state of wartime emergency. The lieutenant colonel stood by the bedside, directing the operations. The remains of the alien robot had been securely transported to the underground research facility, where academician he and his team were conducting a thorough investigation. Based on your account, we have requested academician he to temporarily fabricate several radiation detectors, and the security forces are currently conducting comprehensive inspections throughout the base, particularly focusing on electronic devices, with results expected imminently. How are the two children faring? General Xiao inquired softly, feeling a sharp pain in his lower back. One has stabilized and has been moved to the intensive care unit for observation. The other, unfortunately, did not survive. The aide's expression darkened. Sigh. General Xiao's hand involuntarily twitched. The base's inspection must be conducted diligently. It is imperative that the base undergoes a thorough examination. This incident was far too perilous, and he never anticipated that these alien robots had smaller variants, stealthily lurking so close to him. He had come perilously close to being decapitated. Reflecting on it now, he still felt a chill of fear. Years of military service had accustomed him to the specter of life and death. And since undertaking this formidable task entrusted to him by his superior, he had steeled himself for the possibility of sacrifice. His own demise mattered little, but the dragon shield would surely descend into chaos in a short time. If that creature, capable of masquerading as electronic equipment, succeeded in its mission and continued to lurk within the base, the potential for catastrophic damage in the future is unimaginable. In the present day, various global powers are actively pursuing these extraterrestrial robots, and the nation of Huaxia must not fall behind. What is the situation in Shanghai? General Xiao is primarily concerned with the upcoming operations. The Shanghainese police have now focused their efforts on scrutinizing suspicious vehicles. However, progress is sluggish, and thus far, no leads have emerged. It is as if the perpetrators have vanished into thin air. Is it truly a disappearance? General Xiao pinched the bridge of his nose. suspecting that they likely possess advanced technology for concealing their whereabouts, as similar incidents have also been reported with Subjects 2 and 3. The task in Shanghai cannot be relaxed. You must keep a close watch. General Xiao understands that there will likely be no immediate developments. Has the investigation into the abducted girl's background been completed? It has been examined, revealing a clean familial background. The aide opened a folder and presented it to General Xiao, noting that the series of events surrounding her has indeed been quite peculiar. Is Shanghai Longting still a key partner of the government? General Xiao furrowed his brow as he reviewed the documents. The recent incidents of vehicular abduction coupled with a highway gunfight have made the girl's situation rather tumultuous. With so many events erupting in such a short span, General Xiao finds it hard to believe they are mere coincidences. The crux of the matter now lies in whether the abduction of the girl by Subject 1 aligns with the intentions of the kidnappers. What makes this girl so special? Is it related to the project her father is currently undertaking? General, there is one more development, given the girl's father's unique status. The National Security Bureau has initiated an investigation into the recent highway shooting incident. Concurrently, directives have been issued from the central leadership, stating that the national security forces in Shanghai will operate under your direct command for the forthcoming actions. The aide briefed the general on the latest updates. This has become exceedingly passive, General Xiao lamented, as Longshield has not been able to locate Subjects 2 and 3 since the conclusion of the last operation at the data center. These two are ticking time bombs. The little monsters that attacked the base were exposed only after sending signals in response to the intelligence received from Shanghai. This indicates that Subjects the 2nd and the 3rd of May already be aware of developments in Shanghai. Will they venture forth again? Regardless, it is imperative to enhance surveillance on all roads entering Shanghai, implementing a system of checkpoints with personnel. All vehicles entering the city must undergo biometric identification. General Xiao vividly recalls the hyper-realistic virtual projections set up by Subjects 2 and 3 in their vehicle. Their camouflage capabilities were so formidable that if one were not cautious, it would be all too easy to be deceived. As for the specific operations, General Xiao pondered briefly before speaking. Let us use comprehensive quarantine as the rationale. Every vehicle entering Shanghai must have all occupants undergo oral swab collection. We should inform the health department, as they will have to exert themselves for a while. Although it is uncertain whether such elaborate measures will successfully unveil the disguises of these extraterrestrial robots, it is crucial that they diligently pursue every possible avenue available to them. Moreover, it is of utmost importance to heed the recent directives from the central authority. The location of this operation bears significant implications. We hope that the Dragon Shield will be deployed judiciously to avoid inciting any unnecessary panic. All military and law enforcement units surrounding Shanghai will lend their full support to our endeavor. As the aide spoke, a sense of exhilaration surged within him. Such collaborative operations are indeed rare. Shanghai, being a sprawling metropolis and a pivotal economic hub, cannot afford to be reckless as it was during the previous operation. Failing to exercise caution may lead to severe casualties among the civilian populace and substantial economic detriment. General Xiao envisions the ideal scenario where the movements of these extraterrestrial automatons are discerned prior to their incursion into densely populated areas, allowing for a decisive strike far from the urban center. However, this scenario is overly idealistic. Henceforth, the forthcoming actions of the Dragon Shield must prioritize secrecy. Any significant disturbance could inflict irreparable harm on the fabric of societal order. Shanghai serves as a facade for Sino-foreign exchanges. Any hint of unrest will swiftly reverberate across the globe. When it comes to the secrets surrounding these extraterrestrial machines, concealment will be nearly impossible. Furthermore, should foreign powers intervene at this juncture, instigating a crisis or deliberate sabotage, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. It is imperative to recognize that nations worldwide are eager to partake in this clandestine initiative against extraterrestrial threats. While an unspoken accord exists among them, many would relish the opportunity to shift the battleground onto foreign soil, allowing others to bear the brunt of conflict. Conscience has never been a prevailing force among human factions, and with the advent of alien threats and alluring technologies, it is uncertain where such moral considerations may be discarded. Thus, the confidentiality of the Shanghai operation is paramount. What is the status of our troops' equipment? How are the military factories progressing? Regarding weaponry, General Xiao has resolved to prevent a recurrence of the devastating losses suffered previously. Following the Research Institute's recommendations, we have communicated our requirements to the military factory in the northern region of Hubei, which has completed the modular design and is currently engaged in mass production. The aide hastily reported on the progress. We must act swiftly. Time is of the essence. General Xiao is acutely aware that urgency is futile without proper equipment, and the newly arrived soldiers require time to acclimate. We cannot afford to sacrifice the lives of our troops in vain. The last encounter was a successful ambush, a rare opportunity indeed, yet they must now prepare thoroughly. General Xiao has a premonition that the upcoming operation in Shanghai could yield profound repercussions. In the worst-case scenario, the Dragon Shield may have to confront 3 extraterrestrial robots. The thought of engaging in battle within a city housing millions sends shivers down his spine. He can only hope that, as previously analyzed, Units 1 and 2, along with 3, do not belong to the same faction and that they do not engage each other upon meeting. Unit 1, after remaining hidden for so long, has now chosen to act in this manner. What exactly are your intentions? General Xiao gazed out into the inky darkness of the night, murmuring to himself. Chapter 90, A New Strategy. Having just survived a perilous close-quarters confrontation with extraterrestrial mechanical assassins, Liu felt as though he had scarcely had a moment to rest. Even before dawn had fully broken, he received a notification instructing all personnel to assemble in the stairwell conference room, where the general was set to deliver the latest operational directives. Upon hearing this news, the anxiety that had gripped Liu throughout the night finally began to dissipate, as it appeared that General Xiao, the head of Long Shield, was now out of immediate danger. The previous day, after he and Su Mingyue had cooperatively eliminated the terrifying robotic killer, reinforcements had successfully breached the rolling shutter door and rushed in. Upon finding General Xiao lying on the ground, the lieutenant colonel's aide had been particularly anxious, promptly escorting everyone on the floor to the medical department for urgent care. Liu and Su Mingyue had been the only 2 standing at the scene, and they were swiftly surrounded and restrained by the reinforcements. Even after witnessing the motionless mechanical monstrosity on the ground, the soldiers maintained their wariness towards the pair. Liu understood their caution. As the commanding officer had been attacked in the command center, the enemy's identity remained uncertain and communications were disrupted. The command center had been sealed off, rendering the situation within a mystery to those outside. It was entirely reasonable for them to remain vigilant. Thus, Liu complied without hesitation, relinquishing his weapon and preparing for inspection. He noted that Su Mingyue exhibited remarkable calmness, which only heightened his admiration for her. Though they were mere strangers, not even acquaintances, they found themselves entangled in this perilous battle due to a sudden turn of events. Their ability to harmoniously cooperate under such dire circumstances, ultimately achieving a counterstrike against overwhelming odds, was indeed commendable. Particularly impressive were her mature combat skills and her exceptional marksmanship, which left a lasting impression on Liu. He realized that without her collaboration, facing the mechanical creature alone could have spelled disaster. Fortunately, General Xiao retained his faculties before being rushed for medical attention. Liu observed him muster the strength to whisper something in the aide's ear, after which the aide instructed the guards to lower their weapons aimed at the 2 of them. The aide sincerely expressed apologies and requested their understanding regarding the forthcoming standard inquiries. The lieutenant colonel's humble demeanor left Liu and Su Mingyue somewhat embarrassed, and they insisted it was merely their duty, urging him not to take offense. What followed was a lengthy hour of individual questioning, during which Liu recounted the entire sequence of events, from his encounter with Su Mingyue to the alarm and gunfire, to their rush towards the command center, and ultimately to the life-and-death struggle with the alien robot, without omitting a single detail. After the inquiry, the lieutenant colonel even personally escorted him to the dormitory area, arranging for him to have a private room. After instructing him to rest well, the lieutenant colonel hurriedly departed, leaving Liu feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the unexpected attention. The room, though modest in size, was impeccably clean and orderly. After enduring a harrowing battle for survival, the tension that had gripped Liu began to dissipate, leaving him feeling fatigued as he lay on the iron-framed bed, his mind wandering. He wondered how the female soldier, Su Mingyue, was faring now. Had she also been placed in isolation? The general had still been able to speak at that time, and judging by the reactions of the lieutenant colonel, the situation could not be too grave. Eventually, Liu succumbed to a deep slumber, only to be awakened by a knock at the door. At the crack of dawn, before the first light of day, he received a summons for assembly, instantly dispelling the gloom that had settled in his heart. This was splendid news. General Xiao was unharmed and was convening a strategic meeting, which surely indicated that the next phase of action was imminent. He could feel the sharp sting from the burn on his right cheek, a constant reminder of the blood feud that remained unavenged. The creature he had dispatched yesterday was merely a small interest in the grand scheme of things. Liu resolved that if he were to sacrifice his life, it would be upon the battlefield against those monstrous adversaries. Despite the restlessness that enveloped the base throughout the night, with hurried footsteps echoing in the corridors, he had managed to sleep soundly, his dreams devoid of the imposing red behemoth. Liu sensed that his inner demons lingered, not as a fear of the extraterrestrials, but rather an urgent desire for retribution. The previous day, he had vented his pent-up fury by striking the small monster's head with the butt of his gun. Yet he knew that true resolution would only come after settling old scores with the two formidable creatures that haunted his thoughts. He vividly recalled the red giant that had slain his captain and comrades, the one he had injured by shattering one of its eyes. He wondered if that beast was now reminiscing about their encounter. It was imperative to bring this to a conclusion. This was Li Yu's singular focus. Upon entering the tiered conference room, he noted that many had already taken their seats, with more individuals arriving in a steady stream into the spacious hall. By their physiques and demeanor, Liu discerned that these were undoubtedly the military's elite, likely selected from various special forces, much like himself. In a corner of the front row, he observed a group of individuals who starkly contrasted with the surrounding atmosphere of excitement and chatter. They sat in silence, their expressions devoid of emotion, their gazes frosty, some with bandages affixed to their foreheads. Upon a cursory count, he noted 12 of them. Without needing to speculate, he understood that these individuals were among the first combatants of Long Shield, his fellow warriors who had participated in the recent brutal engagement. Their presence drew many curious glances from those present, as some may have already surmised their identities as veterans of the first wave. If the new recruits were aware that the original group had once numbered over 100, yet now dwindled to such a few, he could only imagine their thoughts on the matter. Liu strode towards them without hesitation, failing to notice his lightly wounded comrades from his squad, who appeared still unable to rise from their beds. Yet, he felt a deeper psychological affinity for these fellow warriors with whom he had fought side by side, yearning to sit amongst them. Upon noticing Liu approaching, the soldiers acknowledged him with nods, recognizing the scars on his face, to which he reciprocated with subtle inclinations of his head. Their interactions had been sparse, as they had hurriedly plunged into battle, and now, as they reunited, despite the torrent of emotions swirling within, there was no desire to inquire about each other's names. The mere sight of one another conjured memories of the grand assembly room that once brimmed with over 100 souls, now rendered desolate in just a few days. With many familiar faces forever lost, this profound sorrow and heartache were palpable to Liu, as they resembled a collective of survivors, each having lost their respective teams, instinctively converging to mend the wounds of their souls. Their choice to gather here stemmed not only from the intrinsic duty of a soldier to obey orders, but also from an unwavering obsession against the extraterrestrial foes. Liu could discern, through their gazes, a shared sentiment of animosity akin to his own. "Hey you!" A woman's voice pierced through Liu's thoughts. Turning to look around, he realized that the only woman who would know his name could only be her. Sure enough, he spotted a familiar figure. Su Mingwei stood a short distance away, waving enthusiastically. Surrounding her were a group of robust, spirited warriors, presumably her comrades. "Liu, come sit here." Su Mingwei appeared genuinely delighted to see him. Having fought alongside him in the past, she vigorously beckoned him to join her. Her companions, upon hearing his name, smiled and nodded in friendly acknowledgement, with some even rising to invite him over to share in their company. Liu noticed the bright spark in their eyes, likely due to Su Mingwei recounting their recent encounter with the alien robots and his status as a first phase member who had engaged with the extraterrestrials. Their warmth could be interpreted as a recognition among warriors and a curiosity regarding their previous combat mission. However, Liu preferred solitude and merely offered them a polite nod before seating himself beside his first phase comrades, disregarding Su Mingwei's calls. Seeing him unresponsive, Su Mingwe felt a twinge of awkwardness but chose not to dwell on it, returning to her seat in mild disappointment. At that moment, the assembly room filled once again with over 100 individuals, reminiscent of the previous mobilization meeting. This scene felt like a passage through time, the same venue, yet almost a completely different assembly of people. Liu felt a slight moisture at the corners of his eyes, but he resolutely inhaled deeply, steeling himself for the weightier matters that lay ahead. Now is not the time for sorrow. No more soldiers entered through the grand doors. And the atmosphere in the conference hall swiftly quieted as everyone awaited the arrival of their superiors. The door swung open, revealing General Xiao seated in a wheelchair, pushed into the conference room by his lieutenant. With that, all were assembled, and the second collective operational meeting of the Dragon Shield was about to commence. The large screen behind them displayed 4 imposing characters. Shanghai Operation. Chapter 91. New Members. The members of the Dragon Shield's second phase had only recently arrived at this base. Upon their arrival, the over 100 personnel were merely informed that they were to confront adversaries, steel robots from outer space. Yet beyond that, they were left in the dark. In the days that followed, these teams, hailing from various special forces, were subjected to rigorous training, aimed at fostering cohesion among them. Although their leaders endeavored to extract fragmented information from the higher-ups at the base, they remained largely uninformed about the organization they had joined, save for the knowledge that their predecessors in the first phase had already clashed with the extraterrestrial machines. As for the operational outcomes they were most concerned about, those remained undisclosed. Throughout their recent collective training, the teams had grown familiar with one another, yet the enigmatic first phase members, whom they were most curious about, had not made an appearance, leading to rampant speculation regarding the previous operation. Moreover, the alarm and gunfire that echoed through the base yesterday afternoon, coupled with the extensive search conducted that night, only fueled their discussions. Had it not been for the commanding officer who led a security team to seal off the base and ordered all members to converge at the training ground, these rebellious military prodigies would have undoubtedly sought to uncover the truth themselves. However, today, the answers that had long eluded them seemed poised to be revealed, and anticipation filled the air. At the morning's collective operational meeting, their attention was immediately drawn to the unfamiliar faces in the front corner, whose cold, indifferent gazes radiated an aura of lethal intent, with several bearing visible injuries, easily linking them to the mysterious first phase members. Furthermore, with General Xiao himself presiding over the meeting, could it be that the next operation against the extraterrestrial foes had already been meticulously planned? This thought lingered in the minds of all present, and the atmosphere subtly shifted. Yet, as they beheld General Xiao entering the conference room in a wheelchair, a momentary stir of commotion erupted, quickly giving way to silence. Was the alarm and gunfire yesterday somehow connected to General Xiao? Had enemies infiltrated the base? Though confusion reigned in their hearts, they patiently awaited the higher-ups' explanation. Subsequently, the large screen illuminated with the words Shanghai Operation. Shanghai, the magical city of Shanghai, was this to be the location of their next operation? A cacophony of static emanated from the speakers, followed by General Xiao's voice. All right, since our last meeting, I trust you have all formulated various hypotheses regarding the adversaries you are about to confront. Although General Xiao was seated in a wheelchair, his voice resonated with vigor. The reason for not informing everyone of the specifics earlier was due to our limited understanding of the target at that time. Currently, all we know is that the adversary is a colossal robot from outer space. Initially, our research team was uncertain whether these beings were extraterrestrials clad in iron armor or mere mechanical puppets controlled by aliens. Today, I can unequivocally clarify their composition. Everyone leaned in, eager for the revelation. These extraterrestrial robots possess autonomous consciousness, their metallic bodies remarkably akin to our human physiological forms. The sole distinction lies in their metallic composition, while we are an amalgamation of proteins and other organic substances. Our researchers speculate that they may indeed represent the theoretical silicon-based life forms, which you may conceptualize as living robots. General Xiao himself finds this hypothesis plausible. The behavioral patterns exhibited by these alien robots bear an uncanny resemblance to those of humans. Though the assembly may not fully grasp the concept of silicon-based life, the phrase living robots resonated with them. For ages, the notion of extraterrestrials conjured images of large-headed beings with prominent eyes, bare bodies, and octopus-like appendages, or various peculiar monstrosities. However, the idea of living robots is certainly one that many had never contemplated. Before delving into the operational briefing, let us first view a segment of video footage. I believe that upon viewing it, you will gain a more intuitive understanding of the enemy you are about to confront. Subsequently, the large screen at the back began to display the footage. It was an edited compilation of on-site recordings sourced from cameras carried by our soldiers during the previous operation, as well as long-range observation recordings. From the video, one could distinctly observe the entirety of the operation, the intrusion of 2 cars into the facility, the inexplicable disappearance of the drivers, the complete transformation of the vehicles up close, and the fierce battle between our soldiers and the 2 metal giants. The chaos intensified with the arrival of helicopters and armored vehicles, all vividly presented before the members of the second phase. They watched as if immersed in a science fiction film. Although the video omitted some excessively disturbing scenes, it still vividly conveyed the terrifying appearance of the alien robotic titans, their formidable destructive capabilities, and the ferocity of the battle that ensued. Liu, seated below, gritted his teeth, forcing himself to gaze at the familiar figures of destruction and slaughter portrayed on screen, his hands clenched tightly on his knees, nails digging deeply into the flesh of his palms. Revisiting his nightmares stoked the flames of his fury, and he felt as though he was on the brink of being consumed by rage, prompting him to take a deep breath in an effort to maintain composure. The venue fell into a profound silence, with only the muted visuals playing on the screen, and as the video concluded, an air of solemnity enveloped the room, leaving everyone in a state of contemplation. As you can see, our objective is to transform ourselves into mechanical giants that can disguise as vehicles. Due to this remarkable ability of theirs, researchers aptly named them Transformers. General Shao spoke once more, having keenly observed the expressions of the soldiers below, particularly noting the group huddled in the corner, led by Li. From the faces of the former, he discerned a spectrum of emotions: shock, excitement, calmness, and anger. In contrast, the latter's countenance revealed not only anger, but also hatred and a somber gloom. This sight pained General Shao's heart, compelling them to revisit the brutal battle that cost them comrades and unity. Was it truly too cruel? Transformers, indeed, a fitting name for such duplicitous entities, Li cursed inwardly. Moreover, the adversary boasts not only large variants, but also smaller ones capable of masquerading as everyday electronic devices. General Shao continued, explaining that just yesterday, a small variant infiltrated the base, resulting in 3 deaths and 1 serious injury. My current state is a testament to their prowess. Comrades, our foes are not just brutal. They are cunning as well. Noticing a stir among the soldiers, a mix of righteous indignation and fervor, General Shao felt a swell of pride, but deemed it necessary to remind them. You have long wished to meet those who participated in the last operation, and today, they sit among you. Upon his words, Li sensed countless eyes turning towards them. As you can see, only 13 remain here. What are the others? Do you know? General Shao's expression twitched, and he knew you all could guess the truth. No one responded. No one dared to voice the unspoken reality. The footage just displayed had revealed everything. Once 150 individuals occupied this conference room, yet after the last operation, only this handful could still sit here. 43 were absent due to injuries, while the rest had made the ultimate sacrifice. General Shao solemnly articulated this harsh truth. He needed these proud, battle-ready soldiers to comprehend the severity of the secret war they were about to engage in. They are, like you, elite members from renowned domestic special forces. Yet such grievous casualties marred their initial operation. This is our war, perilous and brutal. This is the reality you are about to confront. Silence enveloped the venue. The previously restless atmosphere dissipated as all faces turned serious. They were seasoned warriors, fully aware of the inherent dangers. This is not a tale from science fiction film, where human heroes bravely unite to vanquish evil extraterrestrials. Rather, it is a struggle for survival between 2 civilizations, 2 species. In reality, there are no heroes, no certainties of victory, only countless beings like you and me, fighting for a sliver of hope that can only be attained through bloodshed and battle. Now, as the primary leader, I shall take the roll call. General Shao, surprisingly, propped himself up on the table, refusing the assistance of the adjutant beside him. Gritting his teeth, He trembled as he rose from the wheelchair, standing tall with determination. Dragon Shield Phase 1 stand, General Xiao commanded, addressing Li and the gathered individuals. 13 members swiftly stood up, their gazes intense and focused. Dragon Shield Phase 1, expected attendance, 150, actual attendance, 14. General Xiao's resonant voice echoed in the conference room. Dragon Shield Phase 2 stand. He continued. The remaining individuals promptly rose, their presence formidable. Report. General Xiao called out to them. Dragon Shield Phase 2, expected attendance, 150, actual attendance, 150, incorrect. General Xiao corrected them. The expected attendance is 164, with an actual count of 164. Remember, from now on, we're a unified team, presently and in the future. His gaze swept across the faces of the assembly. Chapter 92. The Dragon Shield Emblem, observing the expressions of the soldiers. It seemed they began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Comrades, our adversaries are formidable, truly formidable. The road ahead may be arduous, and our conflict could be protracted. I urge you all to prepare mentally for a prolonged struggle. General Xiao spoke with heartfelt sincerity. The sons and daughters of this land have faced countless seemingly insurmountable foes. For the past century, our predecessors have endured in this manner. Each generation has encountered its own battles. Victory will not come easily, and we must gather all elements necessary for triumph. The detailed information you now see has been earned at a great cost, and I need you to remember this. This war demands your survival, not your sacrifice. Only by enduring until the end can we hope to attain victory. Whether this war continues or ceases rests in the hands of these extraterrestrials. They will dictate the duration of our engagement. The failure of our last mission rests primarily on my shoulders, a point I have earnestly reflected upon with the central leadership. Therefore, I hope that you do not burden yourselves with excessive psychological weight. This is not merely your struggle, but one that involves our entire nation and people. General Xiao's words rang out powerfully, invigorating all the soldiers present. They possess bodies and weapons of steel. In comparison, we have only our indomitable will. Yet I firmly believe that in the near future, we shall possess weapons capable of piercing through steel. Over a dozen Phase 1 members, including Li, contemplated these words. General Xiao's address to the Phase 2 soldiers was intended to instill humility and caution, making them aware of the stark reality between humanity and extraterrestrials, as well as the perilous and protracted nature of this clandestine war. To prevent any reckless pursuit of quick success or misguided attempts to create miracles through mere willpower and sacrifice. The words addressed to Li Yu and his fellow first-generation warriors serve as a counsel to maintain composure, urging them not to be enslaved by feelings of hatred and anger. Their struggle against the extraterrestrials was to be a prolonged conflict. They must not allow the burden of their fallen comrades' blood vengeance to cloud their judgment, for time would provide ample opportunity for retribution. Contemplating this, Liu took several deep breaths, striving to calm his heart, which had raced violently at the sight of the video footage. The general was correct. Survival was paramount to avenging their fallen. Thoughts of exchanging lives were folly. From this day forth, the first-generation members would be dispersed into various squads of the second generation. Henceforth, they would be a unified team, with specific assignments to be determined later. Liu could only manage a wry smile. Such arrangements were unavoidable. The battle would persist, and, as long as he wished to remain within the Dragon Shield, he must accept this reasonable restructuring. His squad had lost its original formation. It was impractical to expect the survivors to form a new team, perhaps a League of Avengers. There was also significant news. The Central Directive had been issued, confirming that the Dragon Shield would become a permanent fixture within the national defense system, establishing a new military branch. Our sole mission would be to confront and manage the repercussions and threats posed by the extraterrestrials. Reactions among the crowd varied. Some were astonished, others invigorated, and some were filled with sorrow. Many had already suspected that from the moment they were assigned to the Dragon Shield, returning to their original units was unlikely. You are the second batch of members in this organization. In the future, our ranks will expand, our structure will become more robust, and our equipment will be upgraded. More comrades will join us. As I previously mentioned, this will be a protracted war. From this day forward, we would also possess our own emblem. Please take a look. General Xiao said, turning around. A colossal shield-shaped insignia appeared on the large screen. a black background adorned with golden edges, featuring a centrally placed arrow-like shield design, entwined with a flying dragon depicted in white lines, beneath which lay a red five-pointed star, flanked by golden ears of wheat, with the words Dragon Shield inscribed at the bottom. The entire emblem exuded simplicity and elegance, with the establishment of their own insignia. The Dragon Shield community acquired a totem of its own, fostering a sense of spiritual belonging, a fresh beginning. Liu understood that the war against the extraterrestrials had officially commenced, ushering in a new phase. Here, as the Supreme Commander of the Dragon Shield, I express my sincerest respect to the warriors who have fought valiantly in the field, as well as to the newly joined comrades. Standing tall despite his pain, General Shao rendered 2 military salutes to the audience below, first towards Liu and his group, then to the rest of the assembly. Initially, Liu was taken aback, but a quick-thinking individual beside him promptly raised their hand in salute, gently nudging him to do the same. Not only Liu's group, but all the warriors present returned the salute to General Shao on stage. In this moment, they entrusted their respect and faith to one another. The children of the Huaxia Dragon shall forge a new shield to safeguard the security of this land. General Shao solemnly lowered his hand and urged everyone to take their seats. Comrades, our last operation imparted a profound lesson, prompting us to revise our strategy regarding the extraterrestrial beings. Given their formidable destructive capabilities, our fragile human forms are at an absolute disadvantage in close encounters. Henceforth, we shall primarily rely on heavy vehicles for containment and remote suppression. I am confident they comprehend our language. During the initial suppression phase, we shall broadcast communication audio. However, should they exhibit any aggressive behavior, our mission will shift to neutralizing them. I implore everyone present not to hesitate, nor afford them the opportunity to initiate an attack. General Shao's words brimmed with lethal intensity, causing Liu to clench his fists in response. We have placed orders with the military factory, and new individual equipment will soon be delivered to all. The auxiliary firepower units will be provided by various military districts. In our upcoming operations, we will transition to Shanghai, as we have received intelligence indicating the possible presence of 3 extraterrestrial entities in that region. The screen shifted again, revealing a photograph of a girl. We suspect that this girl, named Gu Xiaoyu, has been abducted by Transformer Number 1. General Shao himself found this situation somewhat surreal. Shock and curiosity were the predominant reactions among the majority present. The extraterrestrials had not only invaded our information repositories, but had now resorted to the heinous act of kidnapping. The specific reasons remain unclear, yet this may serve as a breakthrough, aiding us in uncovering the intentions of these robotic aliens. Their actions on Earth suggest they are searching for something, and understanding this matter will benefit our long-term confrontation with them. Next, we shall proceed to Shanghai to conduct our operations, where we will receive assistance from various quarters. Remember, this is not merely our war. It is a war for the entire nation, a clandestine struggle concerning the Huaxia people and all of humanity. You are not fighting alone. Given the unique geographical nature of Shanghai, maintaining confidentiality will be paramount. As seasoned warriors, you should recognize that stability is crucial in today's society. Order must not falter. Huaxia cannot descend into chaos, nor can the world, and the hearts of the people must remain steadfast. Otherwise, humanity will find itself at a disadvantage against these extraterrestrial visitors. Liu wholeheartedly concurred with General Shao's sentiments. If those monstrous beings, armed with devastating weaponry, wreak havoc in the metropolis, in this era of unparalleled information technology, chaos would spread like wildfire. Once panic ensues, societal productivity would collapse, and humanity, driven by fear, might commit horrifying acts, potentially leading to its own destruction, without the extraterrestrials needing to intervene. Recently, numerous instances of chaos have unfolded abroad. However, public opinion remains firmly under the control of various national governments, preventing the spread of influence. This reflects an unspoken understanding among humanity, and I firmly believe we shall not relinquish this stronghold. Do you all possess confidence? A resounding response erupted from the audience. Liu understood that the current focus of action was the essence of secrecy, rather than recklessly pursuing vengeance. Without a foundational societal structure, not only would the Dragon Shield stand alone, but even national defense would find itself in dire straits. After all, In this clandestine war that has already commenced, it is the talent that serves as the cornerstone against extraterrestrial adversaries. On the other side of the room, the female soldier Su Mingwei appeared somewhat incredulous. She gazed at the photograph of a girl displayed on the screen, softly murmuring, "Xiao Yu? How could it be you?" Chapter 93. The dual devils enter the city Bianlu and Quangluan after a prolonged journey. Managed to complete a trip that typically took over 10 hours in just half the time. They were now nearing the borders of Shanghai. A silver luxury sedan and a black business car sped along the highway, both vehicles smeared with mud, presenting a disheveled appearance that starkly contrasted with the former pride of a Decepticon. To disguise themselves, they projected very ordinary human appearances from the driver's seat, their expressions devoid of emotion and their faces impassive, yet sufficiently inconspicuous. They even concealed the Decepticon insignia on the front of the vehicle and masked the Gerspray paint on the body, adopting license plates identical to those of other cars on the road. This meticulous caution was commendable. Even Quangluan, this time, suppressed his temperament and obediently followed Bianlu's arrangements, striving to avoid drawing attention. Reports indicated that a viral infection had unexpectedly erupted in Shanghai, with hundreds of individuals exhibiting symptoms such as fever and cold. The health department was placing utmost importance on epidemic prevention measures. All vehicles and personnel entering the city were required to undergo testing before being granted passage, urging everyone to cooperate actively. In light of the congestion caused by quarantine protocols on the entry roads, the transportation and health departments had increased manpower to expedite the quarantine efficiency and alleviate the vehicle backlog. The radio in Bianlu's car broadcasted this announcement, prompting him to ponder. An infectious disease? What a coincidence! Bianlu habitually sought to gather news and intelligence during their travels. "Bianlu, have you thought of something?" Quangluan, who was trailing behind, inquired through the communication device. "It seems we cannot enter the city smoothly. The intersection ahead has set up a checkpoint requiring passenger quarantines before allowing passage. If we proceed, we will surely be exposed. Our human projections cannot withstand contact, and even adopting an invisible mode would be futile, as there is a massive traffic jam ahead. If we turn transparent and another vehicle collides with us, our true forms will be revealed. Such a hassle. What do you suggest we do?" Quangluan could not suppress his irritation. "I suspect it was my little pet that inadvertently revealed our intentions to head to Shanghai, resulting in this blockade specifically aimed at us." Bianlu often preferred to think ahead, a habit that had kept him safe over the years. "We can no longer proceed. Let us find a secluded area devoid of passing vehicles, where we can exit the highway and embark on a secondary road. First, we must reduce our speed. I will check for an appropriate location." Before long, the side road yielded results, prompting the driver to prepare for stealth mode. As the vehicles vanished from sight, a blue luminescence enveloped them, shimmering like waves, rendering the two cars transparent and indistinct until they completely disappeared from the highway. Moments later, a few sparks ignited from the friction, and two towering, translucent figures emerged from the ground, quickly leaping over the highway barricade and into the adjacent dense forest, disturbing numerous birds in their flight. Amidst the lush undergrowth, something moved back and forth, flattening patches of vegetation as it advanced towards the distant rural roads. Indeed, this is a bustling metropolis. After wandering through the mountains and fields, this city is better suited for our endeavors. Gazing at the skyline stretching to the horizon, the thought of drawing nearer to our lead uplifted the driver's spirits. One wonders which Autobot could be operating in this city, causing such a stir among humans. Now, by merely following the acquired clues, they would be able to locate the Autobot insurgents and extract the necessary intelligence from them. Early that morning, the police station in Shanghai was abuzz with activity. Officer Wu had spent the entire night grappling with the aftermath of the Gu family's encounter in a highway shootout, leaving him overwhelmed. While en route to the scene, the police and SWAT team encountered a massive truck that had overturned, causing significant traffic congestion. By the time they managed to clear the central divider and navigate past the truck, the gunfight had already concluded, leaving chaos in its wake. Overturned vehicles. Bodies riddled with bullet holes and a scattering of shell casings littered the ground. Two SUVs, having sustained tremendous impact, lay overturned on the road, with 6 assailants, 2 suffering extensive fractures and 4 unconscious on the ground, as if electrocuted. The Gu family's vehicle was positioned in the middle of a road, with Gu Hongming and Wen Hai inside, both rendered unconscious, while the rear door had been forcibly pried open and the girl named Gu Xiaoyu was nowhere to be found. This incident had created quite a stir among the upper echelons of the Shanghainese government. Fortunately, the lack of passing vehicles at the time prevented collateral damage to innocent civilians, allowing public sentiment to remain relatively calm. Subsequent investigations revealed that both ends of the road had experienced simultaneous truck accidents, isolating the shootout from the outside world. It appears the orchestrators had not yet descended into madness, as they refrained from making the incident widely known. It seems they were still hesitant to escalate matters. Nonetheless, a public shootout and kidnapping had crossed a national threshold, placing immense pressure on the department's leadership, which ultimately fell upon Officer Wu's shoulders. After a brief period following the police's arrival, Gu Hongming roused from his stupor. Upon learning of his daughter's disappearance, he was engulfed in profound anxiety and tension, resolutely refusing to seek medical attention and insisting on remaining at the police station to urge the authorities to expedite the investigation. Subsequently, the police commenced an intensive round-the-clock interrogation, with Officer Wu leading his team as they tirelessly questioned the captured criminals throughout the night. Gu Hongming and Wen Hai, both with dark circles under their eyes, endured the entire night at the police station without a moment's rest. After interrogating the 4 kidnappers apprehended at the scene, as well as a female journalist who had been lingering nearby, the police gleaned some fundamental information. The identities of the 4 criminals were swiftly uncovered. They were notorious gangsters from the Northwest and Mongolia, each with a criminal record substantial enough to warrant the death penalty multiple times over. These individuals exhibited a stubborn demeanor, remaining tight-lipped throughout the interrogation, and ultimately, no leads on the mastermind behind the scheme were uncovered. However, it was established that one of the men, named Ding Baishan, held a higher rank among the group and would become a focal point in the ongoing investigation. Through questioning the journalist, named Ran Xiuyun, Officer Wu received an astonishing response. Akin to a fantastical tale, the young lady from the Gu family had been abducted by a white civilian vehicle with tentacle-like bindings. Naturally, Officer Wu found this account implausible. When the journalist noticed his skepticism, she urged him to inspect her portable video recorder. However, upon activating the device, he discovered it had been internally damaged. Recalling his superior's undue fixation on a peculiar white sports car, he remained cautious and ordered the temporary detention of the journalist while reporting this bizarre information to his superiors. He vividly remembered the shock in the chief's eyes upon receiving the news, followed by his superior advising him to concentrate on the recent spate of cases involving the Longting group, clearly wishing to keep him out of the fray. This was likely a form of protection from his old superior, a notion that Officer Wu understood implicitly. Given the current turmoil, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. He would focus on what lay within his purview. Consequently, he no longer needed to investigate the earlier white sports car, instead concentrating on extracting information from the 4 criminals at hand, leaving the determination of any significant leads to higher authorities. He was genuinely intimidated by President Gu, who had fixed his bloodshot gaze on him throughout the night, insisting on waiting for the kidnapper's ransom call. As of now, his assistant, Officer Su, along with the technical team, had also been visibly distressed while accompanying the 2 men. Just before dawn at 5 o'clock, 2 individuals claiming to be from the National Security Bureau arrived at the police station. The National Security Bureau? The Ministry of National Security of Huaxia? Officer Wu regarded the 2 seemingly ordinary men before him, and, upon examining their credentials, realized it was his first encounter with the fabled agents of the National Security Bureau during his many years as a police officer. He did not doubt their authenticity. After all, it was unlikely anyone would dare to play pranks at a police station, regardless of the authenticity of the documents in hand. The other party immediately requested a private discussion with the director. The veracity of their claims would soon become evident. Initially, he presumed that these 2 individuals were concerned with the enigmatic vehicle. However, it was unexpected that their focus was directed towards the Gu family case. This revelation left Officer Wu in a state of surprise, yet, on some level, it aligned with his expectations. After all, the recent highway shootout, although not stirring public discourse, had severely undermined the credibility of the governmental law enforcement agencies. Yet, with national security now involved, the nature of the situation had fundamentally shifted, indicating that higher authorities were taking decisive action. Chapter 94. National Security takes action. Officer Wu escorted the two men to the director's office. Upon revealing their identities, to his astonishment, his long-trusted superior instructed him to wait outside. Although puzzled, Officer Wu complied and remained outside, speculating about the discussions taking place within. Shortly thereafter, the two men exited the director's office, and to Wu's surprise, the director personally accompanied them out, instructing him to cooperate fully with their endeavors. Naturally, Officer Wu hastened to assure him of his commitment. The two national security agents were next to meet with Gu Hongming, having learned that he was still at the police station. In the reception area, they encountered a weary Gu Hongming, surrounded by a contingent of officers assigned to the case, including Wu's young assistant. Upon realizing that the visitors were from national security, Gu felt a slight relief wash over him, understanding that this indicated serious attention from higher-ups regarding the case. At the very least, their presence suggested greater resources would be mobilized to investigate the white sedan mentioned in the statements of the missing female journalist. In the case of Gu Xiaoyu's disappearance, the police have begun piecing together the puzzle, with the kidnappers having been intercepted by a third party. Consequently, the focus of the investigation had reverted to tracing the elusive white sedan. However, akin to previous circumstances, the police struggled to locate any trace of the vehicle. They reviewed footage from road surveillance cameras, but only managed to capture the target's silhouette on the route leading away, while the path toward their destination yielded no evidence of its presence, as if it had vanished into thin air. This perplexity lingered in the minds of all present. Could it have taken flight? Upon hearing the police's findings, the two national security agents exchanged a knowing glance. They had come with two mandates. One, to investigate the perpetrators behind the shooting and kidnapping incident and unveil the masterminds behind it. Two, to gather all pertinent information related to the white sedan. These tasks were to be conducted concurrently, with priority given to the latter until Long Shield arrived in Shanghai. All intelligence collected would be compiled and sent to General Xiao Jianbang, the commander of Long Shield. The main force of Long Shield was currently mobilizing and would soon be stationed in Shanghai, with the agents effectively establishing a preliminary presence. The investigation into the white sedan has now reached a standstill. Gu Hongming continues to await the so-called kidnappers to contact him with threats. The two national security personnel exchanged glances, yet they could not disclose the truth to the public, as the investigation into extraterrestrial matters is of the utmost secrecy. Regarding the inquiry into the suspected Transformer number 1, it seems that there will be no progress for the time being. Thus, it is imperative to shift focus to another assignment. The higher-ups are equally concerned about the recent spate of illegal activities targeting Longting. Beyond the significance of Gu Hongming's research team's project for the nation, the two recent extreme kidnapping incidents have raised suspicions of foreign interference, which is a matter of national security. It is important to note that in the realm of artificial intelligence research, China is at the forefront among nations, while Europe and Japan have seen their relevant development stall. Currently, only the United States across the ocean has managed to stay slightly ahead of China in this regard. In truth, there are already speculations about the masterminds behind these criminal cases based on various clues and fragments of evidence. The origins of the stolen vehicles and the modus operandi, along with the support from domestic factions, all point towards the United States. For the higher-ups, this information alone is sufficient to form judgment. However, it is perplexing that in this tumultuous period of alien visitation, the United States is not focusing its efforts on pursuing extraterrestrials, but is instead creating turmoil in China. One cannot help but wonder if there are hidden motives behind their intense interest in the Longting project. Recently, an American military base in the Middle East was reportedly leveled, an event that, while not making international headlines, is hardly a secret among industry insiders. It is said that the American Overseas Intelligence Agency is feverishly searching for clues worldwide. Speculation abounds domestically, and it seems that the aliens who have arrived on Earth might indeed be implicated in this audacious act. Lately, Europe and Japan have curbed their various antics in China, likely redirecting their resources towards the pursuit of aliens. Yet, the United States continues to extend its reach into Shanghai, suggesting something unusual is afoot. Thus, this line of inquiry cannot be neglected. Taking a step back, if they can uncover the forces the United States supports in Shanghai and eliminate them, it would be a modest victory. As long as they keep a watchful eye on Gu Hongming, they can obtain the latest intelligence regarding number 1. When the main force of Long Shield arrives, they will be able to hand over this task. Longshield is responsible for dealing with the extraterrestrials, while national security should focus on matters concerning humanity. If they can root out the malignancy hidden in Shanghai, they will have accomplished something significant. The key to this breakthrough lies naturally with the bandits detained at the police station. Consequently, the two national security personnel conveyed their thoughts to Gu Hongming and, after obtaining Officer Wu's consent, proceeded together to the holding chamber. As always, Ding Baishan maintained his characteristic indifference towards the inquiries of the two individuals, feigning ignorance regarding Gu Xiaoyu's disappearance. This was not mere pretense. Their mission had indeed been to abduct the father and daughter of the Gu family. Yet, who could have anticipated the unexpected emergence of an obstacle? Now, two of his accomplices lay unconscious in the intensive care unit. He himself was perplexed by how, in an instant, he had felt as if jolted by electricity, only to black out and awaken in the police station. However, the sight of that white sedan reminded him of the white sports car from that fateful night, equally hard to believe, equally elusive. Following their previous failure, he had instructed an intermediary to investigate the opposing party's methods, but he had received no response until yesterday's operation commenced. Suddenly, another white car appeared out of nowhere, thwarting their plans. Lately, he had been questioning whether he had incurred some kind of bad luck. How could he be so unfortunate? It seemed he was at odds with the color white. As a hardened criminal, he adhered to the principles of the underworld, recognizing that there were codes of conduct to follow. Thus, he was resolute in his refusal to divulge any information about the intermediary, having steeled himself for this eventuality. Even under severe duress, he would not utter a single word. To his surprise, the two individuals before him, who did not appear to be police officers, bypassed any further dialogue. After confirming that he would not cooperate, they locked the interrogation room door. One of them restrained him from behind, while the other produced a small iron box from within his coat. Ding Baishan's realization hit him. These individuals were not police at all. They intended to administer a form of coercive interrogation, and it seemed the authorities would not intervene. Ignoring his insults and curses, they lifted his shirt to expose his lower back. He attempted to resist, but with his hands shackled, he could only watch helplessly as one of them extracted a silver needle, swirling its tip in a small vial before plunging it into his lower back. Meanwhile, outside the interrogation room, Gu Hongming and Officer Wu, waiting in anticipation, were startled by distinct cries emanating from within, even through the soundproof door. Officer Wu considered stepping away when suddenly, Gu Hongming's phone rang, sending a wave of anxiety through him as he feared it might be a ransom call from the kidnappers. With trepidation, Gu Hongming opened the phone to find it was a call from He Bao, which deflated his tension. "Hello, is it you, Bao? What is it?" He answered. The incident of his daughter's disappearance had occurred the previous afternoon, and the police had kept the information tightly sealed. Gu Hongming surmised that He Bao must have been unable to reach Xiaoyu directly, prompting her to contact him instead. "Hello, is that you, Dad? It's me, Xiaoyu," came the unmistakably familiar voice from the other end. "Is it really you? Xiaoyu? Where are you?" Gu Hongming was momentarily taken aback, but then a surge of energy coursed through him. He could hardly believe that his daughter was calling him from He Bao's phone. Officer Wu, upon hearing that the missing girl had called back herself, hurriedly leaned in to listen closely and urged Gu Hongming to activate the speakerphone. I am at home. Dad, you are not here. I thought you were at the hospital. Are you and Grandpa all right?" The response from the other end of the phone was perplexing to everyone. Just then, the interrogation room door swung open, and two national security personnel emerged. Ding Baishan lay slumped in the chair, his face flushed and purple, seemingly in immense agony. It appeared that the interrogation had concluded, and judging by the expressions of the two officers, they had indeed extracted some information. Chapter 95. Return home as dawn broke. The distant silhouette of the magical city had shed its dazzling neon attire. The sprawling metropolis was now adorned only with sparse starlight, as if the previous night's splendor had been but a fleeting dream. A white sports car cruised down the main thoroughfare into the city, drawing disdainful glances from the office workers waiting for the bus. They assumed it was yet another wealthy heir returning home to catch up on sleep after a night of revelry, and they couldn't help but grumble. Yet, this was the magical city, long known as a paradise for the affluent and a hell for the impoverished since the early 20th century, where countless fantastical events unfolded daily. At Gu Xiaoyu's request, the car, Fei Yue, retained its white exterior but had transformed into a different brand's model. Fei Yue had entirely entrusted its control to Gu Xiaoyu. And after this journey of adjustment, it had grown accustomed to her, even feeling somewhat at ease. Initially, it had been slightly tense, frequently needing to correct Gu Xiaoyu's driving trajectory, as if fearful she might collide with the roadside. However, after she dramatically executed a perfect drift in a fit of defiance, Fei Yue obediently surrendered to her command regarding direction and speed. Yet, Gu Xiaoyu inside the car was far from as relaxed. A sense of urgency troubled her, pressing her foot heavier on the accelerator. Although Fei Yue assured her that he had left the scene only after the police were on their way, and that her father had merely fainted from a mild electric shock, the inability to contact him left her in a state of restless anxiety. Later, Fei Yue apologized, explaining that the electric surge had inadvertently destroyed all electronic devices, including her mobile phone. He had even suggested acting as a signal generator to facilitate a call to his father's phone. But another dilemma arose. She realized she could not recall her father's phone number. This realization plunged Gu Xiaoyu deeper into guilt and anxiety, feeling like a truly unworthy daughter, unable to remember the number of her closest kin. Previously, she had merely stored her father's and Grandpa Wen's numbers in her phone without ever committing them to memory. Now, her desire to reach out was thwarted. It was no wonder she felt tormented, as all past indifference and neglect would, in time, return to haunt her. There is no need for that. The police are undoubtedly monitoring communications related to me, and your signals might inadvertently lead them to you. Since you assure me that my father is safe, there is no rush. Gu Xiaoyu's statement was not merely a facade to conceal her embarrassment. She genuinely considered the implications. Having promised to assist Fei Yue, she aimed to minimize the risks of exposure for him. Once this matter is resolved, parting ways with fewer complications would benefit both parties. Fei Yue did not press the issue. He turned on the car radio, scanning for local morning news, hoping to find reports regarding the dramatic events of the previous day, which might provide her with clarity. However, as he approached the gates of Gu Xiaoyu's villa area, there was still no mention of the highway gunfight, the kidnapping case, or Lonting Group in the news. It seemed the incident had been deliberately suppressed, affirming that, as you stated, her father was indeed safe. Otherwise, the headlines would be sensationalized. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoyu felt a sense of relief. She guided Fei Yue through the gate, where the security guard greeted her, as always. Gu Xiaoyu politely returned the greeting and inquired if her father had returned, but the guard replied that the night shift had just concluded, and they were unaware of any developments. Not wishing to linger, Gu Xiaoyu drove directly up the mountain, planning to check on her home herself. However, she did not intend to return home in Fei Yue's luxury car. She suspected her father and the police might be waiting at home. Given that they would surely believe she had been kidnapped, perhaps gathering in the living room for a ransom call, just like in the movies. If she were to pull up in an expensive sports car, not only would she face questions about her disappearance, but the origins of Fei Yue would undoubtedly be scrutinized. Even if she claimed it was borrowed from a friend, the police would verify the story, and her lie would unravel, escalating the situation beyond her control. She had devised a plan. She intended to visit the He family first. The chubby boy should still be home, likely sleeping soundly. She would park Fei Yue at their place and use their phone to contact her father, discreetly gathering information before coordinating with Xiaobao. Her loyal follower usually complied without question, so this maneuver should pose no problem. This was also why Gu Xiaoyu felt it necessary to alter Fei Yue's appearance. She feared that He Bao might recognize the car, especially since Xiaobao had been present that fateful night. Gu Xiaoyu shared her thoughts with Fei Yue, who not only did not oppose her plan, but praised her audacity and meticulousness. This elicited an eye roll from Gu Xiaoyu, who thought to herself that it was amusing how oblivious he was, like a big fool with a heart so large. Gu Xiaoyu suddenly felt that Fei Yue's exuberant personality would likely resonate well with He Bao. Indeed, the little chubby boy was right. Extraterrestrial beings truly exist. Just recently, he had enthusiastically engaged her in a discussion about the dubious military exercise in northern Anhui province, pondering whether there were underlying secrets at play. And now, it seemed that an alien would soon be stepping into his home. If Xiaobao were to witness Fei Yue's true form, it was likely that, rather than fear, excitement would prevail. She could almost envision the sparkle in He Bao's eyes. However, despite her musings, she would not disclose Fei Yue's identity to Xiaobao, for who knew what chaos might ensue. With this thought in mind, Gu Xiaoyu solemnly reminded Fei Yue to behave himself and refrain from causing any disturbances. In response, Fei Yue earnestly assured her that he would remain a composed gentleman until her return. This was a critical mission, and he was determined to unravel the origins of the pendant. A matter of great significance to the Autobot organization. Feyue would not be foolish enough to lose sight of that. As the white sports car navigated several winding green paths, they soon approached the entrance of He Bao's residence. Just as Gu Xiaoyu prepared to park and knock, she turned to find an antique white sports car barreling towards them. In an instant, she recognized the panic-stricken round face of He Bao behind the wheel, frantically turning the steering wheel to the left. Reacting swiftly, Gu Xiaoyu also veered left, narrowly avoiding a collision. "You drive quite steadily. I won't nag you anymore," Feyue remarked. "Shut up," Gu Xiaoyu muttered under her breath. Wishing to resolve matters promptly that morning and rid herself of the hot potato that was Feyue, she noticed that He Bao appeared terrified, gasping for breath, prompting her to inwardly scoff at his timid demeanor. How could someone so anxious, lacking composure and driving skills, dare to venture out alone? Truly a case of forgetting past lessons. However, Gu Xiaoyu soon realized that He Bao was not alone. There was another occupant in the passenger seat. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback to find it was Su Mingho. What could have brought him and Xiaobao together so early in the day? Curiosity stirred within her. "Hey, Sister Xiaoyu," He Bao exclaimed, recognizing her and leaning out of the driver's seat, his previous pallor replaced by excitement. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Gu Xiaoyu exited the car and approached them with her usual demeanor. He Bao and Su Mingho also stepped out of their vehicle, and they met. Before He Bao could speak, Gu Xiaoyu stepped forward and asked Xiaobao, "Do you have your phone with you? I need to make a call." Though confused, He Bao was quick to respond, retrieving his cherished phone, something he typically guarded jealously, not even allowing his parents to see it, and handed it over to his older sister with both hands. The sight of He Bao's obedient demeanor caused Su Mingho, standing nearby, to struggle to suppress a smile. Gu Xiaoyu took her phone, and, just as she was about to dial, she froze in place. Confronted by the same dilemma, she could not recall her father's phone number. Sister Xiaoyu, who are you trying to call?" He Bao inquired cautiously from his side. "I remember you have my dad's number saved on your phone. Find it," Gu Xiaoyu replied, handed her phone back to her. He Bao did not take it. Instead, she pointed a finger at the screen and swiftly located the contact, marked as Uncle Gu. As Gu Xiaoyu dialed her father's number, the familiar ringing tone echoed until it was answered, revealing her father's slightly hoarse voice. "Hello, is it you, Bao? What's the matter?" "Dad, it's me, Xiaoyu," she replied, and upon hearing her father's voice, the weight that had burdened her heart lifted as if the clouds had parted. Chapter 96. The gathering order during the call. Gu Xiaoyu repeatedly confirmed that both her father and grandpa, were safe, allowing the anxiety that had lingered since the previous night to finally dissipate. She could sense her father's relief upon learning that she was at He Bao's home, which made her heart ache slightly. Her father did not pry into her whereabouts from the night before. Instead, he urged her to remain at He Bao's house and not to venture home or roam about, assuring her that he and the police would arrive at the hillside villa within half an hour. Gu Xiaoyu agreed, promising to wait for them patiently before hanging up and returning the phone to the quietly waiting He Bao. "Sister Xiaoyu, weren't you discharged from the hospital yesterday morning? I thought you'd come straight home. I waited for you all day, but you never returned. I even tried calling you, but there was no answer. Where did you go?" He Bao observed, her eyes sparkling as they roamed over the white sports car behind Gu Xiaoyu. Gu Xiaoyu noticed He Bao's gaze was transfixed on the vehicle, though her words questioned her. "Sister Xiaoyu, you didn't buy a car yesterday, did you? This wouldn't happen to be a gift from Uncle Gu for your discharge, would it? This car is stunning." Though Gu Xiaoyu knew little about cars, it was evident from He Bao's reaction that the model was quite popular. Yes, Gu Xiaoyu chuckled, evading the question and retorting, "What you all up to?" Clearly, the police had kept the events of the previous day under wraps, as no one seemed aware of what had transpired between the father and daughter. Though her words were directed at He Bao, her gaze fell unexpectedly upon Su Mingho. "Oh, Brother Hao, I couldn't reach you yesterday, so I called him to see if he knew where you were. He said he didn't know either, but seeing that I was bored, he took me for a ride in this commemorative E86 of his yesterday afternoon to broaden my horizons." He Bao exclaimed, her face lighting up with delight. Gu Xiaoyu did not dwell on why He Bao thought Su Mingho would be aware of her whereabouts. Instead, she was more concerned about how he ended up at He Bao's house. "What's all this fuss about? It was you who insisted on seeing my car, yet you lacked the courage to come out and find me. Hence, I brought the car over for you to admire. Su Mingho teased with a chuckle. Well, I couldn't help it. My mother has just returned home these past few days. The last time I sneaked out during my confinement to watch Sister Xiaoyu's competition, I was met with a fierce reprimand upon my return. I dare not venture out again. Bao scratched his head innocently. Gu Xiaoyu cast her gaze towards the vintage sports car behind them, seemingly of Japanese origin. She recalled having seen it in a racing animated series before, with the car's audio system currently playing the popular song Drift by the renowned artist Jay Cho, exuding an undeniable coolness. In the racing community, this car was indeed a coveted collector's item. She had heard from Xiaobao that Zhao Lao Air had long coveted Su Mingho's vehicle. It was surprising that not only did he willingly bring it out for Xiaobao to see, but he also allowed him to tinker with it. Su Mingho gazed thoughtfully at the white sports car behind Gu Xiaoyu. Are you planning to go out? She inquired, as she had matters to discuss with Bao. Last night, I insisted on having Hao Ji stay over, hoping to borrow this car for a spin this morning, to flaunt a bit and indulge in the thrill of being a racing god like in the anime. We were just about to head out, Bao replied, his excitement palpable. The prospect of driving a car from his childhood animated series held immense allure for a homebody like him. This revelation surprised Gu Xiaoyu. Although Su Mingho was known for his humility and amicable nature, even engaging in polite exchanges with Bao, she wondered when their relationship had grown so close. However, this was not the concern at hand for her. She needed to align their stories before her father and the police returned. And now she had to include Su Mingho in the plan. Xiao Bio, Su Mingho. Gu Xiaoyu hesitated, unsure of how to address them. Just call me a how as before, Su Mingho replied with a gentle smile. Right? I have a favor to ask you both, Gu Xiaoyu said, feeling a bit bashful for the first time in requesting assistance. Hey, what could it possibly be? How could it be a bother? Just tell us what you need. Big sister, is it a matter of borrowing money or dealing with someone? I'm at your service, Bao declared, thumping his chest with confidence without even inquiring about the details. Xiaoyu, if there's anything you need help with, just say the word. Su Mingho echoed his willingness to assist. Gu Xiaoyu looked at Bao, speaking earnestly. It's not a major issue. You see, this car I drove here, could it be parked in your garage for the time being? Bao appeared puzzled, but nodded in agreement. Sure, that's fine. And, should anyone inquire about it, please say the car belongs to a friend of yours, that you borrowed it for a few days, and that you happened to run into me on your way home from practice this morning, giving me a ride back. Is that all right? Gu Xiaoyu articulated her request with a hint of hesitation. Oh, no problem at all. Rest assured, Sister Xiaoyu, I definitely want to disclose that this car is yours. Although Bao found Gu Xiaoyu's request rather peculiar and suspected it was related to the phone call she had just made, he refrained from inquiring further. Respecting her desire for privacy, in his heart, he believed that Sister Xiaoyu was not the kind of person to engage in wrongdoing. She must have encountered some troubling predicament. Having known Gu Xiaoyu for so many years, it had always been she who stood up for him, never causing trouble for anyone else. Now that she had come to him for assistance, he, as her loyal subordinate, naturally felt compelled to support her. Even if he were to be embroiled in some mischief, he could always rely on his father to bail him out, enduring a mere scolding afterward, which he had grown accustomed to. It was evident that Bao was sincere, which touched Gu Xiaoyu's heart. She glanced at Su Mingho, who shrugged and nodded with a smile. Not one for expressing gratitude verbally. Gu Xiaoyu simply acknowledged the two of them with a nod. Enough standing around like this. Sister Xiaoyu, please drive your car into my garage, Bao suggested, clapping his hands. Uncle Gu should be here to pick you up soon, right? Would you like to rest at my place for a while? Bao noticed the disarray of Gu Xiaoyu's hair and the faint dark circles under her eyes, indicating her fatigue. He turned to Su Mingho and said, Brother Hao, we might need to wait a bit longer before heading out. If you have something to attend to, we can reschedule. For Bao, accompanying Sister Xiaoyu was of utmost importance, and any leisurely activities would have to be postponed. Su Mingho, however, expressed that it was no trouble at all. Since they were all together, they might as well enjoy some conversation. Gu Xiaoyu returned to her car, intending to start the engine, only to realize she had forgotten the ignition key. Just as she was at a loss, the vehicle suddenly jolted, and the engine roared to life, startling her. She quickly tapped the steering wheel and muttered, What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? From now on, no noise. Remember, you're a car. When she looked up, she saw Su Mingho standing in front of the car, observing her with a smile before he turned and took a seat in the passenger side of the vintage sports car. Gu Xiaoyu thought he was likely admiring the car's stylish appearance. She drove the vehicle into He Bao's spacious garage, following closely behind his car. During their journey, the car also took a moment to scan its surroundings, adding a new skin to its collection. Before exiting the car, Gu Xiaoyu lowered her voice and addressed the steering wheel. You wait patiently here for a moment. I will return shortly. Do you understand? Silence enveloped the car. The display screen of the radio flashed a message. I am a car. I cannot speak. Understood. Hurry back. The message ended with a playful emoji sticking out its tongue. Gu Xiaoyu felt a surge of defiance, but ultimately restrained herself, slamming the door shut to release her pent-up frustration. The sound drew the attention of He Bao and Su Mingho, prompting Gu Xiaoyu to ask expressionlessly, Is there any water? I am thirsty. He Bao had grown accustomed to the demeanor of the elder sister and hurriedly led the way to his living room. Trailing behind, Su Mingho glanced back at the eye-catching white sports car before following suit. As the trio departed, the expansive parking garage fell into a serene silence. However, just as Fei Yue was about to inquire about the happenings in the living room, he unexpectedly received an encrypted signal. Bumblebee from North America? Fei Yue instantly tensed. This was a summoning order known only to the Autobots. Ever since the Decepticons had arrived, the warriors of the Autobot reconnaissance unit had been rendered mute. The Bumblebee in North America, the Flying Mountain in the far east, the Drifter in the land of the rising sun, the Hot Rod on the British Isles, the Mirage in Europe, and Fei Yue in China had not communicated with one another for a considerable time. Now, Bumblebee had actively transmitted a summoning signal into space, indicating that he had discovered precise clues regarding the Allspark and required the team's assistance. Yet, Fei Yue was perplexed. What was the situation on his end? Was the pendant originating from Cybertron unrelated to the Allspark? Chapter 97. Optimus Prime in the Solar System. On Mars lies the Valles Marineris. This alien canyon, with a maximum depth nearing 10 kilometers, stretches over 4,000 kilometers in length and spans 200 kilometers in width. Regarded by Earth scientists as the largest canyon in the solar system. For countless years, the scenery within the canyon remained unchanged until recently when it welcomed extraterrestrial visitors. The flagship of the Autobot resistance, the Ark, was stationed in a concealed position within the canyon. This colossal vessel, laden with survivors of the Autobot resistance, measures 2 kilometers in length and 1 kilometer in width, yet boasts a hull thickness of only around 500 meters, rendering it reminiscent of a vast, flat-scaled shield. At the rear of the spaceship, a row of enormous thrusters is positioned, with one engine nozzle nearly the thickness of the hull on each side and a pair of slightly smaller nozzles nestled in between. The powerful thrust generated by these engines ensures the Ark's flight through space. Quietly resting in the arid depths of the canyon, the ship's camouflaged metallic exterior, adorned in earthy yellow tones, has now melded with the Martian surface. Only a few patches of peeling hull reveal areas resembling rust. Remnants of plasma torpedo strikes sustained during their escape from Cybertron, exposing a steel skeleton akin to the ribcage of a colossal beast. During the Cybertron Civil War, the Ark was not the largest spacecraft, nor was it even a proper warship, as it was originally constructed as an exploratory vessel for extraterrestrial research. However, as the war reached its conclusion and the Autobot resistance faced inevitable defeat, this previously dormant research ship underwent repairs and upgrades, transforming it into a mobile base wandering the cosmos. After millennia of drifting through the universe, when the vessel finally arrived in the solar system, it bore the scars of time, worn and tattered, much like an arrow dulled and softened by the passage of years. However, these damages were of no consequence to the Cybertronian beings, for they required no air for respiration and could disregard the terrifying pressures and radiation of the cosmos. The vessel itself did not employ a sealed design. Its hollow exterior, decks, compartments, and corridor walls seemed to prioritize merely the function of spatial separation. At that moment, the entire ship lay in desolation, devoid of any signs of life or sound. Whether it was the intricately complex corridors, the vast hangar, or the critically important engine room, all remained enveloped in a profound silence, rendering the Ark akin to a ghost ship. Within the bridge's grand hall, the circular control console appeared shrouded in darkness. Vertical beams of light cascaded through the openings of the massive hollow skylight, reflecting the sunlight. Countless specks of cosmic dust floated within the vacuum chamber, glimmering as they reflected the radiant light. This illumination fell upon a colossal hill of steel in the center of the bridge hall. from which the robust arms and prominent head vaguely revealed the presence of a giant seated upon the floor. The steel giant sat in tranquil silence, as still as a metallic sculpture. Time passed unmeasured, and the light above shifted multiple times with the planet's rotation, transitioning from a gentle glow on its shoulder to enveloping its entire form. In this soft radiance, two deep azure lights flickered to life. The slumbering giant opened its eyes. Its body stirred, reminiscent of an aged monk awakening from prolonged meditation, as the broad shoulders beneath their armor flexed, causing the intricate steel structures to contract and extend, maneuvering the heavy plates along its back, stretching its long, stiffened form. In a vacuum of space, sound could not travel. Yet the giant's immense presence seemed to convey a palpable weight through sight alone. Optimus Prime's meditation came to an end during his solitary vigil. He had waited day after day for reports from the reconnaissance team. This meditative practice had become a long-standing habit over the years. His mentor had once cautioned him that the cognitive capabilities of Cybertronians held immense potential and should not be squandered. He was encouraged to organize and classify the vast streams of data, ensuring that irrelevant information did not become a burden on his thoughts and character. Optimus reveled in this serene atmosphere. Today marked the third occasion he had delved into the chronicles of Earth's civilization and political science within his mind. Knowledge routinely sent by the reconnaissance team's warriors, accompanied by Earth's history of warfare. He assimilated this colossal data within merely 1/20th of a solar hour. Yet comprehending and analyzing it required nearly a solar month. And he continued to revisit these texts, striving to grasp the essence of human civilization's development. While other Autobot warriors could afford to overlook such dreary subjects, focusing solely on their interests, Optimus was not afforded this luxury. He bore the mantle of leadership for the entire Autobot resistance. The warriors of the Autobots need only to focus on the execution of their missions, while their leader bears a far greater burden. His commands are intrinsically linked to the success or failure of their endeavors and the very lives of his comrades, a weight that a leader must inevitably shoulder. The Decepticons had previously scoured Mars, yet the location of the Ark remained sufficiently concealed. The ship's cloaking coloration and polarizing generator enable it to seamlessly blend into the Martian terrain, while the electromagnetic shielding operates flawlessly, preventing the Decepticon search party from discovering the Ark's whereabouts. Currently, the entire vessel relies solely on him for maintenance. As the other Autobots lie dormant to conserve the energy reserves of the Arkansas, Optimus Prime rises to his full height, a towering figure with broad shoulders, powerful arms, and sturdy legs, all encased in a silver-gray armor that embodies a wild, fragmented aesthetic. Through the intricately designed gaps in his armor, one can glimpse the complex and dense steel structures within. His form exudes a harmonious blend of biological and mechanical beauty, a testament to strength and elegance. As he gazes upward at the starry sky, the swirling gears in his eyes seem to reflect the cosmos. His metallic visage features human-like features, conveying the resolute wisdom and rationality characteristic of a mature man, tinged with a subtle melancholic aura. On either side of his cheeks, concave Cybertronian inscriptions resemble the runic blessings of ancient warriors, while upwardly extending antennas near his ears evoke the gilded clouds adorning the helmets of ancient generals. The scars of two Cybertronian civil wars are etched not only upon his exterior, but also imprinted on the very cellular fabric of his being, bestowing him with an instinct for battle. According to Optimus Prime's vision, once the Autobots locate the Allspark, they would transport it into the depths of space aboard the Ark to secure a tranquil domain for establishing their stronghold. When the Autobots have grown in strength and influence, solidifying their power to negotiate with the Decepticons, they would then endeavor to resolve the fundamental conflicts between the two factions, specifically the warlike sect led by Megatron, and restore peace to Cybertron. However, all of this hinges on the Autobots' ability to first locate and seize the Allspark. Presently, the Decepticons dominate Earth, shattering the Autobots' carefully laid plans for a discreet search for the Allspark, exposing the Cybertronians to the eyes of humanity and transforming the already chaotic struggle into a three-way conflict. This is why Optimus Prime seeks to understand human civilization and governance, to prevent unnecessary misunderstandings that could lead to conflict. Simultaneously, he prepares for the worst-case scenario. Should the Autobots be unable to secure the Allspark, he is resolved to activate the spark within his chest. In doing so, He would initiate a chain reaction through spark overload, unleashing tremendous energy to dismantle the molecular structure of the Allspark and obliterate it on a physical level. It is essential to understand that the Energy Cube serves not merely as a reservoir of power, but also imbues the metallic exoskeleton with a spark of life. Presently, the Earth is replete with technologically advanced devices capable of energy storage. Should the Decepticons exploit the Energy Cube to mass-produce sentient mechanical beings, the instinct-driven nature of these entities could result in catastrophic damage to both the Earth and human civilization. Should he find it necessary to sacrifice himself to obliterate this strategically significant device, the Earth would become a rational refuge for the surviving Autobots, providing a temporary haven for his brethren as they prepare to embark on a quest across the cosmos in search of a new home. To achieve this, the Autobots must earn the trust and acceptance of humanity. This was the second contingency plan devised by Optimus Prime for his comrades. For him, bringing an end to the civil war on Cybertron took precedence, followed closely by his responsibility to his allies, with all else, including his own life, ranking lower in importance. Suddenly, the previously silent control console illuminated with a flickering red signal light. This was the prearranged assembly order for the reconnaissance team en route to Earth. The issuance of this order indicated that the scouts had uncovered a lead directly linked to the Energy Cube. Chapter 98. The Special Operations Team Optimus Prime approached the control console, traversing through cascading layers of light as shimmering motes of dust swirled about him. With each powerful stride, the joints of his limbs rotated with grace, and the metallic plates of his armor shifted rhythmically, rendering him akin to an ancient general clad in living iron armor. His robust fingers pressed against the obsidian surface of the control panel, causing the entire command bridge to tremble faintly. The overhead skylight began to close, as if a giant were gently shutting its eyes, and the illumination within the chamber grew dimmer until, moments later, it faded into an ultimate darkness. At that moment, a virtual projection bathed in blue light materialized in the center of the bridge. The vast expanse was suffused with a deep azure reminiscent of the ocean, revealing a celestial map of the solar system. At its center lay the largest star, the Sun, with blue flares undulating across its surface, radiating a cerulean halo. Encircling the star were 8 planets of varying sizes and shapes, gracefully orbiting in a counterclockwise motion. This was a living star chart, reflecting the true dynamics of the solar system at that very moment. The chart was remarkably detailed, with dwarf planets and moons clearly marked beside their respective primary bodies. Optimus Prime stepped into the blue star map, moving past the outer planets, with blue light casting mottled projections upon him. He came to a halt before Earth, raising his palm to cradle the virtual orb before him. With a gesture to magnify, the blue sphere expanded exponentially, while the surrounding planets receded into the steel walls, transforming the entire space into a breathtaking display akin to the aurora. Optimus Prime glided his hand across the surface of the Earth, causing the sphere to rotate until it settled upon California's west coast, where a red light pulsed rhythmically, the location from which the assembly order had been dispatched. North America, indeed. In the territory overseen by Bumblebee, it appears he has uncovered the whereabouts of the Allspark. Optimus Prime harbors no concerns regarding potential miscommunication or traps. The members of the Autobot reconnaissance team are exceptional warriors, and even under capture and torment, they would never compromise their signal. Therefore, it is evident that Bumblebee has discovered a clue directly linked to the Allspark, necessitating a coordinated team effort to achieve success in one decisive strike. As for the specifics, that knowledge will only be attained once he establishes contact with Bumblebee on Earth. The summoning signal serves merely as a beacon, devoid of any detailed information. Its significance is understood solely within the ranks of the Autobots, rendering it inconsequential even if intercepted by the Decepticons. His warriors are in need of his leadership and the assistance of their comrades. It is time to awaken the dormant Special Operations Team as per the predetermined plan. With a sweeping gesture, Optimus Prime caused the star map, centered around the Sun, to contract instantaneously into a singular point, which then faded away like the dimming flame of a candle. He approached the grand entrance of the bridge, with a robust steel door parted to reveal a dark, profound corridor. Traversing the corridor, reminiscent of a colossal beast's intestinal passage, he navigated several turns, relying on memory until he arrived at the iron door of the sleep chamber. A beam of blue light projected down from above, scanning Optimus Prime and confirming his identity, after which the door swung open. Inside lay an expansive space, with a control console at its center. Gazing around, one could see countless enormous elliptical sleep pods, arranged in a tiered structure akin to a honeycomb. Approaching the console, Optimus Prime deftly manipulated various protruding buttons, causing a dense array of holographic figures to materialize alongside a lengthy list of Cybertronian text, each entry detailing their respective identities. A few more presses on the console led to the emergence of 4 figures, aligned in an orderly fashion: Jetfire, Ironhide, Jazz, and Ratchet. This roster had been meticulously prepared prior to their Earth mission, comprising Optimus Prime's trusted comrades, who have known each other since the era of unification and have successfully completed numerous special operations together. In terms of both experience and combat prowess, they represent some of the most seasoned members of the Autobot resistance. Ironhide serves as his heavy weapons specialist, capable of unleashing formidable firepower to dominate the battlefield, effectively acting as a mobile arsenal. Jazz is his second-in-command, ready to assume command should anything befall Optimus Prime, guiding the team to continue the mission. Ratchet is an exemplary battlefield medic, with 2 millennia of emergency experience, capable of performing miraculous reattachments of severed limbs. This team will be led personally by Optimus Prime to North California, Earth, with the intent to swiftly locate and retrieve the Allspark, or, if necessary, to destroy it. Jetfire, as Optimus Prime's military commander, will be awakened to assume the oversight of the Arkansas during Optimus Prime's team's mission on Earth. Jetfire will be responsible for the security of the entire base, endowed with the authority to operate the Ark and awaken dormant warriors to address any unforeseen circumstances. In the realm of the Autobots' resistance, the figure of Optimus Prime stands as a pivotal leader, with his steadfast demeanor embodying the essence of a commendable soldier. His vast experience in commanding battles, coupled with the respect he commands among his fellow Autobots, equips him well for the task of safeguarding the base. With a mere flicker, Optimus Prime activated the list before him. The once blue holographic image transformed into a vibrant red, signaling the end of dormancy. A cacophony arose from several nearby stasis pods as they retracted, their lids opening like the petals of a shell, revealing a cascade of blue luminescence and a misty chill that crystallized into sparkling ice in the vacuum. Optimus patiently awaited the awakening of his comrades. Within moments, a hand grasped the edge of stasis pod, and a towering, robust metallic giant emerged from within. The first to awaken was the steadfast Skyfire, who had undergone training to acclimate to the stasis pod, thus regaining consciousness first. Observing his movements, it was evident that his physical capabilities were returning to him. Shortly thereafter, the other seasoned companions began to rise from their stasis pods, each embodying their native Cybertronian forms, their bodies composed of dark silver and iron-gray metals. Some were vigorously tapping their heads, others were stretching their limbs, while a few strode directly out of their pods. As Optimus approached them, the previously tranquil environment became lively, illuminated by 5 pairs of blue eyes glimmering in the darkness. Skyfire stepped out of his pod, his colossal feet meeting the metallic floor as he adjusted to the new gravity. In an instant, he stood tall, casting his gaze towards Optimus Prime, who bore a similar silver-gray exterior. However, Skyfire's stature surpassed that of Optimus by a considerable margin, his formidable frame enveloped in heavy armor, with broad shoulder plates accentuating his robust physique. His thick neck seemed almost an extension of his wide shoulders, embodying the quintessential image of strength by human standards. Skyfire's visage bore resemblance to that of Optimus, with distinctly human-like features that conveyed an air of solemnity, hinting at a serious demeanor. A pronounced ridge adorned his forehead, enhancing his imposing presence. "Commander, have you located it?" Skyfire's azure eyes were fixed intently on Optimus, his mouth moving to produce a sound that resonated in the minds of his fellow Cybertronians, deep and articulate. "Indeed, once we are prepared, we shall journey to Earth. For the time being, this place will be entrusted to your stewardship," Optimus replied, placing a reassuring hand on Skyfire's shoulder. Skyfire's expression remained serious. Before the weight of responsibility bestowed by his leader, he simply nodded in solemn acknowledgement. In contrast to the towering figures of these two, the stature of the others appeared somewhat diminished. Jazz executed a graceful somersault as he exited his stasis pod, landing deftly before Optimus Prime after completing a full rotation in midair. He was the most diminutive figure present, standing only at the waist of Optimus Prime, yet he exuded agility and vigor. More time had elapsed than anticipated. It seemed my group of young warriors encountered difficulties on Earth. The voice of Jazz was deep and raspy, carrying a cadence reminiscent of a rap artist. The Decepticon hybrids are also on Earth. It appears I have much to attend to, and I must bring ample ammunition to obliterate them all. Ironhide approached, swinging his arms and brandishing his metallic fists in the air. His robust build was indicative of a powerhouse. I assessed the physiological indices of everyone, noting that their physical conditions were commendable. I hoped this mission would proceed smoothly. The ambulance, a towering warrior, emitted a beam of red light that swept over Ironhide, seemingly evaluating his status. All right, everyone, time is of the essence. Let's first retrieve our equipment from the armory. We must prepare to depart. Optimus Prime interjected, interrupting the camaraderie among the group, addressing Ratchet. Ratchet, prepare the space bridge for transport. We shall arrive shortly. The long-dormant Autobot spacecraft was about to awaken into a flurry of activity. Chapter 99. The space bridge. Ratchet proceeded to the engine room of the space bridge to prepare for transport, while Optimus Prime and his team of 4 made their way to the armory. Unlike the Decepticon combatants, who were equipped with integrated weaponry, the majority of Autobot warriors had not undergone arm modifications. They could only engage in battle-wielding external weapons. After all, the process of arm modification is a technical endeavor, involving not only medical considerations, but also requiring biological and industrial expertise, making the entire procedure time-consuming and labor-intensive. Initially, the individual's metallic cells must be extracted for proliferation and cultivation. Once these metallic cells, buoyed by a supply of energy, proliferate to a sufficient quantity for the creation of a designated weapon, they are processed and crafted by weaponsmiths, transforming the raw material into a weapon. Finally, at the modification station, the weapon is fused and transplanted into the original host. This weapon then becomes an integral part of the host body, sharing the same genetic information, allowing the modified warrior to manipulate the implanted weapon as effortlessly as they would their own form. For instance, the Decepticon Legion typically integrates both ranged and melee weapons into their arms, retracting them into their limbs when not in use, seamlessly incorporating them as part of their physical being. In the heat of battle, they can instantly transform and unleash their weaponry, transitioning fluidly into combat mode. Furthermore, this method of weapon integration offers the advantage of drawing energy directly from the wielder's spark, enabling the weapon's ammunition to regenerate infinitely, akin to human hair or nails, eliminating the need for reloading or dropping weapons. As long as the spark continues to provide energy, even if the weapon sustains damage, it can gradually repair itself, proving to be immensely convenient. Conversely, the Autobot resistance, comprising a vast number of individuals primarily from civilian backgrounds, saw few undergo armed modifications during the war. Aside from a select few warriors with integrated weaponry, the majority relied on externally wielded weapons in combat. The arsenal aboard the Ark is rather modest. As Optimus Prime activates the lighting system, radiant pathways emerge upon the walls, illuminating the dim chamber. A series of weapon racks, laden with an array of firearms, spring forth from the walls, and the 4 comrades begin to select their armaments. Optimus Prime opts for a single acceleration pistol, capable of firing armor-piercing rounds, delivering formidable damage at medium to close range. He grips the handle of the weapon, inputting his genetic information into the pistol's memory, thus establishing control over it. Although this is merely an external handheld weapon, it is designed to transform alongside him. Otherwise, transporting such an armament would prove cumbersome, especially as they must assume terrestrial vehicle forms during their missions on Earth for the purposes of concealment and mobility. This represents a groundbreaking technological advancement in the variable weaponry developed by the Autobots during the Cybertronian Civil War, necessitating the user's genetic information to forge a symbiotic relationship in a brief span of time. While it may not seamlessly integrate into the body like the embedded weaponry fashioned through arm modifications, and still requires supplemental ammunition, its capacity to transform with the user marks a significant leap forward. Securing the pistol across his back, Optimus raises his arms before him, initiating the transformation of his forearms. His hands retract into his arms, and subsequently, two elongated and broad combat blades emerge, infusing energy into the blades. Their formerly cold edges ignite into a brilliant orange hue, radiating intense heat. These are the vibrating thermal blades he had equipped during the conflict, which have severed countless Decepticon heads in close combat. After a thorough inspection, he confirms the blades are in perfect condition. With a mere thought, he halts the high-frequency vibrations, extinguishing the scorching edges, and retracts them back into his arms. Whereupon Iron Fists manifest once more. Turning his attention to his comrades, he observes them equipping their preferred weapons. Ironhide opens his dedicated compartment, affixing two robust cannons atop his forearms. He clenches his fists, channeling his thoughts to manipulate the weapons, causing the cannon muzzles to glow as the revolving ammunition feed whirs into action, exuding an aura of formidable power. Ironhide is a staunch advocate of ranged weaponry. Apart from these two fusion cannons, he bears no melee weapons, as the modified steel fists serve as his proud close combat armaments. After all, he has self-proclaimed himself the Cybertronian boxing champion, having clinched the gold medal in the Iron Fist tournament thrice. Jazz, on the other hand, equips his right arm with a set of energy grappling hooks, capable of firing a retractable steel cable. Its formidable tensile strength allows him to soar into the air. This three-dimensional maneuvering device aids him in navigating complex environments, as he is acutely aware of his physical disadvantages and harbors an intense obsession with mobility. For weaponry, he selects an explosive energy Gatling gun fitted with a shield. This weapon boasts a recoil-free firing mechanism and high accuracy, albeit with lower impact power, necessitating sustained fire to significantly harm foes. However, the energy projectiles it launches carry electrical damage, capable of incapacitating adversaries. Although the ambulance is referred to as a battlefield repair personnel after enduring years of conflict and surviving to this day, it is evident that he is no mere delicate scholar. He has opted for a powerful energy laser gun as his ranged weapon, while for close combat, he wields a circular saw equipped with serrated teeth, capable of spinning at high speeds to instantaneously tear apart the metallic limbs of the Cybertronians with formidable lethality. Acutely familiar with the physiological structure of the Cybertronians, he wields these weapons with deadly precision. Even the arc welder he employs for emergencies can unleash high-voltage arcs to inflict damage upon adversaries when necessary. This forms the arsenal for their expedition to Earth. As Optimus Prime's squad, alongside the reconnaissance agent Bumblebee awaiting them on Earth, prepares for the Energy Cube retrieval battle. Such a formidable ensemble, ranked among the elite forces, stands ready to confront the Decepticon army. Once everyone had finalized their weapon selections, Optimus Prime nodded at them before turning to proceed towards the Space Bridge engine room. The Space Bridge engine represents the pinnacle of Cybertronian technology for cosmic travel. Its precise origins are shrouded in mystery. After the conclusion of the Unification Wars, Optimus Prime's mentor, Sentinel Prime, salvaged the technical data from the half-destroyed Iron Fortress database and conducted extensive research to replicate it. Ultimately, with the assistance of the scientific officer Shockwave, the Space Bridge technology was restored. Originally intended for extraterrestrial exploration, the technology's templates were inadvertently damaged during the subsequent Civil War. And by the time Sentinel Prime and Shockwave vanished toward the end of the conflict, only a limited number of Space Bridge engines had been produced. Among these, two large engines can be found on the Ark of the Autobots and the flagship nemesis of the Decepticons, while the remaining few medium and small engines are installed on various immigrant spacecraft. Beyond this, Cybertron has no surplus engines available, rendering the Space Bridge engines strategic assets of immense value. Each one lost is one less available. Like Megatron, Optimus Prime also possesses a small Space Bridge engine within him, a gift from his mentor, Sentinel Prime, allowing him to traverse the cosmos. However, its energy consumption is excessively high, and to date, Optimus Prime has yet to utilize it. The Space Bridge engine room is brightly illuminated, with a massive cylindrical engine nearly filling the entire dome. On the deck stand a uniquely designed apparatus, a towering steel ring, measuring an impressive 20 meters in diameter, resting upon a substantial base filled with cables and pipelines. This derivative model was crafted by the Autobot research team through studying the Space Bridge engine and Sentinel Prime's design manuscripts, making it a device that even the Decepticons lack. Provided with a detailed star map, This apparatus can create a small interconnected wormhole in the target area, allowing entry to reach the designated zone instantaneously. Though it is only suitable for transporting small entities and requires the activation of the main engine to function. The Celestial Bridge has activated the switch connecting to the main engine, with energy fully injected, causing the main engine to operate at low power. This level of initiation would not attract the attention of the Decepticon reconnaissance unit. Upon seeing Optimus Prime and his companions, Celestial Bridge flipped the switch on the control panel. In an instant, arcs of electricity flickered within the circle, coalescing into a luminous point at the center. Within mere seconds, the point transformed into a vast vortex of energy, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, with the incandescent core expanding to envelop the inner side of the ring, resembling a luminous mirror. The space bridge was now ready for transport, targeting the skies above the North American continent. Celestial Bridge turned to the group and spoke. Optimus Prime nodded, stepping onto the launch platform, lowering himself to the ground. And in a blink, he morphed into a meteor-like object. Propelled by the base's track, he surged towards the glowing passage. As he approached the entrance, the launcher beneath the base elevated, catapulting Optimus Prime into the incandescent expanse. Due to the technology's immaturity, it was unable to create a stable passage in a high-gravity environment. Thus, Optimus and his companions had to descend from Earth's high orbit in meteor form, breaking through the atmosphere to land on the surface. Next, called Celestial Bridge. Subsequently, Ironhide and the others proceeded in sequence onto the base, transforming into meteor forms to enter the transport passage. Only after the last individual, Jazz, had entered did Celestial Bridge pull the switch, halting the main engine. The incandescent glow within the ring dwindled like a leaking vortex, ultimately fading into nothingness. The entire engine room returned to silence, with only Celestial Bridge remaining, who would oversee the arc during this period. Meanwhile, beyond the Kármán line above the North American continent, a dark blue expanse of the cosmos unexpectedly revealed a swirling energy vortex akin to twinkling starlight. From this vortex, steel meteors shot forth, heading toward California on the western coast of North America. Chapter 100. The Triad Convergence. While waiting at the He family residence, Gu Xiaoyu finally managed to relax slightly. Since the highway shootout she had encountered the previous morning, through her awakening and meeting with Fei Yue that evening, and the subsequent series of thrilling extraterrestrial adventures, she had been subjected to a continuous sensory barrage, keeping her mind in a state of tension. Now, as she sat upon the soft sofa in the He household, a wave of fatigue washed over her, yet she dared not succumb to sleep, merely closing her eyes to gather her thoughts. In just over 10 minutes, her father and the police would return, and she would have to confront their inquiries. With this in mind, she steeled herself, rehearsing her mental script once more. Gu Xiaoyu was acutely aware that her fabrications were riddled with inconsistencies, incapable of withstanding scrutiny, yet she had no choice but to persist. She had a foreboding sense that remaining in the company of an extraordinary being like Fei Yue would likely embroil her in considerable trouble. The issue remains unchanged. She neither dares to undertake actions that might provoke Fei Yue, nor does she genuinely wish to do so deep down. The most prudent course of action is to resolve the matter with Fei Yue expeditiously, allowing for a peaceful separation and sending this considerable trouble far away from herself and her family. After all, she is a victim of the kidnapping incident, and one can trust that the police will not press her unduly. She resolves to navigate the current situation before contemplating how to address subsequent matters. She finds herself pondering why Fei Yue could not have been a more malevolent extraterrestrial, which would have justified her abandoning him without a second thought. Yet, such thoughts are fleeting. If Fei Yue were truly akin to a tyrannical Decepticon, she would likely have no choice at all, and her very life could be in jeopardy. Moreover, her feelings towards Fei Yue are not entirely negative. If she can assist him, she will do so, seeking a mutually beneficial resolution, avoiding any unnecessary turmoil. He Bao and Su Mingho sat on the opposite sofa, observing Gu Xiaoyu, who wore a troubled expression with her eyes tightly shut. They exchanged perplexed glances, unable to comprehend the cause of her distress. He Bao lacked the courage to inquire into Gu Xiaoyu's personal matters, while Su Mingho seemed equally disinclined to delve into others' affairs. Thus, the trio remained enveloped in an awkward silence, allowing time to slip away. The tranquility was eventually shattered by the sound of the doorbell, accompanied by the honking of a car horn. Bao picked up the intercom, and Gu Hongming's voice came through, tinged with urgency. Hello? Can you hear me? Bao swiftly handed the receiver to Gu Xiaoyu. Dad, have you arrived? I'll come out right away. Gu Xiaoyu immediately stood to leave. Bao and Su Mingho accompanied her to the large iron gate. During this time, Gu Xiaoyu took care to remind Bao once more to adhere to the unified narrative they had just established. Upon reaching the gate, they were taken aback to see 4 vehicles parked outside. In addition to Gu Hongming and Old One, a throng of about 10 individuals surrounded them. Why are there so many people? Bao recognized 2 of the faces, recalling they were police officers from a previous encounter at the hospital. Are all these people police? What is happening? Doubt began to gnaw at Bao, fearing that yet another threat loomed over his sister, Gu Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, Su Mingho regarded the unfolding scene thoughtfully. As the gate swung open, Gu Hongming hurriedly approached, enveloping his daughter in his embrace and repeatedly inspecting her face for reassurance. Upon confirming her well-being, a relieved smile broke upon his face as he muttered, thank goodness, it's all right." Old One observed the touching reunion with a look of satisfaction. Witnessing her father's emotional display, Gu Xiaoyu felt her eyes welling with tears, rendering her momentarily speechless. It was only now that she truly grasped how immaturely she had treated her father over these past 5 years, a realization that struck her as profoundly foolish. "Dad, I want to go home," Gu Xiaoyu said, her eyes glistening. "All right, let's return home." Gu Hongming regained his usual composure, sniffing softly in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Gu's father expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Bao and Su Mingho, leaving Bao feeling quite bashful, while Su Mingho maintained an air of calm and responded effortlessly. The Gu father and daughter climbed into Officer Wu's SUV, and the group set off towards the Gu family villa in grand procession. Just before leaving, Gu Xiaoyu could not resist casting a lingering glance at the He family's garage, silently praying that nothing untoward would occur during this time. Bao noticed that while everyone else had departed, 2 men remained standing at his family's entrance. As the 2 approached him, he felt a tinge of anxiety, suspecting they were likely police officers coming to interrogate him. "Hello, young comrade. May I ask you a few questions?" One of the men inquired, locking eyes with Bao. Under the weight of the penetrating gaze, Bao felt quite uneasy, but managed to feign calmness, chuckling nervously and nodding. "May I ask if you are friends of Miss Gu?" The man casually probed. Yes, what about it?" Bao realized his response might have sounded a bit abrupt. Observing Bao's feigned bravado, the 2 national security officers could not help but chuckle softly, seemingly unperturbed. "Then when did you meet Miss Gu? Were you together last night?" The man continued, feigning ignorance. "Oh no, that is not the case," Bao stammered. "We weren't together. No, we didn't spend last night together." "This officer," Su Mingho interjected smoothly. "We encountered Xiaoyu while practicing driving in the morning and gave her a ride. She seemed as though she hadn't returned home all night. Is there something amiss?" His words flowed naturally, even prompting a counter-question. "Oh, I see." The man nodded, his expression revealing understanding. "It's nothing. Thank you for your cooperation." He smiled and nodded respectfully at the 2 young men. Bao, eager to dispel any lingering unease, was more than ready for the officers to depart. Watching them turn towards their car, he hurriedly shut the iron gate. Although a bit anxious, he felt he had successfully defended his sister's reputation. Brimming with a sense of pride, observing Bao's demeanor, Su Mingho suddenly remarked, "All is well now. Would you like to take a look at that sports car later?" "Huh? Xiaoyu's?" Bao's excitement surged instantly. "Yes, I just saw it. It's quite a remarkable vehicle. I've seen it in magazines before. I'm curious where she borrowed it from." Su Mingho appeared equally intrigued. "Let's go take a proper look. Surely it's fine to touch it a bit, right?" Bao had been captivated by the sports car since his first glimpse, and now encouraged by Su Mingho's suggestion, he felt emboldened and eager to explore. Outside the He residence, the 2 national security officers settled into their car. One asked his partner, "So what do you think?" "What do I think? Those kids are certainly lying. Did you not see how anxious that little chubby one was?" Another individual started the vehicle and executed a turn in place. They headed towards the community property management office, intending to check for surveillance footage, as it was an opportune moment for the police to conduct their inquiries, and it would be inappropriate to disturb their work. The vehicle descended the hill. Their current focus was to identify the suspicious car. Beneath a bridge on the outskirts of Shanghai Shi, Bianluo and Quanglun mingled among a throng of automobiles. Observing the ebb and flow of humanity, Quanglun's murderous intent intensified. He yearned to surge onto the main road, recklessly accelerating to crush and trample, relishing the sensation of shattering human forms and the exhilarating warmth of their essence splattered across him. Biamluo was diligently researching detailed information regarding the human girl, a habit cultivated over many years of action to understand his adversaries. Based on news reports and corroborated by official intelligence intercepted during hypnosis, he was convinced that an Autobot must be lurking near the girl, as the extraordinary circumstances of the two incidents could not be otherwise explained. Furthermore, he had identified the girl's home address. If he lay in wait nearby, clues would inevitably surface. It was time to confront the unknown Autobot. They possessed ample patience. Could it be someone familiar? Biamluo pondered. He then signaled Quanglun to start the engine and set off towards the target residence. On the tarmac of the Long Shield base, two large military transport planes roared into the sky in succession. These aircraft were transporting 163 elite operatives, and it would take just over an hour to reach Shanghai Shire. Liu sat quietly in the cabin, eyes closed, fists clenched. Beside him was Su Mingyue's special operations team. They were now united as one. An hour and a half sped by swiftly. Liu touched his stinging right cheek, silently reciting in his mind. Chapter 101. Tension now, it was Fei Yue's turn to be restless. All Autobot reconnaissance team members who had descended to Earth had repeatedly confirmed before their mission that they would only send a public frequency assembly order if they were absolutely certain they had uncovered clues directly related to the Energon Cube and found it beyond their individual capabilities to acquire. This protocol indicated that their operations on Earth had entered the final phase. Even if exposed to human eyes, they must devise ways to obtain the Energon Cube. To Fei Yue's astonishment, Bumblebee, currently on the North American continent, had sent a signal. Given Fei Yue's understanding of this reliable comrade, he must have genuinely discovered some form of clue and required assistance from the team. Following the prearranged protocol at this juncture, the remaining reconnaissance personnel on Earth were to enter stealth mode, refraining from mingling in human society or provoking humans, instead striving to conceal themselves while closely monitoring developments on Earth until the dust settled. When the time came, the Autobot team that had seized the Energon Cube, along with their scattered scouts across the globe, would evacuate Earth under the Ark's guidance, escaping the solar system to evade the pursuit of the Decepticons. Originally, Fei Yue should have felt joy and relief, for it signified the conclusion of his mission. What lay ahead was the opportunity to retreat to a remote and desolate place. It was easy to envision that the Decepticons would swarm towards North America like sharks drawn to blood, potentially causing a significant uproar, thus alerting humanity to the extraterrestrial presence on Earth. However, Fei Yue could assure himself that the pendant was unequivocally crafted from Cybertronian metal, and the runic designs bore a striking resemblance to Cybertronian script, albeit in a more rugged form. What then should be done with this lead? Should he simply disregard it? Fei Yue found himself increasingly doubtful. Had other Cybertronians visited Earth prior to their arrival? Was it before or after the arrival of the Allspark? Could it possibly be Megatron, who had gone missing during a previous pursuit? Lost in contemplation, Fei Yue realized that while he remained at a standstill, Bumblebee was already preparing for a confrontation. If he chose to relinquish this matter, would it ultimately be in the best interest of both himself and the girl? He could discern that the girl had only reluctantly agreed to assist him due to his persistent entreaties. He was not oblivious to the fact that his actions might bring her trouble, yet he had felt compelled to act as he did due to his mission. Now, with their leader personally leading the effort to locate the Allspark, the mission was nearing its conclusion. They might depart into the cosmos with the Allspark, potentially never to return to Earth, while the Decepticons would abandon the planet in pursuit of them. Would this ensure Earth's safety? Would the girl's desire for a normal life finally be realized? They would merely need to hide for a century. Given humanity's fleeting lifespans, she could surely live out her days in peace. Yet, what if the pendant was a clue pointing towards some hidden truth that neither the Autobots nor the Decepticons comprehended? What if its existence held the potential to disrupt the current status quo for the Autobots? To withdraw now could mean missing something vital, a prospect he was loath to entertain. Moreover, the girl was now aware of their existence as Cybertronians and the significance of the pendant. Should she one day present it to her government and unveil its secrets, would it truly bode well for them if Cybertronian artifacts fell into the hands of war-hungry humans? After much deliberation, Fei felt as though his processor might overheat. Ultimately, he resolved to wait a little longer, to see if the girl could provide him with any valuable information. He would then decide whether to inform the leader of the situation, leaving the final judgment to him. Fei was no longer concerned about the Decepticons tracking their communications. For both factions, North America was the primary focus. He surmised that the leader had likely arrived on Earth with the veteran rebels, uncertain of who might accompany him. He guessed that Ironhide would be among them, a veritable stalwart, immensely popular among their new generation. Even though his position might be revealed to the Decepticons, potentially leading to trouble, Leap was still willing to take that risk. Of course, before doing so, he would first retrieve the pendant from the girl and distance himself from her. Firstly, that was an artifact from Cybertron, not meant to remain with her, as it would only complicate her already limited life. Secondly, this action would divert the Decepticons' attention towards him, keeping her family away from danger. Although his actions might render the girl displeased with him, there was no alternative. He had promised her. In truth, he held a certain fondness for the human girl, which was a pity. While Leap was lost in thought, the garage door swung open, and someone entered. It was the chubby boy and his friend. Leap recognized them from the racing event he attended that night. Judging by the girl's demeanor, these two must be her close friends. What were they up to? Were they planning to go for a drive? To his surprise, they approached him instead. Leap remained still, intent on observing their intentions. The two stood before him, scrutinizing him as if admiring his current vehicle form. Particularly the gleam in the chubby boy's eyes suggested an overwhelming excitement. What could he do? His current appearance was undeniably striking. Look at those sleek lines, the design of the front and the rear wing. Wait, was he actually touching it? The chubby boy began to caress the hood of his car gently, as if handling a priceless piece of art, which sent shivers through Leap's metallic frame. What was even more disconcerting was the boy's hand gliding down the body of the car, appearing utterly entranced while loudly discussing the various specifications of Leap's model with his friend. Leap clenched his fists. Remain calm, he reassured himself. Young human males often exhibited an extraordinary passion for vehicles. He regretted choosing such an ostentatious model, wishing he had opted for a more understated appearance. Yet, the chubby boy unexpectedly opened the driver's door and plopped himself into the seat. This sudden action nearly prompted Leap to transform on the spot. Wow, this was an exhilarating experience. The boy was in the driver's seat, flailing his arms in sheer delight. Leap felt a strong urge to strap the little fellow in with a seatbelt and take him on a thrilling 200 kilometers H rally, curious to see if he could maintain that level of excitement. However, Leap restrained himself. He needed to wait for the girl to return, and surely she wouldn't keep him waiting too long. The other boy also opened the passenger door and settled in, appearing much quieter than his companion, merely observing and surveying the interior of the car. The vehicle is remarkably pristine, akin to one freshly manufactured. Within, there is not a trace of wear or embellishment. One cannot help but ponder the character of its owner. After a brief observation, he spoke up. "What is this? I have never encountered such a car brand before." The portly youth murmured, his gaze fixed on the central emblem of the steering wheel, a square insignia resembling a face, which he traced with his fingers. His companion, intrigued by his remark, turned to inspect the emblem of the flying automotive figure. It would indeed be strange if you recognized it. Hurry and take a look. But once you have satisfied your curiosity, let me out of the car. It's quite bothersome. Although Fei had considered the conspicuous nature of the emblem on the steering wheel, it served as a symbol of his identity as a soldier in the automotive resistance, and he had no desire to conceal it. Thus, he was resolute in his reluctance to allow others into his cockpit. After reviewing the footage from the display, the two national security personnel wore grave expressions. They retrieved all surveillance footage from cameras near the entrance of the Villa District, having accelerated through the recordings from 3 hours prior to Gu Xiaoyu's phone call. As anticipated, they observed the girl driving a white sports car into the community. Initially, the security personnel of the Villa District had refused to cooperate with the investigation, citing the private nature of the community and the confidentiality of resident information. It was only when agents brandished their national security credentials, employing a blend of intimidation and persuasion, that they were permitted to view the recordings. They reported the car's license plate and model to the Central Traffic Management Bureau, only to receive the disheartening response that no such vehicle was registered. If all went according to their suspicions, that white sports car was likely number one, currently concealed within the residence of the He family. Such a clumsy ruse. Yet if they were not informed special agents, they might not have questioned the children's innocence. One of them retrieved a phone and dialed. "Hello, Chief. We have located number 1. It has returned with the girl." Chapter 102. A storm approaches in the command cabin of a large military transport plane flying from northern Hubei to Shanghai. General Xiao Jianbang, seated in a wheelchair, scrutinized a foreign briefing with furrowed brows. Despite the tremors caused by the aircraft's passage through the clouds, his mind remained clear and analytical. Earlier that day, during the evening broadcast in America, 4 meteors had once again breached the atmosphere, heading straight for California. Previously, 5 had descended in a single event, and now 4 more had followed suit. What peculiarities lie within American territory that draw such visitors? Are extraterrestrials genuinely under the impression that America is a beacon of civilization, flocking towards its light? Furthermore, the descent patterns of this batch of meteors varied from the previous 2 occurrences, with some landing in urban areas, others in suburbs, and some even striking residential neighborhoods. Yet, according to the news footage received, there were no reports of casualties. This matter has stirred considerable uproar within America. Although officials have explained that these were merely unobserved meteor falls, the videos circulating across American networks depict no meteors at the crash site. Furthermore, some individuals captured enormous figures traversing the shadows of buildings, prompting a frenzy of speculation about extraterrestrial visitation. Unlike the discreet incursions of the first unidentified object, or the brazen approaches of the second and third, this entity appears to have deliberately avoided densely populated areas while attempting to land as close to urban centers as possible, leading to the conclusion that its destination is indeed California. What could their intentions be? What is it that captivates them about America? Recently, the Americans have exhibited an unsettling calm. Several military bases, both domestically and abroad, have been destroyed, yet no significant actions have been observed. Moreover, it seems that Air Force One was compromised and had to make an emergency return, with official statements attributing the incident to a mere aircraft malfunction. Xiao Jianbang is utterly unconvinced that these events are unrelated to extraterrestrials. There is surely a concealed secret the Americans are harboring, for they have remained inexplicably silent. Just moments ago, the White House publicly declared that the meteor incident was simply an oversight by the observatory, dismissing the enormous, indistinct shadows as nothing more than a Hollywood production, igniting a fierce debate online. Currently, the overseas operatives of China, under central directives, are converging on California in hopes of gathering valuable intelligence. Not only Chinese agents, but personnel from other major intelligence agencies are also flooding into this city renowned for its cinematic legacy, making an undercurrent of conflict inevitable. One cannot fault the urgency felt by China's high command. Even Xiao Jianbang finds himself anxious. All signs indicate that something significant is concealed within America, and the sudden resurgence of these phenomena after so many days suggests a strong intent, along with a discernible shift in their operational style. There must be something on Earth that intrigues the extraterrestrials, something they're willing to discreetly navigate human society to acquire. Should they succeed in obtaining it, would they then cast aside all caution and boldly walk among us? Delving deeper, could this object be in the possession of the American government? If so, the United States may very well be at the forefront of research into extraterrestrial species, conferring a considerable advantage over other nations, including China. After all, Xiao Jianbang remains in the dark regarding what these extraterrestrials are truly seeking on Earth. The only possible breakthrough lies with a girl named Gu Xiaoyu, as her contact with Transformer Number 1 and subsequent abduction may be closely tied to their purpose for coming to Earth. The Dragon Shield Intelligence Group meticulously scrutinized the familial background of the girl in question. Her paternal lineage boasts a prestigious heritage in the old Shanghain society, with generations devoted to commerce, significantly contributing to the economic development of Shanghai. On the maternal side, her ancestry is rooted in a scholarly family from northern Beijing, who migrated southward to escape the ravages of war and ultimately established their home in Shanghai. The depth and detail of this intelligence gathering are remarkable. Even the girl's grandfather's early participation in an expedition team has been uncovered, during which he ventured into the uncharted territories of the Kunlun Mountains. He was the sole survivor of the group, having endured a period of mental disarray before returning to normalcy, a fact documented by the medical institution that recorded his delirious utterances. The metallic crypt and the steel giant. What are these enigmatic constructs? General Xiao remains uncertain. Yet it is difficult not to associate the steel giant with the transformers that Dragon Shield is currently confronting. This represents the closest lead to the transformers thus far, although it remains somewhat tenuous, as there are numerous instances in ancient Chinese culture of colossal statues cast from bronze or iron. Perhaps the girl's grandfather indeed discovered something extraordinary during that expedition. Regrettably, the individual in question has been deceased for many years, precluding any further inquiries. Additionally, the girl's mother is an exceptional talent who returned from studying abroad, now leading a research team at her husband's electronic data company, focusing on the cutting-edge topic of artificial intelligence. It is said that her work has garnered significant attention and yielded impressive results. Years ago, governmental departments took notice, safeguarding her research project as highly classified, which underscores its importance. Otherwise, the National Security Bureau would not have intervened. Could the extraterrestrials be interested in artificial intelligence? General Xiao had consulted the esteemed elder He from the research team regarding this matter, only to receive an answer that elicited amusement. Elder He remarked that the secret incursion of Transformer Number 1 into their capital's network database starkly illustrates humanity's lagging capabilities in the realm of data networks. The opposing force has long surpassed humans in this field, rendering it unnecessary for them to traverse galaxies for a fledgling scientific endeavor. In fact, it is humanity that desperately requires the advanced electronic data technologies possessed by extraterrestrials. This implies that this lead may be fruitless. The only remaining thread that might connect to the extraterrestrials pertains to the girl's grandfather. Dragon Shield can only speculate on this front, perhaps considering it a direction for investigation, though that is a matter for another time. Presently, they are confronted with more pressing concerns. At this juncture, the adjutant presented a communicator, whispering that it was a call from the National Security Bureau. "Good day, Chief. We have located Number 1. It has returned with the girl." A man's voice conveyed over the line, his words succinct and clear. "Please elaborate." General Xiao's heart raced, though he maintained an impassive demeanor. "The girl who had mysteriously vanished yesterday has returned this morning, having contacted her father via telephone. The police have since arrived at her residence. Upon reviewing surveillance footage, we discovered that she returned driving a white sports car not registered in the system. Rather than going directly home, she left the vehicle at a friend's house. A person with the surname He. When questioned, her friend lied, leading us to conclude that she has likely already made contact with Subject 1. General Xiao harbors no doubts regarding the professionalism of the national security personnel. If they were not already aware of extraterrestrial existence, they might not have been inclined to suspect that the girl was involved in a kidnapping case. Continue monitoring without alarming them. Subject 1 has always been discreet and has not exhibited any extreme behavior. General Xiao calmly issued his orders. Now that it has returned with the girl, and given your reports of her actively defending it, it must have some ulterior motive. Do not provoke them. It may serve as our breakthrough. Ensure that the police restrain the girl as much as possible, preventing any further contact between them. We will address everything upon our arrival." "Understood," came the clear response from the other end of the line. After hanging up, General Xiao fell into deep contemplation. The girl must have had contact with Subject 1. What could they have communicated? Why was she so eager to defend it? Perhaps there is indeed value in engaging with Subject 1. Dragon Shield has been laboring for quite some time and can no longer remain in the dark. Although it is somewhat risky, an attempt at dialogue is necessary. Otherwise, should conflict arise, it would be challenging to maintain control in a bustling metropolis like Shanghai. "How is the preparation of the troops' equipment proceeding?" General Xiao inquired of his aide. "The new equipment has been loaded onto the transport aircraft, which is en route to Shanghai, expected to land 20 minutes after the main force. The modified vehicles and heavy artillery are ready, and the local army is prepared to take over upon our arrival," the aide reported while reviewing the electronic checklist. "Notify the local police, armed forces, and military to enter a state of heightened control. Should the situation spiral out of hand, we must swiftly implement comprehensive isolation and manage public opinion. We cannot afford any lapses in confidentiality. I will personally liaise with national security if disturbances arise. External forces are unlikely to remain passive." General Xiao felt the weight of immense pressure. Once the equipment lands, immediately outfit the team for rapid deployment to the target location, with air support launching simultaneously. Prepare for the worst-case scenario. If conflict is indeed necessary, we must act swiftly to subdue the opposition. Chapter 103. A fruitless return. Upon returning home, Gu Homing retrieved a brand new mobile phone from the inner pocket of his clothing and solemnly handed it to his daughter. This is a new phone for you. Ensure it is kept close at all times. Should anything arise, contact me immediately. Seeing her father's serious demeanor, Gu Xiaoyu nodded in understanding. She noticed that a group of undercover police officers had accompanied them back, including Officer Wu and Officer Su, whom she recognized. Listening to her father, Gu Xiaoyu learned that they had come to investigate whether there were any listening devices in their home, as they were concerned that those with ulterior motives might still act. This work needed to be done meticulously to ensure peace of mind. Gu Xiaoyu felt overwhelmed. She had nearly forgotten that she was not only embroiled in an alien incident, but also under the watchful eyes of a group of unidentified individuals who were observing her and her family intently. Of course, neither she nor Gu Homing suspected that this so-called investigation was merely a facade. During the search, the police would secretly install listening devices in their home. As Officer Wu had received a covert order from higher-ups to cooperate with the National Security Agency in all operations. In his view, these somewhat excessive actions were orchestrated by two national security personnel, and at his level, he had no way of knowing the hidden intricacies involved. He could only follow orders. For government agencies, the kidnapping case involving the Gu family had reached a significant breakthrough, and all subsequent actions would revolve around the highest priority target, Transformer Number 1. The girl who had been kidnapped and then returned was now the focal point of their surveillance. And all of this work will be carried out in collaboration with the police. As for Officer Wu, despite his inability to comprehend the intricacies of the national security operations, he continued to fulfill the requests made of him and carried out his duties as naturally as possible, preparing to conduct a standard inquiry. Major cases were to be handled by national security, and as a member of the Shanghai police, he only needed to manage his responsibilities well. Gu Xiaoyu was feeling increasingly drowsy. It was her first time staying up all night. Although she had lost consciousness during the abduction by the leap, she felt no sense of rest. Now that she had returned home, the urge to sleep was more potent than ever, and she longed to collapse in her bed for a long slumber. Yet, she understood that her sudden return would raise questions, not only from the police, but also from her father. At this moment, her acting skills were about to be put to the test. She forced herself to calm down and, in response to Officer Wu's anticipated inquiries, recited the prepared narrative she had devised. She explained that she had fainted after the appearance of a white car and, upon waking, found herself by the roadside, not far from home. She had then encountered He Bao and Su Mingho, who were out practicing their driving, and hitched a ride back to the villa area, borrowing He Bao's phone to reassure her father. She was keenly aware that her words would not withstand close scrutiny. The police could easily check the road cameras and discover her deception. However, she also understood that revealing the truth now would only complicate matters further. Could the police handle the leap? She doubted it. If this escalated to the point of involving the central authorities and military intervention, what would become of her, the instigator, caught in the middle along with her family? The sensation that Fei Yue bestowed upon her was quite pleasant. She endeavored to assist him in uncovering any clues. Regardless of the outcome, she felt it was only right to contribute to Fei Yue's cause, ensuring that she would not be held in contempt by him. As for the police discovering her deception after Fei Yue's departure, she resolved that she could always reveal the truth to them. Whether they believed her or deemed her insane was of no concern to her. It was evident that Officer Wu regarded her statements with a degree of skepticism. However, given the nature of the kidnapping case, he could not afford to display his doubts overtly. From the moment the National Security Agency intervened, he was aware that the case harbored deeper secrets. Thus, he opted for a restrained approach. As the Gu family was a significant taxpayer in Shanghai and now bore the title of victims, making it illogical to apply undue pressure, lest he jeopardize the situation. Consequently, after advising her to remain at home and limit her outings, he refrained from further inquiries and turned his attention to the ongoing investigations. With the absence of further questioning from the police, Gu Xiaoyu exhaled a sigh of relief. Her father urged her to return to her room to wash up and rest properly, to which she superficially acquiesced. She splashed water on her face in the restroom to awaken her senses and dispel her drowsiness, for she had more pressing matters to attend to. Pretending to ascend to her room for rest, she stealthily slipped into her mother's former studio on the second floor. Despite her mother's demanding work schedule, she always managed to carve out moments to be by her side, even designating a room as a home office to accommodate her work, allowing her to spend more time with her. Upon entering the studio, Gu Xiaoyu was enveloped by the familiar decor and furnishings, which stirred emotions within her. Since her mother's passing, all work-related items had been removed, leaving behind only the unaltered furniture. Desks, chairs, and bookshelves, meticulously cleaned, devoid of dust, thanks to her grandfather's diligence. Memories of past moments flooded her mind. As a child, she would often sneak in to disrupt her mother's work, only for her mother to set aside her tasks and patiently indulge her playful antics. This space was imbued with the essence of their shared memories. She stifled her sadness, reminding herself of her purpose. The pendant hanging from her neck had been passed down to her during her mother's hospitalization. Prior to that, her mother had carried it with her always, much like she did now. In her recollections, her mother was not one to possess many personal belongings, rarely applying makeup, and sometimes even eliciting laughter from Gu Xiaoyu for her unrefined appearance. Perhaps her fiery temperament was inherited from her mother. This room was where her mother spent the most time at home, aside from the bedroom. Might there be any clues regarding the pendant here? She immediately began to search the room, treading lightly and cautiously, feeling a sense of discomfort as if she were committing an act of wrongdoing against her family. As she opened the desk drawer, she found it utterly empty, a testament to her mother's meticulousness. Everything around was organized neatly, devoid of any unnecessary clutter. Upon gazing at the imposing bookshelf against the wall, she meticulously counted the titles, realizing that all the volumes were serious academic texts, quotations from renowned figures, financial treatises, electronic information, social skills, and the like, yet none bore any relation to the pendant she possessed. This revelation left her feeling somewhat despondent. Indeed, it was not as simple as she had hoped. It was entirely possible that her mother had never considered the origins of the pendant, much like herself over the years, having never truly examined the patterns and inscriptions upon it. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room, startling Gu Xiaoyu. The door swung open to reveal her father, Gu Hongming, who entered carrying a tray laden with warm oatmeal, milk, and a meat sandwich. "Your grandfather prepared some food for you," he remarked with a gentle smile. He suggested that it would be better for you to eat before resting after your bath. Having heard from Mr. When that his daughter seemed to be searching for something in her room on the second floor, he had brought the meal to check on her. As a father, he could certainly sense the peculiarities in his daughter since her return, yet he chose not to dwell on it. After all, she had endured a harrowing experience, and even if he had recognized that she was withholding the truth, he refrained from inquiring further. He resolved to discuss any matters once she had recuperated. "All right," Gu Xiaoyu conceded, feeling a pang of hunger. Her father placed the tray on the desk and pulled a chair closer, inviting her to sit and savor her meal at her leisure. As food entered her stomach and she sipped the warm milk, Gu Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a wave of happiness wash over her, as if the tumultuous events of the past few days were merely a dream. "Xiaoyu, do you miss your mother?" Gu Hongming inquired, a hint of guilt evident in his voice. "I apologize. It is my failure to have adequately cared for you, allowing you to face such terrifying situations twice." His hand brushed over the row of books, as if conversing with both Gu Xiaoyu and his late wife. "Father, please do not say that. I am perfectly fine now," Gu Xiaoyu replied, feeling a twinge of discomfort at her father's self-reproach. "Look, I have returned safely. It must be that mother is watching over us." She retrieved the pendant from around her neck, caressing the surface of the metal disc, inspired by her thoughts. It was the same on the night of a racing incident. I felt as though I was being protected by some unseen force. Gu Xiaoyu had to admit that, despite the pendant potentially having extraterrestrial origins, it held profound significance for her and provided her with a sense of reassurance. It was this very object that had allowed her to encounter the extraordinary, unveiling a realm far beyond human comprehension. This pendant was a legacy left by your grandfather to your mother, and now it has been passed down to you, a true testament to enduring heritage, Gu Hongming remarked, gazing at the metal disc in his daughter's hand, sensing that she had narrowly escaped danger both times, as if a departed loved one were indeed safeguarding her. "Dad, do you know where grandfather obtained this pendant?" Gu Xiaoyu casually inquired, feigning nonchalance. Having lost her grandfather at a young age, her understanding of him had come solely from her parents' accounts. "This pendant? I have often been intrigued by the patterns and inscriptions above. I recall your mother mentioning that they might have been acquired during your grandfather's youthful adventures in the Kunlun Mountains of the Northwest. Whether this is true remains uncertain. Gu Hongming pondered for a moment, seemingly reminiscing about his youthful days with his wife, a smile gracing his face. The Kunlun Mountains? Adventure? Was grandfather an explorer? This was the first time Gu Xiaoyu had heard such information. This profession, in relation to extraterrestrials, does not seem particularly perplexing. Moreover, she had heard of the Kunlun Mountains before. Yibao had once spoken of vast, uninhabited areas there, some of which could be deemed as zones of death, notorious for peculiar occurrences. Father, did grandfather ever mention where exactly he embarked on his adventures? Gu Xiaoyu mused. If this pendant truly held such origins, it would indeed correlate with extraterrestrial matters. However, she understood well that the Kunlun Mountains stretch over 2,000 kilometers, without a specific location. It would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. That's unclear. Your mother did not elaborate. Moreover, those were special times, and certain matters were shrouded in secrecy, hardly something to be shared openly. Gu Hongming replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Indeed, these were matters of a bygone generation, unlikely to be unraveled smoothly. Nevertheless, for Gu Xiaoyu, this was already a significant gain. She believed that with Fei Yue's advanced technology, locating that enormous energy cube amidst the mountains should not pose a challenge. She felt ready to provide Fei Yue with an explanation, and she was eager to seek him out, allowing for a clean break. Then, she could return her normal life, or at least, that was her belief. Chapter 104. Equipment upgrade. 2 large transport aircraft landed sequentially at the Dam Airport in the outskirts of Shanghai City. This was the only airport capable of accommodating large aircraft in the vicinity, aside from Hongqiao Airport, and it was also under military jurisdiction, ensuring that the arrival of Long Shield would go unnoticed by the general public. Over 100 special operations soldiers disembarked and swiftly gathered in an expansive hangar at the base, their military discipline impeccable, exuding an air of solemnity and determination. Their expressions markedly more composed than before. Nearby, more than 10 wheeled armored vehicles stood, their dark barrels significantly thicker than Li Yu remembered, likely modified for enhanced performance. This was necessary, as the artillery shells fired from the last vehicle-mounted turret had barely managed to inflict damage upon those hybrids. In addition to the armored vehicles, there were also numerous domestically produced military off-road vehicles, which Li Yu had previously ridden in during his service. These vehicles boasted powerful engines and exceptional performance, capable of navigating various challenging terrains with agility. These military off-road vehicles had evidently undergone modifications as well. Their bodies reinforced with armor, they now resembled ironclad vehicles, greatly enhancing their protective capabilities. However, it remained uncertain whether they could withstand the energy assaults of those alien machines. Li Yu observed that the front end of the off-road vehicle was equipped with a formidable shovel-shaped bumper, its jagged steel teeth resembling the menacing fangs of a colossal beast, exuding an aura of aggression. Atop the vehicle, there was a grenade launcher and an onboard rocket launcher, rendering it armed to the teeth. Just beneath the bumper, a launch tube stood out prominently, featuring a spear-like projectile with serrated edges glinting ominously. Adjacent to it was a large steel cable reel, indicating a temporary modification, evidently intended for the capture of those iron monstrosities. Li Yu was uncertain whether this vehicle, now dubbed Transformer No. 1, was akin to the 2 adversaries he had encountered during the previous operation in northern Hubei, yet he resolved not to show any mercy. Should the enemy exhibit the slightest hint of aggression, he would not hesitate to strike. Now, Li Yu found himself part of a new squad, alongside the female soldier Su Mingyue, with whom he had collaborated to eliminate the killer robots. It seemed the higher-ups had assigned him to this elite unit from the Sea Dragon Special Forces, considering their prior cooperation. The renowned Sea Dragon Special Assault Team. He had certainly heard of. This unit belonged to the Chinese Marine Corps, tasked primarily with maritime counterterrorism, law enforcement at sea, and hostage rescue operations, boasting capabilities for airborne, land, maritime, and underwater amphibious infiltration and assault, truly a paragon of military excellence. In the past, as a novice, Li would have felt somewhat intimidated among such a distinguished team, yet now, amidst these unfamiliar comrades, he felt a profound sense of calm. His teammates treated him with respect, refraining from coldness due to his outsider status. Instead, under the leadership of team leader Zhang Rui and Yang Yi, They readily greeted him and expressed their welcome. With the encouragement of the two captains, all 28 members of the former Sea Dragon Special Forces team introduced themselves to Li Yu. Throughout the encounter, they refrained from uttering expressions of condolence regarding his past, seemingly indifferent to his previous experiences. This was not due to apathy, but rather a desire to avoid awkwardness and prevent the stirring of painful memories. Within this unit, all were comrades, entrusted with each other's backs and lives. This straightforward integration process warmed Li Yu's heart, symbolizing their recognition and acceptance of him as a fellow soldier. Together, they would confront the unknown dangers that lay ahead. No one pried into the details of his previous mission. All pertinent information had been conveyed through visuals in the last meeting. They all understood how to deal with these extraterrestrial beings. Today, they were certain to engage with the alien robots, providing ample opportunity to scrutinize these otherworldly visitors. For soldiers, hearing was but a whisper, while seeing was believing. None would indulge in unnecessary chatter, for they had faced countless unknowns before, and this would not intimidate them. Before long, several military green trucks arrived, prompting the personnel at the base to promptly organize everyone to collect their gear in an orderly fashion. These weapons and equipment had been meticulously prepared to combat extraterrestrial robots, and they couldn't help but admire the Chinese military's remarkable organizational and mobilization capabilities. The trucks were laden with protective gear, firearms, and ammunition, and all individuals queued to receive their supplies in a serene atmosphere, with no cacophony disrupting the tranquility. Everyone quietly attended to their tasks. In a short while, Li had acquired his complete set of equipment. He donned a tactical bodysuit, resembling a thickened wetsuit, featuring ventilation mesh under the arms and on the back, adorned with the emblem of the dragon shield on his left shoulder. Upon receiving their gear, everyone dressed on site, first slipping into a form-fitting combat suit, which was easily secured with a zipper, allowing for agile and unencumbered movement without any discomfort. Next was the neck-protecting armor, which Li discerned was not a traditional bulletproof vest, as it felt significantly lighter in his hands while still providing ample protection for his torso. He deemed this sufficient. Given that previous operations had demonstrated the futility of bulletproof vests against energy weapons, it was far more prudent to reduce weight for enhanced agility. The helmet was entirely enclosed, reminiscent of a motorcycle racing helmet, albeit smaller and more lightweight. Once donned, it allowed for easy breathing, and the back of his head felt cool, indicating the presence of ventilation ports. The mouth and nose area featured a protruding filter, and the integrated design eliminated much of the hassle. The eye section included adjustable goggles, aiding in precise targeting for sniping. For the first time, Li encountered such an unusual firearm, which possessed the caliber of an anti-material sniper rifle, yet was fashioned in the guise of a conventional assault rifle. The barrel was equipped with a grenade launcher, rendering the weapon slightly front-heavy. He hefted it in his hands. It was not overly cumbersome and assuredly designed for dual-handed aiming and shooting. The weapon was also fitted with a thermal imaging sight, specifically designed to identify creatures with intense thermal radiation signatures. Most importantly, the ammunition. Li received 6 large magazines, and merely by assessing their width, he could surmise their contents: armor-piercing rounds. There were 3 with black tips, 2 with red tips, and 1 with a tungsten steel casing. Each magazine contained 5 rounds, and, combined with the firearm, it was not excessively heavy. It appeared the higher-ups had made a decisive choice this time. Previously, even heavy machine gun rounds had proven ineffective against those alien robots, merely striking them like sparks against iron, visually impressive but utterly useless. This time, the direct provision of armor-piercing rounds would surely have a significant impact at close range. As for grenades, none had been prepared, but Li observed that some team members had received remarkably large weapons, including a grenade sniper cannon, a drum-fed grenade launcher, and a single-soldier rocket launcher. The grenade sniper cannon utilizes a drum-fed ammunition system, specifically designed for demolishing structures and targeting vehicles, making it ideal for medium to long-range fire strikes. In contrast, the grenade launcher effectively compensates for fire suppression at medium to close ranges. The imitation of the single-soldier anti-tank rocket launcher from the Far Eastern Russian Federation is particularly distinctive. It was the weapon he wielded most during his childhood shooting games. Presently, the warrior equipped with this armament carries an additional 4 rounds, effectively alleviating Li Yu's fear of insufficient firepower. In this operation, even individual soldiers are armed with such formidable weaponry, complemented by numerous armored vehicles. He harbors doubts that those alien robots can escape unscathed as they did previously. This preparation is entirely directed towards the onset of battle. Regrettably, the adversaries this time are not the second and third entities. The higher-ups have mandated a ruthless approach to dealing with the latter. Yet they will first attempt communication with the first entity. This leaves Liu with a sense of disappointment. He wishes they were confronting those two murderous fiends instead. Before long, everyone is fully equipped and lined up, the newly revitalized Dragon Shield assault team poised for action, exuding an air of lethal intent. Under the guidance of the on-site commander, this contingent of over 100 personnel will be divided into two groups, utilizing helicopters and ground vehicles to reach the mission site. Liu's squad, having long executed maritime tasks, has been assigned to board a helicopter, proceeding to the helipad under the direction of base personnel. Upon arriving at the helipad, Liu observes more than a dozen armed helicopters, their weapon racks brimming with surface-to-ground missile nests, signifying an abundance of firepower. At this moment, Liu feels an exhilarating surge. It implies an imminent encounter with the alien robots. He is fervently eager to pull the trigger on those killing machines to unleash his pent-up fury and hatred. However, he strives to maintain his composure, hoping that the first entity is not a bloodthirsty creature. Otherwise, he would not hold back. With these thoughts in mind, Liu alongside his comrades bows his head and boards a massive transport helicopter station before them. The second confrontation is on the verge of commencing. Chapter 105. International Situations within the command center of the Shanghai military base. General Xiao has assumed command. All members of the Dragon Shield Command Group swiftly take their positions, compiling and reporting on various operational developments. Seated quietly in his wheelchair, General Xiao observes the bustling soldiers below, yet he finds himself lost in contemplation. Just moments ago, shortly after their landing, he received communication from the Eastern Theater Command in Beijing, reporting that the American Homeland's Department of Defense had been struck by an unknown cyber virus, severing external communications and rendering contact with naval fleets and military bases beyond Shanghai impossible. Currently, the American homeland has entered a state of heightened military readiness. While two carrier groups in the Pacific have activated their contingency plans, forcibly sealing off the first island chain established against China. At present, the Ice Sea Fleet of the Russian Federation and the East Sea Fleet of the Republic of China are engaged in a standoff with the two major American fleets. The situation has become chaotic. The Americans have suddenly lost command over all military forces beyond their borders, rendering them exceedingly sensitive and anxious. Fearful that someone might take advantage of the opportunity to strike, they have descended into a frenzied state, resembling a rabid dog, ready to lash out indiscriminately in an attempt to intimidate other nations, relying solely on their formidable military might to assert dominance. However, do they truly believe that others are akin to themselves? Acting with such brazen arrogance, openly blockading foreign territorial waters, are they not concerned that a mere misstep could ignite a global conflict? This is not mere alarmism. The current circumstances bear a striking resemblance to the historical Pig War incident, where a moment's inattention could trigger a world war, contingent upon both parties exercising sufficient restraint. Presently, extraterrestrial beings are brazenly roaming the Earth. Logically, nations should not be at such daggers drawn with one another. Yet the issue lies in the clandestine nature of investigations into these aliens, leaving the vast majority, including civilians, military personnel, and governmental bodies, utterly oblivious. At this juncture, the inability to communicate with any military base outside of America as homeland will inevitably lead to a spiral of suspicion, potentially inciting the belief that their homeland is under attack. Hence, it becomes comprehensible why they might adopt a wartime posture and resort to aggressive actions against China and the Russian Federation. It is likely that the American populace is in a state of frenzy, urgently needing to restore communication. Should this situation persist, and if malicious actors or extraterrestrial entities were to stoke the flames further, it is conceivable that major powers across the globe could indeed come to blows. Moreover, this matter must be resolved by the Americans themselves, for even if China and Russia were to clarify the situation, the commanders of America's overseas fleets would remain skeptical. Consequently, maintaining a state of confrontation has become the final red line between both parties. All of this can only be attributed to extraterrestrial influence. Aside from them, No one possesses the capability to manipulate the Americans so effortlessly, placing all nations in a precarious position. General Shao has come to grasp the terrifying nature of these aliens firsthand, despite the advanced cybersecurity measures of the American Department of Defense. They have fallen victim to a deceptive maneuver, plunging nations into chaos and suspicion. Should the aliens choose to further exacerbate the situation, provoking conflict among humanity or even inciting the use of nuclear weapons, it could lead to the annihilation of all mankind without a single shot being fired. Of course, the escalation of events to this point is intricately tied to the Americans' long-standing impunity on Earth. It is unlikely that any other military, apart from theirs, would initiate an offensive after losing contact with their central command. It seems that if this crisis can be weathered safely, it is imperative that nations convene to devise strategies for responding to the current era of extraterrestrial visitation. Naturally, such international matters are beyond the purview of a mere lieutenant general, and he trusts that the Central Military Commission has already initiated discussions. The responsibility of managing great power confrontations lies with them, while he and Long Dun have their own tasks to complete. How is the troop preparation progressing? The aircraft had been on the ground for half an hour, and General Shao was eager to expedite the preparations. All frontline combat personnel had completed their equipment checks and were being organized for transport in batches. The first group of combatants was en route to the tarmac, preparing to board helicopters for departure. The dispatcher spoke up with a report. "What is the situation with Unit 1? Has there been any movement?" General Shao felt quite satisfied with the current progress. News from the National Security Agency indicated that Unit 1 remained stationary in the target garage, showing no signs of activity. "Inform the National Security Agency that our combat personnel will arrive at the scene in half an hour. We will notify them before our team arrives, requesting that they evacuate all individuals from the premises as much as possible," General Shao instructed thoughtfully. He elaborated further. Considering the importance of this operation aimed at suppressing Transformer Unit 1, which was to begin with encirclement followed by attempts at communication in hopes of avoiding direct conflict. The weight of this decision weighed heavily on him, as the lessons from the last encounter remained vivid in his memory. Nonetheless, after careful consideration, he chose to take this risk. He had analyzed intelligence from both the Far East and Europe, noting that all recent chaotic incidents were linked to the trajectory of a second wave of extraterrestrial arrivals, while the first wave had yet to provoke any disorderly behavior. This led him to believe that the two groups of aliens might indeed have differing agendas. Unlike the second wave's reckless and disruptive nature, the first wave's conduct appeared excessively subdued, as if intentionally avoiding contact and conflict with humanity. During the entire suppression process, he hoped to avert unnecessary casualties. He could only wish that Unit 1, which had historically been compliant, would not exhibit the wild and violent tendencies of Units 2 and 3. He believed that with Dragon Shield's thorough preparations, they should be able to subdue it. Has the local armed police departed? General Shao pondered, recognizing that the focus of this operation lay primarily in maintaining secrecy. The frontline combat was entrusted to the Dragon Shield personnel, while the local armed forces would handle the perimeter lockdown. Fortunately, the residences within the target area were sufficiently distanced from one another, providing ample space for Dragon Shield's operations and minimizing the risk of collateral damage. Should combat erupt, the armed police would be tasked with sealing off residences and roads, prohibiting the ingress and egress of personnel and vehicles. Even if the outside world descended into chaos, they could simply explain that the troops were suppressing armed criminals, leaving the question of belief to others. How prepared is the signal jamming unit? General Shao inquired further. The signal jamming vehicle had been thoroughly inspected and was deemed operational. It would accompany the ground forces to the target area and would sever all communication signals before the operation commenced. General Shao reflected on his tendency to worry, realizing that while his subordinates executed their duties impeccably, he could not help but be overly concerned, which perhaps explained the rapid graying of his hair. With this self-reflection, he couldn't help but chuckle internally. What is the situation with the Air Force? Then came the determination of the final suppression measures. The fighter jets stood ready, their cluster munitions fully equipped, prepared for immediate takeoff. General Shao exhaled softly. The cluster bombs aboard these aircraft had undergone specialized modifications to enhance their armor-piercing capabilities. The previous use of airdrop bombs had yielded an unsatisfactory accuracy rate. Thus, this time, A comprehensive bombardment was the chosen strategy. Could these extraterrestrial robots withstand such an assault? These cluster bombs consisted of densely packed submunitions, which, upon being released and reaching the designated altitude, would detonate, propelling the submunitions forward and generating powerful metal jets capable of covering extensive target areas. They could effectively penetrate the armor of enemy units from above and the sides. Even if these alien robots utilized their agility to evade, completely avoiding the onslaught would prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, General Shao had prepared a substantial quantity of these explosives and felt grateful that the target area was situated far from urban centers, nestled among the mountains and forests, thus minimizing collateral damage. If the number one target were to blend into a residential area in the bustling metropolis, the situation would become considerably more challenging. One could only say, "May heaven bless Huaxia." Report, the troops are in position, awaiting instructions. With composure, General Shao issued the order to launch the attack. What more was there to discuss? Today would either culminate in a peaceful resolution or escalate into a life-and-death struggle. At the entrance of the hillside villa district, a security guard noticed two cars approaching. One was silver, the other black, both halting before the rising barrier, repeatedly flashing their headlights and honking the horn. Yet the drivers remained expressionless, unwilling to lower their windows for a word. Growing impatient, one guard approached and tapped on the car window, signaling for the occupants to identify themselves. However, the middle-aged man in the driver's seat continued to stare straight ahead, disregarding him entirely. Just as other guards were about to investigate, a surge of electric arc swept from the silver sedan. In an instant, all security personnel collapsed, eyes shut, losing consciousness. While in the security room, the computer controlling the access system flickered briefly before automatically disengaging the barrier. As the metal columns slowly sank into the ground, the two vehicles drove straight into the villa district, heading directly towards the Guo residence. Chapter 106. The villains arrive. A car halted at the bend of the winding road, where two national security agents sat in the front seat, observing the He residence through the windshield. They had previously surveilled countless criminals. Yet they never anticipated that one day they would monitor extraterrestrials, an experience that filled them with both exhilaration and unease. The excitement stemmed from the prospect of adding an unparalleled achievement to their records, while the unease arose from humanity's instinctive fear when confronted with the unknown. At that moment, a fully armed military unit was advancing towards their location, while their adversary was merely a single vehicle. How could they not feel tense? The wait felt interminable to the two agents. Suddenly, a cacophony of engine roars reverberated from afar, an exceedingly jarring sound amidst the serene ambience of this opulent villa district, renowned for its high quality of life. Seated in the passenger seat, a national security officer attempted to glimpse through the rearview mirror to identify which affluent scion was once again causing a ruckus, but before either could react, two gusts of wind swiftly zipped past the front of their vehicle. Despite the remarkable speed of the oncoming cars, they managed to observe the illogical manner in which the two sedans navigated the bend. Had one ever witnessed a vehicle gliding smoothly around a curve while ascending, with its front wheels steadfastly aligned? Moreover, within the rear vehicle, a man sat rigidly in the driver's seat, his hands resting motionless upon the steering wheel, as if a mere wooden figure had taken his place. This peculiar pairing of elements elicited astonishment and uncertainty in the eyes of the two officers, who exchanged glances of disbelief. Agents number 2 and 3 had been dormant for some time. The Dragon Shield Command had previously noted in its records the possibility of their infiltration into Shanghai City. In response, the Ministry of National Security had collaborated with transportation and health departments to intensify road control measures. Yet, with no updates from various road entrances and the sudden return of Agent number 1 with that girl, all attention had shifted towards him. Quickly report to the command center. One officer urged, his anxiety mounting. If that truly is Agent number 2 and number 3, then the adversary that Dragon Shield must confront may soon number 3. Wait, are you certain that them? His companion inquired, visibly uncertain. What? Did you not see? No ordinary vehicle navigates a curve like that. He hastily dialed the command center while shouting to his partner, "You need to contact Officer Wu immediately and instruct them to evacuate the target. We might be out of time." Command center? The situation has changed. They have appeared. Who? Agents number 2 and 3 are headed towards the girl's residence. He shouted into the phone. "Hello? Old Wu. You need to evacuate quickly. Bring the Goo family with you, no questions asked. Hurry. Meanwhile, another officer had reached Officer Wu's phone, but before he could finish, a piercing roar of an engine erupted from the other end. There's no time. They're coming. Quickly, tell your team to steer clear of those two vehicles and usher everyone inside. But on the other end, a voice responded, you cannot stop at the gate. You must. A deafening explosion interrupted the conversation. As they glanced towards the Goo villa, a flock of birds took flight, scattering chaotically through the trees. The agent shouted urgently. Hello, Old Wu, can you hear me? Speak. Silence loomed on the line, save for a distant, haunting scream. Hello, you all need to flee, he implored. But only chaotic noise met his ears. Then came another thunderous blast, with dark smoke beginning to rise above the treetops, accompanied by the distant sound of gunfire. The two national security agents sat frozen in their vehicle, momentarily at a loss. Should they rush to the Goo residence or adhere to their orders and continue to monitor Agent No. 1's movements? If they were to abandon No. 1 at this moment and rush towards the Goo family, the command center would lose track of No. 1's movements. Given the current commotion, it was impossible that No. 1 remained oblivious. A reaction from the other side was inevitable. Moreover, even if they hurried there now, what could they accomplish with merely the two small handguns at their disposal? Just as they found themselves in this quandary, a resounding metallic clash startled the two of them. The enormous iron gate of the He family was flung open, crashing into the woods below the road, while a white sports car executed a sharp drift, its dual exhausts glowing a brilliant blue amidst the roar of its engine, surging up the hillside in the blink of an eye. With this development, they no longer needed to deliberate. No. 1 had made their choice for them. The two national security agents immediately started their vehicle and gave chase. 5 minutes prior, Fei-Yue, enduring the relentless manipulation in the He family's garage, had slowly acclimatized to the antics of the chubby individual. He began to covertly adjust the radio frequency, attempting to capture broadcast signals from the outside world, eager to glean the unfolding events abroad. Undoubtedly, the moment Bumblebee transmitted the call to assemble into the cosmos, the behavioral patterns of all Cybertronians on Earth would undergo a transformation. Historically, the members of the Autobot reconnaissance team had adhered strictly to their leader's directives, navigating the world with utmost discretion, evading human sensitivities and challenging their limits. Conversely, the Decepticon vanguard, despite having made considerable noise in the early stages of their arrival, had gradually retreated as humanity mobilized greater resources against them, learning to behave with increasing restraint. Now, not only had the Autobot base received Bumblebee's signal, but the Decepticons within the solar system had undoubtedly also sensed the call emanating from the North American continent. It was foreseeable that, in their quest to ascertain the specific circumstances in North America, the Decepticons on Earth would unleash their long-suppressed volatile nature, inevitably causing a stir. Fei-Yue tapped into the electromagnetic waves permeating the air, akin to selecting notes from score. After several transitions, he successfully accessed the international signal frequency through a nearby transmission tower. As anticipated, the North American region was currently abuzz with activity, a chaotic influx of communication frequencies flooding Fei-Yue's mind. Fighter jets took off without tower control, flying low over the city, causing sonic booms that necessitated urgent medical attention for numerous residents. Had America come under attack? Super heavy tanks rampaged through the streets. A heavy transport helicopter intruded into the airspace of the West Coast, resulting in the crash of intercepting fighter jets. An armored mine clearance vehicle wreaked havoc on the interstate, leading to substantial casualties, compelling the National Guard to mobilize. The radio was filled with various anxious shouts, noise, and cries. It took Fei-Yue 2 seconds to switch the language mode to the current international language of Earth to comprehend the chaotic messages, instilling in him a fleeting sensation that the world was on the brink of annihilation. Did the Decepticons truly escalate matters to such a degree? It seems there is no longer any pretense to uphold. Without a doubt, the various vehicles and aerial crafts wreaking havoc across the North American continent must be the work of the Decepticons. The Autobots, as warriors, would never engage in such behavior. Their leader has instituted strict discipline, ensuring adherence to orders. This is fundamentally the reason why the relatively weaker Autobots have managed to resist the fully armed war machines of the Decepticons for thousands of years. One wonders how the leader and the others are faring now. Leap was fervently eager to ascertain the status of his comrades. Just as he was attempting to adjust the frequency, a broad communication suddenly entered his receiver. It was not from Earth's broadcasting spectrum, but rather a band reserved exclusively for the Autobots. As he played the communication, a deep and resonant voice filled the air. Autobot warriors scattered across the Earth. This is Optimus Prime speaking in Cybertronian. I am currently leading a team in the battle for the Energon Cube against the Decepticons. The situation is favorable for us, and I believe our operation will conclude soon. I urge all comrades to conceal themselves and patiently await the end of this great conflict. Remember my current frequency. We will reconnect afterwards. Though brief, the leader's address was clear to Leap. The Energon Cube was indeed located on the North American continent, and it appeared that the Autobots held a slight advantage at present. Perhaps soon, the leader and his team would successfully reclaim the Energon Cube. It would be wise to wait a little longer to see what news Xiao Yu could bring back before making any decisions. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted nearby. Despite the distance, Leap's keen senses detected something amiss. It was the unmistakable sound of an explosion. As a warrior, he was particularly attuned to such sounds, and an ominous premonition washed over him. He quickly activated the sonar detection module. Another noise followed, accompanied by the crack of gunfire. Even inside the vehicle, He Bao and Su Mingho paused their conversation, straining to listen. In an instant, Leap calculated the source of the commotion and, upon examining the terrain map, he realized it was emanating from Xiao Yu's vicinity. This was bad. Something had gone awry. Leap's composure shattered. Inside the vehicle, He Bao and Su Mingho suddenly felt an immense force propel them out of the car. In a blur, they found themselves thrown to the ground as the door swung open. Before they could register what had happened, the white sports car's door slammed shut, tires screeching as it bolted out of the garage, leaving the stunned duo in a cloud of exhaust. Approaching the formidable iron gates of the He residence, Leap maintained his speed, crashing headlong into the gates, which flew open as if weightless. Leap activated the full power mode of the ignition, the engine roaring as its horsepower surged, echoing through the mountains. The white sports car transformed into a streak of white, racing up the mountainside. Chapter 107. The Killing Machine. After a conversation with her father, Gu Xiaoyu contemplated how to discreetly contact Fei Yue. She wandered around the first floor, noticing that the police had yet to leave. Officer Wu was engaged in dialogue with her father, while Officer Su busied himself with his team in the living room. It seemed she could not leave the house for the time being. Perhaps she could call Xiao Bao to bring Fei Yue over. This thought crossed her mind, but she quickly dismissed it, realizing that such an overt action would raise suspicions in the presence of so many people. It would be wiser to wait until later, when the officers had departed, to seek an opportunity to meet Fei Yue at He Bao's residence. As she resolved to retreat to her room for a moment of respite to ease her nerves, her attention was drawn to the entrance, where two cars, one silver and the other black, slowly approached and halted at the grand iron gate. Although they were at a distance, Gu Xiaoyu could discern the silhouettes of two figures sitting upright in the front seats, their stillness evoking an unsettling familiarity. It was peculiar, almost unnatural, reminiscent of the disquieting sensation she experienced during her first encounter with Fei Yue's vehicle, when a virtual projection had suddenly appeared before her. Fei Yue had mentioned that there were at least two members of the Decepticons operating within Huaxia. Could it be that such a coincidence was possible? She found herself instinctively retreating a couple of steps, repeatedly reassuring herself that it couldn't be that fortuitous. At the entrance, Officer Wu, who was engaged in conversation with her father, answered his ringing phone, his expression shifting to one of confusion as he turned to look towards the gate. The headlights of the two vehicles flared to life, and their engines roared ominously, their presence commanding attention. At that moment, a bodyguard noticed the cars blocking the entrance and sprinted towards them, calling out to the occupants, "Hey, you can't park here." But he abruptly froze in place as the vehicles suddenly erupted, their forms exploding like steel buds blooming violently, accompanied by the cacophony of clashing metal. The grand iron gate was forcefully shattered. In the blink of an eye, the two cars had vanished, replaced by two colossal steel monstrosities that invaded the expansive courtyard of the Gu family. One, a grotesque creature clad in black armor, resembled a giant bear, its limbs firmly planted on the ground. It had just crashed through the iron gate, its massive steel head adorned with sharp spikes, and a long serrated neck leading down its spine. A single glowing red eye emitted a menacing glare, while its cavernous mouth was lined with glistening black steel teeth, akin to a hellish beast emerging from the abyss. The other, a silver titan, bore a striking resemblance to a standing wasp, its arms extending to its knees, with disproportionately large forearms. Its upper body and lower limbs were grotesquely misaligned, supported solely by a pair of short, stout, reverse-jointed legs, resembling an underdeveloped dwarf. Its pointed head scanned the surroundings, emitting a piercing vibration from its fearsome mandibles. Gu Xiaoyu harbored no doubt that these two monstrous metallic entities, transformed from sedans, were the Decepticons spoken of by Feiyu, her convictions stemming from their terrifying and grotesque appearance. She had witnessed too much through Feiyu's memories. The menacing exterior adorned with sharp weaponry and the crimson optics, starkly contrasting with Feiyu's azure gaze, exuded an unmistakable aura of peril. Previously, viewing through Feiyu's perspective had dulled her senses, but now, observing these colossal robots from her own vantage point, she was overwhelmed by an oppressive dread that caused her heart to race. The black steel behemoth lowered its head, sniffing the body of a bodyguard who lay paralyzed in fear, a savage glint flashing in its single eye. Meanwhile, the silver monstrosity fixed its red gaze squarely upon its target. In that moment, Gu Xiaoyu felt the weight of its stare when her eyes met those blood-red orbs. The thought surged within her that she had been marked. The turn of events unfolded with such swiftness that the onlookers were left in stunned silence, unable to react. With a resounding noise from the silver creature, the Black One bent down and engulfed the trembling bodyguard in one swift motion, accompanied by the man's agonized scream. The beast's thick neck spun like a drum, ejecting a torrent of crimson mist into the sky from the shell on the back of its head. When its enormous maw opened again, it was devoid of any remnants. A wave of intense nausea washed over Gu Xiaoyu, churning her stomach violently. She realized that the bodyguard had been utterly pulverized, akin to being consumed by wood chipper, instantly reduced to a mist of flesh and blood. The black monster emitted a low, gleeful growl as it opened its jaws wide. Its left arm rose, morphing into a massive claw tipped with sharp talons that transformed into a glowing cannon. A buzzing sound filled the air as the cannon's muzzle brightened ominously. It then aimed at the trio of sedans parked in the courtyard and unleashed a devastating blast. The vehicle driven by Officer Wu was struck on its side, crumpling and distorting under the impact, then flipping over and exploding midair. A tremendous explosion rocked the surroundings, sending shockwaves that rattled the windows of nearby buildings. Gu Xiaoyu fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The other two sedans were caught in the blast, overturned with their tires spinning helplessly. The chaos was far from over. The black monster raised its arm again and fired another shot, aimed directly at the house. Officer Wu reacted with remarkable speed, throwing Gu Hongming to the ground, who shouted his daughter's name in alarm. Gu Xiaoyu felt the house shudder violently as the second floor erupted in flames, tiles raining down from the roof into the sky, accompanied by a cascade of bricks and splinters, engulfing the scene in a cloud of dust and debris. Finally, some individuals began to regain their composure. Several bodyguards and police officers drew their firearms, unleashing a flurry of bullets at the looming black monstrosity. Yet, the sporadic gunfire merely sparked faintly against its face and torso, failing to inflict any significant damage. The black monstrosity suddenly leapt, soaring several meters as it lunged towards the two closest individuals like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. With a swift motion of its colossal claw, it slammed down, burying one bodyguard entirely into the lawn. It then swung its arm again, sending the other man flying through the air like a rag doll, crashing into a cluster of flowers. The creature raised the cannon-like appendage of its left arm, unleashing a barrage towards several distant assailants, illuminating the scene with blinding flames and an earth-shattering explosion. The villa was left riddled with gaping holes, the walls marred by destruction. At that moment, Gu Xiaoyu curled up on the ground, her screams muffled as she covered her ears, shards of shattered glass raining down upon her, engulfing her in a profound terror. When she finally dared to open her eyes, a massive metallic visage loomed before her. Unlike the fragmented metal pieces of the previous creature, this face bore striking human-like features, resembling a skull devoid of flesh. The silver behemoth bent down, scrutinizing her closely, its hollow iron face mere inches from her own. Its enormous red eyes, fashioned from a diamond-shaped crystal, contained a swirling vortex of metal within, reflecting her terrified yet voiceless expression. You do not seem particularly surprised, do you? A sharp, gravelly, synthetic voice emanated from the serrated maw. Gu Xiaoyu realized it was addressing her, yet fear rendered her paralyzed. She had never felt such an overwhelming sense of dread and oppression, a disdain emanating from a murderous entity. This is not your first encounter with a being like me, is it, little one? Its voice dripped with mockery and probing curiosity as its crimson pupils constricted, seemingly attempting to penetrate her very thoughts. Just then, the roar of an engine broke the tension, causing the silver monstrosity to turn its gaze. A black sedan burst forth from the garage, barreling towards them, crashing into the creature's hind leg with a resounding thud. The front end crumpled, emitting plumes of white smoke as the monster recoiled in pain. It was Old One, driving furiously in an attempt to divert the beast's attention. With shattered windows, the elderly man shouted at Gu Xiaoyu run, but before he could finish, a massive black claw descended upon the hood of the car, ripping the engine out entirely. The creature devoured the engine, its jaw clenching with force, resulting in a violent explosion, oil spraying in all directions from between its teeth. Then, with a swift motion, the monster grasped the front of the car and flipped it over, crushing the rear half beneath its foot, leaving Old One's fate unknown. Instinctively, Gu Xiaoyu cried out for her grandfather, yet she understood her helplessness. She needed to escape the looming silver giant. Struggling to her feet, she stumbled in an attempt to flee. However, a colossal arm crashed into the wall before her, blocking her path. The silver titan tilted its head, emitting a chilling cackle, reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, a bullet striking the top of its metallic head. The silver giant turned its gaze, revealing Gu Hongming, whose body was covered in dust, while Officer Wu lay behind him, pinned beneath a wooden beam from the building. Clutching Officer Wu's handgun, he bellowed at the grotesque metallic visage, firing relentlessly. "Stay away from my daughter, you monster!" Yet a colossal black hand emerged, seizing Gu Hongming and lifting him high into the air. Struggling within the grasp of the dark creature, he emitted anguished cries. Tears streamed down Gu Xiaoyu's face as she abandoned her attempt to flee and rushed toward her father. However, the silver giant stomped before her, and debris flew, cutting her face as she fell to the ground, groaning in pain. "You bear the scent of an Autobot. Who is he?" it inquired once more. Gu Xiaoyu, in a state of desperation, fixated on her father, choking back sobs, inwardly cursing Fiyue for his absence. Where is he? He had promised to safeguard her and her family. It seems he is quite significant to you. I will count to 3. If you do not reveal his identity, I shall let my partner devour your father. The silver giant's words plunged Gu Xiaoyu into a profound terror. The black monster, clutching Gu Hongming, opened its maw, lined with steel teeth, revealing a deep chamber filled with countless sharp blades rotating in reverse, an insatiable maw of destruction. It lifted Gu Hongming toward its gaping mouth, poised to consume him. "No, please, don't," Gu Xiaoyu cried out, her heart wrenched with despair. Suddenly, the countdown to death began to resonate, like a hammer striking her heart, shattering her psychological defenses. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out, "I shall call for you." A massive white figure surged forward, delivering a powerful punch that struck the black creature's side. The sound of steel colliding echoed as fragments flew, and the black monster was sent sprawling. Gu Hongming plummeted from the air, but was caught by the white steel giant. As the silver giant turned its attention, a colossal iron foot swung toward its face. Another resounding crash echoed, and Gu Xiaoyu felt a massive shadow pass overhead, crashing into the house behind her, shattering the wall. When she looked up again, Feiyue's towering steel form stood before her, resembling a white iron tower. "I apologize for my tardiness," he said, his voice melodious yet imbued with cold intent. Chapter 108. Combat Mode. Gu Hongming screamed as he fell from the sky, perilously close to hitting the ground when a massive metallic hand caught him securely. Feiyue had managed to arrive just in time. After securing Gu Hongming, he glanced down at Gu Xiaoyu, whose tear-streaked face ignited a surge of fury within him, electricity coursing from his core to his fingertips and toes. In that moment, all he desired was to obliterate those Decepticon wretches. Yet, he restrained himself. His priority was to swiftly escort this father and daughter away from the perilous scene. In a swift leap, he crouched low, his other hand encircling the girl before him, as his body began to transform rapidly. Gu Xiaoyu and Gu Hongming felt as if the world had spun around them in an instant, only to realize that they were securely seated in the front of a vehicle. Gu Xiaoyu occupied the driver's seat, while her father sat beside her, both expressions marked by confusion. Before they could steady their wildly racing hearts, they glimpsed through the windshield that the dark creature had righted itself, shaking its head vigorously as if awakening, while the silver giant that had crashed into the house propped itself up from the debris, its crimson eyes fixated on them. "Hold on tight," a youthful voice suddenly resonated, startling Gu Hongming. Two seatbelts sprang forth like living entities, binding them firmly to their seats. The interior lights flickered to life, and the engine roared to life. The vehicle began to reverse at a breathtaking speed, the black monster lunging towards them, nearly landing atop the hood, its terrifying metallic visage filling the entire windshield. The creature's gaping maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, lunged at the front of the car in a grotesque display, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread in the two occupants, as if they might be swallowed whole. Yet, the vehicle's rapid retreat ensured that the monster's jaws clamped down on nothing but air. Without turning around, Fei Yue maneuvered the car in reverse, deftly rotating its wheels to distance themselves from the menacing Decepticons. The violent jostling elicited low, pained groans from both Gu Xiaoyu and Gu Hongming. Sensing their discomfort, two restraints emerged from the backs of their seats, pressing firmly against their shoulders, providing a semblance of relief. The vehicle continued its rapid descent along the winding mountain road, while the black armored beast pounced towards them like a ravenous predator, exuding an aura of wild ferocity. The silver giant also pursued, raising one hand which morphed into a weapon resembling a handgun, its muzzle gleaming ominously. Then, Gu Xiaoyu noticed that the sides of the car's hood split open, revealing two formidable cannon barrels that preemptively unleashed two dazzling orbs of yellow light, striking the silver giant and sending it sprawling. The weapon in its grasp discharged a blue arc of electricity, exploding several meters from the car's front and sending debris flying. The vehicle sped down the mountain road in reverse, while the black creature, akin to a ferocious bear, clawed its way across the ground in relentless pursuit, roaring as it chased them, instilling terror in the hearts of the passengers. The energy cannons at the front of the vehicle fired continuously at their pursuing foe, attempting to hinder its advance. However, the creature's agile movements made it difficult to strike, with energy blasts erupting upon impact with the ground, leaving behind charred craters. While trees in the forest were cleaved in half, their leaves cascading to the ground in a flurry. The two individuals in the vehicle were tense, feeling as though they were caught in some high-octane chase film. Gu Xiaoyu, having previously experienced the journey through Cybertron, managed to maintain a semblance of calm, gripping the seat tightly in fear of being thrown from the vehicle. In stark contrast, Gu Hongming was in distress, feeling as if he were on a roller coaster, one that was in reverse. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the metallic behemoth before them, coupled with the fear of the car beneath them, relentlessly tortured his nerves. He had never doubted his eyesight, but now he questioned the sanity of the world around him. Fei Yue, despite moving in reverse, maintained an impressive speed. Navigating the winding mountain road, his four wheels worked in unison, drifting around corners with remarkable smoothness, leaving the hulking adversary in a dizzying spin, causing it to collide with the roadside several times due to inertia. Fei Yue unleashed several energy projectiles upon the foe's chest. However, the adversary's tough exterior and heavy frontal armor only resulted in scorched marks and dents, igniting an even fiercer aggression within it. A silver sedan had also joined the pursuit, its driver's seat conspicuously empty, indicating yet another Decepticon. This was unsustainable. They would soon be caught. Fei Yue felt the strain, realizing he could not allow the enemy to close in. In his vehicle form, he stood no chance against the Decepticon in its true state. Alone, he would not fear facing two Decepticons, but with the responsibility of protecting two humans, that was far from feasible. He was but one individual, stretched too thin. At that moment, a wave of communication was intercepted by Fei Yue. Confirmed Units 2 and 3 are currently pursuing Unit 1, heading down the mountain. The situation is urgent, requesting immediate support. Received. We will arrive on site in 10 minutes. Feyue realized this was a human task force specifically hunting Cybertronians, with Unit 1 referring to himself. It seemed the humans had been aware of his presence for some time. As Feyue rounded the next bend in the road, he brushed past a black sedan parked by the roadside, occupied by two male humans who stared in shock at the sight of him and the pursuing metallic monsters. He barely managed to shout a warning for them to flee before vanishing from their sight. However, the pursuing black steel beast, perceiving the sedan as an obstruction, casually swiped at it with its massive claw, sending the car tumbling down the slope amidst the startled cries of its occupants, rolling through the dense forest below. So, human reinforcements would arrive in mere minutes. With this realization, Feyue made a decisive choice. He could not continue to flee passively, otherwise, he would inevitably be caught by the Decepticons. If they closed in, the frail bodies of the girl and her father would not withstand the chaos of such a confrontation. With this thought, Feyue's front transformed once more, retracting the cannon, folding the hood inward, and revealing two missile bays, each armed with 9 small missiles, his individual suppression firepower ready for deployment. Gu Xiaoyu observed more than a dozen red markers shimmering on the car window, swiftly gliding across the glass, encircling the two pursuing Decepticon robots. The red markers flickered with a faint glow, clearly indicating a lock-on. A burst of flames erupted as the missile turret at the front of the vehicle unleashed a barrage of over a dozen sleek black missiles, their tails emitting a ghostly blue flame as they ascended towards the sky, aimed directly at the two Decepticons. The sudden and ferocious assault compelled the black steel behemoth to swerve aside to avoid being struck by the onslaught of missiles. The silver sedan behind it veered urgently, its body exploding and transforming back into a humanoid shape, rolling along the road to evade the missile strikes. A cacophony akin to firecrackers echoed through the mountains, as a series of explosions erupted in the woods, bathing the surroundings in intense flashes of light that rendered the two occupants of the vehicle unable to open their eyes. This wave of strikes proved somewhat effective, as the black giant endured 3 direct hits, with shrapnel scattering from its shoulders and chest. However, it managed to shield its head in time, preventing more severe damage, and rolled into the dense woods. Meanwhile, the silver giant suffered 2 missile strikes to its back. One of its rear doors shattered and dangling precariously as it rolled along the ground, creating a shower of sparks. Feyue was not idle. He slammed on the brakes. And as the vehicle began to morph, amidst the screams of the two inside, he grasped one of them with a firm hand, completing the transformation in 2 seconds. Descending into a half-kneeling position, the wheels at his feet reversed direction to slow down, smoothly halting the momentum and carving a deep trench into the ground. Without wasting a moment, after placing the still-dazed pair on the ground and urging them to flee, Feyue propelled himself forward, shattering the asphalt beneath him with sheer force and surging towards the silver Decepticon. The Gu family, momentarily dazed, stood frozen in place, watching in awe as Feyue's massive white form charged ahead, seizing the silver giant by the arms and executing a powerful windmill maneuver, slamming the struggling opponent into the other black monstrosity. The two titans collided with a resounding metallic crash, howling as they tumbled back into the woods. Feyue turned back, shouting at the two, "What are you waiting for? Run!" Gu Xiaoyu noted that Feyue now wore a triangular mask and behind the transparent visor. His once blue eyes now glowed with a hint of red. Just as Feyue finished speaking, he lunged forward, leaping to deliver a punch to the silver giant, which had just regained its footing. A sharp crack resonated through the forest as Gu Xiaoyu clearly witnessed the grotesque iron visage contort under the impact. A purplish-red liquid spraying from its mouth, and 2 gleaming silver fragments flying from its menacing maw. The silver giant spun around from the blow before toppling into the grass, disappearing from Gu Xiaoyu's sight. The ebony monster has risen, turning to lunge at Feyue, who deftly dodges by tilting his head and raises his arm to block the oncoming massive claw. The sharp talons scrape against Feyue's arm, sending sparks flying. And seizing the momentum of the creature's assault, he executes a shoulder throw, sending it crashing deep into the woods, where trees splinter and fall in chaos. The 2 colossal robots, one black and one white, maneuver through the dense forest like gladiators of ancient Rome battling ferocious beasts within a cage. Feyue's armor splits above his right wrist, revealing a glinting short blade, while his left arm transforms into a hefty cannon. He unleashes a volley towards the looming black creature. Yet, true to its reputation as an elite warrior among the Decepticons, the creature's reflexes and combat prowess surpass those of mere foot soldiers. It swiftly sidesteps the initial blast, causing the yellow energy projectile to pierce through several trees before crashing to the ground, sending up clouds of dirt. The cannon on the black monster's left arm glows ominously as it sweeps a barrage towards Fei-Yue. He dives forward, rolling on the ground to evade the attack. But as he rises, a massive circular saw descends upon him. Reacting with lightning speed, he raises his blade to parry, the clash producing a cacophony of metallic screeches and fiery sparks that ring painfully in Gu Xiaoyu's ears. She helps her father to his feet, desperate to flee this perilous place. Xiaoyu, what is happening? What are these monsters? Gu Hongming grimaces, his right arm dangling awkwardly, clearly dislocated. Dad, please don't ask now. We need to get out of here first. Gu Xiaoyu strains to support her father's weight, her heart a tumult of emotions. She has never witnessed such horror. In mere moments, their home lies in ruins, lives lost to senseless violence. It is only now that she comprehends the true terror of the Decepticons, machines of slaughter. Ruthless and merciless, viewing human life as worthless, starkly contrasting the feelings Fei-Yue had evoked in her. She never imagined that Fei-Yue's words would ring so true. The Decepticons had indeed come for them. Was it because her family possessed something unique, or had Fei-Yue drawn them in? There is no time to ponder. All she desires is to distance herself and her father from these monsters. Fei-Yue currently faces two adversaries, momentarily stalling them to grant her and her father a chance to escape. However, the path down the mountain is perilously long. How far can they run? All hope now rests on Fei-Yue's ability to hold off the two creatures. Suddenly, a white vintage sports car rounds the corner, skidding to a halt just in time to avoid colliding with the father-daughter duo. Gu Xiaoyu squints, recognizing the vehicle and its driver, Su Mingho, who leans out of the passenger window, his bulk visible as he shouts, "Sister Xiaoyu, what are you doing here?" Without responding, Gu Xiaoyu urgently pulls her father toward the car. How did you get here? With the sight of a vehicle, Gu Xiaoyu feels a flicker of relief. It's far quicker than running down the mountain. She opens the car door, assists her father inside, and shouts for the driver to turn around and speed away. No, sister, your car just drove off on its own. We rushed out to see what was happening. He Bao exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he gestured animatedly, his emotions a blend of joy and fear. Just as Gu Xiaoyu circled the vehicle and approached from the other side, a colossal shadow leapt forth from the adjacent thicket. She felt enveloped by a dark mass, her legs turning to jelly as she leaned against the car door in terror. Where are you going, little one? The grotesque visage of the silver mechanical giant twisted in a disturbing manner, spewing forth a viscous green liquid akin to saliva. The imposing figure loomed ominously close, startling everyone, particularly He Bao, who let out a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. The silver giant pressed one hand against the engine hood, its razor-sharp steel fingers sinking deeply into the car's exterior, while its other hand struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the tires on its wrist to spin rapidly, scraping away the asphalt beneath. What is so special about you that the Autobots would protect you? Its voice rasped like a torn bellows, evoking the jarring sound of nails on a chalkboard. Gu Xiaoyu recoiled in fear, the pungent odor of gasoline wafting from the creature's mouth. Fei-Yue lunged forward, plunging a blade into the belly of the monstrous behemoth, twisting it to create a shower of sparks as the creature emitted a thunderous roar. He then slammed his head against the giant's grotesque face and unleashed a shot into its chest. The impact caused the creature's torso to explode, sending its massive form hurtling backward. Ignoring the fallen behemoth, Fei-Yue dashed towards the side road, raising his hand cannon and firing at the foe's back, shattering several pieces of steel and eliciting a pained scream. Fei-Yue moved with astonishing speed, taking several long strides forward. With a swift flick of his short blade, he severed a sturdy tree, hoisting it onto his shoulder. He swung it with great force, smashing it against the side road, splintering the wood into debris. Provoked by the pain, the side road transformed, its right arm contorting as fingers and wheels merged, forming a spiked mace. It retaliated with a powerful swing, which Fei-Yue narrowly evaded, seizing the opportunity to grapple the creature tightly and execute a devastating throw, burying its head into the earth. Although Gu Xiaoyu had witnessed Fei-Yue's previous battles, The display of his adept combat skills in this instance left her in awe. It was difficult to fathom how such a colossal being could be so agile and fierce in battle. Just as Feyue prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the struggling foe, he suddenly noticed the smoking form of the behemoth rising again. Its energy cannon aimed menacingly in his direction. As he contemplated evasion, he recalled the presence of the group behind him. With resolve, Feyue turned and crouched, bracing himself for the impact of the cannon blast against his back. Despite being shielded by Feyue, Gu Xiaoyu felt an intense wave of heat wash over her face, scorching her skin. In that fleeting moment of turning away, Feyue transformed his right hand into a cannon, extending it from his left side, and, relying on memory, fired repeatedly behind him. Explosive energy rounds detonated near the behemoth, forcing it to lower its head in an attempt to evade further fire. Flying leaped around, his arms transforming into cannons, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the two Decepticons, overwhelming them to the point where they could scarcely lift their heads. With his back turned to Gu Xiaoyu, he shouted, "Stop dawdling, get in the vehicle, and leave at once. The human forces will arrive in mere minutes. Once you encounter them, you shall be safe. This area is mine to defend." Gu Xiaoyu gazed at the fractured white armor on Flying's back, which rolled back to reveal the steel spine and ribcage beneath, emitting black smoke and sparking with embers. She opened her mouth, yet words failed her. The anger she had felt towards Flying had dissipated significantly. In haste, she pulled open the rear door and took a seat, urging Su Mingho, who was transfixed to the wheel, to swiftly turn around and descend the mountain. Only then did Su Mingho snap back to reality, gripping the steering wheel tightly and executing a sharp turn down the slope. He too, fell silent, leaning against the seat, his eyes fixed on the imposing figure of Flying, filled with shock, fear, and excitement, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. What on earth is that? So magnificent. A robot? A humanoid mech? His astonishment rendered him nearly speechless. As a reclusive enthusiast, he had always been fascinated by such robotic entities, ordinarily timid. Today he found himself more thrilled than anyone else. Enough chatter. Let's descend swiftly and leave this place. Gu Xiaoyu breathed heavily, her heart still racing. It would take several minutes to reach the base of the mountain, and she hoped nothing else would occur in the meantime. Chapter 110. The Demon Unleashed North America. Hoover Dam, Sector 7 Base. The Hoover Dam, a colossal concrete arch-gravity dam nestled in the Black Canyon of the Colorado River, commenced construction in 1931 and took 4 years to complete. Standing at a height of 220 meters, with a length of nearly 400 meters, this dam relies on its base, nearly 200 meters thick, to withstand the immense water pressure behind it. To achieve this marvel, the American government utilized 2,500,000 cubic meters of concrete for its construction, enough to fill 4 massive football fields, an endeavor of considerable expense. Ostensibly, this dam was built for flood control, irrigation, electricity generation, and navigational improvement. However, few are aware that its true purpose was to seal away a cosmic artifact and an extraterrestrial giant. The American government believes itself to be among the first on Earth to encounter extraterrestrial beings, claiming to possess the deepest understanding of their existence. Inspired and blessed by these encounters, they ascended to become the most formidable military superpower within a century, dictating the rules of engagement that all must follow. They view themselves as the favored children of divine providence, which explains their audacity in branding themselves as the beacon of civilization. As early as 1897, an American captain stumbled upon an ice-encased steel giant in the Arctic, igniting the nation's secret research into extraterrestrial civilizations. Its enormous, bizarre form and intricate structure indicated it was no mere metallic sculpture. In the year 1913, 7 federal agents unearthed a non-human artifact at the bottom of the Colorado River, a somber metallic cube measuring nearly 20 meters on each side. The runes and patterns adorning its surface bore no resemblance to creations of earthly civilization. Carbon dating revealed that this object had existed for over 10 millennia. Even submerged in the riverbed, it incessantly emitted radiation energy. The most terrifying aspect was that when the cube was stimulated, it released energy shock waves into the surroundings. While the effects on organic beings were minimal, it possessed a bewitching power that endowed fixed-structured steel objects with life. The American government dubbed it the Cube and constructed a massive dam to insulate its radiated energy with thick concrete. This location became the most closely guarded secret of the American government, designated as Zone 7, where clandestine research into extraterrestrial civilizations commenced, alongside the quest for all associated clues and artifacts. During investigations of the frozen steel giant in the Arctic, the government discovered identical runes on its surface, providing direct evidence of a connection between the two, further affirming that the cube also originated from the cosmos. Additionally, it was established that this frozen giant was in a state of apparent death, confirming it was not a mere machine, but a living metallic organism. Once the construction of the base beneath the dam was completed, it was transported and sealed alongside the cube for research, designated as NB1. Through reverse engineering of NB1, the American government made remarkable strides in mechanical engineering, even spearheading the Internet revolution. Thus, one could assert that NB1 inspired modern Earth technology, underscoring its immense significance. However, alarms blared throughout the base as fissures formed in its deepest secrets. Mere moments prior, an unknown virus had infiltrated the base's systems, abruptly shutting down the cooling mechanisms that had functioned for decades. The central control room was forcibly sealed, the heavy steel gates isolating the interior from the outside, preventing personnel from entering or restarting the system. Meanwhile, within the control room of the backup cooling system for NB1, a fierce gunfight erupted. A group of employees, previously working within the base, inexplicably turned deranged, brandishing firearms smuggled in from unknown sources. They ruthlessly slaughtered their fellow workers, shouting fervently for the Lord of Silicon Entropy, while coldly and methodically firing upon their colleagues. They stormed into the backup system control room, eliminating the duty personnel and shutting down the operational cooling system. After destroying the control panel, they proceeded to plant miniature explosives throughout the control room. Outside, base security and agents from Zone 7 launched an all-out assault on their position. Yet, the members of this mysterious cult, who referred to themselves as the servants of Silicon Entropy, defiantly held their ground, showing no signs of fear despite the imminent explosion of the bombs behind them. Instead, their faces reflected a calm madness. For the sake of the master of Silicon Entropy, in the dawn of a new human civilization, they fired their weapons while reciting this mantra as if in a trance. Their expressions disturbingly serene despite the bullets striking down their comrades and blood splattering upon their faces, until the preordained explosives detonated simultaneously, reducing the entire control room to rubble, engulfing them in flames and reducing them to ashes. Thus, the 7th District lost its capacity to contain NB1 within the sealed hall. The metallic giant, infused with microwave radiation, began to irreversibly thaw as the thick layer of ice encasing it melted away. As more ice fell away, the enormous, fearsome dark gray metal gradually revealed its true form. Had Gu Xiaoyu been present, she would have recognized it as Megatron, the leader of the Decepticons from her leap through memory. The alarm in the base grew increasingly frantic, while the personnel clad in yellow uniforms on the surrounding platforms futilely attempted to delay the melting process with liquid nitrogen sprayers. As the impenetrable ice encasing his head melted away, his once pitch-black eyes began to glow crimson. The demon had awakened. After 10 millennia, he twisted his neck, his metallic frame and joints vibrating at high frequency, shattering the final layer of ice that had bound him. "I am Megatron," a metallic rasp resounded. He tore apart the operational platform that constrained him, allowing the humans above to plummet down with piercing cries, his deep, wrathful voice echoing throughout the vast containment chamber, penetrating the eardrums of all terrified personnel and forcing them to kneel in anguish. His right hand morphed into a colossal steel-spiked mace, and as he unleashed a blow fueled by rage, the surrounding iron frameworks and restraints were obliterated, clearing the space before him in an instant. For the first time in years, Megatron opened his eyes to behold the world, realizing he was ensconced in a vast, dungeon-like dark chamber, reflecting on his millennia of coldness, solitude, and resentment, as well as the humans' insolent research and mockery. He understood that the violence he now unleashed could not quell the fury within his spark. He scarcely regarded the diminutive humans scurrying about in terror. Though he yearned to obliterate the cage that held him, more pressing matters demanded his attention. He must pursue the energy cube taken by the Autobots. A millennium ago, when he had followed the energy cube into the wormhole from Cybertron, He activated his portable space bridge engine, chasing the Energy Cube to Earth. However, excessive consumption of his spark energy forced him into a low-power mode. As he observed the trajectory of the Energy Cube falling to Earth, his spark's energy was too diminished to resist the planet's formidable polar magnetic field, leading to his uncontrolled descent into the icy sea, where he was compelled to enter a dormant state, frozen within this eternal icy purgatory, until a human captain, who inadvertently stumbled into a crevice of ice, discovered him and unearthed him decades later, bringing him to this place. Though his body was immobile, his eyes blind, and his mouth mute, he maintained a lucid mind. His receiver collected all surrounding information, granting him insights into this planet and the human species. Throughout these decades, he did not remain idle. He subtly influenced the minds of the base personnel through faint brainwaves, appearing in their dreams, projecting his image deep within their consciousness, selecting the impressionable and weak-willed to reveal to them the magnificent, ethereal world of Cybertron and its unique ecology. Over time, a fervent following emerged, humans who, upon witnessing the grandeur of silicon-based life, naturally bowed to the colossal, formidable, advanced, eternal, and pure beings of Cybertron, contrasting them with the frail and ignorant nature of humanity and its civilization. Among these followers were true believers and opportunists alike, forming a clandestine cult that infiltrated various strata of Americana, becoming secret acolytes of Megatron. Yet, the insatiable greed of humanity, even in Megatron's eyes, thwarted the liberation efforts of his silicon servants. Rather than worshiping the greatness of Cybertronian life, many humans sought to exploit his existence, leading to the clandestine purges by the American government, forcing them into hiding. However, everything changed with the arrival of the Decepticon Legion on Earth. Under the leadership of the Decepticons, these hidden human devotees finally dared to confront the American government openly. Megatron had initially intended for these pawns to liberate him, so he could obtain the Allspark, using its power to animate countless metallic constructs into his puppet army, thus securing this resource-rich planet. With an army and the Allspark in his possession, he would annihilate the Autobots, reign over Cybertron, and establish his empire among the stars. Yet, at the critical moment, his plans unraveled when an Autobot named Bumblebee inexplicably appeared at the base and absconded with the Allspark. This derailed years of scheming, driving him to the brink of madness. Consequently, he had no time to concern himself with these human insects. He needed to pursue the stolen Allspark. Megatron stepped forth, transforming into a cosmic warplane, bursting from the underground base, and for the first time in 10 millennia, he beheld the blue sky again, along with the insufferable, sycophantic visage of Starscream. All Decepticon members awaited his command. I, Megatron, your leader, have returned. Chapter 111. The standoff. Megatron's proclamation of return was not delivered in sound, but transmitted through brainwaves, interfacing with the local communication network and radiating outward as a signal. The human ear is incapable of perceiving the frequency utilized by the Decepticons, a band that even the Autobots cannot detect. Through various human relay stations, the Decepticon communications officer Soundwave, transformed into a satellite form in space, swiftly received the voice of his leader. Typically composed, Soundwave unexpectedly conveyed a slightly tremulous yet authoritative proclamation. Long live Megatron. This declaration attests to Megatron's esteemed reputation within the ranks of the military. Leveraging the various signal amplification towers constructed by humans, Soundwave disseminated Megatron's voice across the Earth at an astonishing speed. In an instant, it was as if a droplet had fallen upon a serene surface of water, sending ripples of countless radio signals that swiftly spread throughout the globe. At that moment, the duo in the Huaxia region, known as Runabout and Runamuck, who were under heavy fire, also received the leader's declaration relayed by Soundwave. Runamuck was momentarily taken aback, but soon, as if invigorated by a surge of energy, he let out an exuberant howl that resonated throughout the mountainous woods. The return of his most revered leader, Megatron, was news of monumental significance, surpassing even the joy of discovering an Energon Cube. This signified that the Decepticon army could finally break free from the clutches of the Petty Red Alert and return to the command of its original creator. What awaited them was an unending cycle of war, slaughter, and devastation, accompanied by an insatiable thirst for blood. All of this would commence with their leader leading the Decepticon army to annihilate the Autobot traders on Earth and seize dominion over the planet. No longer would Runamuk cower beneath the barrage of fire. The energy released from his sparks surged within him, invigorating his limbs and mind. He sprang into action, with his armored arm absorbing a blast from Runabout, and raised his left hand to retaliate with his energy cannon. While continuously firing energy blasts, Runamuk shouted, "Autobot scum, your doom is upon you. Come, face me in single combat." Runabout, somewhat perplexed by the sudden exuberance of his opponent, as if he had consumed a subpar Energon Cube, immediately ducked to evade the onslaught. With the constraints now lifted, Runabout felt his spark stabilize, and his once glowing red eyes reverted to their serene blue. He calculated carefully. The girl and her companions were rushing downhill, and he realized he need not engage in a deadly struggle with these two. All he needed to do was stall for 5 more minutes until the human army arrived. The two Decepticons would either confront the humans head-on or flee with their tails between their legs. As just one individual, Runabout's size was insignificantly smaller than theirs, making his escape seem feasible. Alas, he lamented not having ascertained whether the girl had uncovered any useful clues. However, with the North American operation now underway, Runabout felt less urgency. He decided to consult Optimus Prime before determining his next course of action. Thus, he found himself in no rush, dancing through the forest with graceful agility, returning fire while simultaneously taunting his adversaries. After their recent skirmish, Runabout had discerned the identities of his opponents through the information list. The essential information of every native Cybertronian, including their form, characteristics, identification numbers, and more, is meticulously documented. The database contains a straightforward, 3-dimensional pictorial reference, as long as one is not a mere mass-produced cannon fodder. Any individual who has seen the battlefield or undertaken a few missions is likely to be listed by the opposing faction's intelligence organizations. This assists both sides' warriors in swiftly identifying friend from foe. Upon arriving on Earth, Cybertronians may alter their appearance and color details, yet their fundamental form and core characteristics remain unchanged, rendering them incapable of disguise in the eyes of their kind. "Hey Cyclonus, is that you? You big fool. How did you manage to join the reconnaissance team? Who had the audacity to loosen your leash?" The taunts from Jumpstream were particularly scathing, aimed solely at repulsing Cyclonus. As Cyclonus prepared to retort, he realized that his own clumsiness rendered him incapable of crafting any truly vicious insults, for he had always preferred to act rather than engage in idle chatter. However, Jumpstream's subsequent words struck a nerve. "Am I mistaken? Did not have 3 arms? How come you only have 2 now? Did you find yourself so unsightly that you had someone remove one?" Jumpstream was well acquainted with Cyclonus, whose brutal comrades in the Decepticons had been marked as war criminals by the Autobots. Optimus Prime had explicitly stated that if one encountered such individuals during operations, surrender was not an option. If circumstances permitted, they were to be exterminated without mercy. Cyclonus's rage was palpable. His components bristled as if he were a dog whose fur had been ruffled, and his remaining eye glowed an ominous red, clearly infuriated. It was indeed you two who were embroiled in that fierce conflict with the humans in the northern region, wasn't it? After just a few days, you look like a mess. One of your eyes could be easily popped. Your current state truly matches your morose demeanor. Haha. Unable to contain himself any longer, Cyclonus bellowed and charged toward Jumpstream, his massive form knocking down trees in his path, as if he intended to devour Jumpstream whole, driven by seething anger. Excellent, Jumpstream thought to himself, relishing the prospect of a one-on-one confrontation, which was preferable to facing 2 opponents. The other individual, known as Roadblock, was someone he recognized as well, a rare mix of cruelty and cowardice among the Decepticons. Bumblebee had once mentioned that despite Roadblock's formidable skills, he favored striking from behind, paralyzed by an acute fear of death. Should he engage both of them head-on, the outcome might not be favorable. Thus, he resolved to exchange a few blows with the violent Cyclonus before making his escape. Notably, Roadblock, typically cautious and reserved, refrained from intervening as Cyclonus barreled forward. Upon hearing the news of the return of their former leader, Megatron, Roadblock's reaction differed sharply from Cyclonus's excitement and frenzy. His immediate thought was of Starscream, lamenting the years spent in vain adoration. After all, he had believed Megatron to be dead, a sentiment shared by many within the Decepticon ranks. Now, however, Roadblock found himself in an awkward predicament. The reason for the inclusion of the character in the Decepticon ranks was the aspiration for distinction, for which he diligently studied the rise of Megatron. Megatron, a figure of formidable might and fierce tenacity, originally hailed from the gladiatorial arenas of Kaon, where he garnered a following through his exceptional strength, magnetic charisma, and ruthless acumen. Subsequently, during the Age of Conflict, he roamed among various tribes with his own cadre, engaging in the energy skirmishes between the factions as a mercenary. He was a born commander and leader, consistently elevating his reputation and realizing his ambitions, aided by his innate political savvy and animalistic instinct. Ultimately, Megatron led his mercenary forces to pledge allegiance to the most esteemed and powerful military organization of the time, the Cybertronian Unified Army under the leadership of Sentinel Prime. He quickly became a trusted lieutenant, utilizing this formidable influence to unify Cybertron and bring an end to the Age of Conflict, earning the profound respect and trust of Sentinel Prime. As the new era dawned and peace enveloped Cybertron, Sentinel Prime voluntarily relinquished leadership to immerse himself in scientific pursuits, delegating military and administrative powers to Megatron and Optimus Prime. However, under the guise of military self-defense, Megatron gradually undermined Optimus Prime's authority. It was from that moment that Megatron truly ascended to become the most powerful and highest-ranking figure on Cybertron, commanding the singular military organization, the Cybertronian Defense Force. It is difficult to ascertain whether Megatron had already strategized his rise to prominence upon joining Sentinel Prime's faction, yet the character firmly believed that Megatron's vision, ambition, and acumen far surpassed that of the upstart Starscream. In earlier times, Megatron did not hesitate to grant his ambitious subordinates a degree of autonomy and power, seemingly relishing the subtle power struggles among them while he maintained his position as the central figure, untroubled by any perceived threats to his authority. At times, Megatron would temporarily delegate command of the Decepticons to Starscream, but upon his return, command would naturally revert to him without any need for request, demonstrating that the transfer of power posed no difficulty. In the eyes of the Decepticon members, Megatron's prestige was irreplaceable, while Starscream was merely his mouthpiece and steward. Chapter 112. Speculations of the character. The character believed that Megatron was well aware of Starscream's ambitions and disloyalty. However, from Megatron's perspective, Starscream was the perfect tool, capable of managing the Decepticons in his absence, preventing chaos among the proud warriors, yet never truly threatening his position. For no matter how earnestly Starscream endeavored to win the loyalty of others, upon Megatron's return, he would instantly revert to being the second in command. The character speculated that this was the true reason behind Megatron's retention of Starscream. As a timid and self-preserving individual, he could never hope to capture the attention of Megatron. In Megatron's eyes, only those who possess both strength and intellect, coupled with valor in battle, are deemed the backbone of the Decepticons. Thus, he resorts to flattering Starscream, well aware of the latter's ambitious nature, which is marred by a profound sense of emptiness and lack of fulfillment. History has shown that he excels in ingratiating himself with such individuals, for they belong to the same ilk. Since Megatron vanished into the wormhole in pursuit of the Allspark, he has not re-emerged for thousands of years. During this time, Starscream has assumed leadership of the Decepticons, with even some of the elder members gradually acknowledging his authority. They make do, for the dissolution of the Decepticons is a consensus among the higher echelons. Shockwave, responsible for the scientific division, and Soundwave, overseeing intelligence, while skeptical of Megatron's demise, have chosen to adhere to Starscream's directives to maintain the Decepticon regime. After all, Starscream does possess leadership qualities, yet his petty nature undermines his standing, rendering him incapable of commanding the entire Decepticon Legion. Nevertheless, throughout Megatron's absence, Starscream has accomplished some noteworthy feats, leading the Decepticons to decisively defeat the remnants of the Autobots and restore order to Cybertron. He subsequently established his own faction, a new party centered around the Seekers, which gradually attracted numerous ambitious individuals seeking ascendance within the Decepticon hierarchy. This momentum became particularly pronounced when Shockwave departed Cybertron in search of Megatron and the Allspark. Had it not been for the subsequent energy crisis that plagued Cybertron, Starscream might have indeed succeeded. The difficulties in energy supply ignited significant friction and conflict between the old guard loyal to Megatron and Starscream's new faction. To stabilize the various factions within the military, Starscream was compelled to announce the activation of the Decepticon flagship, the Nemesis, following the beacon left by Shockwave, setting out into the cosmos to search for their leader and the Allspark. This context precedes the arrival of the timid individual on Earth who, leveraging his favorable rapport with Starscream, secured a reconnaissance area in a developing nation with access to a database. He believed that venturing into other developed countries might lead to a fate similar to that of Starscream, being chased like a rat by humanity. Moreover, he deceived a simpleton into acting as his bodyguard. Initially, everything seemed foolproof. Little did he anticipate that this internationally recognized developing nation, Huaxia, would nearly spell their doom. Shouldn't developing countries be lagging behind in all aspects compared to developed nations? How could their military strength be so formidable? Setting this question aside from his significant injuries sustained by Thundercracker, the timid individual emerged relatively unscathed. Yet now, dire circumstances arise as Megatron has returned, heralding a shift in the tides. Originally, according to the plan devised by Red Spider, the Energy Cube must be located, and it is essential to retrieve it. As for Megatron, feigning a search would suffice. Once the Energy Cube is recovered and the accolades of establishing a colony in the solar system are secured, Red Spider's prestige is bound to soar, potentially granting him the opportunity to assume control over the Decepticon army. In such a scenario, he could find himself in a favorable position as Red Spider's trusted lieutenant, reaping the rewards of his allegiance. However, the current situation is dire. He has gained nothing, and the Energy Cube may very well end up in Megatron's possession. Upon returning to the ship of Retribution, Red Spider's influence would disintegrate instantaneously, leaving him vulnerable and possibly demoted to a mere figurehead. How should he navigate his circumstances? Should he continue to languish under Red Spider's command? He is reluctant to do so, for with Megatron's return declaration, Red Spider's leadership would relinquish its authority, rendering his future bleak. Should he defect to Megatron's side? What grounds would he have for such a move? With no commendable achievements to his name, a reputation for cowardice, and a history of subservience to Red Spider, he lacks any credentials. Without the means to ascend the ranks, he must devise a strategy to present something of value to Megatron. Otherwise, he risks returning empty-handed, laden with incriminating evidence, and facing expulsion from the ranks, possibly relegated to the mines as a mere overseer, or worse, conscripted into a cannon fodder unit. This is an outcome he cannot accept. Yet, what could he offer to Megatron? He has yet to formulate a plan, but he has begun to uncover a clue regarding the human girl. When he obtained intelligence about the Autobots abducting humans, he pondered a crucial question. Why would the Autobots engage in such actions? He is aware of the Autobots' strict discipline. They would never willingly partake in such nefarious deeds. Thus, there must be a singular possibility. The girl possesses some vital information or an object of significance, something the Autobots would go to great lengths to acquire, indicating its considerable value. Initially, he suspected this was linked to the Energy Cube, but given the commotion on the North American continent, it is now evident that it is unrelated. He has observed that this Autobot seems to hold the human girl in high regard, even going so far as to protect her against overwhelming odds, risking his own safety to shield her from Cyclonus' onslaught. This warrants further investigation into the underlying secrets. After all, fortune favors the bold, and any findings could enhance his standing, preventing him from being dismissed outright. Thus, within 10 seconds of receiving the leader's declaration relayed by Soundwave, he devised a plan. Cyclonus would engage the Autobot while he seized the opportunity to capture the human girl. Cyclonus' impulsive charge aligns perfectly with his intentions, sparing him the need for persuasion. One could argue that Cyclonus' simplicity is a double-edged sword. He could never fathom that within such a short span, his subordinate had already conceptualized a strategy to use him as expendable. But does it truly matter? Cyclonus seems to relish his brazen, thoughtless approach to life, does he not? The adversary known as Leap, a rebel Autobot, upon reviewing the available intelligence, appears to be quite the formidable opponent, akin to that Bumblebee character, bearing an innocuous visage, yet with a body count of Decepticon regulars nearing triple digits at his hands. Though he considers himself competent in battle, he is not one to recklessly endanger himself unless absolutely necessary. After all, one cannot afford to sacrifice their life if they wish to ascend in rank. Thus, It is prudent to allow the ferocious Cyclonus to take the lead. Despite his injuries, Cyclonus possesses the combat prowess to effectively engage and perhaps even bring about mutual destruction. As Cyclonus bravely endured the onslaught of ranged attacks, he closed the distance, wielding his circular saw with fervor, maneuvering through the dense forest with agility. The clash of blades and bursts of energy created a mesmerizing display, resembling a deadly dance in the woods. Both warriors, representing the pinnacle of their respective factions, showcased their refined combat skills and nimbleness, their contrasting forms, one black and one white, gliding seamlessly through the foliage. Leap circled around Cyclonus, reminiscent of a dog on a leash, while Cyclonus, leveraging his physical superiority, bulldozed through obstacles with his formidable frame, cleaving trees in two with sweeping strokes of his saw, scattering debris in a lethal display. Observing the fierce engagement, the flank managed to launch 2 plasma blasts, both of which Leap deftly evaded. Maintaining a safe distance, he feigned support for Cyclonus, firing a few token shots at Leap before gradually retreating downhill. Indeed, the flank did not intend to transform into vehicle mode for a pursuit on the road. He preferred to glide down the slope instead. He had already spotted the white sports car that had retreated, nearing the hillside directly below him. He charged down the slope, quickening his pace. Chapter 113. A seamless continuation. Leap could not help but acknowledge that Cyclonus, in his frenzied state, exhibited a level of madness that was truly remarkable. As fellow native life forms, their combat was not dictated by base instincts as one would expect with mass-produced units. Rather, they adhered to their instincts to the fullest extent while skillfully employing their weaponry. While Cyclonus appeared to be a whirlwind of unbridled ferocity, he expertly utilized his strengths, his robust physique, his sharp saw, and his powerful energy cannon, maximizing every advantage his body afforded him. Conversely, Leap capitalized on his agility and mastery of martial arts to evade and maneuver, consciously avoiding direct confrontation. Aware that he could not engage his foe in a battle of sheer strength, he patiently awaited an opening. Cyclonus, intent on close-quarters combat, unleashed a barrage from his left-hand energy cannon, illuminating the forest with flashes as energy projectiles detonated. Yet Leap, like a slippery eel, evaded both Cyclonus and the energy blasts with his dexterous movements, occasionally retaliating with his hand cannon, leaving Cyclonus increasingly frustrated. After several exchanges, the once lush surroundings had been ravaged by Cyclonus' saw, littered with shattered branches and fallen leaves blanketing the underbrush, leaving Leap with little refuge. Yet at this moment, Feyue found no desire to retreat. After a brief period of probing, he had discerned the rhythm of Quang Luan's assaults. It was now time to counterattack. Though Quang Luan exhibited ferocity, he was not truly a commendable warrior. His methods of attack were excessively reliant on his frenzied instincts, with broad and reckless movements in close combat, a consequence of his lack of systematic training in combat skills. He possessed great strength and a formidable physique, as well as powerful weaponry, yet his techniques were rather crude. Gasping for breath, Quang Luan expelled the heat that had accumulated within him after wreaking havoc, not only failing to deplete his energy and stamina, but actually igniting his combat spirit. His solitary eye fixated intensely on the leisurely Feyue, filled with a bitter resentment. In the next moment, Quang Luan's bent legs propelled him upward with great force, the joints of his limbs rotating rapidly, launching his massive frame into the air. He swung the circular saw in his grasp downward towards Feyue's head. This strike imbued with tremendous force, the saw whirling and emitting a piercing low-frequency noise, intent on cleaving Feyue in two. However, to Feyue, each arm movement of Quang Luan wielding the saw was predictable. He could even simulate the trajectory of the weapon in his visual system. Beneath the triangular mask, his blue eyes closely followed Quang Luan's airborne figure, the metallic vortex of his pupils dilating, as if time itself had slowed. The dark metallic structures at Feyue's shoulders, hips, and ankles rotated, stretching and compressing, producing a silky sound of metal friction, indicative of his body warming up. Quang Luan's right arm brought the saw crashing down, yet it missed its intended target, instead embedding itself deep into the earth, sending shards of mud flying. In that instant of evasion, Feyue retaliated with a powerful kick, striking down hard on Quang Luan's elbow joint. The immense force generated a sound akin to metal shattering, sparking a flurry of embers accompanied by Quang Luan's agonized roar. Quang Luan reacted swiftly, transforming his left arm into a cannon, preparing to fire at Fei Yue. However, before he could unleash his onslaught, Fei Yue's short blade had already plunged into the side of the cannon, damaging its energy accumulation device. Before Quang Luan could open his mouth to bite, Fei Yue's left fist ascended forcefully, landing heavily upon Quang Luan's chin, a blow that nearly lifted his head off the ground. Yet Fei Yue was not finished. Extending his left hand, he grasped the edge of Quang Luan's chest armor, yanking him back. The mechanisms in his arm whirred into action, exerting tremendous force to pull Quang Luan towards the ground. While the latter, still reeling from the blow to his chin, was caught in a chaotic feedback of data. Fei Yue lifted his right leg, the calf curling, and the knee, encased in heavy armor, delivered a knee strike directly to Quang Luan's face. A resounding metallic clash echoed, the impact resounding with a crispness that left Quang Luan's grotesque visage dented. Countless minute black fragments scattering, along with several shattered tungsten steel teeth. A streak of green liquid erupted into the air as Cyclonus was sent tumbling backwards, his head striking the ground with a resounding thud. Subsequently, propelled by inertia, he rolled down the slope like a piece of discarded metal, toppling a swath of trees in his wake. This brief encounter, marked by close combat, concluded within a mere 10 seconds, culminating in a resounding victory. This is the combat prowess acquired by the Cybertronians through countless battles. In terms of physique and strength, Cyclonus undoubtedly held the advantage, boasting more combat experience as well. However, the outcome of this skirmish unveiled a crucial factor of greater significance in achieving victory: combat technique. Cyclonus belonged to the lowest echelon of the Decepticon military hierarchy. He was not part of the core factions led by the Decepticon leaders. Rather, he was not even a regular soldier, driven solely by an insatiable thirst for violence. He joined this brutal military organization. On the battlefield, he relied on instinct to wreak havoc and kill, qualities that the Decepticons required in a formidable cannon fodder to breach the Autobot defenses. Consequently, he was not afforded proper military training, and his fighting style depended heavily on brute force, weaponry, and sheer intimidation. In contrast, the Autobots, particularly the warriors of the Resistance, did not revel in battle or slaughter. For them, combat was merely a means to achieve objectives and vanquish adversaries, necessitating systematic learning and application of skills. Failure to do so would not only jeopardize mission success, but also endanger their own safety. Though the Autobots were fewer in number, those who remained were elite members well-versed in these combat techniques, as the unfit had perished in the relentless wars spanning millennia. Especially the younger generation, such as Jumpstream and Bumblebee, enhanced their combat capabilities with remarkable efficiency, shining brightly in the war against the Decepticons. Nonetheless, brutes like Cyclonus remained exceptions. Within the ranks of the Decepticons, there existed members of formidable strength, trained professional soldiers with combat capabilities rivaling those of the Autobot elite. In fact, many of them often held the upper hand when clashing with Autobots. For instance, the elite troops under Megatron, the special forces commanded by Soundwave, and the assassination units led by Black Widow were all fearsome machines of slaughter. This illustrates one of the reasons why the numerically superior Autobots ultimately fell to the Decepticons. Fortunately, the criteria for selecting bodyguards leaned more towards obedience, simplicity of mind, and destructive power. Whether he possessed the authority to select a combat expert was a separate matter. The ability to manage the individual was a significant concern. Thus, Jumpstream's victory in this duel was of little consequence. Rather than further punishing the vanquished, he swiftly angled his body and descended the slope. He remained vigilant of the lurking barricade, who, after firing a few rounds, had vanished while he and Cyclonus engaged in battle. Fei Yue had a foreboding sense of unease, which compelled him to decisively incapacitate Quang Luan with a series of skillful maneuvers. Quang Luan was merely a brash fool, lacking skill yet reveling in chaos. However, the presence in the side lane was evidently a restless spirit. His ability to abandon Quang Luan suggested he was pursuing a target of perceived value. Who could it be? Fei Yue could guess without much thought. Indeed, through his sights, he quickly spotted the figure in the side lane. The trees on the hillside swayed and toppled, revealing the imposing silver-white armor that gleamed under the sun. As he descended directly towards the white vintage sports car, It was clear the figure had set his sights on the occupants of the vehicle, likely having sensed something amiss. A faint crimson glow flickered in Fei Yue's eyes once more. He had just incapacitated Quan Luan, and now he wished to test the mettle of this individual in the side lane. Chapter 114. Fei Yue to the rescue. A white sports car sped around a sharp bend, racing downhill. Gu Xiaoyu fastened her father's seatbelt before returning to her own seat and securing her own belt, finally allowing herself a moment to breathe. Xiaoyu, I can't get through on the phone. He bowed, seated in the passenger seat, turned to her, his face etched with anxiety. He had attempted to call the police 5 times, but there was no signal. Even using Su Mingho's phone yielded the same result. What on earth is going on? Or those 2 robots earlier? He Bao abandoned the idea of calling for help, and instead inquired about the matter that concerned him most. Faced with the colossal steel giants at such close quarters, despite the immense fright they instilled, his innate curiosity about these extraordinary entities began to resurface. Yes, Xiaoyu. What exactly are those monsters? Do you know? Why do they seem to be targeting you? And the other one appears to be protecting you. Can you explain? Gu Hongming, cradling his dislocated arm, his pallor a testament to his pain, maintained a calm demeanor. The driver, Su Mingho, was also visibly shaken but managed to appear composed. Unlike He Bao, who was in a state of panic. His chest rose and fell rapidly, and though he remained silent, he glanced through the rearview mirror, clearly intrigued. I don't know how to explain this to you. It involves too much and can't be clarified in a moment. All I can tell you now is that they are extraterrestrials. Gu Xiaoyu seemed to struggle with her words, acutely aware that this was not the time for an elaborate discourse. Not only did she find it challenging to articulate her thoughts, but her immediate priority was to reach a place of safety. This urgency was precisely why she had resolutely decided to call for help. The situation could no longer be concealed, and she could no longer shield Fei Yue. Perhaps it would be best for him and his automotive allies to deal with the government directly. If it were merely a matter of discreetly assisting Fei Yue in uncovering clues, she might have been able to tolerate it, doing her utmost to help. She believed Fei Yue to be reasonable and not one to impose upon her further. She could view this as a peculiar and extraordinary experience. However, the Decepticons had directly stormed in, and the safety of her and her family was under immediate threat, rendering the situation entirely different. From that moment on, her clandestine relationship with Fei Yue had come to an abrupt end. She was now willing to part with treasured relics accumulated over the years rather than entangle herself further with him. Gu Xiaoyu perceived herself as merely an ordinary individual. She had never leveraged her family's status and wealth to engage in mischief like those affluent scions, nor had she committed any heinous acts. Naturally, she did not impose excessive social responsibilities upon herself. Her sole concern was the safety of herself and her family, nothing more. Thus, even though she had initially harbored resentment towards Fei Yue, the fact that he had bravely stepped forward to protect her and rescue her father had swiftly dissipated any lingering grievances in her heart. Ultimately, the root of the matter lay with her. Both Fei Yue and the Decepticons had arrived in response to the scent of conflict. In fact, after experiencing the recent terrifying events, she found herself grateful to have encountered Fei Yue first. Had the Decepticons arrived before him, her family would likely have faced dire consequences. The thought sent a shiver down her spine, and she recalled her grandfather one, whose fate remained uncertain. Under the weight of fear and worry, her mood became particularly heavy. Were the extraterrestrial humanoid mechs controlled by aliens? How did you come to know them? He Bao bombarded her with questions, his curiosity unrelenting. Just as Gu Xiaoyu was about to shush him for a moment of silence, a cacophony of crashing trees erupted outside the window. She turned to see the terrifying silver-steel giant barreling down the hillside, swiftly lowering itself to a halt, its robust arms scraping against the pavement, sending sparks flying as it came to a steady stop. The red chips on its face flashed, locking onto Gu Xiaoyu's gaze with a brutal intent akin to that of a predator, as if proclaiming, "I've caught up with you." The Silver Titan performed a roll, and as its massive form made contact with the ground, it began to transform, morphing in the blink of an eye into a luxurious silver sedan. The wheels spun rapidly. Smoke billowed from beneath, and the headlights gleamed as it pursued them. "Hurry, accelerate. It's gaining on us." Gu Xiaoyu urgently turned to Su Mingho, who was driving, her voice rising in alarm. "Did you see? It transformed into a car. It can change into a vehicle." He Bao overwhelmed with fear, repeated the same line in a frenzied manner. "Buckle up, don't hit your head," Su Mingho shouted at Bao Bao, who was still glancing back in panic. As he swiftly shifted gears to accelerate, the vehicle's speed surging dramatically. Yet, human vehicles could never match the power of alien machines. In the next moment, their cars suffered a violent impact from behind, jolting everyone forward. Su Mingho, an experienced driver, endeavored to increase speed on the downhill path. The other three passengers pressed their backs firmly against their seats, clinging to anything they could grasp in an effort to withstand the breakneck speed of their descent. Despair enveloped Bao as she tightly shut her eyes, her right hand gripping the handle on the car window, while her left hand clutched the seat's base. Murmuring incessantly, through the rearview mirror, Su Mingho discerned that the pursuing vehicle had accelerated once more, its engine roaring ominously as it surged forward, eerily empty. Reminiscent of a phantom carriage, terrifying and uncanny. The adversary intended to orchestrate a collision, just as the rear of their vehicle was poised to endure another impact. Su Mingho steadied the steering wheel with all his might, shouting, "Brace yourselves, it's coming again." A cacophony of metallic clashing echoed, yet the anticipated crash did not transpire. Suddenly, a colossal white figure emerged from the side, crashing forcefully into the silver sedan's flank. Phe, having arrived just in time, glided down the hillside, leaping and sliding, even traversing the rooftop of a nearby house, before catching up to the side road. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched himself from the slope, shoulder first, aiming directly at the vehicle that had struck the girl. The wheels of the side road vehicle spun in unison, executing a full 360-degree rotation in the middle of the road, dissipating the force of the impact while still pursuing forward. Meanwhile, Fei Yue, propelled by inertia, rolled twice on the ground, but did not revert to his vehicle form. Instead, he leaped, his wheels at the ankles descending, steel feet spreading to lock onto the wheels on either side. With both wheels touching the ground, they spun rapidly, and Fei Yue glided forward as though on rollerblades, lowering his body and swinging his arms rhythmically, matching the swift pace of his pursuit. In a matter of accelerated strides, he reached the side road vehicle's flank. Transforming his left hand into a cannon, he fired directly at the front right tire. Subjected to such a close-range assault, the side road vehicle could no longer maintain its form. With a series of sharp metallic clangs, it instantly reverted to human shape, smoke billowing from its right shoulder, a clear indication of the recent blow it had sustained. Unfazed, Fei Yue unleashed a short blade from his right arm, aiming a strike at the side road's head. Reacting swiftly, the side road vehicle ducked just in time to evade this lethal blow, while simultaneously elbowing Fei Yue in the side, causing him to stagger. By the time Fei Yue regained his footing, the side road vehicle had halted and readied itself, as if fueled by fury. It turned to confront Fei Yue head-on, transforming its fingertips and palms into wheels resembling circular saws, delivering an upward diagonal slash, sending shards of metal flying, and producing a shower of sparks across Fei Yue's chest armor. Yet, Fei Yue did not falter. Harnessing the momentum from his roller wheels, he thrust his blade into the side road vehicle's left shoulder, and they collided fiercely, tumbling down the slope together. As they wrestled on the ground, each relentlessly attacked the other. Fei Yue's right arm held the short blade embedded in the shoulder of the side road vehicle, while his left fist delivered repeated strikes to its cheek. The side road vehicle, equally relentless, grasped Fei Yue's right arm in an attempt to dislodge the blade, while its other hand clutched Fei Yue's masked face. Sharp fingers exerting pressure, igniting a shower of sparks. They rolled on the ground with such astonishing speed that they even surpassed the preceding white sports car, finally halting their momentum at the next bend, blocking the road. Fortunately, the white sports car managed to brake in time, avoiding a collision. In Chapter 115, Leap versus Flank. The sudden emergency stop nearly caused the four occupants in the car to collide with each other, leaving them on the brink of nausea. Once they regained their composure, they beheld through the front window two colossal steel titans engaged in a fierce battle, witnessing the clash of giant robots from an alarmingly close proximity. Gu Xiaoyu observed as Leap was pinned to the ground by the silver giant, whose sharp claws brutally crushed his faceplate. Simultaneously, a handsaw was rapidly spinning against Leap's neck armor, producing a shower of sparks. In retaliation, Leap struck the arm attempting to sever his head, causing the silver giant, who was atop him, to lose balance. With a swift motion, Leap delivered a headbutt, sending the giant sprawling backward with a painful groan. Without delay, Leap swung his fist again, landing a blow on the grotesque, hollow visage of the silver giant, forcing it off him. He then rolled over, rising from the ground, placing his hands on the giant's shoulders, intending to execute a throw. However, the silver giant reacted swiftly, swinging its arm back. The whirring saw on its wrist slicing through the air with a menacing buzz, aimed directly at Leap's head. Leap hastily ducked, narrowly evading the strike. But the giant seized the opportunity, retaliating with a punch to Leap's face. The already cracked faceplate shattered further, jagged fragments cascading onto the car window, leaving a delicate web-like imprint. Through the jagged opening of the faceplate, a single cerulean eye of Leap was revealed, its edges sparking with energy. Before Leap could counterattack, the giant embraced him, lifting him before slamming him onto the ground, his head crashing against the hood of the white sports car, causing it to shake violently and eliciting gasps from the occupants within. Before Leap could rise, a massive circular saw descended rapidly toward his head, but he deftly tilted aside, allowing the spinning blade to embed itself into the car's engine hood, sending sparks flying toward the windshield, prompting a terrified scream from Hebao. Yet, Leap quickly ensnared the giant's arm with both of his, lifting it high and wrenching the saw from the car's front, then delivering a powerful kick against the giant's robust chest, forcing it to stagger back several steps. After rising, Leap did not immediately retaliate, but turn around, the remaining half of his shattered faceplate raised to reveal his taut metallic visage. He lowered his head to glance into the cabin, where Gu Xiaoyu sensed a flicker of relief in his azure eyes upon confirming her safety, their depths slightly widening in a moment of reassurance. Suddenly, Feiyue leaped forward, his hands gripping the front bumper of the sports car, forcefully pushing it back as if to distance them from the fierce melee. Yet in an instant, a pair of large hands seized Feiyue's head, yanking him backward. The white sports car did not move far, remaining perilously close to the battlefield of two metallic giants. The silver giant's circular saw, wielded in one arm, violently struck at Feiyue's waist, sending sparks flying and filling the air with a deafening noise akin to metal being ground by a saw. Seizing the moment, Feiyue thrust his head back, the back of his skull crashing against the silver giant's face, eliciting a low, pained growl from his opponent. Taking advantage of this distraction, Feiyue broke free from the grip and raised his left arm, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the giant's cheek, forcing it to stagger backward. As he pivoted, Feiyue delivered a kick to the spinning surface of the saw, creating distance from the perilous weapon. He deftly sidestepped a blue plasma shot fired from the giant's hand cannon, using his body's angle to unleash a flurry of punches upon the giant's face, leaving it visibly dazed. With increasing ferocity, Feiyue pressed on, driving his opponent's head downward while raising his thigh to deliver a knee strike to the giant's chin. Gu Xiaoyu observed as a stream of green liquid erupted from the giant's mouth, splattering onto the car window. Yet, the onslaught was far from over. Feiyue swiftly crouched, delivering fierce blows to the giant's knee joints, resulting in a resounding thud as the silver giant collapsed to the ground, the earth trembling beneath the impact. Transforming his left hand into a cannon, Feiyue aimed at the giant's circular saw and fired, the fearsome weapon erupting in an explosion of metal fragments, accompanied by the giant's piercing scream. However, just as Feiyue raised his cannon to aim for the giant's head, the creature roared, seizing Feiyue's wrist with its remaining hand. Narrowly redirecting the cannon's aim skyward, the scorching yellow energy blast narrowly missing its mark. In a fierce counter, a short blade shot from Feiyue's left arm, aiming for the giant's face, but was intercepted by the giant's forearm, now reduced to a wrist. Sparks flew from the exposed metal as the palm had been entirely obliterated. Yet the wheel at the wrist continued to spin rapidly, hurtling towards Feiyue's head. Caught off guard, Feiyue was struck in the face by the whirling tire, causing him to stumble precariously. The silver giant attempted to envelop Feiyue's upper body, seemingly intent on overpowering him with sheer weight, but this time, Feiyue arched his back, driving his legs into the giant's abdomen while simultaneously falling backward. Utilizing the giant's momentum, Feiyue executed a roll on the ground, propelling the giant over his head and sending it crashing heavily onto the pavement. At long last, the blocked road was cleared, and Gu Xiaoyu urgently signaled to the stunned Su Mingho to drive away from the terrifying scene of battle. In a sudden leap, Feiyue propelled himself off the ground, twisting to aim his hands, now transformed into formidable cannons, at the silver giant lying below. However, in an unexpected turn of events, the silver giant rolled over and seized the chassis of a white sports car, lifting its rear wheels and sheltering itself behind the vehicle. The occupants inside the car felt a jolt as it was raised from behind, causing them to lurch forward. Gu Xiaoyu clutched her father tightly, both straining to remain in their seats, with the rear of the car elevated so high that even the front wheels were lifted off the ground. It was precariously balanced on the front bumper. Despite Su Mingho's frantic attempts to accelerate, it was futile. The recent impact had damaged the engine. Meanwhile, He Bao, the chubby passenger in the front seat, clung to the window handle, terrified and screaming. Fei Yue felt a pang of frustration, wishing he could slap himself. He had known all too well that Bianlu was a cunning and ruthless remnant of Cybertron, yet he had allowed the opponent the opportunity to take a hostage. Just moments ago, he had sought to distance the occupants of the car out of concern for their safety, only to find himself invigorated by the thrill of combat, believing he could swiftly dispatch the enemy. To his astonishment, Bianlu's instinct for survival had ignited an unexpected ferocity. As Fei Yue glanced at Bianlu cowering behind the car, he realized he could not get a clear shot, leading to a standoff. Bianlu, you truly are a disgrace, using humans as shields. You've brought shame upon the Decepticons. Fei Yue taunted, attempting to provoke his adversary. However, he reconsidered. If Bianlu were as reckless as a certain other, perhaps his words held some weight. I am neither as noble as you Autobots, nor as antiquated as the Decepticons. I simply wish to survive. The means by which I achieve that are of no concern to me, Bianlu retorted, revealing only half of his face as he scrutinized Fei Yue's every move. The two conversed in Cybertronian, while the four passengers in the car could only hear a strange electronic hum, unable to comprehend their dialogue. Or perhaps you should just open fire. After all, they are merely humans, aren't they? Trading their lives for mine would be a bargain for you, Bianlu insinuated, his words veiled with a deeper meaning, subtly warning Fei Yue not to act foolishly given his evident concern for the people in the vehicle. Fei Yue retracted the cannon into his arm and spread his hands in a gesture of concession. You have won. Release the car, and I shall let you go. Just as Bianlu prepared to respond, Fei Yue added, I trust someone as unscrupulous as he knows how to weigh the risks. Do not make a foolish mistake. Bianlu understood Fei Yue's warning against overreaching. Damn it, will that reckless one truly allow him to eliminate me? Where is he? Bianlu cursed silently, realizing he might not be able to take the girl after all, but survival was his immediate priority. Just as he was about to concede to Fei Yue's proposal, a sudden cacophony filled the air. Both Fei Yue and Bianlu looked up to see several dark shapes approaching from the horizon. Human helicopters were on their way. A glimmer of light flashed in Bianlu's eyes, instantly giving rise to a new plan. Then I shall express my gratitude. I will return these individuals to you. With a loosening grip, Bianlu let the car crash heavily to the ground, causing all inside to feel their insides churn. Yet suddenly, Bianlu pressed his foot down on the rear of the vehicle, propelling it with immense force off the road, hurtling down the sloped terrain toward the mountainside. The occupants of the car let out piercing screams. Oh dear, my apologies for the excessive force. Bianlu then crouched low, swiftly transforming into a car shape, wheels spinning vigorously as he reversed up the mountain path. I, Fei Yue, could not afford to dwell on anything else as I followed the out-of-control white sports car down the slope. I had to save the people inside. I had promised that girl I would. Chapter 116. A warning issued observing Fei Yue leap down the mountainside after the vehicle. Bianlu increased the throttle in reverse, making his way toward the forest road above while calculating his own schemes. Truly, this gambit had proven fortuitous. Fei Yue undeniably cared for those within the car, leaping without a second thought, neglecting his own safety, and it appeared he might indeed save them. Now that the human army had arrived, Fei Yue's attempt to rescue would certainly draw their attention. Given their nature, they would not let him escape unscathed. Let them engage in mutual destruction for a while. Bianlu recalled their last encounter with the human troops, a shiver of dread coursing through him. Even the resilient Quan Luan had been battered by their relentless firepower. Should he find himself in their sights, he might well be reduced to mere debris. It would be amusing to see the Autobots experience the full brunt of human artillery, though, according to their nature, they might not retaliate. The ideal scenario would be to have the humans eliminate Fei Yue, allowing him and Quan Luan to benefit from the ensuing chaos once human attention was diverted. Wait, where was Quan Luan? Bienlu realized that this clumsy oaf was precisely the sort of distraction they needed to avoid, as he could inadvertently attract human attention and bring trouble upon them. After leaping down the slope, Feiyue initially slid sideways, but his large size and substantial contact area with the ground prevented him from gaining any speed. Ahead, the white sports car, loaded with passengers, raced downward under the pull of gravity. The uneven surface of the slope, overgrown with weeds, rendered any attempts to brake futile. Fortunately, the vehicle had been specifically modified, with a sturdy frame and chassis. Despite the tumultuous descent, it remained intact and upright. Nearing the base of the mountain, where sparse trees offered little threat of collision. Yet, Feiyue's keen gaze caught sight of a perimeter wall at the foot of the mountain. If they crashed into it at their current velocity, the fragile bodies within would not fare well. He was not inclined to take such a gamble. Listening to the piercing screams emanating from the vehicle and the increasingly thunderous whir of helicopter rotors in the distance, Feiyue realized that his time was rapidly dwindling. Simultaneously, he seethed with rage at the audacity of his adversaries to ambush him. Was he not effectively plunging headlong into humanity's encirclement? Stealing himself, Feiyue made a decisive leap into the air, transforming mid-flight. As he drew his head toward his chest, the various components of his form swiftly reconfigured, and when he landed, he had morphed into a white, high-clearance, large-tired off-road vehicle. The robust tires accelerated upon impact, stirring a whirlwind of debris akin to a white lion bounding through the underbrush. The elevated chassis deftly navigated the rugged terrain, and with remarkable speed and stability, it quickly caught up to the out-of-control sports car ahead. With another burst of acceleration, Feiyue positioned himself in front of the sports car, concurrently moderating his speed. Almost immediately, he felt a gentle nudge at his rear, but fortunately, the force was not severe. Excellent, he thought, maintaining this rhythmic deceleration. Feiyue had evidently devised a strategy. He drove at a slightly reduced pace compared to the white sports car behind him, allowing its front end to press tightly against his rear, utilizing his vehicle's mass to assist in braking, attempting to diminish the opposing car's velocity. Thanks to Feiyue's efforts, although both vehicles continued their descent toward the mountain's base, their speed had markedly decreased, no longer resembling the previous perilous freefall. As they neared the foot of the mountain, on the verge of colliding with a concrete wall, the armor on either side of Feiyue's vehicle unfurled, and two cannon barrels simultaneously discharged a luminous energy projectile, directly striking the concrete foundation of the wall and shattering it to pieces. The overhead iron railing melted under the intense heat of the energy blast, with molten iron dripping down like golden droplets. The speed of the trailing sports car had also diminished significantly. The front bumper of Feiyue's off-road vehicle began to deform, sloping downward into a shovel-like shape. He then accelerated, charging towards the breach created by the energy projectile. The iron railing shattered like splintered wood, and the entire width of the concrete base was upturned, as Feiyue's body forged a path for the following car, thus averting any violent collision. Indeed, the white sports car surged through the gap that Feiyue had created, launching into the relatively flat terrain beyond, with the soft earth providing a cushioning effect. Both vehicles ultimately came to a steady halt. The air was filled solely with the resonant sound of the helicopter. As the off-road vehicle transformed back, Feiyue stood in his human form and approached the white sports car. He grasped the convertible's roof with one hand while pressing down on the hood with the other, tearing away the flimsy top to reveal the 4 occupants within. Feiyue scanned them with his gaze, noting their physiological signs were relatively normal. Albeit their heart rates and hormone levels were elevated, he detected no fractures or severe internal injuries, only minor bruising from the tumultuous ride. They appeared to be shaken, but otherwise unharmed. The girl nestled in her father's embrace, sighed in relief as she caught sight of Feiyue's face. This perilous descent, though not as exhilarating as a roller coaster, had nearly disassembled them, leaving their brains jostled. At that moment, they were likely in a daze, but fortunately, they had emerged unscathed. The 2 individuals seated in the front row wore expressions of bewilderment, seemingly still recovering from the tumultuous ride. When they looked up, they were greeted by an unobstructed view of the azure sky and Feiyue's towering figure. The driver maintained a semblance of composure, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Feiyue, his expression a blend of shock and a hint of exhilaration, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. In contrast, the chubby boy in the passenger seat was far more animated. Upon seeing Feyue, he blinked rapidly, then pointed excitedly, mumbling, "Extraterrestrial? Robot mech warrior?" His excitement escalated, his face contorting into an awkward mix of laughter and tears, eventually culminating in a starry-eyed mutter. So cool. Feyue observed the boy with mild amusement, questioning if the child might be unwell. However, he had more pressing matters to address. Leaning down to the girl, he intended to inquire if she had discovered any useful information. Suddenly, a loud clang echoed as a brilliant yet fleeting spark erupted from his shoulder armor. The feedback of the damaged armor was instantly relayed to Feyue's processor. He tilted his head skyward and noticed several olive-green helicopters emerging from the treetops. Feyue realized that human forces had arrived, but he was taken aback by their immediate aggression. He quickly spotted larger helicopters with their side doors ajar. 2 human soldiers armed with long-barreled sniper rifles crouched at the openings, aiming directly at him. These helicopters hovered steadily, circling him, while smaller ones approached at a faster, lower altitude, their weapon racks bristling with missile launchers, evidently targeting him as well. Surveying his surroundings, Feyue found himself encircled by 10 flying machines. However, the anticipated barrage did not ensue. After that initial shot, his aggressors ceased fire, merely surrounding him like a flock of vultures, ready to pounce. Turning to examine the shoulder armor that had just been struck, he noted a small dent emitting wisps of smoke, showing signs of damage with burn marks around the edges. Feyue possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding human firearms and speculated that the projectile used was likely an armor-piercing, incendiary round. The single shot, rather than a full-fledged assault, suggested that the adversaries were not inclined to engage him in battle immediately. It was perhaps a warning. Were they concerned for the safety of the individuals in the vehicle? Reflecting on his recent actions, Feyue acknowledged their potential for suspicion. At that moment, he heard a loudspeaker from the helicopter blaring, someone calling out to him. "To our esteemed friends who have journeyed from afar, please take heed. We are aware of your understanding. Now, we kindly request you to maintain a respectful distance from our citizens and to refrain from any actions that may lead to misunderstandings. Otherwise, we shall be compelled to take decisive measures. We can engage in dialogue." Chapter 117. Attempting contact upon hearing the resounding words emanating from the helicopter, Feyue comprehended that the adversaries were well prepared. Firstly, these individuals were cognizant of their ability to understand the language of this nation and had equipped themselves with weaponry capable of inflicting harm. It was evident that they had previously encountered the Cybertronians, likely having dealt with the Decepticons in the province of A-Bay. Their act of firing a shot merely at their shoulder armor seemed intended to demonstrate their capabilities and issue a warning against rash actions. This indicated a certain level of understanding or conjecture about him, suggesting that their criteria for judgment differed from that used for the Decepticons. Had they intended harm, the shot would have been aimed at a more vulnerable target. Contemplating this, Feyue suppressed his initial impulse to flee. The opposing party indeed exhibited a willingness to communicate. Considering his current encirclement by numerous aircraft, all equipped with an array of air-to-ground weaponry, it would be impractical for him to escape unscathed, whether in his humanoid or vehicular form. Once more, the call echoed. "Please slowly vacate the white vehicle and avoid any actions that may be misconstrued." That shot was merely a reminder, not an intention to harm. "We can discuss matters. Please trust in the sincerity of our nation." The air was filled once again with a commanding voice, reverberating through the atmosphere as over a dozen helicopters hovered above, their thunderous roars unable to mask the blaring horns, stirring up a formidable whirlwind. The rotating propellers whipped the grass below into waves reminiscent of the sea. Feyue glanced down at the 4 individuals in the vehicle, who were evidently startled by the commotion, gazing up at the helicopters with bewilderment. The small, plump boy had even raised his hands high, which struck Feyue as somewhat amusing. Turning his attention to the girl, he noted her astonishment as well. She was supporting her father in the back seat, her gaze fixed upon him. The strong winds tousled her long hair, obscuring her eyes, yet Feyue could discern a complex expression upon her face. Feyue offered her a reassuring smile, slightly shrugged, and gradually stood, raising his arms to reveal his empty hands to the helicopters above, signaling that he posed no threat. However, he discreetly ignited the spark within, concentrating energy in his head and joints, enhancing the ionization defenses of these vital areas. While it could not entirely deflect a sniper's shot, it would prevent him from being incapacitated by a single hit. Simultaneously, he activated a comprehensive detection mode to prepare for potential assaults from beyond his line of sight. Regarding humanity, Fei Yue maintained a stance of utmost vigilance. Should they seek to deceive him, he would not resign himself to being a lamb led to slaughter. Optimus Prime had urged them to avoid unnecessary killings, yet had not prohibited inflicting injury. Moreover, the helicopter that crashed resulted in fatalities due to the fall. It cannot be deemed as a murder, can it? Fei Yue, adhering to the demands of the opposing party, gradually retreated from the vehicle occupied by the four individuals. His series of cooperative actions were transmitted in real time back to the command center via cameras, witnessed by General Xiao, the commander of the Dragon Shield. At that moment, General Xiao felt a surge of excitement. He indeed comprehended human language, and, unlike individuals 2 and 3, he exhibited not only a lack of aggressive tendencies, but also a willingness to cooperate with our requests. There was potential here. However, General Xiao inwardly reminded himself to remain composed. The opposing party was an intelligent entity, likely restrained by the military strength displayed by Dragon Shield, which deterred them from rash actions. Regardless, the situation had already exceeded his expectations, marking a promising beginning. It now appeared that the order to fire that initial shot had been a calculated gamble. General Xiao had considered the risks involved. The footage relayed from the scene indicated that the opposing side seemed intent on rescuing the occupants of that vehicle. This alone diverged significantly from the behavioral patterns of individuals 2 and 3, warranting another risk to attempt dialogue. Yet, when individual 1 resorted to brute force by damaging the vehicle's roof, it heightened his anxiety once more. Whoever was in the vehicle, given that individual 1 was aware of Dragon Shield's helicopter forces, yet chose to remain and attempt a rescue rather than flee, indicated that the occupants possessed some value. Thus, it was both prudent and rational to take measures to caution individual 1 against rash actions. If individual 1 were to take hostages in an attempt to escape, could Dragon Shield afford to risk abandoning potentially valuable individuals? Consequently, General Xiao decisively ordered the on-site sniper to take aim at the seemingly robust shoulder armor of individual 1, firing a shot as a warning. Based on prior experience, such an attack would be inconsequential to them, while simultaneously showcasing their own strength, encouraging individual 1 to reconsider. Should the opposing party retaliate immediately, there would be no further hesitation. They would engage directly, even at the risk of casualties among the personnel present. Dragon Shield could not endure a second failure. This operation must yield results. In the realm of research concerning these extraterrestrials, China could not afford to lag behind at the outset, especially considering the fervent developments occurring in North America. It was foreseeable that the American government likely held a substantial lead over China. Some commands may be flawed, yet there remains a necessity for directives to be issued. From the perspective of a general in the Republic, he had come to this realization. However, if the opposing party could maintain restraint, as they were doing now by refraining from unnecessary actions and complying with their requests, it would represent a significant advancement. With this promising start, further communication and exchanges could potentially ensue. Faced with an individual like number 1, General Xiao hoped to avoid the use of force unless absolutely necessary, for such actions would undoubtedly lead to considerable sacrifices. After all, what significance would there be in acquiring merely a steel corpse in the end? After all, even for research purposes, time is essential, and what Huaxia currently lacks is precisely that. If vital intelligence can be gleaned through communication, it would enable Huaxia to seize the initiative in the forthcoming international order. Overseas intelligence indicates that the extraterrestrials have thus far only instigated localized conflicts in California, with no widespread chaos observed and no signs of a large-scale offensive. Personnel at the scene were instructed to remain vigilant. All individuals were to enter a state of alert, weapons locked on targets, with orders to refrain from firing unless there was an intention to attack. General Xiao issued directives to the communications officer. In light of previous communication disruptions, Long Shield had enhanced its electronic countermeasure systems to avoid a repeat of past incidents, and thus far, no issues had arisen. The operational personnel began their descent, with the Wuji 1 team securing the area and escorting the personnel from the vehicle, while Wuji 2 coordinated with ground forces to conduct a search for subjects 2 and 3. Upon locating them, they were to execute the elimination plan as previously outlined. Reports from national security personnel confirmed that subjects 2 and 3 were indeed present. Footage capturing a suspected sighting of Subject 2 had just been received. As General Shao recalled the two entities, a surge of anger arose within him. It was imperative to locate them quickly, as these dangerous elements posed a significant threat. Eliminating them was the safest course of action. Communication with Subject 1 was sufficient, and the analysis of the corpses would rely on these two to contribute. Following orders from the command center, Liu and others aboard the transport helicopter promptly prepared for descent. He skillfully descended the rope dropped from the helicopter door, landing deftly in the waist-high grass below. Before long, 60 Long Shield warriors disembarked from the 4 transport helicopters, with Liu covering his teammates as they descended. His weapon trained on the massive white robot in the distance, ready for any sudden movements. However, to his surprise, the entity remained completely still, observing them as they formed a fan-shaped formation, indifferent to the weapons pointed in its direction. Through his scope, he noted that this being bore significant differences from the 2 lethal machines he had previously encountered. Its form was much more human-like, with elegantly designed armor that lacked dangerous features such as spikes, claws, or blades. Its proportions were harmonious, resembling a humanoid figure, in stark contrast to Subjects 2 and 3, which appeared more beastly and monstrous. Particularly striking were its eyes, glowing with a blue luminescence that conveyed no malice or bloodlust, but rather a sense of humanity inherent to intelligent life. The murderous intent that had been ignited within Liu began to wane. He was not an inflexible individual. Given the entity's cooperative demeanor, it was preferable to avoid conflict, especially since he had just acquired new comrades. Nevertheless, he and his fellow warriors remained on high alert, aware that since the last operation, Long Shield had recognized that these extraterrestrial robots themselves were weapons, capable of manifesting armament from their wrists and backs. He was merely feeling a bit disgruntled. How he wished he could join the second team in the pursuit of targets 2 and 3. Chapter 118. Questions and answers as he observed the incessantly arriving helicopters. Feiyue felt a jolt of apprehension. What a grand display this was! With such a formidable arsenal, it could easily suffice for a minor war. Was all this firepower truly prepared for him? Feiyue couldn't help but scoff internally at the extent of his own importance. Such extravagant measures seemed utterly unnecessary. He now perceived that his decision to refrain from fleeing at the first opportunity had been wise. Otherwise, he would have been chased like a rabbit. Clearly, humanity had come well prepared, whether aimed at him or the Decepticons. The military strength they exhibited was more than sufficient to pose a significant challenge. The rapid arrival of the humans indicated they must have been monitoring them for some time. This was merely the force he could see. One could only imagine how many more were strategically positioned out of sight. It was entirely possible that humanity had ensnared them in an elaborate trap, determined to capture them at all costs. Fortunately, the opposing side had not engaged in an immediate conflict, but had instead sought to communicate, allowing for a moment of respite from a deadly confrontation. Feiyue observed as several small helicopters began to depart, ascending towards the mountains. With his keen eyesight, he discerned that the roads below were lined with heavily armed off-road vehicles and wheeled armored cars, some of which had turned their turrets to aim at him. Yet they refrained from firing. He understood their caution. After all, a formal engagement had yet to occur, and he too was on high alert. It was entirely reasonable for humanity to take such precautionary measures. More armored vehicles and disembarking soldiers, supported by the helicopters above, commenced a methodical search of the area, scrutinizing each residence and even the surrounding woods, evidently in pursuit of the 2 Decepticons' whereabouts. As Feiyue noted, he was surrounded solely by the 6 helicopters overhead and the few soldiers on the ground. It appeared that the bulk of the forces had been diverted to confront the Decepticons. It was clear that humanity had demonstrated a degree of sincerity. Thus he decided to engage in dialogue. He observed 4 individuals emerging from the vehicle, including the girl, as they followed the directives of the fully armed soldiers. Under the protection of the soldiers, they cautiously distanced themselves from him. Feiyue noticed the girl glance back at him, her expression betraying concern for his well-being. Having studied human expressions meticulously to facilitate communication, he believed he could discern their emotions. He was certain she was worried about him. Was she anxious about a potential conflict between him and the human military? Such a scenario seemed improbable. Thus, with hardly a blink, Feiyue playfully tilted his head and rapidly winked at her a few times with his left eye. recalling that this gesture in human behavior conveyed a sense of relaxation and reassurance. Indeed, the girl appeared momentarily taken aback, then rolled her eyes at him, conveying a demeanor of indifference. After the four individuals were led away from the encircled area, a soldier opened a box and meticulously examined them with a device, while another soldier attended to the middle-aged man's injured right arm. Fei Yue felt reassured. The professionalism and discipline of these human soldiers were remarkable. With their protection, he felt emboldened enough to confront any adversary, even the Decepticons. First and foremost, we extend our sincerest apologies for the earlier gunfire. We implore you to understand our caution. We are unfamiliar with you and your civilization, necessitating some extreme measures to ensure the safety of our citizens. However, please trust us that as long as you refrain from any perilous actions, we shall cease further aggression. Our primary approach is to prioritize communication and understanding. Fei Yue heard the resounding noise from the helicopter above, but chose silence, merely nodding slowly and deliberately to avoid triggering any stress responses from the humans. To demonstrate our sincerity, allow us to introduce ourselves. We are the Dragon Shield Special Operations Unit, affiliated with the Republic of China. Our mission encompasses the identification, engagement, and response to extraterrestrial entities that appear within our territory. Our aim is to foster communication and understanding while also addressing any threats to our social order and the safety of our citizens. After a moment's hesitation, Fei Yue finally spoke. My name, translated into your language, is Fei Yue. I am an autonomous mechanical being from the planet Cybertron. Upon hearing this, the assembled individuals momentarily erupted into a flurry of surprise, including Li Yu, who had not anticipated that this extraterrestrial robot would possess the ability to converse, and fluently in Mandarin at that. The voice resonated with youthful vigor, akin to that of a teenage boy. Li Yu had previously noted the enormous robot winking playfully at a girl, an unexpected display of personality that challenged his preconceived notions. The humanization of the being was indeed beyond his expectations. He had imagined these extraterrestrial robots to be rigid, speaking in an electric tone, yet here was one articulating in the official language with such expressiveness that it surpassed his mental projections. The members of Dragon Shield were equally astonished at the seamless interaction with the alien robot, and even Li Yu's finger, which had been tightly gripping the trigger, relaxed slightly. Please clarify the purpose of your arrival on Earth and your entry into our territory, the helicopter's voice inquired, cutting to the heart of the matter. All ears perked up, including those of a few standing at a distance. Everyone was eager to discern the intentions of this alien visitor. Invasion? Colonization? Exploitation? Humanity, weary from the ravages of war, always approached higher civilizations with a stance of vigilance and caution. I have come to Earth in search of a lost sacred artifact of my race, the Energon Cube. Fei Yue replied succinctly. He answered only what was asked, deliberately withholding further details about the Energon Cube and its whereabouts. He would not foolishly divulge everything. Many matters, he believes, should be decided by Optimus Prime regarding whether to inform humanity. As for the two alien mechanical beings, are they your companions? They are not. Although they belong to my kind, they're my adversaries. There is no need for excessive explanation. Merely asserting one's stance suffices, leaving the remainder to the judgment and choice of the other party. Bienlu encountered the frenzied Wheeljack in a human residence's yard, where the latter's mental state was notably unstable. Bienlu discerned that Wheeljack had sustained significant injuries. His metallic jaw was askew, resembling a dislocated appendage, and green liquid oozed from the gaps in his teeth, while sparks intermittently emitted from the crevices of his head. Wheeljack's left hand appeared malfunctioning, its claws contorted and unable to close, producing a sound akin to mechanical friction. In a fit of agitation, Wheeljack incessantly struck his head with his uncooperative left hand, seemingly attempting to repair either his damaged hand or his malfunctioning head. At that moment, he resembled a mangled, limping mad dog. Wheeljack had utterly ravaged the house, which was now in ruins, half collapsed, with shattered flowerbed fragments and uprooted trees strewn across the ground. Yet, Bienlu saw no corpses. The garage's roll-up door had been torn apart, revealing an empty interior, leading Bienlu to speculate that no one resided there. Wheeljack seemed to regain some semblance of sanity, muttering indistinctly about killing, a clear indication of his intense hatred towards Leap. Bienlu, of course, would not permit Wheeljack to wreak havoc at such a time. He was eager to witness the impending clash between Leap and humanity. He hurriedly approached to calm Wheeljack. However, in a state of furious humiliation, Wheeljack disregarded Bienlu entirely, flinging his arm and causing Bienlu to stumble. Fortunately, his damaged mouth only emitted sounds akin to exhaust fumes. Otherwise, his cries would have undoubtedly attracted the attention of the human military. Bienlu sensed that a substantial number of human troops were drawing near, accompanied by the sound of helicopters overhead. Realizing the urgency of their situation, he swiftly pushed Wheeljack into the vacant garage, enduring a punch that left him grimacing. "All right, my friend, the situation is dire. You must listen carefully. Humanity is about to arrive. We need to hide. You stay here, and when they're distracted, we shall flee." Bienlu held Wheeljack firmly, speaking urgently. "I want to fight." Wheeljack mumbled incoherently, clearly still not composed. "Listen, my friend, the humans are numerous and have surrounded that Autobot. A conflict is imminent. Let them battle it out. You are injured and cannot confront them head-on. I have discovered crucial information. Survival is paramount. Trust me, once we report to Lord Megatron, you will be rewarded." Bienlu exerted all his strength to restrain the agitated Wheeljack. At last, the chaos subsided somewhat. His singular eye fixed upon the periphery, and he gradually nodded in acknowledgement. Only then did the edge relax, whispering to him that his injuries were far more severe, suggesting he adopt a guise and remain concealed while he diverted the humans. When the signal was given, they would act in concert to break free. The Edge observed him, foolishly nodding in agreement, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. Chapter 119. The Assault During Evacuation. Every utterance from Feyue, accompanied by the footage captured by the on-site cameras, was relayed back to the command center. General Shao, adorned with headphones, attentively absorbed the words emanating from the extraterrestrial automaton. His heart was equally astonished. The entity was indeed articulating speech. The high-definition camera had recorded the movements of its metallic lips, which opened and closed rhythmically, as something akin to a pivot rotated within its oral cavity, while a youthful, vibrant voice resonated in his ears. This was the manifestation of sentient life. The entities encountered during the previous operation, designated as 2 and 3, had been solely focused on destruction and slaughter, their utterances resembling the disjointed murmurs of static communication. It was now apparent that their failure to comprehend human language stemmed not from ignorance, but from a complete lack of intent to engage in dialogue, revealing them to be nothing more than bloodthirsty beasts and agents of chaos. The inquiries directed towards Feyue had been relayed by General Shao through remote communication, facilitating a near one-on-one exchange. In this rarefied interaction with an alien species, he alone possessed the requisite clearance. Upon hearing Feyue's succinct response, General Shao grasped the implication. Were they indeed adversaries? The differences in their appearances and behavioral patterns were stark. Had it just stated that its purpose for coming to Earth was to seek the Energy Cube? Was that not also the aim of 2 and 3? After all, upon their arrival, they had immediately headed for the data center. Clearly, both factions were in pursuit of the same object. Were the extraterrestrials scattered across the globe united in this singular mission? Might the turmoil unfolding in North America stem from their compatriots vying for this so-called Energy Cube? "Have you found this Energy Cube?" General Shao deemed it necessary to ascertain, directing his query into the microphone of his headset. His words echoed through the signal transmission, emanating from the loudspeaker mounted on the helicopter overhead. Feyue observed the growing number of troops ascending the mountain, the helicopter circling the vast range. He was confident that it would not be long before the 2 Decepticons were compelled to reveal themselves. Thus he felt no urgency at present. The leader of the Autobots, Optimus Prime, had yet to send any recent updates, indicating that their operations in North America were still ongoing. Thus, passing the time with these humans was not a burden. No, Feyue's response remained terse, evoking a sense of unfamiliarity in Gu Xiaoyu from afar. Was this the same loquacious vehicle he once knew? Then, was your abduction of this young lady also in pursuit of the Energy Cube you mentioned? The loudspeaker inquired once more. Yes, but I have not yet discovered what I seek. Feyue spoke truthfully, concealing only the existence of the pendant. Have you returned that girl? Indeed, Feyue replied with unruffled composure. Upon hearing this, Liu could not help but cast a furtive glance at the girl, noting that although her complexion was pale and she bore the marks of fright, she refrained from voicing any objections. This indicated that the robot's words were truthful. This revelation fostered a more favorable impression of the extraordinary mechanical giant before him. Until just moments ago, he had perceived these extraterrestrial robots solely as cold-hearted killing machines, the adversaries of humanity. While it was still premature to conclude whether they were indeed enemies, it was evident that they could engage in communication, which would greatly facilitate Longshield's understanding of these alien species. We must relocate our citizens to a safe location. You have no objections, I presume? Feyue remained calm, aware that the other party was testing him. Regardless of his agreement or dissent, they could not prevent the girl from being taken away. This inquiry was merely a means to gauge his reaction and assess the girl's significance in the incident. I have no objections. She and her family will be safer under your protection, and I apologize for any trouble caused, Feyue stated, directing his words towards Gu Xiaoyu. With two dangerous individuals lurking nearby, it was indeed prudent to leave promptly. Upon hearing Feyue's words, all resentment Gu Xiaoyu harbored towards him dissipated. After all, the situation was not his fault, and he had genuinely saved her twice. When seeking her assistance, he had not resorted to threats, but had instead exchanged sincerity for sincerity. Given that Feyue had managed to locate her through online information, it seemed inevitable that the Decepticons would come knocking. She and her father owed their escape from the two ferocious monsters to Feyue's desperate protection. Recalling Feyue's assurance, I, Feyue, swear by the flame that I will prioritize the protection of you and your family. Should they wish to harm you, they must first contend with me. She realized that he had now fulfilled his promise through his actions. Clenching her fists, she could almost feel the rough texture of his knuckles when they had exchanged a fist bump. As the military prepared to take them away, Feyue had yet to obtain the information he sought from her, yet he did not impede their actions. In matters of sentiment and reason, he owed her nothing. Now, regarding the two mechanical life forms we are pursuing, could you elaborate on your stance towards them? At that moment, a larger transport helicopter approached, hovering above Gu Xiaoyu and the others. Due to the complex terrain and dense woods, the helicopter did not land, but instead lowered two ropes from midair. Armed soldiers on the ground helped the four individuals don safety harnesses, seemingly intending to hoist them up. I, like them, belong to the Cybertronian race. However, akin to humanity, we are diverse in our ethnicities, political systems, and beliefs. Consequently, we face problems and conflicts similar to yours, which ultimately culminated in war among us, leading to the loss of the Allspark on Earth. Jetfire does not shy away from discussing the wars that transpired on his home planet, as humanity has already discerned the distinction between him and the Decepticons, recognizing which side is more trustworthy. He believes that humanity is capable of making that judgment without his embellishment. Va? Upon hearing this term from Jetfire, Liu felt a tightening in his chest. Even among the aliens, internal conflict rages on. Is it over the Allspark? If that artifact is indeed on Earth now, could it ignite the flames of war here? He harbors a foreboding sense that peace may elude Earth in the future. Humanity has yet to venture beyond the solar system. While these extraterrestrials can traverse astronomical units to arrive here, they claim to be searching for the Allspark, but once they locate it, will they depart from Earth? Lee does not share that belief. He shook his head gently, attempting to dispel these troubling thoughts. Such matters are beyond his purview. If he can ponder these questions, surely the command center can as well. He must concentrate on the task at hand. He gazed at the girl secured by a safety line and the middle-aged man whose right hand had been temporarily immobilized. They were about to be hoisted up by the helicopter crew, prompting Liu to speculate about the secrets this beautiful girl might hold that would draw the aliens' attention. Perhaps upon returning to the base, he could uncover the full story. Now, however, was not the time for detailed inquiries. There were still two lethal machines lurking nearby, potentially turning this location into a battlefield. Indeed, it was imperative to escort these civilians to safety first. Unbeknownst to Liu, he was not the only one observing the noncombatants. Wearing a helmet, Su Mingyu appeared through her goggles, fixating on the handsome young man amidst the crowd. Gu Xiaoyu watched as the fully armed soldier secured her safety line, suddenly speaking up. "Excuse me?" The soldier, whose face was shielded by a closed helmet, revealing only his eyes, lifted his gaze in response to her voice. "My home was just attacked, and there was chaos. However, there may still be survivors. Could you send someone to check for any?" The soldier pressed a switch on the side of his helmet, speaking in a low voice, likely relaying her request to his superiors. After a moment, he gave her a thumbs up indicating that he had received approval. Gu Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, pondering the fate of her grandfather. She fervently hoped he was unharmed. And what of Officer Wu and the bodyguards at home? They had been inadvertently caught in her predicament. This thought cast a shadow over Gu Xiaoyu's expression. The soldier gestured towards the sky, and Gu Xiaoyu felt herself and her father being lifted by an unseen force, their feet leaving the ground as they ascended slowly. He Bao and Su Mingho would have to wait for the next lift. Gu Xiaoyu was beginning to feel fatigued. She swayed in midair, nearly succumbing to the urge to sleep. A brilliant blue flash erupted at the tail of the helicopter. The out-of-control helicopter's rear belched thick black smoke, spinning wildly as it hurtled toward them. The sudden assault sent all the Marines scrambling to evade the descending aircraft. Li Yu, who had fallen to the ground, initially suspected it was the doing of the white robot, but upon witnessing the eruption of gunfire from the mountainside, he realized it was the second and third units. Looking back at the white steel giant, he was bewildered to see it striding directly toward the falling helicopter. What could its intentions be? This unexpected behavior left Li Yu in a state of confusion. Chapter 120. The Alliance of Offense and Defense as the plasma cannon fired. It struck the tail of the transport helicopter designated for evacuation. The searing plasma energy instantly pierced the steel, severing the tail which fell to the ground. The spinning rotor whipping up large clumps of grass. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of the Special Forces soldier on the ground who pulled the bewildered He Bao down, the chubby boy would have been shredded. Chaos ensued as the helicopter, now devoid of its tail, lost its stabilizing thrust and began to spin uncontrollably in the air. The Gu father and daughter, suspended midair, found themselves at a loss amid this sudden upheaval. They were neither able to ascend nor descend, dangling 7 or 8 meters above the ground. Swaying wildly as they screamed in terror, their eyes tightly shut. As the massive helicopter's altitude dwindled, Fei Yue showed no hesitation. He crouched low and sprinted toward the descending aircraft, each stride creating deep impressions in the grass. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself skyward, his ankles locked, the springs in his iron feet compressing with a resonant creak before releasing, launching his considerable form 5 meters into the air. From his arms sprang 2 short blades resembling folding knives, and his keen gaze locked onto the thick ropes binding the 2 suspended individuals. With a swift motion, the gleaming blades shot forth, accurately severing the taut cords. Gu Xiaoyu felt the tension that had connected her to the ropes vanish, her body plummeting toward the ground. A whirlwind of memories flashed through her mind like a kaleidoscope, celebrating her 10th birthday at home with her parents, visiting the amusement park with her mother, her first fight, attending her mother-esque funeral, and the fleeting moment when Fei Yue transformed from vehicle to human form. Just when she believed that her life had reached its end in despair, she felt something constricting her waist. Suddenly, her view, which had been descending closer to the ground, began to spin wildly. In her dazed state, she felt as though she had experienced this scene not long ago. As a tremendous force repeatedly tugged at her, her surroundings became indistinct, compelling her to close her eyes and await the arrival of death. Yet, merely 3 seconds later, the grip around her waist was released, and she found herself sitting abruptly on something soft. As her body tilted backward, her back rested against something, causing her no discomfort at all. When she finally opened her eyes, she discovered she was in the familiar confines of a vehicle, facing a steering wheel adorned with a human insignia. The recent harrowing experience felt dreamlike, with only her soaked back reminding her that it had all been real. She barely had time to notice her father in the passenger seat, equally shaken and breathless, before the car roared to life and sped forward, covering a considerable distance. A tremendous crash echoed from behind, causing the entire vehicle to shudder. Instinctively, both father and daughter turned to look back, witnessing the exaggerated scene of a helicopter crashing into the grass. The massive rotor blades cleaved deep into the soft earth, while the enormous fuselage carved out a profound trench, uprooting large patches of turf and soil as it slid for dozens of meters before coming to a halt. Before Gu Xiaoyu could fully comprehend the situation, both she and her father were propelled out of the vehicle, landing on the grass. The white SUV swiftly contorted, accompanied by the sharp metallic clatter of collision, as a familiar figure leapt into view. "Find a place to hide. Stay close to the troops," the figure urged, stepping forward to shield the 2 of them with his body. Gu Xiaoyu lifted her head to see the Marine Corps personnel scattered around. having regained their composure from the earlier chaos. Some crouched low, raising their uniquely designed firearms to fire sporadic shots into the distance. Each shot resonated with a deafening crack, producing an exaggerated sound effect that echoed through the air. On the mountainside, flashes of fire and smoke were visible, and among the trees, a massive black figure moved with the agility of a gorilla, darting around armored vehicles, its presence causing the treetops to sway and branches to collapse. Amidst this, figures shifted in the underbrush, and an orange flash zipped past as gunfire erupted and explosions rumbled, sending plumes of black smoke rising from the treetops, indicating that fierce combat was underway. Above, an armed helicopter launched several missiles, trailing thick white smoke as they soared toward the distance, followed by the sound of explosions. A silver sedan raced down the hillside, weaving erratically to avoid the explosions surrounding it. Its speed and stability defied that of a typical car, executing maneuvers that even an off-road vehicle would struggle to perform, heading straight toward them. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire from the surrounding soldiers, sporadic flashes illuminated the vehicle's body and windows. The front bore a protrusion reminiscent of a gun barrel, emitting a continuous burst of blue light. Nearby, blue flames erupted, accompanied by the crackling of ionized sparks, while the air was permeated with the acrid scent of scorched earth and grass. With a sudden blue flash, something soared before her, crashing down with tremendous force upon the grassy ground. Gu Xiaoyu could see a charred explosion mark on the white armor that had soared across her chest. The once smooth surface was now indented, its edges scorched and foamy. Undoubtedly, this place had devolved into a battlefield, with the adversaries being none other than the two Decepticons. Before she could raise her gaze any further, a soldier beside her, his features obscured, pressed her head down, shouting for her to take cover. Moments later, a blue explosion erupted a mere 7 or 8 meters away, sending one soldier hurtling into the grass, silenced by the shockwave. Gu Xiaoyu lay in the damp underbrush, the thunderous gunfire resonating painfully in her head, forcing her to clasp her ears tightly. As she watched the enormous shell casings fall around her, she could sense the fury of the soldier guarding her, his low growls echoing amidst the gunfire. "Come on, you monster, face my grandfather's cannon." The ground trembled as a Decepticon, in a swift motion, rolled to its side and transformed its hands into cannons, unleashing a barrage upon the distant foes with a series of dull thuds. This Decepticon observed the chaotic clash between the human forces and its companion, the Frenzy, which had drawn a significant amount of fire, and was momentarily impressed by this golden duo. From the very beginning, it had engaged in a series of audacious actions, rushing to save lives, firing its weapon, but neither the helicopters above nor the armored vehicles and soldiers on the ground ever directed their fire towards it. It was as if every human had received a command to unify in their assault against the Decepticons, forming an unspoken alliance of offense and defense. In this scenario, emboldened by Frenzy drawing fire, the Allied front dared to charge towards it. Had they always been so audacious? Without a second thought, the Decepticon could sense the ulterior motive behind their boldness. They were undoubtedly targeting that girl. What other reason could there be for such a direct approach? Observing the ally amidst a barrage of missiles, desperately switching between vehicle and humanoid forms, shedding parts as it struggled, yet still managing to evade the penetrating rounds and artillery. It rolled on the ground before transforming back into a car, revving towards its side. The Decepticon felt a moment of bewilderment. When had it ever fought such an opulent battle? Previously, it was the Decepticons who had suppressed the Autobots with overwhelming firepower, but today, witnessing the Decepticons under concentrated fire was a rare spectacle indeed. Thus, one might say, reaping what one sows is a bitter fate. They deserve this punishment for their arrogance. Chapter 121. Despicable tactics. Despite the fierce and fearless demeanor that Bienlu now exhibited, akin to a warrior prepared to face death. A flickering ember lay concealed beneath his metallic exterior, pulsating with an eerie rhythm, reminiscent of a candle flame dancing in the wind. The thought coursing through his mind was one of impending doom. How could it be so intense? Bienlu felt as though he were enveloped in a tempest of explosions, with waves of heat, shrapnel, and debris descending upon him like a torrential downpour. Frustrated, he decisively disabled his bodily feedback receptors, retaining only the monitoring of vital joints and critical areas. Two unexpected situations unfolded before him. The first was the absence of the anticipated clash between humans and Autobots. Instead, they appeared to be engaged in conversation, with an alarming rapport developing. There was no time to waste. If he did not act swiftly, the Autobots might unite with the humans to mount an offensive against them. Thus, Bienlu summoned Quanglun to action without hesitation. The second revelation was that the humans' weaponry had evidently been upgraded. They wielded heavy artillery, opting for grenades and rockets rather than mere machine guns. This was a direct assault aimed at their annihilation. If he were to liken himself to a human, the previous encounter with human firepower was akin to a drizzle peppered with hail. Now, it felt as though he were caught in a relentless hailstorm, each impact inflicting genuine pain. Just moments ago, even as he evaded with utmost speed, he found himself under a relentless barrage of rockets from airborne human craft. During a drifting maneuver, one of the rockets struck the side of his vehicle, resulting in a tremendous explosion that flipped him over. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, transforming mid-air back into humanoid form and rolling upon landing to dissipate the force, he might have faced further strikes. He distinctly felt a small object detach from his body, but there was no time to investigate. Any pause would subject him to a saturation bombardment. His only advantage lay in his elusive speed and agility. The brief descent from the mountain transported him back to his initial day on the battlefield. Recalling the terror of concentrated firepower as he charged towards the Autobot stronghold as part of the vanguard, he truly empathized with Quanglun's previous plight. Upon reverting to vehicle form, he scanned his condition and discovered that the ear of his right side rearview mirror was missing, its whereabouts unknown. A significant dent marred the right front door, with armor cracking to reveal its internal structure, sparking ominously. Were it not for the majority of airborne vehicles being drawn away by Quanglun, coupled with his honed escape speed and agility, unlike Quanglun, who preferred to remain a stationary target, Bienlu might not have survived the descent. Through the rearview mirror, he observed the entire hillside shrouded in a blanket of blackened earth, with the path he had just traversed littered with massive craters, each belching smoke. As he journeyed forth, he discovered that the projectiles launched from the human-operated individual weapons were considerably more potent than before. Although the firing frequency was nowhere near as rapid as it had been previously, the impact was no longer akin to mere light tapping. Each shot that struck him was capable of penetrating his deflective shield, leaving scorched indentations upon his armor, reminiscent of small blisters caused by a burning cigarette on human skin, non-fatal yet excruciatingly painful. He could even sense several projectiles embedded in the surface of his armor, a testament to their formidable hardness. The warrior, Ben Rode, understood clearly that his only recourse was to swiftly plunge into the midst of the humans. This would compel their aerial vehicles to exercise caution, thereby diminishing the intensity of the firepower directed at him. Based on his investigation into the military culture of this nation, he believed they would refrain from firing upon their own. Although this strategy would subject him to simultaneous assaults from both the Autobots and the humans, it was a preferable alternative to being relentlessly bombarded by high-explosive weaponry, as several helicopters overhead seemed to discern his intentions. They began to disperse and increase the distance between them, continuing to launch a barrage of rockets. Ben Rode ceased firing at the airborne and ground-bound humans, instead directing his energy cannon towards the incoming missiles. After successfully detonating 2 of the projectiles mid-air, the remaining rockets still landed perilously close to him, with 2 directly exploding against the front and roof of his vehicle, enveloping him in flames and smoke. Due to the obscured visibility, the soldiers temporarily halted their fire. Yet Ben Rode clearly observed a colossal figure, ablaze with flames, charging towards him. "Damn, I respect your courage for wanting to face me one-on-one," he mused, unperturbed. He was merely surprised, given the adversary's previously underhanded tactics. One would expect a retreat at this juncture. He pondered the stark contrast in behavior, wondering if something had transpired within the Decepticon ranks. At this moment, Ben Rode was in a dire state, with his chest armor torn asunder and emitting black smoke, while a twisted door at the rear of his vehicle bore witness to the ferocity of his advance in such close proximity. Given the determination exhibited by his opponent, Ben Rode began to reconsider Bumblebee's past assessments of him, believing they may have been somewhat skewed. However, there was no time for further contemplation. Since the adversary had willingly approached, he felt compelled to comply, especially with the girl positioned just behind him. Evasion was not an option. He could only wonder if their impending close-quarters battle might provoke the humans to unleash their fury and obliterate them both. With such thoughts racing through his mind, his actions remained swift. He raised his weapon and fired at Benrod's chest, causing the armor to shatter, while sparks erupted from various parts of his opponent's body. Meanwhile, the human soldiers aimed at Benrod's joints and head, seeking to inflict significant damage. As Benrod was struck, his body swayed backward, seemingly losing his balance, and he rolled sideways. Yet, in the instant of his descent, he astonishingly lifted his plasma energy cannon and unleashed a series of shots towards the approaching figure, demonstrating agility that defied expectations. As the searing energy projectiles soared from below, Feyue was compelled to bend down to evade it. When he finally lifted his head, poised to confront a more ferocious close-range assault from his side, he realized that the adversary had not advanced towards him at all. Instead, they had transformed back into their vehicular form, accelerating away from Feyue with considerable force. Was the fight over? Feyue, having assumed a combative stance, found himself momentarily perplexed, unable to fathom why the opponent had rushed towards him only to retreat in a feint. The vehicle's tires churned up vast swathes of grass, resembling a silvery shark slicing through a verdant sea, barreling towards two non-combatants at the scene. Feyue observed keenly that the small, plump figure and a young man were currently shielded by several Marine Corps soldiers, and the trajectory of the vehicle's charge was directed precisely towards their position. The soldiers, having noticed the silver sedan hurtling towards them, reacted swiftly. 3 of them opened fire on the approaching monstrosity. Their modified firearms, while slow in rate of fire, produced a significant recoil with each shot, creating a thunderous sound that reverberated in the air. Nevertheless, each bullet struck the front of the vehicle, leaving a dozen distinct scorched dents on the hood and windshield, alongside a couple of smoking punctures, a testament to the effectiveness of armor-piercing rounds. Despite the barrage, the driverless silver sedan maintained its velocity, compelling the 2 soldiers at the rear to urgently seize 2 civilians lying on the ground, pushing them aside to avoid the vehicle's path. Feyue, incensed by the relentless audacity of the foe, transformed his hands into cannon barrels and unleashed 2 powerful blasts aimed at the glaring taillights of the vehicle. The scorching energy projectiles obliterated the lights, leaving behind 2 gaping black holes, embers flickering at the edges. Even with such damage inflicted, the vehicle showed no signs of deceleration. Realizing they could not halt the momentum of this formidable steel beast, the soldiers in its path decisively rolled aside to evade. The vehicle surged into the crowd like a tempest, transforming mid-motion. With a sweeping gesture, it compelled all nearby to duck in avoidance. One soldier, caught too close, was sent flying, crashing into the thicket. In a flash, the vehicle seized hold of He Bao and Su Mingho, their screams echoing as they were drawn towards the vehicle's chest, transforming back into its silver sedan form amidst the clattering of shifting components. The 2 young men found themselves safely ensconced in the front seat, visibly shaken. The plump one, particularly alarmed, frantically glanced about, banging on the window and tugging at the door, yet was firmly secured in place by the safety mechanism. Meanwhile, the engine of the vehicle roared to life, its headlights flickering in a provocative challenge directed at Feyue. Chapter 122, Drawing Fire for this operation. Longshield had not only prepared a variety of modified specialized vehicles, but had also deployed an airborne warning and control system aircraft along with the Dragon UAV. At this moment, high above the Earth at an altitude of 10,000 meters, a colossal early warning aircraft soared through the heavens like a magnificent iron dragon, surveying the entire mountainous region below. It meticulously marked hundreds of targets, including the Longshield forces, and transmitted this information back to the command center in real time. Meanwhile, the Flying Dragon drones circled the airspace, capturing crystal-clear imagery of the terrain beneath. Inside the command center, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Just 5 minutes prior, a substantial contingent of armed police and army units had cordoned off all major thoroughfares within a several-kilometer radius, coordinating with the aerial surveillance. The personnel at the command center were able to monitor every subtle movement on the ground. The ground forces of Longshield, accompanied by armored vehicles, advanced into the residential area in a standard infantry tank formation, meticulously searching for any suspicious vehicles along the winding mountain roads. Protected by the armored vehicles, The soldiers of Long Shield employed thermal imaging sights and radiation detectors to scan each car within the villa area. A small team had already set out in an off-road vehicle, broadcasting notifications from house to house, urging all residents to remain in their basements and patiently await the lifting of the curfew under the pretext of counterterrorism. The inhabitants of this affluent enclave, although some were curious and skeptical, were swiftly silenced by the sight of fully armed soldiers, rifles at the ready, alongside armored vehicles and the distant thrum of military helicopters overhead. This formidable display effectively compelled everyone to retreat into their homes. Prior to the ground forces commencing their operations, all communication signals in the area had been disrupted by military signal jamming vehicles, rendering the vicinity a communication void. No telephones could be dialed, no internet signals could be accessed, and even radio waves were interfered with. It was evident that Long Shield had invested significantly in maintaining the confidentiality of this operation. According to the footage relayed from the helicopter, the GU residents had suffered extensive damage. The scene was chaotic, marked by clear signs of energy weapon destruction. Following the trail down from the residents, one could observe vast stretches of forest laid waste, accompanied by the chaotic remnants of debris. Numerous craters from explosions permeated the area, shrouded in acrid smoke. It was thus certain that targets 2 and 3 were still present, lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. The entire Long Shield contingent had entered combat mode, prepared for any potential assault. As General Shao communicated with Target 1, a squad of Marines stumbled upon a partially destroyed residence. The interior was a disarray, once a beautifully decorated and serene environment, now littered with scattered bricks and shattered concrete, bearing the unmistakable marks of violent destruction. Simultaneously, the cameras mounted on each soldier's helmet transmitted real-time footage back to the command center's large screen, intensifying the already heavy atmosphere. The leading warrior called out a few times into his headset, confirming the communication was functioning properly. 3 team members entered the courtyard in a fan formation, their eyes scanning every corner until they spotted a black sedan parked in the garage, where the roll-up door had been breached. Tension immediately enveloped them. Through the thermal imaging devices mounted on their firearms, they discerned an orange hue enveloping the vehicle. Undoubtedly, even under the sun, such a car would not exhibit such a uniform heat signature. It was evidently a disguised extraterrestrial robot, though this was their first encounter with aliens. As elite soldiers of the Huaxia Sharp Knife Unit, they possessed extraordinary psychological resilience and combat acumen. Their gazes lingered not excessively on the vehicle, maintaining an air of normalcy. They discreetly activated their communication beacons to inform their comrades of the target's location and request support. Soon, armored vehicles and helicopters would surround the area. Yet, just as they prepared to distance themselves from the target, an unforeseen event transpired. A sharp whoosh resonated through the air, followed by the explosive sound of something being struck. An urgent call echoed in everyone's earpieces. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Team 1's helicopter is under fire. Target 3 has appeared. On the command center's large screen, an electronic aerial view integrated with military satellites and early warning aircraft displayed a massive figure, marked with a red 3. Emerging from the woods onto the roadside, launching luminous projectiles at Team 1 below. Before General Shao could issue commands, the black sedan erupted into chaos on the screen, its grotesque form dominating the view. The imagery shook violently. Some sections fell dark while others remained visible, indicating that Target 2 had also initiated an assault. On the screen, Target 3 fired only a few shots before transforming into a car shape, the red numerical marker trembling momentarily before stabilizing under the early warning aircraft's signal adjustments. The silver sedan swiftly headed towards Team 1, marked with a green indicator before the Dragon Shield's ground forces could complete the encirclement. Meanwhile, another colossal figure, marked with the red number 2, engaged the Marine Corps in fierce combat, evidently intent on confronting all surrounding units alone. Team 2 focused on suppressing Target 2, while Team 1 was tasked with dealing with the descending Target 3 with explicit instructions not to engage Target 1. General Shao's orders were rapidly disseminated to all combat units on site. The battle has commenced, and ultimately, this course of action was taken. Observing the screen, where Unit 1 swiftly rescued 2 non-combatants, General Shao chose to place his trust in this entity. Despite their brief exchange, current intelligence suggests that Unit 1 is at least not an adversary to humanity. The immediate priority is to eliminate the highly dangerous units 2 and 3. As he watched the helicopter from Team 1 launch small missiles towards the ground, General Xiao felt a sense of despair. It was exceedingly difficult to inflict significant damage on the agile and well-armored Unit 3. Time was of the essence, and had these helicopters been equipped with infrared-guided anti-tank missiles, the results would have been far more effective. Furthermore, given that this was a residential area, the combat vehicles were somewhat constrained in their actions. Otherwise, they could have summoned fighter jets to conduct a comprehensive bombardment, leveling the entire mountain range first, and then observing the reactions of these two monsters. For now, they could only proceed cautiously, adhering to the predetermined operational strategy. He ordered the fighters to take off, as the troops gradually drove the two targets into an uninhabited zone for extensive aerial bombardment. General Xiao gazed at the aerial view, where flames and explosions illuminated the battlefield. With an impassive expression, he issued his commands. Unit 1, do not disappoint me. As he observed Unit 3 advancing toward Unit 1, General Xiao sought to ascertain what compelled these combat machines to confront rather than flee. Upon hearing the explosions, the entity known as Quanluan immediately reverted to its humanoid form and launched an assault on the encircling humans. Though it yearned to engage with Fei Yue, it acknowledged that the current focus was not on venting frustration or seeking vengeance, but rather on acquiring valuable intelligence. Even the typically cowardly Bienlu had taken the unprecedented step of confronting both the Autobots and human forces, indicating that the human girl possessed some intrinsic value. Otherwise, Bienlu would not be so resolute. Quanluan pondered the situation as Megatron and the Autobots vied for the Allspark in North America. If the location of the Allspark was already established, why would the Autobot go to such lengths to protect the human girl? Could it be that this Autobot had uncovered other valuable intelligence on Earth? Now, having achieved nothing and sustaining injuries, retreating to the Nemesis in disgrace could lead Megatron to deem him useless, likely extinguishing any future prospects. Thus, it was better to take a gamble now. His task was to instinctively engage in combat, drawing fire away from Bienlu to buy time, allowing Bienlu to seize the girl and escape. Should he manage to extract valuable information from her, it would create a favorable impression with Megatron, potentially securing his position within the core ranks. With this possibility in mind, Quanluan fought with renewed vigor. It must be noted that the humans had upgraded their weaponry. Although individual firepower had diminished, their potency had significantly increased. Even the weapons wielded by individuals inflicted pain upon him, compelling him to evade swiftly while protecting his solitary remaining eye. The furious wheel surveyed the tightly wrapped human soldiers surrounding him, their incessant harassment fueling the wrath swelling within his chest. He could not discern whether the human who had blinded him and won, I was among them. Lacking the patience to identify them individually, he resolved to eliminate them all. Although his energy cannon in his left hand had suffered damage, reducing its power, it remained operational, despite being wounded in the battle against the leaping adversaries. His ability to move remained unaffected. To humanity, he was still a terrifying killing machine. He adeptly maneuvered through the complex terrain, weaving between the mountains and forests, engaging in guerrilla tactics against the humans, who could only traverse the mountainous paths in their armored and off-road vehicles. He occasionally surged into their ranks, striving to diminish the heavy firepower of their aerial units. Though not particularly cerebral, he possessed an innate understanding of basic combat principles. As the turret of an armored vehicle targeted him, the dense foliage obstructed its line of fire, making it difficult to strike him with precision. Undeterred, he charged into the human convoy, intent on resolving the formidable armored threats in close combat. He evaded the shock waves of several explosive rounds and burst forth from the trees, colliding forcefully with an off-road vehicle, flipping it over and sending it tumbling down the slope. A sniper's explosive round detonated against his chest, denting his armor, though its power paled in comparison to that of a rocket. Realizing he could not remain stationary, he braced himself against an exploding grenade behind him, raising his hand to unleash an energy projectile at a soldier who had just fired and was attempting to relocate. Regardless of whether he hit his target, he lunged forward like a hungry tiger, firing another energy blast at the oncoming armored vehicle, instantly melting the turret that was repositioning its cannon. Without pausing, he leaped onto the roof of the armored vehicle and fired at the turret again, causing it to warp and melt under the intense heat. In a fluid motion, He vaulted over the turret and landed on the ground, targeting the relatively weaker rear of the vehicle with several shots, causing it to stall and emit black smoke. Regardless of whether he had rendered the armored vehicle inoperable, he swiftly moved on to assault the next target. Indeed, 2 missiles detonated where he had just stood, the immense shockwave knocking him to the ground. This brief moment of vulnerability invited a fierce counterattack, as multiple grenades exploded around him, inflicting pain and silencing his roar. Shards of shattered armor fell away, exposing his intricate and sophisticated steel innards. The humans, infuriatingly, aimed for his exposed wounds, and some internal components had already warped under the impact of the explosive rounds. High-density metal projectiles had embedded themselves within his innards. While not fatal, they compromised his bodily functions. This encounter was no longer a one-sided massacre in favor of the Decepticons. Humanity had turned the tables and was now capable of hunting him. One could only conclude that while the Cybertronian physique was formidable, facing the war machines of humanity as an individual proved to be a daunting challenge. The rampage could not suppress his fury, cursing the wretched humans. Once the formidable Megatron acquired the Allspark, he would no longer be restrained. Then, these insects would truly experience the might of the Decepticons' warfare. Chapter 123. Encircled after several skirmishes, Rampage found himself increasingly beleaguered. The humans had evidently discovered the key to countering their efforts. Whenever he slowed his pace, he would be engulfed by firepower from all directions. As he struggled to rise, the front of an off-road vehicle erupted in flames. Propelled by the explosion, a massive spear with barbed edges struck his shoulder armor, sending him reeling. In retaliation, Rampage unleashed a blast at the off-roader, instantly melting the vehicle's armored plating. The entire machine was overturned by the force of the impact. Before he could reposition himself, another off-road vehicle collided violently with his calf, its modified shovel-shaped bumper lifting him off the ground. He lost control, tumbling off the roof and crashing to the earth. Another steel spear shot towards him, piercing into his hollow back. The spear's tail was connected to a steel cable, and as the off-road vehicle accelerated in reverse, the taut cable yanked him off balance. Rampage realized this was a mechanism specifically designed by humans to restrain and hunt him. He clawed at the ground to steady himself, his sharp talons sinking into the asphalt, rendering the vehicle unable to pull him. Its wheels spun wildly, generating thick clouds of white smoke. Just as he raised his arm, intending to blast the off-road vehicle into oblivion, a shell struck his left breast. His upper body was engulfed in flames, the armor over his chest collapsing instantly. A steel core projectile penetrated his armor, embedding itself within his internal structure, and he was hurled backward by the force of the explosion. Simultaneously, another steel spear lodged itself into his waist. As the off-road vehicle retreated, the pulling forces from 2 directions toward his body. While it did not sever him in 2, the barbed spear exacerbated his wounds, critically impairing his mobility. Rampage lifted his right arm, transforming his claw into a circular saw, poised to sever the steel cable. However, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air, heralding the arrival of a small missile that hurtled towards him before he could evade. With a thunderous explosion, Rampage was thrown back by the blast, the cable snapping, a spear still embedded in his waist. His abdomen took a brutal hit, the steel components warping under the shockwave, nearly fracturing his spine. A slender drone, akin to a rocket, soared overhead, having executed the previous strike flawlessly in concert with the ground forces, before ascending into the sky once more. Rampage's massive form tumbled down the hillside, while helicopters above launched several missiles, shadowing his descent. Amidst a series of detonations, Rampage, now charred and smoldering, crashed heavily into the grass at the foot of the mountain. Not far from him, 2 hostages had just been captured, now facing off against their captors. The wild wheel seemed dazed, laboriously lifting its massive, grotesque head. Just as it intended to rise and continue its struggle against humanity, it suddenly received a communication from the flank. Instantly, it halted its movements, akin to a wounded beast, lowering its head to bite down on the steel spearhead embedded in its waist, forcefully extracting it. The electric feedback induced a pain that elicited a bubbling low growl from within. At this moment, the 2 battlefields converged into one, with 3 extraterrestrial robots encircled by the human army. Along the mountain path, numerous armored vehicles were lined up at intervals, their cannons rotating armor-piercing rounds chambered. The dark muzzles aimed at the desolate ground below. Dozens of warriors on the hillside swiftly dispersed to seize the high ground, setting up grenade launchers and anti-material sniper rifles, their barrels directed downward. Yet, seemingly receiving new orders, they refrained from firing immediately, while medics began tending to the wounded. Above, a dozen armed helicopters hovered in a fan formation over the barren land, coordinating with the armored units on the hillside to encircle and seal off the stage. With a single command to fire, a deluge of steel projectiles could rain down, obliterating the area. Even the few transport helicopters were armed with no fewer than 10 anti-material sniper rifles, targeting the vital points of the alien robots. On the ground, dozens of soldiers concealed in the grass had already loaded grenade shells and launchers, with some poised with rocket launchers, their eyes fixed intently on the targets. Uncertain whether they were aiming at the two dangerous entities or encompassing all three extraterrestrial robots within their firing range. This situation could be described as a net closing in, with humanity holding the advantage. Longshield had staged a remarkable comeback, merely awaiting the opportune moment to ensnare their quarry. With two hostages already in hand, the flank disregarded the fallen wild wheel, which, despite its anxiety and fear, still retained a flicker of calmness. It showed no inclination to escape, nor any intention to negotiate with humanity. Its headlights flickered, suggesting it was contemplating something. The only action the flank took after capturing the two hostages was to seal the front windshield and all surrounding windows, transforming the silver sedan into a mere frame, permeable to the elements. The two captives confined in the front seats were in stark contrast. Hibao was wailing for help, tears streaming down his face, while Su Mingho, though trembling with fear, managed to maintain composure, anxiously surveying their surroundings. Listening to the chubby boy's pig-like cries, Feiyue remained unhurried to act, standing in the overgrown grass, observing the cannons of the armored vehicles on the opposite hillside and the cacophony generated by the helicopters behind him. Feiyue sensed that this was not the moment for rash actions. The situation was precarious. He felt that he and the two Decepticons were under the firepower of humanity. Would the humans indiscriminately eliminate both him and the Decepticons? This was the concern that weighed heavily on Feiyue's mind. The strategist, known as Bienlu, cleverly exposed the hostages as a warning to the human forces, cautioning them against reckless actions. Feiyue remained uncertain about the humans' next move. However, one thing was clear to him. The humans would not spare the two Decepticons. Given the recent ambiguous battle conditions, the humans, in an effort to stabilize their position, were still willing to communicate with him. Yet, with the current state of affairs favoring humanity, he found himself questioning whether they would continue to engage with him in the same manner. Previously, when the Autobots reconnaissance team exchanged intelligence, Bumblebee had mentioned that humans were secretly pursuing him and the Decepticons. These humans exhibited no desire for dialogue, solely intent on capturing or exterminating them. Though he remained motionless, his internal systems began to operate at full capacity. The fate of the Decepticons was now of little concern to him. The primary battlefield determining the developments lay in North America. The struggle between him and Bienlu held little significance, and he cared even less for the lives of the two hostages. His true concern should have been for his fellow beings. Thus, Feiyue refrained from taking the initiative. He was eager to observe what choices the humans of this nation would make under such advantageous circumstances and how they would navigate the hostage crisis. Should the humans choose to disregard the lives of their own and insist on an attack, Feiyue would have no choice but to escape, even if it meant resorting to violence to break free from the encirclement, thus vowing never to present himself before humanity again. For he held no faith in the existence of absolute rationality, which did not align with his nature. Conversely, if the military forces were willing to momentarily ease their offensive, even in the face of the merciless Decepticons, and make efforts to rescue their compatriots, then regardless of how the situation ultimately unfolded, Feiyue would be open to further engagement with the government of this nation. Was this childish? Indeed, Feiyue had never considered himself an adult. The announcement to the two extraterrestrial entities was clear. Immediately release the hostages, cease all hostilities, surrender to our custody, and we promise to spare your lives. However, should you refuse or harm our citizens, I assure you, you will not leave this place alive. You now have 1 minute to consider this. The loudspeaker, mounted on the helicopter, broadcasted the familiar voice of a man, unwavering in tone, devoid of any hint of negotiation. Upon hearing this, Feyue sensed a subtle stir among the surrounding human soldiers, though it quickly reverted to normalcy. Liu, who was aiming his weapon at the dark, steel monstrosity, felt an immediate surge of anxiety upon hearing those words. How could these alien creatures, stained with the blood of comrades, be allowed to live? They had finally cornered these two, presenting an ideal opportunity for vengeance for their fallen allies. A cold glint shone in his eyes behind the visor, his gaze fixed intently on the battered black figure before him. Thus, it was the culprit responsible for inflicting extensive casualties on the dragon shield during the previous engagement. Although the adversary's armor had taken on a sinister black hue and some details had transformed, the creature's feral demeanor, its grotesque metallic visage reminiscent of a bear, its maw gleaming with sharp, menacing teeth, and the gaping void where its left eye once resided, left him unequivocally certain that this was the nemesis he had long harbored in his thoughts. When the battle commenced, he would disregard the other silver entity. But he was resolute in directing his full might against this black demon, intent on obliterating its remaining eye before unleashing a torrent of heavy firepower upon it. Ensuring its demise was as agonizing as possible, an appropriate retribution for its wanton destruction of human lives. Yet, amidst the tension and anxiety, Liu came to realize that the command center's pronouncement was aimed at securing the rescue of two innocent civilians, rather than a genuine intent to spare these metallic monstrosities. The decision to merely detain them, rather than annihilate them on the spot, represented a significant concession, regardless of how the situation unfolded thereafter. The higher-ups had clearly articulated a human-centric approach, eschewing a mere cost-benefit analysis of lives lost. Since the establishment of the Republic in the 1950s, this principle had been upheld without question. As a soldier of the people, Liu would not allow his personal vendetta to overshadow the broader strategic considerations of his superiors. He trusted that the command center would not let the soldiers down. As for the rescue of the hostages, once these extraterrestrial automatons were captured, the feasibility of treating them as prisoners of war would increase. He resolved to navigate the research process, hoping to survive the ordeal and prepare for the next phase. With this thought, the tumultuous emotions within Liu began to subside. Taking a deep breath, he focused through the scope, aligning the crosshairs on the remaining red eye of the black beast, his gaze unwavering. Meanwhile, the metallic visage of the adversary bore a subtle upward curve at the corners of its mouth. Too, was it? It seemed that he was not included. The creature silently exhaled. Yet beneath its calm exterior, the embers of rage continued to burn fiercely, ready to spring into combat at any moment. Humanity had made its stance clear and established a definitive boundary. No negotiations. It was now up to the Decepticons to respond. Chapter 124. The Resurgence 1 Minute. The notion of human demands had not even warranted a moment's consideration from the Decepticons. Surrender? No matter how cowardly. The Decepticons would never grovel before a species they held in disdain. This was not merely a matter of pride or awareness stemming from being a member of the Decepticon Legion. Indeed, they looked down upon humanity and its technological prowess, mere frail, ephemeral beings of a primitive civilization incapable of venturing beyond their own solar system. It was solely through sheer numbers and their war machines that they had managed to suppress the individual combat capabilities of him and his allies. The audacity of these humans to demand their surrender was laughable. They truly ought to witness the true strength of the Decepticon Legion. Furthermore, Megatron is poised to seize the Allspark, at which point these Legion soldiers will no longer need to masquerade as human vehicles. The subsequent phase will involve the Decepticon Army's oppressive campaign against the entire Earth. At that moment, one must wonder if these humans will still exhibit their arrogance. Should this moment lead to a human capitulation, it would render him a laughingstock among the Decepticons, and Megatron would likely be the first to rend him asunder afterward. The paramount reason for his determination lies in his belief that he has not yet reached the point of no return. His relentless effort to arrive here was not merely for the sake of the two hostages he holds. He never anticipated that he could extricate himself solely through them. He has already communicated with Barricade via the Decepticon internal communication frequency and formulated the next course of action, so clandestine that even the Autobots are oblivious to their forthcoming maneuvers. As he gazes at the figure of Barricade standing alongside the humans, he cannot help but scoff inwardly. Surely, He does not believe that by aligning with humanity, the Autobot insurgents can withstand the might of the Decepticon army. After today, Megatron will return with the Allspark, and those remnants of the bygone era will plunge into the abyss of annihilation alongside humanity. Only half a minute has elapsed since the humans issued their ultimatum, and without warning, the two Decepticons launched their assault. Barricade's hood split open instantaneously, revealing two massive energy cannons that swiftly protruded, unleashing a barrage of blue energy projectiles towards Barricade. Having been vigilant to Barricade's movements, Barricade was well prepared. As soon as Barricade made his move, he rolled swiftly to the side, evading the searing energy blasts. The blue plasma projectiles whizzed through the air, soaring over the heads of the Dragon Shield warriors and crashing into the trees behind them, severing several robust trunks. Barricade's sudden offensive shattered the brief truce, and in the next instant, all personnel received the command to engage from the command center. The warriors, who had been in a heightened state of readiness, immediately pulled the triggers of their weapons. A cacophony of gunfire echoed through the mountains as countless bullets rained upon the two metallic beasts. To avoid collateral damage to the hostages, the soldiers primarily targeted Barricade's heat vents and wheels while unleashing relentless fire upon Barricade. Barricade's four wheels spun rapidly, maneuvering laterally, with only a few stray bullets striking his chassis, leaving shallow indentations on the silver doors, while those aimed at the wheels ricocheted harmlessly. The dramatic veering of Barricade startled the two occupants within. The rotund boy, akin to being on a roller coaster, clutched the restraints on his shoulders tightly. His eyes squeezed shut as he screamed in terror, his voice overpowering even the tumultuous gunfire surrounding them. With a leap, he transformed his arms into a pair of energy cannons, crouching down as he pursued the evading vehicle along the flank. The fiery yellow energy projectiles struck the chassis and wheels, creating a series of craters and sending dirt flying. He could not fathom why the vehicle did not flee. Yet this presented him with an opportunity to deal with this treacherous adversary, one who had just deceived him. Unlike the unfortunate He Bao and Su Mingho, the situation for the Gu family was scarcely better. Having recently endured the terrifying incident of a helicopter crash, they now found themselves amidst fierce combat, making this an ill-timed moment for evacuation. The pair could only remain on the ground, protected by the surrounding soldiers, waiting for the conflict to subside. In contrast to the high mobility of the vehicle, the humanoid form of Quang Luan faced a far graver predicament, enduring fire from both the hillside behind and the skies above. The armored units and the armed helicopters had received explicit orders to prioritize the attack on Target 2, concentrating their firepower to incapacitate one target before addressing the other, which was controlling the hostages. In an instant, the armored vehicles on the mountain unleashed a barrage of artillery fire, while the helicopters overhead launched rocket projectiles toward Quang Luan. A dense hail of munitions surged forward, propelled by the fiery trails, hurtling toward the black monstrosity. Having already endured enough of humanity's artillery and missiles, Quang Luan was no longer willing to stand idly by and absorb the onslaught. Aware that he held no hostages, he knew humanity would not show him any mercy. Thus, rather than retreating from his position at the onset of conflict, he remained vigilant, waiting until a significant wave of projectiles was unleashed before propelling himself forward. Utilizing the grip of his arms to vault ahead toward the human ground forces, simultaneously firing an energy projectile at the helicopters above. Understanding that the humans would focus their fire on him, he resolved to evade the initial bombardment and plunge into the fray with the human army, believing that only amidst their ranks could he mitigate the relentless assault on his being. Almost immediately, Quang Luan's figure was engulfed by a tremendous explosion, flames soaring skyward, uprooting vast expanses of earth and grass. An invisible shockwave rapidly spread throughout the mountainous region, the earth trembling under the immense force of the detonation, akin to a seismic event. Even though Gu Xiaoyu was positioned at a considerable distance, kneeling on the grass, she could distinctly feel the scorching gusts overhead and the tremors resonating from the ground. The sound of the explosion, even with her ears covered, reverberated painfully against her eardrums. It was her first experience at the very center of such a perilous vortex. She had never imagined she would find herself on a battlefield, and the ever-present fear tormented her already weary nerves. A hovering armed helicopter, unable to evade in time, was struck by the energy projectile fired by Quang Lun, the extreme heat instantly melting through the armor plating, cascading down in a shower of molten metal. The severely damaged helicopter, under the pilot's desperate control, began its descent toward uninhabited terrain. The sound of the helicopter touching down, coupled with the recent barrage of heavy artillery, plunged the scene into chaos. The powerful shockwave and tremors caused all the Marines on the ground to stagger slightly backward, their footing unsteady, as they were captivated by the overwhelming display of destruction. Had they succeeded? Could such an intensity of bombardment truly obliterate the enemy? Liu leaned slightly forward, steadying his stance as he gazed toward the epicenter of the explosion, where dense black smoke billowed forth, a colossal column reaching skyward. Yet, he did not lower his weapon. The barrel remained pointed at the heart of the explosion. Having participated in the previous operation, he understood, well, the formidable resilience of these alien automatons, unless a shell struck directly. It was exceedingly difficult to inflict significant damage upon these steel monstrosities. Indeed, the thick, black-gray smoke twisted ominously, revealing a flash of crimson light. And Liu beheld a massive figure erupting from the shroud, charging ferociously toward them. Its terrifying maw and the crevices of its armor were engulfed in searing smoke and sparks, emanating waves of distorted heat, as if it had been scorched by a hellish inferno, a truly fearsome and grotesque sight. Without hesitation, Liu squeezed the trigger. He felt the heavy force against his shoulder as a large shell ejected from the right side of the chamber, a wisp of gunpowder trailing as it fell to the grass below. Not only he, but his comrades also opened fire in unison, all aiming for the creature's head in hopes of halting its charge. However, the increased firepower of their weapons came at the cost of a slower rate of fire, and combined with the creature's own impressive speed, only a few stray rounds found their mark, penetrating the fractured black visage of the beast and igniting small bursts of sparks. The creature's velocity was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it had closed the distance to the Marines to less than 200 meters. The helicopters above and the armored vehicles in the distance could no longer risk another bombardment, lest they endanger their comrades on the ground. Instead, sporadic detonations of grenades erupted around it, momentarily slowing its advance. Without the aid of a scope, Liu could discern the monster's tattered and disheveled form. Its chest bore several depressions, and its armor was cracked and peeling, with a significant gash in its abdomen from which green ichor dripped, reminiscent of a long-dormant machine experiencing a malfunction. All the seams of its upper body radiated heat and black smoke. What a monster! How could you possibly survive this? Liu cursed inwardly as he continued to fire, frustrated that such devastating firepower capable of demolishing tanks had failed to vanquish the foe. It was clear that only tracking munitions could effectively harm such a resilient and swift adversary. The soldiers unleashed grenades upon it, but their accuracy was lacking. Only one or two detonated against its shoulder and chest, scattering a few small metal fragments. Yet, such feeble assaults were far from lethal for the creature. Moreover, one must not overlook the fact that the anti-material rifles in their possession, although considerably less potent, still possess greater kinetic energy and penetrating power than heavy machine guns. Even as the soldiers diligently aimed for the enemy's head and joints, they found it exceedingly difficult to breach the formidable armor of this steel behemoth at such a close range. It became evident that individual weaponry was insufficient in confronting such a resilient and swift adversary. Reliance on artillery and missiles was imperative. Liu, having emptied an entire magazine to no avail against the relentless charge of the creature, observed as it bore down upon him like an out-of-control freight truck. Instead of succumbing to fear, adrenaline surged through him, instilling a sense of fearless valor. With his body taut and eyes ablaze, he swiftly reloaded another magazine and continued firing at the approaching black monstrosity within 100 meters. Each shot struck true, challenging the beast with an air of defiance. At long last, one bullet found its mark on the creature's cheek, the explosive metal bullet sending shards of dark metal flying. This marked the first time Liu had inflicted harm upon the grotesque entity since the onset of battle. The creature was now a mere 50 meters away, its jaw swinging loosely, when suddenly, from either side, several trails of white smoke erupted with a whistling sound, hurtling towards the massive form of the beast. Violent explosions erupted across the creature's dark body, and, succumbing to inertia, It collapsed forward, displacing large clumps of earth in the waist-deep grass below. The rocket launchers wielded by the Marine Corps had finally broken the momentum of the creature's charge. Chapter 125. No hostages. As the Marine Corps, the Crazy Wheel, and Dragon Shield engaged fiercely. On another front, the Flank and Leap found themselves in a stalemate. The Flank, racing through the grass in vehicular form, did not retreat but circled around Leap, persistently harassing it like a ravenous wolf stalking its prey. Meanwhile, Leap stood firm on the ground, adopting a humanoid stance and firing relentlessly, scorching energy projectiles trailing the Flank's afterimage, creating charred craters on the grass. The two resembled a cheetah and a hunter, each seeking opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The combat units of the Dragon Shield organization received the latest orders from the command center. They were to refrain from attacking Target 3 and instead clear space for Target 1, dispersing around it to provide cover. The armored vehicle positioned on the hill was reloaded and aimed at the battlefield below, while the Marine Corps members of Team 2, adhering to tactical formation, advanced down the mountain in alternating cover. They were to coordinate with the engaged Team 1, completing the encirclement of Target 2, while simultaneously collaborating with the armed helicopters above to seal off the battlefield of Targets 1 and 3, thus cutting off the latter's escape route. The command center strategy was to eliminate the third party through the first, serving both as a means to rescue the hostages and as a way for the first to demonstrate allegiance through action. By asserting enmity with the third party, the first was tasked with proving their resolve to those present. Otherwise, how could they gain the trust of the crowd? This move also conveyed a significant message to the first, the official trust from Huaxia, marking a bold attempt by the higher-ups to express their belief in him and willingness to stand shoulder to shoulder in battle. The second party would be dealt with by them, while the first was responsible for neutralizing the third. What better way to bridge the gap and shorten the psychological distance than to confront a common enemy? All combat personnel on site, those still skeptical of the first, adhered strictly to the higher command's orders as elite soldiers of the Republic, dedicating their focus entirely to their missions. The first, aware of humanity's movements, remained unfazed, considering the situation rather favorable. In his original scenario, upon revealing his identity, he would have bolted immediately, avoiding any ties with the government. He had no desire to gamble on their decisions, but it now appeared they were quite reasonable, with a demeanor that suited him well. As he observed the edge route, moving at a velocity far surpassing terrestrial vehicles, the first lost patience with the seemingly futile pursuit. The Cybertronian's functionality in this form was exceedingly superior. His visual modules clearly captured the two hostages seated in the front of the edge route vehicle, with the windshield and windows absent. The fierce wind at such high speeds and sharp turns forced the two to squint, their faces pale, especially the plump one, who looked on the verge of fainting. He sensed the edge route's provocation. Perhaps this individual had lost their mind, knowing escape was impossible, and prepared to confront him in their final moments. In light of this, the first decided to indulge the provocation. The cannon arms retracted into his frame, and he lowered himself to the ground, instantly transforming into the shape of a white off-road vehicle. With the accelerator pressed to the floor, the four wheels spun rapidly, the engine roaring, a response to the edge route's challenge. Let them settle it through speed. In functional mode, the first had never been bested in velocity. He felt he had found an opponent worthy of unleashing his full power. The engine's ignition, now fervently supplying energy, focused on the mangled rear of the edge route vehicle, and he surged forward in pursuit. The silver and white vehicles, one behind the other, resembled a white whale chasing a shark, carving deep ruts through the grass, disrupting the once serene green sea. Above, a circling helicopter resembled a flock of ospreys eager to join the hunt. The exterior shell of the first vehicle began to split, revealing two energy cannons on either side, as the targeting system within his visual apparatus locked onto the edge route vehicle, which was evasively darting to and fro. Regardless of the circumstances, the first step to breaking the deadlock was to halt the erratic movements of that troublesome entity. Fei Yue had devised a plan. First, to puncture the tires on the flanks, then accelerate to engage in close combat, hoping to rescue the two hostages. After all, if humans were left to their own devices, without deploying heavy artillery for bombardment, it would be nearly impossible to stop the flanks. However, such a level of firepower would likely spell doom for the exposed hostages. It seemed that the higher echelons of humanity had considered this. allowing him to confront the flanks while the helicopters above and ground forces merely executed interception tasks without initiating an attack. Otherwise, if they disregarded the hostages entirely, a single barrage of rockets from the helicopters would leave the flanks in disarray. Yet, just as Feyue calculated the trajectory of the flanks and prepared to fire upon the tires, the flanks made an unexpected move that ignited his fury. The driver's seat of the silver convertible suddenly ejected upward, propelling the young man seated within as if from a fighter jet's ejection seat, launching him 7 or 8 meters into the air. Initially, his adversary was caught off guard, only realizing he had vacated his seat after flipping twice in midair, at which point he screamed in horror. Meanwhile, the flanks, having discarded one hostage, sharply turned the steering wheel, executing a skid and a tailspin before pivoting back toward the rampaging vehicle. Feyue was astounded by this audacious maneuver, his frustration boiling over as he hurriedly accelerated forward. Just as the young man, named Su Mingho, was about to meet the ground face first, Feyue reached his side. The door on that side had crumpled, morphing into an arm that caught the young man mid-descent, seamlessly cradling him and pulling him into the passenger seat, securing him safely. The entire sequence was executed with breathtaking precision, the rescue fraught with peril. Before the young man could comprehend the unfolding events, Feyue braked sharply, the vehicle stirring up a cloud of grass and carving deep ruts into the soil. Observing the flanks speeding towards the fray where the rampaging vehicle was being besieged by humans, Feyue felt an inkling of unease. However, there was no time for hesitation. The Marine soldiers, now devoid of aerial support, were left to grapple with the rampaging vehicle using only their limited personal weaponry. If the flanks joined the fray, it would likely prove overwhelming. After coming to a halt, Feyue opened the door, elevating the seat outward, and gently laid the shaken young man onto the grass before turning resolutely to pursue the flanks. Was this truly your plan? To engage in a bloody confrontation alongside the rampaging vehicle? Feyue found it hard to believe that the flanks possessed such resolve. Yet, all he could do now was hasten after them. Just as the flanks approached the firepower encirclement constructed by the humans against the rampaging vehicle, Feyue finally closed the distance, trailing 10 meters behind the flanks. However, the flanks were poised to act once more. The figure of Bienlu began to reshape, swiftly reverting to humanoid form, its colossal metallic claws clutching the last hostage. With a sweeping motion, it hurled the captive behind itself. Simultaneously, Bienlu transformed back into automotive form, executing a sharp slide and brake as it sped towards the girl positioned on the opposite side of the battlefield. Chapter 126. A faint Feyue gazed upwards, watching the chubby figure hurtling towards him, screaming in terror. Enraged by Bienlu's relentless taunting, he resolved to take decisive action to rescue the individual in peril. The white chassis of the vehicle split apart, and with a roll, Feyue leapt skyward, expertly catching the plummeting figure. As he descended, he had already reverted to the shape of an off-road vehicle. The chubby individual sprawled across his hood, appearing dazed and gasping for breath. Moments later, the hood of Feyue sprang open, unceremoniously tossing the bewildered figure onto the grass, before the wheels began to spin and he accelerated in pursuit of Bienlu. Meanwhile, Bao, having collapsed amidst the tangled underbrush, drenched in sweat and dust, gradually regained his composure after a series of harrowing experiences. Once he realized he was no longer in the clutches of the alien robot, a smile, more grotesque than tears, spread across his plump face. Today's events would provide him tales to tell for a lifetime. Bao found himself at a loss as to whether to laugh or cry. He lamented the chaotic series of perilous encounters he had stumbled upon, yet rejoiced in the sheer fortune of having participated in an alien incident and emerging unscathed. Just moments ago, he believed his demise was imminent, yet he had managed to escape, convinced that fate had intervened on his behalf, affirming that he was no ordinary individual. Bienlu had seized the opportunity amidst the chaotic melee between human ground forces and the raging wheels, penetrating the human firepower net and heading directly towards the girl's location. Feyue, fueled by determination, pursued relentlessly, intent on making Bienlu pay for its actions. Despite all the maneuvers, it was evident the target remained the girl, which infuriated him. He felt ensnared, and this sensation ignited his fury. Ultimately, Feyue did not perceive himself as a paragon of universal human values. Over a millennium of brutal warfare had shaped his rational mindset, and his benevolence was not boundless. It was directed toward specific individuals. He felt no aversion to war and slaughter, regarding them merely as necessary actions. His understanding of the Autobots' ideals of peace, freedom, and justice was superficial. He simply found their demeanor more agreeable compared to the oppressive style of the Decepticons and the future they envisioned. This was the fundamental reason for his allegiance to the Autobots, rather than any noble principle. Thus, Feyue approached combat with a calm demeanor, willing to annihilate all adversaries of war. His attitude towards the Decepticons, his fellow kind, was already one of indifference, let alone towards the humans he encountered infrequently. However, one thing is certain about Bien Liu, and that is Feyue cannot turn a blind eye to the misfortunes unfolding before him. If anyone is harmed in a place where he is unable to reach, Feyue bears no psychological burden, for he is not a bodhisattva dedicated to alleviating suffering. Just as Quanluan rampaged through the mountains, causing casualties among the human forces, Feyue did not even cast a glance in that direction. The lives of those uninvolved do not stir his emotions. Yet, in situations like the previous one, where mere gesture or movement on his part could intervene, even though Feyue understands that Bien Liu is attempting to force his hand to rescue others, he cannot remain indifferent. In the time it takes to effect a rescue, Bien Liu has already created a considerable distance between them, charging toward his target despite the infantry's firepower directed at him. Countless sparks lit up the exterior of his vehicle, leaving behind varying degrees of dents and scorches. The Dragon Shield warriors guarding the girl have also recognized Bien Liu's intentions. Several soldiers shield the father and daughter as they retreat, while the rest intensify their assault on Bien Liu, unleashing grenades and explosive projectiles toward the silver sedan. Even though Bien Liu's advance is swift, a few stray grenades still strike him, exploding in bursts of fire and smoke, leaving charred marks and slight indentations on the silver shell. Yet they do little to impede his momentum, realizing they cannot halt the advance of this silver behemoth. The Marines along the path are left with no choice but to roll to the sides in a desperate attempt to evade its onslaught. Meanwhile, the armed helicopters above hesitate to unleash their formidable firepower for fear of friendly fire. The shortcomings of humanity's current weapons and heavy artillery become glaringly evident when engaged at close range with such a foe, which possesses both exceptional mobility and formidable defensive capabilities. On the trajectory of Bien Liu's advance, however, stand two Marines armed with rocket launchers. They do not choose to evade. Instead, after loading their warheads, they crouch low, resolutely aiming through their sights at the oncoming silver sedan. In their confrontation with Quanluan, the rocket launcher has proven to be the most effective weapon against these alien automatons. Yet, its limitations are equally apparent. The fired rockets follow a linear trajectory, and the target is a creature of remarkable agility, unlikely to remain still and serve as a target. Thus, executing a frontal assault in the direction of the target is one of the few options available to the Dragon Shield's Marines, necessitating a courage akin to a death wish, as they are essentially engaged in a contest of fortitude against the alien robots. A tremendous roar of engines reverberates ahead, penetrating the helmets of the two soldiers, as they observe the massive metallic behemoth barreling through waist-high grass toward them, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. It is not until the distance between them narrows to within 50 meters that the two soldiers pull the triggers, accompanied by the sharp sound of two airbursts, as two rockets, trailing white smoke, soar toward the front of Bien Liu's vehicle. Just when everyone anticipated a decisive strike, the silver car, riddled with bullet holes, began to contort. The doors split open, armor shifted, gears whirred, and metal components clashed with rapidity. Its chassis morphed into a pair of iron feet that thudded against the ground, while a pair of enormous hands supported its frame. The transformed figure, now humanoid, sprang forth from the earth. Two rockets skimmed past the tips of the grass, soaring beneath the chest of the figure, as thick white smoke brushed against its grotesque metallic visage. Its crimson crystalline pupils followed the fleeting trails of flame, while its gaping maw emitted a sound akin to mechanical gears interlocking, seemingly mocking the premature exuberance of its foes. As the figure lunged forward to evade, its arms lifted, and the armors reshaped into dual energy hand cannons. With its body twisting mid-air, the two dark cannon muzzles ignited with a blue luminescence, subsequently unleashing dazzling incandescent bursts interwoven with blue arcs of electricity, sending blue embers, charged with ionization, scattering through the air. Two plasma energy projectiles surged with a piercing sound directly toward the two soldiers. Accompanied by two resounding explosions, the ionized energy expanded before the soldiers bearing the cannons, propelling them backward in a torrent of energy shockwave, leaving their fronts charred and causing them to crash heavily onto the grass. The rockets failed to strike the figure, continuing their linear trajectory, narrowly evaded by the swiftly maneuvering fighter, detonating several meters behind him. Following the impact with the ground, the figure rolled with inertia, kneeling on the earth. Now merely a few meters from the Goo family duo, its hand cannons still humming, steadfastly enduring the barrage aimed at the girl, illuminating several blue energy blossoms amidst the throng. The soldiers protecting the Goo family reacted with remarkable speed. One threw himself upon them to shield the unprotected pair from the searing energy. The closest soldiers were thrown into disarray by the explosion, creating multiple charred craters on the ground as the affected warriors fell onto the grass, some motionless, others writhing in anguish. One of the figure's energy cannons transformed back into a steel claw, seizing the soldier atop the girl and carelessly tossing him aside, before grasping the dazed girl in the other hand. The figure's grotesque countenance emitted a cacophony of delight. Chapter 127. The Missile Nest Opens. Gu Xiaoyu felt a blankness envelop her mind, overwhelmed by the incessant cacophony of gunfire and the explosions of artillery shells. At that moment, she experienced intermittent tinnitus, her ears filled with a sharp buzzing that incessantly prodded her frail nerves. In her haze, she seemed to hear a man's voice calling, Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, though it was drowned out by the din of battle, rendering it indistinct. She sensed herself ensnared by some frigid metallic construct, her feet suspended above the ground. As she struggled to open her eyes, what materialized before her was an ugly visage, constructed of overlapping sheets of gleaming silver metal. A pair of crimson eyes captivated her, sending a shiver down her spine and awakening her senses. She realized she was gripped by an iron hand, a sharp steel finger glinting ominously pressed against her chest, constricting her breath. Gu Xiaoyu could hear a clear, yet obscure, sound emanating from the creature's gaping jaws, its tone reminiscent of metal scraping against metal, as if conveying some cryptic signal. The air was thick with the acrid stench of charred carbon, causing her to cough violently. Several round depressions appeared on the ground, emitting plumes of black smoke, while scattered around her lay numerous soldiers, their once brown-gray tactical uniforms now turned pitch black, wisps of green smoke rising from their surfaces, their fates uncertain. Was it happening again? This monster was after her, and the soldiers were merely collateral. Gu Xiaoyu felt a wave of suffocation wash over her. In just 2 days, she had witnessed too much death, tormenting her soul. At that moment, she desperately wished to shout at the creature before her, asserting her ignorance of the Energy Cube or the pendant's secrets, pleading for the carnage to cease. Yet, she hesitated. Mentioning those two objects would imply she possessed knowledge. Regardless of whether the creature would believe her, what fate awaited her, stripped of her perceived value? She noticed a few soldiers around her brandishing their weapons, firing at the creature that held her captive. Bullets struck the silver giant's face, accompanied by fleeting sparks, chipping off small fragments and forcing it to raise its arm to shield its eyes. However, such sporadic assaults inflicted little harm, and the creature did not retaliate, enduring the soldiers' attacks until, exasperated, it swatted one warrior to the ground, allowing the wounded man to groan in agony. Several helicopters hovered above the creature, casting shadows over the sky, yet they refrained from attacking. Clearly, the monster's reluctance to slay the soldiers beneath, it was a strategy to use them as human shields against aerial strikes. A bright spark erupted from the corner of the silver monster's eye, its metallic gaze twisting in rage as it lifted its hand, firing energy blasts at the helicopters, which deftly evaded the onslaught. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoyu heard a voice calling out, "Get away from me." It was laced with fury, and for the first time, she heard Fei Yue's tone brimming with lethal intent. Several meters away, Fei Yue grappled with the black monster. The two colossal figures clashed, producing a cacophony of metal colliding. Clad in white armor, Fei Yue found himself pinned to the ground by the dark demon, a massive palm gripping his helmet tightly, rendering him momentarily immobile. Just moments before, He had intended to transform into his vehicle form and charge at the creature in a bid to rescue the girl held, only to be ambushed from behind. Now, battered and emitting smoke, the frenzied wheel, with only a right arm remaining, braved the onslaught from its surroundings and charged alongside the soaring figure, colliding forcefully against the vehicle's exterior. Under the impact's tremendous force, the vehicle could no longer maintain its form, rolling on the ground to revert back to its human shape. Before the figure could rise, the frenzied wheel lunged forward, its massive body pinning him down, its remaining arm gripping his head tightly, as if intent on crushing it under its weight. The dislocated jaw oozed green liquid, dripping onto the figure's face. Just as the figure intended to unleash a blade from his wrist, he recalled that he had discarded it earlier while rescuing someone. Thus, he clenched his fist and delivered a powerful blow directly to the frenzied wheel's misaligned jaw. The frenzied wheel endured the strike, its single arm losing strength, providing the figure an opportunity to sharply jerk his head aside, breaking free from the grip of the large claw, which then left 3 fiery scratches across the figure's cheek before embedding into the ground. The figure retaliated with another punch, this time targeting the frenzied wheel's elbow joint, producing a resounding crack. Deprived of support, the frenzied wheel toppled forward, and the figure took advantage of the moment, slamming his head into its face. With tremendous force, the frenzied wheel recoiled, and the figure seized the chance to thrust his knee into its chest, propelling himself backward with the force, sliding across the grass to escape the frenzied wheel's oppressive weight. However, before the figure could fully rise, the frenzied wheel lunged again, its sole remaining arm wrapping around the figure's neck, locking his head in a vice-like grip while its body pressed down, signaling a determination to entangle them both in an explosive fate. The figure struggled to pry the frenzied wheel's arm away with one hand, while the other delivered powerful elbow strikes to its side, producing thunderous sounds. The frenzied wheel's left shoulder bore a jagged break, connected to a small shard of scrap metal, sparks flickering from the charred edge. Explosions erupted on its exposed back, sending fragments flying. Yet the frenzied wheel clung tightly to the figure's arm. A blue energy projectile struck the figure's chest, causing his legs to buckle as he fell heavily to the ground, momentarily halting his elbow strikes. With both hands straining, he fought against the tightening grip. A breach appeared in the white armor on his chest, the molten metal curling outward to reveal a complex steel framework beneath. Smoke billowing from the wound as damaged circuits sparked to life. As another shot was poised to strike him from the side, the figure managed to free one hand, transforming it into an energy cannon, firing at the assailant's chest. Caught off guard, the figure on the side took a hit to the shoulder, armor fragments exploding around him in a burst of flames. Wounded, he dared not continue the attack, placing the girl he held against his chest. In an instant, his massive form transformed back into a silver sedan, narrowly evading the 2 energy projectiles that whizzed overhead, while the girl remained trapped in the driver's seat, unable to escape. Suddenly, accompanied by a low growl from the monstrous machine, its rear armor plates abruptly opened, revealing a cluster of missiles. The helicopter pilot, circling above, immediately initiated an urgent call, warning all units that Unit 2 was preparing to launch its embedded missiles. In the face of this alarming sight, Lee reacted more swiftly than his comrades. This wretch intended to deliver a devastating strike on everyone present, just as he had done before. It was too late to seek refuge. As a first-hand witness to the destructive power of those small missiles, he understood better than anyone the catastrophic consequences of a successful launch. Resolute, Liu charged towards the black behemoth, closing the distance to less than 10 meters. Coming to a sliding halt, he steadied his firearm, inhaled deeply, and aimed for the creature's remaining eye. That crimson eye seemed to register his presence, and for a fleeting moment, the monstrous entity froze, inexplicably refraining from launching its missile array. In that electrifying instant, a sharp gunshot pierced the air. A tungsten bullet, infused with fury and hatred, flew straight towards the black creature's red eye. The deafening crack echoed as the last eye exploded, unleashing a roar of agonizing pain from a beast. Given the proximity, even Liu's moderate marksmanship proved sufficient to hit his target. Seizing the moment, Feiyue felt the pressure around his neck ease slightly. He forcefully yanked the creature's arms apart and swung around, delivering a powerful punch to its face, sending a dark tooth flying. Yet, The blinded monster erupted with primal ferocity, instinctively lunging at Feiyue, while its missile array began to hum ominously. Damn it! Despite striking its eye at such close range, Liu found himself in despair, realizing he could not prevent the impending missile launch. The helicopter above had locked onto the creature, preparing to unleash rockets. The command center understood the devastation these rockets could cause. And even at the risk of collateral damage to Feiyue, they were determined to thwart the missile launch. However, Feiyue was quicker, delivering a powerful kick to the monster's face, knocking it backward and leaving it sprawled on the ground. Almost instantaneously, a flash of light erupted from the creature's back, which lay flat against the ground. Chapter 128. One goes. One remains. As Feiyue toppled the creature, he pivoted and lunged towards Liu. Liu felt a massive shadow cast over him before he could comprehend the situation. A tremendous force seized his waist, propelling him backward. In a whirlwind of chaos, he glimpsed countless metallic structures rapidly shifting and assembling around him. Despite his body flailing uncontrollably, he miraculously avoided colliding with any solid objects. In a moment of disorientation, he caught sight of a blinding flash, followed by an earth-shattering roar. At last, a transparent pane of glass materialized before him, through which Liu could observe the external scenery that revolved ceaselessly with his shifting perspective. Just as he felt as though his very bones were about to be dislocated, the tumultuous swirling finally came to a halt. It was only then that he discerned his precarious position, precariously draped over the driver's seat of a vehicle. A taut seatbelt securing him firmly in place, the gun's body pressed uncomfortably against his waist. He realized, with a sudden clarity, that he was ensconced within the automobile transformed from Subject 1, and from the vantage point he occupied, it appeared that the vehicle had likely overturned. Despite being acutely aware that he was within the belly of Subject 1, he noticed nothing amiss within the confines of the car. Even the leather seat beneath him was remarkably soft and comfortable. Had it not been for the recent assault by Subject 1, he would have never suspected that this was an automobile fashioned from an alien robot. What had just transpired? What could have caused such a cacophony? Was there an explosion? Before Liu could delve deeper into contemplation, the vehicle suddenly vibrated, tilting to one side. After a violent jolt, it regained its upright position, leaving Liu momentarily bewildered in the driver's seat. The interior was unremarkable, save for an unusual iron emblem embedded at the center of the steering wheel, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a robotic visage. Should he exit the vehicle? Pondering this, he reached to unfasten the seatbelt, only to discover it was utterly unyielding. As if sensing his struggle, the seatbelt inexplicably loosened, and the door beside him swung open. However, before he could make his escape, the seat beneath him tilted outward, unceremoniously ejecting him onto the ground, as if in a state of impatience. Liu tumbled onto the grass, momentarily dazed as he rose to his feet, inwardly cursing Subject 1 for seemingly harboring disdain for his presence within its vehicle. Yet, upon lifting his gaze to behold the surrounding scene, he was rendered speechless by sheer astonishment. Before him lay a vast hemispherical crater, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, with a depth of 1 meter. The disturbed earth within was charred and now exuded thick, acrid smoke, a colossal plume ascending towards the heavens, interspersed with flickering flames at the crater's base, where scattered remnants of twisted steel debris lay strewn about. Had there been an explosion? Liu stared at the unfolding chaos, momentarily stunned before recollecting the events that had transpired. He vividly remembered the black creature, its eyes completely blind, poised to launch the missiles from its back, only to be unceremoniously toppled by Subject 1's kick. In that moment of contact with the ground, the creature's back emitted a blinding flash. In hindsight, the flash must have been the missile it had fired, detonating upon impact with the Earth. Could the deafening roar he had just heard have been the result of a chain reaction of explosions triggered by the missile's collision with the ground? And what of the scattered metallic debris? Had the creature self-destructed in its entirety? Liu surveyed the surrounding chaos with a sense of disbelief. The once lush grass lay flattened upon the ground, and his comrades, who had been situated a considerable distance from Unit 2, appeared largely unscathed by the explosion. Some of them were already unsteadily rising to their feet, quickly regaining their combat readiness as they raised their weapons and approached. Casting his gaze upon the off-road vehicle transformed from Unit 1, he noted the extensive charred marks and stains adorning its white exterior, clearly a testament to the impact of the recent explosion. It was this very unit that had saved his life. Contemplating this, Liu's sentiments towards these extraterrestrial machines began to shift. His feelings were no longer solely rooted in hatred. The helicopters that had been circling above now wavered precariously. Their previous attempt to suppress Unit 2's missile launch by concentrating fire had brought them too close to the epicenter of the blast, leaving their pilots struggling to stabilize their aircraft. Liu attempted to press the communicator at his ear, but only a cacophony of static greeted him. In the distance, he observed some of his fellow soldiers engaging in similar gestures. Their reactions suggested they, too, were unable to receive a signal, presumably due to the explosion's repercussions. As he surveyed the tumultuous scene, the once imposing figure of Unit 2 had vanished. Liu could now ascertain that the scattered metallic debris resembling car parts belonged to the alien monstrosity responsible for countless atrocities. After all, he had glimpsed a smoke-emitting wheel at the bottom of the pit. A fate of dismemberment was a fitting end for a creature that had slain so many valiant souls. Reflecting on this, Liu felt his eyes welling with tears, an overwhelming urge to scream and release the pent-up rage within him in tribute to his fallen comrades. Yet, before he could fully indulge in his sentiments, the white off-road vehicle beside him roared to life without warning, the thunderous engine startling him. The vehicle's wheels spun rapidly as it plunged into the encroaching smoke, leaving Liu with only a fleeting silhouette in its wake. As he watched Unit 1 depart, he found himself at a loss, torn between the urge to intervene or to let it go. After all, it had just saved his life. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as Unit 2. But what of Unit 3? Suddenly, clarity washed over him. He had been momentarily disoriented by the tumult, and in his desire for vengeance, he had nearly forgotten that he was still on the battlefield, with a killer yet to be vanquished. How could he afford to be so lax? Realizing this, Liu almost chastised himself with a slap, yet his hands moved with purpose, steadying his weapon and swiftly returning to a state of readiness. A crackling voice from the command center finally reached his ears through the communicator, signaling that communications had been restored. On the 3rd of the month, an individual took a young girl hostage and was currently making a stealthy escape towards the main road. Various units promptly mobilized to intercept, leaving 2 teams to tend to the injured. A helicopter was dispatched to swiftly transport uninvolved personnel to safety, while the remaining individuals boarded to pursue the assailant. Liu observed as the armed helicopter above began to pivot, heading towards the valley below. Meanwhile, the transport helicopters commenced their descent onto the open terrain, allowing ground troops to board sequentially. Armored vehicles and off-road trucks on the hillside turned about, preparing to descend. Some soldiers equipped with battlefield medical gear hastily attended to their fallen comrades, removing charred protective clothing and helmets to administer first aid. Thanks to the upgraded equipment deployed during this operation, the Dragon Shield fighters matched the extraterrestrial robots evenly from the moment they appeared. Although they still struggled to subdue the adversaries, the situation was markedly improved compared to previous encounters, where they had faced overwhelming slaughter. In fact, during the pursuit of isolated targets, Dragon Shield seemed to hold a slight advantage. Furthermore, the casualty rate for Dragon Shield had significantly decreased during this engagement, attributed to the immediate deployment of heavily armed armored units and aerial support. This firepower prevented a recurrence of the brutal scenes where soldiers confronted the metallic foes with sheer physicality. Nevertheless, despite the ferocity of the firepower, its lethality remained insufficient. Following this operation, Dragon Shield would undoubtedly refine its firepower configuration. Overall, humanity was no longer relegated to a passive role in combat. At this juncture, Liu noticed a contingent of comrades escorting 3 male civilians towards the transport helicopter, braving the formidable gusts generated by the rotor blades. Among them, a middle-aged man with an arm in a sling appeared anxious, speaking urgently to a nearby soldier, who continually reassured him while guiding him to board first. The other 2 visibly shaken young men were already being assisted onto the helicopter by the soldiers, ready to depart from the smoke-filled battlefield. Thus far in this operation, 1 alien robot had perished, another had fled, and 1 had been captured, gradually tilting the situation in favor of Dragon Shield. The next objective was to intercept the 3rd assailant and rescue the girl. With 1 enemy eliminated, Liu silently vowed that if given the opportunity, he would ensure the remaining 1 was captured alive for research purposes. Chapter 129. You plead with me upon receiving reports that communications had been restored, General Shao. The commander of Dragon Shield finally exhaled in relief. To combat the communication disruptions caused by explosions, Dragon Shield had preemptively deployed several signal vehicles to enhance communication signals. However, it appeared that the massive self-detonation caused by the second assailant had still triggered a degree of interference. Analyzing the scene, it appears that the second entity was brought to the ground due to an attack from the first entity while it was intent on launching its missile. This unfortunate event triggered an explosion from the missile nest located on its back, resulting in a catastrophic detonation that left it utterly destroyed. General Shao felt a sense of relief that the first entity was relatively benign, had it not acted decisively. The consequences of a successful missile launch by the second entity would have been dire, potentially altering the course of the battle beyond recognition. The command center had indeed contemplated various strategies to counter the formidable weaponry of the second entity. However, given the current arsenal of the Dragon Shield forces, it seemed unrealistic to preemptively thwart such an assault, as deploying tracking missiles or cluster bombs in residential areas was out of the question. Ultimately, the consensus was to initiate fire suppression with armed helicopters at the first sighting of the second entity, followed by a lethal assault with the cannons mounted on armored vehicles or rocket launchers carried by troops. In light of the results, the complex terrain posed significant challenges. Once the adversary infiltrated the ranks of the Allied forces, the effectiveness and firepower of the troops would be severely compromised. It became evident that the current armament was insufficient for effectively subduing these extraterrestrial machines, necessitating future upgrades. Thus, despite the inability to recover the second entity's complete remains for research, the forces managed to avert widespread casualties. The next objective is to successfully capture the third entity. The recent explosion caused a temporary disruption in communications, and coupled with the thick smoke obscuring visibility, the command center momentarily lost track of the third entity, which seemed to vanish into thin air. It was not until the first entity made a sudden move toward a distant road that the helicopters, following its trajectory, finally detected tire tracks in the underbrush indicative of a vehicle's passage, as well as disturbed vegetation, revealing that the third entity had stealthily escaped the scene. This discovery confirmed the command center's previous suspicions regarding the extraterrestrial robots' possession of some form of cloaking technology. Otherwise, despite their ability to disguise as human vehicles and create virtual projections, they could not have traversed various provinces of China unnoticed amidst numerous road surveillance cameras. Following the command center's directives, the low-flying helicopter squadron maintained a relentless pursuit of the invisible object traversing the wasteland, with the onboard cameras tracking its movements. The airborne early warning aircraft once again locked onto the target, displaying a red marker for the third entity on the command center's large screen as it maneuvered across the aerial view. Meanwhile, the ground forces of the Dragon Shield, indicated by green markers, including armored vehicles and off-road trucks, were in hot pursuit along the mountain roads. The closest unit to the third entity was the white off-road vehicle marked with green, relentlessly tailing it, with the two now separated by less than 100 meters. At present, Unit 3 traverses the desolate wilderness, having distanced itself from residential areas and ground forces alike. Logically, this moment presents an opportune occasion for fighter jets to unleash cluster bombs, as it is believed that even the formidable bodies of these extraterrestrial robots will be rendered severely damaged beneath an onslaught of iron rain. Such a strike could effectively hinder the target's escape without resulting in its outright annihilation. However, General Shao has yet to issue the bombing order, as Unit 1 remains perilously close to Unit 3. Any bombardment would inevitably ensnare Unit 1, an alien robot of significant communicative value. Having witnessed Unit 1's benevolent actions towards humanity, particularly its rescue of 2 civilians and a fellow soldier from the epicenter of an explosion, General Shao finds it increasingly difficult to regard Unit 1 as an enemy. Furthermore, Unit 2 is now utterly destroyed, leaving only its research value behind. Yet, Dragon Shield remains only partially informed about the origins and intentions of these extraterrestrial beings, and China cannot wholly trust each utterance from Unit 1. Thus, capturing Unit 3 alive becomes imperative. Only with another source of intelligence can the veracity of Unit 1's claims be ascertained, a rational stance requisite for military command personnel. There is another consideration: the girl held captive by Unit 3. Unit 3 willingly confronts the coalition of Dragon Shield and Unit 1, expending great effort to secure her escape. While Unit 1 could have seized the opportunity to flee, it instead pursues Unit 3 relentlessly, seemingly not to eliminate it, but to rescue the girl. These unusual occurrences lead General Shao to believe that the girl must possess some intrinsic value. Consequently, regardless of the rationale, it is not the appropriate moment to deploy weapons of mass destruction. Thus, General Shao instructs all operational units of Dragon Shield to relentlessly track Unit 3, intercepting it as much as possible while coordinating with Unit 1. The focus of Dragon Shield's mission has shifted from extermination to suppression. Meanwhile, the command center has issued new directives to the armed police and army units executing traffic blockade tasks, enjoining them to encircle and intercept the target. Dragon Shield is now weaving an extensive net, leaving the target with no avenue for escape. In response to these clear orders, the helicopter squadron begins to disperse across the sky, akin to a congregation of vultures following a cheetah in pursuit, ensuring that the surrounding area remains under Dragon Shield's vigilant surveillance, entrusting the chase to Unit 1. Amidst the wilderness, a transparent object races forward at breakneck speed, disturbing the grass and sending mud flying. Yet, under the immense whirlwind generated by the helicopter rotors, the trail it leaves becomes less discernible. Initially, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of the recent explosion, it had stealthily activated its cloaking mode and covered a considerable distance. The self-detonation of the reckless wheel was certainly unforeseen in the plan. Their original strategy entailed that reckless wheel would draw fire, and after capturing the human girl, it would execute a comprehensive strike to eliminate the obstructive humans before making a collective escape. Although the current situation deviates somewhat from the original plan, the objective at the side has been achieved. The personnel are secured, and chaos reigns on the battlefield. If not now, then when? When Leap approached from behind, the side knew that their movements had been compromised. Damn those Autobots. It was he who lured the humans here. The side was well aware of his cloaking abilities, which could elude human eyes and detectors. Yet against a fellow Cybertronian like Leap, it held no significance. Fortunately, the human aircraft overhead did not launch an attack, indicating that humanity still regarded their hostage with caution. Thus, it was imperative to scrutinize the captive more closely. Through the internal mirror, the side observed the human girl curled up in the passenger seat, her hands tightly gripping the restraints on her shoulders, eyes shut and brow furrowed, biting her lip as her complexion paled, evidently struggling against the violent jolts of the vehicle. Her calm demeanor, devoid of tears or cries, surprised the side, especially since the previous human he had captured was a loud and bothersome child. This only reinforced the side's belief that this girl had engaged in profound interactions with the Autobots, far beyond mere acquaintance. Otherwise, such a habitual response would be unfathomable. "Hey, little one." A synthetic electronic voice resonated within the vehicle, deep and hoarse, accompanied by a grating noise. Gu Xiaoyu recognized that the metallic creature beneath her was addressing her. Yet she chose not to respond. "Why does that Autobot care so much about you? What do you know? Tell me everything you know." The side's voice echoed throughout the confines of the car. Gu Xiaoyu's expression shifted repeatedly, ultimately opening her eyes to reveal a reluctant smile tinged with sarcasm. "Want to know? Beg me," she almost whispered, her voice trembling. Chapter 130. Unable to hold on the side, found amusement in the girl's retort. Despite her outward bravado, he could distinctly sense her underlying fear through her quivering voice and body. Tall blades of grass struck the side windows, mud splattering against the windshield. However, the sound from outside failed to penetrate the enclosed space of the vehicle, rendering the side's laughter particularly jarring. The sound emanated from the car's radio, sending shivers down Gu Xiaoyu's spine. Her body jolted with the powerful thrusts of the vehicle, and through the window, she caught sight of helicopters in the distant sky, while the rearview mirror occasionally reflected the fleeting image of a white SUV, slightly alleviating her inner turmoil. "You are quite the amusing little one. After being on Earth for so long, it's my first encounter with a human daring enough to speak to me in such a manner." The side recalled previous human soldiers he had encountered. Upon witnessing his true form, they all displayed wide-eyed astonishment and terror. Gu Xiaoyu understood that she could not show any sign of weakness. She had already fallen into the hands of her captors, and escape was no longer an option. She could only await rescue from Fei Yue and the military. She endeavored to calm herself and began to analyze the situation. A habit instilled in her by her mother, to remain composed even in dire circumstances, as panic and fear are of no utility. The reason they had come for her was likely due to information linking her to Feyue, and their act of abduction stemmed from suspicion that she possessed certain knowledge. At this moment, her only recourse was to stabilize the situation, ensuring that this monster did not realize her ignorance. Only in this way could she hope to survive. You don't seem very afraid of me, do you? Have you heard about us from the Autobots? The voice of the Decepticon was unhurried, as if unconcerned about the pursuers behind him. I know you hail from the Decepticon faction, seeking the Allspark on Earth. Gu Xiaoyu inhaled deeply before responding, forcing herself to muster courage, though her voice trembled. Aware of Feyue's and the Decepticons' intentions on Earth, she believed mentioning the Allspark would capture this creature's attention, leading it to misjudge her significance. Oh, you know all of this. It seems that Autobot has shared quite a bit with you, the Decepticon mocked. Why would he tell you such things? Are you his new little pet? I am not a pet. I am his friend. Feyue will undoubtedly rescue me. When he catches up to you, you will regret underestimating him. Gu Xiaoyu feigned calmness, attempting to instill hesitation in the creature. Is your relationship truly that close? Then why not tell me how you met? From beneath the seat, slender silver metallic tendrils emerged, their tips resembling electronic eyes, encircled by sharp metallic spikes. They slithered like serpents, coiling around the girl's form. Gu Xiaoyu felt a chilling sensation brush against her neck as one tendril threaded through her hair, traversing behind her ear, causing her to tense up in anxiety. Yet, she dared not raise a hand to shield herself, fearing that it might provoke the creature beneath her. She recognized the threat, intended to instill fear within her. One tendril approached her face, its grotesque, leech-like appearance sending shivers down her spine. She could only watch as the red-eyed entity, adorned with jagged teeth, drew nearer to her nose, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Her back, dampened by sweat, remained pressed against the seat, leaving her with no avenue for escape. As the vehicle traversed a rugged terrain, a jolt surged through her, almost leading her to believe that the menacing, red-eyed serpent head was poised to pierce her very eye. Gu Xiaoyu had never encountered such a harrowing proximity to terror. Under the pressure of survival, she finally spoke. I first encountered Feyue during a racing competition, and subsequently, he rescued me from an assailant. It was from that moment that our acquaintance began. Beads of perspiration had already formed on Gu Xiaoyu's forehead as she recounted the tale of her introduction to Feyue, weaving a narrative that was a blend of truth and embellishment. However, the crimson serpent head continued to hover before her, seemingly deliberating which of her eyes it should feast upon first. So, this Autobot has enlisted your assistance in locating the Energon Cube? Gu Xiaoyu leaned her head back, striving to distance herself from the horrifying, serpentine figure. Little one, your heart races rather swiftly, does it not? A tendril slithered up the girl's alabaster neck, leaving faint crimson streaks on her skin. Sensing her trembling form, it continued. Do you take me for a fool? With the utterance of these words, the once drifting red, I suddenly lunged forward, baring its sharp fangs as it aimed for her eye. Terrified, she quickly shut her eyes and let out a piercing scream. Don't, she implored. After all, Gu Xiaoyu was merely an ordinary girl, ill-equipped to withstand such terrifying tactics. Her composure shattered, yet the anticipated pain did not manifest. Upon cautiously reopening one eye, she discovered that the red eye had halted mere centimeters from her own, poised and ready to strike. Had the Decepticon not received an ultimatum from Megatron, he might have doubted the veracity of her claims. However, with the ongoing tumult between the two factions raging in North America, he could not bring himself to believe that Feyue had not received news of the Energon Cube's resurgence. Given that the Energon Cube was confirmed to be absent from this continent, it was perplexing that this Autobot, rather than seeking refuge, was fervently pursuing her. They bore no deep-seated enmity towards one another, which naturally suggested that the target of his pursuit was her, the hostage in his grasp. What could possibly be more valuable to an Autobot than the Energon Cube? Continue, he urged. I am listening. As the Decepticon's voice resounded, the perilous red orb advanced another centimeter, leaving Gu Xiaoyu breathless with fear. Struggling to swallow, she recognized that her facade of bravado had been penetrated. She could no longer feign indifference. After all, she was in the clutches of a brutal Decepticon. If he found her subsequent response unsatisfactory, he would indeed inflict harm upon her. Her initial intention to engage in a verbal sparring match to buy time was swiftly quelled. She was merely an innocent caught in the turmoil of this conflict. At this juncture, confronted with a palpable threat, she realized she could no longer endure. He told me he came for the pendant I wear. Gu Xiaoyu's chest rose and fell, a bead of sweat trickling down her cheek, as she attempted to distance herself from the menacing, crimson-eyed serpent before her. What pendant? The silvery iron snake coiled around the girl's ear, enticing her with a whisper. With trembling hands, Gu Xiaoyu cautiously lifted an arm towards the collar of her garment. As she moved, the serpents, startled, shifted their red gaze to her hand, rendering her immobile with trepidation. Do not be afraid. Present it to me. Let me behold it. The voice from the side was laced with a hint of excitement. Moments later, the girl retrieved a gleaming silver, circular pendant from her collar, its surface shimmering in the light. A beam of azure light illuminated the pendant within the vehicle, revealing a subtle, crystalline glow that sparkled brilliantly. What is this? The tone of the voice changed, indicating that he, like Feiwa, had discerned something extraordinary. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated as Gu Xiaoyu felt the vehicle lurch violently from one side. Through the window, she glimpsed a white SUV driving alongside them, piloted by the familiar, handsome young man. His face flickered with intensity, his eyes gleaming with a blue luminescence. Chapter 131. Half-body mode. The troublesome figure, Bien Lu, had momentarily lost focus and was caught off guard as Fei Yue pursued him from behind. The recent collision had disrupted Bien Lu's cloaking mode. From the aerial perspective of the helicopter, the rear of the white SUV split open, revealing a small device resembling an aircraft's exhaust, emanating a blue thermal flow. With the propulsion of this device, the white SUV surged forward over a considerable distance, only to collide with an invisible wall, causing a blinding blue flash to erupt from the right side of the vehicle. In the next instant, where the right side of the white SUV had been devoid of any obstruction, the grass was disturbed by tire tracks, and the light began to distort, forming a square, transparent outline. As the blue flash from the recent impact rippled outward, a current spread across the outline, revealing a fragmented display reminiscent of a broken screen. With several flashes, a silver sedan materialized alongside the white SUV, while the radar aboard the helicopter detected a new signal. Report. Signal from Unit 3 has been reacquired. The helicopter pilot immediately relayed the visual data back to the command center. Received. All units converge and assist Unit 1 in bringing it to a halt. In 2 minutes, we will reach the main road. Make every effort to obstruct the target. The command center, having received the footage from the scene, could not help but marvel at the sophistication of extraterrestrial technology. Their cloaking mode not only deceived the naked eye and optical sensors, but also effectively masked radar waves and thermal detection. The technological disparity between humanity and alien species was glaringly evident. The two vehicles below have begun to collide with one another. The white SUV incessantly attempts to overtake, seeking to impede the speed of the silver sedan, yet refrains from employing energy weapons, evidently fearful of endangering the hostages within. The rockets carried by the armed helicopter are challenging to control concerning their destructive range. Currently, Vehicle 1 and Vehicle 3 are entangled in a continuous clash, making it exceedingly difficult to ensure that no collateral damage occurs. Meanwhile, on the transport helicopters, sharpshooters adept in marksmanship have readied anti-material sniper rifles, aiming at the wheels and engine of the silver sedan. The deafening gunfire reverberates alongside the sound of metal colliding, as the engine hood and wheel rims of the silver sedan erupt in sparks. However, through the scope, the sniper discovers that the tungsten steel projectiles, capable of penetrating armored shells, leave only faint dents on the surface of the vehicle, inflicting minimal damage to Vehicle 3. The edge of the road now exudes a palpable excitement. He has ascertained that the metallic circular pendant produced by the girl is undoubtedly composed of Cybertronian metal. The runes inscribed upon it, though incomprehensible to him, bear a striking resemblance to Cybertronian script, indicating a definitive connection to the Cybertronian world. Although he lacks the time to further interrogate this human girl, he now possesses both her and the pendant. If he can successfully escape the human encirclement and shake off the hindrance of the leap, he would be able to report this discovery to Megatron, thus securing a remarkable gift for their meeting. At this moment, the edge has been compromised, and as he approaches the main road, he feels it is time to take a risk. The rear of the vehicle then undergoes a transformation, The outer shell, originally housing two rear lights, reshapes into two elongated and narrow exhaust ports. As twin streams of blue ion energy erupt from them, the silver vehicle accelerates sharply, crashing into the rear of the white SUV. The Leap, which had been intercepting ahead, nearly loses control from the impact, the wheels twisting chaotically as it carves a serpentine path through the grass, barely avoiding a rollover. Seizing the opportunity, the now transformed and futuristic silver sedan continues to gain speed, darting past the white SUV with remarkable velocity. Fast enough that even the snipers on the helicopter find it challenging to hit their mark. Meanwhile, on the distant mountain road, several military SUVs have detached from the armored convoy, racing down the slope into relatively flat terrain, weaving through sparse low trees, and heading towards the edge. The armored convoy continues its descent, leveraging more convenient transport to position itself ahead of the edge, intending to spread out in formation on the main road to intercept the target directly. In a short while, the military SUVs have inserted themselves into the escape path of the edge, almost confronting the silver sedan head-on. Each vehicle's roof hosts a soldier, some operating vehicle-mounted grenade launchers aimed at the chassis and tires of Vehicle 3, while others shoulder rocket launchers, preparing to fire as they close in on their target. The Dragon Shield warriors have received orders from headquarters to fire boldly. The defenses of Unit 3 are sufficiently robust. While these weapons may not penetrate its armor, they can certainly hinder and disrupt the enemy, facilitating Unit 1's mission to secure the target. The flanking route has also registered the emergence of adversaries attacking from the side, prompting an acceleration to increase the distance between the two sides. He understands that although the opponent's weapons are not lethal to him, their kinetic force can still inflict damage if they come too close. The demise of the Mad Wheel serves as a prime example. It suffered a direct hit from a rocket launcher at close range, nearly injuring the Spark, and before its demise, was subjected to concentrated fire from a rocket launcher, resulting in its left arm being entirely severed. Despite their crude appearance, human weapons are, after all, designed to kill. With several muffled explosions, a barrage of missiles, trailing white smoke, hurtled towards the silver sedan, detonating around the vehicle. Only one missile managed to strike the rear, and had it been an ordinary vehicle, it would have surely overturned in the ensuing blast. However, the silver sedan merely shifted slightly due to the shockwave, returning steadily to its normal driving state. Meanwhile, a series of grenades arced through the air, failing to hit the swiftly moving Unit 3, instead detonating far off and sending clouds of dirt and grass flying. Inside the vehicle, Gu Xiaoyu felt the rear sway as the red-eyed serpent that had surrounded her vanished beneath her seat, clearly preoccupied with the external forces. Sensing the explosions reverberating through the car, she curled tightly in her seat, hands clasped over her heart, gripping the pendant fervently, praying for her safe escape. As two off-road vehicles intersected with Unit 3, they launched harpoons towards the silver sedan. One steel-tipped harpoon embedded itself in the window, leaving only a faint white mark on the glass, while another struck the door without penetrating. As the vehicle's front axle retracted, the harpoon was drawn back into the cannon. Unfortunately, this device was single-use, and its penetration power seemed insufficient against the sturdy vehicle. Realizing the harpoons were ineffective, the convoy of off-road vehicles continued their assault with grenades and rocket launchers. Yet, Unit 3's rear appeared almost sentient, adeptly maneuvering to evade the attacks from behind. Only a few scattered grenades struck the rear, their explosive force inadequate to breach its exterior defenses or damage the two thrusters. One rocket detonated beneath the rear chassis, lifting the back end slightly off the ground. But contrary to expectations, the vehicle did not flip, its body as resilient as an armored car, merely rose half a meter before crashing back down. However, this minimal disruption was sufficient. The vehicle darted through the ranks of human cars, its rear executing several explosive thrusts, swiftly closing the gap to the flanking vehicle's rear. It collided with the back of the flanking unit, producing a harsh metallic crunch as one thruster twisted and dimmed. Simultaneously, the front half of the white SUV began to deform, as a pair of large hands tightly grasped the rear end of the vehicle. The transformation of the upper half was complete, yet the lower half retained its original form. The two rear wheels abruptly locked, preparing to execute a forceful brake, plowing deep grooves into the barren land. "You better leave that person behind, you damned fool," Fei Yue felt a sense of frustration. He had always engaged in straightforward and brutal acts of killing, and while he had experienced numerous battles, this was his first encounter with the act of saving someone. Chapter 132. Emotional outburst under the reverse tug of Fei Yue. The speed of the silver sedan visibly diminished. The sniper aboard the transport helicopter seized the opportunity, increasing the frequency of fire. A hail of bullets rained down upon the exterior of the SUV, creating dents of varying sizes, with one bullet even embedding itself in the rear window. The engine of the SUV emitted a high-pitched noise, seemingly in pain. The last remaining acceleration nozzle at the rear of the SUV suddenly illuminated, releasing a fierce jet of blue flames. Fei Yue, quick to react, turned his head just in time to narrowly evade the ion stream. However, the extreme heat seared a dark burn mark into his white helmet. As the SUV accelerated once more, a strained expression appeared on Fei Yue's metallic face. He exerted all his strength with both arms, the mechanical joints emitting a piercing sound. Simultaneously, the rear wheels ceased to be locked and began to spin faster. Harnessing this surge of acceleration, Fei Yue leaped forward, completing the transformation of his lower body midair. In the next moment, his immense frame landed squarely atop the silver sedan, his large hands gripping the edges of the windshield with tenacity. Peering down, he immediately spotted the girl confined in the passenger seat. She, too, recognized his face and began to shout, but her voice was inaudible through the glass. Observing the first vehicle sprawled atop the third, the sniper aboard the helicopter halted his shooting and instructed the pilot to distance themselves, intending to seek a new angle for their assault. Meanwhile, the military SUVs pursuing them were left far behind. At this juncture, the target was nearing the main road, where the armored convoy of Long Shield had already positioned itself, all armored units blocking both lanes, their cannons trained on the third vehicle, poised for action. Armed helicopters hovered at both ends of the road, serving as a secondary safeguard. Should the armored vehicles fail to halt the third, they would unleash a barrage of rockets. Fei Yue transformed one hand into a cannon, aiming it at the engine hood of the SUV, where the spark of its engine resided. He fired, and a bright yellow energy projectile exploded against the steel plate, instantaneously creating a prominent breach in the engine hood, molten metal splattering like sparks. As Fei Yue prepared to launch his second strike, Bianlu suddenly accelerated, surging up the roadside embankment. The immense force nearly caused Fei Yue to lose his grip and be flung off. Reluctantly, he transformed his hand cannon back into a palm, clutching tightly to the corners of Bianlu's vehicle as they both soared into the air. In mid-flight, Bianlu underwent a transformation. The armor and components of the vehicle rearranged themselves in an orderly fashion, leaving Fei Yue unable to maintain his hold and causing him to be cast down. When Bianlu landed heavily, he had completely reverted to human form. Observing Fei Yue rolling on the ground and regaining his footing, hands transformed into cannons aimed directly at him. Bianlu immediately shielded the girl he held in his left hand in front of his grotesque head. It appeared that Bianlu had no intention of fleeing, as several late-arriving military off-road vehicles surged onto the road, encircling him. The soldiers atop the vehicles pivoted their grenade launchers to target Bianlu. Bianlu, do you really think you can escape? Release her, and I promise I won't kill you. Fei Yue, harboring a deep disdain for Bianlu's despicable tactics, struggled to maintain his composure as he spoke coldly. Bianlu pressed the hostage closely against his hideous head, ensuring that any fire from either Fei Yue or the soldiers would inevitably harm the girl in his grasp. Confident that Fei Yue would not dare to shoot, and assuming that the soldiers sought intelligence from the girl, Bianlu laughed mockingly. Fei Yue, go ahead and fire. Blow my head off along with this little brat, and it will all be over. What is the matter? Can't bear to do it? Then it's my turn. Don't you dare dodge. If I move too much, I might crush her head. Bianlu exerted slight pressure with his left hand, eliciting a pained groan from the girl as she futilely tried to pry his thick fingers away. Before he could finish his taunt, Bianlu's right hand transformed into a cannon, firing a shot at Fei Yue. The blue plasma projectile hurtled towards him, forcing Fei Yue to brace himself against the impact with the most fortified part of his chest. The white armor shattered, fragments scattering, as Fei Yue narrowly avoided a critical hit. Nevertheless, the strike brought him to a kneeling position, green fluid trickling from the corner of his mouth. He raised an arm to wave at the helicopter above, signaling them not to attack. This scene ignited fury among the Dragon Shield soldiers. They now held starkly contrasting views of the individuals involved. The bravery of Feyue resonated deeply with them, while the cowardice of Bienlu incited their contempt. "Command, I have a clear line of sight. May I fire?" The gunner of the armored vehicle gazed through the sight, the crosshair locked onto Bienlu's waist, eager to deliver a shot to that scoundrel. The dignity of a soldier could not abide by the degradation inflicted by a shameless miscreant. "Hold your position. Aim for the joint of his leg." "The other gunner should search for a clear, firing angle," came the voice of the commander through the communicator. "In a moment, the off-road vehicles will draw the target's attention. Once he exposes his back, the gunners may fire." Clearly, the command center does not intend to prolong this situation any further. Subject 1 is a crucial informant, and the girl, being the first to have close contact, must be rescued. Thus, despite the inherent risks, it is imperative not to remain idle at this moment. Observing Feyue painfully kneeling on the ground, while humanity refrains from launching an attack, the adversary becomes increasingly audacious and is secretly preparing to act. The armor on his shoulder begins to deform, revealing 6 concealed missile heads. "Ah, Feyue, you truly aren't going to evade, are you? It seems you have quite a fondness for this little brat. I've struck gold." The adversary mocks Feyue, aiming the barrel of his weapon at his head. "You talk too much. Do you really believe that if you kill me, humanity will spare you?" Feyue retorts, spitting out a pool of green liquid while clutching the area where he was struck. His armor shattered, exposing a gaping dark wound. "Well, I can't say for certain. But before that happens, at the very least, I can eliminate you." The adversary's weapon begins to glow blue as the thought of personally dispatching an Autobot rebel listed on the Decepticon bounty board ignites a fervor within him, granting an exhilarating sensation. The adversary prepares to strike, equipped with electromagnetic smoke grenades, his most potent means of self-preservation developed over the years. Once detonated, they could disrupt the Cybertronian scanning capabilities, let alone the primitive human detectors. At that point, he would merely need to re-enter stealth mode and escape unscathed. Several armored vehicles have their turrets trained on the adversary's leg joints, while 2 gunners focus on his back, all poised and ready to fire at their comrade's signal. "This is my final warning. Release the girl, or I will begin at your feet and methodically crush every component of your body." Feyue has vowed that if any harm befalls the girl, he will certainly tear the adversary apart. This cruel method of execution is a brutal technique he learned from the Thunder Agent's Leadfoot. Over the years, he has refrained from employing it on anyone, and he hopes today will not be the day he resorts to such violence. Feyue has no intention of being a lamb for slaughter. Having already endured one blast from the adversary, his display of weakness is merely a ruse to deceive. He has begun to gather his strength in secret, his feet poised and tense, mentally rehearsing a series of maneuvers. He plans to charge at the moment the adversary fires, engaging in a desperate struggle, which may be perilous, yet preferable to waiting for inevitable demise. However, at that moment, the girl held captive by the adversary suddenly springs into motion, seemingly driven by madness. Before the adversary can react, she swings her right hand, launching a gleaming object through the air in an arc towards Feyue. Feyue catches the small object, opening his palm to reveal a metallic pendant. The adversary erupts in fury, ready to crush the girl, but she speaks before he can act. "Feyue, gather your things and give him a good beating. He wouldn't dare touch me. If I were to perish, he would never uncover the origins of this item." Gu Xiaoyu shouted hoarsely. She then turned to the grotesque face of Bian Lu and spat at him, embodying a spirit of reckless defiance as she berated, "You wretched creature. Come on, make your move." This audacious act rendered both Bian Lu and Feyue momentarily speechless, and even the Dragon Shield warriors present were taken aback. Everyone in the command center heard the girl's anguished scream and simultaneously thought, "This girl is truly fierce." Chapter 133. The Master of Escape. While everyone was astounded by Gu Xiaoyu's hysteria, she herself remained acutely aware of her perilous situation. She was in the clutches of alien monsters, and the existence of the pendant had been revealed to them, leading to 2 potential outcomes. First, Feyue might successfully rescue her, yet she would be firmly grasped in the monster's hold. In the midst of their struggle, would her fragile human form truly emerge unscathed? Recalling the horrific scenes she had witnessed along the way, her heart was far from optimistic. Second, if the monster managed to escape and she remained unrescued, she would undoubtedly face interrogation. The terrifying, grotesque tentacles she had just encountered left her doubting her ability to deceive. When the monster discovered her ignorance, her lack of value would seal her fate. Until recently, Gu Xiaoyu's heart had been consumed by the dread of death, rendering her helpless. But watching Fei Yue, a decisive warrior, being recklessly harmed by this vile creature, even facing potential fatality, sparked a flicker of composure within her. Reflecting on her interactions with Fei Yue over the past 2 days, she had sensed no malice from him. His actions, albeit impulsive, had been genuine and sincere towards her. Most importantly, he had upheld his promise, prioritizing her safety even at the cost of his own well-being. Having never concerned herself with the affairs of others or owed anyone a debt, she could not bear to see anyone suffer or die for her. However, the bloodshed and death she had witnessed in these 2 days were overwhelming. Thus, when the energy blast erupted on Fei Yue's chest, her frustration reached its peak. She refused to remain a weeping princess, waiting for others to rescue her. Above all, she could not bear to witness this big-hearted alien robot perish before her eyes. Now, Gu Xiaoyu resolved to take decisive action. Seizing the moment while she was not trapped inside the vehicle, she swiftly cast the significant pendant from her neck to Fei Yue, coupled with her unwavering attitude and words. Her intention was to convince the monster holding her captive that the information it sought resided within her mind. Gu Xiaoyu was acutely aware that, for this mechanical monstrosity, the metallic medallion held far greater value than her own existence. It was only a matter of time before her deceit would be unveiled. However, as long as the pendant remained out of her opponent's grasp, she was the sole bargaining chip in this precarious game. Until her adversary acquired what he desired, she remained relatively safe. To her surprise, she had indeed succeeded in her endeavor. What was she waiting for? Act. After reprimanding the side path, Gu Xiaoyu swiftly turned to Fei Yue and shouted with an almost frenzied demeanor. Fei Yue instantly grasped the girl's intent, hastily striking his chest with the pendant. In an instant, his armor split apart, revealing the spark chamber, the most secure part of his being. As he lunged towards the side path, his chest armor sealed once more. The side path was genuinely distressed, watching helplessly as the clue he had just seized slipped back into the hands of the Autobots. Consumed by rage, he felt an overwhelming urge to crush the insolent girl in his grasp. Yet, after a fleeting second, he quelled this impulse. After all, she was his sole shield at present. Without her, the combined firepower of humanity and Fei Yue would undoubtedly rain down upon him. Moreover, he needed to extract vital information from the girl, potentially using her as leverage in negotiations with Fei Yue and the humans. Thus, despite the surge of murderous intent, he opted for the most rational course of action. The side path deftly sidestepped Fei Yue's pounce, unleashing a barrage from his energy cannon. Yet, Fei Yue gracefully evaded each shot, as the intense energy detonated upon the asphalt, sending scalding debris flying and filling the air with a charred aroma. Turning back, Fei Yue refrained from using his hand cannon, opting instead for close-quarters combat, clearly concerned about harming the girl. However, the side path did not afford him the opportunity to press his attack further. After firing 2 more shots, he raised his shoulders and a metallic sound resonated from behind him. With a series of explosive sounds, 6 black, pointed missiles trailing blue flames soared skyward, slicing through the air with a deafening roar. Following the launch of the electromagnetic smoke grenade, the side path swiftly crouched down, transforming back into a silver sedan, while the girl was once again confined in the passenger seat. Even after the missiles were fired, Fei Yue continued his advance, propelling himself towards the side path on roller-like feet. The missiles ascended towards the heavens, their power unknown to him. As long as the side path remained, this area was deemed safe. Fei Yue delivered a powerful punch to the front of the side path, causing its wheels to spin wildly and retreat several meters, narrowly evading the forceful blow. Fei Yue's iron fist crashed into the asphalt, creating a deep crater. Before he could launch another assault, a series of explosions erupted overhead. Fei Yue instinctively lifted his gaze, only to find the sky enveloped in a dense shroud of white smoke. The cloud-like vapor drew nearer, pressing down upon him as if the very heavens were collapsing. Startled, Fei Yue instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, and in the next moment, his vision was consumed by the billowing whiteness. The silhouette of the vehicle at the roadside transformed into a mere shadow, and before he could pursue, it vanished silently into the fog. The wheels beneath him surged with power, propelling him forward. Yet, despite his immediate chase, even after rushing ahead for over 10 meters, the figure at the roadside eluded his sight. Growing increasingly anxious, Feyue quickly turned to scan his surroundings while activating his exploration radar. To his astonishment, not only was there no signal from the figure, but even the nearby human vehicles failed to register, including his own signal. It was as if the radar system had malfunctioned entirely. He raised his arms, only to find that even his outstretched hands were indistinct within the almost tangible white smoke that coiled around him. As he moved his arms, the smoke swayed gently, seemingly impervious to the wind. Glancing down, he realized his lower body was shrouded in the white mist, rendering it invisible below the waist, as though he were submerged in a viscous liquid. Not only was his vision and radar utterly obstructed, but the auditory signals around him had devolved into a cacophonous din, leaving Feyue completely disoriented in this opaque white realm. What sort of trickery is this? He thought angrily. He was aware that helicopters hovered above, their rotor wash failing to disperse the smoke, indicating its supernatural nature. He had never witnessed the Decepticons employing such tactics on the battlefield of Cybertron. True to his reputation as an escape artist, the figure at the roadside possessed such formidable contrivances. After a brief moment of hesitation, Feyue's unicycle surged forward once more, racing in the direction where the figure had vanished. He understood that this was a last-ditch tactic, meticulously devised for a swift getaway. The longer he lingered, the further the figure would flee. Suddenly, a low shadow emerged before him, and amidst the white smoke, a flash of fire ignited. Feyue swiftly evaded to the side, narrowly escaping a rocket's trajectory. In an instant, he discerned that it was a military off-road vehicle, its roof-mounted soldier shouldering a rocket launcher, smoke curling from its muzzle. A brilliant flash erupted behind him, revealing the recent explosion of the rocket. Unfazed by the chaos surrounding the human soldiers, Feyue crouched low and circumnavigated the front of the vehicle, pressing onward toward the boundary of the smoke. His reasoning was straightforward. If he could burst through the fog, his radar might regain its functionality. He had no time to dawdle. After sprinting for several seconds, his vision gradually cleared. Turning to look back, he beheld a massive wall of white smoke, spanning hundreds of meters around him. The rustling sounds faded, and only then did his radar return to normal, clearly displaying the signals of the helicopters above. Yet, as he scanned the area, there was no sign of the figure he sought. Chapter 134. Declaration of Victory. As the images on the command center's large screen displayed the launch of multiple missiles from Unit 3, General Shao decisively issued the order for all personnel to take cover. If the attack were to be similar in scope to that of Unit 2, the forces would likely suffer significant casualties. At present, Unit 3 remained encircled by the troops, with Unit 1 providing assistance. They would wear it down if necessary. However, Units 1 and 3 were now entangled, and the gunners of the armored vehicles had lost the opportunity to fire. Given the chaos on the ground, any further attack could potentially result in irreparable friendly fire. He had just observed clearly that the girl captured by Unit 3 had thrown a small object to Unit 1, which exhibited distinct movements of grasping and releasing. Undoubtedly, that object possessed some value, which was the reason for the fierce contention between Units 1 and 3 over the girl. It was not until the missile exploded mid-air that General Shao realized it was not an offensive weapon like that of Unit 2, but rather something akin to a smoke grenade, with an explosive force less than that of fireworks. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the entire screen became a blinding white. He could see that the explosion had rapidly spread thick white smoke around, enveloping an area of several hundred meters within mere seconds, making the helicopter appear to be hovering above the clouds. Consequently, a vast area on the ground, including the armored units, was cloaked in white smoke. The images relayed by the helicopter showed complete obstruction of visibility, while the footage from the ground units transformed into a flurry of static. All armored units remain stationary and do not clear the road. Unit 3 is attempting to flee, General Shao commanded immediately. Report, there is unknown interference. We cannot establish contact with the armored units, came the anxious voice of the messenger. The helicopter squadron was still able to communicate, determining that the unknown white smoke was the cause, reporting that the helicopter radar could not detect the situation on the ground. Notify the helicopter squadron to encircle the area obscured by the smoke from all directions and remain vigilant for any movements at the edges of the smoke. Arrange for 2 helicopters to lower their altitude and use the rotor wash to disperse the white smoke. General Shao ordered decisively. He watched as 2 helicopters descended into the smoke-covered area, yet the anticipated scene of the white smoke being dispersed by the wind did not materialize. The thick, almost tangible white smoke resembled a heavy snowfield. It could be pushed aside by the wind, but did not dissipate, akin to a mass of viscous foam surging and writhing on the ground. What is this substance? General Shao marveled at the alien technology. Just then, a white figure burst forth from the smoke. It was Unit 1, which emerged from the smoke barrier, executing a swift side-leg stop in the center of the road. Remarkably, the surrounding white smoke showed little sign of disturbance. This phenomenon caused a sinking feeling in General Shao's heart. Unit 1 had emerged first. What about Unit 3? Had it already escaped? Recalling the stealth capabilities possessed by Unit 3, General Shao promptly issued new directives, instructing the armed police units on the periphery to establish roadblocks. They were to report immediately upon detecting any anomalies on the roads. Meanwhile, Unit 1, stationed in the center of the road, surveyed the surroundings before suddenly lowering its body. Legs moving rhythmically like a roller skater, heading towards one end of the road, the direction leading into the city. 4 armed helicopters remained to oversee the scene, while the remaining helicopters followed Unit 1, deploying drones to scout along its path and notify the ground units of the armed police to prepare for combat. Although General Shao did not perceive Unit 1's actions as an attempt to escape, after all, the adversary had already obtained the item from the girl. He recognized the potential risk and thus ordered helicopters to accompany Unit 1. At that moment, he leaned towards the belief that Unit 3 had indeed activated its stealth mode to flee, while Unit 1 was pursuing its trail. He instructed the drones to pave the way, hoping to detect any vibrations along the route to locate Unit 3, despite knowing that the enemy's invisibility mode could obscure both optical and thermal sensors. A report arrived from the forward roadblock indicating that Unit 3 was breaching the checkpoint and requesting assistance. This communication effectively dispelled General Shao's doubts regarding Unit 1. Indeed, Unit 3 was heading in that direction. However, upon observing the area enveloped in white smoke, he noted that, although signs of dissipation were apparent, communication with the ground-armored units remained disrupted. Unit 3 had successfully breached the roadblock, heading towards the main thoroughfare into the city. The large screen shifted once more, revealing footage captured by the drones. The scene depicted the roadblock, originally positioned on the essential route to the main road, now shattered and in disarray. Steel barriers lay scattered, twisted and deformed from the impact, while 2 police armored vehicles were overturned on the asphalt, with several charred craters emanating smoke, indicating explosions had occurred. The armed police were attending to the injured amidst the chaos, clearly caught off guard by Unit 3's sudden assault. The drone footage continued to advance, revealing an overturned police SUV approximately 200 meters from the roadblock, presumably a failed interception by the pursuing units. Through the imagery relayed by the early warning aircraft, a fragmented object marked with Unit 3's red insignia was seen speeding towards the intersection of the main road. It appeared that during the recent breach, the stealth shell had sustained damage from combat, revealing its trail. Damn it, in such a short time, this fellow has already reached this location, General Shao muttered in frustration, astonished by Unit 3's escape tactic, which had allowed it to break free from the Dragon Shield's encirclement. The helicopter formation accelerated, all heading towards the intersection to provide support. General Shao, after careful consideration, surmised that neither the helicopter squadron nor Unit 1 could possibly catch up to Unit 3. Should it advance further, it would inevitably merge into the heavy traffic of the main thoroughfare. Once Unit 3 blended with the vehicular flow, the situation would be irretrievable. General Shao felt that the time had come to deploy fighter jets. Although he was reluctant, the attempt to rescue the girl had already failed. He could not allow Unit 3 to penetrate the urban area, lest the situation spiral further out of control. The fighters transitioned from their patrol mode into the combat zone, poised to drop their ordnance. Ultimately, General Shao issued the command. Regardless of the reasons behind Unit 3's abduction of the girl, it must not be permitted to escape. Leap transformed back into vehicle mode, racing down the road in pursuit. However, he could only watch helplessly as the signal from the road on his radar grew weaker. At that moment, he loathed his inability to fly. Had he been able to transform into an aircraft, he surely would have caught up with that rogue. Observing the human aircraft above, he noted they were not significantly faster than he was. A premonition struck him. He feared he might have to break his word, a prospect more painful than death itself. Just then, Leap received an encrypted communication from within the Autobot ranks. He opened the message, which crackled with static before the deep. Resonant voice of Optimus Prime emerged. To my fellow Autobots stranded on Earth, this is Optimus Prime. It is with great regret that I must inform you that, following a fierce battle, we were compelled to destroy the Allspark at the critical moment when Megatron was about to seize it. Leap was taken aback. The Allspark had been destroyed. Now that Megatron was dead and the Decepticons were in retreat, there was no need for them to leave. I have resolved to forge a partnership with humanity. From this day forth, this planet shall serve as our sanctuary. This news instantly lifted the shadow of despair surrounding the destruction of the Allspark. Megatron was dead. The Decepticons were retreating. They would no longer have to wander. There was no better news to be had. As for the Allspark, its absence was preferable to its possession by Megatron. With a matrix of leadership destroyed, we can no longer return to our home planet. Fate has conspired to grant us a new home called Earth. We will coexist with humans, hiding beneath their gaze while quietly safeguarding them. I have witnessed their bravery. Despite our origins in different worlds, they, like us, should not be judged by appearances. I am Optimus Prime, calling out to all Autobots in exile throughout the cosmos. We are here, and we await you. Chapter 135. Please choose upon hearing Optimus Prime's announcement. Leap felt momentarily disoriented. Megatron was dead. The Allspark was destroyed. Was this truly the conclusion? Leap had previously understood that the optimal scenario for the Autobots involved seizing the Allspark and boarding the Ark to depart the solar system, continuing their flight through the cosmos to evade the relentless pursuit of the Decepticons. However, the situation has drastically changed. That terrifying monster, Megatron, akin to a dark overlord, has perished. Yet, Leap does not feel exhilarated, for even with Megatron's demise, will the Decepticons relinquish their pursuit of the Autobots? Furthermore, why did Optimus Prime declare that they would remain on Earth? Has he forged some sort of accord with humanity? A myriad of questions surged within Leap's processing unit. But he swiftly quelled them. The Autobots' mission has concluded, yet his own remains unfulfilled. According to the radar's readings, he is unlikely to catch up to the flanking route, as the opposing forces would soon blend into the main thoroughfare, at which point he would completely lose track of them. Nevertheless, Leap refuses to surrender until the final moment. His engine is operating at maximum capacity, and his four wheels are nearly igniting sparks. The white SUV streaked across the highway like a bolt of lightning, almost catching up to the airborne human helicopter. At that moment, Leap's optical sensors detected two unusual targets. On his windshield, two red markers materialized, encircling two minuscule black dots in the azure sky. The thunderous roar emanating from above was unmistakable. Leap could discern without any amplification that something was approaching from the heavens. The camera zoomed in, revealing two identical pointed aircraft appearing on the windshield, missiles dangling beneath their wings. Simultaneously, a data box emerged beside the image, showcasing a 3D model resembling the aircraft, rotating in a full circle, with various information and parameters detailed below. Are these the nation's fighter jets? Are they poised to bomb the flanking route? Do they not care about the hostages? Leap felt a surge of frustration. Have these humans resolved to abandon the girl now that the flanking route is slipping from their grasp? Then, Leap intercepted a human communication. Helicopter squadron, take note. Immediately distance yourselves from target number 3. Prepare for cluster bomb bombardment in 1 minute. Leap heard this clearly, and he was taken aback. Cluster bombs? He recognized this form of human weaponry, designed for large-scale devastation on the battlefield, capable of saturating a vast area like a downpour. Its power sufficient to turn armored vehicles into mere sieves. Leap surmised that even his formidable frame would not withstand such relentless, piercing explosions. A single wave of bombardment would likely leave him riddled with wounds, the damage at least enough to render him severely incapacitated. Likewise, the girl trapped within the flanking route would undoubtedly perish from the successive shockwaves. The frail human body could scarcely survive such a tidal wave of destruction. Even though Leap understood that the bombs were not intended for him, a chill gripped him. The human military's deployment of such weaponry against extraterrestrials reveals their palpable fear of potential havoc within this sprawling metropolis. The recent onslaught against the rampaging vehicle and the flanking forces has created an undeniable uproar. It is now evident that the human military has resolved to suppress this incident, even at the expense of innocent hostages. As two fighter jets draw closer to the flanks, Feyue is consumed by urgency. Helicopters have begun to disperse to the sides, distancing themselves from the impending bombardment. However, the four wheels of his vehicle do not slow. Rather, they spin faster, for he cannot allow that girl to perish here, as he had promised her. While he comprehends the military's decisions, he cannot acquiesce to them. With this thought, Feyue activated the external communication mode, sending a wave of signals outward. Report: the fighter jets have entered the designated airspace and are prepared to drop their payload. The clear and resonant voice echoed within the command room. Yes, calculate the bombing trajectory, aiming to minimize collateral damage. General Shao calmly issued his orders. Given the circumstances, he was compelled to issue what appeared to be a cold-blooded command. As a soldier of the Huaxiao Nation and the commander of the Dragon Shield, he had done everything possible to rescue the innocent on-site and had extended the utmost trust and leeway to the unidentified number one. Despite these efforts, the girl could not be saved. The troops on the ground had confirmed they could not catch up to number three. Should such a perilous entity infiltrate the metropolis of Shanghai, the implications of its sudden outbreak were unfathomable. Gazing at the aerial view displayed on the large screen, a massive red circle, centered on the moving number three, slowly drifted towards the distant urban area. Report: the target's speed is exceedingly swift. In 1 minute, the explosion's radius will affect vehicles on the main thoroughfare. General Shao inhaled deeply, preparing to issue the bombing command. Wait! A clear, cold electronic synthesized voice resonated through the spacious command room, youthful yet powerful. This unexpected voice stirred a momentary uproar among those present in the command center. General Shao was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly recognized it as number one's voice. Hold on. Please do not proceed with the bombing. Feyue's voice echoed in every ear. Utilizing his exceptional radio communication capabilities, he connected through the helicopters on-site to the airborne early warning aircraft, using it as a relay to access the command center's communication system. While others were caught in a minor turmoil over the system breach, General Shao remained fixated on the countdown displayed on the large screen. In 50 seconds, number 3 will exit the optimal bombing zone. Should we proceed then, it would create an irreparable public impact. Number 3 cannot be stopped. We cannot risk allowing it into the urban area, for the situation would spiral out of control. General Shao's tone remained composed. The screen displayed 45 seconds remaining. I have sent a message to Unit 3, proposing an exchange of the leads I control for the hostage. The counterpart has agreed and assured that they will remain compliant, refraining from causing chaos or destruction. The tone conveyed a sense of urgency. There are 30 seconds left. I regret to inform you that your agreement lacks credibility from our perspective. General Shao exhibited no emotional fluctuation. How could he gamble the safety of the entire city and the nation's interests based solely on the word of Unit 1? The Energy Cube has been destroyed. The Decepticons have retreated, and the crisis on Earth has been averted. Should you cease the bombardment, I will adhere to your directives and assist in fostering communication and cooperation with my organization. However, if you persist with the attack, I will immediately distance myself from the scene, categorizing you as a threat and severing all communication. That is my stance, and I await your response. As this weighty and menacing declaration left his lips, the command room fell into a profound silence. While General Shao remained silent, his brow furrowed. 10 seconds remain. The fighter jets have reached optimal bombing positions, and all personnel within the command room awaited General Shao's decision. Ultimately, with merely 2 seconds remaining, General Shao finally spoke. Cease the bombing operation. Notify traffic control to enhance surveillance at all intersections along the route. The helicopter squadron will escort Unit 1 and transfer them to the base. General Shao sighed, uncertain whether it was a sigh of regret or relief. Received. The fighter jets have been instructed to return. The communications officer expressed no dissent and faithfully executed the superior's orders. Thank you very much for your trust. I will now follow your guidance. The gentle voice of Unit 1 resonated through the earpiece, no longer as cold and rigid as before. General Shao observed on the large screen as Unit 1, marked with a green beacon, gradually halted in the middle of the highway, resembling a typical vehicle out of fuel. In contrast, Unit 3, with a red beacon, successfully maneuvered through several mountain bends and merged into the flow of traffic, disappearing from sight within moments. The second operation of the Dragon Shield against the alien robots thus concluded. General Shao gazed at Unit 1, which remained unresponsive amidst the surrounding helicopters, pondering. This alien robot possesses more humanity than one might have imagined. Chapter 136. Choices and dilemmas. The decision to halt the bombardment was not born from fear of Unit 1's threats, but rather emerged from General Shao's careful deliberation. Primarily, if possible, he wished to save the girl. After all, as a soldier of China, rescuing innocent civilians is a duty, especially since she had engaged closely with the alien robot. However, the rescue operation had already failed. The Dragon Shield forces in Unit 1, despite several attempts, could not save the girl. Now, Unit 3, with the hostage, was heading towards the city, and should significant destruction occur, inciting public panic, it would severely disrupt the normal order of life and production within the country. Thus, he was left with no choice but to make this arduous decision. In this nascent era of global chaos, amidst a clandestine war, countless sacrifices have been made to safeguard the security and interests of the Huaxia nation. Some decisions may appear ruthlessly harsh, yet they are deemed necessary. Upon assuming this duty, he had already steeled himself for the psychological toll it may entail, even contemplating the possibility of sacrificing himself if the need arose. Thus, after careful consideration of the proposal from Number 1, he ultimately chose to place his trust in the other party. The rationale was straightforward. Number 1 had just conveyed several critical pieces of information. Firstly, the Energy Cube had been destroyed. Although General Shao remained unaware of the true nature of this entity, Number 1 had indicated that all actions were directed toward it. With its obliteration, what repercussions would this have for Earth? At present, Huaxia is utterly in the dark regarding this matter. Secondly, the Decepticons had retreated. Was this faction associated with Number 2 and Number 3? What lay ahead for Number 1 and its clandestine organization? Would they continue to conceal themselves on Earth or depart alongside the Decepticons? This too remained unknown to Huaxia. Thirdly, and most importantly, Number 1 stated a willingness to assist Long Dun in establishing communication and collaboration with its affiliated organization. This proposal was exceedingly enticing for Huaxia, particularly given that the extraterrestrial crisis had erupted on American soil, implying that the American government possessed superior insights into these alien automatons. Currently, due to maritime tensions, Huaxia found itself ensnared in an information cocoon, and Number 1's offer represented a potential breakthrough. Moreover, should the bombardment persist, Number 1 would sever all communication with Long Dun. General Shao had no doubt about this. He perceived the other party's behavioral patterns as indicative of youthful naivety and obstinacy, imbued with a strong personality. Should their desires be disregarded, it was conceivable that they might flee in anger, even if Long Dun succeeded in subduing them. Capturing 3 mechanical corpses would render the entire operation meaningless. For Huaxia, intelligence was far more critical than research at this juncture. These considerations made it difficult for General Shao to reject the proposal. Number 1 had assured him that Number 3 would not act recklessly. Although the nature of their exchanges and agreements remained unclear, sacrificing the rare opportunity to engage with Number 1 in order to eliminate Number 3 seemed ill-advised. In contrast, Number 1, having already secured what it sought, was nonetheless willing to confront an entire human military force to rescue its extraterrestrial allies. Such a character was evidently more trustworthy than one harboring ulterior motives. Thus, he resolved to trust Number 1, as Huaxia urgently needed to unravel the truth behind this alien crisis and deepen its understanding of these extraterrestrial robots. As for the notion of exchanging clues for hostages as proposed by Number 1, that could be addressed later. Since Number 1 was willing to immerse itself in the fray, why should Long Dun not extend a helping hand? After all, the thought of ordering a bombardment that included hostages weighed heavily on his conscience. With the proactive cooperation of Party Number 1, Long Shield is now equipped with sufficient information to swiftly advance to the next phase of its operations, devising future strategies and countermeasures that will enable the Republic of Huaxia to endure in this increasingly tumultuous era, ensuring it does not become submerged in the tide of time. A luxurious sedan, adorned in a striking black and white pattern, maneuvers gracefully through the traffic. Despite its pristine and intact exterior, it bears subtle dents, reminiscent of a child's mischievous stone throwing. The vehicle's windows are shrouded in a dark, privacy-enhancing film, rendering the interior indecipherable from the outside, thus evading the notice of passers-by. In the driver's seat, there is astonishingly no one at the wheel. Meanwhile, in the passenger seat, a young girl reclines against the backrest, lost in unconsciousness, fortuitously secured by a stabilizer resting upon her shoulders, preventing her from toppling during the car's swaying. Having changed his appearance once more, Bienlu remains vigilant, with his radar detector continuously scanning, only allowing himself a moment of relief once he confirms that no pursuers trail behind him. The current situation is rather dire. What he initially anticipated as a successful operation has yielded disappointing results. The death of Quang Lun, who was intended to draw fire, has left him alone, wandering the city without his bodyguard. Should trouble arise again, he would have to face it alone. This thought prompts Bienlu to silently curse Quang Lun for his ineptitude. Most importantly, after much effort extracting the existence of the pendant from the girl, he finds it infuriating that, at the last moment, the wretched human girl returned it to the Autobot's grasp. The experience of narrowly missing such a vital clue drives him to the brink of madness. He never anticipated that the frightened girl would resort to such a maneuver. The thought of killing her briefly crossed his mind, yet he refrains from acting on it. During his recent escape, he clearly witnessed 2 bomb-laden fighter jets overhead and intercepted communications indicating the humans planned to deploy cluster bombs against him. The realization nearly caused him to lose composure. He understood that there was no escaping the bombardment. It was evident that the humans had abandoned concern for the hostage, intent on obliterating him completely. Shortly thereafter, he received a communication from Feiyue, demanding he surrender by pulling over, a proposition Bienlu could not entertain. Stopping now would be tantamount to seeking death. Feiyue subsequently proposed an exchange of the pendant for the hostage and cautioned against any destructive actions within the city, warning him that refusal would leave him at the mercy of human bombardment, which would inevitably reduce him to scrap metal. In response, Bienlu readily acquiesced. Once the humans unleashed their cluster bombs, his fate would be sealed. As for wreaking havoc in the city, preposterous. Alone and without allies, he dared not provoke the humans and attract their ire. His priority now was self-preservation. He needed to find a place to hide, not recklessly endanger himself. His life had become the most valuable of commodities. Now, while the hostage was secured, he found himself bereft of the pendant. What could he offer to curry favor with Megatron? Even if this matter were to be reported, without having seen the physical object, how could Megatron concern himself with its fate? Had I known, I would have seized the pendant from the girl sooner and kept it in my grasp, rather than allowing things to escalate to this point. Despite such thoughts, I find myself in a dire situation. I dare not meet with Jetfire alone, although it is evident that Jetfire is anxious regarding the human girl in his possession. I am unwilling to take any risks. After much contemplation, I ultimately resolved to swallow my pride and seek assistance from Megatron. Utilizing the Decepticon communication frequency, I sent a call request to Soundwave in the void of space. Lord Megatron, this is Barricade, a member of the reconnaissance team. I have discovered significant leads on the East Asian continent and request a communication. As seconds ticked by, the anticipation weighed heavily upon me. At long last, the connection was established, and a hoarse, grating voice filled my ears. Barricade, what critical information have you uncovered that necessitates bypassing me to report directly to Megatron? The familiar voice plunged me into a state of panic. It was not Megatron, but rather Starscream, my former superior. Since Megatron's disappearance, command of the Decepticons had fallen to Starscream, and it was from that moment that I had sought to ingratiate myself with him. One might say that I, Barricade, had become a member of Starscream's faction, as the other Decepticons, who relished battle, viewed me as a timid outsider. Now, having just obtained important intelligence, I had audaciously bypassed my direct superior to contact the leader of the Legion, an act that could only be perceived as blatant disloyalty, and it had placed me squarely in the crosshairs of my old commander. Hearing the malevolent tone in Starscream's voice, I felt that not only was my career at an end, but my very life was in jeopardy. Why had Soundwave, who was typically reticent and focused solely on his duties, chosen to redirect me to Starscream instead of Megatron? No, it could not be that I, a mere underling, had attracted the attention of a high-ranking operative like Soundwave. Despite my confusion, I reacted swiftly. My processor whirred into action as I sought to salvage the situation. "My lord, it is truly a privilege to see you," I lamented, my tone imbued with both despair and relief, a truly heartfelt expression. Yet, Starscream remained unresponsive. "Barricade, my loyal subordinate, did you not just assert that you had vital intelligence to report directly to Megatron?" Oblivious to Starscream's malice and mockery, I keenly noted the irreverent way he referred to Megatron. It is worth recalling that when Megatron was still in command, Starscream had always addressed him with the utmost deference, even in private, never daring to utter his name so casually. Until the disappearance of Megatron, Starscream had begun to address him by name in front of his subordinates, devoid of any semblance of reverence. Not long before, Megatron had boldly announced his formidable return to the Decepticon ranks. Yet Starscream dared to demonstrate such blatant disrespect over the communication channel. What transpired during this interval? Suppressing his inner turmoil, Barricade continued to weep profusely. "Thanks to your sagacious foresight, my master, I was strategically placed to infiltrate this continent, and as you anticipated, I have made extraordinary gains in this land." Barricade's words were utterly shameless, as he cherry-picked flattering phrases, as if his own disgraceful actions were merely the product of Starscream's overactive imagination. "In pursuit of valuable intelligence, your designated partner, the valiant Decepticon warrior Cyclonus, has been slain by the Autobots. It was only through Cyclonus's selfless sacrifice that I managed to escape with my life. I now possess crucial information. The Autobots, intent on silencing me, are collaborating with humans to hunt me down. I am grievously wounded and in dire straits. I beseech you, my lord, for salvation." At this moment, Barricade held nothing but an ambiguous hostage, yet he dared to fabricate grandiose tales to Starscream, exaggerating his plight. He understood well that Starscream was a petty and vindictive individual, fully aware of the caliber of his own subordinates. Thus, even if his audacious report would irk Starscream, as long as he presented sufficiently enticing leverage, Starscream would likely refrain from exploiting his vulnerabilities. Enough with the trivialities. "What have you discovered?" Starscream's words were cold and merciless, causing Barricade's spark to tremble. However, what shocked him even more was the revelation regarding Megatron and the Allspark. The Allspark was destroyed, alongside Megatron? Barricade knew that Starscream would not jest about such matters, which explained why he had been connected to Starscream instead of Megatron through Soundwave. It was a long-standing tradition that Starscream would assume command only in Megatron's absence. Had their arduous journey to the solar system, in search of the Allspark, culminated in such devastating loss? Was it truly gone at Megatron's say-so? Just recently, he had proclaimed his return, only to perish in the blink of an eye? How utterly pathetic! Barricade inwardly cursed. Yet, he found himself facing a graver dilemma. He was acutely aware of Starscream's vindictiveness. If he failed to impress with his intel, Starscream might indeed abandon him on Earth without a second thought. Long live Lord Starscream. Allow me to recount my tale. The side road began to veer into a narrow path. Halting at the roadside, prepared to embellish the tale. "Fear not, my lord. It is highly likely that this has little to do with the Energy Cube. While pursuing the whereabouts of the Energy Cube, I observed the clandestine activities of the Autobot insurgents on this continent, and thus followed them discreetly, ultimately discovering that they were investigating matters beyond the Energy Cube. I have now ascertained that these matters are inextricably linked to Cybertron, suggesting that Earth may harbor further secrets related to Cybertron. I promptly reported my findings to Red Spider. "Oh, matters beyond the Energy Cube? Pray, tell me what you discovered," Red Spider inquired with evident interest. "My lord, it is an amulet crafted from Cybertronian metal, adorned with ancient Cybertronian runes. Though I cannot decipher them, I assure you there is some secret behind it. Otherwise, the Autobots would not be so eager to hunt me down to suppress this information." I recounted the details of the pendant without omitting anything, as it pertained to my very survival. Furthermore, I captured a human whom the Autobots seemed quite anxious about. I suspect she may possess crucial information. "Is the pendant in your possession?" Red Spider pondered for a moment before asking. "I regret to inform you, my lord, that it is not with me. I was tasked with capturing individuals, while the reckless Cyclonus was responsible for seizing the pendant. However, he was ultimately slain by the Autobots and the human, which underscores the significance of that object to them. I swiftly shifted the blame entirely onto Cyclonus, feeling no moral burden since he was already deceased. If that is the case, it poses a problem. Our Decepticon faction has recently lost its leader, and the Autobots remain on Earth. Moreover, we have yet to locate their concealed spacecraft. With the Energy Cube destroyed, our time in the solar system is limited, and the reserves of energy blocks are dwindling. Many soldiers are clamoring to return to Cybertron, Red Spider remarked, sending a chill down my spine. My lord, I beseech you, considering my years of service, grant me one opportunity. If you can allocate additional combat personnel, I shall retrieve that object from the hands of the Autobot insurgents. If we can uncover the secret behind it, it will undoubtedly bolster your authority. I discerned Red Spider's inclination to dismiss me and quickly pleaded for mercy. Do you possess any information regarding that object? Send me a description, and I shall first assess its appearance. Red Spider's tone dripped with mockery and nonchalance. Yet this was my final opportunity. Indeed, I have scanned the pendant. I will transmit the information to you immediately. I hastily uploaded the 3D scan of the pendant. Very well. For now, find a place to conceal yourself on Earth. I will contact you later. With that, the communication was severed. Hello, my lord. Hello. I realized the line had been cut, my frustration boiling within me. Why must fate be so cruel? I once believed I could forge an alliance with Megatron, yet he dismissed me without a second thought. Who can I turn to for justice? Megatron, you truly are a worthless being, causing immeasurable harm. It would be better for you to vanish entirely. In frustration, I cursed once more, and the car emitted a sudden honk, startling a passing stray cat. For now, I must find a place to hide. I began to wallow in self-pity, wondering if surrendering to the Autobots would spare my life. Yet deep down, I knew that even if the Autobots showed me mercy, humanity would not. Chapter 138. Active cooperation amidst the thunderous roar of helicopter blades. The sounds of gunfire echoed relentlessly throughout the morning until they finally ceased. The residents of the Hillside Villa area cautiously emerged from their basements, eager to ascertain the situation outside, as if they had been caught in the midst of battle. Black smoke billowed everywhere, and military helicopters continued to hover above. Some residents attempted to call for help, only to discover that neither landlines nor mobile phones would connect, and the internet and television signals were down. Those seeking to escape by car were met head-on by a convoy of military trucks, from which emerged armed soldiers clad in gas masks. Without hesitation, they began distributing masks to all residents while briefly explaining the dire situation. It was then that the residents learned their villa community had been attacked by terrorists, who had now been suppressed and eliminated by government forces. However, the gas canisters set by the terrorists were on a countdown, necessitating immediate evacuation. Thus, the military commenced a meticulous headcount, herding all residents onto military vehicles for transport to safety, as the aftermath unfolded under the military's careful coordination. Meanwhile, members of the Dragon Shield Combat Unit collaborated with personnel from the Research Department to meticulously collect the remains left behind by the second unit, while others gathered around the first unit. Though Liu felt a lingering regret over the escape of the third unit, he understood that the means to rescue the girl without harm were quite limited. The frontline personnel had done everything within their power, and even the first unit had ultimately been unsuccessful. Thus, despite the command center halting the bombardment to allow the third unit's escape, he did not feel particularly frustrated, as everyone had done their utmost. Liu felt genuine admiration for the bravery displayed by the girl who had been taken hostage. A regular girl maintaining her composure in such dire circumstances and fighting for her life was indeed rare. If possible, he believed that everyone present would prefer not to see her and the third unit meet a tragic end together, if there was a chance. He still wished to save her. The outcome of this operation was significantly better than the last, although there were still some casualties among comrades. It was not as catastrophic as before, with only a handful sent to the medical center. The thorough preparations made by Dragon Shield had proven beneficial at this critical juncture. At this moment, Liu gazed at the white SUV halted in the center of the road, his expression a tapestry of emotions. This was the first time he had encountered an extraterrestrial being at such close proximity. Although the vehicle's color scheme appeared somewhat peculiar, it was in essence an utterly ordinary SUV, its body marred with scars and unevenness, and the interior devoid of any occupants. Had it not been for the gaping hole at the exhaust, still emitting wisps of smoke, It would have been difficult for Liu to fathom that this was a vehicle disguised as an alien robot. Currently, Unit 1 was encircled by several armored vehicles and dozens of Marines. However, due to the command from headquarters to safeguard Unit 1 rather than to control it, no weapons were aimed at the white SUV. The recent displays of Unit 1 during the skirmish had instilled in Liu a sense of kinship. The entity exuded a humanity so palpable that he scarcely felt the reality of interacting with an alien. Particularly striking was Unit 1's earlier communication across all channels. Liu had heard it distinctly through his headset. While it bore a somewhat juvenile undertone of threat, it aligned perfectly with the persona Unit 1 had consistently exhibited. In a bid to rescue the girl, it had audaciously placed itself as a bargaining chip, confronting the entire Dragon Shield army. To Liu, Unit 1's tenacious spirit evoked not disdain, but a profound sense of warmth, reminiscent of a straightforward young man bravely standing up for his friends. At that moment, a team member stepped forward, presumably designated to communicate with Unit 1. Liu observed his movements and noted a hint of nervousness. Yet he continued toward Unit 1, swayed slightly by the wind generated by the helicopters overhead. Liu did not believe that these armed helicopters could intimidate Unit 1. Experience had proven that the helicopters were far too fragile against the energy attacks of these alien machines. Unless equipped with a sufficient number of anti-tank missiles, they would hardly inflict significant damage. Presently, having the helicopters hover above was merely a facade. The soldier approached within 10 meters of Unit 1 and began to speak. His voice amplified through the speaker on his back. Ahem, can you hear me clearly, Mr. Feiyue? May we address you in this manner? Yes, but you need not be so formal. You may simply call me Feiyue, came the response from the white SUV, which seemed to spring to life as its headlights and interior lights illuminated. The windshield wipers swayed back and forth a few times, as if greeting the soldiers present. Very well, Feiyue. Might we request that you maintain your current form and follow our guidance to the base? The soldier, clearly taken aback by Unit 1's amicable demeanor, visibly relaxed, his body no longer tense. Certainly, but could I perhaps change my appearance first? Feiyue's voice resonated from beneath the hood. Change your appearance? What do you mean? Before the assembled crowd could fully comprehend the situation, the front of the white SUV emitted a brilliant blue beam of light, sweeping over a military off-road vehicle parked directly in front of it. This sudden action startled the soldiers, including Liu, causing some to instinctively raise their weapons. However, their solid psychological training prevented them from pulling the trigger. Immediately, Liu noticed a dazzling blue flash illuminate the SUV, with sparks erupting from the seams of its body, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of a hydraulic press releasing air. In an instant, the vehicle underwent a remarkable transformation, resembling a military off-road vehicle. The scars and damages that once marred its surface vanished, leaving it looking entirely rejuvenated. The only noticeable differences were the absence of the shovel-shaped bumper and the mounted harpoon launcher at the front. As Liu stood in stunned silence, a bright light illuminated the interior of the SUV. Like a projection, it flickered twice before revealing a dashing young man in green camouflage, wearing a military cap, seated in the driver's position, with a mischievous smile adorning his face. Liu discerned that the young man's eyes glimmered with blue light, indicating he was not a genuine human. Then, the voice of the SUV, or rather, of the being named Feiyue, echoed, stating, "All right, this will suffice. Please lead the way." It was then that Liu regained his composure. It was not that he was easily startled, but witnessing an alien robot change its disguise was a first for him. In a mere 2 seconds, it had completely transformed into a different form, and with a lifelike humanoid projection in the cockpit. It was no wonder it could traverse the provinces of Huaxia undetected. It appeared that the entity only needed to scan, as it had just done, to morph into any vehicle type. Such an ability was incredibly convenient. Liu felt that this extraterrestrial presence was entirely different from his previous imaginings. He had truly opened his eyes to a new reality. With the demise of the second unit avenged and the possibility of the first unit becoming an ally of the Long Shield, everything was progressing positively. Liu sensed that the nightmares that had plagued him had dissipated along with the bullet that had been fired, and the second unit reduced to fragments. Now, all that filled him was an indomitable fighting spirit. Chapter 139. The declaration of Optimus Prime, a convoy of military vehicles, moved majestically along the main road. with two military SUVs leading the way side by side. The vehicles in the rear maintained a safe distance, forming a straight line, while several armored vehicles brought up the rear. The route to the base had been preemptively cleared by the armed police, diverting other traffic and allowing only the long shield convoy to traverse the road. Above, 5 armed helicopters accompanied the convoy, positioned strategically overhead, creating an impressive display. It is unlikely that anyone would suspect that the target being escorted by this fully armed army was the unassuming dark green SUV in the middle of the convoy. Inside the vehicle, there existed only a solitary holographic projection of a virtual persona. No other individuals were present. Fortunately, humanity had not insisted on sending personnel for oversight. Otherwise, Feyue would have found it quite difficult to refuse, for he detested the notion of someone occupying his physical form. At this moment, adorned in a new guise, Feyue regarded humanity's cautious demeanor with indifference, as he had far more pressing matters to attend to. His paramount task was to establish communication with the Autobot leader, Optimus Prime, to meticulously relay his current circumstances, including the clues he had uncovered and his unilateral engagement with humanity. The Decepticons were now preparing to withdraw from Earth, while Optimus Prime had issued a proclamation regarding refuge on the planet. It was due to this clear message that Feyue felt emboldened to take the initiative in communicating with humanity, as he still required some time to reach the human base. He intended to seize this opportunity to thoroughly report to Optimus Prime and seek further directives. With a heart filled with trepidation, Feyue began transmitting a communication signal. Yet he had already resolved that, regardless of whether Optimus Prime scolded him or instructed him to sever ties with humanity, he would, even alone, strive to rescue the girl he had promised to save. He had never broken a promise, especially one made to her. As the Autobot's wideband frequency connected through humanity's relay stations to the satellite, Feyue's communication swiftly traversed towards the North American continent, prompting him to marvel once more at the convenience of human technology. After a minute of anticipation, his communication was finally established. The vehicle's radio emitted a series of sharp electric crackles, followed by the resonant, clear synthetic voice of Optimus Prime. Designation B-112, Reconnaissance Unit Soldier, Feyue. This is Optimus Prime. I am pleased to receive your communication. What is the urgency that prompts you to contact me? Wonderful. It truly is you, Optimus, Feyue exclaimed. Having not communicated with his comrades for an extended period, and especially not with the esteemed Optimus Prime, which rendered him somewhat overwhelmed with emotion. Calm down, young warrior. What is your current situation? Optimus Prime inquired without haste, prioritizing Feyue's status. Me? Do not worry, I am quite well, Feyue replied hastily, eager to delve into the matter at hand. It is regarding your previous announcement about the destruction of the Energon Cube and our prolonged stay on Earth. Is this true? Indeed, all of that information is accurate, Optimus Prime responded after a brief silence. Feyue, your purpose in contacting me must extend beyond merely confirming these two matters. Has something transpired? In the face of Feyue's disobedience in reaching out, had the ever-vigilant Sentinel been present, he would have undoubtedly chastised Feyue for such impulsive behavior. However, Optimus Prime displayed patience in his dialogue, evidently believing that his soldiers were not those who would frivolously disregard military orders. It was clear that Feyue must have encountered a significant dilemma. Upon receiving a reassuring affirmation from Optimus Prime, the previously restless spark within Leap eased somewhat. He had been apprehensive that his unilateral decision might embroil the Autobots in trouble, but now he could rest assured. The situation is such that an unforeseen emergency has arisen on my end. I am currently making my way alone to the human base. But there is no need for concern. Allow me to elaborate, Leap stated as he briefly organized the logical framework of his processor, swiftly arranging his thoughts to recount his experiences thus far. In a mere 3 minutes, Leap succinctly outlined his encounters, while simultaneously transmitting a three-dimensional model of the pendant to Optimus Prime. Throughout this exchange, Optimus remained silent, allowing Leap to articulate his narrative uninterrupted. Only after Leap had clearly conveyed his current circumstances did Optimus take a moment to ponder, digesting the information provided. Leap, you have performed admirably, Optimus commended, expressing appreciation for Leap's decisiveness. He then spoke in a calm manner. As I previously announced, with the destruction of the Allspark, the Decepticons, devoid of a continuous energy supply, will no longer be capable of large-scale interstellar travel and invasion. Furthermore, we cannot yet return to Cybertron. Therefore, I have decided that the Autobot resistance will take refuge on Earth, where we shall recuperate and gather strength. Will humanity permit us to remain on Earth? Leap could not help but inquire, harboring doubts about whether this selfish and warlike species would tolerate the presence of extraterrestrials on their planet. Through his studies of the nation's culture, Leap understood the principle that one cannot allow others to rest peacefully beside them. Do not worry. Earth's location has now been exposed to the Decepticons. Thus, even if we Autobots were to voluntarily propose departure, humanity would likely refuse, for their current technological capabilities are insufficient to withstand a full-scale Decepticon invasion. They require us, our technology and intelligence. This is our bargaining chip and the foundation for establishing an alliance with humanity. Optimus articulated in a calm, rational tone, instilling in Leap a profound sense of trust. Now that the North American conflict has concluded, I have just finished discussions with the leaders of the American government through the introduction of our human allies, achieving a favorable negotiation outcome. Optimus further elucidated the situation on his end, revealing no secrets. Our arrival from Cybertron has already imparted unpredictable consequences upon Earth. Thus, when I requested to temporarily reside here, they swiftly acquiesced and agreed to form a military alliance with us in exchange for intelligence regarding Cybertron and the Decepticon forces. The human leadership is more rational than I had anticipated. They are acutely aware that the future of Earth is no longer secure. The Decepticons are a common adversary, and humanity requires our assistance. Thus, your decision to establish communication with the largest human regime on the East Asian continent is indeed a prudent choice. Even if you had not pursued this path, I would have eventually sought to connect with the upper echelons of this nation. Well done, Leap. You have opened a crucial gateway. Optimus Prime once again expressed his appreciation and endorsement of Leap's actions. Receiving praise from his idol left Leap feeling buoyant, albeit somewhat bashful. The Republic of China. I've delved into the annals of its history. It is a civilization boasting a glorious heritage of 5 millennia, one of the few surviving remnants of ancient human cultures. Despite enduring oppression and warfare over the last century, it has accomplished in mere decades what other developed nations took centuries to achieve. It has even repelled military incursions from the world's foremost military power. The resilience demonstrated by this ancient civilization bears a striking resemblance to our own kind, the Autobots. Hence, I firmly believe that establishing a positive relationship with them is indeed worthwhile. A rare note of emotion and accord resonated in Optimus Prime's words. Leap, I now appoint you as the representative of the Autobots in China, tasked with engaging them. I must reassure the upper echelons of the American government, which prevents me from joining you for the time being. However, do not fret. Once you meet their highest leader, initiate a video call, and I shall personally negotiate with their leadership. Until I comprehend the true nature of this nation, refrain from divulging excessive intelligence. Should any issues arise, simply direct them towards me. And what of that girl? The thought of her being taken away unsettled Leap. Do not worry, she assisted you as a friend, and thus she is a friend of the Autobots. Out of both principle and reason, I shall not neglect her. Based on your description, I trust that the fleeing Decepticon will not dare to harm her. Optimus Prime's words seem to possess a certain magic, swiftly calming the anxious Leap. You need not be concerned. From your observations of the Chinese military's modus operandi, they are unlikely to harm you and would not ignore the plight of that girl. I have a strong premonition that they may become significant allies for us. Regarding the pendant you possess, I will investigate it to decipher its secrets. However, if the human authorities of this nation request the pendant from you, you should hand it over without hesitation. Remember, prioritize your safety above all. Unless you face a direct threat, do not initiate conflict. Understood, I know what to do. Leap has always trusted Optimus Prime's judgment and naturally expressed no dissent. The convoy continued its journey towards the military base on the outskirts of Shanghai. Chapter 140. The California Battle, observing the convoy approaching the base on the large screen. General Shao, positioned centrally at the command room, finally exhaled in relief as there was no sign of escape from the number 1 position. It seems that this extraterrestrial robot, known as Leap, genuinely desires to establish communication and collaboration with us. In this operation, the paramount achievement of Long Shield was not merely the elimination of the perilous No. 2 at a lower cost, but rather the establishment of contact and basic trust with number 1. This outcome surpasses the simultaneous destruction of 3 alien robots. For in the realm of scientific research, a single specimen suffices, while a living extraterrestrial holds value far beyond that of a heap of scrap metal. What Long Shield currently requires is not vengeance, nor victory, and certainly not mere samples, but intelligence. From just a few remarks made by Feiyue, General Shao has already discerned that the American government is undoubtedly far ahead of Huaxia in its research on extraterrestrial beings. The latest intelligence from North America has just returned home, indicating that the battle in California has concluded. However, the American government has shown no inclination to disclose specific details to other nations, revealing its intent to monopolize alien technology through a veil of secrecy. Humanity operates in such a manner. Unless a blade is at their throat, they are unlikely to relinquish their petty calculations. Despite the magnitude of recent events on American soil, the government remains unwilling to share intelligence and findings, demonstrating its audacity. Thus, it is evident that Feiyue's assertion regarding the retreat of the Decepticons is likely true. Otherwise, America would have long since rallied humanity to its cause rather than conceal information. If Huaxia continues in ignorance, it risks being cast aside by the tide of time. With the gap between it and the European-American alliance widening, there exists a real threat of isolation and blockade, leading to a complete loss of competitive advantage and voice in the future. However, with the cooperation of the extraterrestrial robot, known as Feiyue, Huaxia may well catch up to America in the realm of alien research, or even turn the tide. This is not a matter of Huaxia Republic seeking to exploit alien technology for dominance, but in the twilight of a world descending into chaos, seizing the initiative is paramount. Otherwise, Huaxia, already targeted and besieged by old-world European and American hegemony, may face a future fraught with peril. Hence, such an outcome is undeniably a momentous victory for the Huaxia Republic. General Shao has just concluded a direct conversation with the central leadership, reporting the entirety of the Shanghai operation and all matters concerning Number 1, while seeking further directives from the head of state. Elder Zhou's mood was not particularly elevated, displaying no joy over the significant achievements. The head of state first expressed commendation and encouragement for the results attained by Long Shield during this operation, while simultaneously advising General Shao to remain humble and vigilant, for the true contest is only just beginning. Both the leader and he understand that Number 1, or Feiyue, is merely an agent of the organization behind it. Given its somewhat naive and obstinate personality, it may simply be a foot soldier. Nevertheless, its existence serves as an excellent medium for communication between the leadership of both parties. The Führer's instructions regarding the Dragon Shield were unequivocal. To properly secure Subject 1, swiftly establish a relationship of trust, and facilitate communication with the leaders behind it. This endeavor would be undertaken personally by the upper echelons of Huaxia, including the Führer himself. Prior to this, however, Dragon Shield was to ensure the protection of Subject 1. General Shao had no objections to the Führer's arrangements. He was now prepared to view a highly classified video footage, which was delivered by national security personnel via military aircraft from the northern capital to the Shanghai base after the completion of an operation. According to the Führer, the footage was recorded in California, North America, and was sent back by overseas intelligence operatives who seized the opportunity during a paralysis of the American Department of Defense's network. After concluding his conversation with the Führer, General Shao connected a storage device to the computer before him, which contained several video files. Donning headphones, he opened the first video, and the screen flickered to life. The image was unsteady, evidently filmed with a mobile phone, accompanied by chaotic and discordant sounds. Yet, amidst the cacophony, cries for help and calls could be discerned in English. The footage revealed the cameraman situated within a vehicle, extending his phone out of the window to capture the scene outside. The visuals presented a setting beneath an overpass where several massive concrete pillars loomed, casting shadows against the light. Two colossal humanoid figures were engaged in a fierce battle around one of the pillars. Despite the tremors of the camera and the blurriness of the image, General Shao could distinctly perceive that these beings bore resemblance to Subject 1, yet were larger and more formidable. Their movements were swifter as they rolled and grappled with one another, leaving only fleeting, indistinct traces in the frame. General Shao could faintly make out a blue and red steel giant, alongside a broad, khaki-colored counterpart. The two engaged in close combat around the pillar, with the sound of metal clashing and a series of discordant, eerie roars resonating through the headphones. The khaki giant hunched low, and from its back, a long mechanical arm suddenly extended, its tip resembling a maw lined with sharp fangs, lunging towards the blue-red giant. However, the attack was deftly evaded, and the two collided with immense force, accompanied by a shower of bright sparks. The blue-red giant forcefully slammed the khaki giant to the ground, causing an object to fall from its grasp. As the blue-red giant stepped over the incapacitated form, it seemed to notice the cameraman, hastily retreating behind the pillar. Yet, General Shao caught a glimpse of the giant's right forearm, where a slender, blade-like object glimmering with an orange hue was swiftly retracted. As the camera pursued, the blue-red giant vanished from sight behind the pillar, and the frame panned to ultimately capture a massive American truck adorned in blue and red as it rounded a corner, enveloping the scene in a cloud of dust, rendering the image blurry. The camera shifts back to the enormous metallic body on the ground, capturing only a fragment of the scene. However, one can discern the automobile tires at the bifurcated feet and an arm constructed of metal rods, revealing its automotive elements. Ultimately, the lens settles on a colossal object on the ground, an ugly and menacing metallic visage, reminiscent of a shell that has been pried open. A bulbous eye protrudes from the left, dangling in the central void of the face, while sparks emanate from the severed neck. Before the videographer can continue recording, a piercing siren blares, and the image abruptly cuts to darkness. Thus concludes the first video, leaving General Shao in a state of unease. Is this the combat segment unfolding in California City? Judging by the grotesque and fearsome design of the metallic cranium, it likely belongs to Companions 2 or 3. The towering blue and red figure that fled must be the companion of 1. Is this truly a battle between extraterrestrial automatons? The swift and decisive decapitation technique is indeed astonishing. Subsequently, General Shao clicks on the second video. This footage is evidently clearer and more stable than the previous one, with a wider perspective. Judging by the angle and the sweeping motion, the filming equipment seems to be mounted on the videographer's head. This professional filming style suggests it was secretly captured by our overseas intelligence agents, leading General Shao to such a conclusion. The footage depicts a bustling sidewalk adjacent to urban streets, where a variety of shops are visible. The scene is filled with a throng of people, Caucasians, African Americans, and Latinos, all screaming in terror as they rush towards the camera, disappearing off-screen. Meanwhile, the videographer walks against the current of fleeing individuals. On the opposite side lies a chaotic street, vehicles crumpled in collisions without drivers exchanging words. They abandon their cars and turn to flee, their panicked cries merging into a cacophony that overwhelms General Shao's senses. Suddenly, a deafening sonic boom erupts, causing the camera to pivot downwards. The panicked crowd, previously sprinting for their lives, collapses onto the ground, kneeling as they cover their ears, emitting anguished screams and groans. The image shakes violently, as if the videographer is shaking their head to regain composure. The camera then rises, capturing a fighter jet soaring low above the buildings. A fleeting shadow that darts across the frame, accompanied by several streaks of white smoke shooting from beneath the aircraft, vanishing at the street's end. With a thunderous roar, the jet suddenly ascends, the powerful jet stream from its tail shattering the glass of storefronts and vehicles along the street, scattering shards across the ground, provoking a chorus of wails from the crowd. Immediately thereafter, the direction of the missile launch was accompanied by several muffled explosions, as fighter jets ascended nearly vertically at a 90-degree angle, accelerating skyward until they vanished from the frame. The camera, unsteady and swirling, ultimately fell to the ground, capturing a final scene of a street filled with fallen individuals, wailing and screaming in despair. Chapter 141. The Harsh Reality. The second video concluded here, as the subsequent footage held no further value. General Shao's expression turned grave. He rewound the footage to the moment the fighter jet first appeared, playing it back slowly for meticulous examination. What is this? An American fighter aircraft? How can this be? How could a fighter jet execute such a sharp turn? This is entirely contrary to the principles of aerodynamics. Any conventional aircraft attempting such maneuvers would undoubtedly disintegrate. Although General Shao was not part of the Air Force, he possessed enough military knowledge to understand that current human aircraft could not achieve such agile maneuvers, even with the advanced military technology of America. Unless, of course, It was not a human aircraft at all. In an instant, General Shao comprehended that the plane was not an asset of the U.S. military, but rather an alien robot masquerading as a fighter jet. There was simply no other explanation for the video footage depicting such extraordinary maneuvers. Not to mention that a conventional fighter jet could not possibly fly so low amidst a cluster of buildings, as the dense obstacles would disrupt airflow, easily leading to a loss of control and subsequent crash. This video corroborated his earlier suspicions. These alien robots could not only transform into cars and computers, but also into other forms. Recalling how it had effortlessly scanned and transformed a nearby off-road vehicle in the blink of an eye, General Shao could not help but ponder, what else could they potentially disguise themselves as? Submarines? Ships? Rocket ships? Satellites? Humanity had invested immeasurable effort and time, spanning generations, to construct its technological framework. Yet these alien robots could replicate and utilize it in mere seconds. Not only could they perfectly reproduce human equipment, but their performance also surpassed that of the originals, essentially representing an upgraded version of human technology. Could it be that anything they had encountered could serve as their disguise and functional form? Such an existence was utterly terrifying. In today's modern society, filled with electronic devices and mechanical creations that permeate every facet of human life, these alien robots could easily infiltrate, making it impractical for humanity to expend extensive resources to inspect each item individually. It was simply unrealistic, reminiscent of the last incident involving the creature disguised as a laptop that had infiltrated the base, which still haunted him. Was the nature of the objects they could transform into related to their size? General Shao recalled the first video, where the blue and red steel giant appeared significantly larger and more robust than the initial entity, ultimately transforming into the front of an American truck to escape the scene. It appears that these extraterrestrial robots are not capable of transforming into anything at will. At least, their size must not deviate significantly from that of the disguised vehicles. This is a personal conjecture of General Shao. The precise circumstances will only become clear once Unit 1 arrives at the base, where it may be possible to extract further information from the adversary. This realization has solidified General Shao's resolve to forge a partnership with the organization behind the leap. The information gleaned from these fragmented insights has already cast a heavy pall over his spirits. The unknown breeds fear, and once fear takes root, one succumbs even before the battle begins. He has long anticipated the technological disparity inherent in this encounter. The extraterrestrial species, capable of traversing the cosmos to reach Earth, undoubtedly possess a level of aerospace technology that far surpasses humanity's, not to mention advancements in other domains of warfare. Thus far, the various technologies they have exhibited during combat, ranging from shape-shifting capabilities to energy weapons, cloaking modes, and electronic technologies that circumvent human cybersecurity, have left General Shao on edge. Moreover, these are merely the capabilities of individual units. General Shao has come to the unsettling realization that these beings, dubbed Transformers, represent an alarming weapon in their own right. Despite mobilizing a formidable military force for engagement, the confrontations have merely resulted in exchanges of fire. A grim reality cannot be overlooked. The Dragon Shield has only been contending with individual extraterrestrial units. In essence, the Dragon Shield's colossal expenditures and the deployment of land and air forces, along with various armored units and aircraft, have only managed to maintain a tenuous hold over the enemy. He even suspects that the considerable resources expended to counter Units 2 and 3 may not have been directed against genuine combatants. After all, the adversaries initially infiltrated the digital databases of China under the guise of disguise. Had they not fallen into the traps set by the Dragon Shield, necessitating close-quarters combat, they might have remained hidden, much like Unit 1. In such a scenario, locating them would have posed a significant challenge for the Dragon Shield. The annihilation of military bases in America and the Middle East serves as a prime example. A fully equipped operational base was entirely obliterated overnight, unable to send out a distress signal. This illustrates the formidable combat capabilities of the Transformers, likely reflecting the true prowess of their specialized combat units. If entities possessing such operational capabilities were to conduct systematic and coordinated military actions under unified command, could humanity, across the globe, withstand their assaults? It seems that even the internal decapitation tactics could incapacitate human forces. coupled with the Transformers' absolute dominance over air superiority and electronic information. Does humanity have any hope of resisting without deploying nuclear weapons? Such considerations are not merely flights of fancy. General Shao is acutely aware of the extraordinary performance of those fighter jets. Does humanity's Air Force truly stand a chance in combat against them? Their remarkable maneuverability makes it exceedingly difficult for human pilots, with their frail physiques and limited strength machines, to mount an effective defense. The battles occurring in North America subtly reflect the fragility and obsolescence of humanity's military command systems in the face of the Transformers' viral invasion. Even the world's foremost military power, the United States, has been utterly overwhelmed in electronic warfare. What hope do other nations possess, should the Transformers indeed decide to invade Earth? The satellites orbiting our planet would likely be the first casualties, plunging humanity's modern warfare capabilities into disarray. Stripped of communication and aerial support, how could humanity hope to respond? The recent naval standoff in the Pacific was a direct consequence of severed communications, leading to unprecedented crises. Engaging in ground combat, General Shao harbors no doubt regarding the resolve of the soldiers of Huaxia, who have historically triumphed over the American Steel Legions through indomitable will. Yet, against the likes of the Transformers, such resolve may prove insufficient. Observations of Unit 2 reveal that Transformers remain impervious to injury, exhibiting remarkable resilience and vitality. Devoid of any compassion for life, they may not even require sustenance or waste expulsion. This makes them formidable killing machines. Coupled with advanced weaponry, can humanity truly hope for victory? If the Transformers were to invade Earth, it is naive to believe they would engage our military forces as Units 2 and 3 did, recklessly exposing themselves to artillery fire. During World War II, humanity demonstrated its capacity for relentless advances, unleashing aerial bombardments that rained down upon adversaries. Would a race as technologically advanced as the Transformers lack similar capabilities? Furthermore, even if humanity resorted to nuclear weaponry, would it effectively diminish the Transformers' military might? The probability of successfully striking a target aside, would the intense heat, shock waves, and radiation truly inflict fatal damage upon their metallic forms? What if the Decepticon forces withdrew? Who can guarantee they would not return? The fate of the indigenous peoples of the Americas following Columbus's discovery of the New World is a cautionary tale known to all. It is clear that humanity's developmental trajectory has irrevocably altered since the arrival of the Transformers. In this chaotic epoch of transformation, the cards currently held by humanity are indeed few.